In a fantastical realm, Jun Xiaoyao traverses through time and space, becoming the scion of an ancient family, endowed with an unparalleled legacy and astonishing talents. He is further graced with a signing-in system, which rewards him with a fully realized ancient sacred body right from the outset. Upon signing in at the Taiyi Ancient Monument, he receives a 6-star reward, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. At the age of 10, during a grand banquet, he signs in once more, earning a 7-star reward, the Supreme Bone. At the Bronze Immortal Palace, he signs in again, obtaining an 8-star reward, the Primordial Chi Cauldron. Chapter 1. Signing in for the complete sacred body, a marvelous phenomenon of reverence. In the archaic celestial domain, within the imperial state one of the 3,000 territories lies the residence of the Jun clan, an illustrious ancient family. The Jun family is a force of immense brilliance in the celestial realm, boasting a legacy that spans countless epochs, with ancestors who have ascended to supreme emperor status. In recent times, the entire imperial state, along with the archaic celestial domain, has been in a state of tremor. Ethereal dragon and phoenix apparitions swirl around the Jun family's ethereal island, accompanied by their resonant roars and calls. Whispers abound that this phenomenon heralds the impending birth of a legendary figure's offspring, after a gestation period of 10 years. Within the celestial palace of the Jun family on the ethereal island, numerous clan elders breathe with urgency as they gaze upon the infant swaddled before them. Since birth, the child has not uttered a single cry, instead appearing lost in a sea of innocence. However, what captures the elders' attention is the infant's body, enveloped in a golden radiance, reminiscent of a young true dragon. Could this be the ancient sacred body? One elder gasps in astonishment. Indeed, there is no doubt that it is the ancient sacred body. Why has the heavens treated my Jun family in such a manner? Another elder laments sorrowfully. The emergence of an ancient sacred body within their lineage does not bring joy, but rather despair, as they lament their fate. The reason is straightforward. In the ancient era, the sacred body was indeed formidable, ranking among the top 5 of 3,000 physiques, capable of contending with the likes of the eternal celestial body, chaotic divine body, and heavenly tyrant body. A fully realized sacred body could even rival the great emperors of yore. Yet, in the recent past, the laws of heaven and earth have undergone drastic changes, rendering the environment unsuitable for the cultivation of the ancient sacred body. Moreover, 10 shackles have descended from the heavens, binding the growth of the sacred body. At this moment, the infant Jun Xiaoyao displays a look of bewilderment. I have traversed realms, yet I have been bestowed with a seemingly useless ancient sacred body. In his previous life, Jun Xiaoyao was an orphan, raised by a blind fortune teller. The seer foretold that although his life would be filled with hardship, he would be favored by the heavens in his next life, destined to reach the pinnacle of existence. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao was skeptical, but an unforeseen accident claimed his life, and upon awakening, he found himself reborn as an infant. It appears that I have indeed been born at the finish line in this life. Jun Xiaoyao muses inwardly. From the words of the clan elders, he discerns that his family, the Jun clan, is an ancient lineage of great splendor. It is evident that while others are born at the starting line, he has emerged directly at the end. Yet why, in such a formidable family, is my physique deemed worthless? Is this to be yet another tale of a discarded talent? Jun Xiaoyao silently bemoans. Just then, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the signing-in system. Ding, the sign-in location has refreshed. Birthplace, Heavenly Emperor Palace. Ding, this sign-in has triggered a newcomer's lucky critical hit, allowing you to obtain a rare reward of 5 stars or above. Would you like to sign in? Indeed, there's a system. Jun Xiaoyao was not overly surprised. Sign in. Jun Xiaoyao silently chanted. Ding, congratulations to the host. Sign in successful. You have received an 8-star rare reward. An ancient sacred body of great accomplishment. Boom. At the moment the system's voice echoed, Jun Xiaoyao felt an unparalleled power erupting from within him like a volcano. 10 semi-ethereal golden shackles appeared around his body, representing the 10 bindings. What is happening? The elders of various clans were startled, their gazes fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao. Then, amidst the astonished stares of the elders, crack, the first golden chain shattered. Boom. A terrifying surge of vital energy erupted forth. Crack. The second golden chain broke again. The entire Heavenly Emperor Palace trembled, radiant light filling the space. Then came a third, fourth, fifth. Finally, all 10 chains shattered simultaneously. Boom. In the heavens above, the skies transformed and thunder rumbled. Countless spectral figures of saints manifested from the firmament, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands, all bowing toward the direction of Jun family's divine island. This extraordinary spectacle stirred the entire wilderness celestial domain. Heavens, what is happening? There are spectral saints manifesting in the sky. The direction they are bowing toward is the Jun family of Huangzhou. It must be the Kiran child of the Jun family, who has been gestating for 10 years. What kind of physique does he possess to evoke such a phenomenon of 10,000 saints bowing? In the wilderness celestial domain, across the 3,000 states, numerous ancient powers and prominent figures of the immortal dynasty marveled at the sight. Such a phenomenon is rarely seen throughout history. Even the birth of an ancient emperor was not as extraordinary. Many were curious about the Kiran child of the Jun family and what kind of monstrous physique he possessed. At this moment, within the heavenly emperor palace, the elders who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life stood in a state of bewilderment. Among them, a white-haired elder in a golden robe, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, "Haha, this is my grandson. My grandson possesses the bearing of an emperor." The elder, named Jun Xuan, was a high-ranking elder of the Jun family. Yet at this moment, he acted like a child, dancing with joy as he embraced Jun Xiaoyao, unable to contain his elation. Jun Xiaoyao, hearing this somewhat familiar remark, felt a light sweat break out. He felt as if he were an old general on a stage, adorned with flags behind him. Truly, he was worthy of being called grandfather. Wonderful, a naturally born ancient sacred body capable of breaking chains, indeed unheard of. Even after searching through historical records for 1,000,000 years, one would not find another. An elder praised, "With this child, our Jun family can vie for an imperial throne for an entire era." Ha! The ancient royal clan's ancestral dragon nest has produced a being endowed with the blood of the imperial dragon, and yet they dare to provoke our Jun family, claiming that our younger generation is lacking. Truly, this is absurd beyond measure. Another elder scoffed derisively. Though the Jun family reigns supreme over the celestial domain of the wild sky, basking in glory, they are not without adversaries. The ancestral dragon nest and the mountain of 10,000 phoenixes are among the ancient royal forces that harbor enmity towards the Jun family. Additionally, the life-forbidden zone and the eternal burial grounds pose lurking dangers. However, the elders firmly believe that all these threats will dissipate with the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao. For the Jun family has acquired a formidable being who has transcended the shackles of limitation, a consummate ancient sacred body. Boom! Within Jun Xiaoyao, golden blood coursed through his veins. Upon breaking free from the constraints of a sacred body, his aura surged exponentially, refining tendons, forging bones, transmuting blood, opening meridians, gathering spirit. Before the astonished gazes of Jun Xuan and the assembled elders, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation soared, shattering 5 physical barriers in one fell swoop. It is worth noting that even the most gifted prodigies typically require at least 5 years to attain such mastery of the flesh, and that is under the nurturing of numerous sacred herbs. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao had merely been born for a quarter of an hour and had already breached 5 thresholds, a feat that would leave many prodigies questioning their own existence. A broken shackles ancient sacred body is truly a monstrous anomaly. Even the seasoned elders, well acquainted with the world, could not suppress their coarse exclamations. But even more astonishing developments were yet to unfold. Surrounding Jun Xiaoyao were ethereal manifestations of myriad saints, swirling and chanting hymns in reverence towards him. Could this be the manifestation of a sacred body, with myriad saints paying homage? The minds of Jun Xuan and the other elders were left in a state of shock and numbness. Typically, various sacred bodies possess their own unique manifestations. It is said that the consummate ancient sacred body possesses 6 manifestations when fully awakened. These 6 manifestations form the 6 paths of reincarnation, capable of sweeping aside all foes in the world. One elder's gaze glimmered with fervor. Jun Xuan could hardly contain his joy, envisioning the grand spectacle of his grandson being hailed as emperor, with myriad clans coming to pay their respects. Not only the elders, but even Jun Xiaoyao himself marveled at the situation. With his unparalleled talent, unmatched lineage, and an accompanying signing and system, how could any other prodigy in this era hope to compete? Just as Jun Xiaoyao contemplated whether he should adopt a more low-key demeanor in the future, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. A new signing and location has been refreshed. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the 18 Ancestors, the Identity of the Divine Son, Sequence 0. It seemed that even the system conspired against my desire for discretion. As Jun Xiaoyao silently lamented, a notification chimed. Sign-in point refresh. Please sign in at the Taiyi ancient tablet. Taiyi ancient tablet. Where might that be? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. However, there was no rush. After all, he was merely an infant at present, and he had already signed in to inherit a fully realized primordial sacred body, marking a flawless beginning. The subsequent sign-in locations could be explored in due time. Having acquired the primordial sacred body this time, he couldn't help but wonder what treasures awaited him in future sign-ins. A sense of anticipation stirred within him. At that moment, Jun Xuan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I have yet to name my precious grandson. How about calling him Jun Changsheng, symbolizing his future path towards eternal life?" The infant Jun Xiaoyao felt somewhat speechless. While the name Jun Changsheng was passable, he still preferred to retain his own name. "Ah, that won't do. There are far too many people named Changsheng." Several elders shook their heads in disapproval. In this world, where everyone sought longevity, it was only natural that such names proliferated. Just then, a faint voice interjected, "Why not call him Xiaoyao instead? My husband once said, achieving immortality is easy, but true freedom is difficult. I only wish for my child to live a carefree life." The beautiful woman, pale and lying on the bed, spoke. She was none other than Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ro. The suggestion from Jiang Ro could not be dismissed by Jun Xuan and the others, as her lineage was far from ordinary. She was a divine maiden from the ancient Jiang clan. Although the Jiang clan did not boast the same prominence as the Jun clan, it was still an ancient family of considerable repute. "Very well, let us call him Xiaoyao," Jun Xuan nodded, though he seemed to have suddenly recalled something troubling. Letting out a slight sigh, observing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyelids flickered. He realized that his father was seemingly absent. Surely this wouldn't follow the typical trope of a father sacrificing himself for power? "Zhantian, do not worry. Jun Wuhui is the white-clad divine king. How could he easily fall? Moreover, this child may one day seek out his father for assistance," an elderly woman reassured him. "Indeed," Jun Xuan chuckled, "Ah, I still have my precious grandson." Jun Xiaoyao blinked, secretly noting his father's title, the white-clad divine king, Jun Wuhui. From this name, it appeared that his father held a rather distinguished standing. The news of Xiaoyao possessing the fully realized primordial sacred body would likely stir the celestial realm. It was important to note that there were numerous forces lurking in the shadows, wishing ill upon the Jun family. An elder spoke with profound concern. "Are you suggesting we employ measures to conceal the sacred body fluctuations emanating from Xiaoyao?" Jun Xuan inquired. The other elders nodded in agreement. When a tree stands out in the forest, it is sure to attract the wind. Jun Xiaoyao was now the jewel of the Jun family. Any misstep was utterly unacceptable. As a descendant of the Jun family, when did we learn to cloak our true intentions? Is not even a sacred body worthy of protection? At that moment, a chilling snort reverberated from the heavens, startling the entire Jun family. Countless gazes turned towards the celestial emperor's palace. Sensing a powerful aura emanating from the ancestral shrine, a long-dormant ancestor had risen from his coffin. Could it be that even the ancestor was stirred? From all directions, the Jun family members gasped in astonishment. This was a figure of ancestral significance, one whom many in the family would never encounter in their lifetimes. Yet, upon the birth of Jun Xiaoyao, this esteemed ancestor was awakened, leaving many in awe and envy. Within the celestial emperor's palace, Jun Xuan and the other clan elders, upon hearing the sound, displayed their astonishment and promptly exited the palace. Above the celestial emperor's palace, a colossal spatial rift tore open, revealing a somewhat gaunt figure clad in gray robes. This elder appeared as if he had just emerged from the earth, his attire still dusted with soil. Yet, within his shriveled form lay an immense power, as if he could trample upon all realms beneath his feet. It was the 18th ancestor. They had encountered the 18th ancestor. Jun Xuan and the others hastily bowed in reverence. This gray-robed elder was the true ancestral figure of the Jun family, entombed in the ancestral shrine for countless years. Only during times of great upheaval or peril would he awaken. Jun Xuan and the others could hardly fathom that the birth of Jun Xiaoyao would capture the attention of their ancestor. In a flash, the 18th ancestor appeared before Jun Xuan, cradling Jun Xiaoyao. His gaze was profound, resembling the celestial bodies themselves, as he looked upon the child. Jun Xiaoyao blinked, neither crying nor fussing, but rather displaying a hint of curiosity. Is this truly our ancestor? What an overwhelming aura, even more potent than grandfather's, Jun Xiaoyao mused inwardly. Unable to contain his joy, the 18th ancestor laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wonderful! My Jun family has produced a true dragon. You foolish ones! How dare you attempt to conceal this child's brilliance?" "Ancestor, I fear for my grandson's safety in the future," Jun Xuan replied, steeling himself. Though they held high status, in the presence of the 18th ancestor, they were merely juniors. Let me see who dares. Should those old geezers lower themselves to confront Xiaoyao, I would not hesitate to incite an immortal battle. turning the heavens and earth upside down, with rivers of blood flowing for miles. The 18th ancestor's demeanor was fiercely domineering. Jun Xuan and the others swallowed hard. An immortal battle was one waged by ancient families, supreme empires, and primordial royal clans, capable of shaking the celestial realm and spilling the blood of countless beings. The realm of the wild celestial had not witnessed an immortal battle for ages. I hereby declare that this child shall henceforth be the divine son of the Jun family. All cultivation resources shall be directed towards him, even if it requires force. We shall ensure he becomes a formidable sacred body. The 18th ancestor commanded. The elders of the Jun clan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the innate potential of the ancient sacred body, a being destined to shatter shackles. It would be folly not to nurture such a talent. Furthermore, the child was bestowed the qualification of the zero sequence by the 18th ancestor. What? The elders were taken aback. If it were merely the bestowal of a divine son's identity, it could be dismissed as a mere symbol of status. However, the sequence was an entirely different matter. The Jun clan sequence confers the right to contest for the position of clan leader. Among the younger generation of the Jun clan, numbering in the tens of thousands, only 10 individuals are granted this prestigious identity. Thus, only these 10 possess the right to vie for the leadership. Each of these 10, if presented to the world, could captivate an entire era, representing the pinnacle of Jun clan's prodigious talent. Above these 10, there exists the exalted zero sequence. The zero, signifying nothingness, also embodies infinite possibilities. Its status surpasses that of the first sequence. The previous zero sequence was none other than Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-clad divine king, Jun Wuhui, 18th ancestor. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? It may incite discontent among the other sequences, an elder ventured cautiously. Each sequence has undergone countless trials to attain this status. How will the others feel knowing that Jun Xiaoyao was granted the zero sequence upon birth? Their dissatisfaction would compel them to contend for their place in the future. The 18th ancestor dismissed the concern with a wave of his sleeve. Let them compete. They can strive to surpass this child, he declared, clearly exuding confidence in Jun Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao quietly sighed. His grandfather had high hopes for him. The ancestors regarded him with special consideration. And there were secrets pertaining to his father alongside the looming dangers of the Jun clan. It appeared he could not afford to be complacent. With unparalleled talent, an extraordinary background, and systematic support, if he could not dominate an era with such a perfect start, it would simply imply he was lacking. As 3 years swiftly passed, whispers of Jun Xiaoyao continued to circulate throughout the Jun clan. Everyone was aware that upon his birth, he had stirred the 18th ancestor, who personally conferred upon him the identity of a divine son. As for the zero sequence identity, under Jun Xuantian's deliberate restraint, it had not disseminated beyond the clan. Jun Xuantian intended to invite the foremost immortal powers from the archaic celestial domain to Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration, where he would publicly reveal Jun Xiaoyao's zero sequence identity, thus heralding his reputation. This approach would also afford Jun Xiaoyao a decade of tranquil growth. However, should discontent arise among the other Jun clan sequences at that time, it would be up to Jun Xiaoyao to address it himself. Jun Xiaoyao bore no ill will towards this arrangement. He held confidence in his own talents. A decade was ample time. Following the 5th realm of the physical body, one would ascend to the 5 realms of the divine abode, namely the heart abode, liver abode, spleen abode, lung abode, and kidney abode, each corresponding to the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once the 5 realms of divine abode are fully realized, one may gather the sea of spirits, solidify the palace of the mind, and transform into true spirit within a hall of the heavenly emperor palace. Jun Xuantian was elucidating cultivation techniques to Jun Xiaoyao. Throughout these 3 years, Jun Xiaoyao had been diligently consolidating his realm. Each day, various sacred herbs and divine elixirs were laid before him, as plentiful as cabbages. The cultivation of the primordial sacred body is incredibly resource-intensive. However, the Jun family, being an ancient lineage, can indeed support Jun Xiaoyao's extravagant consumption of resources. After 3 years of accumulation, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he could break through to the next realm at any moment. Grandfather, how long does it typically take to break through the 5 realms of divine abode? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Jun Xuantian pondered. Ordinarily, a prodigy would require approximately 5 years. An unparalleled genius might need 2 or 3 years. As for you, being a primordial sacred body with an unmatched physique, perhaps 1 or 2 years will suffice. 1 or 2 years. Jun Xiaoyao mused internally. With a clear path to cultivation now laid out before him, he began to immerse himself in his practice. He was cultivating the Jun family's supreme technique, the Tai Xianjing. This scripture could be cultivated all the way to the supreme realm and is one of the most prestigious techniques of the Jun family. However, as long as Jun Xiaoyao desired, Any resources or techniques were at his disposal. Boom. Within Jun Xiaoyao, it felt as though divine thunder rumbled, and golden vitality surged throughout his being. The accumulation of 3 years erupted at this moment. If one were to gaze within, they would witness his heart shimmering with brilliance, as if it were on the verge of opening a portal. Could it be? Jun Zhantian was somewhat taken aback. He had just completed his explanation. And was his grandson truly about to break through? Even novels would not dare to write such a scenario. Yet, just as Jun Zhantian was astonished, a portal within Jun Xiaoyao's heart seemed to burst open. Boom. Jun Xiaoyao felt his physical form strengthen several-fold, as boundless golden vitality surged forth, causing his power to instantly multiply tenfold. Is this the opening of the heart's divine abode? It seemed not so daunting, Jun Xiaoyao pondered. It appeared that the challenge was not as formidable as Jun Zhantian had described. With his breakthrough smoothly realized, Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate and continued to strive towards the next divine abode portal. Half an hour later, boom, the liver's divine abode was once again shattered, vitality reverberating. Before long, the spleen's divine abode opened anew. Next came the lung's divine abode. As a day was nearing its conclusion, Jun Xiaoyao's entire being trembled, and the kidney's divine abode finally burst open. In that instant, as the 5 divine abodes within him were unlocked, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he had transformed into a war god capable of subduing the universe in all directions. Meanwhile, Jun Zhantian stood frozen in place, lost in a daze, muttering to himself, "Good heavens, my son took 2 years to break through the 5 realms of divine abode. And this grandson achieved it in a single day." Comparisons between people can be infuriating. Jun Zhantian felt like a mere shadow of a man before his grandson, realizing he was, indeed, utterly inferior. Apart from his advanced age and superior cultivation, he is inferior to Jun Xiaoyao in every other aspect. "Grandfather, I sense something amiss." Jun Xiaoyao suddenly furrowed his brows. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Jun Zhantian snapped back to reality, his expression tense. After all, Jun Xiaoyao is the treasure of the Jun family. Should anything happen to him, the 18 ancestors would surely strip him of his skin. Why do I feel that the power concealed within the kidney divine abode is significantly stronger than the other 4? Jun Xiaoyao pondered aloud. This was not to say that the other 4 divine abodes lacked strength, but rather that the kidney divine abode exhibited an extraordinary intensity. Jun Zhantian hastily approached to investigate, ultimately sighing in relief, his gaze laced with a complex mixture of admiration and envy. "Grandfather, I am not in any trouble, am I?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired. "Of course not. Xiaoyao, you must ensure that our lineage flourishes. When the time of the 10-year banquet arrives, I shall ask Jiang Ro to bestow upon you the prized jewel of the Jiang family in marriage," Jun Zhantian replied. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback, only to soon realize the implication. So, the ancient sacred body possesses such capabilities? As for an arranged marriage, Jun Xiaoyao would not easily take a liking to just any gem from the Jiang family. "By the way, grandfather, do you know what the Taiyi ancient stele is?" Jun Xiaoyao sought to shift the topic. Over the past 3 years, Jun Xiaoyao had been in a state of introspection, refraining from signing in. Now that he had once again broken through in cultivation, it was time for him to sign in and claim his rewards. The Taiyi ancient stele originally stood in the wilderness celestial domain as a monument to test physical prowess. However, it was later excavated by our Jun family and placed in the martial arena for the younger generation to assess their physical strength, Jun Zhantian explained. "So that is how it is," Jun Xiaoyao remarked, slightly sweating. "The Jun family truly is domineering, having directly excavated the Taiyi ancient stele. Nevertheless, this convenience spared Jun Xiaoyao the trouble of searching for it. Grandfather, I wish to try my hand at the Taiyi ancient stele," Jun Xiaoyao declared. Jun Zhantian hesitated. Typically, the younger generation who ventured to the Jun family's martial arena were at least 10 years old. Jun Xiaoyao, at merely 3 years of age, though a rare ancient sacred body, might still fall short compared to those older prodigies when it came to testing. "Grandfather, please, I merely wish to give it a try. Failure holds no weight," Jun Xiaoyao reassured him. His intent was purely to sign in and claim a reward. "Very well," Jun Zhantian conceded with a slight nod. A child should experience some setbacks. It helps prevent the arrogance that often accompanies exceptional talent. In that case, should he fail, it would be a suitable consolation for him. Jun Zhantian mused silently. After 3 long years, he could finally step out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the palace. Though only 3 years old, due to his ancient sacred body, he appeared more akin to a 5- or 6-year-old boy. His glossy black hair shimmered, each strand radiant, and his skin glistened like precious stone. His features seemed as though they had been sculpted by the heavens, strikingly handsome and naturally elegant. At such a tender age, she possesses an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a diminutive celestial being. It is hard to fathom how magnificent and striking Jun Xiaoyao will become in adulthood. What rewards might one receive for signing the Taiyi ancient stele? Jun Xiaoyao is filled with curiosity. Jun Linglong, with her exquisite heart of 7 apertures, ponders the identity of the Jun Heavenly Emperor. The Jun family's martial arena is situated atop a colossal island, suspended in the void. Many descendants of the Jun family engage in cultivation within this arena. It features not only a competition stage, but also various areas for testing one's cultivation, available for the family's younger generation to assess their prowess. The Taiyi ancient stele was forcibly claimed and relocated to the martial arena by a powerful figure of the Jun family, serving as a means for the clan's disciples to evaluate their physical cultivation. At this moment, beside the Taiyi ancient stele, a young maiden clad in palace attire is regulating her breath, preparing to challenge the stele. The girl, around 14 or 15, has cascading golden waves of hair that shimmer like the sea, each strand radiant and lustrous. Her skin is as smooth as jade, and her cherry blossom lips exude an air of noble elegance. Despite her youth, her slender form, accentuated by the fitted palace dress, reveals a budding allure. What remarkable achievements will Jun Linglong unveil this time? With her heart of 7 apertures, her comprehension of various techniques is swift. It is presumed she has mastered numerous body refinement methods. It is said that several sequences have sought to recruit Jun Linglong as a follower, yet she has declined their advances. Around her, many Jun family members whisper in hushed tones about the girl named Jun Linglong. While she may not belong to the top 10 sequences, she is nonetheless a renowned noblewoman within the Jun family, primarily due to her possession of the heart of 7 apertures, also known as the Saint's Heart, signifying her potential to ascend to sainthood if she does not falter. Though for an ancient family like the Juns, a saint is not particularly rare. Within the vast expanse of the celestial domain, saints undoubtedly occupy the upper echelons of power. It is her saintly potential that has prompted certain sequences to extend invitations to her, all of which she has gracefully declined. With a resounding declaration, heavenly gold palm, Jun Linglong raised her hand, as white as jade, and struck the Taiyi ancient stele. Though her figure appeared delicate, it now exuded an overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, the stele illuminated, revealing a force of 150,000 pounds. Jun Linglong is extraordinarily powerful, having increased her strength by an additional 30,000 pounds since her last attempt. Indeed, an ordinary prodigy, at the pinnacle of physical cultivation, might only attain a strength of 100,000 pounds, yet Jun Linglong has surpassed that threshold. Admiration echoed from all around, accompanied by the fervent gazes of admirers. However, Jun Linglong's fair visage remained unperturbed, devoid of any ripple of emotion. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Jun Linglong, how is it that after such a long time, you have only increased your strength by 3,000 pounds? A woman in a blue dress approached, swaying her slender waist with grace. Her countenance was enchanting and charming, yet her words bore an edge. She was Lan Qingya, a follower of Jun Zhang, the 10th sequence. Her status surpassed that of a mere follower, for it was said that Jun Zhang favored her greatly. Lan Qingya was not of the Jun family. Rather, she had been recruited from the outside as a follower of Jun Zhang, the 10th sequence. Jun Linglong paid her no heed, but Lan Qingya, with sharp words, remarked, "Young Master Zhang has etched a record of 500,000 pounds of strength upon the ancient monument of Taiyi, a feat many times beyond yours. Yet you have spurned his invitation. Do you now grasp the depths of your ignorance?" Lan Qingya found Jun Linglong's pretentiousness intolerable. Despite Jun Zhang's overtures, Jun Linglong had still rejected him. To Lan Qingya, Jun Linglong was nothing more than a pretentious green tea. Though Jun Zhang is commendable, he is not the pinnacle. The one I shall follow will be an existence capable of suppressing an entire era, Jun Linglong replied calmly. Unbeknownst to all, her 7 apertures Linglong heart held a latent ability that allowed her to glimpse fragments of the future. Of course, this ability was extraordinary and could not be summoned at will. In her lifetime, she had only activated it once. In that fleeting glimpse of the future, she beheld a blurred, transcendent figure clad in white, turned away from the masses. Countless beings, from ancient times and myriad races, bowed before him, reverently calling him the Celestial Emperor. At that moment, Jun Linglong resolved that in this lifetime, the Jun family would surely give rise to a true dragon, one that would dominate the epochs. Yet, she remained puzzled as to which prodigy of the Jun family this worshipped Celestial Emperor represented. This uncertainty led her to refrain from following anyone, as she awaited the appearance of the one who resembled the Celestial Emperor most closely. Though Jun Zhang, as the 10th sequence, was formidable, he did not evoke that particular feeling within Jun Linglong. However, Lan Qingya found Jun Linglong's assertion laughable. To suppress an era. Jun Linglong, your excuse is rather absurd. Even the strongest of the Jun family, the first sequence, would hesitate to utter such a claim. This is a time of great contention, with myriad races rising and prodigies emerging. No prodigy would dare proclaim their ability to suppress this era. At that moment, a white crane soaring in the distant sky captured everyone's attention. Perched atop the crane was a figure resembling a youthful deity, none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Having only just broken through to the fifth realm of divine concealment, he had yet to acquire the ability to traverse the skies, and thus arrived seated upon the crane. Who is that figure? They appear so young. Have they come to the martial arena at such an age? A group of Jun family disciples speculated. Since his birth, Jun Xiaoyao had remained within the celestial emperor's palace, seldom seen among the Jun family. Consequently, apart from the 18 ancestors, a handful of clan elders, and his mother, Zhang Ro, no one else had laid eyes upon Jun Xiaoyao. He, Jun Linglong, gazed upon the youthful figure, and within him, the delicate heart suddenly quivered. A flutter of emotions surged within his heart. Could it be? Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as an instinct washed over him. The white crane descended, and with a light touch of his toes, Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly landed on the ground. What a handsome boy! How I yearn to pinch his cheeks! Exclaimed a maiden from the Jun family, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So adorable, I wish to ride him. Another Jun family woman, voluptuous and assertive, stared intently at Jun Xiaoyao with a foolish grin. Under the scrutinizing gaze of these fierce Jun family women, Jun Xiaoyao felt a chill run down his spine. His vitality was indeed robust, yet he remained merely a 3-year-old child. He had no desire to bear more than he could handle. This child possesses an overwhelming vigor. How does he seem even more formidable than us? A young man from the Jun family could not help but inquire, Child, to which branch of the Jun family do you belong? Why have we never encountered you before? Jun Xiaoyao casually replied, Of course, you have never seen me. I have just emerged from the Heavenly Emperor's palace for the first time. As he spoke, the young man suddenly trembled. The Heavenly Emperor's palace. Only the most esteemed members of the Jun family are qualified to reside there. The young man stared at Jun Xiaoyao, astonished, and stammered. Could it be that you are the one from 3 years ago? Indeed, I am Jun Xiaoyao, he responded lazily. At that moment, an uproar erupted throughout the martial arena. Jun Xiaoyao had now become the most mysterious and distinguished descendant of the Jun family. Born 3 years prior, his arrival had stirred the 18 ancestors, who personally conferred upon him the title of Divine Son. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's current status was on par with the top 10 elite figures. We bow before the Divine Son. Within the martial arena, all the Jun family disciples bowed in unison. Jun Linglong's eyes glimmered with intrigue, yet she too acknowledged Jun Xiaoyao with a salute. Lan Qingya's expression shifted. As an outsider, she dared not offend Jun Xiaoyao and hurriedly bowed as well. Observing the throng of Jun disciples respectfully saluting him, Jun Xiaoyao inwardly clicked his tongue, pondering, this isn't right. According to the usual script, someone should challenge me, only to be fiercely humiliated in return. Why are they behaving so obediently? How can I show off? He felt as though he were striking against cotton, yielding no impact. He still wished to find someone to showcase his prowess, or rather, to engage in a friendly exchange. Nevertheless, Jun Xiaoyao had underestimated the weight of his title as Divine Son. It seemed that no one present dared to show him any disrespect. Forget it. Since no one is provoking me, I might as well sign in quickly, he thought, gently shaking his head as he approached the ancient monument of Taiyi. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. You have arrived at the sign-in location, Taiyi Monument. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Jun Xiaoyao silently affirmed. Chapter 5. Sign in, Divine Elephant's Prison Suppressing Technique. A 3-year-old Spirit Sea Realm Master. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a 6-star reward. Divine Elephant's Prison Suppressing Technique. As the system's voice faded, a torrent of profound techniques surged into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. The Divine Elephant subduing prison, drawing on qi to summon the spirit, and transforming spirit into form, with every gesture imbued with the power of the Divine Elephant, encapsulating countless minuscule particles within a single being. Each particle, akin to a divine elephant. Awakening 100,000 particles bestows upon one the might of 100,000 divine elephants. With a single punch, mountains may be cleaved, oceans shattered, stars obliterated, and the very sun and moon overturned, all in the blink of an eye. The Divine Elephant subduing prison technique is an incredibly formidable method. Rare, even within the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao mused silently. He had perused numerous elite body refining techniques of the Jun family, yet none rivaled the rarity of the Divine Elephant subduing prison. Initially, he had presumed that a 6-star reward would pale in comparison to an 8-star reward, but it now seemed quite commendable. Jun Xiaoyao reflected on this realization. He also came to understand that the system's rewards are categorized from 1 to 10 stars. with 1 star being the most ordinary and 10 stars representing the pinnacle. A 6-star reward is indeed quite remarkable. The Divine Elephant Subduing Prison, when paired with the unparalleled physique of the primordial sacred body, is an exquisite match. Jun Xiaoyao promptly settled into a meditative posture, immersed in contemplation. His original intention was merely to sign in at the Taiyi ancient stele, not to assess his physical prowess. Within the human body, 100,000 particles must first be transformed into a colossal elephant, and upon complete awakening, the colossal elephant morphs into a dragon elephant, which then evolves into the primordial form, ultimately becoming the Divine Elephant. Jun Xiaoyao became enveloped in his understanding. Meanwhile, the Jun family disciples surrounding the Taiyi ancient stele were collectively perplexed. What is happening? I thought the Divine Son had come to test his physical strength at the Taiyi ancient stele. Indeed, why is he sitting on the ground? To the eyes of these Jun family youths, Jun Xiaoyao's behavior appeared to be an extraordinary display of human eccentricity. They were unaware that Jun Xiaoyao was deeply contemplating the Divine Elephant Subduing Prison. A stirring sensation lingered, as Jun Linglong's enchanting gaze fixated on Jun Xiaoyao's meditative figure. Though merely a 3-year-old child, he exuded an aura akin to a youthful deity, evoking a sense of unfathomable depth. It remains uncertain, yet not out of the realm of possibility, Jun Linglong pondered. Upon his birth, he had summoned the veneration of myriad saints, astonishing the entire wilderness celestial domain. Many disciples of the Jun family present were speculating about Jun Xiaoyao's innate constitution. Although Jun Zhantian and others had not deliberately concealed the fact that Jun Xiaoyao possessed the primordial sacred body, they had also refrained from widely publicizing it. Thus, most members of the Jun family were still unaware of Jun Xiaoyao's true nature. Is this the legendary Divine Son, the one spoken of in hushed tones? He seems no more formidable than a child, and at such a tender age, could he truly dare to challenge the Taiyi ancient stele? Lan Qingyao observed Jun Xiaoyao as well. Her eyes held little awe, given her backing from the 10th rank of the Jun family. Often, even among the Jun family's prodigies, there was a hesitance to provoke Lan Qingyao, for fear of incurring the wrath of her formidable ally, Jun Zhangjian. The sword-wielding young master set a remarkable record of 5 million pounds at the ancient monument of Taiyi, a feat that positions him among the pinnacle of the vast, immortal domain. In the depths of her heart, Lan Qingyao pondered that, given the young master's current realm and age, he could at most possess a strength of 100,000 pounds. To be favored by Jun Zhangjian is the greatest fortune of her life. In her eyes, no one compares to Jun Zhangjian, not even Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, however, Jun Xiaoyao was wholly immersed in his contemplation. He faintly sensed within him 100,000 particles, akin to 100,000 embryos, each harboring an unawakened colossal elephant. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao summoned the golden vitality of the primordial sacred body. This physique is arguably the most suitable for physical training, making the cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique remarkably effective. Rumbling sounds echoed as Jun Xiaoyao felt one of the particles within him rupture, as if a mighty elephant was awakening, letting out a roar that shook the stars. A surge of divine power erupted from Jun Xiaoyao as the colossal particle awakened. 1,000 pounds of immense strength. His spirit jolted. Each colossal elephant represented 1,000 pounds of power. If Jun Xiaoyao could transform all 100,000 particles within him into the strength of colossal elephants, it would amount to 1 billion pounds of might. And Jun Zhangjian possessed merely 5 million pounds of strength. The disparity between 1 billion and 5 million is beyond comparison. Having awakened one particle, the process would undoubtedly become smoother. He was eager to see how many colossal particles the primordial sacred body could awaken at once. Jun Xiaoyao continued his cultivation. As the golden vitality surged upwards, transforming into a golden divine elephant that seemed capable of suppressing the universe. What a powerful vitality! What technique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? The fluctuations of Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation swept across the entire martial arena, leaving countless members of the Jun family spellbound by the spectacle before them. The golden divine elephant dominated the heavens, its trunk curling as if it could grasp the bright moon of the 9 skies. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao sat before the divine elephant, resembling a youthful war god. Rumbling sounds erupted from within Jun Xiaoyao as particles of colossal elephants awakened one after another. Finally, he abruptly opened his eyes, his vitality surging to the 9th heaven. At this moment, his realm experienced another breakthrough, advancing from the great perfection of the 5th layer of divine concealment to a new realm, Spirit Sea realm. A vast expanse of spiritual sea erupted from within Jun Xiaoyao, immense and overwhelming, shaking the very foundations of existence. Having awakened 1,000 colossal particles, he not only achieved the Spirit Sea realm, but also transcended to a new level. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was piercing, his aura unparalleled. After the fifth layer of physical body and fifth layer of divine concealment, there are three grand realms: the ninth layer of Spirit Sea, the ninth layer of Divine Palace, and the ninth layer of True Spirit, collectively known as Gathering Spirit, Condensing Divine Palace, and Transforming True Spirit. It is a rare occurrence in the immortal domain to witness someone break through to the Spirit Sea realm at merely 3 years of age. Am I not mistaken? Has the esteemed young master truly broken through to the Spirit Sea realm? A disciple of the Jun family gaped in astonishment, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. A 3-year-old genius at the Spirit Sea realm elicited gasps of disbelief from a group of Jun family members, casting them into existential doubt. Not only they, but even Jun Xuan, who lurked in the shadows, bore an expression of incredulity. He had initially come to oversee Jun Xiaoyao, fearing that a setback would undermine his own resolve. Yet now, Jun Xuan felt his own convictions shaken. My grandson is simply extraordinary. I wonder where he acquired such remarkable techniques, he murmured. As a powerful sage, he could discern the exceptional nature of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique at a glance. With 1,000 giant elephant particles awakened, Jun Xiaoyao eagerly contemplated the Taiyi ancient monument before him. 1,000 particles represented an overwhelming force of 10 million pounds. This figure was already the 10th sequence, double that of Jun Xuan's record. If nothing unexpected occurred, it seemed Jun Xuan's record might soon be eclipsed. Clenching his fist with one hand, an overwhelming surge of divine power coursed through Jun Xiaoyao's body. The Son of Destiny was about to challenge the Taiyi ancient monument. Could he surpass Jun Xuan's record? At that moment, the entire martial arena was filled with the intense gaze of countless Jun family disciples. Launching out bit her lip, silently thinking, it won't happen. Young Master Zhang Jian's record shall not be broken by anyone. Chapter 6. Shattering the Ancient Limits. Will Jun Linglong follow? Jun Zhangjian's record of 5 million pounds had stood on the Taiyi ancient monument for quite some time. This was not to say that he was the strongest among the younger generation of the Jun family. Many of the other sequences were either training outside or in seclusion, having not tested their physical strength on the Taiyi ancient monument. At this moment, as Jun Xiaoyao prepared to make his move, all eyes converged upon him. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, designated as the Son of Destiny from birth. Every action he took was met with scrutiny from all directions. If Jun Xiaoyao performed poorly, while no one would dare openly mock him, it was evident that whispers of discontent would arise in their hearts. Even Jun Xuan, concealed in the void, felt an unusual tension. The opportunity to establish authority within the Jun family hinged upon Jun Xiaoyao's performance this time. Jun Xiaoyao himself, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. He simply wished to test his strength after his breakthrough. His fingers clenched into a fist, straightforward and unadorned. Within him, it felt as if 1,000 colossal elephants were surging forth, their terrifying power transmitted through his veins and muscles to his fist. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao's fist struck the Taiyi ancient monument, and the golden elephant phantom behind him seemed to strike in unison. In an instant, the ancient monument trembled violently. A blinding number appeared upon its surface, 10 million pounds. Gasping in disbelief, all the Jun family disciples rubbed their eyes, struggling to accept what lay before them. At merely 3 years of age, 10 million pounds of strength. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Qingyao's elegant eyes widened, and her delicate figure trembled slightly, deeply shaken in spirit. Although she was reluctant to acknowledge it, the Taiyi ancient stele had never erred. Jun Linglong's beautiful gaze also flickered with astonishment, further solidifying her inner suspicions. Even Jun Xuan, hidden in the shadows, appeared momentarily dumbfounded, his expression bordering on the absurd. However, the events were far from over. Cracks began to emerge, radiating from Jun Xiaoyao's fist like a spiderweb, extending in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao himself was momentarily taken aback. He swore he had no intention of vandalizing public property. With a sharp crack, under the astonished gazes of all present, the Taiyi ancient stele shattered piece by piece, ultimately disintegrating into countless fragments. As it crumbled, a voice resonated from the void, echoing throughout the Jun family. Recreate the eternal extreme realm. Bestow the reward of the heavenly Tao. This voice, magnificent and profound, seemed to emanate from an ancient emperor whispering in the void. Yet, its proclamation left all in awe. The eternal extreme realm. What did this signify? It represented that throughout countless epochs, no one had possessed greater physical strength than Jun Xiaoyao at his age. Even the ancient emperors, the supreme ancient monarchs, could not match his physical prowess at the tender age of 3. This was undeniably a terrifying record. In contrast, Jun Zhangjian's record of 500,000 pounds appeared trivial. Lord Sun has shattered the eternal extreme realm. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. If she had merely speculated before, now she harbored a certainty of 50%. Jun Xiaoyao might indeed be the invincible being, turning his back to the multitude in the future. Lan Qingya's complexion paled. This record was too formidable for her to fathom. Recalling her earlier speculation that Jun Xiaoyao possessed only 100,000 pounds of strength, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing. Haha, grandson. Truly impressive. Jun Zhantian could not contain himself, appearing from the void, his face aglow with joy. Jun Xiaoyao's lips twitched. Why did that sound like an insult? The other disciples of the Jun family, witnessing Jun Zhantian's emergence, bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, ancestor." "Grandfather, the Taiyi ancient stele has shattered," Jun Xiaoyao remarked, somewhat speechless. "It matters not. It has shattered. It has shattered. You have brought great surprise to our Jun family." Jun Zhantian rejoiced uncontrollably. In comparison to the record set by Jun Xiaoyao, the shattering of the Taiyi ancient stele was of little consequence. At that moment, a swirl of chaotic light materialized in the void, ultimately settling in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. This was the reward for breaking the eternal extreme realm. Jun Xiaoyao focused his gaze and discovered it was a jade tablet. As a surge of divine consciousness penetrated it, he was astonished to find that the tablet contained the knowledge of a supreme soul refining technique, the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Method. How intriguing. Is this meant to render both my body and soul invincible? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. His physical form had transcended all limits, unmatched throughout history. With the supreme soul refining technique, his body and spirit would soon attain perfection. Who could possibly rival him? As Jun Xiaoyao contemplated, he stored away the jade slip, deciding to delve deeper into its mysteries at a later time. At that moment, a radiant light streaked across the distance, heralding the arrival of a high-ranking elder from the Jun family, who proclaimed in a booming voice, "The 18th ancestor has sensed the breaking of the ancient limit, and rewards Jun Xiaoyao with 3 immortal herbs." The elder's announcement once again sent shockwaves through the crowd. A throng of Jun family disciples seethed with envy. The immortal herbs were exceedingly rare treasures. Generally speaking, even a first-rate force from the celestial realm might possess only 1 or 2 such herbs. Although the Jun family was an ancient lineage with profound roots, their stock of immortal herbs was still limited. To bestow 3 at once was unprecedented in the family's history. However, considering that Jun Xiaoyao had shattered an ancient record, such a reward seemed entirely justified. Lan Qingya was left in stunned silence. She vividly remembered how Jun Zhantian had once been fortunate enough to acquire a single immortal herb, treating it with the utmost reverence, as if it were a revered ancestor, reluctant to use it. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao had received 3 in one fell swoop. Such a disparity was staggering. "Please convey my gratitude to the 18th ancestor for the generous reward," Jun Xiaoyao said, composed and unassuming. He had also resolved to retreat to the Heavenly Emperor's palace to assimilate the fruits of his recent accomplishments. Jun Linglong hesitated momentarily, biting her lip, before stepping forward with a flutter of her lotus-like feet, her heart racing as she spoke. "Young master, please wait." Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and beheld Jun Linglong. She was adorned in palace attire that gracefully accentuated her emerging figure. Her golden, slightly curled hair sparkled brilliantly, framing her flawless, snow-white visage, exuding an unparalleled elegance. "And you are?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, perplexed. "I am the humble Jun Linglong, honored to meet the esteemed young master," she replied, her demeanor slightly awkward, typically composed and graceful. She now felt utterly ordinary in the presence of Jun Xiaoyao, devoid of any trace of pride. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Jun Xiaoyao responded coolly. The golden-haired maiden was indeed pleasing to the eye, yet Jun Xiaoyao was not the type to be rendered immobile by the mere sight of a woman. Thus, he maintained a notably indifferent demeanor. Feeling an unusual flutter of nerves, Jun Linglong performed a respectful bow before speaking. "Linglong wishes to become a follower of the young master." At her words, the martial arena fell into an eerie silence. Many male disciples of the Jun family turned pale, their hearts shattered. In their eyes, the lofty and unattainable Jun Linglong, who was to be admired from afar, had now humbled herself, voluntarily offering to be someone else's follower. The sensation was akin to witnessing one's goddess willingly relinquish her dignity to become another's plaything. Chapter 7. I am the Heavenly Emperor, destined to vanquish all foes of the world. "You wish to follow me?" Jun Xiaoyao said, slightly taken aback. Jun Linglong's thoughts were truly unexpected for him. The phenomenon of followers is exceedingly common. Within the top 10 lineages of the Jun family, each member boasts a cadre of formidable devotees. These may be prodigious disciples from within the Jun family or exceptionally talented individuals lured from outside. In essence, Every extraordinary figure cultivates followers who will eventually become a significant force. Even his father, Jun Wuhui, once had a group of followers known as the Divine King's Eightfold, each capable of standing alone, worthy of being called extraordinary heroes. Jun Xiaoyao had considered this notion, but at merely 3 years of age. He felt no urgency to recruit followers, and thus had not given it much thought. Why? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. It was due to his breaking of the eternal extreme realm, a certain intuition, Jun Linglong explained, her beautiful, profound eyes reflecting the weight of her words. She was reluctant to disclose specific details about that glimpse of the future, as doing so might subject her to immense consequences she was not yet prepared to bear. Intuition. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily at a loss for words. He sensed that Jun Linglong was privy to certain insights, but chose not to articulate them. Nonetheless, he had occasionally heard of her remarkable attributes. Born with an exceptionally perceptive heart, she could grasp any martial arts or techniques with remarkable swiftness. Should she not falter, she was destined for greatness. This celestial beauty, wherever she might be, would undoubtedly be the center of attention, deserving to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Currently, his grandfather tended to his daily needs, imparting teachings and incessantly urging him to grow up and expand the Jun family lineage, which left Jun Xiaoyao feeling rather helpless. Though he appeared merely 3 years old, his mind was already quite mature, and spending each day with an elderly man, even if it was his grandfather, grew tiresome. He mused that it would not be unappealing to have Jun Linglong serve as a maid. Jun Xiaoyao had not contemplated fostering Jun Linglong in any capacity. However, should she serve as a maid, he could find that acceptable. Should outsiders discover his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. How could he suggest that a celebrated prodigy, the focus of countless admirers, serve as a mere maid? It is worth noting that even someone as illustrious as Jun Zhangjian merely sought to win Jun Linglong over as a fellow practitioner. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak, a female voice interjected. Jun Linglong, you actually intend to follow another? The speaker was Lan Qingya. Daring not to offend Jun Xiaoyao, she directed her remarks towards Jun Linglong. What is the meaning of this? Jun Linglong replied calmly. In Jun Xiaoyao's presence, she might feel apprehensive, but she bore no reservations with Lan Qingya. The sword-bearing young master personally sought to recruit you, only to be rejected. And now, you choose to follow someone else. What does this say about the sword-bearing young master's dignity? Lan Qingya's expression darkened. Isn't your action a blatant affront to Jun Zhangjian? Though Jun Zhangjian was indeed exceptional, Jun Linglong declared, the one I shall follow will be a being capable of suppressing an entire era. Jun Linglong's tone was imbued with a hint of fervor. Suppress an entire era? Are you referring to him? Lan Qingya instinctively remarked, her words unrestrained. Humph, what an uncouth creature. Before Xiaoyao could utter a word, Jun Zhangjian raised his brow, and with a flick of his sleeve, puffed. Lan Qingya's delicate form was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. This was merely Jun Zhangjian's disdain for her lowly status, as he could not be bothered to eliminate her. In the future, he might wish to spar with his brother from the Sword Clan. As for you, be gone, Jun Xiaoyao stated indifferently, showing no interest in dealing with such a minor character. Lan Qingya's complexion turned pale. She glanced at Jun Linglong, a flicker of unwillingness evident in her eyes before she turned to leave. Jun Linglong paid her no mind, instead fixing her gaze intently on Jun Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of pitiful vulnerability. Had it been any other man, he would have eagerly acquiesced. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao inquired, are you capable of serving others? The question caught everyone off guard. A distinguished female prodigy from the Jun family had never been known to serve anyone. Jun Linglong was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded. She was determined to seize this opportunity. Very well, I consent, Jun Xiaoyao replied decisively. At this moment, both Jun Linglong and those around her realized that Jun Xiaoyao was not selecting a follower, but rather choosing a maid. Instantly, all the male prodigies present exhibited looks of envy and jealousy. It was no small feat to have Jun Linglong as a maidservant. Jun Linglong herself was momentarily dazed. How could she, a renowned daughter of heaven, end up as a maid? However, as she pondered the possibilities of the future, her beautiful eyes gleamed with determination. She parted her lips to inquire, since you, my lord, have posed so many questions, may I ask one in return? What question? Jun Xiaoyao responded. If, in the future, my lord were to ascend to the heavens, what would you do? Upon asking, she fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon him. Jun Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and shook his head. It is quite simple. I shall be the heavenly emperor, annihilating all enemies in the world. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, thunder roared from the heavens, and the skies trembled. His words carried weight, causing the very fabric of reality to shudder. Everyone present displayed expressions of astonishment. Such a scene was unprecedented. Jun Xuan inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with complexity. Without regret, your child truly mirrors your former self, brimming with ambition. Jun Xuan understood that this statement bore significant implications for Jun Xiaoyao. At the very moment Jun Xiaoyao uttered these words, in a forbidden zone of life within the celestial realm, an ancient, hoarse voice echoed. The Jun family of this generation harbors great ambitions, haha. Meanwhile, from an ancient spiritual mountain where divine phoenixes soared and true phoenixes spiraled, a voice laced with cold mockery emerged. Annihilate all enemies in the world? Has Jun Wuhui's descendant grown so arrogant? In an ancient nest where the dragon veins converge, indifferent words echoed. In this lifetime, the path of the emperor shall unveil. And my clan's descendants, the dragon Outyin and others, will make the Jun family and other archaic clans comprehend the meaning of prodigies shedding blood amidst desolation. Jun Xiaoyao perhaps never anticipated that a mere utterance of his would provoke such a tremor. When he finally regained his senses, he found Jun Linglong's gaze shimmering with brilliance. Fixed upon him. What is it? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, touching his face. Linglong is resolute in her desire to follow the divine sun. Jun Linglong had decisively made up her mind, unwavering. From that single statement, she had grasped much. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, satisfied with the outcome. He had signed in and acquired the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, shattered the ancient extremes, received the rewards of the heavenly path, and the chaos divine demon visualization. Furthermore, he had been granted 3 immortal divine herbs by the 18 ancestors. Ultimately, he had even attracted a golden-haired maiden to serve as a maid, marking a complete fulfillment of his endeavors. Chapter 8. The sign-in location refreshes, the 10th sequence. Jun Zhangjian emerges from seclusion. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao, accompanied by Jun Linglong and Jun Zhantian, returned to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. The other Jun family disciples at the martial arena gazed at their departure with envy and reverence. Had Jun Xiaoyao failed to perform, whispers of discontent would have surely emerged. However, now his accomplishments had thoroughly won the admiration of all. Seeing even Jun Linglong willingly serve as Jun Xiaoyao's maid, one young man of the Jun family curiously asked, "Do you think Jun Zhangjian will seek to reclaim his honor?" Surely not. As long as Jun Zhangjian is not foolish, he would not provoke the divine sun. Others shook their heads in response. Everyone understood that Jun Xiaoyao was highly regarded by the 18 ancestors, with boundless prospects ahead, destined to become the pillar of the Jun family. If Jun Zhangjian were to offend Jun Xiaoyao over a mere Lan Qingya, he would undoubtedly be acting irrationally. As for Jun Xiaoyao himself, he paid no mind to Jun Zhangjian's affairs. Should he come seeking retribution for Lan Qingya, Jun Xiaoyao would gladly engage him in combat. Is this truly the Heavenly Emperor's palace? Jun Linglong gazed at the majestic edifice before her, excitement flickering in her expression. Though her status was elevated, she had never been granted entry into the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Be casual, no need for formality. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Thank you, Divine Sun. Jun Linglong bowed to him, her smile sweet. For others, even a fleeting glance from Jun Linglong would be a rare privilege. Yet he could effortlessly take her as a maid. Such was the nature of power and status. Jun Xiaoyao mused in awe. Truly, reincarnation was a skillful endeavor. By the way, Grandpa, with Linglong attending to my needs, you need not visit every day, Jun Xiaoyao turned to say. Hey, you rascal. Jun Zhantian huffed, glaring. Now that you have a beautiful maid, you intend to cast your old grandpa aside? Although unable to resist Jun Xiaoyao's persuasion, Jun Zhantian still acquiesced, promising to visit when important matters required discussion. In the subsequent days, Jun Xiaoyao immersed himself in the profound comprehension of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, a formidable body-refining martial art. This technique transcends mere brute strength. It encapsulates the evolution of martial arts principles. For instance, it can manifest the ultimate offensive technique, the spear of the underworld god, derived from the ancient divine elephant that possesses the power to subdue the boundless abyss, drawing upon the essence of hell to forge a spear capable of piercing through all. Furthermore, it can evolve into the most potent defensive technique, the guardian of the underworld god, which is invulnerable and indestructible. Additionally, it can coalesce into the wings of the demon, allowing for rapid movement through the void with a mere flap. As Jun Xiaoyao delves deeper into his understanding, the abilities he unlocks will multiply exponentially. Ultimately, he may even evolve into a true ancient divine elephant, summoning the gates of hell, compelling countless demons to fight on his behalf. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique is undeniably practical, and Jun Xiaoyao cannot help but marvel at its efficacy. Although the Jun family possesses several supreme body-refining techniques, none compare to the comprehensive functionality of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. He fervently hopes for another opportunity to sign in, filled with anticipation for the chance to do so once more. Ding! At that moment, A voice resonated within Jun Xiaoyao's mind, announcing the system's message. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the 10th birthday banquet. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. The 10th birthday banquet, is it my own? He recalled Jun Zhantian mentioning that the Jun family would host a grand celebration for him upon reaching his 10th year. The event would invite many forces from the Wild Heaven celestial domain, ancient clans, and supreme families to partake in the festivities. Furthermore, his identity as Sequence Zero would also be revealed at this banquet. This gathering marks Jun Xiaoyao's inaugural entry into the world. It seems that the sign-in locations and timings are arbitrary, lacking any discernible pattern, he pondered. Nevertheless, this is of little concern. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique and the Chaotic Divine Demon Visualization Method are already sufficient for his current cultivation. He finds himself eagerly anticipating the 10th birthday banquet, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. By the way, why has there been no movement from Jun Zhantian? Could it be that he truly has succumbed to fear? Jun Xiaoyao mused inwardly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, within the Jun family, on a floating spiritual island, the top 10 sequences of the Jun family enjoy a status unlike that of ordinary prodigies, each possessing an independent residence, be it a celestial palace, a divine island, or a blessed cave. This spiritual island serves as the residence of Jun Zhantian, the family's 10th sequence. Upon this island stands a peak resembling a long sword, thrusting into the heavens, emanating a sword aura that radiates an imposing presence akin to celestial authority. At the foot of this mountain, a figure clad in a blue dress, Lan Qingya, has awaited for several days. Has the sword-wielding young master yet to emerge? Her expression betrays a mix of anxiety, grievance, and unwillingness. The more she reflects on the events that transpired in the martial arena, the more suffocated and enraged she feels. Yet, she cannot confront Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong, leaving her reliance solely on Jun Zhantian. In the past, whenever someone offended Lan Qingya, they would seek out Jun Zhantian, and inevitably, the offender would end up apologizing. This consistent pattern has fostered Lan Qingya's proud demeanor. Suddenly, a tremendous surge emanated from the peak of the mountain, accompanied by a terrifying storm of spiritual energy that tore through the heavens, manifesting as a tornado. It was Jun Zhantian, who had once again broken through. On Ling Island, several of his followers were roused, their gazes fixed upon the summit. The look of grievance on Lan Qingya's face dissipated, replaced by a palpable excitement. With Jun Zhantian's newfound strength, she believed he could avenge her. If not Jun Xiaoyao, then at least Jun Linglong must be taught a lesson. Atop the mountain stood a young boy clad in a black cloak, a sword strapped to his back, descending through the void. Generally, upon reaching the Divine Palace realm from the spiritual sea realm, one could traverse the air. Clearly, this black-cloaked youth was a master of the Divine Palace realm. He appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, his inky hair billowing, and his deep black eyes exuding an aura that resembled a divine sword capable of cleaving the heavens, instilling fear in all who beheld him. This young man was none other than Jun Zhantian, the 10th in the Jun family hierarchy. It was said that upon his birth, every swordsman in the Jun family had their swords drawn, pointing toward the place of his arrival. He possessed an innate clarity of sword intent and an indestructible sword body, capable of housing boundless sword energy within. His prodigious talent in swordsmanship and martial arts was unmatched. Such extraordinary gifts propelled Jun Zhantian to prominence, establishing him as one of the top 10 within the family. Although he ranked last in the sequence, he was not to be underestimated. It is vital to recognize that within the vast Jun family, countless young prodigies aspired for a place in the hierarchy. Not everyone, like Jun Xiaoyao, was born into privilege and exceptional status. Qingya, have you been waiting for me? Jun Zhantian alighted, and his throng of followers bowed respectfully, yet he disregarded them, focusing solely on Lan Qingya. Young Master Zhantian. Lan Qingya feigned tears, her face a picture of grievance as she threw herself into his embrace. The other followers, equally devoted to Jun Zhantian, inwardly cursed her, their eyes betraying disdain. They, too, were followers of Jun Zhantian and found her behavior intolerable. They would call others like Jun Linglong a scheming vixen, yet it was she who truly embodied such a role. What happened? Who has upset you? Jun Zhantian inquired with a faint smile. He indeed held a special affection for Lan Qingya, treating her with an affection that set her apart from the other followers. Lan Qingya recounted the entire affair, her eyes brimming with tears as she lamented, "Young Master Zhantian, all I do is for your sake. Who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong would cause such trouble? You say you've offended Xiaoyao?" The shadow of his hair concealed Jun Zhantian's expression, rendering it unreadable. "Indeed, young Master Zhantian, you must seek justice for me," Lan Qingya implored, her voice tinged with sorrow. Slap. However, what awaited her was a resounding slap. "Are you trying to kill me?" Chapter 9. Lan Qingya seeks forgiveness, the supreme secret of Yuan. Lan Qingya was utterly bewildered. She covered her stinging cheek, gazing at Jun Zhangjian in disbelief. Jun Zhangjian's expression was as dark as a stormy sky, his eyes brimming with coldness. Jun Zhangjian, you hit me? Lan Qingya could hardly fathom the situation. Feeling her swelling cheek, she wondered if she were trapped in a nightmare. Hadn't Jun Zhangjian always been utterly compliant with her? She had even begun to think that the Jun family's hierarchy was insignificant. Lan Qingya fantasized about having complete control over Jun Zhangjian, believing he would obey her every command. Which outsider could ever wield such influence over the Jun family? She, Lan Qingya, could. Yet now, gazing at Jun Zhangjian's grim visage, she felt as though he had transformed into a stranger. Who told you to provoke Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Zhangjian's voice was thick with suppressed fury. I was only considering your best interests, young master. You once sought Jun Linglong's favor, only to be ignored. While she willingly followed Jun Xiaoyao, Lan Qingya continued to plead her case. Nonsense. Jun Zhangjian, incensed by her words, struck her again, this time across the other side of her face. Lan Qingya was knocked back, her lips split and bleeding profusely. Do you even know who Jun Xiaoyao is? Do you know who his father is? Jun Zhangjian was seething with rage. Was Lan Qingya attempting to undermine his esteemed position? It was merely that Jun Wuhui, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. Lan Qingya gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. You have no right to insult Wuhui's clan. Jun Zhangjian delivered a flurry of slaps, leaving her cheeks as swollen as a pig's. All the onlookers were utterly astonished. Had the sun risen from the west? Not only was Jun Xiaoyao the son of Wuhui's clan, but his mother was also a celestial figure from the Jiang family. And he had garnered the attention of the 18 ancestors. Did she wish for him to jeopardize his 10th position in the hierarchy? Jun Zhangjian could hardly contain his desire to strike Lan Qingya down. Why provoke anyone else when she had chosen to confront the most esteemed and influential member of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao? Young Master Zhangjian, Qingya was wrong. Please spare me. Lan Qingya knelt, her chin smeared with blood. She had not anticipated that Jun Zhangjian would be so wary of Jun Xiaoyao, to the extent of resorting to violence against her. Get up and apologize to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian commanded coldly. Young Master Zhangjian. This feels like a thunderbolt to Lan Qingya. If that were to happen, how could she ever show her face in the Jun family again? Moreover, to bow her head before Jun Linglong and admit her fault was an ordeal more repulsive than consuming excrement. You refuse to go? Jun Zhangjian's gaze was as sharp as a blade. I will go, Lan Qingya replied, fear gripping her heart as she wore a look of utter humiliation. Subsequently, a follower presented a bundle of thorny brambles for Lan Qingya to carry upon her back. The sharp thorns pierced her delicate skin, causing her to hiss in pain. Very well, I shall accompany you, for such an act denotes sincerity. Jun Zhangjian hesitated momentarily, but resolved to join her. A profound sense of despair enveloped Lan Qingya. It was her first time witnessing Jun Zhangjian in such a state of unease. Who, then, was Jun Xiaoyao that could instill such trepidation in Jun Zhangjian? With Lan Qingya bearing the brambles as a sign of contrition, they departed from Ling Island, making their way to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Along the journey, many members of the Jun family took note. Is that the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, emerging from seclusion? His strength has evidently improved, and he is headed towards the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Could he be seeking trouble with the Son of God? Wait, look at Lan Qingya, they murmured, their gazes fixating on her. She bore the brambles, her back marred with bloodstains, her cheeks swollen, and her lips cracked and bleeding, presenting a picture of utter disarray. Was Jun Zhangjian not seeking retribution, but rather offering an apology? A wave of astonishment swept through the Jun family members. The illustrious 10th sequence of the Jun family. Surrendering so readily? Alas, only the esteemed Son of God possesses the stature to compel a member of the sequence to yield without a fight. A young man from the Jun family remarked. Among the top 10 sequences, each was imbued with pride. To conquer without conflict was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao had achieved just that. Within the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao relaxed, while Jun Linglong diligently prepared tea for him. Using water drawn from millennial-old dewdrops and leaves plucked from the ancient tree of enlightenment, this brew was something ordinary prodigies could only dream of enjoying in a lifetime. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao savored it daily. My lord, Jun Linglong presented the tea, embodying the role of a devoted maid. At that moment, a servant from the Heavenly Emperor's palace respectfully announced at the door, the Son of God, Jun Zhangjian, has arrived at the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Has he finally come? I have awaited this moment for so long. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is the royal narrative about to unfold? Lan Qingya would return to lament. Jun Zhangjian's blind fury would compel him to come instructively confront her. Jun Xiaoyao, too, required someone to test his divine might. Jun Linglong maintained her composure, aware that Jun Zhangjian would be unable to best Jun Xiaoyao. Ah, dear Xiaoyao, since your birth, this is our first meeting. Yet it is unfortunate it has occurred in such a manner. A jovial voice rang out as Jun Zhangjian entered, accompanied by the disheveled Lan Qingya, who cast her gaze downward, burdened by the brambles. Ah, this is unexpected, Jun Xiaoyao mused, puzzled by Jun Zhangjian's unconventional approach. A follower of mine has provoked your esteemed self, and thus I brought her here to present her apology, hoping you might exhibit magnanimity. Jun Zhangjian stated with a faint smile. Lan Qingya gritted her teeth, overwhelmed by humiliation, yet still knelt on the ground and managed to utter, I hope that Lord Shinxi and Jun Linglong can forgive Qingya. Upon finishing her words, she felt an intense desire to bury her head in the earth. Jun Linglong's delicate face remained indifferent, while Jun Xiaoyao fell into contemplative silence. Observing this, Jun Zhangjian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He genuinely feared that if Jun Xiaoyao were to witness the 18th ancestor's wrath, his own prospects would be utterly obliterated. Gritting his teeth in silence, Jun Zhangjian produced a token and stated, by the way, during my previous training outside, I unexpectedly acquired 2 pieces of the Yuan-Tian Supreme token, rumored to be connected to the Supreme's hidden treasures. Having an extra piece serves me no purpose, so I shall bestow it upon my junior, Xiaoyao. The mention of the Supreme's hidden treasures stirred a subtle tremor within Jun Linglong. Beyond the sacred realm lies the Supreme Realm, representing the pinnacle of existence in the celestial domain, immortal and indestructible, casting a shadow over the eons. The value of such a supreme treasure is beyond imagination. This token, if presented to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm, prompting countless prodigies to vie for it at the cost of their lives. Jun Zhangjian had expended considerable effort and incurred many costs to obtain these 2 pieces. Jun Xiaoyao, taken aback, did not anticipate that Jun Zhangjian would be willing to part with such a precious item. As he pondered this, a voice from the system echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Yuan-Tian Supreme's hidden treasure. Another sign-in location? Jun Xiaoyao's eye shimmered. He discerned certain rules of the sign-in system. First, multiple sign-in locations can exist simultaneously. Second, sign-in locations may refresh in response to events. For instance, upon learning of the Yuan-Tian Supreme's hidden treasure, the sign-in location was updated. Very well, it seems a visit will be necessary in the future, Jun Xiaoyao mused. The opportunity to sign in is exceedingly rare, and the unknown rewards are tantalizing. Brother Zhangjian, you truly are too generous, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile, raising his hand to grasp the Yuan-Tian Supreme token. Jun Zhangjian felt a twitch at his lips. I may not be human, but you are undoubtedly a dog. Yet, while Jun Zhangjian felt a pang of heartache, he was also astounded. Such profound magical power, radiating golden hues. Could it truly be as rumored, the ancient sacred body? Jun Zhangjian felt a surge of trepidation, growing increasingly wary of Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 10. A spar with Jun Zhangjian. Is this it? Previously, Jun Zhangjian had vaguely heard from the clan elders that Jun Xiaoyao was of the ancient sacred body. At that time, he had harbored some skepticism. It is one thing for the ancient sacred body to be nearly extinct in recent antiquity. Even if one were to occasionally appear, they would soon fade into obscurity. Since the recent era, the natural environment has been unsuited for the cultivation of the ancient sacred body, even leading to the descent of 10 shackles that confine its training. If Jun Xiaoyao truly is of the ancient body, then he would be akin to a useless relic. One must ask, would the 18th ancestor truly regard a useless being with any significance? Thus, Jun Zhangjian has long believed that Jun Xiaoyao might possess a physique akin to the legendary ancestral holy body. However, upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's hand raised, emanating a surging golden spiritual power, it indeed resembled the ancestral holy body. For the ancestral holy body is naturally endowed with a golden spiritual sea, and even its blood is a resplendent holy blood. Could it be that the descendant of the Xiaoyao clan is truly the ancestral holy body spoken of in legends? Jun Zhangjian could not help but inquire. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a tranquil nod. This was not a secret, and he had no intention of concealing it. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao confirm this with his own lips, Jun Zhangjian's gaze flickered with astonishment, while the kneeling Lan Qingya was also shaken, her heart filled with resentment. The reality of the ancestral holy body was undeniable, yet if that were the case, why should Jun Zhangjian still harbor concerns about a seemingly inconsequential waste of talent? Lan Qingya lowered her head, her eyes veiled with malice. The humiliation she endured today was not easily forgotten. Since this is the case, I shall take my leave, Jun Zhangjian said with a slight bow. Having suffered a significant loss, he no longer wished to linger. Wait, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly interjected. Xiaoyao, your words. Jun Zhangjian's lips twitched slightly. Could this junior be so greedy as to attempt to swallow more than he could handle? Cough. Brother Zhangjian, you misunderstand. I merely felt a surge of excitement and wished to spar with you, Jun Xiaoyao stated with a light cough. Jun Zhangjian's eyes widened in surprise, and he shook his head with a faint smile. Xiaoyao, you are still quite young. There is no need for such eagerness. We can spar when you have matured further. Jun Xiaoyao was merely 3 years old, while Jun Zhangjian was already 13 or 14. Should he inadvertently injure Jun Xiaoyao, he could hardly bear the wrath of the 18th ancestor. Thus, he outright declined. It is merely a sparring session. I hope you will not refuse, esteemed brother. Jun Xiaoyao insisted. Alas, if that is the case, then very well. However, I hope you will act within your means, Jun Zhangjian replied with a calm demeanor. In terms of status and position, he could not compare to Jun Xiaoyao, yet in terms of cultivation, he could easily overpower him. After a brief moment, they arrived at an open area outside the Heavenly Emperor's palace. A crowd of curious Jun family members had already gathered outside, peering in to discern the outcome of the encounter. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Zhangjian emerge, seemingly on the verge of combat, their expressions were filled with astonishment. What is happening? Were they not supposed to come to apologize? Why are they about to fight? No, look at the demeanor of the son of Xiaoyao. It seems they have not clashed, but are merely sparring, some astute observers discerned. Interest flickered in their eyes. The duel between these two promised to be captivating. One was a prodigy bathed in countless accolades since childhood, while the other was already renowned as the 10th sequence. Although due to age and cultivation no one believed Jun Xiaoyao could best Jun Zhangjian, they still placed their bets. How many moves do you think the son of Xiaoyao can withstand against Jun Zhangjian? I wager 3 moves. Nay, he should at least manage 10 moves. Hearing the chatter around him, a smile involuntarily crept onto Jun Zhangjian's lips. Though surrendering a piece of the Yuan Tian decree caused his heart to bleed, it now appeared that he could still make a name for himself. Beware, disciples of the Xiaoyao clan. With those words, Jun Zhangjian unleashed the overwhelming aura of the Divine Palace's 5 heavens. He employed no martial arts technique. Instead, he pointed with his fingers as if they were swords, aiming directly at Jun Xiaoyao. In response, Jun Xiaoyao, with simplicity, clenched his fist. Within him, 1,000 colossal elephant particles awakened, infusing him with a terrifying divine power of 10 million pounds. As he unleashed this punch, the very fabric of the void seemed to warp, and a massive air cannon erupted forth with a thunderous roar. Feeling the magnitude of this power, Jun Zhangjian's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily attempted to withdraw his hand. Yet it was futile. A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones. Jun Zhangjian was propelled away like a cannonball, his finger bones shattered. This scene left all the onlookers from the Jun family in astonishment. What had transpired? Lan Xingya, who had followed closely, also wore a frozen expression. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She truly had not followed the wrong person. Coughing, Jun Zhangjian found himself in a disheveled state, his finger bones shattered, his eyes betraying the shock he concealed. The terrifying divine power left him with lingering trepidation. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he too was taken aback. Wasn't Jun Zhangjian the 10th in the Jun clan's hierarchy? Was he not supposed to be formidable? Was this it? With a slightly solemn expression, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, Brother Zhangjian, you cannot belittle me simply because of my youth. That would be an insult. With that, Jun Xiaoyao took the initiative to strike. Jun Zhangjian's countenance shifted, and he felt a deep sense of despair. He swore to the heavens that he had not shown any leniency. However, not only Jun Xiaoyao, but even the onlookers from the Jun family were buzzing with speculation, all convinced that Jun Zhangjian had indeed held back. Rising Sun Sword. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's renewed assault, Jun Zhangjian had no choice but to unleash his full power. He released 9 beams of sword light in rapid succession, tearing through the air with a terrifying force that sent chills down the spine. Guardian of the Underworld. Jun Xiaoyao activated the ultimate defensive technique from the Divine Elephant Suppression Art. In an instant, a phantom of the underworld deity seemed to materialize, enveloping his entire being. The 9 beams of sword light struck the phantom, shattering into countless luminous particles. Jun Xiaoyao surged forward once more. A pair of jet black wings, a manifestation of demonic wings, emerging from his back. His speed increased dramatically as he flashed before Jun Zhangjian. Spear of the Underworld. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, channeling boundless divine energy into a long spear of deep purple and black, ignited with dark underworld flames, seemingly capable of piercing through all existence. Purple Emperor Sword Technique. In a moment of urgency, Jun Zhangjian deployed his trump card sword technique, unleashing a purple sword shadow that cleaved through the air. A thunderous collision ensued. However, the result was that the spear of the underworld, empowered with 10 million pounds of might, shattered the purple sword shadow, and continued its unrelenting descent towards Jun Zhangjian. With a swift motion, Jun Zhangjian unsheathed the long sword from his back, positioning it defensively. A resounding clash echoed as the swords met, sending Jun Zhangjian's weapon flying from his grasp and propelling him against the wall with a tremendous impact. The onlookers from the Jun family were left in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Had it truly taken only 3 exchanges for Jun Zhangjian, of the 10th sequence, to be bested? Even in the spirit of concession, one could hardly expect such a defeat. Realization struck even Jun Xiaoyao, as he comprehended that Jun Zhangjian's apparent concession was not born of humility, but rather a testament to his overwhelming strength. Regret washed over him for having misjudged Jun Zhangjian's intentions. Approaching the disheveled figure of his kinsman, he expressed his remorse. "I apologize, brother Zhangjian, for misunderstanding your intentions. I assumed you were merely yielding, but it seems you truly gave it your all." At this, Jun Zhangjian nearly retched, suppressing the urge to vocalize his frustrations. The color of his face oscillated between shades of green and red as he reflected on the earlier restraint he had exercised, fearing injury to Jun Xiaoyao. Now, covered in dirt and nursing injuries, he recognized the extraordinary prowess of his younger kin. Jun Xiaoyao's combat prowess was formidable, and Jun Zhangjian managed a strained smile that resembled a grimace more than anything. Today had been a complete loss of face for him. Jun Xiaoyao had unleashed his full potential, even neglecting to invoke the indestructible sword body. Yet, even if he had, Jun Zhangjian doubted he could have subdued Jun Xiaoyao, who was born amidst an auspicious cosmic phenomenon. Such a manifestation of the sacred body left no room for challengers. A true prodigy, Jun Zhangjian lamented internally. At merely 3 years of age, Jun Xiaoyao's capabilities were already remarkable. In a few years, he would likely be able to contend for a position among the top 5 in the rankings. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished, jaws agape in disbelief. It would not be long before the tale of this confrontation spread throughout the Jun family. Just recently, Jun Xiaoyao had shattered the ancient boundaries at the Taiyi Monument, and now he had triumphed over Jun Zhangjian. Those who had previously doubted him were now filled with admiration. "The future is bright for you, my kin. When you turn 10, you shall surely ascend to the ranks, perhaps even surpassing me," Jun Zhangjian remarked. Acknowledging the family's tradition that only allowed the younger generation to compete for ranking after reaching the age of 10, Jun Xiaoyao shrugged nonchalantly. He was already the designated 0 sequence by the 18th ancestor, his status exceeding even that of the 1st sequence, though this had yet to be publicly declared. The revelation would come at the upcoming banquet celebrating his 10th birthday, and Jun Zhangjian's reaction upon discovering this truth would surely be amusing. Farewell, Xiaoyao. At this moment, all Jun Zhangjian desired was to retreat and immerse himself in training. Jun Xiaoyao spoke lightly. "By the way, brother Zhangjian, as a member of the sequence, there is no need to allow just anyone to become a follower. That would be beneath your dignity." Upon hearing this, Jun Zhangjian's gaze flickered, and he replied, "Understood." However, Lan Xingya's face turned crimson with humiliation, her heart filled with deep resentment. Clearly, when Jun Xiaoyao referred to just anyone, he meant her. Subsequently, Jun Zhangjian and Lan Xingya departed. "Alas, my skills are still insufficient," Jun Xiaoyao mused thoughtfully. Although he was currently in the foundational phase, he ought to cultivate some martial arts techniques. Otherwise, his methods would be overly simplistic. The Jun family, being an ancient aristocracy, possessed an abundance of rare martial arts texts. "I should consult my grandfather," Jun Xiaoyao contemplated. Meanwhile, Jun Zhangjian had not walked far before he halted. "Given our past connections, you should leave the Jun family," he said indifferently. "No, young master Zhangjian, please do not drive Qingya away." Lan Xingya's complexion paled dramatically. Within the Jun family, she had access to all the training resources and held a position of considerable esteem. Should she depart, she would be no different from those struggling at the bottom of the hierarchy. "Begone. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have encountered such troubles and lost face." Jun Zhangjian flung his arm, sending Lan Xingya hurtling away, causing her to spit blood. As she watched Jun Zhangjian's indifferent figure recede, the pain on her face transformed into a deep-seated resentment. "Jun Xiaoyao, it is all your fault, using your status to oppress others. The ancient sacred body. Is it not the body that has broken a single seal? If I were to divulge this information to the opposing forces of the Jun family or the ancient royal clan," Lan Xingya's expression shifted, her mind racing with speculation. With her limited imagination, she could hardly conceive that Jun Xiaoyao had shattered 10 seals of the ancient sacred body. To her, even a single seal broken was exceedingly rare. "By the way, I have heard that Jun Xiaoyao will hold a banquet for his 10th birthday, if enemies are drawn there." Lan Xingya realized that her own capabilities would never allow her to take revenge against Jun Xiaoyao in this lifetime or even in the next. Her only recourse was to employ others to do her bidding. Just wait, Jun Xiaoyao, and you too, Val Jun Linglong. You shall both pay the price. Disheveled and covered in dirt, Lan Qingyao was ultimately escorted away by the Jun family's guards, cast out like refuse. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao paid little heed to such a minor character as Lan Qingyao. In his eyes, she was even less significant than an ant. His admonishment to Jun Zhangjian was merely to avoid future annoyance. At present, Jun Xiaoyao was seeking counsel from Jun Zhantian. What? You wish to learn martial arts techniques? That seems overly ambitious. Jun Zhantian frowned, his white brows knitted. In his view, Jun Xiaoyao was being rather impetuous. He was but 3 years old, a time for laying foundations, not for learning martial techniques. Moreover, the cultivation of martial arts and mystical abilities necessitates innate talent and profound understanding, as well as the expenditure of considerable time. Allow me to give it a try. Should it consume too much time, I shall simply forego the pursuit of the J-N-Shi Oyo path. Ultimately, J-N-Z-H-N-T-I-N, unable to resist, conceded to allow J-N-Shi Oyo to cultivate a particular martial art. Additionally, J-N-Z-H-N-T-I-N harbored a sly intention, deliberately selecting for J-N-Shi Oyo a formidable and complex offensive technique from the J-N family's arsenal. This was the being F-Ju. Upon achieving mastery, the practitioner could condense their spiritual energy into weapons such as swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, among other divine armaments. When the being F-Ju was unleashed, a multitude of weapons would follow, cleaving through heaven and earth with unparalleled might, as J-N-Z-H-N-T-I-N elucidated. Very well, I shall cultivate the being F-Ju, responded J-N-Shi Oyo, his eyes shimmering with excitement. J-N-Z-H-N-T-I-N chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of pride. My dear grandson, you are still too inexperienced to challenge me. I spent an entire year merely to grasp the fundamentals of this technique. In J-N-Z-H-N-T-I-N's expectation, he believed that after a few days of training, J-N-Shi Oyo would abandon his efforts. However, mere days later, within the halls of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, a resounding roar echoed as boundless golden light surged into the sky. The golden spiritual energy swept forth like a tempest, subsequently coalescing into various weapons that cleave through the heavens and the earth. Grandfather, it has only been a few days, and I have barely grasped the basics. Indeed, the cultivation of mystical arts is exceedingly intricate. J-N-Shi Oyo emerged, shaking his head slightly, a look of disappointment etched upon his face. Cough. J-N-Z-H-N-T-I-N nearly coughed up blood. Grandfather? J-N-Shi Oyo inquired, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. Should you wish to learn any technique in the future, seek out the martial pavilion yourself. I require some solitude, J-N-Z-H-N-T-I-N replied, turning away, eager to distance himself from this peculiar child. For he feared that if he lingered any longer, it might shatter his resolve, leading him to question if all his years had been wasted. J-N-Shi Oyo remained bewildered. The subsequent 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, J-N-Shi Oyo turned 8. The young boy had grown into a figure of ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial being. Sometimes, J-N-L-N-G-L-ing would find herself entranced, gazing at J-N-Shi Oyo's extraordinary visage for an entire day without the slightest hint of weariness. For any woman, the privilege of beholding such a transcendent countenance daily would be a fortune unattainable in 3 lifetimes. As for J-N-Shi Oyo, he remained steadfastly dedicated to his cultivation, never allowing himself to falter. His practice was rooted in the J-N family's supreme texts, the T-Iksu N-J-ing. His body refinement method was the S-H-Nexi-Ing-ZH New York J-N, while his soul refinement technique was the H-N-D-N-S-H-N-M-Gu Nexi-Ing-F. Furthermore, he diligently practiced various J-N family martial arts, including the B-Ing-F-Ju, progressing concurrently in all areas. J-N-Shi Oyo's efforts propelled him to transcend the 9th layer of the spiritual sea, entering the divine palace realm, comparable to J-N-Z-H-N-G-N's former cultivation level. Moreover, due to the unique nature of his primordial sacred body, the spiritual sea within his dantian was of a golden hue, boundless and infinite. The magnitude of his spiritual energy was unparalleled among his peers, deserving the title of an endless spiritual sea. With merely 2 years until the grand celebration of his 10th birthday, Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself that after the festivities, he would embark on a journey across the world, seeking information regarding the legendary treasures of the primordial celestial sovereign. He could not shake the allure of the 2 locations he had longed to sign in. Having already attained the formidable ancient primordial sacred body and the divine elephant suppression technique, his curiosity was piqued as to what splendid rewards awaited him next. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong diligently practiced in a secluded chamber of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, having wholly devoted herself as Jun Xiaoyao's loyal handmaiden. At a certain moment, sensing a shift, she retrieved a jade slip used for transmitting messages, which contained some news. Is it her? Jun Linglong's graceful eyes narrowed. Chapter 12. The Princess of the Ancient Kingdom seeks a remedy in the Fire Prefecture, one of the 3,000 states of the desolate celestial domain. Its expanse is far less than that of the Emperor's state where the Jun family resides, amounting to merely 1% of it. Yet, despite its diminutive size, the Fire Prefecture remains a vast territory. Unlike the myriad forces that tower in other regions, the Fire Prefecture is governed by the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom, a time-honored power with profound roots and illustrious renown, rivaling even the ancient aristocratic families. In addition to the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom, there exist the Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu Ancient Kingdoms, collectively known as the four symbolic Ancient Kingdoms. Within the resplendent halls of the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom's palace, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson and gold Zhuge robe lay upon a bed, his complexion darkened and his aura feeble, as if afflicted by a grave illness, his life flickering like a dying ember. He is the sovereign of the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom. Beside his bedside stood a beautiful woman adorned in a red feathered garment. Her figure graceful, long legs accentuating her porcelain skin. Her flowing red hair resembled dancing flames, and her enchanting eyes shone with a captivating rose crystal hue. A delicate nose complemented her vibrant red lips and pearly teeth. Particularly striking was the mark of cinnabar upon her brow, which, paired with her exquisite features, rendered her irresistibly alluring. This woman is Baiyu, the princess of the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom. Father, I will surely find the elixir of immortality to save you, Baiyu declared, her lips pressed tightly together. My dear Yuer, it pains me to ask this of you. The elixir of immortality cannot be forced, the Zhuge monarch replied, shaking his head weakly, his voice tinged with despair. The elixir is an extraordinarily rare treasure, scarcely found even among the supreme lineages and immortal powers, and no benevolent hand would offer it to the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom, despite its formidable foundation and possession of numerous top-tier sacred medicines. The Zhuge Ancient Kingdom has yet to acquire a single elixir of immortality. After all, when such a treasure surfaces in the world, it incites a tempest of bloodshed, with all vying for it, making it implausible for anyone to sell it to another. Do not worry, Father, with my abilities, I shall surely obtain the elixir of immortality. Baiyuer's beautiful eyes radiated determination, transforming her sorrow into strength. She is the princess of the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom, gifted with extraordinary talents, marked by the divine fire of the Zhuge upon her brow. Moreover, let us not speak of her beauty. In the realm of the celestial beasts, she holds a notable status. Numerous young prodigies from various factions are but sycophants to Baiyu. Consequently, this has fostered her somewhat haughty and aloof demeanor. She firmly believes in her ability to rescue her father, the emperor, and to save the entire Zhuge ancient nation. Those young prodigies are mere ineffectual beings, incapable of producing the elixir of immortality when it is most needed. Even my betrothed, Xiao Chun, the crown prince of the Qinglong ancient nation, has proven unable to procure a single elixir of immortality. Stepping out of the imperial palace, Baiyu wore a solemn expression. Years after her father's misfortune, the power of the Zhuge nation had steadily declined. Subsequently, the Qinglong nation proposed a marriage alliance, promising to provide an elixir of immortality to the Zhuge nation. Baiyu and the crown prince, Xiao Chun, had known each other since childhood. Though they maintained a respectful distance, their relationship was not without warmth. After careful consideration, Baiyu agreed to the union. However, after such a prolonged period, the betrothal had long been established, yet the elixir remained elusive. Now, with the Zhuge nation weakened, they lacked the means to demand the elixir from the Qinglong nation. Thus, Baiyu resolved to seek the elixir herself. What should I do? My father cannot falter, she thought anxiously. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What of my dear friend, Jun Linglong? Baiyu recalled their serendipitous encounter within a secret realm, where they had shared a pleasant rapport. Although they had not been in touch for some time, given Jun Linglong's character, she was sure she would not ignore her plea. Furthermore, the Jun family undoubtedly possessed the elixir of immortality. With this in mind, Baiyu felt her breath quicken and hastily retrieved a jade slip to convey her message. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Jun Linglong received the news. The ruler of the Zhuge nation is gravely ill and in need of the elixir. Upon hearing this, Jun Linglong furrowed her delicate brows. To be frank, had it not been for Baiyu's message, she might have forgotten about her dear friend. Though Baiyu is a royal princess of an ancient nation, her status is indeed esteemed, yet Jun Linglong stands as a paragon of an ancient noble family. Despite currently serving as Jun Xiaoyao's maid, she remains a celebrated lady of the Jun family in the outside world. To request an elixir of immortality is quite a lofty demand, yet their past acquaintance warrants consideration. Jun Linglong pondered, though the issue remains that she does not possess the elixir. At that moment, a divine voice resonated in her mind. Linglong, prepare the tea. Jun Linglong promptly rose, recognizing this as a summons from Jun Xiaoyao. In a steamy, ethereal pool, Jun Xiaoyao stood bare-chested, his physique sculpted from celestial jade, radiant with an otherworldly glow. At the age of 8, Jun Xiaoyao was already tall and graceful. As she entered, Jun Linglong served him a cup of Dao tea. As I observed Jun Xiaoyao gradually maturing into an increasingly handsome and extraordinary figure, Jun Linglong experienced a peculiar illusion of nurturing a young boy. What is the matter? Is something troubling you? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, taking a sip of tea with a nonchalant demeanor. Nothing, Jun Linglong replied, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Go on. Do you think you can hide anything from me? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile. Jun Linglong bit her lip, ultimately revealing the matter concerning Baiyuer. So it is an elixir of immortality? I happen to have plenty, Jun Xiaoyao shrugged. During his time at the Taiyi ancient stele, he had acquired 3 elixirs of immortality, and subsequently, the 18 ancestors had bestowed upon him 5 more. Over the years, he had only refined 3, leaving him with 5. Since she is your close friend, it wouldn't hurt to give her one. Have her come over, Jun Xiaoyao gestured dismissively. Is that really all it takes? Jun Linglong was momentarily taken aback. The world of the affluent was indeed beyond her comprehension. Nevertheless, she nodded slightly and sent a reply to Baiyuer. A faint smile lingered on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. He was not merely attempting to be the benevolent figure. He harbored his own intentions and schemes. Let the righteous pillars of the proper path bear the light of justice. The persona of a saintly figure does not suit him. Furthermore, even though Jun Xiaoyao did not place much importance on the elixir of immortality, he was not so magnanimous as to bestow it without thought. The Jun family's ranks were supported by various factions, and even the likes of Jun Zhangjian had the backing of subordinate powers such as the ancient sword sect. These subordinate forces did not submit to the Jun family as a whole, but rather to individuals. Although the Zhuge ancient kingdom had diminished in recent years, it still held significant weight, and perhaps it could be brought into the fold along with the other 3 ancient kingdoms as subordinate powers. Jun Xiaoyao pondered this in his heart. After all, as the zero sequence, it would be rather embarrassing to lack any subordinate forces behind him. It was essential to maintain a certain stature. As for Baiyuer, expecting to receive an elixir of immortality for free was quite unrealistic. Jun Xiaoyao was not one to engage in charitable acts. He would not undertake endeavors that bore no benefit to himself. Upon receiving Jun Linglong's reply, Baiyuer was filled with astonishment, akin to a parched land welcoming much-needed rain. However, the message conveyed by Jun Linglong led Baiyuer into deep contemplation. The one offering her the elixir was not Jun Linglong herself, but a prodigious talent from the Jun family. Could it be that he is interested in me? Baiyuer pondered. She possessed considerable confidence in her beauty, being the foremost beauty of the Zhuge ancient kingdom and well known throughout the vast realm of the celestial domain. In her mind, anyone willing to gift her an elixir of immortality must be captivated by her allure. Indeed, even the Jun family's prodigies appeared to be unable to transcend worldly desires. A sense of disappointment inexplicably welled up within Baiyuer. It seemed that the Jun family's talents were not as transcendent as she had once imagined. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, one must first acquire the elixir of immortality to rescue the emperor. Baiyuer shook her head and set forth towards the imperial city. Chapter 13. The Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Technique. Are we bound by morality? Within the esteemed Jun family, in the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber dedicated to cultivation. Surrounding him were numerous exquisite divine sources, emanating an abundance of rich spiritual energy. In the celestial realm, ordinary cultivators typically utilize common source stones for their training. However, practitioners from top-tier sects and elite forces employ the more precious heavenly sources. Only ancient aristocratic families, supreme sects, and immortal dynasties can afford the most invaluable divine sources. Beyond the divine source lies the celestial source, an elusive treasure that even ancient families can scarcely procure. Source stones of varying rarity are classified into 4 grades: inferior, average, superior, and exquisite. Jun Xiaoyao was cultivating with the most superior divine source, aside from celestial sources. It could be said that any single exquisite divine source he casually presented to the outside world would incite a frenzied scramble among many. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao sat with his eyes closed. Within his mind, there existed a magnificent and resplendent palace, a divine palace forged from the essence of his soul. The 5th realm of the corporeal body and the 5th realm of the divine abode both represent the pinnacle of physical cultivation. The 9 heavens of the Spirit Sea pertain to the cultivation of the Spirit Sea within the Dantian, which is crucial for the strength of one's magical power. The 9 heavens of the Divine Palace involve nurturing the Divine Palace to foster the soul's growth. Once Jun Xiaoyao breaks through to the true spirit realm, a true spirit will be birthed within the Divine Palace, resulting in a significant increase in his soul power. In the future, he may even transform this true spirit into a primordial spirit, allowing it to transcend the physical form and traverse the vast seas and boundless realms. This chaos divine demon visualization technique is truly remarkable, Jun Xiaoyao mused. In his mind, a chaotic world seemed to manifest. Within this chaos, an enormous and boundless divine mill slowly rotated, crushing the heavens and the earth. Stains of blood, reminiscent of divine and demonic essence, marred the divine mill's surface. The visualization of this chaotic divine mill relies on the imagery of the mill to obliterate one's consciousness and soul, thus enabling a rebirth. Jun Xiaoyao's soul, amidst this cycle of destruction and rebirth, became increasingly solid and robust. For an ordinary person to practice this method would undoubtedly lead to a torment worse than death. However, for him, it appeared not overly challenging, he contemplated. Perhaps it was due to his transcendent soul, which far surpassed that of an average individual. The chaotic divine mill was of tremendous benefit to him, devoid of any suffering. Moreover, as his cultivation deepens, he would be able to directly manifest the chaotic divine mill using his soul power, employing it as a means to confront adversaries. Such agony, he mused, was something he could endure, yet others would likely find unbearable. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in admiration, feeling as though he had acquired yet another formidable trump card. Meanwhile, above the imperial city, a fiery spirit bird, pulling a magnificent palanquin, soared through the void, leaving behind a trail of dazzling flames. This spectacle captured the attention of many onlookers. Ah, that sedan chair adorned with the totem of the vermilion bird seems to belong to the ancient kingdom of Zhuge, does it not? Indeed, it is rumored that the royal lineage of Zhuge travels with the fiery spirit bird. Could it be that illustrious princess, Baiware? Observing the direction she is headed towards, it is the Jun family. The arrival of this sedan chair has sparked much discourse among the onlookers. Soon, the vehicle halted before the residence of the Jun family. In the air above the Jun household, aside from its own kin, any other forces daring to traverse the skies would be deemed intruders and swiftly eradicated. As the curtain of the sedan chair was drawn aside, a tall and graceful woman clad in a red feathered attire elegantly emerged, none other than Baiware herself. She had come alone, without any attendants. Baiware cast her gaze upon the Jun family's abode, where countless divine islands floated in the void, various paradisiacal realms exuding radiant light. This spectacle left her utterly astounded. Although the ancient kingdom of Zhuge ranks among the first-class powers, its prominence pales in comparison to the illustrious Jun family. Akin to a minor sorcerer in the presence of a grand wizard, with little to compare. Yet, a hint of confidence and subtle disdain soon graced the corners of Baiware's lips. What if the Jun family is extraordinary? That young prodigy of the Jun family still covets her form, seeking to present her with the elixir of immortality. However, Baiware had firmly resolved not to easily surrender herself to this Jun family's genius, especially since she was already bound by a marriage contract. The last thing she wished was to incite any scandal, which would surely leave the eldest prince of the Qinglong kingdom in a most embarrassing predicament. Having made her decision, Baiware advanced forward. At the entrance of the Jun family, formidable guards stood like towering iron sentinels, exuding an overwhelming aura. Halt! State your name. The Jun family's guards proclaimed with a frigid demeanor. I am Baiware, the princess of the ancient kingdom of Zhuge, here to pay my respects to Jun Linglong. She replied, her tone composed yet unyielding. Pay your respects? Do you possess any proof? If not, be gone, the guards responded coldly. Baiware's expression faltered momentarily. After all, she was a princess of a nation, yet a mere gatekeeper of the Jun family dared to speak to her in such a manner. However, with her purpose in mind, she patiently retrieved the jade slip that facilitated communication with Jun Linglong. Proceed, the guard said dismissively as he waved his hand. Baiware bit her lip. Her identity as a princess seemed utterly inconsequential before the Jun family. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong had sought out Jun Xiaoyao. My lord, she has arrived, Jun Linglong announced. Let us go and meet this princess, Jun Xiaoyao replied, rising in his elegant white robe, his demeanor strikingly handsome despite being only 8 years old, with a stature reminiscent of a youth. On the other side, Baiware entered a courtyard that resembled an ethereal paradise, where she was to meet Jun Linglong. Not long after, she heard footsteps approaching and turned to see a tall youth, his skin radiant as celestial jade, strolling towards her. He appeared as if he were the offspring of a deity, possessing an extraordinary grace, and his entire being was enveloped in a soft, luminous glow. Bayuer was utterly captivated. Although she had encountered numerous paragons of youth and talent, each more handsome and charming than the last, they paled in comparison to the young man before her, like fireflies against the full moon, or a mudfish alongside a true dragon, utterly incomparable. Even her betrothed, the eldest prince of the Qinglong ancient kingdom, though exceptionally handsome and gifted, seemed dim in contrast to the youth before her. Beside Jun Xiaoyao stood Jun Linglong, adorned in palace attire, trailing slightly behind him. Observing this detail, Bayuer felt a deep breath escape her lips. Jun Linglong, a noblewoman of the Jun family, was someone even she sought to please and curry favor with. Yet now, she appeared as nothing more than a mere attendant. Who then was this prodigy of the Jun family? Could he possibly be of noble lineage? A tumult of thoughts surged within Bayuer. Are you Bayuer? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his tone unassuming. Indeed, Bayuer replied, offering a slight bow, though maintaining her poise. She quickly regained her composure. No matter how extraordinary the youth appeared, he still harbored intentions towards her. Thus, there was no need for her to lower herself in humility. You seek an elixir of immortality to save your father? Jun Xiaoyao continued. Precisely. I hope you might extend your kindness and lend a helping hand. Bayuer responded with calm assurance, her tone devoid of any trace of subservience. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow at this scene. Something about her demeanor felt amiss. It was as though she had not come to plead for aid, but rather to demand it as her right. Oh, but can you provide me with a reason? After all, such elixirs do not simply fall from the sky, he remarked, his voice still measured. Bayuer hesitated for a moment. Then a faint smile of derision graced her lips. So, he was indeed acting with ulterior motives. However, Bayuer would never deign to offer herself as a bargaining chip for the elixir. Sir, you are no ordinary individual. Your standing within the Jun family must be considerable, and you surely have access to elixirs of immortality. By offering one, you could save a life. Furthermore, saving my father would mean saving countless lives across the entire Zhuge ancient kingdom. For you, this would be but a trivial act. Yet it would garner you great merit and acclaim. Would you truly refuse such an opportunity? Bayuer articulated, positioning herself atop the moral high ground. Jun Xiaoyao pondered her argument, finding it oddly reminiscent. So, I too have fallen victim to moral coercion? A silent chuckle arose within him. As he regarded Bayuer, he noted her flawless beauty, her skin shimmering like jade, her legs elegantly long, truly a renowned beauty. Particularly striking was the dot of vermilion upon her brow, fiery red and alluring, as if it concealed a flame capable of igniting the heavens and the earth. Bayuer's potential was indeed remarkable. Jun Xiaoyao originally intended to use this woman as a mere pawn to manage the Zhuge ancient kingdom, provided she obeyed him. However, it appears that she is yet another proud beauty, accustomed to the adoration of sycophants, who believes that every man would revolve around her, eager to please. Had she been an ordinary time traveler, she might have already succumbed to flattery. But alas, I am not Jun Xiaoyao, he mused, shaking his head inwardly. Jun Xiaoyao possesses unparalleled talent, an invincible identity, and a formidable background. He is the epitome of a highborn gentleman. Logically, it should be others who seek his favor. Yet, Bayuer, evidently lacking the intelligence of Jun Linglong, dares to put on airs before him. Pray tell, how long have we been acquainted? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a faint smile. Bayuer was momentarily taken aback. Why was he suddenly broaching an unrelated topic? Nevertheless, she replied, this is our first meeting. My lord, it is rather presumptuous to demand such a precious elixir from one I have just met. Although I previously promised you, did I ever state that it would be given freely to the Zhuge ancient kingdom? Moreover, the fate of the Zhuge kingdom bears no relation to me. Is the life or death of your father of any significance to me? The smile on Jun Xiaoyao's face faded, his tone growing cold. Bayuer then realized, her complexion shifting between shades of green and crimson. His three inquiries rendered her speechless, her expression awkward and unnatural. Indeed, Jun Linglong had merely mentioned that a prodigy from the Jun family was willing to offer her the elixir of immortality, without specifying it would be without cost. Furthermore, the survival of the Zhuge monarch and the kingdom itself had no bearing on Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, my lord, you do not lack for the elixir. A single offering could save a life, or even countless souls. Why, then, are you unwilling? Bayuer continued to stand on her moral high ground. Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor turned utterly indifferent as he replied coldly, it is quite simple. The elixir belongs to me, and I can choose to offer it to anyone. Even a dog, should I wish. Bayuer trembled slightly at his words, her face paling as a sense of humiliation surged within her. Did he imply that, in his eyes, her father was even beneath a dog? This thought ignited a flame of anger within Bayuer, and she could not suppress her impulsive retort, my lord. Why must you make excuses? Is it not that you harbor feelings for me? Unfortunately, I am already engaged, and I cannot comply with your conditions. Upon hearing this, Jun Linglong's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Bai Yuer would utter such an indiscreet remark. Bai Yuer herself quickly regained her senses. Feeling a chill seep through her body, her complexion as pale as paper, she had inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts. Haha, Jun Xiaoyao laughed, his amusement only heightening Bai Yuer's trepidation. His gaze bore a playful yet indifferent quality. Have you looked in the mirror? Do I have any need for that? Bai Yuer's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. What left Bai Yuer profoundly shaken was Jun Xiaoyao's self-identification. This divine offspring, she gasped, her mind echoing with thunderous shock. Could it be that this individual hailed from the esteemed Jun family? A tempest of emotions surged within her, causing her slender legs to tremble, and she could not help but collapse to the ground. The title of divine offspring from an ancient lineage signified an unparalleled status. Initially, Bai Yuer had presumed this youthful figure to be merely an exceptional prodigy of the Jun family, but to her astonishment, he was indeed a divine heir. Divine heir. Forgive my rudeness, Bai Yuer implored as she knelt, her fiery red hair now tainted with dust. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained impassive, observing Bai Yuer's supplication. He shook his head slightly. One must invest effort to reap rewards. It seems this fundamental truth eludes you, he remarked coldly. Bai Yuer's desire to obtain an immortal herb without effort was indeed a whimsical notion. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to depart. Jun Linglong, regaining her composure, sighed at Bai Yuer, I cannot assist you in such a blatant display of disrespect before the divine heir. No, please. My father requires the immortal herb for his survival. He may not endure for many more years. Bai Yuer lamented, filled with regret. Had she known better, she would have accepted the terms with humility. Her arrogance had led to her downfall. If only she had foreseen this, she would have acted differently. Jun Linglong expressed her inability to help. She could not jeopardize her rapport with Jun Xiaoyao for someone with whom she shared a tenuous connection. I am willing to kneel outside the divine heir's palace, pleading for his forgiveness. Bai Yuer persisted, her forehead stained with blood from her repeated prostrations. Whether for the sake of the Zhuge ancient kingdom or her father and herself, Bai Yuer felt compelled to earn Jun Xiaoyao's pardon. Jun Linglong shook her head slightly, allowing her to proceed. Before long, several members of the Jun family witnessed the sight of a beautiful maiden in red, kneeling outside the divine heir's palace, her exquisite features marred by profound regret and determination. Isn't that the princess of the Zhuge ancient kingdom? What is she doing there? Hush, it seems she has offended the divine heir. Let us not interfere. The members of the Jun family distanced themselves from Bai Yuer, treating her as if she were invisible. Within the heavenly emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao reclined in a spiritual pool, relaxing. The divine heir, Jun Linglong, entered. What? Are you here to plead on her behalf? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a faint smile. No, she brought this upon herself. However, I believe the Zhuge ancient kingdom still holds potential value, Jun Linglong contemplated. Possessing a clever and astute mind, she assessed the situation. I have my own plans for her. Her character is wanting. Let her remain in her predicament for now, Jun Xiaoyao casually remarked. Although he held little fondness for Bai Yuer, he was not inclined to relinquish his connection with the Zhuge ancient kingdom. With Bai Yuer as a bridge, he could more effectively manipulate the kingdom. The divine heir's schemes run deep, Jun Linglong expressed with admiration. Even with her astute mind, she cannot fathom the thoughts of the person before her. Bai Yuer's fiancé, one can only hope he possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Bai Yuer must be under the control of Jun Xiaoyao, for she still has her value to exploit. As for her fiancé, regardless of his background, Jun Xiaoyao remains indifferent. In the vast realm of the immortal domain, how many among the younger generation have a status superior to his? Chapter 15. The Crown Prince of the Ancient Qilin Kingdom. Xiao Chun is favored by fortune. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Within the heavenly empress palace, the air is often filled with the sounds of magical fluctuations and resounding booms. All members of the Jun family are aware that this signifies Jun Xiaoyao's breakthrough. Initially, many of the Jun clan's younger generation marveled at the speed of his advancement. However, as time has progressed, they have become accustomed to it. If he did not possess such a rapid progression, the Jun family would have found it peculiar. During this half-year period, Bai Yuer has remained kneeling outside the heavenly emperor's palace. Her complexion has turned pallid, and her figure has grown frail, significantly more so than a year prior. As a cultivator, she would not perish from hunger after half a year without sustenance, but she has grown weak. The regal demeanor of a princess has long since faded from her. Throughout this time, Jun Xiaoyao has not acknowledged her presence, even when he encounters her outside the palace. He scarcely spares her a glance, as if she were a mere figment of imagination. In response, Bai Yuer can only manage a self-deprecating smile. recognizing that this is her own doing, a consequence of her choices. Within the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao sits cross-legged in a secluded chamber, immersed in cultivation. With a thunderous sound, his aura surges to its zenith, achieving yet another breakthrough. He has ascended to the 9th layer of the Divine Palace. Jun Xiaoyao murmurs to himself. If one were to count from the 5th realm of the flesh, traversing through the 5 realms of divine abode, the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea, to now the 9th layer of the Divine Palace, the 8-year-old Jun Xiaoyao has managed to break through a staggering 28 cultivation realms within these 8 years. Such an accomplishment is nothing short of extraordinary. Generally speaking, even the most gifted individuals require about 20 years to traverse such a multitude of realms. Jun Xiaoyao has achieved this in merely 8 years. Yet, this is not enough. By the time of my 10th birthday banquet, I must at least reach the true spirit realm, Jun Xiaoyao reflects. He senses that his 10th birthday celebration will not be a tranquil affair. Moreover, there are matters concerning the Zhuge ancient kingdom that require his attention. Consequently, Jun Xiaoyao directly communicates with Jun Linglong. Moments later, she enters the room. With a flick of his wrist, Jun Xiaoyao retrieves a precious herb, resplendent with purple aura and resembling a qilin, from the void ring. It is none other than the Divine Immortal Herb. Should this herb be presented to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy, drawing countless individuals to seize it. Your Highness, are you finally about to address the matters of the Zhuge ancient kingdom? Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes glimmer with intrigue. Linglong, please journey to the ancient kingdom of Zhuge and convey to its sovereign that should he choose to submit to me, I shall grant him the life-saving elixir of the qilin. Jun Xiaoyao spoke as he entrusted the elixir to Jun Linglong. I will certainly accomplish this. I shall inform Bai Yuer at once, replied Jun Linglong. Bai Yuer had knelt outside the Heavenly Emperor's palace for over half a year, demonstrating her sincere remorse. A fact that Jun Linglong had observed closely. Wait, do not inform Bai Yuer just yet. Let her continue to kneel. The matter of the elixir must remain undisclosed to the ancient kingdom of Zhuge. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, intending for Bai Yuer to kneel for a full year before revealing to her the news of her father's recovery, just as despair began to envelop her. One can only imagine how she would feel at that moment, her heart undoubtedly bound in unwavering loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao. Why do I feel increasingly villainous? Jun Xiaoyao mused. Stroking his chin, Jun Linglong, astute as she was, shared this insight and found herself admiring Jun Xiaoyao's cunning even more. A prodigy endowed solely with martial prowess seldom prevails. Only those who harmonize strength with wisdom possess the rightful claim to ascendancy. Subsequently, Jun Linglong departed from the Heavenly Emperor's palace and summoned a guardian from her lineage, preparing to set forth to the ancient kingdom of Zhuge. The guardian, an elderly matron, observed Jun Linglong's tireless dedication to Jun Xiaoyao over the years and felt a pang of sympathy. My lady, is this truly worthwhile? The Divine Son may merely regard you as a servant, she expressed. Huapopo, please refrain from such remarks. You cannot fathom the future accomplishments of the Divine Son. Even if I were but a maid, I would count myself fortunate, Jun Linglong replied. Huapopo sighed inwardly, unable to comprehend that Jun Linglong had glimpsed a fragment of the future. Being a maid to the future Heavenly Emperor might not be so undesirable after all. Without delay, Jun Linglong and Huapopo hastened towards the ancient kingdom of Zhuge. Meanwhile, in the desolate realm of the celestial domain, within one of the 3,000 states known as Zhangzhou, the region lay adjacent to Huazhou, its size comparable. Dominating Zhangzhou was the esteemed lineage of the Qinglong ancient kingdom. Unlike the increasingly weakened Zhuge ancient kingdom, Qinglong's power surged, poised to become the foremost of the 4 ancient nations. At this moment, within the grand palace of the Qinglong ancient kingdom, a young man clad in a 4-clawed Qinglong robe knelt upon the floor. His appearance was strikingly handsome, captivating in his youth, aged around 16 or 17, with his cultivation having already reached the Divine Palace realm, a remarkable feat for one of his age within the ancient aristocracy, and undoubtedly a prodigy in the eyes of the world. He was none other than Bai Yuer's betrothed, the crown prince of the Qinglong ancient kingdom, Xiao Chun. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes burned crimson, his face contorted with repressed fury as he addressed the figure shrouded in boundless magical radiance upon the imperial throne. Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me an elixir of immortality to present to the Zhuge kingdom. The sovereign of the Qinglong kingdom sat majestically upon the throne, his formidable aura coalescing into a dragon-like form, exuding an overwhelming presence. He spoke with a calm demeanor. My son, the Qinglong kingdom possesses but a single elixir of immortality, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. How could it possibly be bestowed upon the Zhuge kingdom? But Yuer is currently kneeling in humiliation before the Jun family. As her betrothed, how can I endure this indignity? Xiao Qin's fury blazed, his fingers clenched into a fist, nails digging painfully into his palm. The news of Yuer's prostration before the Jun family's divine son had spread far and wide, igniting curiosity about the enigmatic figure while simultaneously ridiculing the Qinglong kingdom. How could his fiancée kneel before another man's chamber? What a profound humiliation, especially since Yuer was his childhood sweetheart. How could Xiao Qin suppress his rage? My son, you must exercise patience. The affairs of the Zhuge kingdom are within my consideration, the Qinglong sovereign replied coolly. What is so remarkable about that Jun family's divine son? He relies solely on his lineage to bully others, to humiliate even a woman. Does he not possess any humanity? Xiao Chun retorted angrily, failing to contemplate that perhaps it was Yuer who had erred. How could his fiancée possibly be at fault? It must surely be that Jun Xiaoyao's wrongdoing. Silence. Speak no more of this matter. Withdraw at once. The Jun family is beyond your judgment. The Qinglong sovereign admonished sternly. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Qin exited the grand hall. Just wait. What is so impressive about the Jun family's divine son? Once I master that technique, I will return to the Jun family, reclaim Yuer, and teach that divine son a lesson, he thought. His fingers absently tracing the dragon-coiled ring on his finger. This dragon ring, a legacy from his late mother, had begun imparting powerful techniques and pure mana to him a few years prior. It was this very gift that had bestowed upon Xiao Chun his extraordinary talents. With the dragon ring left by his mother, even that Jun family divine son would one day be beneath my feet. Xiao Chun's countenance hardened, brimming with a mysterious confidence. Chapter 16. The Zhuge Kingdom's Submission. The protagonist Xiao Chun visits the Jun family within the chambers of the Zhuge Kingdom. The sovereign lay upon the bed, surrounded by a cadre of alchemists and physicians. Yet, none could alleviate the sovereign's affliction. This ailment had arisen years prior when he had ventured with the Qinglong sovereign to explore a secret location, only to be wounded by the primordial beast. The nine-killing serpent demon, a creature of near-saintly prowess. The venom of the nine-killing serpent demon was formidable enough to challenge even saints, let alone the quasi-saint Zhuge sovereign. Alas, what are we to do now? The princess has gone to the Jun family, but instead of securing the elixir of immortality, she has returned humiliated. What can we do? We cannot possibly provoke the Jun family. That would be courting death. A multitude of alchemists, physicians, and ministers from the ancient kingdom of Zhuge shook their heads in despair. The ancient aristocracy was not to be trifled with. Thus, even upon hearing of Yuer's humiliation and kneeling, the kingdom of Zhuge harbored no intentions of seeking retribution. The sovereign of Zhuge, reclining upon his bed, coughed violently, his expression one of utter desolation. Just then, a guard rushed in, breathless, and reported, "Your Majesty, an esteemed guest has arrived at our kingdom of Zhuge, requesting an audience with you." One minister, upon hearing this, flung his sleeves in indignation and bellowed, "You blind fool! Do you not see the current state of His Majesty? How dare you disturb him?" As his words fell, a delicate feminine voice emanated from the entrance of the hall. Surely the sovereign of Zhuge is not in a dire condition yet. If that is the case, why should he not be met? Who dares to speak so boldly? The minister's face flushed with rage. "How dare you shout at my lady? Impudence!" An aged figure emerged, sweeping her sleeves, and a formidable aura of semi-saintly power surged forth. With a sickening sound, the minister immediately spat blood and was flung backwards. Within the grand hall, all present from the kingdom of Zhuge stood frozen, their bodies trembling in palpable fear. The aura of a semi-saint. Even the mightiest sovereign of Zhuge barely attained such a level. The assembly gazed in trepidation as an elderly woman clad in coarse garments entered, her countenance indifferent. Behind her trailed a beautiful woman adorned in royal attire, her golden hair cascading gracefully, her complexion as luminous as jade, captivatingly beautiful. It was none other than Jun Linglong and Granny Hua. A tempest of astonishment surged through the hearts of several ministers. Jun Linglong was renowned in the outside world, and they recognized her immediately. The minister who had previously scolded her now found blood trickling from his lips, his eyes wide with terror, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Cough, cough. I did not expect the esteemed lady from the Jun family to arrive. Is she here to demand justice? The sovereign of Zhuge, with great effort, propped himself up. Weariness etched upon his features. Not long ago, news had spread that Yuer had offended the Jun family's divine son, kneeling outside the palace. And now, members of the Jun family had come. If they were not here for retribution, then what purpose did their visit serve? At this revelation, fear gripped the hearts of all present in the hall. If the Jun family wished to obliterate the kingdom of Zhuge, it would require little effort. The sovereign, resigned to his fate, maintained a semblance of composure. Is our divine son truly the kind of villain who would annihilate families? You ought to be grateful for his mercy, Jun Linglong remarked, covering her mouth with a gentle smile. The sovereign of Zhuge and his courtiers were left bewildered. Were the Jun family not here to demand retribution? Jun Linglong stepped forward, her delicate hands sweeping through the air, conjuring forth a vibrant purple mist that filled the chamber with a fragrant aroma. A medicinal herb resembling a qilin materialized before the assembly. It was the legendary elixir of immortality. All the people of the ancient Suzaku kingdom widened their eyes, nearly breathless. The sovereign of Suzaku also bore a look of astonishment. Each elixir of immortality would cause a stir in the celestial domain, and now, the ease with which Jun Linglong produced one left them utterly stunned, akin to a country bumpkin encountering a mountain of gold. Beside them, Granny Hua observed the reaction of the Suzaku nobles, her aged eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Suzaku sovereign, I present you with two choices. Submit to the esteemed son and receive the elixir of immortality, or refuse and be left to your own devices, Jun Linglong stated coolly. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, she maintained a demeanor of humility, yet when addressing outsiders, she regained the regal poise befitting a noblewoman of the Jun family. The ministers of the Suzaku kingdom changed their expressions in unison, grasping the implications of her words. They were to submit to Jun Xiaoyao, not merely to the Jun family. This distinction bore significant weight. Submitting to the ancient Jun family could be deemed acceptable for the Suzaku kingdom, given that many top-tier orthodoxies were vassals of the Jun clan. However, to submit solely to Jun Xiaoyao was rather undignified for a pinnacle orthodoxy. Unwilling, are we? Do you not understand the honor of submitting to the esteemed son? Jun Linglong raised an eyebrow, her expression turning frigid. A flicker of struggle passed through the Suzaku sovereign's eyes before he finally sighed. This sovereign agrees. Please convey my gratitude to the Jun family's son, but I hope he will not make things difficult for you. At this juncture, could the Suzaku sovereign truly afford to have any other choice? Rest assured, the esteemed son's retribution towards Bai Yuer will be mild. She shall not come to harm. Jun Linglong replied indifferently, handing the qilin elixir of immortality to the Suzaku sovereign. He received it with trembling hands. Realizing that no one wishes for death when life is a possibility, especially not a ruler of a nation. Focus on enhancing your cultivation. This elixir not only has the power to heal your wounds, but should also allow you to advance further, rendering you increasingly valuable to the esteemed son, Jun Linglong advised. The ministers were rendered speechless by her words. Was she not treating the Suzaku sovereign as a mere tool? This sovereign understands. The Suzaku sovereign nodded, devoid of any discontent, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Beyond the quasi-saint realm lies true sainthood. With the aid of this qilin elixir, he might truly break through and attain that status. Remember, this is a blessing bestowed upon you by the esteemed son. Should you dare entertain even a hint of treachery. Jun Linglong's tone turned exceedingly cold. Her skill in employing the carrot-and-stick approach was nothing short of masterful. Indeed, from this moment forth, the esteemed son shall be the true master of our Suzaku kingdom, the Suzaku sovereign replied with utmost reverence. Offending the Jun family's son equated to offending the Jun family itself. Though the Suzaku kingdom was a first-rate power before the Jun family, it was but a slightly larger insect. Understand that well. Jun Linglong and Granny Hua turned to leave. The ancient kingdom of Zhuge had completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, becoming his vassal force. Months passed, and within the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao rose, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was nearly time. Bai Yuer had knelt for a year, and it was time to bring her under his control. Meanwhile, within the territory of the ancient kingdom of Qinglong, a dragon carriage suddenly soared into the sky, heading towards the Jun family. Inside the carriage was none other than the crown prince of the Qinglong kingdom, Xiao Chun. His training was complete. It was time to retrieve Yuer. Furthermore, should I challenge that Jun family prodigy and emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly bring me renown throughout the vast celestial realms. Surely, Jun would not lower himself to trouble a mere junior. A confident smile played on Xiao Chen's lips. One must risk entering the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. Alone, he would storm the Jun family, rescue the fair maiden, and tread upon the Jun family's prodigy, gaining fame across the lands. Were not the protagonists of those legendary tales always like this? The mere thought of such a scene ignited a fervor within Xiao Chun. He could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 17. After all, I am not a devil. Xiao Chun arrives to provoke. At the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Bai Yuer remained kneeling on the ground, steadfast for an entire year without rising. Her crimson feathered attire was dust-laden, and her once snow-white, delicate visage had lost its color, appearing pale and frail. Despite being a favored daughter of heaven, protected by the divine fire of Zhuge, a year of kneeling without sustenance rendered her exceedingly weak. Throughout the year, Jun Xiaoyao frequented the palace, yet he never once cast a glance in her direction. With the passage of time, Bai Yuer's heart sank deeper into despair. She feared that Jun Xiaoyao might never forgive her, indicating she could not possibly obtain the elixir of immortality from him, let alone save her ailing father. Due to Jun Linglong's orders, the news of the elixir's acquisition for the Zhuge monarch was withheld from Baiyue. She foolishly believed her hopes were extinguished. It felt as though she were submerged in an unfathomable abyss, gasping for breath, her scarlet-hued eyes reflecting her despair. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed. Baiyue instinctively lifted her gaze, her breath nearly ceasing. The figure she had longed for day and night was truly approaching her. Dressed in pristine white, Jun Xiaoyao appeared as if clad in snow, his skin radiating a divine glow. A year had passed, at the age of 9. Jun Xiaoyao had grown taller, his features sculpted by celestial hands, now exhibiting a stunning beauty. His expression remained calm as he approached Baiyue. Following closely behind was Jun Linglong. "Your Excellency," Baiyue exclaimed, her expression a blend of astonishment and joy. After an entire year, she had finally awaited this day. Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon Baiyue, noting her considerably weakened form, which indeed reflected a genuine attitude of remorse. However, he refrained from expressing his sentiments, merely observing her with a detached demeanor. Sensing his indifference, Baiyue clenched her silver teeth and bowed deeply, striking her forehead thrice against the ground as she implored. "Your Excellency, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me your forgiveness just this once." Jun Xiaoyao responded coolly, "It is commendable that you recognize your faults. Rise, for I am not a demon." Upon hearing this, Jun Linglong couldn't help but murmur to herself, "If you are not a demon, why have you made her kneel for an entire year? You even withheld the elixir of immortality from her." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Baiyue struggled to her feet, her legs numb and trembling. Observing her plight, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his fingers, causing a supreme holy pill to fall into Baiyue's hands. She was taken aback by the unexpected gift. The supreme holy pill could fetch an exorbitant price in the outside world, yet he bestowed it upon her freely. In that moment, any resentment she harbored towards Jun Xiaoyao dissipated, replaced instead by profound gratitude. As she consumed the holy pill, she began to regain her strength. A faint, cold smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. He was well versed in the art of reward and punishment. The effects of the holy pill were remarkable, and Baiyue quickly shed her weakness. Yet, her thoughts turned to the ailing ruler of the Zhuge kingdom, and she grasped her jade hand tightly, finding it difficult to voice her concerns. The mere fact that she had received Jun Xiaoyao's forgiveness was a stroke of fortune. How could she dare to ask him for the elixir of immortality? Taking a deep breath, Baiyue bowed once more to Jun Xiaoyao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, Your Excellency. I shall take my leave now." Deep within, she sighed, realizing that she had ultimately failed to procure the elixir. At that moment, Jun Linglong spoke softly. "Baiyue, do you not desire the elixir of immortality?" Baiyue, taken aback, forced a bitter smile. "To have received your forgiveness is already a blessing. How could I dare to be greedy? Then why not reach out to the Zhuge kingdom?" Jun Linglong suggested, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Baiyue hesitated briefly before producing a jade tablet to send a message. Shortly thereafter, a reply arrived from the Zhuge kingdom. It revealed that the elixir of immortality had indeed been delivered by the Jun family not long ago, a gift from their divine lord. The ruler's injuries had not only healed, but he was now in seclusion, striving for a higher realm. All of this was due to the grace of their divine lord. The flood of information momentarily rendered Baiyue's mind blank. Then, her complexion flushed with excitement, as disbelief washed over her. "Your Excellency, it is you." Her gaze burned with fervor and emotion as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao, her voice trembling with emotion. "I have stated before, I am not a demon." Jun Xiaoyao replied with a tranquil smile. At that moment, his figure was indelibly etched into Baiyue's heart, leaving an everlasting imprint that would be impossible to erase. This sensation is akin to that of an individual enshrouded in profound despair, who suddenly realizes all their aspirations. These aspirations are bestowed upon her by Jun Xiaoyao. Yu is willing to serve the esteemed divine son for a lifetime, to be his servant and maid, with no one daring to defy her vow. For should she violate this oath, let the heavens strike her down. Kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao, Baiyue resolutely declared. If previously she sought forgiveness, now she genuinely submits to Jun Xiaoyao. Coincidentally at this moment, a voice imbued with fury resonated from beyond the gates of the Jun family. "Where is the divine son of the Jun family? What skill is there in humiliating a weak woman? If you possess any courage, let us battle." This voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. Many members of the Jun family were stirred. A Jun family guard approached Jun Xiaoyao to report, "Esteemed divine son, there is a bold youth outside, likely from the ancient country of the Azure Dragon." "Oh, it seems this betrothed of hers remains blissfully unaware," Jun Xiaoyao thought, with a quiet scoff. He replied nonchalantly, "Allow him entry. I shall handle this matter. Understood. The guard retreated. Meanwhile, kneeling on the ground, Bai Yu'er's complexion paled slightly. Just as Jun Xiaoyao had forgiven her, her betrothed arrives to provoke trouble. Is he not ruining her chances? In that moment, Bai Yu'er felt a flicker of resentment towards her betrothed, Xiao Chun. Esteemed divine son, I, Bai Yu'er, am filled with trepidation and wish to explain myself. It matters not. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively. Moments later, a youth clad in a long robe of the Azure Dragon, possessing a strikingly handsome appearance, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Bai Yu'er kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes widened, and a wave of murderous rage emanated from him. No man could bear to see his fiancée kneeling before another man. Yu'er, arise at once. How dare this person force you so? Xiao Chun bellowed in anger. Xiao Chun, silence. How dare you show such disrespect to the divine son? Bai Yu'er immediately scolded him. Xiao Chun was taken aback, gazing at Bai Yu'er in disbelief. Yu'er, I came to rescue you. Why do you speak on his behalf? Xiao Chun questioned, bewildered. Enough. I kneel here of my own volition. The divine son has chosen to forgive me, and I could not be more pleased. What business do you have meddling? Bai Yu'er replied coldly. Initially, she held a modicum of affection for Xiao Chun, her childhood companion. However, the ancient country of the Azure Dragon had broken their promise and failed to provide the immortal elixir to the Vermilion Bird ancient country. She had previously solicited Xiao Chun for assistance. He had agreed, yet now she had seen no sign of the elixir. Were it not for Jun Xiaoyao presenting an immortal elixir, her father might still be gravely ill. One must ponder, between Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Chun, who truly holds favor in Bai Yu'er's heart. Yu'er, how can you think this way? Did he force you into such a state? Xiao Chun clenched his teeth, his heart ablaze with fury. Chapter 18. The broken engagement and the battle with Xiao Chun. Observing Xiao Chun's mindless fury, Bai Yu'er felt increasingly disillusioned. The disparity between individuals was truly astonishing. She had once deemed Xiao Chun to be exceptionally talented. However, in comparison to Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Chun instantly transformed into a mere loach in the mud, a sight most displeasing. How could such a person be my fiancé? Bai Yu'er silently shook her head. She spoke. This is all my own volition. Xiao Chun, you may leave. Bai Yu'er's words struck Xiao Chun like a devastating blow, piercing through his heart. His chest heaved with rage as he glared coldly at Jun Xiaoyao. Your name is Jun Xiaoyao, isn't it? It must be you who has bewitched Yu'er. Xiao Chun roared, resembling an enraged lion. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao remained composed, his expression placid. Yet an unusual glint flickered in his eyes as he focused on the dragon-patterned ring on Xiao Chun's finger. Due to his cultivation of the chaotic divine method, Jun Xiaoyao's awareness of spiritual nuances surpassed that of ordinary men. He sensed a unique energy and soul fluctuation emanating from the ring. Could it be that this is the tactic at play? An expression of surprise crossed Jun Xiaoyao's face. The ring, a relic of old, had betrayed its betrothed. The familiar formula and the same old flavor persisted, though the roles had reversed. Intriguing. Was Xiao Chun attempting to strike a blow against me? Jun Xiaoyao mused. Bai Yu'er continued. Enough, Xiao Chun. My decision is firm. I shall devote my life to serving the divine son, as a servant and a maid. Our engagement is hereby dissolved. At this moment, Bai Yu'er harbored only Jun Xiaoyao in her heart. He was to be her eternal master. As for Xiao Chun, their childhood bond had long since eroded, worn away by repeated disappointments and deceit. Xiao Chun had promised her an elixir of immortality, yet had failed to fulfill his vow. How can you do this, Yu? Xiao Chun trembled with barely suppressed rage. His fiancée, he had been taken from him. He felt a green haze enveloping his thoughts, believing that Bai Yu'er had traded her dignity for Jun Xiaoyao's favor. Ah, so it is thus, you wretched woman. Xiao Chun's heart sank to the depths of despair, and he resolved to tear off the faade. In a fit of fury, he laughed coldly, his expression icily mocking. He could not abide the betrayal from the woman he loved. Bai Yu'er, taken aback, had not anticipated that the usually composed and steadfast Xiao Chun, who had always shown her care, would utter such words. Jun Xiaoyao, however, was unperturbed. After all, a protagonist is governed by the law that those who align with him thrive, while those who oppose him perish. Would those who betray the protagonist meet a favorable end? Yet, Jun Xiaoyao questioned himself. Had he been in Xiao Chun's position, he too would have eradicated Bai Yu'er without hesitation. A compassionate saint? Such notions were foreign to him. He would act with even greater ruthlessness than Xiao Chun. Regrettably, Bai Yu'er has become his pawn, and he cannot permit Xiao Chun to harm her. Moreover, this is an opportune moment for a display, to further secure Bai Yu'er's unwavering loyalty. It is truly lamentable that as her fiancé, you would so shamelessly tarnish her reputation. Even I, a mere outsider, feel a profound sorrow for her plight. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Yu'er, shaking his head with a sigh. The heart of the divine son, Bai Yu'er, was stirred, her scarlet eyes misting with emotion. She never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would defend her honor. At this moment, her feelings towards him transcended mere respect and admiration, blossoming into an ineffable sentiment. This gaze, laden with emotion, was unmistakably interpreted by Xiao Chun as a blatant display of affection. "Cursed be you, wretched creature." Xiao Chun seethed with burning rage, his insides aflame. Bai Yuer dared to exchange glances with Jun Xiaoyao right before him. This was no mere infidelity. It was akin to an expanse of the vast Hulunber grassland upon his brow. "Jun Xiaoyao, do you dare to engage me in a fair duel?" Xiao Chun demanded, his voice thunderous. The only resolution lay in utterly dominating Jun Xiaoyao before Bai Yuer, trampling him underfoot. Only then could he relieve the fury that consumed him. He yearned to witness Bai Yuer's regret, to see her repent before him. "I am but 8 years of age, while you are already 15 or 16. What a fair contest indeed," Jun Xiaoyao retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his bravado. "And what of it? The Jun family's divine son boasts countless resources. Does that not equate to fairness? Or are you too afraid to face me?" Xiao Chen adopted a provocative stance. During this period, he had finally mastered the martial prowess bestowed by the Panlong ring. He was confident that few peers could rival him in strength, including the divine son of the Jun family. "Very well, let us meet at the martial arena," Jun Xiaoyao declared, hands clasped behind his back as he strode forth. At this juncture, there was little left to discuss. Such a self-satisfied protagonist deserved a sharp wake-up call. Bai Yuer and Jun Linglong followed closely behind. Jun Linglong cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chun, her eyes glimmering with a trace of cold mockery and pity. At the tender age of 3, Jun Xiaoyao had vanquished the 10th-ranked Jun Zhang. Now, his strength was formidable. Even Jun Linglong could scarcely fathom it. Observing the two enchanting beauties accompanying Jun Xiaoyao, envy flared within Xiao Chun. Had I been born into an ancient aristocratic family, my accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of Jun Xiaoyao. Yet he could never anticipate the aid of the Panlong ring. Xiao Chun mused internally. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Chun arrived at the martial arena, attracting the attention of numerous disciples from the Jun family. "It is the divine son. What could he want at the martial arena? I have heard of a fool seeking to challenge the divine son. Is it that prince from the Qinglong ancient kingdom? How utterly foolish. Indeed, it is an honor for the esteemed deity to engage in combat with him." Throughout this journey, nearly all members of the Jun family have mocked and scorned Xiao Chun. Observing this with a clenched fist, Xiao Chun reflects on the protagonists of legendary tales who, despite enduring disdain, ultimately rise to triumph. What does it matter if a group of disdainful individuals hails from an ancient lineage? I shall demonstrate to you the essence of human determination prevailing over fate. A proud smirk graces Xiao Chen's lips. On the arena, Jun Xiaoyao stands with a casual demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. "You may strike now," he states nonchalantly. "Humph. Should I choose to attack, you may find no opportunity to retaliate," Xiao Chun retorts with a cold, arrogant smile. After all, he is a prodigy of the Divine Palace realm, while Jun Xiaoyao is merely 8 years old. How formidable could he truly be? "Is that so? Very well," Jun Xiaoyao replies, nodding slightly. With a simple motion, he unleashes a palm strike, golden vitality surging forth, causing the very air to tremble. Around him, waves of golden energy roar and crash like a tempest. Within his being, 20,000 giant elephant particles awaken. Indeed, over the course of these years, Jun Xiaoyao has cultivated the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, escalating from 1,000 to an impressive 20,000 particles. This signifies that when he strikes, he wields a terrifying force of 200 million pounds. As the golden energy flows within him, it transforms into a colossal golden hand, descending with overwhelming might. Feeling this earth-shattering power, Xiao Chen's complexion pales, and his expression shifts dramatically. When Jun Xiaoyao makes his move, the very heavens tremble, and the cosmos shifts in color. That golden hand of power, akin to the hand of a celestial being, bears down upon Xiao Chun. Impossible. Xiao Chun cannot contain his fury, letting out a roar. Yet, he possesses some skill. He refuses to remain passive as his energy surges. Azure Dragon breaks the heavens, he exclaims, channeling his power into his fist. With a resonant dragon's roar, an illusory azure dragon surges forth, seemingly coinciding with Xiao Chen's strike. However, it proves futile. With a thunderous roar akin to a celestial collision, the golden hand obliterates the azure dragon's illusion in an instant. The momentum continues unabated as it crashes toward Xiao Chun. With a splatter, Xiao Chun feels as though he has been struck by an ancient behemoth, blood gushing from his mouth. The entire individual soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the martial arena, as numerous scions of the Jun family gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Although they were aware that Xiao Chen's challenge to Jun Xiaoyao was a blatant overestimation of his capabilities, they did not anticipate such an overwhelming display of dominance. This was no longer a mere contest. It was an unadulterated exhibition of crushing superiority. Goodness gracious! The esteemed Son of God has already reached the 9th heaven of the Divine Palace. At this rate, is he not on the brink of breaking through to the true spirit realm? Truly terrifying. Though Xiao Chen may not be particularly notable, he is nonetheless regarded as a distinguished prodigy in the outside world, yet he was effortlessly vanquished by a single palm strike from the Son of God. Let us not forget, the Son of God is merely 8 years old, while Xiao Chen is already 15 or 16, twice his age, and still unable to prevail. I feel embarrassed for him. After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of uproar ensued, with countless derisive remarks directed at Xiao Chen. Even Baiyue, covering her crimson lips with her delicate hand, gazed wide-eyed. While she anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's victory, she did not expect it to be executed with such swift decisiveness. In the presence of Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Chen was stripped of any capacity to resist. Baiyue's gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao shimmered with newfound admiration. How could this be? How could it transpire in such a manner? Not to mention the others, even Xiao Chen himself, sprawled in the pit, was left somewhat dazed. Logically, it should have been him who turned the tables, ruthlessly trampling Jun Xiaoyao underfoot, leading Baiyue, that wretched girl, to a lifetime of regret. Yet now, it was he who lay defeated. Allowing you to strike first was intended to grant you a chance to struggle, to avoid excessive tedium. It appears, however, that I have overestimated you, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. He had anticipated that Xiao Chen might provide him with a modicum of amusement and challenge. Yet the outcome was disappointingly one-sided. Jun Xiaoyao, do not be so arrogant. Our duel is far from over. Xiao Chen's countenance flushed with anger and embarrassment upon hearing this. It is an immutable truth that a protagonist, fueled by rage, becomes increasingly formidable. This held true for Xiao Chen as well. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A surge of terrifying dragon energy began to brew and rise within him. Xiao Chen's cultivation unexpectedly soared, ascending through the realms: 2nd heaven of the Divine Palace, 3rd heaven of the Divine Palace, 4th heaven of the Divine Palace, 5th heaven of the Divine Palace, 6th heaven of the Divine Palace. In a remarkably short span, Xiao Chen's cultivation had surged by 5 minor realms. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the surrounding Jun family science, who looked on in astonishment. Oh, this prince of the ancient Qinglong kingdom possesses some intriguing skills, remarked Jun Zhantian and several clan elders, who were observing this scene from the void. Jun Zhantian expressed mild surprise. Interesting, this lad possesses dragon energy, suggesting he is blessed with fortune and potential, a promising prospect indeed. But alas, he has provoked your grandson. The next round may not bode well for him. Another elder chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. What significance does the aura of the dragon possess? Jun Xiaoyao, however, is endowed with the innate ability to shatter the 10 shackles, being the ancient sacred body. Observing Xiao Chen's condition, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Is he activating his abilities in my presence? Jun Xiaoyao himself is a powerhouse, thoroughly familiar with the concept of extraordinary prowess. To display such abilities in front of a true powerhouse is akin to showcasing one's inadequacies before an expert. Jun Xiaoyao, did you truly believe yourself invincible? Behold my move, Azure Dragon Heavenly Seal. As Xiao Chen's cultivation surged, an aura of dragon energy enveloped him, coalescing in the void into a formidable seal capable of subduing the heavens. This was the martial art he had diligently practiced during this period. Originally, this technique was meant to be his trump card, not to be revealed lightly. However, Jun Xiaoyao's strength exceeded his expectations, leaving him no choice but to unveil his hidden powers. Jun Xiaoyao, kneel before me. Xiao Chen soared into the air, manipulating the Azure Dragon Heavenly Seal to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. He aimed to force Jun Xiaoyao to kneel upon the ground. Jun Xiaoyao raised his gaze indifferently, observing the fervent Xiao Chen, who sought to overpower him. How pitiable. He shook his head lightly, raising his hand as an endless stream of golden spiritual power surged forth, taking the form of divine weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. Tens of thousands of golden divine arms converged around Jun Xiaoyao. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of weapons, the king of divine arms. This was the Jun family's ultimate technique, the weapon destruction formula. Go. With a horizontal sweep of his hand, tens of thousands of divine arms surged forth like a torrent, crashing toward Xiao Chen. How could this be? Xiao Chen's face exhibited shock. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the great seal downward. Boom. The collision reverberated through the cosmos. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Seal was directly shattered by the multitude of divine arms. Xiao Chen's complexion turned ashen as he executed his technique, hastily retreating, yet some divine arms still struck him. Spurt. Blood erupted. Injuries marred his shoulder, thigh, and ribs. Exposing bone, blood gushing forth. He plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, disheveled and drenched in blood, utterly disheartened. Is this all? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, observing Xiao Chun. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chun was consumed by rage, spewing a mouthful of blood. Humiliation. An overwhelming sense of disgrace. Xiao Chen's gaze turned crimson as he caught a glimpse of Baiyuer. Her expression bore disappointment, tinged with a hint of pity and affection. This pierced Xiao Chen's pride deeply, causing him immense anguish. Beyond the realm of mortals, there exists the divine, before this divine scion. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must bow. Jun Xiaoyao looked down upon him, speaking with the aloofness of a deity. Chapter 20. The Fall of Xiao Chun. Seizing the dragon's chi, I do this for your own good. Bestowed with a system, possessing unparalleled talent, and an invincible background. Jun Xiaoyao aspires to dominate this era. All the prodigious protagonists shall inevitably fade into mere supporting characters, eclipsed by his brilliance. Let alone someone as unfortunate as Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. To be defeated so thoroughly, so disgracefully, was beyond his expectations. A profound sense of humiliation churned within him. Yet, he could no longer utter any arrogant words because facts speak louder than rhetoric. Xiao Chun, enough is enough, with the strength of the divine sun. He could easily annihilate you, and he has shown you mercy, Baiyuer spoke up. Though she had lost all hope in Xiao Chun, even nullifying their engagement. Their shared childhood bond, albeit distant, still lingered. However, that sentiment was now utterly exhausted. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. Do I need Jun Xiaoyao's mercy? Xiao Chun shouted in fury. Baiyuer's kind intentions only served to further provoke his already frayed nerves. The despondency in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a fiery resentment. This foolish girl is inciting my enmity, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Yet this was precisely what he desired, for a new scheme began to form in his mind. Fine. Consider my goodwill as a fool's errand. Xiao Chen's relentless insults darkened Baiyuer's countenance, extinguishing the last remnants of their shared affection. Panting heavily, he felt the weight of defeat. He understood that he could not triumph over Jun Xiaoyao today. Xiao Chen's fingers dug deep into his palms, inflicting agonizing pain. With a cold gaze, he swept over Baiyuer and Jun Xiaoyao, proclaiming, Jun Xiaoyao, do not revel in your triumph. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. 3 years hence, we shall battle again. His voice carried a note of determination and tragic resolve, complemented by his bloodied, handsome visage, earning him a newfound respect from some young ladies of the Jun family. In this moment, Xiao Chen's indomitable spirit exuded a remarkable aura. After delivering his defiant words, Xiao Chun turned away, dragging his wounded body, leaving a trail of bloodied footprints as he stepped out of the arena. Even Baiyuer felt a tremor in her heart, as if she glimpsed the future of Xiao Chun soaring like a dragon through the heavens. However, at that moment, a dispassionate voice interrupted. Hold on. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's steps abruptly halted. Did I ever say you could leave? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful glint in his eyes. You think you can just utter a classic line and stroll away unscathed? Xiao Chun turned around, his expression stiffening. What do you intend to do? As Jun Xiaoyao, the scion of the Jun family, ought to possess a magnanimous spirit. One would expect him to allow his adversary to depart unscathed, patiently awaiting the day 3 years hence when he might be vindicated. Yet, the unfolding events deviate from this anticipated script. In my Jun family, to utter threats against the divine scion and then desire to depart unscathed is tantamount to underestimating both the family and the essence of divinity itself. Jun Xiaoyao retorted with a cold smile. What do you intend to do? Are you afraid that I shall defeat you in 3 years? A flicker of panic crossed Xiao Chen's eyes as he feigned composure. Spare me your provocations. However, I have no intention of eliminating you at this moment. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a calm smile. What then do you seek? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen exhaled slightly, though vigilance still lingered in his gaze. While you may escape the death penalty, the sins of the living are inescapable. I have set my sights on your dragon energy, Jun Xiaoyao declared, raising his hand. Within him, a golden sea of spiritual energy surged, and a colossal hand materialized, reaching for Xiao Chun. You despicable scoundrel. Xiao Chen's countenance shifted dramatically as he turned to flee, only to be effortlessly struck down by the golden hand. Then, with a mere gesture, Jun Xiaoyao extracted a resounding dragon roar from within Xiao Chun. In an instant, a semi-ethereal azure dragon apparition emerged, representing the dragon energy Xiao Chun possessed. No, my dragon energy. Xiao Qin's eyes turned crimson as he screamed in madness. Silence. Jun Xiaoyao struck down once more. A deafening crash echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Xiao Qin's skeletal structure was shattered, and blood poured from his mouth like a torrent. You have ruined all my meridians. Xiao Qin's face turned ashen, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Though Jun Xiaoyao spared his life, he rendered him utterly incapacitated. Thus, whether in 3 years, 300 years, or even 3,000 years, Xiao Chun would never triumph over Jun Xiaoyao. Each word Jun Xiaoyao spoke was infused with deep-seated animosity and fury. The surrounding disciples of the Jun family shuddered, a chill gripping their hearts. It was their first encounter with Jun Xiaoyao's ruthless methods. Jun Zhantian indeed acts with resolute decisiveness, remarked an elder hidden in the void. This is as it should be. The more ruthless my grandson's tactics, the more reassured I feel. Jun Zhantian responded with a smile. Rather than deeming Jun Xiaoyao's actions inappropriate, they found it entirely reasonable. In the days to come, as the path to imperial ascendance opened, far more formidable challenges awaited. Such occurrences were hardly noteworthy. On the martial arena, having secured the dragon energy, Jun Xiaoyao wasted no time and began to absorb it in Xiao Qin's presence. Resounding explosions erupted from within him, akin to the awakening of colossal particles. Once he had absorbed a substantial portion of the dragon energy, Jun Xiaoyao awakened an additional 10,000 colossal particles. Now, he had awakened a total of 30,000, translating to an astonishing 300 million pounds of immense strength. Not only that, but Jun Xiaoyao also discovered that the dragon energy was nurturing his body, further enhancing his already formidable primordial sacred body. Moreover, beneath his skin, it appeared as if a layer of azure light was spreading, which could transform into dragon scales to provide protection when needed. It was indeed a remarkable acquisition. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He then infused the remaining portion of dragon energy, which had yet to be assimilated, into Bai Yuer's body. Lord Son of God, Bai Yuer exclaimed in astonishment, entirely unprepared for Jun Xiaoyao's actions. Within you resides the divine fire of the vermilion bird. Combined with the azure dragon's energy, it should yield a complementary effect, Jun Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly. His intention, of course, was to win her allegiance. In the days to come, he would require Bai Yuer to manage the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. Hence her inherent talent could not be too feeble. Thank you, Lord Son of God. Bai Yuer was profoundly moved, tears shimmering in her eyes. This kindness felt akin to a rebirth. Witnessing this, Xiao Chun could not suppress a mouthful of blood from surging forth in fury. He was incensed, as if his very insides were ablaze, feeling as though his heart would shatter. Jun Xiaoyao dared to refine his dragon energy before him, even bestowing it upon his former fiancée. And there was Bai Yuer, adopting a posture of subservience, ingratiating herself to Jun Xiaoyao. This sight left Xiao Chun feeling as if the ground had vanished beneath him, nearly causing him to faint from rage. Observing this, Jun Xiaoyao spoke with earnest gravity. Xiao Chun, do not be angered. My actions of seizing your dragon energy and crippling your cultivation are for your own good. What protagonist has not endured countless tribulations and hardships? One ought to feel embarrassed to call themselves a protagonist without experiencing the loss of cultivation. From this perspective, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed acting with good intentions toward Xiao Chun. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chun trembled with indignation, ultimately unable to restrain himself. He let out a mournful roar to the heavens, powerless and furious, before collapsing in a faint. Chapter 21. Preparing for the 10th birthday feast. The ringed elder emerges watching Xiao Chun, who had fainted from rage. All the members of the Jun family present in the martial arena shuddered. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was formidable, and his tongue was equally sharp. With just a few words, he had nearly provoked Xiao Chun to his demise. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly, somewhat at a loss. What he said was indeed the truth. Generally speaking, individuals like Xiao Chun, blessed with fortune, upon having their cultivation abolished and their talent stripped, would typically experience a surge of latent energy, encountering various fortuitous events, and subsequently rising to greatness, sweeping across the land. Viewed in this light, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed acting in Xiao Chen's best interest. Someone, throw him out of the mountain gate. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Soon, Jun family's guards arrived to carry away the unconscious Xiao Chun. At that moment, Jun Zhantian's figure suddenly materialized from the void. Grandfather, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He had already sensed that Jun Zhantian and the clan elders were observing him from behind. Xiaoyao, do you understand? Wildfires cannot be extinguished. Spring winds will bring new growth. One must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. Jun Zhantian's expression grew serious. He feared that Jun Xiaoyao might develop a habit of arrogance and underestimating his foes. Allowing enemies to go free was not a wise decision. Rest assured, grandfather, I have my own plans, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. The principle of eliminating the roots of the grass. Does Jun Xiaoyao remain oblivious to this? Yet, in the present moment, Xiao Chun is merely akin to a crop of leeks for him, to be harvested when deemed necessary. Jun Xiaoyao has only extracted a portion of the dragon's energy and has yet to fully exploit Xiao Chen's fortuitous value. He intends to reap continuously, savoring the process, until the moment arrives when there is no longer any value to harvest, at which point he will effortlessly swat away this insignificant fly. As long as you have a plan in mind, it matters little. Such minor characters cannot create any significant waves. There remains a year ahead, so prepare yourself well, Jun Zhantian advised. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly, understanding that Jun Zhantian was referring to his upcoming 10th birthday celebration. At that time, the Jun family would extend invitations to various powerful factions from the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain, promising a grand spectacle that would capture global attention. Even his maternal clan, the ancient family of Jiang, would send representatives. Furthermore, his mother, Jiang Ro, has long desired to present the prize jewel of the Jiang family to Jun Xiaoyao. Additionally, the Jun family plans to announce his zero-sequence identity during the banquet, which will undoubtedly cause significant upheaval among the various sequences. Thus, Jun Zhantian wishes for Jun Xiaoyao to be adequately prepared. Rest assured, grandfather, I will not disappoint you, mother, or our esteemed ancestors, Jun Xiaoyao replied with unwavering confidence. He had not forgotten the opportunity for attendance rewards at the 10th birthday celebration, which could greatly aid in his ascent in power. Your faith in me is well placed. Jun Zhantian responded with a satisfied smile. After the tumultuous events, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Celestial Emperor Palace, ready to thoroughly refine the dragon's energy. Bai Yu, too, remained in the palace for the time being. She had also acquired a small portion of the dragon's energy, combined with her inherent vermilion bird divine fire, which would lead to a significant surge in her innate abilities. Most importantly, she had now resolutely chosen to follow Jun Xiaoyao. In stark contrast to the bountiful rewards enjoyed by Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Chen found himself in a lamentable state. Slowly opening his eyes, he realized he was outside the gates of the Jun family. With great difficulty, he rose, his body riddled with wounds, internal injuries plaguing him, meridians severed, and bones shattered. His condition was utterly tragic. Outside the gates of the Jun family, numerous cultivators gathered to witness the spectacle. After all, Xiao Chun had previously entered the Jun family with great arrogance, only to be expelled in such a pitiful manner shortly thereafter. Has the prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom been rendered useless? They speculated. He looks like a dog now. Who told him to provoke the Jun family's divine son? His fiancée, he has probably run off as well. He deserves this. The onlookers scoffed and ridiculed him, their expressions filled with disdain. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiao Chen stepped away, and once he was out of sight of the crowd, he let out a furious roar, relentlessly striking the ancient tree before him. Damn it, Jun Xiaoyao. If I ever get the slightest chance, I shall repay today as torment 1,000-fold. As Xiao Chun let out a desperate roar, the blood from his body unknowingly seeped into the coiling dragon ring on his finger. Am I, a descendant of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom, lacking in ambition like you? Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated through the air. Who goes there? Xiao Chen's gaze darted in all directions. Yet, the next moment, his eyes fell upon the coiling dragon ring on his finger, which suddenly emitted a flash of azure light. In an instant, the ethereal figure of an elderly man clad in a blue dragon robe appeared before him. You. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the old man, who bore 2 dragon horns atop his head. In a moment of dazed recollection, Xiao Chen felt an eerie familiarity with the elder's visage. Haha, have the descendants truly forgotten me? The elder in the blue robe remarked with a smile. You are the founding ancestor of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, the Azure Dragon Sage. A sudden clarity flashed through Xiao Chen's mind, causing him to inhale sharply. He finally remembered. The old man's appearance was identical to the statue of the founding ancestor that stood within the royal palace of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. This founding ancestor, the Azure Dragon Sage, was recorded in historical texts as a quasi-supreme being, merely a step away from attaining the true realm of supremacy. What an immensely powerful realm, so close to the pinnacle of supremacy. I, the Grand Prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, have the honor of meeting the ancestor. Xiao Chen's face lit up with excitement. Trembling with emotion, he had never anticipated that the coiling dragon ring, a relic of his late mother, housed the spirit of the founding ancestor. Indeed, the heavens do not entirely forsake the desperate. The Azure Dragon Sage gazed at Xiao Chun and spoke. I awakened several years ago, and since that you are the son of destiny for the current Azure Dragon Kingdom, I have been imparting my mana and various resources to you, yet I did not foresee that you would still fall to that Jun family's divine son. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's face darkened with cold resentment as he replied, Ancestor, Why did you not intervene directly at that time to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao? Humph, foolishness. Had I intervened then, the outcome would have been that neither of us would have escaped the clutches of the Jun family. The Azure Dragon Sage retorted sharply. He had always been somewhat pleased with Xiao Chen's performance, yet now, the young man's heart was in turmoil. Ancestor, you are a quasi-supreme being. Why could you not instill fear in the Jun family? Xiao Chen asked, his voice tinged with frustration. The Azure Dragon Sage shook his head. Do not speak of my current strength, which is but a fraction of its former self. Even at my peak, I could not have affected the Jun family in the slightest. The ancient aristocracy is far more formidable than you imagine. Then, does that mean I shall never avenge my grievances? Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. Having been rendered powerless, he knew the Azure Dragon Sage could not assist him. Do not lose heart. You are the son of destiny. The Azure Dragon Kingdom will need you in the future, and I shall not allow your tale to end in obscurity, the Azure Dragon Sage reassured him. Please, Ancestor, lend me your aid. I am willing to pay any price. Xiao Chen declared resolutely. The Azure Dragon Sage's eyes revealed a hint of approval as he produced a scroll of azure hue. Though your meridians have been rendered ineffective, it may be deemed a paradox of fortune and misfortune. The esteemed technique known as the Azure Sky Transformation, a method I once practiced, shall be imparted unto you. The transformation from Azure Sky to Dragon cannot exist without destruction and rebirth. At these words, the previously despondent eyes of Xiao Chen reignited with the flames of hope. He seemed to awaken anew, brimming with fervor. Jun Xiaoyao, your gravest error lies in your arrogance. You have granted me a chance at survival. This grievance, I, Xiao Chen, shall repay 100-fold. Chapter 22, The Prodigy's First Seclusion, The Dragon Nest, and the Dragon Prince, Long Haoyan. Observing Xiao Chen's revitalized spirit and confidence, the Azure Dragon Sage nodded in satisfaction. Such indomitable character truly befits the son of national fortune. By the way, you must diligently cultivate the Azure Sky Transformation concurrently. I have surmised that within the next few years, the secret treasury of the Primordial Sovereign shall emerge. The Primordial Sovereign, could he be a supreme powerhouse? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the Primordial Sovereign possesses formidable strength and an overbearing disposition. It is said he once seized several ancient dragon bones from the ancient royal lineage, the Dragon Nest, recounted the Azure Dragon Sage. The mere mention of ancient dragon bones ignited a flicker of fervor in the sage's eyes. The ancient royal lineage, Xiao Chen inhaled deeply. That primordial sovereign truly is a domineering figure, daring to provoke even the ancient royalty. Yet, Xiao Chen quickly grasped the underlying significance and queried, does the ancestor intend for me? The Azure Dragon Sage nodded. Precisely. You must locate a token of the primordial sovereign and seek an opportunity to enter the secret treasury to seize the ancient dragon bones. With those bones, your Azure Sky Transformation will undoubtedly reach its zenith. I too could reconstruct my physical form with a piece of ancient dragon bone. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, his spirit aflame with determination. Rest assured, Ancestor, I shall venture into the primordial sovereign's treasury to procure the ancient dragon bones. And as for Jun Xiaoyao and that wretched Baiyuer, you shall all await your fate. Xiao Chen laughed heartily towards the heavens, at last perceiving the glimmer of vengeance. Meanwhile, within the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Achu, Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his nose. Is someone cursing me? Is it Xiao Chen? He mused. Following the usual course, he should have encountered fortuitous opportunities by now. It is likely he is contemplating how best to exact revenge upon me in the future. Xiao Chen, this time you have gifted me with dragon energy and a fiancé. I wonder what you will offer next. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. He rather hoped that prodigious individuals like Xiao Chen would come forth in greater numbers. There are only harvested chives, never an exhausted farmer. As for Xiao Chen's affairs, they can be set aside for now. He likely won't amount to much for several years. It is best to prepare for the banquet at the age of 10, requiring a period of seclusion to achieve a breakthrough, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. After all, this will be my first public appearance before the myriad forces of the immortal realm. If my performance falls short, it would be rather disgraceful. When the news of Jun Xiaoyao's impending retreat spread, the entire Jun family was abuzz with excitement. Goodness, the divine son is actually going into seclusion? It seems that throughout his cultivation, he has never taken such a step before. If his progress has been so remarkable without retreating, one can only imagine how formidable he will become once he does. Surely, he is destined to break through to the true spirit realm. From all directions, whispers filled the air as the members of the Jun family speculated with great curiosity about Jun Xiaoyao, who had never retreated before. What unimaginable strength will he possess if he emerges after a year of seclusion? As curiosity and anticipation intertwined, time gradually slipped by over the course of that year. During this period, news began to circulate throughout the wilderness heaven immortal domain regarding the Jun family's plans to host a grand banquet for Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday. Many factions remained keenly attentive to this development. For 10 years prior, the awe-inspiring phenomenon of the 10,000 saints worship had left an indelible mark. Numerous prominent figures and ancient relics speculated on the extraordinary constitution of the Jun family's enigmatic divine son. His father, the white-clad divine king, was a taboo existence, and one could surmise that his son's constitution must be equally remarkable. Indeed, Jun Wuhue, the white-clad divine king, was one of the most likely candidates from ancient times to ascend to the realm of emperors, even to touch the domain of immortality. Regrettably, 10 years ago, many ancient powers had their thoughts interwoven in the void, yet they too were filled with curiosity about how the Jun family's divine son, born under the shadow of his predecessor's glory, would present himself to the world for the first time. Hangzhou, one of the 3,000 states within the wilderness heaven immortal domain, lies within the influence of the ancient royal clan, the ancestral dragon nest. The vast majority of the 3,000 states are occupied by various powerful factions. For instance, the Zhuge ancient kingdom dominates the entire fire state. In contrast, Hangzhou is merely one of the 50 or so states governed by the ancestral dragon nest. Indeed, the ancient royal clan alone possesses dominion over 50 states, while the Zhuge ancient kingdom claims only one. The disparity between first-rate powers and the ancient royal clan is evident. However, the Jun family is even more formidable, occupying over 100 states, double that of the ancestral dragon nest. The royal state serves merely as the Jun family stronghold. At this moment, within a grand city in Hangzhou, beings of various appearances thronged the streets. Some bore black horns, others sprouted wings, some had scales adorning their foreheads, while others possessed eyes akin to those of beasts. These beings represented the myriad ancient races of the immortal domain. Among them were also the ancient royal beings. In the territories of certain human ancient clans and immortal dynasties, humans were in the majority, whereas in the realms of the ancient royal races or other peculiar beings of the immortal domain, the diverse races were more prevalent. Naturally, under normal circumstances, these myriad beings, including humans, coexisted relatively harmoniously. On the bustling streets of the city, many gazes were drawn toward a hooded woman clad in a blue dress. Though her visage was largely concealed, it was evident that she belonged to the human race, possessing an elegant figure. Within the dominion of the ancient royal family, it was not that humans were entirely absent, but rather, they were exceedingly rare. The woman in the blue dress slightly raised her head, revealing a captivatingly charming face. She was none other than Lan Qingya, who had been cast out from the Jun family. At this moment, her gaze was fixed upon a resplendent tavern at the end of the road. That must be the place where the esteemed individual would gather. She intended to divulge the news of Jun Xiaoyao harboring the sacred body of the human race. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Linglong, I, Lan Qingya, may lack the strength to take revenge upon you, but there are others who can. A profound hatred flickered across Lan Qingya's face. After her expulsion from the Jun family, her circumstances had become woefully dire. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she now suffered from the harshness of the elements, enduring profound desolation. Lan Qingya refused to reflect upon her own actions, instead attributing all her misfortunes to Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. At the pinnacle of the opulent tavern, a gathering of beings was underway. Some bore wings upon their backs, others were covered in scales, and some were as robust as bears or tigers. Yet, at this moment, they encircled one individual like stars encircling the moon. This was a youth clad in golden attire, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. With 2 dragon horns adorning his head, his eyes sparkled like 2 brilliant stars, radiating a chilling brilliance. Beneath his skin, golden dragon scales shimmered intermittently. His very presence was utterly mesmerizing. This youth was none other than Long Haoyan, a prodigious offspring of the ancestral dragon's nest, a scion of dragons. His elder brother was none other than Long Haoyan, the first of the forbidden generation, possessing the blood of an imperial dragon. Chapter 23. Long Haoyan's Calculations, Sword Transmission. Inviting heroes far and wide. The ancestral dragon's nest is a lineage of profound heritage from the ancient royal family. Their ancestors were ancient dragons who attained the position of ancient emperors, overshadowing even some human emperors, commanding respect in the celestial realm for countless years. Long Haoyan is regarded as one of the most illustrious prodigies of the ancestral dragon's nest, known as the first of the forbidden generation. As for Long Haoyan, although his talent may not rival that of his brother, Long Haoyan, he is still exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, how could he have acquired the status of a dragon? The dragon scions of the ancestral dragon's nest are nearly equivalent to the hierarchy of the Jun family. Congratulations, esteemed dragon scion, on merging with the dragon essence. Your strength has surged. Indeed, it was a dragon essence. For an ordinary individual, it would be overwhelming, yet the dragon's scion managed to suppress and refine it, which is truly remarkable. Many beings around him were showering him with flattery. Oh, it was merely a single dragon essence. While it is indeed commendable, my brother has already merged with 3 dragon essences. Long Haoyan replied with a proud smile. What? 3 dragon essences? All present were taken aback. The term dragon essence refers to the flesh and blood essence left behind by the most powerful of dragons upon their demise. It not only harbors profound dragon blood, but is also concentrated with various innate abilities and runic imprints. Though the dragon essence holds immeasurable value, its refinement is far from a simple endeavor. Even the most gifted prodigies from the ancestral dragon nest find it exceedingly arduous to merge a single dragon essence, often risking their very existence in the process. For Long Haoyan to successfully assimilate 1 dragon essence is a feat worthy of pride. However, Long Haoyan has already united 3. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Long Haoyan smirked and declared, "This is merely the beginning. My brother's ultimate ambition is to coalesce 7 dragon essences within himself. When that time comes, combined with the blood of the divine dragon, the destiny of this era shall be claimed by my brother." Long Haoyan harbored no jealousy towards Long Haoyan. Rather, he held him in profound admiration. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. However, I have heard whispers that the 10th birthday celebration of the Jun family's divine scion is approaching. A robust young man, adorned with horns, spoke up. He hailed from the ancient royal lineage of Mo Mountain. While the ancient royal families may not rival the ancient imperial clans, their strength is formidable enough to command respect. Upon hearing the mention of the Jun family's divine scion, many beings present fell into a contemplative silence. Although Jun Xiaoyao had yet to reveal himself to the world, the moment of worship a decade prior had sent ripples through the realm of the celestial domain. Since then, while no significant news had emerged regarding Jun Xiaoyao, none dared to underestimate this enigmatic figure from the Jun lineage, especially given his lineage as a descendant of the white-clad divine king. Until the Jun family scion makes his debut, who can ascertain his true capabilities? The worship was impressive, but on my brother's birth, a wondrous phenomenon of the ancestral dragon also manifested, rivaling his glory. In fact, without my brother's intervention, I could easily subdue him myself, Long Haoyan scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. The enmity between the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family was long-standing. With the recent incident involving the white-clad divine king, Jun Wuhui, who, while still in the sage realm, had brutally defeated a quasi-supreme being from the ancestral dragon nest, stripping him of his skin and tendons. This humiliation would be forever etched in the annals of the ancestral dragon nest's disgrace. Indeed, I believe that the Jun family's divine scion shall prove no match for the dragon lord, a woman from the winged race, adorned with snow-white wings. Chimed in with a laugh. Yet I wonder, what kind of physique does the Jun family scion possess? A member of the ancient royal lineage mused, shaking his head slightly. Just then, a feminine voice rang out. I know what kind of physique the Jun family scion possesses. Who? The assembly of beings turned their gazes to the entrance of the pavilion, where a woman in a blue dress ascended the stairs. What is a human doing here? The young man from Mo Mountain furrowed his brow. While the ancient royal families did not resort to indiscriminate violence against humans, they certainly did not hold them in high regard. Remain calm, he advised. Long Haoyan raised his hand and pressed down, silencing the multitude of beings around him. His gaze swept over Lan Qingya, and with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "What do you know of the physique of the Jun family's divine son?" "Indeed, I know. For I once was a follower of the Jun family sequence," Lan Qingya affirmed with conviction. What? This revelation left all the beings in a state of astonishment. A follower of the Jun family would seek him out? The ancient races? Subsequently, Lan Qingya recounted the grievances involving Jun Xiaoyao and others. I see. Then tell me, what is the physique of the Jun family's divine son? Long Haoyan prompted. The primordial sacred body, Lan Qingya replied. As her words echoed, the entire pavilion fell into a profound silence. The expressions of all beings froze momentarily before erupting into laughter. Absurd. Is what you say true? The primordial sacred body? Once a sacred physique of humanity, now a mere useless shell. Long Haoyan, too, was taken aback, his eyes widening with fury as he declared, "Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? A mere useless shell could never garner the Jun family's attention. This matter is of utmost certainty. Jun Xiaoyao is indeed a primordial sacred body, albeit one that has shattered a certain restraint." Lan Qingya continued to divulge. What? Shattered a restraint? How is that possible? Does he possess such capability? Lan Qingya's statement caused the amusement on the faces of the ancient beings to fade, replaced by a pallor of concern. A human sacred body that has broken restraints is something extraordinary, bordering on terrifying. Long Haoyan's expression remained relatively unchanged as he pondered. Given the Jun family's resources, it is not unfeasible to forcibly accumulate resources to shatter restraints. Yet such methods are fundamentally flawed. At most, 3 restraints can be broken. Beyond that, Jun Xiaoyao's path would be irrevocably sealed. A cold smile graced Long Haoyan's face. If breaking the restraints of the primordial sacred body were so simple, it would not be labeled as a useless body. That seems reasonable, Lan Xingya nodded, believing that Jun Xiaoyao had only broken 1 restraint, entirely unaware that he had shattered 10 upon his birth. How intriguing. It appears I must attend the 10-year banquet of this Jun family's divine son. Long Haoyan laughed heartily. At that banquet, I shall trample the Jun family's divine son underfoot. Just envisioning such a scene is exhilarating. With Lord Longzi stepping in, the Jun family's divine son's banquet will surely transform into a banquet of disgrace. The Jun family should prepare to lose face. The atmosphere in the pavilion was filled with a light-hearted gaiety. Jun Xiaoyao, it is you who have compelled Xingya to act thus. Do not blame me when the time comes. Lan Xingya narrowed her beautiful eyes, glinting with cold light. When the moment arrived, she would follow Long Haoyan to witness the humiliation of Jun Xiaoyao and others. Shortly after Lan Xingya's revelations, from the esteemed residents of the Jun family, invitations were meticulously bound to golden flying swords, transforming into a cascade of radiant light that surged forth in every direction of the barren celestial realm. This was the Jun family's sword-transmitted missive, an invitation indeed. The enigmatic divine son of the Jun family was finally set to make his appearance in the world. In an instant, the long-quiet barren celestial realm was once again ablaze with excitement due to the Jun family's missive. Chapter 24. The Twin Beauties of the Jiang Family. Various powers gather for the feast, the aspirations of the Yi family's prodigy. The Jun family, as a pinnacle force within the barren celestial realm. Every gesture they made stirred ripples throughout the entire domain. It goes without saying that the focus of this banquet was none other than the mysterious divine son of the Jun family. As the son of the white-clad divine King Jun Wuhui, Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly under the scrutiny of many. This banquet, marking his debut at the tender age of 10, was bound to cause quite a stir. In one of the 3,000 states, Qingzhou, the ancestral land of the ancient Jiang family, was where Jiang Ro, the mother of Jun Xiaoyao, hailed from. Once a divine maiden of the Jiang family, Jiang Ro held a position of considerable esteem. At this moment, within the enchanting realm of the Jiang family's territory, shrouded in mist and vibrant auspicious colors, a breathtaking young woman dressed in white awaited something. She was flawless and ethereal, with a tall and slender figure, cascading black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her visage was like a painting, with elegantly arched brows, eyes that sparkled like autumn waters, and lips as vivid as blooming flowers, revealing pearly white teeth. At first glance, she appeared as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, a sight to behold. My nephew is hosting his 10th birthday banquet. I have yet to see it, the woman murmured, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This lady was Jiang Xingyi, a distant cousin of the Jiang family. Although their blood ties were limited, she could be regarded as the aunt of Jun Xiaoyao in name. At the tender age of 24, Jiang Xingyi was the youngest among Jiang Ro's lineage, flourishing in her youth and beauty. At that moment, a melodious voice resembling the chime of silver bells echoed from afar. Sister Xingyi, have you summoned me? As the words resonated, a 12-year-old girl, delicate and sprightly, descended gracefully through the air. Her petite frame and agile movements were accentuated by her twin ponytails, which danced lively with her every motion. With long eyelashes framing her bright eyes, a delicate nose, and lips that bloomed like cherry blossoms, she exuded a playful charm, enhanced by her small tiger teeth and 2 delightful dimples that added to her allure. This girl seemed to embody the very essence of the world's spirit, an ethereal sprite, clever and wise. Luo Li, you possess the innate spirit body, the closest physique to the essence of the heavenly path. Why do you not devote yourself to cultivation? Jiang Xingyi chided with a playful roll of her eyes, lightly tapping Jiang Luo Li's forehead with a slender finger. Hee, Sister Xingyi. You are the divine maiden of the Jiang family, endowed with an innate Tao body. With you around, why should I bother with cultivation? Jiang Luo Li playfully covered her forehead with her small hand, winking mischievously. Jiang Luoli, the cherished jewel of the Jiang family, as mentioned by Jiang Ro and Jun Zhantian, was summoned for serious matters. In a while, accompany me to the Jun family to attend the 10-year banquet, Jiang Xingyi stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli inquired, is it the banquet of the Jun family's divine son? Jiang Xingyi replied with a smile, indeed, at last, you shall meet your future husband. What future husband? Xingyi, please do not speak carelessly, Jiang Luoli retorted, stamping her foot slightly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. She had yet to meet the divine son of the Jun family. How could she jump to such conclusions? My nephew is undoubtedly a remarkable individual. Should you continue to oppose so hastily, do not regret it later, Jiang Xingyi teased. Humph. I oppose arranged marriages. Even if I were to leap from a mountain, I would never consent to an arbitrary engagement, Jiang Luoli declared, puffing up defiantly. Jiang Xingyi chuckled softly. Very well. I believe I heard from cousin Jiang Ro that my nephew possesses an extraordinary appearance, as if he descended from the heavens. Really? Jiang Luoli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I was merely jesting. I truly do not know, Jiang Xingyi laughed. She understood that Jiang Luoli had a penchant for beauty. Her standards exceedingly high. Indeed, a man lacking in handsomeness would never capture Jiang Luoli's attention. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from her pursuit of perfection as a Yuanling Dao body. Humph. Any man who wins my approval must surely be the most handsome in the celestial realm, Jiang Luoli proclaimed, puffing out her small chest defiantly. She found herself pondering just how attractive this mysterious divine son could be. Do not worry. It shall not be long before you discover the truth, Jiang Xingyi reassured, patting Jiang Luoli's head gently. Invited to this grand occasion were not only the Jiang family, but also several other ancient clans, supreme families, and immortal dynasties. First-rate forces of slightly lesser standing would also receive invitations, albeit in a less formal capacity. As for the second-rate forces, they were not qualified to attend. However, the Jun family would not refuse their voluntary participation. They would merely be relegated to the periphery, unable to enter the main hall. As time passed, the entire archaic sky celestial realm, across its 3,000 provinces, began to buzz with excitement. The long-awaited 10-year banquet of the Jun family's divine son was finally at hand. On this day, the archaic sky celestial realm resounded with a cacophony. Countless ancient warships, flying vessels, and steeds soared into the sky, transforming into myriad streaks of light. Their destination was singular, the Jun family in the royal prefecture. The Dasang dynasty, an ancient royal lineage of the human race, boasted profound heritage and a long-standing legacy. Magnificent pleasure boats ascended into the air, making their way to the royal prefecture. Look, that is the princess of Dashang's vessel. She too intends to attend the 10-year banquet of the Jun family's divine son. Indeed, this banquet presents an opportunity. Who wouldn't wish to ascend the ranks of the Jun family? It was also understood that typically, after turning 10, one could begin preparing to seek a Dao partner. Though the divine offspring of the Jun family has yet to reveal themselves, their esteemed status alone captivates numerous princesses and illustrious daughters, prompting them to offer themselves as suitors. To be favored by the scion of the Jun family would undoubtedly propel one to great heights, with their accompanying influence rising in tandem. As a result, many factions are preparing to attend the banquet, hoping for a stroke of luck. The Dayan sacred land, too, has dispatched carriages soaring into the void, en route to the Jun family. The last time the Jun family hosted such a grand celebration for a 10-year-old was for the first in the lineage. Yet the forthcoming banquet for the Jun family's divine offspring promises to be even more extravagant. The ancient Yi family has summoned divine birds to draw their chariots skyward. Upon hearing that Luo Li would also attend, I knew I could not be absent. Within the carriage, a young man clad in blue, with a refined visage and striking eyebrows, chuckled softly, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. The Luo Li he mentioned is none other than the cherished jewel of the Jiang family, Jiang Luo Li. Master Xingyun, the elder has instructed us to attend the banquet, not to provoke trouble. If you misbehave at the Jun family's gathering, the elder will not spare you, warned an elder with a goat-like beard, his expression grave. He exuded an aura reminiscent of a quasi-saint, indicating that the young man's status must be equally exalted. Rest assured, Uncle Fu, I understand the gravity of the situation. I am merely seeking to engage with Luo Li, not to incite the ire of the Jun family. The youth laughed heartily. His name is Yi Xingyun, a top-tier prodigy from the ancient Yi family, possessing the celestial star body, which ranks among the top 500 among 3,000 physiques, capable of harboring the power of 9 heavens. Yi Xingyun had once encountered Jiang Luo Li during a secretive expedition, and he has been unable to forget the enchanting girl, reminiscent of a lively spirit. Yet, he had not found another opportunity to meet her since. This banquet hosted by the Jun family presents an ideal occasion for him to make his intentions known. Luo Li, you shall surely become my beloved. Yi Xingyun's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Chapter 25. Seeking to undermine? The 7th sequence, Jun Xuan outside the gates of the Jun family in the royal province. Countless avian and terrestrial creatures converged, pulling a plethora of ornate carriages. Vast sky ships traversed the expanse. At this moment, the gates of the Jun family swung wide open, welcoming guests from all directions. As for the possibility of disturbances, The shimmering array concealed in the void emanated an aura that even saints would find daunting, sufficient to deter those with nefarious intentions. No individual or faction would dare cause a ruckus at the Jun family's banquet. The Tao Extreme Heavenly Sect has arrived, presenting congratulations to the divine offspring with 9 volumes of Tao scriptures, whispered the attendees, acknowledging the fame of the venerable elder from the Tao Extreme Heavenly Sect. The Dian Sacred Land has come forth, offering a vial of spirit-gathering jade mucus and 100 top-grade divine sources as gifts, exclaimed another. Good heavens! The Dian Sacred Land has even produced spirit-gathering jade mucus, a rare treasure capable of nurturing the true spirits within the divine palace. Many listeners felt envious upon hearing this. These gifts, each one capable of inciting fervent desire, have now been generously bestowed upon the esteemed son of the divine as congratulatory offerings. This inevitably stirs feelings of envy and jealousy. The Great Shang dynasty has arrived, presenting a priceless treasure, a magnificent landscape painting. As the announcement resonates, a strikingly beautiful woman graces the scene, bearing the exquisite scroll. Her charming smile and captivating gaze make her the illustrious princess of the Great Shang dynasty, a true paragon of beauty. Alas, such a radiant being is merely to be admired from afar, while she seeks to endear herself to the son of the Jun family. Truly, one cannot help but feel disheartened by the disparity. Many distinguished young men from various factions silently lament their lack of eligibility to pursue the Great Shang princess, who, in turn, yearns for the attention of that divine scion. Subsequently, numerous factions arrive in succession, each bearing gifts of congratulation. From the far northern realm of the Snowwind Empire to the extreme Tianya Dao Academy, it is evident that any faction summoned by the Imperial Sword Dispatch could not afford to remain absent. All these factions are of the first tier or higher, worthy of entering the gates of the Jun family. Conversely, those of lesser standing, unable to attain even the second tier, must simply present their tributes and await their turn outside the banquet at the mountain gates. These factions harbor no discontent, for they acknowledge their own limitations. The ancient clan of the Jiang family arrives, offering a sacred weapon, 3 elixirs of immortality, 100 top-tier holy pills, and 1,000 pieces of exceptional divine essence. The Jun family attendant continuously recites this impressive list, astonishing all present. Such lavish gifts are indeed remarkable. One must not forget that the Jiang and Jun families have been entwined through generations of marriage. The mother of the Jun family's divine scion hails from the Jiang lineage. Thus the gifts are abundant. The Jiang family stands as the most amicable of the immortal powers connected to the Jun family. Their bond so close it is as if they share the same garments. 2 stunning figures gracefully step into the Jun family gates. The guests present find themselves momentarily spellbound, their expressions frozen in awe. The elder, draped in a flawless snow-white garment, possesses an ethereal grace, her delicate features reminiscent of a celestial being. The younger, dainty and exquisite, boasts lively eyes that shimmer with brilliance, exuding an aura of innate elegance, akin to a captivating sprite. Though differing in charm, both women are breathtaking, rendering the world around them dim in comparison. The elder beauty must surely be Jiang Xingyi, the divine maiden of the Jiang family, blessed with innate Tao physique. The younger, undoubtedly the cherished jewel of the Jiang family, is Jiang Luoli, endowed with the Yuanling Tao body. As the onlookers are entranced by the enchanting duo, another announcement pierces the air. The ancient family of the Yi clan has arrived, presenting 10 top-tier sacred herbs, 100 pieces of divine essence, and 3 noble weapons. Upon hearing this, many whisper among themselves. The ancient Yi family, though renowned, offers gifts that pale in comparison when juxtaposed with the preceding Jiang family's offerings. Their offerings appear rather insipid, and even when set against those of first-tier factions, they seem somewhat lacking. The relationship between the Yi family and the Jun family is rather unremarkable, characterized by a sense of tranquility, so the modest gifts exchanged are entirely expected. Haha. Miss Luoli, please hold your steps. 2 figures entered the gates of the Jun residence. One was a venerable old servant with a goat-like beard, and the other, leading the way, was the young man in a blue robe, Yi Xingyun. He is the pinnacle of talent from the Yi family, possessing the coveted starry royal body. Yi Xingyun. Who are you? Jiang Luoli turned around, casting a glance at Yi Xingyun, her heart filled with curiosity. Yi Xingyun's smile faltered slightly, betraying a hint of awkwardness. Before he replied, Miss Luoli, have you forgotten our encounter in the Falling Moon secret realm? Jiang Luoli struggled to recall, her expression turning indifferent as she said, Oh, you are that. What's his name? From the ancient Yi family, Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun felt increasingly uncomfortable. Could it be that Jiang Luoli had no recollection of him whatsoever? Oh, it's you. My apologies. I tend to forget faces that are rather ordinary. Zhang Luoli remarked with a slight pout. The atmosphere fell silent at her words. Yi Xingyun was left feeling quite humiliated, to be honest. He was not unattractive, his sharp brows and starry eyes were quite pleasing, and most women found him rather easy on the eyes. Yet, in Zhang Luoli's words, he had become merely ordinary. However, Yi Xingyun, possessing a certain resilience, forced a smile, and said, Miss Luoli, it has been quite some time. Might I have the honor of sharing a table with you later? Upon hearing this, some individuals present began to comprehend his intentions. It seemed that Yi Xingyun was not merely here for the feast, but had ulterior motives to pursue Zhang Luoli. Beside him, Jiang Xingyi furrowed her delicate brows. Jiang Ro had long wished to unite Zhang Luoli with Jun Xiaoyao. Was Yi Xingyun attempting to undermine that plan? Luoli, let us go, cousin Jiang Ro. Jiang Xingyi said, gently taking Zhang Luoli's hand. Oh, Zhang Luoli nodded slightly, choosing to disregard Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun took a deep breath, still maintaining a composed smile. It's fine. I shall have my chance, he reassured himself inwardly. Meanwhile, a magnificent hall of the Jun family was unveiled, reserved only for the most esteemed guests and those of the highest lineage. The remaining first-rate factions were seated in other divine islands. The Zhang family, the Yi family, and several other ancient clans and supreme families were welcomed within. An array of exquisite wines and sumptuous delicacies adorned the tables, each dish a luxurious and rare delight. Where are the prominent figures of the Jun family? Where is the divine son? An elder from a top-tier lineage asked, glancing around. Just then, a pair of powerful figures appeared, a young man in a black robe, exuding a sharp and formidable aura, Jun Zhangjian, the 10th in the Jun lineage. He had emerged from seclusion specifically to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration. Beside him stood a woman clad in a pale blue fringed gown, an air of chill emanating from her presence. Her pupils shimmered an icy blue, and her flowing azure hair was elegantly adorned with a phoenix hairpin of the same hue. Her skin, as pristine as snow and ice, rendered her akin to a beauty sculpted from frost. She was Jun Xuan, the 7th ranked of the Jun family. Possessing an ice spirit body, it was said that with but a thought, she could freeze vast expanses, causing snow to cascade upon the earth. Numerous influential figures observed Jun Xuan with keen interest. The 10 ranked members of the Jun family were all extraordinary, and among them were remarkable women, Jun Xuan being one such exemplar. I did not expect you to make a special appearance to attend the 10th birthday banquet of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian remarked with a faint smile. The 10 ranked members of the Jun family were either in seclusion or traversing the world, exploring various secret realms. Few chose to attend Jun Xiaoyao's celebration. Jun Xuan pressed her lips together and replied softly, I merely wish to witness the extent of the prowess of that prodigy who could best you at the tender age of 3. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhangjian's countenance shifted, revealing his discomfort. It was a rather unfortunate topic to broach. At that moment, a figure entered the grand hall. Is it him? Upon sighting this newcomer, both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuan felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions turning grave. Chapter 26. A person as elegant as jade. The prodigy unmatched in the realm. The presence capable of instilling such gravity in the 2 Jun family members could only belong to a figure of even greater renown. The newcomer was a young man clad in silver battle armor, his features chiseled and his demeanor exuding an air of proud superiority. Scars crisscrossed his cheeks, adding a striking fierceness to his countenance. His eyes sparkled like tempestuous lakes, emitting flashes of lightning as he moved, with bolts of thunder visibly manifesting around him. It is he. I cannot believe he has arrived as well. Upon seeing this young man, many prodigies from powerful factions wore serious expressions. Even Yi Xingyun revealed his concern, stating, he has come too. Jun Wanjie, the 5th ranked of the Jun family. Jun Wanjie was undoubtedly a legendary prodigy, born of a side branch of the Jun family. His status was not elevated, and he endured scorn and hardship. Typically, members of the Jun family side branches were dispatched to various great states upon reaching adulthood to manage the family's enterprises. Jun Wanjie was initially destined for such a fate until he fortuitously acquired a supreme technique, inheriting the legacy of Thunder Tribulation. As a result, Jun Wanjie awakened a top-tier physique he had never before realized he possessed, the Thunder Tribulation Battle Body. Among the 3,000 physiques, the Thunder Tribulation Battle Body ranked within the top 300, being one of the most formidable. This transformation enabled Jun Wanjie to assert himself as the 5th ranked member of the Jun family. While all 10 ranked members of the Jun family were exceptional, there remained a discernible disparity in their strengths. To rank within the top 5 among them was ample proof of Jun Wanjie's formidable capabilities. However, his arrival caused both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuan to furrow their brows in concern. The reason is quite simple. Perhaps it is due to Jun Wanjie being born into the collateral line. enduring disdain from a young age. His demeanor is exceedingly arrogant and domineering, resulting in strained relations with other sequences. It is indeed a rarity for someone of his temperament to attend the 10th birthday celebration of a member of the Xiaoyao clan. Jun Zhongjin murmured, evidently not particularly fond of Jun Wanjie. Perhaps he sought to witness the prowess of the divine son, as it is highly likely that he will ascend to one of the top 10 sequences in the future, speculated Jun Xuan. They remain unaware that Jun Xiaoyao has long been predetermined as the numbered sequence. Upon his arrival, Jun Wanjie directly selected a seat and sat alone, with others around him reluctant to approach. With the arrival of the 3 sequences from the Jun family, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, a series of formidable auras descended, causing those from various factions to stiffen and gaze in their direction. The esteemed elders of the Jun clan arrived, each exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ro, also made her entrance. Esteemed guests, I thank you for attending my grandson's 10th birthday celebration, the elder in the golden robe, Jun Zhantian, proclaimed with a cupped fist. Too kind. It is our honor to witness the true visage of the divine son. Everyone present responded with smiles and returned the gesture. An elder from one of the factions hesitated before inquiring, might I ask where the divine son is at this moment? This question piqued the interest of many, as the banquet had commenced, yet the guest of honor had yet to appear, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, many had come primarily to behold the true face of the Jun family's divine son. My apologies, everyone. My grandson has been in seclusion and has yet to emerge. Though it should be soon, Jun Zhantian replied just as a booming sound echoed from deep within the Jun family's Tiandi palace. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled and radiant light surged, illuminating the skies with auspicious colors. What a magnificent sight! It appeared as though someone was breaking through a realm. Could it be the divine son? Yet, the aura of this breakthrough seemed overwhelmingly terrifying. The powerful figures from various factions within the hall were left dumbfounded, taking a deep breath. The Jun family's divine son is, after all, merely 10 years old. Boom. In the distance, the Tiandi palace erupted with brilliant light, a resplendent golden radiance. In the hazy distance, it seemed as if a primordial divine elephant's phantom emerged, suppressing the heavens and the earth. What kind of technique could evoke such a heart-pounding sensation? Yi Xingyun, sensing the oppressive force of the divine elephant, felt a subtle change in his expression. He prided himself on being exceptionally talented, with the starry king body and extraordinary aptitude, capable of subduing all. Yet, the presence of the primordial divine elephant instilled a sense of trepidation within him, causing him to furrow his brow, for he was not fond of such feelings. Just as the guests were taken aback by the spectacle, in the distant sky, a colossal hand emerged, descending from the firmament, isolating all phenomena and rendering them imperceptible to mortal eyes. The sight of this hand, capable of effortlessly erasing all signs, instilled a sense of trepidation among the powerful forces present, each one swallowing hard in fear. Without a doubt, the wielder of such power was a supreme being. Could it be the esteemed 18th ancestor of the Jun family? Some speculated anxiously in their hearts, just as the various factions were consumed with conjecture over the extraordinary occurrence. The gates of the celestial emperor's palace finally swung open. Amidst a dazzling radiance, a figure clad in resplendent white slowly materialized. At that moment, countless gazes converged upon the silhouette stepping forth from the palace, akin to rivers merging into the sea. Before them stood a tall and graceful youth, enveloped in an ethereal glow, his attire as immaculate as freshly fallen snow, resembling an immortal who had transcended the mundane world. His hair shimmered with crystalline brilliance, and his form appeared to be forged from the finest celestial jade, imbued with divine light. His visage was shrouded in a veil of otherworldly luminescence. Yet it was still possible to discern his striking features, which possessed an almost surreal allure, prompting onlookers to wonder, was this a mere mortal, or an immortal accidentally cast down to the earthly realm? In that instant, silence enveloped the universe. Many women felt as if their very breaths were suspended. Even those Jun family maidens who had previously encountered Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of suffocation at this moment. After a year of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao's aura had deepened and transformed, becoming even more profound. Like a jade figure among the flowers, he was truly unmatched in the world. One maiden from the Jun family, seemingly entranced, murmured such thoughts aloud. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao surveyed the multitude of gazes upon him, slightly astonished. Has my 10th birthday banquet already arrived? He had not anticipated that a year had passed in the blink of an eye. His strength had ascended once more, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of true spirit, far surpassing the initial goal he had set when breaking through to the true spirit realm, thus accomplishing his task with remarkable success. It could be said that throughout the vast expanse of the celestial wilderness, few could achieve the 9th layer of true spirit by the age of 10. Young master, the banquet has commenced, announced Jun Linglong, who had been waiting outside the palace for his arrival. As for Bai Yuer, she had already returned to the ancient Zhuke kingdom. Very well. Let us proceed to the main hall. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a slight nod, stepping forward as if soaring through the air like an immortal. It was only after his figure receded from view that the onlookers regained their senses. I know not the extent of the Jun family scion's power, but in terms of appearance and demeanor, he is undoubtedly the foremost in the celestial domain. A saintess from a prominent faction murmured dreamily. Meanwhile, within the main hall, many had become aware of the Jun family scion's emergence from seclusion. Moments later, a soft and warm voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. I extend my gratitude to all for attending Jun's banquet. As the voice faded, a figure clad in garments whiter than snow gracefully entered the hall. In that moment, all clamor ceased. Chapter 27. The True Fragrance Law of Jiang Luoli. Yi Xingyun's Provocation. The attendees were entranced by Jun Xiaoyao's captivating appearance and demeanor. All the women gazed at him with infatuated eyes, as if their spirits had been lured away by this ethereal youth. Jun Xiaoyao appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens, his aura exceedingly transcendent. Is this truly the Jun family's divine son? Seeing is indeed believing. He is truly remarkable, everyone marveled inwardly. Amidst this serene atmosphere, a sudden exclamation broke through. Wow, are you the Jun family's divine son, Jun Xiaoyao? A strikingly beautiful young girl called out, her bright eyes sparkling, and her rosy lips glistening with drool. And you are? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Looking at the enchanting maiden before him, his first impression was simply that she was short, although Jiang Luoli possessed bright eyes and a charming smile. With 2 delightful dimples appearing when she grinned, her stature was rather petite, appearing to be around 1.50 meters. I am Jiang Luoli, she said, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Luoli? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. No, not Jiang Luoli. I mean Jiang Luoli, she stammered, her heart racing and words tumbling over each other. Jun Xiaoyao realized. So she is from the Jiang family, related to his mother Jiang Ro. With this thought, he smiled gently at Jiang Luoli and said, Thank you, Miss Jiang, for gracing us with your presence at the banquet. Upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's ethereal visage, enveloped in a celestial glow, Jiang Luoli felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, as if struck by Cupid's arrow. For someone like her, who adored beauty, Jun Xiaoyao's look struck every chord of excitement within her. This was truly the visage of a celestial being. Meanwhile, Jiang Shengyi, observing her exceptionally handsome nephew, felt a slight tremor of surprise. She had initially intended to tease Jiang Luoli, but now found herself momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, an indescribable emotion surged within her. Her innate Dao physique seemed to resonate with an inexplicable feeling. What is happening? Jiang Shengyi thought in astonishment, touching her slightly flushed, fair face. Xiaoyao, come here quickly. This is your mother's distant cousin, your aunt, Jiang Shengyi. And Luoli, she is the cherished jewel of our Jiang family. So you should get to know each other better. Jiang Ro smiled, beckoning Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. So this diminutive girl was the Jiang family's prized jewel, whom Jiang Ro and Jun Zhantian had often mentioned in regard to a potential union. Aunt, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. This title felt rather aging. One should call her sister. To seemingly mask her inner turmoil, Jiang Shengyi feigned nonchalance, revealing her pearly teeth in a charming smile as she teased. Meanwhile, she was observing Jun Xiaoyao, uncertain of his true nature. As for Jiang Luoli, from the moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, her face had been flushed with a deep crimson. Originally lively and vivacious, she now exuded an air of bashfulness. This scene elicited murmurs of astonishment from the other guests, who could clearly see that this jewel of the Jiang family was nearly smitten. Indeed, the superficiality of those who judge by appearances was evident. At one table, Yi Xingyun gazed at the bashful Jiang Luoli, his body trembling slightly with barely contained anger, his complexion an ashen hue. How could this be? A storm was brewing within Yi Xingyu's brow. Truth be told, he had no intention of provoking Jun Xiaoyao. Yet witnessing this scene pierced his heart deeply. Jiang Luoli was the woman he intended to claim. Aside from her beauty, Yi Xingyun prided himself that in terms of talent, strength, and family background, he was not inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, he had shared a fleeting connection with Jiang Luoli in the Moonfall secret realm. Yet now, Jun Xiaoyao, without lifting a finger, was on the verge of captivating Jiang Luoli solely by virtue of his handsome visage. Was there no justice in this world? Is being handsome truly such an advantage? On the other side, Jun Zhanjian mused, how swiftly the years had passed, and how much Jun Xiaoyao had grown in that time. Jun Zhanjian felt a sense of relief that he had not antagonized Jun Xiaoyao back then. Rather, He had chosen to cultivate a friendly rapport by presenting the Yuan Tian Supreme Order. This decision could be deemed one of his wisest. Beside him, Jun Xuan gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, her ice blue eyes momentarily lost in thought. However, unlike Zhang Luoli, she was not entirely captivated by mere looks. This esteemed son of God was indeed worthy of his reputation, his aura unfathomable. Jun Xuan shook her head slightly. Jun Xiaoyao was enveloped in divine radiance, making him inscrutable. Their peripheral vision caught sight of Jun Wanjie, whose gaze had been fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao since his entrance, eyes betraying a mix of scrutiny and indifference. Clearly, Jun Wanjie, born into the collateral line and often looked down upon, harbored deep resentment towards this privileged scion born with a golden spoon. Why must I toil for what you possess by birthright? It seemed that Jun Wanjie was somewhat displeased with his cousin Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian remarked quietly. Frankly, I find myself a bit envious of this son of God's status and treatment, Jun Xuan confessed. Fortunately, Jun Wanjie remained a mere observer, refraining from any overt actions. Subsequently, the banquet commenced in earnest. The majority of the attendees' attention remained fixated on Jun Xiaoyao. The princess of the great merchant kingdom gazed at him with rapt admiration. Yet she shook her head gently, whispering, "This princess is unworthy of the esteemed son of God." Her words sent ripples of astonishment through the surrounding factions. The illustrious princess of the great merchant family surprisingly expressed her belief that she was unworthy of the esteemed scion of the Jun family. Who truly knows the extent of the Jun family scion's abilities? Perhaps he is merely a handsome facade. At that moment, a low voice murmured, audible only to a select few, drawing their gazes. It was the starry-eyed heir of the Yi family, his eyes flashing. Was he subtly voicing his dissatisfaction? Yet, it seemed the Jun scion had never provoked him. "Young master, you mustn't speak recklessly," exclaimed the old servant, a prospective sage. As he noticed a change in Yi Xingyun's expression, the latter's countenance darkened further, as he pondered whether a proud descendant of the ancient Yi clan could not utter a single word. Meanwhile, Zhang Ro was introducing Zhang Luoli to Jun Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, you are no longer a child. It is high time to consider granting your mother a grandchild," she jested. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a slight flush of embarrassment. "What do you mean by not a child?" Although he appeared tall and youthful, akin to a lad of 14 or 15, he was merely 10 years old. Furthermore, he felt no inclination towards the young girl, Zhang Luoli. The prospect of a union filled him with a sense of unease. Zhang Luoli, on the other hand, blushed deeply, unable to meet Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. Who was it that proclaimed they would never yield to an arranged marriage, even if it meant leaping from a mountain? Teased Jiang Xingyi, her smile enchanting. "Sister Xingyi, please refrain from such comments. When did I ever say that?" Zhang Luoli pouted, shaking her head vigorously in denial. "As long as I do not acknowledge it, it signifies I never uttered those words." However, deep down, she couldn't help but admire Jun Xiaoyao, thinking that perhaps an arranged marriage wasn't so dreadful after all. Indeed, it feels rather delightful. As she observed Jun Xiaoyao and Zhang Luoli together, Yi Xingyun seethed with jealousy. With a resounding clap, he slammed his cup onto the table, causing an abrupt silence to envelop the grand hall. "The Jun family scion. I am Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi clan. Might I have the honor of sparring with you?" Yi Xingyun's declaration instantly quelled the lively atmosphere of the hall, leaving many influential figures staring at him in bewilderment, as if he were a fool. Wasn't he the starry-eyed heir of the Yi family? What was he attempting to achieve? After all, this was the celebration of the Jun scion's 10th birthday, and he dared to utter such a challenge. Whispers circulated among the guests, speculating on Yi Xingyun's apparent infatuation with the jewel of the Jiang family. They were cautious not to voice their opinions too loudly, aware that the Yi family was a prestigious ancient clan with a rich heritage spanning countless years. It was prudent to avoid entangling themselves in such a conflict. Upon hearing Yi Xingyun's words, the old servant beside him abruptly changed his expression. "Young master, do not act recklessly." "Enough, Fu Bo, I am not seeking trouble. I merely felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the scion of the Jun family," Yi Xingyun interjected, unable to bear the sight of the one he cherished displaying such infatuation towards Jun Xiaoyao. "So, the Jun family scion, might I have the honor of your attention?" Yi Xingyun suppressed his jealousy and anger, speaking in as calm a tone as he could muster. He was not foolish. To speak indiscreetly at the Jun family's banquet would be courting disaster. However, he believed that if it were merely for the purpose of discussion and sparring, the Jun family would not take severe action against him. As expected, upon hearing Yi Xingyun's words, Jun Zhantian and the others frowned slightly, but refrained from comment. This was not solely because Yi Xingyun was backed by the ancient Yi family, but rather because they too were curious to see what progress Jun Xiaoyao had made during his year of seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao maintained an expression of indifference. "You are Yi Xingyun of the Yi family," he remarked, his gaze fixed on Yi Xingyun. "Ah, You are the one with the Star King body, Jun Xiaoyao responded. Suddenly enlightened, he had some understanding of the young prodigies from the ancient clans. The most renowned among the ancient Yi family was the legendary reincarnation of the sword demon, Yi Guqin, who wielded the emperor-slaying sword and swept through the younger generation of the immortal realm, leaving no rival standing. It was said that in battles against his peers, he had never unleashed a second strike, for none could withstand his first. As for Yi Xingyun, possessing the Star King body was commendable. Yet he could not be compared to Yi Guqin. Were Yi Guqin present, Jun Xiaoyao might have shown some interest. However, regarding Yi Xingyun, Jun Xiaoyao found him utterly unimpressive. No need, my strength is rather ordinary, and there is no necessity for any sparring, Jun Xiaoyao declared, shaking his head, clearly disinterested in engaging with Yi Xingyun and offering a flimsy excuse. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, several influential figures displayed expressions of surprise. To be candid, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had indeed left them in awe. His aura was profound, and his demeanor transcendent, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Yet now, in response to Yi Xingyun's provocation, Jun Xiaoyao chose not to act, instead claiming his own abilities were unremarkable. Could it truly be so? Was the Jun family scion merely a fade? The expressions of Jun Zhongjian and others were filled with incredulity. What an absurd statement. If Jun Xiaoyao is merely ordinary, then I might as well be crushed by a mere being, Jun Zhongjian thought, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Yet, Yi Xingyun remained oblivious to Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. The previous extraordinary event marking Jun Xiaoyao's breakthrough had only slightly heightened Yi Xingyun's regard for him. Now, witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's reluctance to engage, Yi Xingyun's anxiety grew. As Jun Xiaoyao refrained from making a move, how could he maintain his pretense before Jiang Luoli? After contemplating for a moment, Yi Xingyun spoke up. There is no need for the son to be so modest. If it is due to an insufficient realm, I can suppress my cultivation to the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm and engage in battle with you. In Yi Xingyun's estimation, even with his extraordinary talents, the 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao could only possess a cultivation level at the Divine Palace realm. Meanwhile, Yi Xingyun himself, at the age of 16 or 17, had already achieved mastery at the 5th level of true spirit. Hearing Yi Xingyun's words, the onlookers in the Grand Hall turned their gazes towards Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao were to refuse this challenge, it would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Jun Xiaoyao let out a silent sigh. He was unwilling to retaliate. Yet someone was insistent on provoking him. He glanced at Jiang Luoli beside him and began to understand Yi Xingyun's motivation. A beauty can bring disaster. Must you incessantly cling to my brother Xiaoyao? Jiang Luoli, the young girl, was displeased. She had desired to engage in a meaningful conversation with Jun Xiaoyao to nurture their bond, but Yi Xingyun had intruded uninvited. Luoli, I only wish to. Yi Xingyun's words were cut short, his expression turning a shade of green as he realized that Jiang Luoli had even referred to Jun Xiaoyao as brother. Jiang Luoli, exasperated, interjected, What do you wish for? If you mar my brother Xiaoyao's face, will you compensate for it? Yi Xingyun choked on his words, his face flushing with indignation, barely holding back a curse. Did good looks grant one the privilege to act as they pleased? Jealousy festered within him. Jun Xiaoyao, speechless, thought Jiang Luoli could easily be the president of a beauty association. There's no need. Since you insist on sparring with me, let us proceed, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, his hand resting behind his back. Brother Xiaoyao, you. Jiang Luoli hesitated, concern creeping into her heart that Jun Xiaoyao might be overpowered by Yi Xingyun. Oh, is Luoli beginning to worry about her future husband? Jiang Xingyi, nearby, chuckled, revealing her pearly teeth. Jiang Luoli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yi Xingyun's expression darkened. Eager to prove himself, he suppressed his cultivation to the 9th level of the Divine Palace realm. Jun Xiaoyao, however, replied nonchalantly, You may strike first. And there is no need to suppress your realm. No need for that. Yi Xingyun firmly declined. He knew that if he did so, Jun Xiaoyao would have grounds to excuse his potential failure, which would undermine his attempt to impress Jiang Luoli. With a sigh, Jun Xiaoyao ceased his words and directly unleashed the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. During his year of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao had awakened another 10,000 giant elephant particles. This meant that he had now awakened a total of 40,000 giant elephant particles, equivalent to 400 million pounds of sheer strength. What concept does 400 million pounds of strength represent? A single palm strike could shatter ancient mountains and strike the stars across the 9 heavens. Boom. The golden sacred blood surged within Jun Xiaoyao. A surging torrent of golden vitality erupted from within, seemingly coalescing into the ethereal silhouette of an ancient divine elephant, imposing dominion over the celestial expanse. Jun Xiaoyao, with effortless grace, unleashed a single hand, reminiscent of a primordial deity, cleaving through the earth and sky with an overwhelming force that sent tremors through the void, causing the entire hall to resonate with a deafening roar. All the attendees, whether young prodigies or venerable elders, could not help but rise, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The sheer terror of his power instilled a profound sense of dread in many of the elder figures. As for Yi Xingyun, he felt as if struck by lightning, his countenance changing drastically. Chapter 29. A complete suppression. Yi Xingyun's anomaly. How is this possible? Your strength. Yi Xingyun bellowed, overwhelmed by Jun Xiaoyao's might, as if his very scalp were about to burst. Astonishment, shock, disbelief. How could this be described as ordinary? Yi Xingyun's thoughts were rife with expletives. Not only he, but the surrounding guests also appeared as if petrified. Jun's remark of ordinary was indeed laden with profound significance. Yi Xingyun's heart quaked violently. However, being the pride of the ancient Yi clan, his mental fortitude was not lacking, and he swiftly reacted. Star-snatching hand. Yi Xingyun unleashed his formidable technique without reservation. Initially intending to probe, he now saw no need. He reached out, channeling a torrent of stellar energy that coalesced into a resplendent giant hand, shimmering with starlight, as if inscribed with the trajectories of celestial bodies. This was a martial prowess exclusive to those of the star's sovereign physique, immensely powerful. The starry giant hand collided with Jun Xiaoyao's palm. The golden energy surged mightily, shattering the starry hand and hurtling towards Yi Xingyun. Crack! Accompanied by a series of bone-cracking sounds, Yi Xingyun was sent flying from the hall, leaving a trail upon the ground. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Observing Yi Xingyun, who lay outside the hall, coughing blood, many prodigies felt their hair stand on end. Their gazes turned towards Jun Xiaoyao, now tinged with fear. A monster, a true prodigy. Yi Xingyun was no mere novice. He was the pinnacle of the ancient Yi family, not to mention possessing the star's sovereign physique. To witness such a young prodigy being effortlessly struck down by the merely 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao was nothing short of monstrous. Not only the bystanders, but even Jiang Loli and Jiang Xingyi stood with mouths agape, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. Yet soon after, Jiang Loli's sparkling eyes glimmered with intrigue. Her criteria for a partner were clear. Handsomeness was paramount. If, in addition to good looks, one possessed great strength, it would be even more ideal. Jun Xiaoyao embodies the quintessential image of the destined prince in Jiang Luoli's heart. Meanwhile, in Jiang Xingyi's clear eyes, an unusual glimmer flickered. That golden aura of vitality undoubtedly signifies the ancient saint physique. Jiang Xingyi mused to herself. Not only she, but many prominent figures present also exchanged knowing glances, realizing the truth. It truly is the ancient saint physique. No wonder it could invoke the awe of myriad saints a decade ago. After all, it is the physique of the human race. However, wasn't it rumored that the ancient saint physique had become a mere shell of its former self? Why does the Jun clan's divine offspring still possess such formidable prowess? Could it be that the Jun family expended immense resources to aid their scion in breaking several shackles? This is quite plausible. Yet, even so, the path of the ancient saint physique is not one that can be traversed for long. With Jun Xiaoyao's display of power, the entire assembly was nearly convinced that his constitution is indeed the unparalleled ancient saint physique. In the ancient era, the ancient saint physique could reign supreme, standing shoulder to shoulder with emperors and battling ancient foes. However, in the recent ancient times, the status of the ancient saint physique has become rather precarious. Although it still ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques, its deterrent force pales in comparison to its former glory. You are indeed the ancient saint physique. Outside the grand hall, Yi Xingyun rose abruptly, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Nevertheless, as a member of the Star King physique, his constitution is significantly stronger than that of ordinary prodigies. I have stated that there is no need for a contest, for the outcome is already determined, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, shaking his head slightly. It is not over yet. I was simply unprepared before. Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede defeat in such a disheveled manner. Young master, your servant, Fu Bo, wishes to speak. Yi Xingyun's old servant hesitated. Chaos Starfinger. Yi Xingyun unleashed his attack, pointing forth with vigor. In an instant, the power of the stars converged, manifesting as an ancient finger capable of shattering celestial bodies. Boring, Jun Xiaoyao replied, extending his hand once more. A surge of golden energy erupted, transforming into a colossal golden palm that directly severed the ancient finger. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao grasped the air, his mana surging as it coalesced into a purple-black spear, ablaze with hellfire. This was none other than the pinnacle technique of the Divine Elephant Suppression of the Abyss. The Spear of the Underworld God. Jun Xiaoyao hurled the Spear of the Underworld God forth. The void shrieked, sending ripples through the air. The waves of hellfire surged, and the sharp spear pierced directly toward Yi Xingyun. Feeling the might of the Underworld Goddess spear, Yi Xingyun's expression shifted dramatically once more. Celestial Star Shield. Yi Xingyun summoned a noble-grade weapon, a shield radiant with starlight. However, to the gasps of the onlookers, the spear, empowered with 400 million pounds of force, pierced through the celestial star shield, shattering it into fragments. Fear welled upon Yi Xingyun's face. The means of Jun Xiaoyao instilled a chilling dread within him, sending shivers down his spine. Devouring star black hole palm, Yi Xingyun unleashed his ultimate skill, driving the unique celestial spirit sea within his dantian to its zenith. With a single palm strike, he seemed to conjure a black hole, which devoured the spear of the underworld god. However, Yi Xingyun too suffered from the backlash. Staggering back dozens of steps, blood gushing from his mouth, and his outstretched arm trembled violently. It was over. Jun Xiaoyao once again executed the military strike technique. An endless surge of golden radiance transformed into myriad divine weapons, swords, halberds, axes, and hooks, swirling together like a roaring torrent, rending the void. This overwhelming power caused the young prodigies of various factions to pale, their hearts gripped by fear. Celestial true form. Witnessing this, Yi Xingyun let out a roar to the heavens, no longer suppressing his own realm. The fifth level of the true spirit realm erupted forth. He understood that if he continued to hold back, he would undoubtedly be suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged. He too fully revealed his cultivation. Boom. The ninth level of the true spirit realm surged forth, golden mana rising like blazing flames. This was the ninth heaven of the true spirit realm. How could this be? The Jun family's scion was only 10 years old. As Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation reached its peak, everyone in the grand hall was taken aback, as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Xingyun himself was frozen in disbelief, a chill running down his spine. Jun Xiaoyao was younger than him, with a higher realm. Most importantly, he was more handsome. Who wouldn't be infuriated? Boom. As their techniques clashed, the outcome was as anticipated. The ancient holy body could easily suppress Yi Xingyun's celestial king body. Jun Xiaoyao's realm surpassed Yi Xingyun's. Ultimately, Yi Xingyun spat blood, his ribs shattered, his body riddled with wounds, like a tattered sack flung out of the grand hall once more. Young master. Fu Bo's expression changed as he hurried to assess Yi Xingyun's condition. After a thorough examination, Fu Bo let out a slight sigh of relief. Though Yi Xingyun was gravely injured, his foundation remained intact. Yi Xingyun's face was ashen, his gaze filled with unwillingness as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao is truly handsome. Jiang Luoli's enchanting eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing at Jun Xiaoyao with a starry-eyed expression, utterly oblivious to Yi Xingyun. Seeing this, a mouthful of blood surged to Yi Xingyun's throat, his anger boiling over, and he fainted on the spot. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, Yi Xingyun's consciousness seemed to transport him to a peculiar realm. Before him stood a magnificent celestial palace, towering amidst the stars of the universe. Before the palace, a figure draped in the sun, moon, and stars faced away from him, as if standing atop the heavens. Yet, before Yi Xingyun could scrutinize further, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Chapter 30. The Heavenly King covers the earth. Luo Li at 1.5 meters. The atmosphere in the entire Grand Hall was eerily silent. In this moment, Yi Xingyun, the proud scion of the illustrious Yi clan, found himself overwhelmed with fury, spitting blood and collapsing. Were it not for their own eyes bearing witness, none would believe that the mere 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao could so effortlessly vanquish Yi Xingyun. What is more striking is the stark contrast between their states. While Yi Xingyun lay in utter disarray, Jun Xiaoyao stood pristine in his white robes, unblemished and devoid of even a single crease. This was no mere sparring match. It was an unequivocal display of dominance. The Jun family's prodigy is indeed formidable. Many felt a chill run down their spines. An elder with an ethereal presence and a flowing white beard, a venerable figure from the Daoi Tianzong, remarked in admiration. With the advent of this grand era, the Jun family's scion shall undoubtedly emerge as one of the most resplendent stars of our time, destined for a place in the annals of history. His words elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Among them, a princess of the great Shang dynasty. Her beautiful eyes lost in reverie, murmured, "To behold the scion is to seal one's fate. No other man can ever compare." Her declaration struck a chord, resonating with many men who felt their hearts shatter at such a sentiment. The princess's words implied that after witnessing Jun Xiaoyao, no other suitor could possibly hold her interest. What extraordinary being could compel a royal to utter such profound admiration? All eyes were now fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao, who remained remarkably composed. Defeating Yi Xingyun was, to him, a trivial feat. "I appreciate your restraint, my lord. Our young master was merely impulsive." Taken by excitement without any ill intent, stammered Fu Bo, Yi Xingyun's elderly servant, eager to avoid any misunderstanding with Jun Xiaoyao. Although they were allied with the Yi family, they had no desire to offend the Jun clan. "Oh, I am fully aware that this was but a simple exchange of skills," Jun Xiaoyao replied with a gracious smile, observing the battered and unconscious Yi Xingyun. One could hardly call this an exchange of skills. It was a near-death experience. Even Fu Bo's lips quivered as he forced a smile, saying, "Your Excellency possesses great magnanimity. I shall escort the young master away now." "Very well," Jun Xiaoyao nodded nonchalantly. Although he bore no animosity towards Yi Xingyun, he had no intention of extending further courtesy to someone who acted so foolishly in pursuit of a woman. Subsequently, Fu Bo led the unconscious Yi Xingyun away in a dejected manner. "I apologize for any disappointment, dear guests. Allow me to toast to you," Jun Xiaoyao declared, surveying the crowd before raising his cup and drinking deeply. "Not at all, Your Grace, you are too kind," came the chorus of responses. Indeed, such a thrilling battle has truly opened our eyes. In the Grand Hall, all factions, regardless of whether they belonged to the younger or older generations, rose to toast in return. Not a single soul dared to remain seated. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang also stood to pay their respects. However, one figure remained seated, showing no intention of rising or returning the courtesy. It was none other than Jun Wanjie. At this moment, Jun Wanjie's expression was impassive, and in the depths of his obsidian eyes, it seemed as though a tempest of thunderclouds was brewing. A hint of gravity flickered within his gaze. He had witnessed the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Yi Xingyun, and to be candid, Jun Xiaoyao's prowess far exceeded his expectations. At such a tender age, possessing the strength of a top prodigy, what would he become in a few more years? Jun Xiaoyao, too, had taken note of Jun Wanjie. Is that the fifth sequence? Jun Wanjie, born of a collateral branch, he had endured scorn until he fortuitously acquired the supreme technique, transcended the trials of thunder, and awakened the thunder battle body, rising to prominence as the fifth sequence. This narrative felt strikingly familiar to Jun Xiaoyao. Wasn't this the classic tale of an underdog seizing an unparalleled technique and turning the tables? It was even more cliché than the trope of the ring-wielding grandfather from Xiao Chen's story. Nevertheless, Jun Xiaoyao chose not to dwell on it. As long as Jun Wanjie did not provoke him, he had no intention of instigating conflict. "Xiaoyao, you were incredibly impressive just now," Zhang Luoli exclaimed, her enchanting eyes radiating warmth as she gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, her admiration growing with each glance. "It was nothing much," Jun Xiaoyao replied, sipping his tea nonchalantly. His interest in such a young girl was minimal, especially given his status as an ancient sacred body, coupled with the extraordinary capabilities of the god of Kidney's abode. Jiang Ro, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, "Has my daughter captured your heart? Should we arrange something now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli's cheeks flushed crimson as she fidgeted with her delicate fingers, feeling somewhat bashful. "Mother," Jun Xiaoyao nearly sputtered his tea at her words, but for the sake of maintaining his composure, he swallowed it down and coughed lightly. "Xiaoyao, what's the matter?" "I think Luoli is truly wonderful," Jiang Ro stated. "Indeed, the tiger of heaven reigns on the ground, and Luoli is." Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. "What? Xiaoyao, how could you say I'm short?" Jiang Luoli's eyes widened in surprise, her alabaster neck craning as she looked up at Jun Xiaoyao. At merely 12 years old, she was 2 years his junior, yet her height barely reached his chest, creating an adorably stark height difference. "Isn't that so?" Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Jiang Luoli pouted, her pearly little tiger teeth glinting as she puffed out her cheeks. Her dark, expressive eyes twinkled with mischief before she opened her cherry-red lips and playfully bit down on Jun Xiaoyao's arm. She intended to leave her mark on him, a mark that belonged solely to her, Jiang Luoli. In that way, he would never overlook or forget her. However, the moment she bit down, "Ah, that hurts." Jiang Luoli let out a painful cry as one of her small tiger teeth was broken, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "Knowing that I am the ancient sacred body, yet you still dare to bite me. Do you take me for a dog?" Jun Xiaoyao remained speechless. He, as the ancient sacred body, possessed a physique comparable to divine weapons, capable of withstanding blows with bare hands and even shattering the weapons of nobles. How could Jiang Luoli hope to leave her bite mark on him? In a casual motion, Jun Xiaoyao seized her slender waist and delivered a swift slap. To subdue such a mischievous young girl, one must assert dominance. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Jiang Luoli was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Xingyi's expression also froze in shock, while Jiang Ro wore a proud look, as if to say, "This is my son." The onlookers, filled with various powers, awkwardly averted their gazes. Fortunately, Yi Xingyun had already fainted and been taken away. Otherwise, witnessing their goddess being treated in such a manner by Jun Xiaoyao would surely provoke an outburst of wrath. Chapter 31. The Revelation of the Identity of Zero Sequence. Jun Wanjia's discontent regaining his composure, Jun Xiaoyao felt somewhat inappropriate for his public display and released Jiang Luoli's waist. Her small face turned crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, utterly mortified. With a whimper, Jiang Luoli dove into Jiang Xingyi's embrace, burying her head like a little ostrich. As the cherished jewel of the Jiang family, a young lady of virtue, such treatment was indeed humiliating. Jiang Xingyi gently stroked Jiang Luoli's little head, unable to resist casting a charming glare at Jun Xiaoyao. Although her nephew appeared ethereal and handsome, resembling a celestial being, he seemed to have a mischievous streak. Jun Xiaoyao, now aware of his aunt's gaze, took note of her presence. Was that fluctuation indeed the innate Tao? His eyes darkened as he pondered. Previously, Jiang Ro had informed him that Jiang Luoli was the prized gem of the Jiang family, possessing a rare Yuanling Tao body, ranking within the top 100 among the 3,000 bodies. Jiang Xingyi, on the other hand, was the divine maiden of the Jiang family, endowed with an even rarer innate Tao. This constitution was not significantly inferior to the ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body and the innate Tao were said to be derived from an emperor who, in ancient times, touched upon the realm of immortality, possessing an unparalleled physique. The innate sacred body Tao. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifted as he refrained from delving further into his thoughts. At this moment, Jun Zhantian stepped forward, clearing his throat, and declared, "I thank all the esteemed elders for attending my grandson's banquet. Today, our Jun family has an important announcement to make." As he spoke, Jun Zhantian's expression turned solemn and formal. What could it be? Witnessing Jun Zhantian's serious demeanor, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment. "It is well known that my esteemed family possesses 10 distinguished ranks, each member a paragon of excellence. Yet, above these 10 ranks, there exists an even more exalted position." The words of Jun Zhantian caused an immediate stillness within the great hall, as if a revelation had struck all present, their expressions shifting abruptly. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuan, also members of the ranks, seemed to have come to a realization, rising with an expression of astonishment and disbelief. The countenance of Jun Wanjia grew increasingly solemn. "Our family's divine scion, Jun Xiaoyao, is to be designated as the 0 rank, a position surpassing even the 10 esteemed ranks." As this pronouncement echoed through the chamber, an odd silence enveloped the audience. The significance of the 0 rank was clear to all. It is noteworthy that the previous 0 rank was none other than Jun Xiaoyao's father, the illustrious Bai Shenwang, Jun Wuhui. The revelation made by Jun Zhantian crashed into the assembly like a boulder into a vast ocean, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment. One can only imagine the uproar that will ensue once this news spreads throughout the vast realm of the immortal domain. After all, the 0 rank of the Jun family holds profound significance. If all proceeds without unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly evolve into the family's most pivotal figure and a steadfast pillar of support. Even the 1st rank, in terms of status, pales in comparison to the 0 rank. To think that Xiaoyao, my kin, has already been preordained as the 0 rank. Jun Zhangjian inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock within his heart. He had previously believed that upon turning 10, Jun Xiaoyao would likely enter the fray for rank contention. Yet now, it appeared that he need not engage in such struggles, for he had already been anointed as the 0 rank. Although Jun Zhangjian felt a jolt of surprise, he harbored no jealousy. After all, he had personally witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's formidable prowess, which indeed warranted the 0 rank. Jun Xuan, too, was taken aback, her chest rising and falling in astonishment. Meanwhile, Jun Wanjia clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glimmering with tempestuous lightning, betraying his inner turmoil. Why should it be so? He thought coldly. Why must he endure countless trials to attain what Jun Xiaoyao has effortlessly acquired? The title of Divine Scion might suffice, but now, even the supreme 0 rank has been directly bestowed upon Jun Xiaoyao. Talents like Jun Wanjia have endured immense hardships in their pursuit of rank, ultimately emerging victorious among the many prodigies of the Jun family. Jun Wanjia was filled with a sense of bitterness, injustice, and resentment. Jun Zhantian cast a sweeping gaze over those who wore expressions of shock intermingled with reverence, nodding in satisfaction. This was the effect he sought to achieve. After the banquet marking Jun Xiaoyao's 10th year, it was time for him to step into the world. The Jun family had to create momentum for him. The 0 rank designation was undoubtedly the swiftest means to elevate Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. Is this the inheritance of a legacy? Many began to regard Jun Xiaoyao with a shifting gaze. Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, was the previous 0 sequence, and now he has also ascended to that status. The mere identity of a divine child renders Jun Xiaoyao exceedingly distinguished. With the additional title of 0 sequence, he possesses a dual identity that few would dare to provoke. Is brother Xiaoyao truly a 0 sequence? Jiang Loli peered out from Jiang Xingyi's embrace, her eyes blinking in surprise. One of her most revered figures is Jun Wuhui, the white-clad divine king, and now that Jun Xiaoyao has inherited his legacy, his charm is further amplified, as if he were destined to become the next white-clad divine king. However, the fact that brother Xiaoyao playfully smacked her and remarked on her height was indeed mischievous, Jiang Loli murmured. Despite her slight annoyance towards Jun Xiaoyao, she could not deny his undeniable handsomeness. In terms of strength, status, background, and appearance, he is truly unparalleled in this era. Jiang Loli is undoubtedly ensnared by the law of irresistible allure. Jiang Ro, on the other hand, displayed a hint of nostalgia and emotion, murmuring, "Wuhui, do you see? Our child has now also become a zero sequence." Just as all factions were engulfed in astonishment, a cold voice broke the silence. "Elder, I have a question." Upon hearing this voice, both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang's expressions shifted. Jun Zhangtian also cast a glance, furrowing his brow in silence. The speaker was none other than the fifth sequence, Jun Wanjie. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned towards him, his expression inscrutable. He was determined to uphold his identity as zero sequence. If Jun Wanjie remained unyielding, Jun Xiaoyao would not retreat either. "What question do you have?" Jun Zhangtian replied calmly. "Dare I ask if Jun Xiaoyao has participated in the struggle for the sequence?" Jun Wanjie inquired solemnly. "Not at all," Jun Zhangtian responded. "Dare I ask if Jun Xiaoyao has made significant contributions to the family?" Jun Wanjie continued. "Not at all." Jun Zhangtian's expression darkened. How could Jun Xiaoyao, having yet to step into the world, have rendered any achievements for the Jun family? "Dare I ask if Jun Xiaoyao has passed the trials and defeated 6 generals to claim his position in the sequence?" Jun Wanjie pressed on with 3 consecutive questions. "Not at all." Jun Zhangtian's voice grew cold. If it were anyone from another faction questioning him, Jun Zhangtian would have long since cast them aside. Yet, given that the speaker was Jun Wanjie of the Jun family's 5th sequence, he could not afford to lose face by resorting to violence. Then, by what merit does Jun Xiaoyao possess the right to become zero sequence without justification? Jun Wanjie abruptly stood, demanding an answer, as violent lightning flashed around him. The atmosphere turned deathly still. Even Jun Zhangtian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Amidst the silence, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. "Since you have so many questions, allow me to enlighten you," he declared. "The identity of the zero sequence is bestowed by the 8 ancestors, and the reason for this is their trust in me. With my presence, the Jun family need not worry about the emergence of a great emperor." Chapter 32, An Unexpected Visitor, Long Haoyan's Arrival, but merely a few mudfish. With me here, the Jun family has no cause for concern regarding the emergence of a great emperor. Jun Xiaoyao's utterance was resounding, like a force capable of swallowing vast landscapes. The entire Great Hall, indeed the whole of the Jun family, seemed to reverberate with his words. At that moment, the countenances of all the significant figures present at the banquet were uniformly frozen. Boom! The heavens transformed, thunder rolled, as if the very skies were in agreement with Jun Xiaoyao's proclamation. Words are not spoken lightly. Some shall bear the weight of immense consequences. The Jun family's divine son possesses an unmatched spirit. Upon hearing the divine son's declaration, could it be that he harbors confidence in attaining the title of emperor? This journey toward emperorship has become intriguing, many elder powers mused. The renowned beauties of various factions were equally swayed by Jun Xiaoyao's words. Which enchanting maiden does not yearn to be paired with a hero, a true gentleman? As the princess of the Great Shang lamented, her heart already ensnared. As for Jiang Loli, she was on the verge of drooling, completely forsaking the image of the cherished jewel of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao paid no heed to the gazes of others, but instead looked down from a lofty height at Jun Wanqi, casually inquiring, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Jun Xiaoyao's rhetorical question left Jun Wanqi momentarily speechless, his countenance darkened, unable to muster a rebuttal. Just moments before, even he had nearly been overwhelmed by Jun Xiaoyao's indomitable aura. At that instant, from deep within the Jun family, an elderly voice emanated softly. Uttering a single word, "Good." This word caused a drastic change in the expressions of all present. It was the 18th ancestor. Even Jun Zhangtian's voice trembled slightly. The 18th ancestor, a figure of ancestral stature within the Jun family, rarely made an appearance. The last time he manifested was at the moment of Jun Xiaoyao's birth. This time, while the 18th ancestor remained unseen, that singular word of approval was evidently a commendation of Jun Xiaoyao's great ambition. To aspire to attain the title of emperor is not a boast that just anyone would dare to utter. Even some of the most exceptional prodigies would feel trepidation, lacking certainty in their hearts. Upon hearing the 18th ancestor's endorsement, what more could Jun Wanqi say? No matter how proud and domineering his nature, even with 100-fold courage, he would not dare to confront the 18th ancestor. Jun Wanqi has been disrespectful. There are other matters to attend to. I take my leave. Jun Wanqi cast a cold glance at Jun Xiaoyao and, without hesitation, turned to depart. Remaining here would only serve to deepen his own frustrations. Observing this, Jun Zhantian's expression eased slightly. Though Jun Wanqi's temperament was somewhat unruly, he was not foolish and could recognize the greater picture. Had he chosen to resist, engaging in a confrontation with Jun Xiaoyao, it would have brought shame upon the Jun family. As Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the departing figure of Jun Wanjie, he contemplated the coldness reflected in his eyes moments ago. He understood that Jun Wanjie still harbored resentment. Even if he temporarily refrained from pursuing matters now, he would inevitably seek revenge in the future. Jun Wanjie, I hope you are not as foolish as Xiao Chun. Otherwise, even though you belong to the Jun family, I shall show you no mercy. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. Any obstacle that stood in his path would be swept aside, regardless of whether it originated from the outside world or within the family. With Jun Wanjie's departure, the atmosphere of the Grand Hall returned to its original state. Congratulations, Divine Son. Jun Xuan rose and raised her cup towards Jun Xiaoyao. Unlike Jun Wanjie, she bore him no animosity, only a hint of envy. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile, reciprocating the gesture. He had always admired those who understood the greater picture. Congratulations, Divine Son. Jun Zhangjian also stood to offer his congratulations. He no longer referred to Jun Xiaoyao as Xiaoyao clan brother, for he recognized that he had lost that privilege. With his identity as the Divine Son in the Zero sequence, no one among the younger generation of the Jun family held a higher status than Jun Xiaoyao. Even the first sequence, who had been in closed-door cultivation, or those in the second and third sequences, could not compare to him. He wondered how those individuals would react upon learning that his clan brother had ascended to the Zero sequence. Although they were both of the Jun family lineage, Jun Zhangjian felt no courage to draw his sword in the presence of those ranked above him. Each individual among the top ranks was formidable, possessing either extraordinary talents or some forbidden legacy. Jun Xiaoyao was well aware of their prowess, yet he believed that with his own innate abilities, he could handle any trouble that might arise. The banquet continued, while Jun Xiaoyao pondered why the system had yet to prompt him for a sign-in. Suddenly, a voice filled with arrogance and mocking coldness resounded from the horizon above the Jun family's mountain gate. The Jun family Divine Son speaks with such bravado. I wonder if your strength truly matches your words. Upon hearing this voice, all present in the hall trembled. Who dared to utter such words at the 10th birthday banquet of the Jun family Divine Son? This was not a way to invite death. Outside the Grand Hall, numerous individuals from various factions gazed toward the sky. In the distance, a dragon with azure wings soared across the heavens, carrying a group of peculiar figures. Some bore horns, others wings, and some were covered in scales. At first glance, they appeared anything but human. At the forefront stood a young man clad in resplendent golden robes, adorned with 2 dragon horns, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. The words of challenge had indeed come from his lips. He was the scion of the ancient royal clan, the dragon prince of the ancestral dragon nest. An elder from a great power inhaled deeply. The ancient royal clan stands as a superpower rivaling the primordial aristocracies, supreme sects, and immortal dynasties. The sovereign of the ancient royal clan possesses a stature comparable to that of the great emperors of the human race. In certain epochs, the ancient emperors dominated the celestial realms, towering over countless beings. The ancestral dragon nest is among the apex forces within the ancient royal clan, alongside illustrious entities such as the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain and the Chilan Ancient Cave. Presently, the scion of the ancestral dragon nest has audaciously arrived at the 10th birthday banquet of the young master of the Jun family. It is apparent to any discerning mind that the arrival of the ancestral dragon nest heralds ill intentions. Benevolent visitors do not come uninvited. Some individuals recalled the historical grievances between the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. It seems that today, a captivating spectacle is inevitable. Ancestral dragon nest? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He had indeed heard Jun Zhantian mention this faction before. The ancestral dragon nest is considered an adversarial force to the Jun family. Notably, a prodigious figure named Long Outyin, bearing the blood of the imperial dragon, had previously triumphed over numerous young talents of the Jun family. Of course, the Jun family had also vanquished several of the ancestral dragon nest champions. The animosity between the two factions is palpable, akin to a clash of fire and water. Even his father, the white-clad divine King Jun Wuhui, had famously slain a quasi-supreme from the ancestral dragon nest during his ascent to the sage realm, marking the beginning of his illustrious reputation. Humph, how unfortunate, Jun Zhantian remarked grimly. It was unthinkable for them to extend an invitation to the ancestral dragon nest. Does the venerable Jun family, an ancient aristocracy, lack the courage to grant entry? Long Haoyan proclaimed arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuan, among others, felt a surge of indignation. The audacity of this scion of the ancestral dragon nest was indeed astonishing. Grandfather, let them enter. They are but a few slippery eels, Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly, standing with an air of composure. Chapter 33, Truly an Old Hand. One palm to crush Lan Qingya. Jun Xiaoyao did not shy away from expressing his thoughts directly, the moment his words left his lips. All the cultivators present were momentarily stunned, followed by profound admiration. Truly, the Jun family's divine scion dared to call the progeny of the ancestral dragon nest mere eels. Long Haoyan, not deaf to the remarks, narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. His purpose for attending was to humiliate the Jun family, to trample the divine scion at his own celebration, and elevate the reputation of the ancestral dragon nest. After all, the ancestral dragon nest's reputation had been tarnished recently. Jun Wuhui's act of tearing apart a quasi-supreme from their ranks had rendered them a laughingstock in the celestial realm. Although no faction dared to openly mock the ancestral dragon nest in their presence, whispers of derision circulated behind closed doors. Thus, Long Haoyan sought to return the favor, intent on subjugating the descendants of Jun Wuhui. Furthermore, he possessed the confidence to do so, having assimilated a dragon essence, albeit not fully refined. He stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation. Apart from a select few exceptional individuals, he harbored no fear of anyone. With the tacit approval of Jun Zhantian, the guards of the Jun family did not impede the entrance of Long Haoyan and his companions. Alongside Long Haoyan, several young prodigies from the ancient royal clans accompanied him. Though the ancient royal clans were somewhat less prestigious than the ancient imperial clan, they remained among the foremost powers. Unlike Long Haoyan, these beings from the ancient royal clans felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, the Jun family, as an ancient lineage, was renowned and considered one of the most illustrious and prosperous families of antiquity. Their actions could be construed as a provocation, and it was only natural for them to feel uneasy. However, with Long Haoyan standing before them, their resolve steadied. With a formidable ally, what did they have to fear? Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over Long Haoyan and his entourage with a detached demeanor. Suddenly, he noticed a somewhat familiar figure, a woman clad in a blue dress. Her alluring visage tinged with a hint of animosity as she fixated on Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. Is it really her? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. He had encountered a face he thought he would never see again. It's you, Lan Qingya. What brings you here? On the other side, Jun Zhangjian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he scanned the scene, unable to suppress his outburst. Hadn't he expelled Lan Qingya from the Jun family? Why was she now beside Long Haoyan? Upon hearing Jun Zhangjian's reprimand, a smirk of amusement crept onto Long Haoyan's lips. In front of Jun Zhangjian, he raised his hand to tilt Lan Qingya's fair chin, his eyes glinting with provocation as he remarked, "What are you saying? She is now my servant. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, Qingya is the servant of Lord Longzi," Lan Qingya replied submissively. "That wretched woman." Jun Zhangjian's dark hair billowed as his countenance turned icy, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He had only driven Lan Qingya away out of lingering affection from the past, without further malice. Yet now, Lan Qingya had brought someone from the ancestral dragon's lair. It was worth noting that she had once been Jun Zhangjian's loyal follower. How would the elders of the Jun family perceive this turn of events? Moreover, with Long Haoyan leveraging Lan Qingya to humiliate the Jun family, how could he possibly save face? As these thoughts weighed heavily on him, Jun Zhangjian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. From the corner of his eye, he noticed several elders of the Jun family wearing grave expressions. Such disputes among the younger generation were not something the elders could easily intervene in without tarnishing their reputation. Damn it, if this matter is not handled properly, my standing within the family might be jeopardized. Jun Zhangjian clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, while Jun Zhangjian's expression fluctuated, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and spoke in a calm tone. Who would have thought that the heir of the ancestral dragon's lair would harbor such peculiar tastes? Peculiar tastes? Long Haoyan frowned, directing his gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao. The remarkably handsome youth before him was the target he intended to trample upon today. Who would have thought you possessed a penchant for salvaging discarded shoes? The esteemed lineage of my family does not accept the unwanted, yet here you are, willing to embrace and accommodate. Truly, you are a seasoned hand at taking over. Jun Xiaoyao spoke with a nonchalant tone. However, upon hearing this, Long Haoyan's eyes widened, and his complexion turned a ghastly shade of green, becoming exceedingly unsightly. Was this not tantamount to suggesting that Long Haoyan was picking up someone else's refuse? Lan Qingya's face also turned as pale as a sheet. her fingers trembling in a mix of shame and rage. No woman wishes to be labeled as discarded. With just a couple of simple sentences, Jun Xiaoyao managed to turn the situation on its head. Originally, it was Long Haotian who sought to humiliate the Jun family, yet now, he found himself the subject of mockery. Many from the surrounding factions, though hesitant to openly deride Long Haotian, could not conceal the disdain and scorn reflected in their gazes. The young master Jun Zhangjian felt a jolt in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed coming to his rescue. Realizing this, Jun Zhangjian's gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao subtly conveyed gratitude. A mere utterance from Jun Xiaoyao had alleviated his embarrassment and crisis. "We are all of the same kin. There is no need for superfluous words," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Jun Zhangjian nodded earnestly, a resolution forming within him. Jun Xiaoyao was worthy of his loyalty and following. The depths of his wisdom were indeed unfathomable. With just a few words, he had extricated Jun Zhangjian from his predicament, mused Jun Xuan. The ingenuity displayed by Jun Xiaoyao in the face of adversity was hardly the demeanor one would expect from a mere 10-year-old. "Wow, I have witnessed yet another facet of Brother Xiaoyao," exclaimed Zhang Loli in astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao not only possessed an ethereal beauty and unparalleled strength, but his emotional intelligence and wisdom were also extraordinary. With just a few words, he rendered the Dragon Prince, Long Haotian, speechless and humiliated. "Humph. Is it only through verbal prowess that the descendants of Jun Wuhui seek to prove themselves? How disappointing," remarked Long Haotian, his expression as dark as the deepest waters. "Indeed, is it not merely the ancient sacred body? Does he truly believe himself invincible? Before the Dragon Prince, he is nothing but ordinary." Lan Qingya, emboldened by Long Haotian's support, spoke sharply. "Just a mere insect, yet it dares to chatter?" Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained indifferent. In his eyes, Lan Qingya had already become a specter, the difference merely lying in the timing of her demise. Since Lan Qingya was so intent on reincarnation, Jun Xiaoyao could only oblige her. With a thunderous roar, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, the boundless golden divine energy surging forth, transforming into a colossal palm that descended upon Lan Qingya. This sudden action took everyone by surprise. To dare act in my presence is sheer audacity. Long Haotian's eyes immediately narrowed, akin to golden dragon pupils, as he prepared to intervene and shield Lan Qingya. "No one can obstruct my divine intent to take a life." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was as cold as a deity. He raised his other hand, and a torrent of divine weapons erupted forth, embodying the battle decree. The cascade of divine arms surged towards Long Haotian, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The prowess of Jun Xiaoyao surpassed his expectations. A thunderous sound echoed. In the eyes of the numerous factions present, Long Haotian staggered backward, his arms trembling violently, a flicker of horror evident in his gaze. At that moment, a colossal golden hand of magical energy loomed ominously above Lan Qingya's head. "Lord Longzi, save me." Lan Qingya's face turned ashen, her beautiful eyes reflecting sheer terror as she emitted a piercing scream. Yet, as the golden hand descended with a resounding crash, her scream was abruptly silenced. Chapter 34. The Jun family's sequence battle against the ancient royal clan. Long Haotian's surprise attack on Jun Xuanbang. The golden hand of magical energy descended like a corner of the heavens. Accompanied by a spine-chilling crack, blood erupted from beneath the golden palm. The blood even splattered onto Long Haotian, staining him crimson. Dumbfounded, astounded. At that moment, silence enveloped the entire venue. All factions stood in stunned disbelief. They had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would be so tyrannical, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, effortlessly striking down Lan Qingya right before Long Haotian's eyes. Many also noted that with a mere flick of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao had sent Long Haotian reeling. Although there was an element of surprise involved, being forced back by a single blow clearly indicated something significant. As the magical hand dissipated, all that remained was a grotesque mass of mangled flesh, enough to induce nausea. One moment, she had been a beautiful maiden. The next, she had transformed into a gruesome pile of flesh. The stark contrast was jarring. Many gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with a newfound reverence. This divine son was indeed decisive in his actions. He showed no mercy, even towards women. Such a demeanor truly exemplified the aura of a divine son. Had he shown leniency, it would have diminished his formidable presence. Elders from several great factions exchanged hushed whispers, deliberating over Jun Xiaoyao's performance, which did not betray his status as the divine son of the Jun family and the Zero Sequence. "You are doomed." Long Haotian's eyes blazed with fury, yet there was also an undercurrent of shock. Just moments ago, Jun Xiaoyao had merely aimed to obstruct him with a single strike. Yet Long Haotian felt an almost insurmountable divine power emanating from him. As the progeny of the dragon nest, he prided himself on his physical prowess, unrivaled among the elite. However, Jun Xiaoyao's casual blow caused his arms to tremble and threatened to shatter his very bones. This Jun Xiaoyao, even if he possessed an ancient sacred body, could not possibly be so powerful. Long Haoyan's expression darkened as he coldly mused in his heart. At that moment, several ancient royal prodigies who had accompanied Long Haoyan stepped forward, their voices filled with indignation. Jun family divine son, you truly are despicable, daring to launch a surprise attack. If it weren't for your sudden assault, how could Lord Longzi have been forced back? Clearly, these ancient royal prodigies were attempting to salvage Long Haoyan's dignity. Arrogance. How could my esteemed family's divine child be so casually criticized by you insignificant ants? Jun Zhongjian, with his sword raised and his hair billowing, wielded a sword that soared behind him, emanating an aura of terrifying sword intent that spread like wildfire. In the eyes of Jun Zhongjian, Jun Xiaoyao was akin to a benefactor. As Jun Xiaoyao had liberated him, Jun Zhongjian was naturally inclined to reciprocate. Jun Xuan, too, stepped forward gracefully, her ice blue eyes seemingly radiating a chilling aura. In my esteemed family, there has yet to be any qualification for your audacity. In an instant, the young prodigies of the ancient royal clans stood in opposition to the Jun family, their spirits ignited with battle intent, the air thick with murderous intent. On one side, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold, while Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xuan radiated fierce battle enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Long Haoyan's demeanor darkened, his blood surging, his eyes filled with ominous intent. Surrounding him were numerous spirited beings from the ancient royal clans, each brimming with ambition. Allow me, Niu Dingtian, to ascertain the true prowess of this supposedly extraordinary divine child of the Jun family. A tall, robust young man stepped forth, his back adorned with two black bull horns. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. He was Niu Dingtian, a formidable young warrior from the ancient royal clan of Niu Mo Mountain. Rumored to have faced 10 opponents single-handedly, standing firm against 10 prodigies of the human race. Many young elites from various factions whispered among themselves, "You are not worthy to engage with the divine child." Jun Zhongjian's figure flickered as he unleashed a horizontal strike with his sword. Humph. What of the divine child of the Jun family, or the zero sequence? Today's banquet shall mark your family's disgrace. A beautiful woman with wings sprang into action. She was a prodigious beauty from the ancient royal clan of the feathered people. My esteemed family is not to be provoked by just anyone, Jun Xuan stated indifferently. She raised her delicate hand, and an endless chill coalesced around her, transforming into a multitude of icy spears. Furthermore, several renowned beings from the ancient royal clans also joined the fray simultaneously. In that moment, magical energies surged, divine light pierced the heavens, and the air erupted with resounding echoes, shaking the very ground. Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xuan, the two representatives of the Jun family, stood resolutely against the host of prodigies from the ancient royal clans. The 9 swords of the rising sun, Jun Zhongjian, with a heart attuned to the sword, could master any sword technique to its zenith. His 9 swords pierced the air like 9 beams of divine light descending from the heavens. An ancient royal being was instantly torn asunder, meeting a swift demise. Surrounding Jun Xuan, the chilling energy surged as an icy spear penetrated through, causing a royal being to scream in agony before being utterly pierced through. The Jun family's representatives were formidable. Many guests from various factions could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Among all present at this banquet, the most noteworthy was undoubtedly Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, at this moment, Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xuan also radiated a dazzling brilliance. Jun Zhongjian ranked 10th among the top 10 of the Jun family, while Jun Xuan held the 7th position, not particularly high, yet their strength was nonetheless awe-inspiring. I have heard that among the top 5 rankings of the Jun family, there exists a wielder of dual pupils and a prodigious supreme being who has attained forbidden inheritances, their power formidable enough to defy the heavens. Alas, for an ordinary force to possess even a single such prodigy is a cause for pride, yet the Jun family boasts a staggering 10. Not to mention the existence of the Jun family's divine offspring, an anomaly among them, the zero sequence, which has not graced us with its presence for quite some time. This exemplifies the profound heritage of the ancient aristocracy, an envy beyond reach. Some antiquated figures from first-rate powers lament their fate, filled with longing. This is the Jun family, a paragon of glory, immortal and unyielding, a pinnacle of ancient lineage. Observing the blood-soaked prodigies from the primordial royal lineage, Long Haoyan's expression darkened considerably. His intent in coming here was to trample Jun Xiaoyao beneath his feet. Yet, now, Jun Xiaoyao remains unscathed while his own people are swiftly perishing. With an indomitable sword body, all swords converge into one. Jun Zhangjian activated his unyielding sword body, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged through the void, ultimately coalescing into a sword that could cleave the heavens. With a piercing sound, the young prodigy from Miao Demon Mountain, Niu Dingtian, was cleaved in twain by a single strike, blood erupting forth. Ice Heaven Snow Lotus. Jun Xuan delicately lifted her alabaster hand, channeling boundless icy magic to conjure a stunning snow lotus. It appeared beautiful, yet seemingly harbored the power to freeze the ages. Go! Jun Xuan hurled the snow lotus toward the proud maiden of the feathered people. Not good. The maiden's face turned ashen. Sensing the overwhelming chill, she realized she could not withstand it. In that critical moment, a figure surged forward like a dragon breaking free from its restraints. Long Haoyan, his brow furrowed, golden dragon eyes ablaze with fury. Long Haoyan could no longer bear to watch. Boom! Long Haoyan extended his hand. An immense surge of magical energy coalescing into a golden dragon claw, exuding a tremendous might capable of tearing the heavens and shaking the earth. It was the supreme martial art from the ancestral dragon nest, the dragon capture technique. Gasps echoed among the guests. This was a transcendent technique of the ancestral dragon nest, renowned for its unparalleled might. Bang! The golden dragon claw obliterated the snow lotus and continued its unrelenting descent toward Jun Xuan's chest. Not good, be careful. Jun Zhangjian exclaimed with urgency. He sought to intervene, but it was already too late. Jun Xuan was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated Long Haoyan's sudden interference. As the dragon heir of the ancestral dragon nest, his full-force execution of the dragon capture technique was exceedingly formidable. Even Jun Xuan found it difficult to evade. Just as the golden dragon claw was about to strike Jun Xuan's chest, a figure darted forth at astonishing speed, positioning themselves before her. The golden claw struck without deviation, crashing heavily against that person's chest. The divine offspring. Jun Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 35. Withstanding the dragon capture technique unscathed. Severing Long Haoyan's arm. Third update. Boom. A resounding clash reverberated through the air. Smoke and dust billowed, shaking the very heavens and earth. All the guests fell silent, staring in stunned disbelief at the figure clad in white, struck by Long Haoyan's dragon severing palm. If Long Haoyan's sudden assault was unexpected, then Jun Xiaoyao's swift reaction was even more astonishing. However, what Long Haoyan wielded was the pinnacle of the ancestral dragon's divine abilities, dragon severing. Such a formidable technique, once unleashed, would inflict severe damage even upon those protected by royal artifacts, let alone withstand the blow entirely. Long Haoyan had previously employed this divine power to obliterate numerous top-tier prodigies from esteemed lineages. Divine Son. Jun Xuan's complexion rapidly drained of color, her face paling. Should Jun Xiaoyao suffer grave injuries or encounter any misfortune, the blame would fall squarely upon her shoulders. Her significance to the Jun clan paled in comparison to that of Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao brother. Jiang Luoli's fair visage also turned ashen. Jiang Rou, Jiang Xingyi, and Jun Zhantian exchanged similarly grave expressions. At present, Jun Xiaoyao stood as the most pivotal figure of the younger generation within the Jun clan. If anything were to befall him, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Was the 10th birthday celebration of the Jun clan's divine son destined to transform into a blood-soaked banquet? Would the legendary tale of the divine son of the Jun clan come to a premature end? All around, the guests gathered to partake in the feast wore expressions of frozen trepidation. Should that be the case, the reputation of the Jun clan would plummet, while the ancestral dragon's nest would bask in newfound glory. In that moment, the world fell into a profound silence, countless gazes converging upon the resplendent figure in white. Something is amiss, murmured an elder from the Tao Extreme Heaven sect, his brow furrowing in concern. Logically, being struck by Long Haoyan's dragon's severing palm should have resulted in shattered bones, or at least sent blood flying. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao stood utterly unmoved, devoid of any expression. His eyes, deep and unfathomable like ancient wells, radiated an extreme indifference. At this juncture, everyone sensed that something was amiss. Jun Xiaoyao's reaction was far too ordinary, his body not even shifting an inch. Is the divine son merely putting on a brave front? Some speculated quietly. However, only Long Haoyan himself could truly perceive the state of Jun Xiaoyao. Your physical form. Long Haoyan's dragon-like eyes brimmed with astonishment. When his palm struck Jun Xiaoyao's chest, it felt akin to hitting an ancient celestial metal. Not only did it fail to budge Jun Xiaoyao, but his own hand throbbed with pain. It must be noted that he was of the dragon lineage, renowned for possessing an unparalleled physique, an accepted truth across the celestial realm. Yet now Jun Xiaoyao stood there, allowing the assault without sustaining any harm. How could this be possible? Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, seemingly devoid of any disparaging remarks. Yet his mere presence sent Long Haoyan's face flushing with indignation. What is the meaning of this? Are you too proud to acknowledge your internal injuries? This was the only possibility that Long Haoyan could conceive. You are overthinking it. As Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, a cold glint suddenly erupted from his eyes. He reached out, directly seizing Long Haoyan's arm and crashing it against his chest, triggering the simultaneous explosion of 40,000 colossal elephant particles within him. In an instant, a titanic force of 400 million pounds surged forth. With a swift twist of his wrist, Jun Xiaoyao yanked fiercely, accompanied by a scream of agony. Long Haoyan's arm was brutally torn asunder. Blood gushed forth, splattering like dragon's essence. Long Haoyan staggered back, clutching the stump of his severed arm, his face pale with disbelief. Not only Long Haoyan, but the entire assembly of guests fell into stunned silence. Such a reversal was beyond the imagination of all present. Despite enduring Long Haoyan's dragon-seizing hand, Jun Xiaoyao not only remained unscathed but demonstrated an overwhelming vigor that culminated in the severing of Long Haoyan's arm. Who could have anticipated this? Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor was composed, indeed giving no impression of injury, as the old sage of the Daoji, Tianzong, remarked. Upon hearing his words, many powerful figures suddenly understood and gazed at Jun Xiaoyao as if he were a monster. After all, in the vast expanse of the Huangtian immortal domain, there were but a handful of prodigies capable of withstanding a blow from the progeny of the ancestral dragon. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao had not merely endured or sustained injury. He was entirely unscathed. The ancient sacred body, even when subjected to the constraints of heaven and earth, remained fearsome. Many young prodigies were profoundly shaken. The divine maiden Jun Xuan exhaled in relief, her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao imbued with gratitude. You may step back. I shall handle this slippery eel, Jun Xiaoyao said nonchalantly. Understood, Jun Xuan responded with a respectful nod. In that moment, she seemed no longer the exalted seventh scion of the Jun family, but rather a maidservant to Jun Xiaoyao. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Long Haoyan's visage darkened. He covered the wound where his arm had been severed, his eyes betraying trepidation. If he still underestimated Jun Xiaoyao at this point, he would be a fool indeed. Jun Xiaoyao calmly shook his head, an ominous azure glow subtly pulsating beneath his skin. Having absorbed and refined Shao Qin's dragon essence, he was capable of manifesting dragon-scaled armor within himself. Coupled with his inherently formidable ancient sacred body, it was no wonder he could withstand Long Haoyan's dragon-seizing hand without injury. He even had no need to summon the divine protection of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique. Jun Xiaoyao, though I know not what means you employed to withstand that strike, if you think this signifies victory, you are sorely mistaken, Long Haoyan retorted coldly. From within him, a surge of vigorous and potent blood energy erupted. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the flesh at the site of his severed arm began to writhe before gradually regenerating a new arm. Is this even possible? Some young prodigies stood agape. Could Long Haoyan truly be immortal? No. Even if the dragon lineage boasted robust vitality, it was impossible to regenerate a severed limb instantaneously, at least. Long Haoyan was not capable of such a feat yet. I comprehend. It is rumored that Long Haoyan has fused with the dragon element. Could it be the cause of this extraordinary power? At this moment, the crowd realized that Long Haoyan had harnessed the formidable force of the dragon element. Oh, the dragon element? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sparkled with intrigue. He regarded Long Haoyan with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey, seeking demise. Witnessing the ferocity in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Long Haoyan's anger surged like a raging inferno. He had always perceived the human race as mere quarry. How dare anyone view him as prey? With a thunderous roar, Long Haoyan unleashed a punch, his overwhelming aura reminiscent of a dragon's might. The crowd seemed to hear a resounding dragon's roar as a colossal dragon's phantom coiled around Long Haoyan's fist, shattering the void and charging towards Jun Xiaoyao. The intensity of this power felt akin to a true dragon emerging, soaring through the heavens. This was yet another divine technique from the ancestral dragon nest, renowned alongside the dragon hand, known as the dragon fist. Indeed, as the progeny of the ancestral dragon nest, Long Haoyan's prowess was awe-inspiring. From the very outset, he had managed to subdue many of the younger generation. Although they found his arrogance distasteful, they could not dispute the strength he exhibited. Observing this, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He extended his hand, forming a seal, as golden energy surged forth. Behind him, a magnificent figure loomed, towering as if it were a celestial sovereign. Many onlookers gasped, their pupils dilating in fear. The overwhelming presence sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 36. Long Haoyan's hidden cards revealed, signing in for the 7-star Supreme Bone Reward. Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, sealing the imprint. Behind him stood an imposing figure, as if it were an emperor suppressing the heavens. This was the martial arts divine ability of the Jun family, the King's Seal. An elder exclaimed in astonishment. The Jun family, being an ancient lineage with a legacy spanning countless years, possessed an astonishing depth of knowledge, with an abundance of martial arts techniques and secret arts. Naturally, in the years past, Jun Xiaoyao had not limited himself to merely the art of war. The King's Seal was one of the supreme martial arts he had mastered. With his prodigious talent and comprehension, it was effortless for him to cultivate it successfully. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the King's Seal. Upon its manifestation, the heavens and earth bowed in submission. The phantom of the king behind him seemed to carry an overwhelming force, capable of suppressing the sun and moon. Jun Xiaoyao wielded the King's Seal as if he were an ethereal being descended from the heavens, sealing the firmament and overturning the celestial bodies. Simultaneously, Long Haoyan executed the dragon fist, illuminating the heavens with his radiant fist, accompanied by the apparition of a dragon. Boom! The two techniques collided, akin to two colossal stars crashing into one another, or meteors disintegrating in a cataclysmic display. The void trembled, and the waves of energy rippled outward like a stone cast into a still pond. Nearby, Jun Zhantian observed and extended his hand. The surrounding space seemed to become a prison, isolating the fluctuations from the world. The formidable beings of the Holy Realm. Indeed, no elders of the Jun family were weak. The ancient figures of various factions were caught off guard. Those who transcend the sacred realm are referred to as the Great Ones. A faction led by a being of the sacred realm can ascend to become a first-rate power. However, the exact number of clan elders within the Jun family remains a mystery, perhaps even to the family itself. Here, tumultuous waves of magical energy are confined, swirling restlessly in the void. All eyes converge upon the scene. A cough echoes, accompanied by the sound of blood, as a figure stumbles backward, none other than Long Haoyan. His eyes widen in disbelief, his arms cracked and bleeding profusely, trembling uncontrollably. The previous clash nearly rendered his arm useless, and despite possessing dragon essence, he cannot continuously regenerate. Long Haoyan grits his teeth, his heart sinking. He had severely underestimated the 10-year-old prodigy from the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao maintains his hand in a sealing gesture, the other resting casually behind him. Clad in white as pure as snow, he exudes an otherworldly grace, akin to a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs, radiating an air of serenity. He appears entirely unaffected by the chaos of battle, embodying divinity itself. How striking! Zhang Luoli gazes in awe, nearly drooling at the sight of Jun Xiaoyao, whom she perceives as a deity. Not only her, but many noble ladies from various factions present are captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With every movement, he seemingly overshadows the dragon son of the ancestral dragon's nest. One must ponder, among the younger generation, how many can possess such poise? Long Haoyan's expression is darker than ever. He came with the intent to subjugate Jun Xiaoyao, to flaunt the might of the ancestral dragon's nest. Yet, instead of achieving this, he finds himself humiliated. No, he cannot afford to lose today. Taking a deep breath, an overwhelming force begins to emanate from within him. As this power radiates, Long Haoyan's cultivation suddenly surges, breaking through to a new realm, the Divine Bridge realm. Those who reach this stage construct a divine bridge within themselves, connecting the Dantian's spiritual sea with the divine palace in the mind. Clearly, this new level of strength surpasses that of the true spirit realm. Initially, he intended to solidify his foundation before breaking through, but it is all because of you. Jun Xiaoyao. Long Haoyan's aura swells, his expression fearsome, his gaze piercing like a blade. Harnessing the power of dragon essence, he formally steps into the Divine Bridge realm. Originally, Long Haoyan planned to return to the ancestral dragon's nest for a focused breakthrough after this battle. However, due to Jun Xiaoyao, he is compelled to advance prematurely. Without this breakthrough, he would be unable to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Consequently, this hastened ascension may render his cultivation unstable, proving detrimental to his progress. It is evident how deep his resentment towards Jun Xiaoyao runs. Initially, he merely sought to suppress him, but now he harbors thoughts of eliminating him entirely. True dragon confinement technique. The atmosphere surrounding Long Haoyan was formidable, akin to that of a true dragon unshackled. Within him, it seemed as though a blazing core manifested, radiating immense power. It was the essence of the dragon. Long Haoyan had not only transcended to the Divine Bridge realm, but had also awakened the might of the dragon essence. However, could it be that his techniques were an evolution of the legendary powers of the true dragon? As one felt the overwhelming aura of Long Haoyan, many young prodigies from various powerful factions shivered in trepidation. If they were to face Long Haoyan in his current state, they would not dare engage. Merely his presence could crush them utterly. The True Dragon Confinement Technique, an offensive divine art evolved from the powers of the True Dragon, was terrifying beyond measure. It was not just the young prodigies who felt a chill. Even seasoned figures sensed a wave of dread. The True Dragon divine art was an unparalleled method from the ancestral dragon's lair, undoubtedly one of the most supreme techniques in the wild heaven celestial realm. At this moment, while Long Haoyan's display was not the genuine True Dragon divine art, it was nonetheless a powerful secondary technique born from it. A phantom of a true dragon coiled around Long Haoyan before soaring into the sky. Its scales glimmered ominously, its horns sharp, as it raised its massive claws to crush Jun Xiaoyao. Wherever the dragon claws passed, the very fabric of space rippled violently. Such strength was overwhelming. The young prodigy from a certain faction felt his teeth chatter, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. The dragon son of the ancestral dragon's nest, Long Haoyan, radiated an almost invincible aura. The divine son, Jun Zhangjian, and Jun Xuehuang exchanged anxious glances. The intensity of Long Haoyan's assault filled them with a sense of impending danger. Brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes also reflected concern, as did Jiang Rose. Even Jun Zhantian, who understood Jun Xiaoyao's prowess best, tightened his grip, prepared for any eventuality. The reputation of the Jun family paled in comparison to the life of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, meet your doom. Long Haoyan's expression twisted with malice, as if he could already envision Jun Xiaoyao's blood staining the ground. Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed, his countenance tranquil, like a mountain unyielding in the face of chaos. Just as he was about to summon the manifestation of his sacred body for battle, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Has the host checked in at the 10-year banquet? A glimmer ignited in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He had thought the system had malfunctioned, but it seemed serendipitous. Check in. Jun Xiaoyao contemplated, eager to see what rewards awaited him this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7-star reward, Supreme Bone. As the system's words concluded, a radiant light erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, unleashing a terrifying aura that shook the heavens. Within Jun Xiaoyao's chest, an exceedingly terrifying energy converged, akin to a blazing sun. Amongst this energy, a translucent bone, interwoven with countless intricate patterns, was gestating. The Supreme Bone. Among the 3,000 physiques, it ranks among the top 30 terrifying physiques. The term 3,000 physiques does not merely encompass the royal, divine, or holy bodies. Special endowments, such as the Supreme Bone, the heavy pupils, the innate Dao embryo, and the 7 apertures Linglong heart, are also classified as unique physiques. The Supreme Bone, as its name suggests, is extraordinarily remarkable. Ranking high among the 3,000 physiques, it is truly formidable. It can be said that even if Jun Xiaoyao lacked the ancient holy body, the mere possession of this supreme bone would suffice to elevate him to the pinnacle of prodigies, sweeping across the vast realms. The 7-star reward. It appears my fortune is quite favorable, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This transformation of Jun Xiaoyao drew the attention of all present. What could this be? The chest of the Jun family's divine son is glowing. What a terrifying aura. It feels as if one is facing a supreme being. I am nearly on the verge of kneeling. A young prodigy, pale-faced and trembling. At this moment, a blazing radiance erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's chest. Various runes and paths imprinting upon the void. That aura was reminiscent of confronting an unparalleled supreme being, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Many young prodigies were unable to withstand the oppressive aura, collapsing to their knees. Could it be the Supreme Bone? An elder from the Dao Jitian sect could not help but exclaim, his eyes wide as saucers. After years of cultivation, he had maintained his composure. Yet now he was unable to contain his astonishment. The Jun family's divine son possesses not only the ancient holy body, but also harbors a supreme bone within his chest. This is simply chilling, unbelievable. The ancient holy body and the supreme bone, either endowment alone would be sufficient to elevate one to the peak of prodigies. And now, the Jun family's divine son astonishingly possesses 2 top-tier endowed physiques. Who would dare to believe this? Xiaoyao possesses the supreme bone, not just the outsiders. Even Jun Zhantian and Jiang Rou, his relatives, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Even they were unaware that Jun Xiaoyao possessed the supreme bone, let alone outsiders. The supreme bone. How could this be possible? Long Haoyan, who was engaged in battle against Jun Xiaoyao, felt the astonishing aura erupting from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could not fathom it. Previously, Lan Xingya had never mentioned to him that Jun Xiaoyao possessed the supreme bone. It is essential to note that the supreme bone is unlike the ancient holy body, which has been deemed a feudal physique in recent times. However, the supreme bone remains one of the most elite endowed physiques. With just this bone, one could forge an invincible young supreme. Yet, what of the supreme bone? I shall simply kill you. Long Haoyan resolved fiercely within, determined to strike Jun Xiaoyao down. As for retreating, he would not be foolish enough to challenge the Jun family alone. Behind him, someone would protect him. As long as he could eliminate Jun Xiaoyao, everything he sacrificed would be worth it. With this thought, Long Haoyan further channeled the dragon essence within him, pouring all his strength into the true dragon confinement technique. The lifelike shadow of the true dragon tore through the air with its claws, descending upon Jun Xiaoyao. Standing unmoved, a faint smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. He had changed his mind and decided against using the formidable power of the ancient sacred body. Instead, he wished to test the might of the supreme bone. Jun Xiaoyao murmured, summoning the golden spiritual sea within him, as his mana surged into the supreme bone in his chest. In an instant, divine radiance blazed forth, illuminating the surroundings. It was as if a great sun manifested in Jun Xiaoyao's chest. The resplendent divine light shone through the void, shaking the heavens and shattering the clouds above. All the prodigies felt a surge of trepidation, unable to suppress their shivers, nearly collapsing to their knees. Even some elder powerhouses felt a tremor of fear. At that moment, as Jun Xiaoyao invoked the supreme bone's divine powers, he resembled an ancient true immortal descending upon the world, purifying it with his divine radiance. This brilliant divine light was the manifestation of the first terrifying divine ability contained within the supreme bone, the celestial calamity light. It was as if the heavens had unleashed a divine tribulation, obliterating the world with divine brilliance. This ability was so fearsome that many guests trembled, sensing a shudder at the very core of their souls. Just a single glance rendered many prodigies devoid of any sense of comparison. It was simply incomparable. Long Haoyan felt the overwhelming power, and his expression turned ashen, filled with boundless horror. Boom. The ultimate techniques clashed. The true dragon confinement technique met the celestial calamity light. Without any suspense, the terrifying calamity light, capable of piercing through all, directly obliterated the true dragon's shadow, sweeping toward Long Haoyan. No, Long Haoyan, in utter shock, channeled all his dragon essence, a layer of light golden scales spreading across his body, and hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet, how could he escape the speed of light? With a sharp sound, Long Haoyan barely managed to move half a step before the celestial calamity light struck him, severing part of his body along with an arm. Dragon blood gushing forth and splattering against the heavens. Long Haoyan's eyes turned blood red as he howled to the sky. How had he ever tasted such pain? As the scion of the dragon nest, he had only ever slaughtered others. Never had anyone threatened him. But now, with part of his body cleaved, even possessing dragon essence, recovery was impossible in the short term. His gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao was tinged with a hint of terror. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent. He channeled the divine elephant suppression technique, demonic wings unfurling behind him, and with a powerful flap, he instantly appeared beside Long Haoyan. Grasping the remaining arm of Long Haoyan, he yanked it fiercely. Blood splattered amidst Long Haoyan's agonized screams. Witnessing this scene, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The scion of the Jun family, with his bare hands, has truly torn apart the offspring of the ancestor dragoness lair. This is no mere metaphor, but a genuine act of destruction. Previously, the white-clad divine King Jun Wuhui had extracted the dragon tendons and stripped the hide of the ancestor dragon lair quasi-supreme. Now, the Jun family's prodigy, Jun Xiaoyao, has laid waste to the offspring of the ancestor dragoness lair. Is this a hereditary craft? The older generation gazes in astonishment. Are all members of the Jun family dragon slayers? Such is the nature of a tiger's offspring. The scion of the Jun family does not tarnish his father's illustrious reputation, as many cultivators ponder in admiration. Meanwhile, the sole remaining pride of the feathered race watches in pale terror, as if her very soul has departed, her legs trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao fixates on Long Haoyan, akin to a butcher eyeing his meat upon the chopping block. Sensing the imminent danger in Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, Long Haoyan turns pale, retreating frantically while exclaiming, "Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? Why should I fear?" Jun Xiaoyao retorts with a smirk, as he conjures forth a torrent of golden power, crashing toward Long Haoyan. The Jun family scion is poised to strike. The onlookers collectively gasp in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would truly attempt to slay Long Haoyan, who is not only the offspring of the ancestor dragoness lair, but also the younger brother of the taboo, first generation, Long Haoyan. Should Long Haoyan meet his end, a tremendous upheaval would ensue, reverberating through the barren, celestial realm. Yet, they have severely underestimated Jun Xiaoyao's capabilities. Not only does he intend to eliminate Long Haoyan, but he also seeks to extract the dragon essence from within him. Just as Jun Xiaoyao makes his move, a commanding and resonant voice echoes from the distant heavens. Imbued with a chilling authority, young one of the Jun family, how dare you? Chapter 38, Slaying Long Haotian, the 18th ancestor strikes. 3 swords annihilate the Quasi-Supreme. The utterance of that voice sends tremors throughout the universe, causing the very heavens and earth to quake. An overwhelming dragon might descends upon them. Amidst the horrified gazes of all present, a colossal, sinewy black dragon claw descends from the firmament. Its obsidian scales gleam with a chilling luminescence. As the claw rips through the void, creating a rift that instills dread in the hearts of all. The might emanating from it is no less than that of a Quasi-Supreme. The older generation of powerful beings gasps in astonishment. The Supreme Realm stands at the pinnacle of the celestial domain, while the Quasi-Supreme is the foremost beneath it. In some immortal lineages, the Quasi-Supreme is an utterly elite figure, regarded as a paragon of profound heritage. Thus, the emergence of a Quasi-Supreme instills a sense of trepidation throughout the surroundings. No wonder Long Haotian exudes such confidence. He has a formidable backing that emboldens him. It dawns on some observers that no matter how arrogant Long Haotian may be, he could never have dared to confront the Jun family alone. Just as the Jun family's prodigies would never venture alone into the lair of the ancestor dragon to provoke it, Long Haotian is likewise protected by a powerful ally. Wonderful. Elder Yulong has intervened. A smile of relief spreads across Long Haotian's face. As long as he possesses life, there remains a chance for resurgence. The shame of today may not be without an opportunity for redemption in the days to come. What? Could it be that the one approaching is the esteemed supreme of the ancestral dragon nest? Upon hearing Long Haotian's words, some older cultivators exhibited signs of trepidation. The supreme of the ghostly dragon is a formidable Quasi-Supreme from the ancestral dragon nest, his true form being a black dragon. In the past, he had once contended against a peerless human supreme with his Quasi-Supreme prowess, gaining immense fame that resonated throughout the 3,000 provinces of the celestial realm. However, he later chose to remain hidden within the ancestral dragon nest, seldom showing himself. Now, re-emerging into the world, his might continues to shake the heavens and the earth. Young scion of the Jun family, do not be too extreme in your actions. Let today's events come to a halt, spoke the ghostly dragon supreme. His tone indifferent and lofty. It was evident that Long Haotian was the one instigating trouble, seeking to trample Jun Xiaoyao beneath his feet to establish his own reputation. Yet now, with a mere word from the ghostly dragon supreme, he wished to brush it all aside. However, the ghostly dragon supreme could only take Long Haotian away. To attempt to slay Jun Xiaoyao on the grounds of the Jun family was akin to a fantastical dream. Not to mention that he was merely a Quasi-Supreme. Even if a true supreme from the ancestral dragon nest were to descend, they would be incapable of killing Jun Xiaoyao on the latter's territory. Upon hearing the supreme's words, Long Haotian finally breathed a sigh of relief within his heart. However, the gaze he directed at Jun Xiaoyao was filled with cold resentment. For the first time in his life, he had faced such a devastating defeat, ultimately requiring the intervention of the elders from his clan to save him. It could be said that Long Haotian had never endured such humiliation, and his hatred for Jun Xiaoyao was palpable. Observing Long Haotian's expression, Jun Xiaoyao smirked coldly and remarked, "What? Do you also wish to speak of the tides of fate, 30 years east and 30 years west? Humph. My elder brother Long Haotian will ensure that you experience a crushing defeat." Long Haotian retorted with an icy tone. He dared not utter any more threats of personal vengeance. For the combination of the ancient sacred body and the supreme bone was far too powerful for him to contend with. How unfortunate. Regardless of what happens, you shall not witness it. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, continuing to exert pressure upon him as Long Haotian looked on in shock. Jun Xiaoyao, have you lost your mind? You dare to strike at me? Long Haotian's complexion changed, and he retreated in haste, boldly defiant. The voice of the ghostly dragon supreme thundered like a storm, shaking the very heavens and earth. Here was a Quasi-Supreme speaking directly, yet Jun Xiaoyao appeared to disregard him entirely. Boom! A colossal dragon claw descended from the heavens. In the void, numerous runes shimmered with brilliance, for it was the defensive formation of the Jun family, which had sensed the fluctuations of mana and activated autonomously. Each ray of light contained the power to fell a sage. Yet now, it could not halt the descending dragon claw, wherever the claw passed. The array of runes erupted in a series of explosions. The ghostly dragon supreme had made his move, not to confront Jun Xiaoyao, but to retrieve Long Haotian. Bang! 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 In the pitch-black void, the dragon's claw tore through the fabric of space, causing a series of intricate runes to explode forth. The formidable might of a Quasi-Supreme being was indeed awe-inspiring. Did the Jun clan not exhibit the slightest reaction? As they felt the daunting pressure, many hurriedly dispersed. their gazes shifting towards the clan elders, including Jun Xuan. With the ancestral dragon's nest's quasi-supreme force now unleashed, how could they still maintain such an air of nonchalance? Some observant individuals noted the faint, scornful smirk gracing the lips of Jun Xuan and the other elders. The overwhelming aura of the quasi-supreme being bore down, specifically targeting Jun Xiaoyao. Were he an ordinary young prodigy, he would have undoubtedly been crushed into immobility by this oppressive force. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed, continuing his assault. He reached into the void, summoning the spear of the underworld, which he hurled directly at the fleeing Long Haoyan, piercing through his chest. Then, he unleashed the speed of the demonic wings, striking down upon Long Haoyan with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, eliciting a wince from onlookers. Long Haoyan spewed forth blood, his entire skeletal structure shattered, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Ultimately, Jun Xiaoyao descended from the air, delivering a devastating kick, empowered by 40,000 colossal particles, directly shattering Long Haoyan's chest. A torrent of blood, mingled with ruptured organs, erupted from Long Haoyan's mouth. Even with the resilience of a dragon's physique, he could not withstand such immense force. Long Haoyan's eyes bulged in shock and fury, a mixture of disbelief, resentment, and a hint of regret flashing across his face. "Brother will not let you go," he gasped, his words slurred, before his breath ceased. Leaving his eyes wide open in death, the scion of the ancestral dragon's nest had fallen. All of this transpired in but a fleeting moment. Even the spectral dragon sovereign had not anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's decisive action. Damn it! A furious roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The spectral dragon sovereign was enraged. A tremendous pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the ground to crack and forcing nearby guests to the ground under its weight. In stark contrast, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his ethereal and refined visage as tranquil as an ancient well, as if he were facing not a peerless quasi-supreme being, but rather an inconsequential figure. At that moment, a cold huff echoed from the depths of the Jun family estate. "Since when did a mere quasi-supreme dare to act with such arrogance within my Jun clan?" As the words fell, a magnificent, resplendent sword light surged forth from the heart of the Jun family. The blade shimmered fiercely, seemingly reflecting the terrifying spectacle of fallen immortals. As the void itself split open into a deep, dark chasm, the inky chaos of space accompanied the sword's fierce aura. With a single sweep, the spectral dragon sovereign let out a furious roar. A massive dragon arm, drenched in dragon blood, plummeted from the celestial depths. One strike had severed the spectral dragon sovereign's arm. In every corner, the onlookers felt as though their very scalps were about to explode. The overwhelming might of the sword light seemed as if it could obliterate the very heavens and realms. It was the giant family's extermination sword technique, one of the 5 supreme arts, wielded by the illustrious 18th ancestor of the giant family. A voice cried out in astonishment. "The 18th ancestor of the giant family. You await the cold and piercing sound of the supreme ghost dragon. Since you have come, you shall remain." The voice of the 18th ancestor resonated once more. Instantly, 2 beams of sword light from the extermination sword technique sliced through the air from deep within the giant family. "No. Do you intend to incite an immortal war between the ancestor dragon nest and the giant family?" The voice of the supreme ghost dragon echoed through the void, laced with an unprecedented terror. Should these 2 immortal forces truly ignite a conflict, the entire wild celestial domain would be plunged into chaos like never before. What of an immortal war? My giant family has stood in the celestial domain for countless years. We have never feared anyone. The tone of the 18th ancestor was unyieldingly domineering. With a resounding clash, 2 beams of sword light swept across the heavens. Blood rained down in torrents. The heavens and earth wept, the cosmos trembled. A colossal black dragon's corpse plummeted from the distant sky, akin to a fallen deity. The 18th ancestor of the giant family had vanquished a quasi-supreme being from the ancestor dragon nest with 3 strikes. Chapter 39. Barbecuing the Supreme Ghost Dragon, Refining Dragon Essence. Hell's Furnace. A profound silence enveloped the world, and the multitude fell silent. Hundreds, if not thousands, of forces had gathered to celebrate the birthday banquet of Jun Xiaoyao. In this moment, these witnesses beheld the fall of a quasi-supreme being from the ancestor dragon nest. Moreover, this was no obscure quasi-supreme. It was an entity that had once stood against the supreme beings of the human race. Yet, such a formidable existence had been annihilated by the 18th ancestor's 3 strikes. What does this signify? A quasi-supreme can be regarded as the foundation of an immortal lineage. Alone, such a being could establish a top-tier lineage. Yet, this being was slaughtered like a mere dog by the 18th ancestor's 3 strikes. The 18th ancestor of the giant family must not be an ordinary supreme powerhouse, one young man gulped nervously. It is said that the giant family's most enigmatic place is the Ancestral Hall, a realm shrouded in secrecy, where the number of ancient relics buried remains unknown. Some elders, who had a slight understanding of the giant family's history, spoke in hushed tones. The giant family has flourished in the celestial domain for countless years, basking in unparalleled glory. Their foundation is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Merely one ancestor from the Ancestral Hall, should they step forth, could shake the celestial domain with a stomp. Not to mention the rumors that the giant family may possess an emperor. In ancient times, the last emperor was from the giant family, the Abandoning Heaven Emperor. Jun Abandoning Heaven, an unparalleled being who forsook the heavens. Elders whispered among themselves, their words steeped in reverence. The giant family's brilliance over countless epochs is not without reason. In the skies, blood rain fell like tears, as if all beings were lamenting. The fall of a quasi-supreme was sufficient to evoke celestial phenomena. After the banquet, the esteemed Xianyao came to pay his respects. From deep within the Jun family estate, the voice of the 18th ancestor resonated. Xianyao, floating gracefully, bowed his hands in acknowledgement. To be candid, the prowess of the 18th ancestor was nothing short of astonishing, particularly the Lushan's sword technique, named after the legendary Lushan, wielding immense power that left Xianyao envious. Such an unparalleled martial art was scarce even within the Jun family's martial pavilion. Xianyao contemplated whether he should seek the inheritance of the Lushan sword technique during his forthcoming audience with the 18th ancestor. At present, the ancient royal family that had come to provoke the Jun family had suffered catastrophic losses, from the near ascendant Yulong to the prodigious heirs of the ancient clans. Oh, and he nearly overlooked the trembling figure of the feathered woman lying prostrate on the ground. She had narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of Jun Xuan, only to be saved by Long Haoyan. Yet now, witnessing the unfolding scene, this feathered beauty was utterly shattered, her fear so profound it rendered her helpless. She had previously believed that the Jun family scion could not possibly match Long Haoyan. However, the sight of Xianyao tearing apart Long Haoyan replayed in her mind like a haunting nightmare. Perhaps you should join them on their journey, Xianyao stated with an indifferent gaze. And no, please spare me, esteemed scion of the Jun family. Yuzhu is willing to be a servant, dedicating her life to serve you. The feathered woman repeatedly prostrated herself, pleading. It must be said that certain ancient royal families or demon clan women possess an allure that human women often lack. For instance, Yuzhu, with her snow-white wings and radiant skin, was strikingly beautiful. Even at an auction, she would fetch an exorbitant price. Xianyao's tone was cold as he replied. Do you think you are worthy to be my servant? Even the princess of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, by Yuer, is merely my servant. What right does a mere feathered woman have to aspire to be my slave? With a swift motion, Xianyao struck down. Please, no? Yuzhu screamed, utterly unprepared for the realization that in Xianyao's eyes, she was unworthy even of servitude. With that, the last of the ancient royal family's prodigies fell. Witnessing Xianyao's merciless actions, some guests wiped the sweat from their brows. The Jun family was indeed composed of ruthless individuals. However, even more ruthless actions were yet to unfold. The elders, including Jun Zhantian, approached bearing the corpse of the near-ascendant Yulong. They proceeded to refine it with Dao fire, beginning to roast the black dragon meat. The onlookers were astounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. The corpse of a near-ascendant from the ancestral dragon nest was being prepared for a feast. While it was true that anything non-human could be consumed by the human race, this was the flesh and blood of a near-ascendant from the ancestral dragon nest. Who would dare partake? Even those from formidable factions would hesitate to lift their chopsticks, fearing retribution from the ancestral dragon nest that could annihilate their forces in a heartbeat. After all, they are not from the Jun, Jiang, or Yi clans, those ancient lineages that cannot withstand the wrath of the ancestral dragon nest. Everyone, please feel free. Jun Xiaoyao smiled lightly, finding no fault in the situation. Wow, we can eat dragon meat now, exclaimed Jiang Luoli, the little girl, in excitement. Although she was the cherished jewel of the Jiang family, it was not common for her to have access to dragon meat, especially that of a quasi-supreme level. Even with the backing of the Jiang family, she could not escape the retribution of the ancestral dragon nest. Jun Xiaoyao would partake as well, yet there was a matter he needed to attend to first. Approaching the corpse of Long Haoyan, he lifted his hand, and a vast surge of golden mana erupted forth, beginning to extract the dragon essence from the lifeless body. Generally speaking, once the dragon essence is completely refined, it cannot be extracted. However, Long Haoyan had not fully digested the essence, allowing for extraction. Moments later, a sphere of golden dragon essence was refined, within which appeared a miniature dragon, roaring fiercely at Jun Xiaoyao. Can a mere dragon essence daunt me? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand once more, invoking the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, this time manifesting a different transformation. A pitch-black furnace emerged above his head, exuding a terrifying aura capable of refining all things in heaven and earth. What kind of prowess does the Jun family scion possess? Why do I feel as though my very soul is being drawn into that furnace? A group of young prodigies trembled, filled with trepidation. During his year-long retreat, Jun Xiaoyao had further honed his Divine Elephant Suppression technique. His strongest attack was the Spear of the Underworld God. His strongest defense was the Guardian of the Underworld God. And his swiftest movement was the Wings of the Demon. Now he was demonstrating the fourth transformation of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, the Hell Furnace. The Hell Furnace can refine all things. Whether used against foes or to refine rare heavenly treasures, it is immensely practical. The dragon essence offered little to no resistance as it was drawn into the Hell Furnace, commencing a forced refinement. This essence, a culmination of a dragon clan's powerful blood, flesh, and runic prowess, was merely being partially refined, not thoroughly integrated. Yet now, Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly refined it, without any sense of strain, and his ancient sacred body could not be overwhelmed. At that very moment, as he refined the dragon essence, his aura surged uncontrollably. Thunder rumbled as ominous clouds gathered in the heavens. Is the Jun family scion on the brink of another breakthrough? Chapter 40. The Cataclysm of the Ancient Sacred Body. The 10,000 thunder tribulations tempering the body, breaking through to the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. At merely 10 years of age, Jun Xiaoyao had already attained the pinnacle of the true spirit realm, leaving the world in awe. However, at that moment, as they witnessed the resurgence of Jun Xiaoyao's aura, the crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Was he about to break through once more? This was troubling. Could it be the calamity of the ancient sacred body? Jun Zhantian gazed skyward at the roiling clouds, his brow furrowing in concern. For ordinary cultivators, transitioning from the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm incurs no heavenly tribulation. Yet, the ancient sacred body is a different matter entirely. This physique is deemed intolerable by the heavens, constrained by 10 innate shackles. Each time the ancient sacred body undergoes a significant breakthrough, the heavens unleash a punitive tribulation. The leap from the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm is indeed a monumental transition. Not only Jun Zhantian, but the other guests also took notice of this phenomenon. Could it be the calamity of the ancient sacred body? Indeed, it is said that those with the ancient sacred body face heavenly tribulations during substantial breakthroughs, and now the Jun family's divine son finds himself in a precarious situation. For cultivators, the most daunting challenge is navigating these tribulations. A moment's carelessness could lead to death and obliteration, rendering all efforts null and void. Moreover, the tribulations summoned for the ancient sacred body are often more formidable than ordinary ones. Most prodigies would struggle to withstand even a single strike. Xiaoyao, do not fear. Your grandfather and the others shall protect you. Jun Zhantian and the elders exuded an aura of formidable power, akin to that of holy beings. Historically, there have been factions eager to nurture those with the ancient sacred body, and each time they faced tribulation, a cadre of powerful protectors would assist them through the ordeal. Nevertheless, Jun Xiaoyao's ethereal beauty remained unperturbed, his eyes betraying no hint of trepidation. Grandfather, there is no need. This mere tribulation is of no consequence. Allow me to face it alone. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jun Zhantian and the others were momentarily taken aback. The expressions of nearby cultivators also froze in disbelief. At that moment, the thunderous tribulation finally descended as a torrential cascade of lightning. The terrifying might of the calamity sent shivers down the spine. Jun Xiaoyao stood firm in the void, his hair cascading like silk, radiant with divine light, billowing gently in the wind. Clad in white as pure as snow, his garments danced around him like a celestial being poised to soar away. Raising a hand, he manifested the hellfire furnace once more. The torrent of lightning surged directly into the furnace with a resounding crash. Instantly, Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled. Within him, boundless golden vitality surged forth, and an immense phantom of a golden primordial elephant materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura capable of suppressing the very cosmos. With its trunk raised towards the heavens, it inhaled deeply, drawing the rolling thunder into Jun Xiaoyao's being. 100,000 bolts of tribulation shall forge an immortal sacred body. Rather than fearing the lightning tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao embraced it as a means to temper his ancient sacred body. Boom. The thunder continued to crash down, yet it could not harm Jun Xiaoyao, at most. It only caused him to stagger slightly. This was nothing short of monstrous. The onlookers from various factions were left speechless, unable to articulate their astonishment. While most prodigies faced tribulation with trepidation, fearing their demise, Jun Xiaoyao treated the heavenly calamity as mere sustenance, forging his very essence in the crucible of adversity. Alas, it appears I have underestimated the likes of Xianyao Jun and the elder members of the Zhantian clan, who can only shake their heads in wry amusement. At times, the prodigious talent of Jun Xianyao evokes a profound sense of despair even among these formidable saints. If they are beset by such feelings, one can only imagine the sentiments of the young prodigies gathered for the banquet. I feel that I shall never catch up to the scion of the Jun family. Indeed, in this era of strife, it seems as though the stage is solely set for the Jun family's divine child. Even some of the top talents from powerful factions express such sentiments, their resolve beginning to fracture. Ultimately, the heavenly tribulation was powerless against Jun Xianyao. "Begone," he declared, as he thrust his palm forward. The ethereal image of the ancient divine elephant let out a thunderous roar, causing the raging thunder to retreat and scattering the ominous dark clouds of calamity across the firmament. The world finally regained its brightness. Moreover, the fruits of Jun Xianyao's endeavors were indeed gratifying. Firstly, he broke through to the Divine Bridge realm, and not just that, but he directly advanced to the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. This realm is categorized into initial, middle, late stages, and then the stage of great perfection. Upon reaching great perfection, the Divine Bridge within one's body is successfully constructed. Following that is the unification realm, where spirit and flesh merge into one. Subsequently, one must seek out various Tao seeds and celestial seeds to integrate into oneself, a process referred to as harmonization. After harmonization, one enters the Nirvana realm, seeking the fire seed to purify the divine palace within, facilitating the transformation of the true spirit into the primordial spirit. After Nirvana, one's power surges dramatically, reaching the celestial realm. Finally, one ignites the divine fire, unlocking the staircase leading to the saint realm. The stages consist of the Divine Bridge, unification, harmonization, nirvana, celestial, and divine fire. This encapsulates the mid-tier cultivation realms. Beyond this lies the hierarchy of the saint realm. Remarkably, Jun Xianyao, at merely 10 years of age, has already attained the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, marking him as an undeniable prodigy. Typically, prodigies of his age still linger in the realms of the divine palace and true spirit. The previous dragon Hao Yan barely managed to enter the Divine Bridge realm by relying on the power of the dragon essence. Beyond his realm, Jun Xianyao harnessed the forces of the heavenly tribulation and dragon essence, awakening 1,000,000 colossal particles within his body. This translates to a staggering physical strength of 500 million pounds. Such a feat is truly astonishing. An ordinary prodigy might only achieve a physical strength in the range of several 100,000 pounds. Even those at the pinnacle of talent rarely exceed several million or tens of millions of pounds. But Jun Xianyao possesses an astounding 500 million pounds of divine strength. Additionally, he discovered that the supreme bone within his chest was also absorbing the energies of the heavenly tribulation and dragon essence. It appears that the heavenly calamity is not the complete manifestation of this divine ability. He must find ways to nurture this bone further, Jun Xianyao pondered. The supreme bone, akin to the primordial sacred body, possesses boundless potential and will accompany Jun Xianyao throughout his journey. However, both of these extraordinary constitutions require an abundance of rare materials and treasures for nourishment, akin to two insatiable voids. Fortunately, I was born into an ancient aristocratic family. Had I emerged from a lesser lineage, resources would be scarce, rendering cultivation a distant dream. Jun Xiaoyao could not help but once again marvel at the art of reincarnation. He had almost forgotten about the flesh and blood of the esteemed one. "Come, brother Xiaoyao, enjoy some dragon meat." Jiang Luoli, with her exquisite grace and a radiant glow upon her snow-white forehead, observed Jun Xiaoyao intently. At that moment, she presented a platter of roasted dragon meat before him, her sparkling eyes twinkling with innocence. "Thank you," Jun Xiaoyao replied with a subtle nod. His manner of eating was, in fact, more composed and elegant than that of Jiang Luoli. One could not deny the astonishing vitality inherent in the dragon meat of the quasi-supreme level. His supreme bone was fervently absorbing its essence. Jun Xiaoyao eagerly anticipated the day of his supreme bone's transformation. The sheer power of the heavenly tribulation light was formidable. One could only wonder how formidable his supreme bone would become after another metamorphosis. Following the signing of the 10-year banquet, there would be the signing for the Yuantian Supreme Secret Treasure, and it appeared that preparations were in order. Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself. The rewards for signing in were indeed abundant. The great ancient sacred body, the divine elephant suppression technique, and the supreme bone would all greatly benefit him. He was curious about the rewards he might obtain from signing in at the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm. Furthermore, He pondered the worth of Shao Chun and whether there remained anything of value for him to reap. After the 10-year banquet, Jun Xiaoyao would finally be able to traverse the celestial realm. He was filled with anticipation for this vast and boundless domain. In this era of great contention, he hoped it would not prove too mundane. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed skyward and sighed, embodying a sense of invincibility tinged with solitude. Chapter 41. The Hope of the Ancestral Dragon Nest, Long Outyin, and Yi Xingyun's Ambition, Part 3. Jun Xiaoyao's 10-year banquet concluded amidst such breathtaking highs and lows. The leaders, elders, and young prodigies of various factions left the Jun family with astonishment and awe still etched on their faces. To them, what they had witnessed at the Jun family was nothing short of soul-stirring. Particularly, the Jun family's divine son resembled a young emperor, exuding an aura of invincibility. Whether it was Yi family's Star King body or the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest, in his hands, they felt as pliable as soft persimmons. Many young prodigies, upon comparing themselves to the Jun family's divine son, could not help but sigh in despair. With the great ancient sacred body and supreme bone, Jun Xiaoyao's talent transcended the term genius. He embodied the very essence of a born emperor. With Jun Xiaoyao in existence, what place remained for others in this world? Even some figures of previous generations lamented that, at his current pace of cultivation, in just a few years, he might surpass them, the seasoned elders. Naturally, aside from Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuahuang also showcased remarkable prowess, effortlessly slaying the proud offspring of the ancient royal clans. Most astonishing of all was the figure of the Jun family's 18 ancestors, who had remained hidden from sight throughout. An ancient ancestor buried within the Jun family ancestral hall for countless years. 3 swords extinguished the ancestral dragon's lair, leaving a multitude in utter shock. It became evident to all that following the 10-year banquet, the once tranquil realm of the wild heaven immortal domain was poised for tumultuous upheaval. Shortly after the conclusion of the Jun family's banquet, a thunderous roar resonated from the ancestral lair deep within Hangzhou, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the stars to tremble. The beings of Hangzhou felt a profound and overwhelming sense of impending doom. Why did the supreme sovereign of the ancestral dragon's nest erupt in fury? The creatures of Hangzhou, faces pale, pondered the cause, unaware that news of the Jun family banquet would take time to disseminate. Within the ancestral dragon's nest, numerous powerful minds were engaged in fervent discourse. Cease the thunderous wrath. What purpose does this anger serve? Are you truly intent on confronting the Jun family? That wretched offspring of the Jun family dared to slay the scion of my lineage. He must be punished. And that Jun 18, audacious enough to strike down a ghostly dragon, does he not fear the ancestral dragon's nest? A voice echoed ominously. Jun 18 is a madman. Attempting to eliminate him is no simple task. Should we inform Aotian? Another powerful entity queried. No need. Long Aotian is currently in seclusion, refining the 5th dragon yuan. Once he completes the 7 dragon yuans and masters the imperial dragon, he shall easily dominate the younger generation of the immortal domain, even slaying that Jun family scion with ease. Very well, I await the day when Aotian vanquishes the Jun family scion. Moreover, the Jun family shall undoubtedly pay in blood for their transgressions. Meanwhile, in the void, a divine bird soared, pulling a palanquin. Within, clad in a blue robe, a youth with striking features stirred from slumber. It was Yi Xingyun. Ouch, it hurts. As Yi Xingyun moved, a wave of pain surged through his body, leaving him pale. Young master, you have awakened, Fubo, his loyal servant, remarked. What has happened? Yi Xingyun initially felt bewildered, then gradually recollected the events of the banquet. A profound sense of humiliation washing over him. As the pride of the ancient Yi family, he had never endured such disgrace, especially before his idol, Jun Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun's teeth clenched, fists tightened, knuckles turning white. You must not provoke that Jun family scion, young master. I have received word that not only does he possess the ancient sacred body, but he is also endowed with a piece of supreme bone. Even the scion of the ancestral dragon's nest was easily slain by him, Fubo lamented. What? Such a thing exists? Yi Xingyun was taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. Jun Xiaoyao had concealed his true strength during their confrontation, even withholding the use of the supreme bone. Yi Xingyun felt an even deeper humiliation. It was evident that Jun Xiaoyao had not regarded him as a worthy opponent. Filled with a mixture of anger and shame, Yi Xingyun suddenly recalled a vague memory flashing through his mind. He seemed to behold a magnificent celestial palace and a grand silhouette adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. Turned away from him. What could it be? Was it a dream, or was it the quiet murmurings of Yi Xingyun's heart? He was aware that in this world, there existed reincarnations of saints, and even that of emperors. Those exceptional reincarnated beings were truly extraordinary, possessing insights and cultivation far surpassing those of ordinary prodigies. For instance, the taboo prodigy of the ancient Yi clan, Yi Guqin, was rumored to be the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon, Dugawu Bai. This sword demon had, according to historical records, slain quasi-emperors with his slaying emperor's sword, a feat most formidable. Could it be that I, like Yi Guqin, am a reincarnation of some supreme being, and that celestial palace is a treasure bestowed upon me? Yi Xingyun pondered, contemplating the immense possibility. As time progresses, more memories would awaken, and perhaps he could uncover that celestial palace, inheriting all the fortunes of that supreme being. Jun Xiaoyao, the wheel of fortune turns. Once I awaken my memories, I shall rise with great might. And as for Luo Li, I shall make you understand who is truly deserving of you. Yi Xingyun felt invigorated once more. He sensed that he was taking flight. Meanwhile, at the Jun residence, Jun Xiaoyao, having concluded the banquet, was being relentlessly pursued by Jiang Luoli. Although she should have returned to the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli stubbornly clung to him. The maiden Yi Xingyun yearned for in his dreams had become an inescapable nuisance for Jun Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to serve you tea? With Ling Long here. Brother Xiaoyao, do you require a maid for laundry and bedding? With Ling Long here. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to warm your bed? With Ling Long, cough. What are you saying? Jun Xiaoyao cleared his throat, overwhelmed by annoyance. Ultimately, even Zhang Rou began to press for marriage. Mother, the 18th ancestor is still looking for a child. I must take my leave. Unable to endure the cacophony of women, Jun Xiaoyao swiftly extricated himself from the situation. Humph. Brother Xiaoyao, Luo Li will not give up, Jiang Luoli declared, her tiny fist raised, resembling an infatuated fan. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao ventured into the depths of the Jun family's ancestral ground, where he encountered the 18th ancestor. Clad in a gray robe, the venerable elder, with hair as white as snow, sat cross-legged in the void. Around him, terrifying visions manifested, of the sun and moon in rotation, of life extinguished, of the heavens collapsing, and of the stars in reverse flow. His aura was so formidable it felt as if one were facing the divine. No wonder he possessed the ability to slay quasi-supreme beings with 3 strikes. Jun Xiaoyao silently marveled. None among the Jun clan's ancestors were simple figures. Not to mention, it seemed there were 17 more as formidable as the 18th ancestor. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, the 18th ancestor rarely displayed a smile. Excellent, he proclaimed, evidently praising Jun Xiaoyao's performance at the banquet held for his 10th birthday. Defeating Yi Xing was one thing, but tearing apart the dragon child of the ancestral dragon nest was undoubtedly a point of pride for the Jun family. Uncertain as to why the esteemed ancestor summoned the younger generation, Jun Xiaoyao gently clasped his hands and spoke with poise. Before the 18th ancestor, even some clan elders felt a tremor of trepidation and were exceedingly reserved. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained remarkably composed and unfazed, which only served to please the 18th ancestor further. Possessing the ancient sacred body coupled with the supreme bone, his innate talent was indisputable. Yet, what was even more rare was Jun Xiaoyao's temperament, so remarkably steady and unruffled, far beyond that of an ordinary 10-year-old. Do you not wish to learn the Slayer Sword technique? The 18th ancestor inquired with a faint smile. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 42, The 5 Divine Techniques, the transformative opportunity of the sacred body regarding the Slayer Sword technique. It had long occupied Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts. With a single stroke, it mirrored the terrifying spectacle of fallen celestial beings. The dragon ancestor, a near-supreme being, was vanquished in mere 3 strikes. Although this was partly due to the 18th ancestor's exceptional prowess, it was also attributable to the overwhelming might of the Slayer Sword technique. The 18th ancestor continued, in the ancient celestial domain, there are countless sword techniques, yet those that truly stand atop the pinnacle are the 5 divine techniques. The Slayer Sword technique of the Jun clan is one among these 5. The 5 divine techniques, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Although he had long suspected the Slayer Sword technique to be extraordinary, he had not anticipated it to be among the 5 most esteemed techniques. No wonder it was not found within the Jun clan's martial pavilion, he realized. Indeed, such techniques are notoriously challenging to master, even if offered to ordinary clan members. It may take decades for them to even grasp the fundamentals, thus rendering it a waste of time, the 18th ancestor elucidated. Jun Xiaoyao found himself in agreement. Without exceptional talent and comprehension, attempting to cultivate the Slayer Sword technique would indeed be a futile endeavor. Yet, it was unfortunate that Jun Xiaoyao himself was a prodigy of unparalleled aptitude. Then ancestor, Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. Why was the Slayer Sword technique withheld from me before? It was to avoid hindering your cultivation. However, now that you are about to embark on your journey into the world, it is essential to possess a trump card. The ancient sacred body and supreme bone are formidable, Yet one must equally command martial arts and divine abilities, the 18th ancestor advised. Subsequently, the 18th ancestor imparted the Slayer's Sword technique to Jun Xiaoyao. The technique is categorized into 3 forms. The first, Celestial Fall, is a sword of magical power directed at the physical body. The second, Celestial Annihilation, is a sword of the soul aimed at the divine consciousness. And the final form, Slayer, is a sword that unifies spirit and flesh, embodying the 18th ancestor's 3 strikes that obliterated a near-supreme being. If you can master the first form within 3 years, you may achieve complete cultivation of the technique, the 18th ancestor said with a gentle smile. Understood, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, though internally he mused, 3 years? I cannot afford to wait that long. The 18th ancestor observed Jun Xiaoyao for a moment, then hesitated before speaking again. Xiaoyao, there are 2 more matters I must convey to you. Please, ancestor, speak freely, Jun Xiaoyao replied. When you reach the age of 18, during your coming-of-age ceremony, your esteemed ancestor will reveal to you the concealed tales behind the Jun family and the matters concerning your father. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What hidden secrets lie behind the illustrious and powerful Jun family? Yet, the most pressing concern remains the enigma of his father, Jun Wuhui. The title White-Clad Divine King had become almost a refrain in his ears. What manner of man was his father, and why had he not returned? What transpired in those years past? It is still too early for you to grasp these truths. During your coming-of-age ceremony, I shall disclose everything, the ancestor proclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. At present, he indeed swept through the ranks of young prodigies, yet he lacked the capacity to delve into these veiled matters. In the days that followed, Jun Xiaoyao remained by the side of his ancestor, who personally instructed him in the art of the immortal slaying sword technique. Years prior, the ancestor had mastered this technique within a year, a feat considered extraordinarily prodigious. However, after 3 months had elapsed, in the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of resplendent golden spiritual energy. Forming his fingers into the shape of a sword, a dazzling beam of sword light erupted into existence, as if ethereal figures of deities manifested around him. The sword light swept forth, as though it aimed to sever the very stars beyond the heavens, causing the void to tremble and the clouds in the sky to shatter. With a thunderous roar, the sword light cleaved through the clouds, leaving a vast expanse split in 2. The residual sword energy surged forth in every direction, startling many elders and prominent figures of the Jun family. The essence of the immortal slaying sword technique was unmistakable. Could it be the work of the ancestor? No. The power of this sword light, while formidable, did not reach the heights of the ancestor. It was the work of a divine scion. Many elders and disciples of the Jun family stood in stunned amazement. Had merely 3 months passed? Jun Xiaoyao not only grasped the technique, but was already capable of executing the first form of the immortal slaying sword technique. Within the ancestral grounds, the ancestor regarded Jun Xiaoyao, momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. The first form had indeed consumed 3 months. The immortal slaying sword technique was undeniably challenging to learn. Jun Xiaoyao sighed, shaking his head. This was not an act of pretense. In the past, his practice of martial arts had never extended beyond 7 days. In contrast, taking 3 months to master the first form of the immortal slaying sword technique felt rather sluggish. The ancestor's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Ancestor, is something amiss? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. No, it's nothing. I simply wish to recline in my coffin for a spell. The ancestor replied. Being in Jun Xiaoyao's presence had begun to waver even the ancestor's resolve, necessitating a moment of tranquility to restore his composure. Thank you for your guidance. Ancestor, I shall take my leave, Jun Xiaoyao said, recognizing the moment and choosing not to disturb the ancestor further. After exiting the ancestral grounds, he made his way directly to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. To his relief, Jiang Luoli had finally departed. He truly lacked any interest in such a little girl. Upon entering the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao discovered that Jun Zhantian awaited him. Have you mastered the immortal sword technique? Jun Zhantian inquired. Barely, just the first form. Jun Xiaoyao replied. Jun Zhantian secretly mused, what an extraordinary child, and then stated, even grandfather did not anticipate that you harbored a piece of the supreme bone. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he reflected that this bone was merely acquired through signing in. However, after obtaining it, it was indistinguishable from the bone that Jun Xiaoyao was inherently born with. Is there something you need, grandfather? Jun Xiaoyao asked, aware that Jun Zhantian would not visit him without reason. Jun Zhantian remarked, Xiaoyao, although you possess a top-tier physique, cultivating it demands double the effort. Especially with the ancient sacred body. You awakened the first manifestation upon birth, the worship of 10,000 saints. Yet the ancient sacred body boasts a total of 6 manifestations. Jun Xuan's words plunged Jun Xiaoyao into contemplation. Indeed, the cultivation of the ancient sacred body proved to be even more challenging than that of the supreme bone. Awakening a manifestation was no simple feat despite Jun Xiaoyao's prodigious talent. A process was still required. Perhaps grandfather knows where you might accelerate your understanding of the second manifestation of the sacred body, Jun Xuan suggested. Oh, is there such a place? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Have you heard of the Panwu Divine Dynasty? Jun Xuan replied. The Panwu Divine Dynasty? That seems to be a top-tier force on the level of an immortal dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao stated. In his leisure, he had perused texts and had a certain understanding of the major forces within the ancient celestial realm. Indeed, the founder of the Panwu Divine Dynasty was a great emperor known as Emperor Panwu, but that is not what matters. What is significant is the rumor that he also possessed the ancient sacred body. It is said that deep within the imperial palace of the Panwu Divine Dynasty lies the Panwu Forest, which may be connected to Emperor Panwu. Just as Jun Xuan finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Panwu Forest. On the surface, Jun Xiaoyao remained impassive, yet internally, he was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the emergence of a new sign-in location. However, the Panwu Forest clearly did not resemble the secret treasure trove of Yuantian Supreme. That was a private domain of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. How could outsiders possibly gain entry? Grandfather, the Panwu Divine Dynasty likely would not permit others to enter their secret grounds, would they? Jun Xiaoyao gently shook his head. Well, that is true, but nothing is absolute. I am merely informing you of this path. If it truly proves impossible, for the sake of your future, it would not be unreasonable to force your way in. Jun Xuan declared with authority. Let us discuss this matter later, Jun Xiaoyao replied, speechless. The Jun family's dominance appeared to be inherent. However, if possible, Jun Xiaoyao still wished to resolve these matters on his own. The Emperor Panwu is known to be an ancient sacred body. If I could obtain some information, it would certainly spare me from traversing many unnecessary paths, murmured Jun Xiaoyao. The ancient sacred body is exceedingly rare, with only a few emerging in an entire era. Moreover, the ancient sacred body that has attained the realm of emperorship is even scarcer. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary abilities of Jun Xiaoyao, who shattered 10 heavy shackles from birth. In the time of Emperor Panwu, perhaps cultivating the ancient sacred body was not as arduous as it is today. Yet breaking through to the complete sacred body would still be no easy feat as for Panwu Ling, should the opportunity arise in the future. I would indeed seek to visit, Jun Xiaoyao contemplated inwardly. Thereafter, Jun Xiaoyao continued his cultivation within the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He harbored a vague premonition that the supreme secret repository of Yuantian might very well be unlocked within these few years. Thus, before that moment arrives, Jun Xiaoyao must persist in enhancing his strength. Time flowed quietly, and a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Jun Xiaoyao had turned 11, yet he appeared as a youth of around 15 or 16, tall and slender, with an ethereal beauty and an otherworldly demeanor. He instilled a sense of inferiority in those who gazed upon him, as if their very sight might tarnish his divine and transcendent presence. During this year, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm. Although the improvement seemed modest, the primary reason lay in his exhaustive dedication to mastering his cultivation techniques and divine abilities. He had completed the second form of the slaying immortal sword technique, a pace that would leave even the 18 ancestors astounded, eliciting their admiration. His supreme bone, having absorbed numerous divine essences, underwent a further transformation, manifesting the complete divine ability of the hand of the celestial. This represents the full version of the celestial calamity's radiance. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao had completely assimilated the dragon essence, the immense vitality of the dragon lineage awakening an additional 20,000 giant elephant particles within him. He had now awakened 70,000 giant elephant particles, amounting to 700 million pounds of strength. It is important to note that this does not even account for the power of the ancient sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao had consistently employed the strength of the divine elephant S suppression technique, while the inherent abilities of the ancient sacred body primarily manifested in the aspect of an indestructible and immortal physique. Certainly, should Jun Xiaoyao truly unleash the power of the ancient sacred body, it would be even more terrifying. Moreover, from the extracted dragon essence, he acquired techniques such as the dragon claw, dragon fist, and true dragon S confinement technique from the ancestral dragon nest. The only regret he harbored was that this dragon essence did not contain the true dragon S divine abilities. Sighing softly, he mused, endless cultivation can be somewhat monotonous. I find myself missing Xiao Chun. He wondered if Xiao Chun had grown plump during this time, envisioning a lush, verdant field of chives. Kunzu is one of the 3,000 states within the celestial domain of the wasteland. This state lies in a remote area, characterized by a barren environment, rampant banditry, and the predation of fierce beasts, making survival exceedingly harsh. No significant power occupies this state, evidently rendering it a forsaken land. However, it is precisely because this state is fraught with peril and its environment is treacherous that it has become a somewhat renowned place for honing one's skills. Many young disciples from various sects are drawn to Kuan Province for this very purpose. At this moment, within a particularly dangerous mountain range of Kuan Province, a powerful voice resounded, calling out, "Azure Dragon rending the heavens." A figure, resembling a half-dragon, surged forth with the force of the Azure Dragon's wings, its hands transforming into claws as it reached out across the expanse. In an instant, hundreds of Azure Dragon patterns erupted, manifesting as a hand that seemed to tear the heavens apart, ferociously shredding a beast of the returning one realm into fragments. A rain of blood fell, and the flesh and blood of the beast splattered in all directions. This half-dragon figure, adorned with Azure Dragon scales and retracting its wings, revealed a handsome young man, Xiao Chun. It had been 3 years since he had been unceremoniously expelled from the Jun family by Jun Xiaoyao. The boy of yesteryears had now matured into a young man. Although Xiao Chen's meridians had been damaged by Jun Xiaoyao, he had turned misfortune into fortune. Having cultivated the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique, his strength had significantly increased, and he had reached the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm, capable of slaying even returning one-realm beasts after utilizing the Azure Dragon transformation. Indeed, to have cultivated the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique to the 4th level in just a few short years speaks volumes of your potential as the favored child of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Beside Xiao Chun, an ethereal figure clad in an Azure Dragon robe, adorned with dragon horns, materialized. It was the residual spirit of the founding ancestor of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the Azure Dragon Sage. His gaze towards Xiao Chun was filled with admiration. The cultivation of the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique is exceedingly arduous. Even during his time, it consumed much of his life. Yet, Xiao Chen's speed of advancement far surpassed his own in those days. It is safe to say that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Chun is destined to become a prominent figure across the 3,000 realms. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression did not reflect joy, but rather a deep-seated hatred and cold determination. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. I once told Jun Xiaoyao that I would return to fight after a year, yet he treated me as a mere jest. Now that 3 years have passed, I shall make Jun Xiaoyao realize who the true fool is. Xiao Chun, filled with vigor and confidence, envisioned himself triumphantly standing over Jun Xiaoyao. As for Baiware, he intended to make that wretched woman rue her choices. Just as Xiao Chun indulged in his thoughts of vengeance, a commotion arose in the distance. Xiao Chun, there's movement. Be cautious, the Azure Dragon Sage transmitted from within the dragon ring. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and cautiously advanced. As he focused his gaze, he was taken aback. He beheld a woman clad in a silk dress, her face veiled in white, being pursued by a group of bandits. These bandits were notorious in Kuan Province as the Demon Wolf Thieves. Hey there, beauty. You can run. But no one has ever escaped the grasp of my Demon Wolf Thieves within Kuan Province, the leader of the bandits sneered, his own cultivation having reached the returning one realm. Cursed be it, I am unable to wield my cultivation, otherwise they would surely detect me, and I would be taken back again. The veiled woman harbored a quiet resentment. She had escaped stealthily, and should she employ her inherited martial arts, her guardian would sense it. Beautiful maiden, call out all you wish. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one shall come to your aid. The bandit leader sneered. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth, accompanied by a chilling proclamation, release that young lady. Chapter 44. A classic scheme. A roasted chicken captures one's heart, as Xiao Chun eliminates all foes. Part 3. Xiao Chun unleashed the Azure Dragon transformation. Azure scales spreading across his body, magnificent dragon wings extending from his back, as he delivered a powerful punch. Hundreds of Azure Dragon light patterns radiated from the force of his blow. The bandit leader, a wolfish brigand, was instantly obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. Damn it! Who dares to lay hands on our chief? Which fool is this? Prepare to meet your demise. What followed was a fierce melee. Xiao Chun surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, his moves grand and unrestrained, leaving the veiled woman slightly astonished. She had encountered numerous talented individuals, descendants of great teachings, the pride of heaven, but rarely had she seen a youth of such exceptional prowess as Xiao Chun. Moreover, he bore none of the arrogance typically displayed by the elite scions of the top sections. This peculiarity kindled an inexplicable fondness within the veiled woman for Xiao Chun. Before long, the battle concluded. In that instant, A voice resonated in Xiao Chen's mind, that of the Azure Dragon Master. Xiao Chen. The origins of that young woman are likely extraordinary. She possesses something that can even obscure my perception. She is undoubtedly a favored daughter of an immortal lineage. Establishing a rapport with her would be immensely beneficial in your future endeavors against Jun's heir. The words of the Azure Dragon Master stirred Xiao Chen's thoughts. He questioned himself. He was not the sort to exploit others for personal gain. Yet, in his pursuit of confronting Jun Xiaoyao and redeeming the humiliation of 3 years prior, he was capable of any action. Is the young lady all right? Xiao Chen stepped forward, revealing a gentle smile. His clear and unblemished demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance within the veiled woman. Xiao Chen, too, scrutinized the masked figure. Though her face was veiled, her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her long eyelashes betrayed her exquisite beauty. This only solidified Xiao Chen's resolve to win her favor. What followed was a carefully orchestrated exchange. The woman concealed her identity, merely stating that she was out for training. Xiao Chen briefly recounted his own circumstances, revealing himself as the eldest prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. The veiled woman mused quietly. She recognized the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom as one of the 4 symbol ancient kingdoms, of first-rate power, yet it paled in comparison to the force behind her, which was none other than the eternal Divine Dynasty. Subsequently, Xiao Chen and the masked woman journeyed together through Kunzu, their bond growing ever closer. Although the nature of their relationship, due to the distinctions between genders, prevented any intimate gestures, their conversations had blossomed into a profound friendship. Even the esteemed Qinglong couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Chen, the son of destiny, whose fortune extended even to his connections with women. One deep night, as Xiao Chen tended to a fire, he prepared a roasted chicken for the masked woman, having learned her name, Wu Mingyue. Here you go, Mingyue, he said, extending a juicy, sizzling drumstick toward her. Wu Mingyue delicately accepted it, then removed the veil that concealed her face. Instantly, a breathtakingly ethereal beauty met Xiao Chen's gaze. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, her skin as fair as snow, and her grace was otherworldly. Even Xiao Chen found himself momentarily entranced. He had never encountered such exquisite beauty. What are you staring at? Wu Mingyue inquired, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she tore into the chicken leg, her heart racing with excitement. Truth be told, compared to the young talents she had previously met, Xiao Chen lacked the advantages of status and appearance. Yet, inexplicably, she was drawn to his straightforward and genuine nature. At that moment, Xiao Chen's heart also skipped a beat. Though he had been cast aside by the fickle Baiyuer, perhaps fate had led him to something far better. Was this destiny? Xiao Chen's thoughts solidified his resolve to pursue Wu Mingyue. He let out a deliberate sigh, his expression reflecting an unusual melancholy. Xiao Chen, what is troubling you? Wu Mingyue observed, her curiosity piqued. It's nothing, merely thoughts of my unfaithful fiancé, he replied with a deep sigh, resembling a heartbroken soul betrayed. Wu Mingyue mused silently. It seemed he was a man with a story. Xiao Chen then began to embellish his tale, recounting his deep affection for Baiyuer, only to be betrayed as she fell into the arms of an enemy. He had sought an explanation but was met with tyranny, ultimately suffering the loss of his meridians. Alone, he persevered, striving for revenge, a narrative reminiscent of a fated protagonist in a tale. Xiao Chen, I never imagined you had such a past, Wu Mingyue said, a pang of sympathy rising within her upon hearing his story. Simultaneously, she felt a strong aversion toward the adversary he spoke of, who bullied him with power. That enemy of yours sounds truly detestable. Which faction does he belong to? Do you require Mingyue's assistance? She offered. Xiao Chen felt a flicker of joy at her response. This was precisely the reaction he had hoped for. The esteemed Qinglong had hinted that Wu Mingyue might be connected to a formidable and immortal lineage. If that were the case, they could certainly stand against the Jun family. However, Xiao Chen did not state it directly. Instead, he resolutely declared, no need for assistance. My vendetta must be avenged by my own hand. How can I rely on others? Xiao Chen's words deepened Wu Mingyue's admiration for him and solidified her resolve to assist him. Xiao Chen, there is no need for further discussion. Regardless of the identity or background of your adversary, Mingyue fears him not. Should he dare to impose his might, I will ensure he comprehends the meaning of regret. Wu Mingyue's tone unexpectedly conveyed a touch of nobility and dominance. Her status as the long princess of the immortal god dynasty endowed her with a lineage of astonishing significance. She held the confidence that even if Xiao Chen's enemy were a prodigious figure from an immortal lineage, he would be compelled to bow before her. In the desolate realm of the celestial domain, few could claim a status higher than hers. Mingyue, I am truly grateful, Xiao Chen expressed, his face reflecting a hint of emotion. Wu Mingyue nodded slightly, her resolve firmly established. Should the opportunity arise to confront Xiao Chen's foe, she would not hesitate to eliminate him effortlessly. In the imperial city, within the residence of the Jun family at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. Why do I feel that someone intends to harm me? He murmured. Yet, he soon smiled. For there were indeed many who sought to do him ill, including those from the ancestral dragon nest, Xiao Chun, Yi Xingyun, and even Jun Wanjia. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed, as no one could truly threaten him. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Zhangjian requests an audience with the Son of God. Come in, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Moments later, Jun Zhangjian entered, his face alight with excitement. Brother Zhangjian, what has transpired? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a gentle smile. Son of God, news has emerged regarding the supreme hidden treasure of the primordial heaven. Chapter 45. Xiao Chen sets off for the supreme hidden treasure. Sanlong, ancient emperor's lineage, Longbi Pool. Jun Zhangjian's countenance was filled with exhilaration. He had acquired the primordial heaven supreme order years ago, yet had found no opportunity to utilize it until now, when news of the supreme hidden treasure finally reached him. Oh, the hidden treasure is to manifest? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained unperturbed, as this revelation fell within his expectations. Incorrect, Jun Zhangjian corrected, nodding. Reports indicate that anomalies have appeared in the southern Yuan Dao state, with the aura of supremacy permeating the area. If all goes as expected, it must undoubtedly pertain to the supreme hidden treasure of the primordial heaven. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Very well, prepare accordingly, and we shall set off. Jun Zhangjian continued. Son of God, our Jun family should have 4 prodigies who have received the supreme order. 4? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, puzzled. You, myself, and Jun Xuahuang, as well as. Jun Zhangjian hesitated momentarily. Who? Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. Jun Wanjia. Jun Zhangjian exhaled, aware that Jun Wanjia and Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be at odds. Oh, it is he. Then there is no cause for concern, Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. He possessed an unrivaled demeanor, commanding respect among his peers, with even a sovereign of eternal calamities disregarded by him. Shortly thereafter, news of the emergence of the supreme secret treasure in the southern Yuan Dao province began to circulate across the 3,000 Dao provinces. The supreme secret treasure, a trove belonging to an unparalleled supreme being, held considerable allure even for the immortal sects, let alone lesser powers. In an instant, the entire desolate celestial realm of the 3,000 Dao provinces was abuzz with excitement. It was evident that this would be a grand assembly of prodigies, a stage for the contest of various forces. In Kuan province, beyond a range of mountains, appeared the figures of Xiao Chun and Wu Mingyue. Previously, Xiao Chun had discovered through inquiries that the Yuan Tian supreme secret treasure had indeed emerged in the southern Yuan Dao province. The Azure Dragon Master had persistently urged him to acquire the ancient dragon bone within the treasure. Thus, he was preparing to journey to the southern Yuan Dao province. Mingyue, will you accompany me to the southern Yuan Dao province? Xiao Chun inquired, his gaze tenderly fixed on Wu Mingyue, his eyes shimmering with affection. Although there had been no tangible contact between them, their relationship flourished harmoniously, leading Xiao Chun to believe he was close to winning her heart. Wu Mingyue, her face veiled in white silk, gazed at Xiao Chun with her autumn-like bright eyes, a hint of tenderness reflected within. However, she gently shook her head and replied, I am afraid, Xiao Chun, with the emergence of the Yuan Tian supreme secret treasure, various forces will converge. If I were to reveal myself, my identity would be easily exposed, and I could be captured and taken back. Her words caused Xiao Chen's expression to dim slightly. He had come to understand her true identity, the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, a status of staggering significance. The reason she had ventured out alone was to avoid confronting the matter of selecting a husband, unwilling to let her lifelong affair be entangled with interests and manipulated by others. Mingyue, one day, I shall travel to the Panwu divine dynasty to marry you. Xiao Chun exclaimed suddenly, a surge of fervor overcoming him. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingyue's delicate countenance flushed with a radiant hue, akin to the rosy dawn, strikingly beautiful. Xiao Chun, what absurdity are you speaking? She chided, a rare hint of shyness gracing her features. It is often said that women in love lack reason. While Wu Mingyue was not entirely swayed, she had developed a fondness for Xiao Chun. Nonetheless, she understood that despite his formidable abilities, their backgrounds were incompatible. The Panwu divine dynasty would never allow its eldest princess to marry a mere prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Rest assured, I, Xiao Chun, am a man of my word and shall never go back on my promise, he declared with an earnest smile, his confidence shining through. That radiant and sunny smile elicited a unique sensation within Wu Mingyue. Unlike the young talents she had encountered before, Xiao Chun was resolute and genuine. Eventually, albeit reluctantly, Xiao Chun bid farewell to Wu Mingyue. Xiao Chun, Although Mingyue cannot accompany you openly, she can assist you clandestinely. If you encounter any peril within the supreme secret vault of the Yuan heaven, Mingyue will intervene on your behalf, she murmured to herself. She had resolved to remain in the shadows, following Xiao Chun. This decision stemmed from an obscure premonition within her heart. The journey to the supreme secret vault might be fraught with danger. In the heart of Hangzhou, the stronghold of the ancestral dragon nest. Among the sprawling mountains infused with dragon energy, a resounding voice echoed. Bai Qi, the supreme of Yuan heaven, once brazenly seized several invaluable ancient dragon bones from our ancestral dragon nest. With the opening of the vault, you must retrieve those bones. As the voice faded, a figure clad in azure armor materialized. She was strikingly beautiful, her tall frame enveloped in well-fitted armor that accentuated her graceful form, exuding a heroic demeanor akin to a valiant heroine. Yet, what captivated attention most were the two azure dragon horns protruding from her sleek black hair, revealing her not to be of the human race, but of the ancient royal lineage. This woman, known as Long Bai Qi, was an exceptionally gifted dragon maiden of the ancestral dragon nest. Within this realm, the status of a dragon maiden was on par with that of a dragon son. In many respects, Long Bai Qi surpassed Long Haoyan, for her lineage hailed from an ancient azure dragon emperor, a figure of unparalleled might, standing shoulder to shoulder with the imperial beings of the human race. Thus, it could be said that Long Bai Qi possessed a trace of the ancient royal bloodline, albeit its essence diluted over generations, rendering it nearly impossible to refine. Nevertheless, as a descendant of the azure dragon emperor, her innate talents were undeniable. Indeed, Bai Qi shall faithfully obey the command of our ancestor and ensure the return of the ancient dragon bones, she declared, bowing with poise, her grace rivaling that of any man. However, you must remain vigilant of that young scion from the Jun family. With the vault's opening, he may seek to challenge you. The voice cautioned. Is the young scion of the Jun family truly so formidable? Long Bai Qi inquired, her brows knitting together in contemplation. In recent days, she had heard countless tales of the young scion, her ears nearly calloused from the repetition. He can easily slay Long Haoyan, don't you think? Replied the voice. Long Haoyan had integrated a dragon essence and was indeed no weakling. Yet Bai Qi had assimilated two dragon essences, having completely refined and merged them. In terms of strength, Long Haoyan could not possibly rival her. With a slight lift of her alabaster chin, she radiated confidence. All are extraordinary talents. Who would yield to whom? Before witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's prowess, even a family member like Jun Zhangjian might be underestimated, let alone a rival like Long Bai Qi often, until truly vanquished. Such proud prodigies would remain unyielding in spirit. If one succumbs to fear from the outset, it signifies the collapse of one's resolve, rendering further cultivation unnecessary. In summary, caution is paramount. The voice advised, and with due respect, Bai Qi took her leave. Long Bai Qi slightly cupped her hands, but did not heed the words, departing directly to prepare for her journey. The grand voice let out a faint sigh, lamenting, alas, my lineage, the ancient dragon sovereign, once had a direct descendant sealed within the divine source, yet now her whereabouts are lost, along with the complete Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Sutra. If only we could locate that direct descendant and free her from her seal, our ancestral dragon nest would once again behold a being of unparalleled prowess akin to Long Aotian. At that time, what would the forbidden dragon son and dragon daughter amount to against the divine offspring of the Jun family? Chapter 46. In Nantian City, the Dao Ji Tian sect extends a warm welcome to which esteemed figure? The emergence of the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault in the Nan Yuan Dao province has stirred a tempest of excitement in all directions. Recently, elite representatives from top-tier Dao lineages and first-rate powers have flocked to Nan Yuan Dao province. Various carriages, ancient flying beasts, and sky-crossing vessels have created a lively spectacle. However, these factions are aware that the substantial spoils of the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault will ultimately belong to the enduring Dao lineages. This time, the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault will serve as a venue for the training of the disciples from these immortal lineages. For instance, some have cited the ancestral dragon nest, where a blue-scaled flying dragon soared high, bearing a figure of striking elegance. Recognizing her, onlookers acknowledged her as the renowned dragon maiden of the ancient dragon lineage, possessing formidable strength. Others beheld the Ji family from the archaic era, witnessing a golden divine steed traversing the heavens, upon which sat a gallant and majestic youth, his right arm seemingly aglow with resplendent divine light. It was the Ji family's young sage, Ji Xian. Gasps of admiration filled the air. Several ancient royal families have also arrived. Witnesses report seeing a golden lion with 9 heads striding across the skies, exuding ferocity and might. This lineage, the 9-headed lion clan, is reputed to be among the most prosperous of the ancient royal families. Legends suggest their kind is exceedingly rare, yet their profound strength has nearly breached the threshold of ancient royalty. It is likely that in but a few years, the nine-headed lion clan will ascend to the ranks of the ancient royal families. Additionally, the pitch-black swallowing sky sparrow clan has arrived, their wings casting devastation in their wake, as they consume all life in their path. In essence, such top-tier forces are emerging in abundance. The remaining factions are acutely aware that they can merely scavenge the scraps left behind. In the imperial province, the Jun family, after considerable preparation, has seen Jun Xiaoyao ready to embark on his journey. This will mark his inaugural venture into the world. The previous banquet at the age of 10, while significant, merely served as a prelude to his true emergence into society. This time, he shall genuinely step beyond the confines of the Jun family, bearing the dual prestige of the Jun family's divine offspring and the zero sequence, as he traverses the realms of immortality. Xiaoyao, take these items. This guardian talisman was refined by the 18 ancestors, and this great teleportation talisman can shift space at a critical moment. In summary, if those old-timers dare to lower themselves and confront you, my Jun family will ensure they regret their actions. Jun Zhantian stated. Thank you, grandfather. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. However, if I encounter peerless prodigies, I must rely on myself, for this is also a form of trial. Jun Zhantian remarked. That is only natural. If someone among my peers can best me, then there is no need for me to uphold the Jun family's reputation while traversing the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao replied with calm amusement. Those divine sons, and holy maidens who travel abroad represent the prestige of their respective factions. Should they be defeated, their backing will undoubtedly suffer humiliation. Xiaoyao, given your status, there will certainly be many who seek to elevate themselves by stepping on you, Jun Zhantian cautioned. To ascend by treading upon me, they must possess the fortune to do so, Jun Xiaoyao responded nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao and the others prepared to embark on their journey, led by the elders of the Jun clan. Outside the Jun family gate, a carriage drawn by 9 white jade dragons was already prepared. These white jade dragons possess an exceedingly rare bloodline, carrying a trace of true dragon essence, capable of soaring through the clouds, embodying extraordinary grace. A top-tier prodigy would find immense pride in acquiring a single white jade dragon. Yet now, 9 of them were harnessed to a single carriage, evidently meant for Jun Xiaoyao. Beside the carriage stood Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuan, along with several young Jun clan talents who had been respectfully waiting for some time. Jun Xiaoyao walked out with an air of tranquility, followed closely by Jun Linglong. We pay our respects to the revered son, including Jun Xuan and Jun Zhangjian. All present bowed respectfully to Jun Xiaoyao, their eyes filled with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao's performance at the banquet when he turned 10 had already won the hearts of these young Jun clan members. They eagerly anticipated what astonishing achievements he would accomplish in the supreme secret treasure of Yuantian. No need for such formalities. By the way, is someone missing? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Zhangjian replied, Revered son, it is Jun Wanjie. He has already set off with his followers. Is he dissatisfied with me? Jun Xiaoyao murmured, unconcerned. Dissatisfied? It can be resolved with strength. There is nothing that cannot be settled with a fist. If not, then another punch shall suffice. Afterward, the grand procession of the Jun family set forth towards Nanyuan Daozhou. Simultaneously, Xiao Chun was also en route to Nanyuan Daozhou. After all, the supreme secret treasure of Yuantian was equally vital for him, setting aside other rare opportunities. The ancient dragon bones were of utmost importance for his cultivation of the Qing Tian transformation dragon art. Not to mention that the Azure Dragon Master also required the ancient dragon bones to reconstruct his form. Thus, on this expedition into the hidden realms, Xiao Chun is determined to succeed. South Yuan Dao Prefecture is one of the 3,000 Dao prefectures in the wild heavenly immortal domain. It is strategically located within the jurisdiction of the esteemed Daoji Tianzong. Previously, Daoji Tianzong had also participated in Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration, where an elder from the sect extolled Jun Xiaoyao's virtues. At this moment, in South Yuan Dao Prefecture, within the bustling South Heaven City, this city is the closest to the revered treasure of the supreme Yuantian. Consequently, it has recently become exceedingly lively, with various formidable factions, ancient royal families, extraordinary beings, and even demon clans making their presence felt. It can be said that it is a veritable melting pot of diverse entities. Amidst this, all eyes were drawn to a group of figures clad in azure robes appearing in the skies above South Heaven City. Their attire marked them as disciples of Daoji Tianzong, accompanied by numerous elders. Who could be leading them? Could it be the venerable elder of Daoji Tianzong, whose status surpasses even that of the sect's leader? Such a distinguished personage has emerged to await the arrival of some eminent figure. But what remarkable individual could warrant such an honor from the elder of Daoji Tianzong? As the myriad cultivators within South Heaven City buzzed with astonishment, a grand procession approached from the distant horizon. There were majestic sky vessels, war chariots traversing the heavens, and a carriage drawn by 9 white jade dragons, thundering across the sky. Banners fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the character for Jun. Lo and behold, it is the Jun family of the Wild Ancient. No wonder Daoji Tianzong is treating them with such utmost respect. Even the elder has made an appearance. By the way, has the rumored Jun family divine scion arrived? I have heard so many tales about him that my ears are nearly calloused. Indeed, it is said that the Jun family divine scion possesses an otherworldly grace, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Many female cultivators gazed with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. Chapter 47. The arrival of the divine scion, South Heaven City in turmoil, Jun Wanjia's defiance. Third update, Jun Xiaoyao. Though embarking on his first journey outside, has already achieved renown throughout the wild heavenly immortal domain. Almost everyone is familiar with his name, yet few have had the privilege of encountering him in person. This air of mystery surrounding Jun Xiaoyao only heightens the intrigue. It is unexpected that a senior member of the Jun clan would come in person, bringing great honor to Daoji Tianzong. The elder of Daoji Tianzong smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "Ha, there is no need for such courtesy," Jun Zhantian replied, stepping forth and treading upon the void, his laughter resonating. By the way, the elder's gaze swept over in search of the divine scion. To be honest, there are very few from the younger generation who have left a lasting impression on him. Jun Xiaoyao is undoubtedly the most remarkable among them. Who would have thought that I could leave such an impression on a senior? Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a hint of surprise. From the carriage drawn by the 9 white jade dragons, Jun Linglong gracefully lifted the beaded curtain, and Jun Xiaoyao stepped out with an air of calmness. Draped in garments as white as snow, his tall and slender figure resembled the elegance of a gentle breeze among bamboo. His aura was unparalleled. His skin gleamed like precious jade, and each strand of hair shimmered brightly, enveloped in a delicate mist of celestial light. A visage of extraordinary beauty was veiled in an ethereal glow. This was not a mere concealment by Jun Xiaoyao, but rather a manifestation of his innate physique, combined with the essence of supreme bone, which bestowed upon him an aura of Taoist charm, accompanied by a natural celestial radiance. Oh my heavens, could that be the divine scion of the Jun family? What divine beauty he possesses! I am utterly enchanted. Alas, I am spellbound. At the moment Jun Xiaoyao made his appearance, the entire southern heaven city erupted in a frenzy. All the female cultivators were drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet, their gazes fixated upon him. Even some male cultivators found themselves momentarily entranced. Why must I behold the visage of the Jun family's divine scion? Henceforth, which man could ever capture my heart again? A woman of extraordinary lineage gazed upward, her enchanting eyes lost in reverie, filled with dismay. Meanwhile, another saintess from a sacred ground gathered her long hair, murmuring to herself, "In this life, my long hair is destined for Jun. Should I not marry you, my hair shall remain uncut, as I meditate in solitude with an ancient lamp and the Buddha." Such scenes unfolded across every corner of southern heaven city. Even the men felt no trace of jealousy, for the disparity was insurmountable. Jun Xiaoyao surpassed them in every aspect: identity, status, beauty, and power. Each facet rendered them inconsequential. With a casual glance downward, Jun Xiaoyao was reminded of the fervent admirers from his previous life. Although his appearance was already shrouded in celestial brilliance, even a fleeting glimpse of his striking features was enough to leave those female cultivators dizzy with admiration. Oh, the divine scion is humble. The old Taoist has long prepared accommodations for you all, the elder Taoist said with a slight bow. Subsequently, under the elder's guidance, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions departed. The entire southern heaven city erupted in endless commotion. It was evident that the appearance of the Jun family's divine scion held far greater influence than that of any other faction's prodigy. Meanwhile, within a residence in southern heaven city, a young man clad in silver battle armor sat cross-legged. His square and resolute face bore scars that added an air of chilling intensity to his demeanor. Surrounding him was a tempest of electric energy, with countless lightning runes manifesting in the void, emanating a formidable wave of destruction. This young man was none other than Jun Wanjia, the fifth in the Jun family hierarchy. Before him, a follower cloaked in black mist reported the situation. Have they arrived? Jun Wanjia's eyes sparked with the intertwining of thunderous calamities, bearing an icy demeanor. He had arrived early in southern heaven city, having been received only by a few disciples of the Tao extreme heavenly sect. Now, with the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and his entourage, the entire Tao extreme heavenly sect mobilized, with all the prominent disciples and elders making their appearance. Even the venerable elder, who holds a status surpassing that of the sect leader, personally appeared to extend a welcome. This differential treatment was starkly evident. While there was an intention to acknowledge the elders of the Jun family, Jun Wanjie was acutely aware that the principal reason lay with Jun Xiaoyao. In the eyes of the Dao Ji Tian sect, his significance paled in comparison to that of Jun Xiaoyao. The pursuer, shrouded in a veil of darkness, expressed his indignation, remarking that the members of the Dao Ji Tian sect were indeed blind. How could a fledgling youth possibly compare to Lord Wanjie? This follower, known as He Tu from the He Yun clan, was a prodigy that Jun Wanjie had recruited from outside. It was said that his ancestors had attained enlightenment from a single dark cloud, achieving the pinnacle of supremacy. No one is born exalted, not even Jun Xiaoyao. I shall demonstrate to the Jun family that he is unworthy of the zero-sequence position. Jun Wanjie spoke with a tone of cold detachment. He had endured countless hardships, suffering innumerable injuries and tribulations, merely to secure a position in the fifth sequence. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao had effortlessly obtained the zero-sequence position. Anyone in his place would find it unbearable. Jun Wanjie considered himself to be quite restrained. Alas, my master is truly suffering, He Tu thought to himself. Feeling aggrieved on behalf of Jun Wanjie, days passed, and Jun Xiaoyao had settled into Nantian City. Although there were signs of the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault revealing itself, it would still be several days before its true emergence. During this time, Jun Tian departed to engage with leaders of other immortal sections. They sought to unite and transform the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault into a training ground for the younger generation, barring any elder strongholds from entering. Jun Xiaoyao, finding himself with leisure, rested comfortably within his abode. Jun Linglong smiled gently and said, "Young master, I have heard that in Nan Yuan Dao Prefecture, there is a local specialty known as Clear Heart Spirit Tea. I shall procure some for you." Jun Linglong, astute and considerate, knew of Jun Xiaoyao's fondness for tea and had taken the initiative to inquire about this specialty. Indeed, Linglong is quite attentive. "Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate," Jun Xiaoyao replied with a casual smile. Jun Linglong's cheeks flushed slightly, casting a charming glance at him. In her heart, she had already resolved to follow Jun Xiaoyao for a lifetime as his servant. How could she possibly wed another? As for the notion of Jun Xiaoyao marrying her, she was self-aware enough to recognize that remaining by his side as a servant was already a significant blessing. She would never propose such an extravagant request. However, should Jun Xiaoyao express willingness, she would gladly accept. The age difference of over 10 years was, after all, negligible in the realm of cultivators. Before long, Linglong ventured out to the marketplace of Nantian City. It wasn't long before she discovered the Clear Heart Spirit Tea. Aged for a millennium, as Jun Linglong prepared to make her purchase, a young figure shrouded in black mist appeared, his tone indifferent, yet laced with amusement. "Apologies, but I shall take this Clear Heart Spirit Tea." Chapter 48, Jun Wanjie takes action. Linglong faces consequences. Jun Linglong furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes narrowing in scrutiny. Despite her reputation not being as illustrious as Jun Xiaoyao or the top 10 in the rankings, she was nonetheless a distinguished lady of the Jun family, known to some extent. It was rare for someone to dare confront her. The figure enveloped in black mist was none other than He Tu, a prodigy of the Black Cloud clan and a follower of Jun Wanjie. "Are you from the Black Cloud clan?" Jun Linglong asked, her brows knitting tighter. Possessing the 7 apertures Linglong heart and being well-versed in various knowledge, she immediately recognized He Tu as a member of the Black Cloud clan. However, she was unaware that He Tu was a follower of Jun Wanjie, as she had little interest in him. "This Clear Heart Spirit Tea is mine. Do you have any objections?" He Tu's gaze assessed Jun Linglong, tinged with provocation. A glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes as she realized this was no mere coincidence. The Black Cloud prodigy was deliberately seeking to provoke her. "Do you know my identity?" Jun Linglong responded coolly, exuding an air of noble aloofness. Only in front of Jun Xiaoyao did she assume the role of a compliant and attentive maid. Before anyone else, she was the exalted lady of the Jun family. "I am, after all, a follower of Lord Wanjie. How could I be unaware of the esteemed Lady Linglong's reputation?" He Tu shrugged nonchalantly, smiling. "Now I understand." Upon hearing this, Jun Linglong's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder this Black Cloud prodigy appeared so audacious, even daring to provoke her. He had the backing of the 5th rank. Jun Wanjie. It seemed He Tu truly had no reason to fear her. "This tea is required by the sun. Do you dare to obstruct me?" Jun Linglong's tone remained frosty. "Apologies, but my lord also wishes to partake in the tea. Furthermore, do not use the sun as a shield. My lord is no weaker than him." He Tu retorted coldly. At that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly descended from afar, aimed at He Tu. Simultaneously, a cold reprimand echoed. Who dares to be so blind as to let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Jun Xuan? As Haida sensed the fluctuation of the sword light, his expression shifted abruptly. He transformed into a swirling black mist, narrowly evading the attack as the sword light pierced through the mist and struck the ground behind him. Hai too reformed, though his complexion was notably pale. The ability to transform into mist was a racial talent of the Black Cloud clan, but each usage was immensely taxing on his spiritual energy. Not far off, a figure wielding a sword appeared. It was Jun Xuan, the 10th rank. He had once aspired to be a follower of Jun Xiaoyao, but was turned down. The prospect of a ranker becoming a follower was indeed inappropriate. Although he had faced rejection from Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xuan had since embraced the mindset of a follower. It is merely a matter of nomenclature. The 10th sequence, Jun Xuan, why do you appear so pallid, your eyes betraying a hint of trepidation? If it were only Jun Linglong, he would naturally feel no fear. Although Jun Linglong is a noble woman, she has yet to attain the esteemed status of the top 10 sequences. However, Jun Xuan is indeed a bona fide sequence. While his status and power may not rival that of his esteemed lord, Jun Xuan, a sequence is a sequence and must not be disdained. He also harbors a multitude of doubts. Why does Jun Xuan seem akin to a follower of Jun Xiaoyao, who grants you the audacity to provoke those in the presence of the divine sun? Is it Jun Xuan? Jun Xuan coldly admonished. He too's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Faced with Jun Xuan, he felt a pang of apprehension. At that moment, a voice as frigid as ice resounded from afar. Jun Xuan, you are, after all, one of the sequences. How can you willingly become a follower of Jun Xiaoyao? What charm does he possess that compels you all to submit to him? Upon hearing this voice, Jun Xuan's expression subtly shifted. This was indeed the voice of Jun Xuan. As expected, a figure enshrouded in the radiance of thunder descended from the distant skies. It was Jun Xuan. His black hair billowed, and his eyes radiated with a fierce lightning brilliance, his entire being adorned with manifest runes of thunder, resembling a deity of storms. Is that Jun Xuan, the 5th sequence of the Jun family? What is happening? Is a conflict about to ensue? Over there. It appears to be Jun Xuan of the 10th sequence and the noble Jun Linglong. The supreme secret vault of Yuantian has yet to be opened. Yet the Jun family is on the brink of internal strife? Many gazes were drawn to the unfolding scene. Jun Xuan, what do you intend to do? Observing the explosive aura emanating from Jun Xuan, Jun Xuan's brows furrowed. Jun Xuan's temper is notoriously capricious and domineering. Not only has he reprimanded outsiders, but he has also chastised many within the Jun family. A distinguished sequence of the Jun family has inexplicably become a follower. If you are truly willing to embrace such a fate, then you should promptly relinquish your sequence identity. After uttering these words, Jun Xuan made his move. He raised his hand, unleashing the divine light of thunder. He had cultivated the supreme law, transcending the tribulation of heavenly skills, and awakened the thunder tribulation battle body, ranking among the top 300 of the 3,000 physiques. Furthermore, this thunder tribulation battle body possesses formidable offensive capabilities, far surpassing the stellar royal body of Yi Xingyun. With a resounding crash, Jun Xuan's palm shot forth, and torrents of thunder seemed to coalesce into a deluge, crashing down upon Jun Xuan and Jun Linglong. This is bad. Jun Xuan hastily drew his sword, the dazzling sword light radiating outward. Jun Linglong also took action. However, even with both of them acting in unison to defend, they found it difficult to withstand Jun Xuan's assault. A thunderous roar erupted as both Jun Xuan and Jun Linglong were jolted, retreating in succession. Jun Xuan fared slightly better. After all, he is of the 10th sequence, and while he may not match Jun Xuan, the disparity is not insurmountable. However, Jun Linglong, possessing slightly lesser prowess, retreated several steps, her snow-white, flawless face revealing a hint of pallor, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Jun Xuan cast a glance, his expression indifferent as he remarked, "Consider this a warning. Inform Jun Xiaoyao to conduct himself with greater discretion in the future." With that, Jun Xuan turned to depart. Regardless of the circumstances, both Jun Xuan and Jun Linglong were members of the Jun family. A mild reprimand to temper Jun Xiaoyao's arrogance sufficed. Jun Xuan had no intention of inflicting serious harm upon them. The power of the master truly eclipsed all. Witnessing Jun Xuan's effortless dismissal of Jun Xuan and Jun Linglong, Haida's eyes brimmed with profound admiration. He then glanced at Jun Linglong, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Allow me to inform you. My master is the true pillar of hope for the younger generation of the Jun family." After speaking, Haida followed Jun Xuan as they departed. At that moment, Jun Linglong spat out another small mouthful of blood. "You are gravely injured," Jun Xuan remarked, his tone tinged with helplessness. Indeed, he fell short compared to Jun Xuan. It's fine. I still need to buy tea for the young master. Jun Linglong had not forgotten her task of procuring the clear heart spirit tea for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Zhangjian could only sigh slightly at her unwavering dedication to Jun Xiaoyao even in such dire circumstances. Nonetheless, he understood that Jun Xiaoyao was not one to suffer in silence. Having offended those around him would likely result in dire repercussions for Jun Wanjie. Chapter 49. Revenge is best served swiftly. Annihilating the Black Cloud clan as prodigy before long, Jun Linglong and Jun Zhangjian returned to the location of Jun Xiaoyao. Young master, I have brought back the clear heart spirit tea, Jun Linglong said, her pale, exquisite face graced with a hint of a smile. Good, Jun Xiaoyao replied, only to notice the unusual demeanor of Jun Linglong and Jun Zhangjian. Frowning slightly, he approached Jun Linglong. Young master? Jun Linglong's expression froze, feeling somewhat awkward. Jun Xiaoyao gently raised his hand, wiping away the faint bloodstain at the corner of her lips. Such an intimate gesture caused Jun Linglong's cheeks to flush crimson. What transpired? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a calm tone. His feelings for Jun Linglong were not particularly profound. At the very least, she was a companion, and any harm done to her was an affront to him. I apologize, son of God. I could not fend off Jun Wanjie, Jun Zhangjian expressed, his words laden with remorse. Clarify the situation, Jun Xiaoyao directed. Subsequently, Jun Zhangjian recounted the earlier events to Jun Xiaoyao. You are injured and still think of buying tea for me? Are you foolish? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. If the young master wishes for tea, Linglong will naturally procure it. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's seemingly affectionate words, Jun Linglong felt as if her heart were drenched in honey. Let us go, Jun Xiaoyao declared, flicking his sleeve and placing his hands behind his back. Where to? Jun Zhangjian instinctively inquired. Of course, I shall seek out Jun Wanjie, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of frost. The notion of a gentleman avenging himself after 10 years, or that familial ties should take precedence over personal grievances, was utterly nonsensical. Vengeance should not linger beyond a night. Since Jun Wanjie had initiated this conflict, Jun Xiaoyao felt no obligation to spare him any courtesy. Meanwhile, at Jun Wanjie's location, He Tu, exhibiting a trace of reluctance, inquired, My lord, given your formidable power, why not directly subdue Jun Xiaoyao? Having witnessed Jun Wanjie's commanding strike, He Tu was filled with admiration, firmly believing that Jun Wanjie could indeed triumph over Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Wanjie, however, shook his head slightly. Firstly, Jun Xiaoyao is an ancient sacred body endowed with supreme bone. His strength is not to be underestimated. Were it not for the advantage of age and realm I possess, I might truly struggle against him. Moreover, the secret treasury of the Yuan Tian Supreme is about to be unveiled. Engaging in internal strife with Jun Xiaoyao could jeopardize my preparedness and may even invite reproach from the clan elders. It must be said that Jun Wanjie, having risen from the lower echelons of the collateral branch, was far from foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. His previous actions were merely aimed at suppressing the momentum of Jun Zhangjian and Jun Linglong, subtly curbing Jun Xiaoyao's prominence. This calculated approach yielded the desired effect. He would not incur the elder's ire, nor would it hinder his participation in the contest for the treasury. Truly, my lord, your strategic prowess is remarkable. I had not considered such intricacies. He Tu marveled further. Moreover, I can assure you that Jun Xiaoyao will bide his time. He will wait until the treasury matter is resolved before daring to act against me. A cold smirk played upon Jun Wanjie's lips. However, just as he concluded his statement, a sudden tremor reverberated outside the loft he occupied. What transpired? In the instant Jun Wanjie was momentarily taken aback, a seal descended from the heavens, akin to a meteor plummeting downwards. It was the seal of the human king. A sudden change swept over Jun Wanjie's countenance as he swiftly evaded. He Tu too turned pale, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and darting away. Boom! The heavens and earth quaked. The loft where Jun Wanjie resided disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind a vast chasm surrounded by deep fissures. This uproar undoubtedly drew the attention of countless onlookers. What is happening? Has someone initiated an attack? It seems there has been a disturbance within the 5th branch of the Jun family. My heavens, has someone leveled Jun Wanjie's residence? The entirety of South Heaven City erupted in chaos. It is worth noting that this was the residence of the esteemed 5th branch of the Jun family. To be reduced to rubble was unfathomable. Even passing by on a normal day required hushed tones. Look, could that be the Jun family's divine son? A cultivator exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. Above, for figures stood poised. Jun Linglong, Jun Xuan, and Jun Zhangjian lingered slightly behind, while Jun Xiaoyao stood at the forefront. With one hand resting behind him and the other in a posture of dispelling seals, it was evident that the formidable human king seal had been unleashed by him. Xiaoyao. A cold voice resonated, accompanied by the explosion of 1 billion bolts of lightning. With a resounding crash, a figure enveloped in crackling lightning soared into the air. It was Jun Xuan. His gaze was fixed intently on Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes swirling with tempestuous storms of thunder, flickering incessantly. He had not anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's decisiveness. Just moments ago, he had asserted that Jun Xiaoyao would not make a move against him before the conclusion of the secret vault. Yet, the very next instant, he found himself thoroughly refuted. Beside him, Haidu revealed his form, his eyes filled with trepidation as he beheld Jun Xiaoyao. He had only heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name before, never having seen him in person until now. However, the impression was undeniably profound, especially since their dwelling had been reduced to nothingness by a single strike from Jun Xiaoyao. What is the meaning of this, Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xuan suppressed the fury boiling within him, speaking coldly. Who gave you the audacity to meddle with this deity's affairs? Jun Xiaoyao's tone remained calm, yet authoritative. Jun Linglong's heart raced. Many surrounding female cultivators were equally stirred, wishing to replace her in that moment. You merely punished him a little. Did you not truly intend to harm them? Is your capacity as a deity so limited? Jun Xuan's voice dripped with iciness. Indeed, you are correct. My capacity is rather limited. Given that, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, shifting his gaze toward Haidu. Haidu's heart plummeted as if plunged into an icy abyss. You instigated this first, did you not? For a mindless follower like you, it would be better to be eliminated. Upon finishing his words, Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand. A torrent of golden spiritual energy erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal golden rune hand that descended like the weight of a mountain, exuding an overwhelming pressure. No, it's impossible. Haidu was utterly terrified. This was his first encounter with Jun Xiaoyao, and he had no inkling of the sheer might that Jun Xiaoyao possessed. It was akin to confronting a nascent emperor. Enough. Cease this. Jun Xuan raised his hand, intertwining divine lightning to form a gigantic hand of thunder, attempting to intercept Jun Xiaoyao. You think you can stop me from taking a life? Jun Xiaoyao sighed and shook his head. With his other hand, he unleashed a surge of dragon energy, manifesting into a golden dragon claw that clashed with Jun Xuan's strike. It was a divine ability he had drawn from Long Haoyin's dragon essence, the dragon capture technique. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao continued to suppress Haidu. Gritting his teeth, Haidu once more employed the unique techniques of the Black Cloud clan, transforming into mist. The golden rune hand swept through the black fog, scattering it but failing to extinguish him. What is zero sequence? Nothing more than this. If even I cannot be slain, how can you contend with the mighty? The figure of Haidu coalesced once more, his complexion ashen and his heart still trembling. Yet deep within, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that for the time being, Jun Xiaoyao could do him no harm. Was he truly devoid of intellect? Jun Xiaoyao slightly tilted his head, akin to observing a jester. He raised his hand once again, channeling the Divine Elephant suppression technique. The abyssal hellforge descended from the heavens above, akin to a furnace for refining gods and demons, unleashing an insatiable force of attraction. What is this? Haidu was terrified, his very soul shaken, and he hastily resorted to transforming into mist. Yet, all the black fog was instantaneously absorbed and refined by the hellforge. From within came Haidu's anguished screams. Moments later, the wails abruptly ceased. In this realm, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Witnessing the swift demise of Haidu, the cultivators around South Tian City swallowed hard, their expressions filled with disbelief. As a prodigy of the Black Cloud clan, Haidu was not merely strong, he was exceptionally formidable. His prowess was even comparable to that of renowned disciples from prestigious sections. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become a follower of Jun Xuan. Now Jun Xiaoyao, with a mere flick of his hand, effortlessly annihilated a prodigy. This spectacle left those witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's prowess for the first time in awe. The Jun family's divine son, Zero Sequence, was indeed deserving of his illustrious reputation. A furious roar erupted, reverberating like thunderclaps. It was Jun Xuan, his rage palpable, his eyes flashing with electric brilliance, revealing the depths of his fury. To witness his own follower slain before him was a blatant affront, and one executed without the slightest mercy. Boom. Jun Xuan ceased to utter further words. He could no longer endure the humiliation. The consequences of this moment would be addressed later. At present, he was singularly focused on suppressing Jun Xiaoyao. With a single strike of his hand, terrifying arcs of lightning cascaded forth, transforming into myriad bolts, their intensity enough to instill fear. This was a formidable lightning-based divine technique, the 8 Desolations Thunder Palm. Empowered by Jun Xuan's Thunder Calamity Battle Body, a single palm strike could either slay or severely injure any prodigy at the Divine Bridge realm. Beware, young master. Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but interject. Although he recognized Jun Xiaoyao's strength, Jun Wanjie was no weakling. Previously, both he and Jun Linglong had been unable to withstand a single strike from Jun Wanjie. However, as soon as Jun Zhangjian's words escaped his lips, he fell silent, his pupils gradually widening. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist lightly, delivering a punch that bore no hint of ferocity, yet seemed to resonate with the roar of a dragon. An ethereal dragon's silhouette entwined around his fist, erupting with thunderous force. This was the ancestral dragon's technique, the dragon fist. Simultaneously, within him, 70,000 colossal elephant particles surged forth, channeling 7 billion pounds of divine strength, unleashed with that very punch. The dual powers overlapped, and the surge of energy seemed poised to push the heavens back by tens of thousands of miles. A resounding roar echoed as the terrifying ripples of magical energy spread, akin to a miniature nuclear explosion, causing the entire southern sky city to tremble thrice. Amidst the watchful gazes of all, a figure was ejected from the heart of the collision, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood splattering against the sky. It was none other than Jun Wanjie. He was propelled backward, his outstretched arm twisted in an unnatural pose, clearly indicating broken bones. His complexion was pale, and as he gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes reflected an unprecedented shock. Many experiences, if one merely observes without personal involvement, cannot truly convey the essence of despair. Jun Wanjie was finally experiencing the same despair that Yi Xingyun and Long Haoyan had faced. It felt as though he were not contending against a mere individual, but rather against a youthful emperor. Jun Xiaoyao, your prowess. Jun Wanjie halted his retreat, his pupils quivering. Not only he, but the entire southern sky city was rendered speechless. Jun Zhangjian stood in a daze. He understood that Jun Xiaoyao was unafraid of Jun Wanjie, yet he could not have anticipated such a crushing dominance. Indeed, the Son of Heaven possesses an invincible stature, Jun Xuehuang marveled. The young lady, Jun Linglong, gazed at him with eyes brimming with admiration and adoration. This was her master, destined to be unparalleled in this world. I refused to believe it. Once more, despite his circumstances, Jun Wanjie, having risen from the depths, possessed a resolute spirit that surpassed that of Yi Xingyun and others. He could not simply concede defeat. With lightning coiling around his body, the shattered bones of his arm emitted crackling sounds as they miraculously restored themselves. Truly, he was the Thunder Tribulation battle body, rumored to possess an incredible physical prowess forged through heavenly tribulations. Observing Jun Wanjie's arm restored to its former glory, many cultivators' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Thunder Tribulation battle body ranked among the top 300 of the 3,000 physiques, possessing its own exceptional qualities. Yet, how formidable could it be if it was still shattered by a punch from the son of the Jun family? Comparatively, the Thunder Tribulation battle body paled in comparison to the ancient sacred body. Many female cultivators scoffed, dismissively. At this moment, they had long become fervent admirers of Jun Xiaoyao. One must ponder how many young prodigies in the vast realm of the celestial domain possess both striking beauty and formidable strength. At this juncture, Wanjie stood upon the heavens, enveloped in swirling lightning. His gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao bore no trace of disdain. I cultivate the supreme law, endowed with the Thunder Tribulation battle body. I shall enact heavenly retribution and command all thunderbolts. 8 thunderbands, ancient thunder god. Jun Wanjie howled to the sky, millions of bolts of thunder erupting, intertwining through the void. The ominous clouds rolled, as though a thunder deity were manifesting, a sight that stirred the soul. Heavenly retribution, how laughable. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unruffled. Before this son of heaven, even the heavens must bow, let alone you. With his hair billowing, a cold voice resonated, exuding boundless dominance. He summoned the golden sea of spirit within his ancient sacred body, a mighty surge of magical power emanating forth, subtly coalescing into a golden divine elephant that suppressed the epochs of time. The elephant's formidable might was driven to its zenith. Simultaneously, with his left hand, he conjured the art of weaponry, manifesting myriad divine arms, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, materializing from the void, accompanied by a resonant battle cry that shattered the heavens and the earth. His right hand, infused with the essence of the dragon, revealed a vividly lifelike shadow of a true dragon, a testament to his ancestral dragon nest technique, the true dragon confinement art. Both techniques unleashed, the ethereal dragon surged skyward, crashing thunderously into the deity of lightning concealed within the black calamity clouds, resulting in a cataclysmic collision that shook the very foundations of the world. The myriad divine weapons surged forth, targeting Jun Wanjie. Before Jun Wanjie could react, he was struck, and despite his utmost defensive efforts, he was violently impacted. Spitting forth a mouthful of blood, his bones splintered. Jun Xiaoyao unfurled his demonic wings, moving through the void with blinding speed, descending upon Jun Xuan with divine force. His foot descended like that of a god king. Boom! A sound that sent shivers down the spine erupted as his foot landed squarely on Jun Xuan's chest. Their forms plummeted like meteors, accompanied by a resounding crash. Jun Xuan collided heavily with the ground, while Jun Xiaoyao maintained his foot on Jun Xuan's chest. One hand resting casually behind him, his robes billowing, untouched by the dust of conflict. The contrast was staggering, evoking an almost surreal sensation. At this moment, the fifth heir of the Jun family was utterly subdued beneath Jun Xiaoyao's foot, unable to move. Was Jun Xuan weak? Certainly not. His earlier might was evident to all. The only conclusion left was that Jun Xiaoyao was overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, many discerned that Jun Xiaoyao had not even unleashed his full potential, refraining from utilizing his supreme bone in the manifestation of his sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao, remove your foot. Jun Xuan's face flushed crimson, fury boiling over as he struggled to maintain his composure. Boom. In response, Jun Xiaoyao brought his foot down once more, causing blood to surge from Jun Xuan's mouth, his chest bones shattering. Isn't it better to humbly accept your position as the fifth heir? Why be so blind? Jun Xiaoyao remarked indifferently. I have not been defeated. Give me time. Jun Xuan's countenance twisted with rage, his voice laced with unwillingness. I have no interest in defeated opponents. Even if you were granted 100,000 years, you could only futilely gaze upon my retreating figure until it vanished from sight, Jun Xiaoyao declared. His words piercing to the core. Jun Xuan's face turned a deep hue of red, his fury causing him to spit forth another mouthful of blood, nearly shattering his resolve. Chapter 51. Jun Xuan's submission, the strategies of the celestial realms, and the scheme of a younger sister. In the southern sky city, before the eyes of all cultivators. To be so utterly trampled upon. Who could withstand such humiliation? Especially someone as proud and arrogant as Jun Xuan. Incorporating the words of Jun Xiaoyao, it was akin to a soul-crushing murder. Jun Xuan felt his resolve disintegrating inch by inch. He had surmounted countless hardships to ascend to his current position, only to be unceremoniously cast down once more by Jun Xiaoyao. The sensation was all too palpable. Jun Xiaoyao, you have rendered Jun Xuan trembling. His mental state on the verge of eruption. The supreme technique you possess, the heavenly transcendence art, indeed holds some utility for me. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he directly extracted a jade slip imprinted with the heavenly transcendence techniques from Jun Xuan's possession. Jun Xiaoyao was not lacking in supreme arts. However, this heavenly transcendence was related to the tribulations of the heavens. He would soon face the trials of the primordial sacred body, and having the heavenly transcendence as a reference would be of some assistance to him. Watching Jun Xiaoyao seize the heavenly transcendence art, Jun Xuan felt a tumultuous surge of blood and anger, yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly. You harbor discontent in your heart, do you not? Let me ponder. If I were to kill you outright, would my family exact punishment upon me? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze lowered slightly, regarding Jun Xuan with indifference. His frigid words rendered Jun Xuan's countenance, which had been aflame with resentment and fury, frozen in place. Jun Xiaoyao actually contemplated his death. Moreover, upon reflection, given Jun Xiaoyao's current standing within the Jun family, what would be the consequences of his demise? The answer was unequivocal. There would be no repercussions whatsoever. Jun Xiaoyao's status was far beyond that of a mere fifth sequence like himself. If Jun Xiaoyao were to take his life, the Jun family would merely issue a superficial admonition, if that, and there would be no substantial repercussions. The chilling realization struck Jun Xuan. Should Jun Xiaoyao decide to kill him, he would face no consequences, yet his life would be extinguished in vain. It seemed Jun Xiaoyao caught a glimpse of the flicker of panic in Jun Xuan's eyes, prompting a faint smirk to grace his lips. How many in this world are truly unafraid of death? To speak candidly, had it not been for necessity, Jun Xiaoyao would prefer not to slay Jun Xuan. It was not out of compassion, rather, as the scion of the Jun family and a zero sequence, indiscriminately executing members of his own lineage would have adverse repercussions. At the very least, the elders from other branches of the family might voice their dissent. Jun Xiaoyao was neither averse to trouble nor inclined to deal with such complications. However, he could not allow Jun Xuan to depart without ensuring no future risks remained. Thus, the only viable option was to present him with two choices: submit to me and bear the mark of servitude, or face death. Jun Xiaoyao offered Jun Xuan a choice. Instantly, Jun Xuan's complexion paled, his teeth clenched tightly. He understood that even if he were to perish here today, no one would seek vengeance on his behalf. Yet, should he choose to submit to Jun Xiaoyao, his heart would be irrevocably shattered, and he would be condemned to a life as Jun Xiaoyao's slave. My patience is limited. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, furrowing his brow. Jun Xuan trembled violently, struggling to rise before ultimately kneeling down. He did not wish to perish, for within his heart lingered an unfulfilled obsession. Oh, it was unexpected for Jun Xiaoyao to witness Jun Wanjie kneeling before him. He had presumed that, given Jun Wanjie's disposition, he would rather choose death. With great difficulty, Jun Wanjie uttered his willingness to submit. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. And within his mind, a strand of the soul enslavement seal took shape. Jun Wanjie's divine palace was in an open state, allowing the seal to be implanted directly. With this, Jun Xiaoyao could wield life and death over Jun Wanjie without concern for any potential risks. Of course, such a seal required consent to be established, otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to force its implantation. Your choice has surprised this divine son. Jun Xiaoyao gazed intently into Jun Wanjie's eyes. A hint of despondency crossed Jun Wanjie's countenance, yet he sighed and replied, I must report to you. My dear sister was cast down to the lower realm during our childhood. I have vowed to retrieve her and bring her back to the celestial domain. Hence, I cannot die. Jun Wanjie's words caused Jun Xiaoyao to raise an eyebrow. So this was the underlying motive, separation from his sister in youth, followed by relentless striving for strength to reunite with her. Jun Xiaoyao was aware that the world was divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 9 heavens referred to the celestial realms, among which the desolate heaven was one. The 10 earths denoted the vast continents of the lower realm. Generally speaking, the barriers between the 9 heavens and 10 earths were formidable and difficult to breach. Transporting an individual to the lower realms demanded an exorbitant price, alongside restrictions based on cultivation level. It was no wonder that Jun Wanjie yearned to cultivate and ascend to higher ranks. His aim was to venture to the lower realm in search of his sister. Let us discuss this matter later. If this divine son has the opportunity to descend, it would not be out of the question to bring your sister along. Jun Xiaoyao stated nonchalantly. Now that Jun Wanjie had become his servant, he posed no threat. Why not offer him a sweet promise? Upon hearing this, Jun Wanjie's previously despondent expression transformed into one of astonishment, followed by a surge of excitement. The bitterness and resentment within him melted away in that moment. Nothing mattered more than reuniting with his beloved sister. Thank you, my lord. Previously, I was blind and overestimated my own worth. Jun Wanjie bowed deeply before Xiaoyao. If he had initially submitted out of the pressure of life and death, now it was with genuine sincerity that he pledged his allegiance to Jun Xiaoyao. Observing this scene, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuahuang exchanged glances, both inhaling deeply. The most headstrong and domineering figure among the top 10 ranks, Jun Wanjie, had been subdued in such a manner. My lord, your prowess in both martial strength and cunning is truly astonishing, Jun Linglong remarked, feeling somewhat overshadowed despite her own remarkable intellect in the presence of Jun Xiaoyao. A conflict within the Jun family was thus resolved. Jun Wanjie of the 5th sequence completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao. Alongside him were Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuahuang. Among the 10 major sequences of the Jun family, 3 had fully pledged their allegiance to him. Previously, his grandfather had harbored concerns that other sequences might pose trouble for him, pondering whether it would not be long before all 10 sequences bowed to his authority. However, Jun Xiaoyao was acutely aware that the true strength of the Jun family lay in the foremost sequences. Those individuals were either in seclusion or honing their skills in the outside world, and he had yet to encounter them. Among them were those with dual pupils and prodigies who had obtained forbidden inheritances, far more formidable than Jun Zhangjian, Jun Wanjie, and their ilk. It was time to return and await the opening of the supreme vault of Yuantian. With a flick of his sleeve, Jun Xiaoyao departed like an ethereal being carried by the wind, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming treasures of the vault. Chapter 52. The 3 prominent families and the schemes of the little saint. Jixian. Following the events concerning Jun Wanjie, news spread throughout Nantian City. The tale of Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly suppressing the 5th sequence and compelling its submission became widely celebrated. Though this could be regarded as an internal struggle within the Jun family, it nonetheless offered a glimpse into Jun Xiaoyao's formidable prowess. In the western district of Nantian City, within a resplendent and exquisitely crafted pavilion, a gathering of young prodigies was underway. These individuals hailed from various sects and forces, each radiating a formidable aura. However, among them was one young man seated at the center, the focal point of admiration akin to stars orbiting the moon. Clad in a golden robe, he exuded a noble and martial demeanor. His countenance was striking, and his skin was as pale as marble. The most striking feature was his right arm, which shimmered with an otherworldly radiance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous sacred runes inscribed and flowing along his arm bones. This young man was Jixian, a renowned scion of the ancient Ji family. At the banquet, a young prodigy complimented Jixian with a smile. This time, the supreme vault of Yuantian will surely be claimed by Brother Jixian. Indeed, Brother Jixian is known as the Little Saint. and he is the son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. His status is unparalleled among the other prodigies. Many young talents were eager to flatter and curry favor with him. Ji Xian's identity was sufficient to warrant their adulation, for he was not merely a prodigy of the ancient Ji family. He was also a son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. The Sacred Spirit Academy, a venerable institution with profound heritage in the Huangtian immortal domain, had existed for countless years. The prodigies emerging from its halls were scattered across the major forces within the Huangtian immortal domain. Many ancient families and immortal dynasties would send their junior disciples to the Sacred Spirit Academy for cultivation. Within the academy, only the most exceptional disciples could attain the title of son. Ji Xian's attainment of this title was a testament to his extraordinary talent and strength, far surpassing that of his contemporaries. Some prodigies' gazes discreetly lingered on Ji Xian's subtly glowing right arm. The right arm of Ji Xian has fused with a fragment of the Sacred King's bone. Within the realm of the saints, the Sacred King is a being of unparalleled strength. A single Sacred King can command respect from all directions and exert influence across the seas. Yet Ji Xian, currently at the Unification Realm, has already integrated a piece of the Sacred King's bone. One can only imagine the formidable extent of his power. Even though he is presently unable to unleash even 1/10 of the bone's might, it is sufficient to allow him to stand proudly among his peers. It is precisely because of this fragment that he has earned the title of Little Saint. However, reflecting on status and identity brings to mind the young master of the Jun family, a prodigious talent in his own right. Upon this remark, the once lively banquet fell into an unusual silence, a palpable atmosphere of tension emerging. During their time in the southern Sky City, they had naturally learned of the matters concerning Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjie. For these prodigies, it is not merely Jun Wanjie they must look up to, but even Jun Zhangjian is an existence they must revere. And Jun Xiaoyao, who can effortlessly suppress even Jun Wanjie, is to them as unattainable as the sun and moon in the sky. Some gazes subtly shifted toward Ji Xian. They had just been praising Ji Xian's high status. Yet in comparison to Jun Xiaoyao, he seemed rather insignificant. Ji Xian's expression remained largely unchanged as he lifted a cup of wine, sipping it slowly. Though his eyes were profoundly contemplative, the young master of the Jun family, he murmured to himself. To be honest, upon learning of Jun Xiaoyao's appearance in southern Sky City, Ji Xian truly wished to measure himself against Jun Xiaoyao, not for any other reason, but for the sake of his family. For the ancient families of the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain, there has always been mention of the three prominent families. These three prominent families are regarded as the most illustrious, with the deepest heritage and the most outstanding younger generations. Among these, the prowess of the younger generation serves as a crucial indicator of the family's standing. For only through their flourishing can the ancient lineage be preserved. The Ji family was once among the three prominent families, yet now it has been eclipsed by the Jun, Jiang, and Yi families. The Jun family needs no introduction, having consistently produced exceptional talents. The previous generation alone had Jun Wuhui, who firmly established the Jun family's status among the three prominent families. The current generation boasts a top 10 ranking and includes the monstrous prodigy Jun Xiaoyao. The Jiang family, too, has remarkable figures such as Jiang Shengyi, who possesses an innate Dao, and Jiang Luoli, with her Yuanling Dao body, alongside several other top-tier royal body geniuses. As for the Yi family, figures like Yi Xingyun and the reincarnated sword demon Yi Guchen alone are sufficient to ensure the Yi family's fortunes endure for millennia. It is for these reasons that Ji Xian harbors a sense of dissatisfaction. Does the Ji family not have any prodigies? However, Ji Xian is no fool. He knows that Jun Xiaoyao is not a foe to be underestimated. Yet, armed with the Sacred King's bone and being a top-tier prodigy himself, he cannot simply succumb to fear of Jun Xiaoyao. Some individuals noticed that Ji Xian's emotions were somewhat amiss, and they forced a smile, saying, "Why mention the heir of the Jun family? Is Ji Xian not comparable to the Jun family's divine offspring?" A young prodigy flattered him. Indeed, Ji Xian surpasses the Jun family's ranks. Their words were not entirely unfounded. Ji Xian had once engaged in combat with Jun Zhangjian, where he had, due to a slight advantage in cultivation level, managed to outmaneuver Jun Zhangjian for a few exchanges. Now, although Ji Xian's prowess had indeed grown stronger, it was undeniable that others had also progressed. Ji Xiaoyao, if he does not provoke me, I have no need to instigate a confrontation with him. Furthermore, I recently uncovered some secrets regarding the Supreme Yuan Tian within a tattered ancient tome at the Sacred Spirit Academy, as well as information about a particular artifact. Ji Xian murmured to himself internally. He had not arrived without preparation. By chance, he had discovered an ancient manuscript within the Academy's library, which contained a Supreme Yuan Tian token and an ancient talisman. The manuscript vaguely documented some of the Supreme Yuan Tian's deeds and secrets. Within the supreme Yuan Tian's hidden vault, it seemed that a rare treasure was concealed. Should he obtain it, he could forge an invincible young sovereign. Upon acquiring this opportunity, Ji Xian felt an exhilarating surge within him, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the supreme Yuan Tian's secret treasure. At last, the moment had arrived. If I can seize this opportunity, I, Ji Xian, shall soar to unprecedented heights, standing at the pinnacle of the younger generation within the wild heaven immortal domain. In that moment, I shall sweep away all the young sovereigns of the three imperial families. Who could possibly stand against me? Contemplating the potential future, Ji Xian took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with fervor. At that very moment, at the entrance of Nantian City, a cloaked figure with a hood entered through the city gates. He lifted his head to reveal a countenance of striking elegance. It was Xiao Chun. Chapter 53. The Taiwang Forest, the secret vault unveiled, dark matter from another realm. After days of arduous travel, Xiao Chun finally arrived at Nantian City. Upon entering, he immediately heard news concerning Jun Xiaoyao. The moment he received this information, it was as if thunder roared in his mind, and his complexion turned pale. Jun Xiaoyao had grown even stronger than before. Xiao Chun clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Unbeknownst to him, he always felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness when faced with Jun Xiaoyao, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Xiao Chun, steady your mind. Your current strength is formidable. If you can acquire the ancient dragon bones within the supreme treasure vault, surpassing Jun Xiaoyao is not an impossibility. The voice of the Azure Dragon Master resonated in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun replied, "The ancestor is right. I have been distracted. I must seize this opportunity." Xiao Chun possessed a resilient spirit, a testament to his perseverance thus far. However, what he did not realize was that a woman, shrouded in an expansive veil, was discreetly following him from a distance. A delicate veil shrouded her face, revealing only a pair of shimmering eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. She was the long princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, Wu Mingwe. For the time being, it seemed that Xiao Chun would not encounter any peril. Wu Mingwe murmured to herself. She then recalled the discussions surrounding Jun Xiaoyao during this period. The rumored scion of the Jun family was indeed formidable, effortlessly suppressing even the fifth rank of the Jun family. Wu Mingwe sighed inwardly. As the long princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, her status was exceedingly high. Yet, even she felt a sense of needing to look up in reverence when faced with the Jun family scion. Jun Xiaoyao's noble lineage was such that even she, a princess of the divine dynasty, felt a sense of unattainability. It was said that the Jun family scion possessed a visage akin to an otherworldly immortal. She was genuinely curious to see what manner of extraordinary individual he was. Wu Mingyue, though not one to be easily swayed by mere appearances, after all, she had chosen Xiao Chun, found her curiosity piqued by the almost mythical tales surrounding Jun Xiaoyao. Within the pavilions of the Jun family in the southern Sky City, Jun Xiaoyao sat in meditation, awaiting the emergence of the supreme vault of Yuantian. After a while, Jun Zhantian and the clan elders returned. Having learned of the matters concerning Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjie, Xiaoyao, you were right in this instance. At times, one must wield a firm hand to solidify your position as the zero rank, Jun Zhantian expressed, devoid of any reproach, but rather full of support. Will there be dissent from the other clans? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Dissent? Who would dare? You are the scion selected by the 18th ancestor, coupled with your unparalleled talent. Not only would they not dare to question your enslavement of Jun Wanjie, but even if you were to eliminate him, none would have the audacity to act against you. Jun Zhantian replied. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, as this was within his expectations. Regarding the supreme vault of Yuantian, we several immortal lineages have reached an agreement. In a few days, the vault is expected to be opened. At that time, our various powers will seal the heavens and lock the earth, allowing only the younger generation to enter. The supreme vault will be your stage, Jun Zhantian continued. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao calmly affirmed, Grandfather, rest assured. Xiaoyao shall never tarnish the Jun family's reputation. Haha, I believe in you, my grandson, Jun Zhantian replied with a hearty laugh, brimming with confidence in his grandson. Days passed, and in the vast expanse of the Taiwang forest, a sudden tremor echoed through the air. An oppressive force emanated, while strands of eerie black mist began to spread from the depths of the forest. Wherever the gray mist traversed, various beasts, ancient species, and pure-blooded beings all had their eyes turned crimson, beginning to howl in a frenzy, as if driven mad. This does not align with the supreme vault of Yuantian. An old man from the Dao Extreme Heaven sect remarked, his figure flickering in and out of visibility. The southern Yuan Dao prefecture served as the stronghold for the Dao Extreme Heaven sect, and as its most powerful member, the old man naturally took on a role of oversight and planning. At this moment, he gazed into the depths of the Taihuang forest, where a gray mist spread forth, his silver brows furrowing slightly. Why does this gray mist seem somewhat akin to the dark matter of foreign realms? An elderly man clad in elegant robes hesitantly spoke. He was Ji Bangyin, a senior member of the ancient Ji family and the protector of Ji Xian during this endeavor. Upon hearing his words, the other prominent figures felt a shiver of unease. It bears some resemblance, yet it pales in comparison to true dark matter. Among these dignitaries was Jun Xuan, who pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. The dark matter from foreign realms is an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying substance. Even a slight touch can drive beings to madness and aberration, or worse, lead to their demise. This gray mist, though peculiar, does not yet measure up to genuine dark matter. If your Jun family is fearful, you may as well withdraw like a coward, scoffed an elder with green dragon horns, donned in a sky-blue robe. He was a senior from the Zonglong lineage of the ancestral dragon nest, present to safeguard the Lungbi pool. Upon hearing this, Jun Xuan snorted coldly, retorting, "What? Do you, a green-skinned mudfish, wish to follow in the footsteps of that black-skinned mudfish?" The elder from the Zonglong lineage turned pale at Jun Xuan's words, huffing heavily, but choosing not to respond further. The Jun family had decisively shaken the ancestral dragon nest by annihilating the supreme ghost dragon, ensuring that no large-scale conflict could arise until the latter was adequately prepared. Thus, the question lingered, should this expedition continue? In another corner, a gaunt elder inquired. He was a senior from the ancient Jiang family, accompanying the family's prodigy. Among them was none other than Jiang Xingyi, the divine maiden of the Jiang family. Although she was nominally Jun Xiaoyao's aunt, she was merely 24 years old, a remarkable talent of the younger generation. Of course we shall proceed. If we falter at the slightest difficulty, then what use will these prodigies be when the path to the emperor is opened? Ji Bangyin feigned authority. Yet, his true intention was to elevate the reputation of Ji Xian. After a round of negotiations, the leaders of the various immortal lineages reached a consensus. Meanwhile, in Nantian City, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions sensed the stirrings emanating from the Taiwang forest. Is it finally about to commence? Jun Xiaoyao rose and stepped outside, clad in pristine white, his gaze sweeping the horizon. In another tower of Nantian City, the young sage Ji Xian also stood, his right arm, infused with the bone of the Sage King, resting confidently behind him, exuding an air of composure. After all, he had already secured an advantage, possessing not only the supreme Yuantian order, but also ancient talismans and knowledge of certain secrets within the hidden treasury. Ji Xian was a step ahead of many. Let the reputation of my Ji family's prodigies resonate within the Yuantian hidden treasury. A confident smile graced Ji Xian's lips. In a tavern within the southern Sky City, having indulged in a hearty meal, Xiao Chen prepared to embark on his journey. The supreme secret vault and the ancient dragon bones were treasures he was determined to acquire. Chapter 54. The arrival of Jiang Xingyi, the ancient saint weapon, and the celestial mirror. Simultaneously, on the other side of the Taiwang forest, azure-scaled flying dragons soared through the skies. At the forefront, the proud Long Bai Qi stood atop one of the dragons, clad in azure armor that enveloped her lithe form. Her beauty was striking yet imbued with a sense of valor. Two azure dragon horns, reminiscent of jade carvings, emerged from her hair, glimmering faintly. The secret vault was finally set to open, and this dragon maiden was eager to ascertain whether the esteemed son of the Jun family truly possessed extraordinary prowess. Long Bai Qi raised an elegant brow. She did not underestimate Jun Xiaoyao, but did not consider him invincible either. After all, in this era of fierce competition, with prodigies emerging and kings vying for supremacy, who could rightfully claim invincibility? Since none could, it followed that Jun Xiaoyao could not be deemed invincible. Long Bai Qi mused that even if she could not subdue Jun Xiaoyao, she would at least escape unscathed. Meanwhile, aside from the Dragon Princess, there were also the young monarchs of the elite ancient royal lineage, the nine-headed lion clan, and the formidable beings of the swallowing sky sparrow tribe. In southern Sky City, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions were ready to set forth. As they stepped into the void, they inevitably drew the attention of those around them. With Jun Xiaoyao's current popularity, any exposure of his identity would attract gazes wherever he went. Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed by the attention. At that moment, a soft, melodious voice, akin to a nightingale's song, rang out. "Xiaoyao, it has been a long time." Upon hearing this voice, Jun Xiaoyao halted, turning to behold a group gliding through the air on a flying vessel. At the forefront stood a young woman in a snow-white robe, her azure hair dancing in the wind, her attire flowing like a celestial being descending to earth. Her ethereal beauty radiated brilliance, her brows like distant mountains, and her eyes filled with poetic allure, exuding an otherworldly grace. Perhaps due to her innate connection to the Tao, she emanated an unparalleled sense of harmony and naturalness. This woman was none other than Jiang Xingyi, the divine maiden of the Jiang family, capturing the gaze of many around her. Numerous male cultivators were spellbound, their eyes wide with admiration. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak, Jiang Xingyi gently cleared her throat, as if to remind him of something. Sister Xingyi, Jun Xiaoyao responded, somewhat helplessly. Now that's more like it, Jiang Xingyi smiled, her pearly teeth glistening. Though she was considerably more mature than Jiang Luoli, she remained a youthful woman, her demeanor not overly serious. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback to discover that it was Jiang Xingyi who had come, rather than Jiang Luoli. Noting the expression on Jun Xiaoyao's face, Jiang Xingyi teased. What's this? Disappointed not to see Luoli? Not at all, Jun Xiaoyao replied candidly. He was indifferent to the little short-legged girl. She was being forcibly confined within her family for cultivation, and she was utterly infuriated by her inability to meet you, Jiang Xingyi said with a smile. Then let her cultivate diligently. By the way, Sister Xingyi, shall we travel together? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. After all, Jiang Xingyi was a distant cousin of his mother, and he wouldn't mind looking after her if possible. Such a little rascal. One wonders who should be taking care of whom. Jiang Xingyi playfully rolled her eyes at Xiaoyao. It should be her duty to protect Jun Xiaoyao, after all. All right then, I will rely on Sister Xingyi when the time comes. Jun Xiaoyao shrugged, unconcerned, as he needed no one's protection. Observing Jun Xiaoyao casually conversing and laughing with Jiang Xingyi, the male attendees cast envious glances. Meanwhile, the female cultivators envied Jiang Xingyi for being able to converse with Jun Xiaoyao. For a moment, the crowd was at a loss as to whom they should envy more. At that moment, the voice of an elder from the Extreme Heaven sect resonated across the skies of South Heaven City. Esteemed guests, the secret treasure of Yuantian is about to open. The immortal Tao lineage has sealed the heavens and locked the earth. The elder generation of cultivators is forbidden from entering. This treasure is fraught with peril. Those with strength are advised to retreat wisely to preserve their lives. As the words fell, a brilliant light ascended into the air, hovering above the Taiwan forest. It was a colossal mirror, its surface as clear as a pristine pool of water. This is the ancient sacred artifact of our Jun family, the Skywatching Mirror. Jun Zhongjin declared. The Skywatching Mirror could reflect the phenomena of heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao understood that this was a precaution against the potential demise of these prodigies from the immortal Tao lineage within the secret treasure. In case of danger, the Skywatching Mirror would enable timely assistance. Let us depart. Jun Xiaoyao gestured with his sleeve. Yes. Behind him, Jun Zhongjian, Jun Xuahuang, Jun Wanjia, and Jun Linglong nodded in agreement, resembling dutiful attendants. Jiang Xingyi, accompanied by several talented members of the Jiang family, also followed suit, her eyes reflecting surprise. It appeared that her nephew was beginning to establish his own formidable presence. As Jun Xiaoyao and his companions ventured towards the Taiwan forest, the entirety of South Heaven City stirred with excitement. Although the elder had previously warned that the Yuantian secret treasure was exceedingly dangerous, this did not quell the fervent hearts of the cultivators. After all, it was a treasure trove belonging to a supreme powerhouse. Acquiring even a single opportunity could elevate their status. These cultivators did not hail from powerful factions, and thus, every resource and opportunity had to be sought after diligently. The Ji family, led by Ji, also set forth with a group of prodigies. At the city gates, Xiao Chun, cloaked and hooded, gazed at the retreating figures of Jun Xiaoyao and the others, a flicker of hatred and determination gleaming in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, just wait, Xiao Chun resolved, rushing towards the Taiwan forest. Following him, hidden in the shadows, Wu Mingyue trailed behind, equally concerned for Xiao Chen's safety in the perilous depths of the Yuantian secret treasure. At the same time, in the realm of the ancient royal family, Long Bai Qi, the nine-headed lion, and the swallowing sky sparrow all sprang into action. The surrounding regions of the Taiwan forest were set ablaze with fervor. Nantian City lay a mere 1,000 miles from the Taiwan forest. Within just a quarter of an hour, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the outskirts of the forest. He gazed upon the boundless expanse of the forest, shrouded in a sinister gray mist that exuded an ominous aura. Deep within the heart of the forest, a supreme presence pervaded, accompanied by signs of extraordinary phenomena. Undoubtedly, that was the location of the supreme treasure of Yuantian. Only those in possession of the Yuantian Supreme Token could truly delve into the depths of the treasure. However, others could still gather a few remnants from the periphery. Thus, at this moment, all cultivators surged toward the Taiwan forest. Simultaneously, within the forest, the ancient remnants roared, and pure-blooded beings howled in fury. They were all tainted by the gray mist, becoming frenzied entities with combat prowess stronger than usual. Soon, various battles erupted. At this moment, Ji Xian of the Ji family also arrived, casting a distant glance toward Jun Xiaoyao. Sensing something, Jun Xiaoyao turned to see Ji Xian, who was likely the young sage of the Ji family. Jun Xiaoyao remained indifferent. However, beside him, Jun Zhongjian gritted his teeth slightly, his expression darkening. Humph. He once boasted of his victories over me and paraded around claiming he had bested the Jun family's lineage. Jun Zhongjian stated coldly, feeling quite displeased. Oh, so there is such a matter, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Yet, his attention was fixated on Ji Xian's right arm. The hand bone of the Sage King, should I seize it? Chapter 55. The Impressive Growth of Chives, the Ancient Remnant Demon Ape, Part 3. Jun Xiaoyao scrutinized Ji Xian as though assessing meat on a chopping board. Ji Xian's gaze also flickered toward Jun Xiaoyao, revealing a hint of gravity in his eyes. Cloaked in ethereal mist, Jun Xiaoyao was somewhat elusive. However, that vague aura only heightened Ji Xian's wariness. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the side where Jun Zhongjian stood, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. While he could not ascertain how he would fare against Jun Xiaoyao, he felt confident when facing Jun Zhongjian and Jun Xuan. I truly wish to pin Ji Xian to the ground and rub his face in it. Observing the playful smirk on Ji Xian's lips, Jun Zhongjian's expression darkened with clouds of displeasure. This fellow, unwilling to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, had redirected his challenge toward him. Remain calm. We shall address matters at the Supreme Treasure's site, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a composed gaze. Should Ji Xian behave himself, Jun Xiaoyao might seize his opportunity without causing him harm. Yet, if Ji Xian insisted on prancing before him, Jun Xiaoyao would have no choice but to teach him a lesson. Thereafter, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions delved deeply into the Taiwang forest. In the forefront, naturally, stand the unparalleled prodigies of the immortal Tao traditions. Following closely are the elites of the top-tier sects, the distinguished forces. The chief disciple of the Tao Extreme Celestial sect has also set forth, yet remains closely aligned with Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. Previously, an elder from the Tao Extreme Celestial sect had advised that the safest course of action to avoid calamity was to stay near the divine scion of the Jun family. A ghastly, mist-enshrouded demon bear let out a chilling roar, rising to its full height of 3 zhang, resembling a small mountain of shadow and menace. Its claws swiped down, mercilessly flattening several disciples of formidable powers into mere pulp. Yet, in an instant, a resplendent golden palm imprint of arcane energy surged forth from the front, crashing with a thunderous sound, transforming the formidable demon bear into mere flesh. With an expression of calm indifference, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his hand and commanded, "Continue forward." Jun Zhongjian and the others were relatively unfazed, already aware of Jun Xiaoyao's immense prowess. Conversely, the chief disciple of the Tao Extreme Celestial sect, trailing behind, swallowed hard. His eyes filled with awe. Truly, the scion of the Jun family is extraordinary. While most cultivators at the Bridge of Divinity struggle against such a demon bear, he dispatched it with a single strike. Of course, it was not merely Jun Xiaoyao's decisive techniques that astounded. On the other side, Ji Xian exhibited similar prowess. He too acted with nonchalance, adorned with sacred runes upon his right arm, which glimmered with divine radiance. With a casual thrust of his palm, beams of ethereal light erupted forth, effortlessly tearing apart the ferocious beasts ahead, as if it required no more effort than a gentle breeze. The young sage of the Ji family possessed an invincible demeanor, capable of subduing formidable beasts with mere gestures. Indeed, Ji Xian's right arm was infused with a fragment of a Saint King's bone, allowing him to unleash tremendous might without the need for martial skills or divine techniques. Many prodigies from first-rate sects marveled at the exceptional treatment bestowed upon those born of illustrious lineages, able to merge with such potent relics. However, amidst these immortal Tao prodigies, some astonishing dark horses began to emerge. Who was that cloaked figure, whose strength is so formidable? Some cultivators took notice of a hooded silhouette, whose true visage remained concealed. With a single punch, he unleashed a torrent of azure dragon light, effortlessly shattering the beast before him, leaving many in astonishment at the emergence of such a dark horse. Ah, the chives have indeed sprouted. Their growth appears quite promising, exceeding my expectations, Jun Xiaoyao mused, catching sight of the cloaked figure from the corner of his eye. He instantly recognized it to be Xiao Chun. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao refrained from any action, understanding that Xiao Chun sought to conceal his identity, to remain undetected, and to play the role of the underdog, ultimately seizing opportunities within the secret realm to enhance his strength and surpass him. Yet, while aspirations are grand, reality often proves to be starkly different. Xiao Chun believed he was on the second level, while Jun Xiaoyao was on the first. Unbeknownst to him, Jun Xiaoyao had already ascended to the 5th level. The entire situation lay firmly within Jun Xiaoyao's control. Xiao Chun, I grant you one last fleeting opportunity for delusion. When the time comes to reap the harvest, do not accuse me of lacking compassion, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Beneath his hood, Xiao Qian's expression was resolute, tinged with a subtle thrill. His moment of ascendance was finally at hand. Jun Xiaoyao. Once I merge with the ancient dragon bones and cultivate the azure sky dragon transformation technique to perfection, I shall publicly trample you beneath my feet. The battle raged on. The cultivators invading the Taiwang forest clashed violently with the beasts residing within. Aside from a few exceptional individuals like Jun Xiaoyao, the remaining elites from various factions and some rogue cultivators suffered significant casualties. We are on entirely different planes compared to the heirs of those immortal lineages. A rogue cultivator lamented, gazing at the distant figure of Jun Xiaoyao, who had already penetrated deep into the forest. Jun Xiaoyao appeared as a king draped in white, exuding an aura of invincibility, dispatching all beasts before him with ease. Before long, he and his companions had delved into the depths of the Taiwang forest. Before them lay a tremendous, pitch-black fissure, resembling a wound in the earth. An eerie gray mist emanated from within. Jun and his companions encased themselves in protective magic, isolating themselves from the mist, though this came at a steep cost in terms of energy. Within the gray fog, they felt an oppressive force. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained unshielded by magical defenses. As an ancient sacred body, he embodied the essence of utmost purity, impervious to all malevolent forces, his blood shimmering with golden brilliance. The vitality of his sacred physique endowed him with formidable resistance to various forms of dark energies. It appeared that the supreme secret vault lay beneath this earth fissure. Albeit seemingly altered by some mysterious force, Jun Xiaoyao mused. Just as he spoke, a piercing roar echoed through the air. A terrifying black ape, adorned with a single horn and fleshly wings, leaped forth, its powerful legs collapsing a towering cliff. It was an ancient relic species, the demon ape. The nearby cultivators, having ventured into this perilous realm, could not suppress their cries of alarm. As a creature with a trace of bloodline from the ancient era, the ancient relic species possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. This demon ape radiated malevolence, its power having reached the unification realm. In a confrontation of equal realms, ancient relic species proved stronger than humans. Even an elite from an immortal lineage would find it no easy feat to contend with this demon ape. Most critically, Jun Xiaoyao's current level remained at the divine bridge realm. With a thunderous roar, the ancient relic species, the demon ape, unleashed its fury. After being tainted by the gray mist, its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and its already irritable temperament seemed to spiral into a frenzy as it charged towards Jun Xiaoyao, demolishing several mountains in its wake. All eyes were riveted on the scene. Above the Taiwang forest, the sky mirror reflected the spectacle beyond the supreme secret vault. Your Jun family's divine offspring is likely to encounter trouble, remarked Ji Bangyin, an elder of the Ji family, with a faint smile. Chapter 56. Fist to annihilate the ancient remnants. Are all these powerful beings so thoughtless? The ancient remnants of the return to one realm. Even Ji Xian found challenging to contend with, let alone Jun Xiaoyao, who resided at a lower tier. Although Ji Bangyin refrained from uttering any mocking or disparaging remarks, his words dripped with a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. Jun Zhantian's expression remained unchanged, even breaking into a smile. He was well aware of Jun Xiaoyao's capabilities. Outside the supreme secret vault, as he beheld the rampaging demon ape, Jun Xiaoyao's strikingly handsome visage betrayed no sign of disturbance. With a mere lift of his hand, boundless golden spiritual sea surged within him, creating tumultuous waves. The robust golden mana, akin to an expansive ocean, roared forth. In the void, the mana coalesced into divine weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, manifesting the Jun family's martial arts prowess, the art of armament. Go, Jun Xiaoyao commanded, unleashing a torrent of divine weaponry that surged towards the demon ape. Seeing this, the demon ape let out a thunderous roar, its black malevolence swelling, coalescing into a suit of ebony armor upon its body. A cataclysmic collision ensued as the art of armament shattered the demon ape's armor. Yet it did not inflict significant harm upon its flesh. Truly, it was an ancient remnant. Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of surprise. In response, the demon ape's singular black horn erupted with dark runes, emitting a beam of annihilation aimed directly at Jun Xiaoyao. From all directions, onlookers, including Ji Xian, Xiao Chun, and the concealed Wu Mingyue, directed their attention towards the spectacle. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained as tranquil as water. He once again employed the divine elephant suppression technique. A shadow of the nether god expanded from his form, embodying the technique's most formidable defense, the nether god's shield. With a resounding impact, the dark beam struck the nether god's shield, stirring waves, yet failing to breach the defense. Even the ferocious demon ape, with its blood-red eyes, momentarily faltered, clearly astonished that this human, of a lower realm, could withstand its ultimate skill. Jun Xiaoyao spread forth his demonic wings, accelerating with breathtaking speed. Darting to the front of the demon ape, he formed a seal with his hands, conjuring a magnificent visage that reached the heavens and delved into the abyss. A terrifying aura, capable of suppressing the universe and commanding the sun and moon, surged forth from Jun Xiaoyao. He stood amidst the ethereal shadows of emperors, resembling a celestial being who governed both heaven and earth. When the insignia of the monarch king emerged, it subdued the cosmos. Boom! Like an ancient divine mountain descending, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a strike that sent the demon ape crashing to the ground, leaving it battered and bleeding profusely. The demon ape let out a roar of fury. Yet Jun Xiaoyao struck down once more. The overwhelming force of his punch seemed to conjure a tempest of spatial turbulence, shaking the very fabric of the realm. Bang! 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 With 3 resounding blows, the formidable ancient creature was rendered lifeless. The arena fell silent. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. This spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Jun Xiaoyao appeared as a celestial spirit, ethereal and untarnished by worldly affairs. However, when he unleashed his might, he displayed a brutality that obliterated the ancient beast into a mere pulp. Ji's gaze was uncharacteristically grave. Xiaoqun clenched his fists tightly, a mix of reluctance and a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was overwhelmingly powerful. Xiaoqun had believed that after years of cultivation, he had finally caught up to Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, the reality now unveiled a sense of despair within him, as Jun Xiaoyao's prowess remained insurmountable. Concealed in the shadows, Wu Mingyuan mirrored this astonishment in her bright, autumn-like eyes. The adage, "A renowned name does not deceive," rang true. In the void above the Taiwan forest, Ji Bangyin attempted to articulate something, but words eluded him. Jun Zhantian, stroking his beard with a jovial expression, remarked, "My grandson possesses many virtues, yet he lacks humility." Upon hearing this, Ji Bangyin's countenance stiffened, feeling as if a thorn lodged in his throat rendered him uncomfortable. Thankfully, Ji Xian's performance was commendable, otherwise, Ji Bangyin would have truly felt ashamed to remain in this place. This era of fierce competition seemed to be solely the stage of Jun Xiaoyao. Mused an elder from the Jiang family. He meant no offense, for Jun Xiaoyao was also the son of Jiang Rou, making him a half-member of the Jiang clan. The outcome is still undetermined. It is premature to make such declarations, remarked an elder from the Canglong lineage nonchalantly. Meanwhile, near the supreme secret vault, at the dragon pool of the ancestral dragon nest, the 9-headed lion clan and the swallowing sky sparrow clan were hastening from another direction of the Taiwan forest. In an instant, the atmosphere outside the Yuantian supreme secret realm became charged with intensity as various powerful figures converged. The dragon pool's first gaze fell upon Jun Xiaoyao. This was not deliberate. Rather, it was as though Jun Xiaoyao, by merely standing there, became the very center of the universe, drawing the attention of all present. "You are Jun Xiaoyao?" Dragon Pool inquired with a hint of aloofness. "Indeed, I am Jun Xiaoyao," he replied, meeting her gaze. He recognized that this woman bore dragon horns, a talent from the ancestral dragon nest. "I am dragon by Qi of the Canglong lineage of the ancestral dragon nest," she declared, her words laced with subtle pride. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned slightly peculiar. "Indeed," he remarked, "what a wonderfully fragrant name it is." Long Bai Qi cast a puzzled glance at Jun Xiaoyao, uncertain of his meaning. In another direction, a golden radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. A magnificent golden lion, exuding an aura of power, descended from the skies, causing the firmament to tremble. Its most remarkable trait was its 9 heads, each one roaring with a bloodlust that surged like a tidal wave. When all 9 heads uttered their lion's roar simultaneously, it resonated like thunder, emanating an overwhelmingly potent presence. This was the young supreme of the 9-headed lion clan. Many human cultivators turned pale, exclaiming in awe. The 9-headed lion clan is undoubtedly an ancient and formidable lineage. It is said that long ago, the 9-headed lions stirred up tumult, and none could stand against them until a Buddhist emperor intervened, transforming the clan into steeds and guardians. In more recent times, although the 9-headed lions were scarce in number, they produced a supreme being known as the 9 Spirits Primordial Sage, who established the clan's formidable reputation. Were it not for their dwindling numbers, they could easily rank among the imperial clans. Might this young supreme be a descendant of the 9 Spirits Primordial Sage? A human prodigy gazed at him with apprehension. The 9-headed lion looked at Jun Xiaoyao and spoke in human tongue. "Indeed, young supreme of the human race. Your strength is commendable. You are worthy to follow this king." Meanwhile, on another side of the sky, a sudden gust of demonic wind arose as a colossal black bird approached, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Its wings resembled clouds descending from the heavens. and its eyes glowed like two blood moons. Where it passed, a stench of blood filled the air, causing many human cultivators to turn ashen. The sky-devouring sparrow clan. Yet another ancient race with a fearsome reputation. The humans were deemed unworthy even to be followers. They were only fit to be prey for this ravenous creature. The sky-devouring sparrow fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon Jun Xiaoyao. This creature was known for its brutality, relishing the flesh and blood of humans. To it, Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body was akin to a potent elixir, reminiscent of the legendary Tang Seng's flesh. However, the sky-devouring sparrow recognized that Jun Xiaoyao had protectors and thus refrained from attempting to devour him. Observing these two audacious ancient beings, Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face as he spoke. Are you all from ancient races so devoid of intellect? Chapter 57. Ripping apart the sky-devouring sparrow, overwhelming the nine-headed lion. The might of the divine sun is unmatched. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the sky-devouring sparrow, the nine-headed lion, and Long Baiqi all froze in astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao had dared to insult the entire ancient lineage. Is there an error in what this divine sun has stated? Jun Xiaoyao's words were devoid of any fiery passion, spoken in an exceedingly calm manner. Yet it was this indifferent demeanor that incited the wrath of the nine-headed lion and the other beings. Among the human ranks, Ji Xian and others were equally taken aback and bewildered. Even he would not dare to provoke the nine-headed lion or the sky-devouring sparrow, for just one of them was sufficient to bring him to his knees. The human race, even if you are the scion of an ancient family, shall pay the price today. The celestial sparrow, enraged, flapped its wings, stirring a tempest of darkness. The entire realm seemed to be engulfed by a sinister wind, powerful gusts sweeping away even the weaker cultivators. The nine-headed lion, too, roared with fury, its 9 heads unleashing a thunderous growl that shook the heavens. What audacity does this scion of the Jun family possess? Or is he courting death? Although Long Baiqi harbored her own anger, she recalled the warnings from the ancestors of the Azure Dragon lineage and refrained from rash action. Yet, she pondered that even in her case, facing both the celestial sparrow and the nine-headed lion simultaneously would be exceedingly challenging. Each of these beings could easily annihilate over 80% of the elite of the human race. Anyone in Jun Xiaoyao's position would undoubtedly feel a chill of dread. The terrifying storm of darkness surged forward. Jun Xiaoyao's form emanated an ethereal shadow of the underworld deity. He stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back, his crystalline hair glistening with divine radiance, tousled by the wind. His exquisite features, flawless as if sculpted by the hands of the heavens, appeared serene like a still lake. This demeanor captivated many female cultivators, who silently prayed for Jun Xiaoyao. Even at such a moment, the one below, Xiao Chun, scoffed inwardly. He would never admit that he was not only envious of Jun Xiaoyao's status, but also of his appearance. These two beasts. How could they dare to defy the heavens? Jun Xiaoyao spoke with indifference, and finally, he made his move. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique was summoned with full force, and 70,000 colossal particles surged to life in an instant. In that moment, golden vitality erupted like a tidal wave, rolling across the sky, subtly coalescing into a magnificent golden elephant phantom capable of shaking the very heavens and shattering stars. He unleashed a punch, and the golden elephant phantom mirrored his action. Swinging its trunk, the pitch-black storm ahead was violently torn asunder by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Seeing this, the celestial sparrow flapped its wings again, unleashing countless black feathers that rained down like a cataclysmic storm. This was the celestial sparrow's supreme technique, the black feather arrows. Any prodigy within the divine bridge realm caught in this onslaught would be pierced through, with no hope of survival. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained tranquil. He did not even bother with defense, but charged forward with ferocity, seeking death. The celestial sparrow remarked coldly. Yet, in the next moment, the celestial sparrow's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief, its black feathers standing on end. The air was filled with the sound of clashing metal as the arrows struck Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, these arrows, capable of piercing royal weapons, could not even break his skin. Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao scoffed, unfurling his demonic wings as he swiftly darted before the celestial sparrow. With no flourish, he simply delivered a powerful punch. Golden fist radiance surged through the heavens, illuminating the vast expanse above. Simultaneously, the sky-devouring sparrow emitted a wretched scream, its wings shattered, blood cascading forth. Human race, you are utterly audacious. The nine-headed lion charged forward. It had previously been awed by Jun Xiaoyao's unparalleled physique, but now it regained its composure and advanced fiercely. The 9 heads of the lion roared in unison, their voices producing visible sound waves that rippled through the air, distorting the space ahead. This was the 9-headed lion clan's supreme technique, the lion's roar. A single bellow could shatter the heavens. Nearby cultivators hastily shielded their 7 orifices with their magical power. Yet, despite their efforts, some were still struck by the force, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The sheer terror of this power was palpable, and one could only imagine the pressure that Jun Xiaoyao, situated at the center, would endure. Nevertheless, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed. The protection of the underworld god was invoked, absorbing the sonic waves that crashed upon it, stirring ripples yet remaining unbroken. Seizing the moment, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, an immense surge of power coalescing into the spear of the underworld god, which he hurled forth, piercing the body of the sky-devouring sparrow. Blood sprayed forth, feathers scattered. The sparrow emitted a piercing cry of anguish. Jun Xiaoyao swiftly emerged, his hands pushing forward, seizing the body of the sparrow, and then, with a sudden rip, the sparrow was torn asunder, its form split in two. The scene was breathtakingly shocking. Linglong, upon your return, prepare shredded chicken. Jun Xiaoyao casually tossed the divided carcass of the sky-devouring sparrow to Jun Linglong behind him. The gathered cultivators were left astounded. What did they just hear? Using the notoriously fearsome sky-devouring sparrow as an ingredient, and even giving it a derogatory name, shredded chicken? Such audacity was unfathomable. The 9-headed lion seethed with rage. Although it had no direct connection to the sparrow, as a member of the ancient races, it could not escape the feeling of shared sorrow for its fallen kin. To think you would wish for me to be your follower is laughable. However, you might just manage to be my mount. Jun Xiaoyao's words incited roars of fury from the 9-headed lion's 9 heads. For the lineage of the 9-headed lion, there was no greater taboo than the mention of a mount, for their ancestors had once been subjugated and used as steeds by the Buddha Emperor. This was a stain etched into their very bloodline. Seeking death, the fearless lion seal. The 9-headed lion erupted in rage, unleashing its clan's ultimate technique. The fearless lion seal was an incredibly formidable power, nearing the level of a true dragon's divine abilities. The 9-headed lion's body radiated with golden brilliance as a colossal golden seal materialized, countless runes cascading down. The void trembled, the very earth quaked. This strike was so potent that even the likes of Long Baiqi and Ji Xian felt a chill run through their hearts. They knew that should they face such an attack, they would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained tranquil, even in the face of such a formidable and resounding presence. A blazing radiance gathered in his chest, resembling the emergence of a miniature sun. In an instant, a terrifying and resplendent divine light erupted forth, akin to a heavenly retribution. Wherever this divine light traversed, the void rippled, and the surrounding mountains shattered. This was the supreme power of the supreme bone, the upper calamity light. The most complete manifestation of this divine ability was the Hand of the Heavens, which Jun Xiaoyao had successfully comprehended. However, given the current circumstances, he need not employ the Hand of the Heavens. The upper calamity light alone was sufficient to contend with the situation. Boom. The brilliant calamity light struck the indomitable lion seal, causing it to shatter upon impact, then continuing unabated to sweep across the 9-headed lion. The 9-headed lion was gripped by terror, its fur standing on end. It hastily attempted to evade, yet still fell victim to the calamity light, losing 4 of its heads in an instant. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Chapter 58. Subduing the 9-headed lion. Letting Ji Xian become the treasure-seeking mouse. Everything under control roar. The 9-headed lion emitted a mournful howl as it lost 4 heads, suffering immense pain. At that moment, the remaining 5 heads displayed expressions of sheer panic. This human was far too formidable. Had they not known that Jun Xiaoyao was the scion of an ancient family, the 9-headed lion might well have believed he was a true dragon of antiquity transformed into human form. The terrifying might of his corporeal form surpassed even that of their ancient kin. Even if one were an ancient sacred body, such strength was unfathomable. The 9-headed lion roared in fury, its body enveloped in divine light. At the severed stumps of its 4 heads, divine mists swirled, as if new heads were on the verge of sprouting. The vitality of the 9-headed lion lineage was astonishingly robust. Observing the state of the 9-headed lion, many human cultivators sighed in awe. Yet, even so, such tactics paled in comparison to Jun Xiaoyao's prowess. Do not attempt to gauge this divine scion's abilities with your limited imagination. Jun Xiaoyao would not allow the 9-headed lion the opportunity to recover. He struck once more, not employing any divine techniques, but rather delivering powerful punches. Each blow bore the weight of 10,000 Jun, shattering the bones and tendons of the 9-headed lion. This ferocious melee left the audience in astonishment. Truly, he was the ancient sacred body, an invincible presence in close combat, remarked an elder from the Jiang family. Now, do you willingly accept the role of my steed? Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. Humph, I am a descendant of the 9 spirits primordial saint, even in death. I shall not endure such humiliation. The remaining 5 heads of the 9-headed lion issued a defiant roar in unison. Oh, is that so? Jun Xiaoyao struck again. Mere moments later, the 9-headed lion was left with only 4 heads. Do not think to make me submit. The 9-headed lion continued to bellow. A quarter of an hour later, the 9-headed lion was reduced to 3 heads, and panic began to set in. Jun family scion, dare to fight again on another day. In the eyes of the 9-headed lion, a flicker of fear flashed, revealing its inner fragility. After a few breaths, it was left with but 2 heads. For the 9-headed lion, while its heads could regenerate, should all 9 be severed, it would be utterly beyond redemption. Even the divine could not save it. In the end, the 9-headed lion let out a desperate cry for mercy. Spare me, Divine One. Do not sever my last head. It is all I have left. The lion, battered and whimpering, lay on the ground in supplication. Its body was drenched in blood, with only 1 head remaining, its expression one of tearless despair. Once a proud 9-headed lion, it was now reduced to a single-headed creature by Jun Xiaoyao. The onlookers, numerous cultivators, were rendered speechless by this scene. Just moments ago, the lion had displayed an unwavering defiance, yet now it resembled a chubby orange cat, lying on the ground, wagging its tail in a plea for mercy. Such a stark contrast was almost comical. Have you conceded? Jun Xiaoyao asked, placing his foot upon the last remaining head of the 9-headed lion. I submit, I submit. Divine One, do not kill me. The lion trembled, stripped of any semblance of the ancient royal dignity it once bore. It understood that Jun Xiaoyao was indeed capable of ending its life. With the Jun family's formidable background, even the 9-spirit Yuan sage would struggle to retaliate. Very well, you may serve as my mount, Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. The 9-headed lion was immensely powerful, yet its current plight was solely due to the prowess of its opponent. It would be exceedingly difficult for any other prodigy to subdue the 9-headed lion in such a manner. The lion bowed its head in submission. The cultivators, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment surge within them. To rip apart the celestial swallow and subdue the 9-headed lion was an achievement almost impossible for ordinary beings. Yet Jun Xiaoyao accomplished it with ease. Long Baiqi inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling with emotion. She finally understood why her ancestor had issued such a warning. Long Haoyan did not die unjustly, she mused, her striking eyes filled with trepidation. At the same time, she recalled the one still in seclusion, merging dragon essence. Would Long Ao Tian, having absorbed 7 dragon essences along with the blood of the Emperor Dragon, be able to surpass the Jun family's divine scion? Meanwhile, Ji Xian, Xiao Chun, and others elevated their perception of Jun Xiaoyao's danger to an apex. At that moment, from the great rift in the earth, strange phenomena emerged once more. With gray mist swirling and radiance surging forth, the supreme secret vault had finally been unlocked. All cultivators and ancient beings stirred with renewed vigor. Jun Xiaoyao gazed ahead, noting the absence of any sign-in prompt from the system in his mind. It appeared that one needed to delve deeper into the depths of the Yuan Tian secret vault to sign in. He pondered. Let us proceed. Ji Xian and the others, their eyes gleaming and mana surging, enveloped themselves and dove downwards. The slightest movement could trigger a chain reaction, prompting the remaining cultivators to follow suit. As for Long Baiqi, upon meeting Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, she ultimately chose to abandon any notion of provoking him. Originally, the intent of this visit was to confront Jun Xiaoyao and to showcase the illustrious reputation of my ancestral dragon's nest. However, it has become evident that I have underestimated the situation. I should prioritize the search for ancient dragon bones. Long Baiqi mused quietly to herself. Initially, her primary objective was to create trouble for Jun Xiaoyao, with the pursuit of ancient dragon bones being secondary. Yet now, having witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's formidable strength firsthand, she instinctively placed the search for the ancient dragon bones at the forefront of her priorities. Observing Long Baiqi dutifully entering the rift in the earth, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. How perceptive. Let us proceed. With a wave of his hand, he mounted his 9-headed lion and entered the chasm first, followed closely by Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuahuang, Jun Linglong, Jun Wanjia, and Jiang Xingyi. Upon their entrance into the fissure, a dense gray mist surged forth, far more potent than that of the outside world. Many reckless cultivators who ventured within were swiftly eroded by the fog, losing their sanity and their eyes turning crimson. This thick mist could not be entirely warded off even by magical powers. With a resounding crash, Jun Xiaoyao casually dispatched several maddened cultivators with a mere flick of his hand. Soon, he carved a path through the haze, revealing a grand underground palace, from which emanated an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Jun Xiaoyao extended his soul power, employing his divine consciousness to probe the surroundings. The entire palace appeared to be divided into 2 layers, the outer layer accessible to most, while the inner layer likely required the supreme order of Yuantian to enter. It seemed that to sign in, one must venture deeper into the inner sanctum, Jun Xiaoyao contemplated. At that moment, Ji Xian darted towards the palace, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that he knows something? Jun Xiaoyao noted the glimmer in Ji Xian's expression, pondering the implications. It seemed Ji Xian possessed some inkling of the hidden treasures within the supreme vault. Ji Xian, you shall serve as my treasure-seeking rat, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a smile. On the other side, he also observed Xiao Chun rushing towards another entrance of the palace. Jun Xiaoyao recognized that Xiao Chun was a person of great fortune. Surely he would unearth significant treasures within this secret vault. With this thought, Jun Xiaoyao turned to Wang Jie, saying, I have a task for you. Yes, please instruct me, my lord, Jun Wang Jie replied with a respectful gesture. Jun Xiaoyao conveyed his instructions mentally, and Jun Wang Jie nodded before swiftly departing. The entire Yuantian secret vault lies within my grasp, Jun Xiaoyao declared, his demeanor confident and composed. Chapter 59, Jun Xiaoyao's Layout. Xiao Qin's remarkable discovery. The supreme ancestral dragon bone Jun Xiaoyao and his companions began their descent into the palace. As a supreme secret vault, coupled with the pervasive eerie gray mist, it was evident even to the most oblivious that this site had undergone some form of transformation. Exuding an ominous aura. Within the palace, the air was thick with an ancient and decaying essence. A glance revealed a scene of desolation, with chilling winds howling and mist enveloping the remnants of shattered walls. On the ground lay numerous dark corpses, sprawled in disarray. Strangely, these bodies were covered in black scales, as if they had undergone a grotesque transformation. The moment several cultivators stepped into the underground palace, these eerie demonic corpses suddenly sprang to life. Their blood-red eyes fixated on their prey, their claws, sharp as blades, effortlessly pierced through the flesh of the cultivators. Those at the Divine Bridge realm were utterly incapable of withstanding these fiends, and soon, a large number of cultivators were mercilessly slaughtered. However, on Jun Xiaoyao's side, with but a flick of his hand, he easily reduced these demonic corpses to mere meat patties. As for the others, he paid them no mind, nor did he feel inclined to assist. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was neither their caretaker nor a paragon of virtue. The notion that greater power comes with greater responsibility held no relevance for him. Behind him, Jiang Xingyi, Jun Linglong, and Jun Xuehuang stood idle, not from a lack of desire to assist, but rather due to the sheer absence of opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao carved a path with effortless grace, leaving no demonic corpse capable of hindering his advance. Meanwhile, Long Bichi, Xiao Chun, and others had long since strayed from the main route, their whereabouts unknown. Jun Wanjie was also absent from Jun Xiaoyao's side. Ji Xian, catching a glimpse of Jun Xiaoyao, noticed he was oblivious to his presence. In a flash, he discreetly exited the main hall. After Ji Xian's departure, a cold smirk crept onto Jun Xiaoyao's lips. He had no intention of confronting Ji Xian just yet. The time had not arrived. As time passed, the number of cultivators dwindled, most having been mercilessly slain by the demonic corpses. Xuehuang, Jian, you two should secretly seek out Ji Xian, but do not raise any alarms, Jun Xiaoyao instructed. Upon hearing these words, Jun Zhaojian and Jun Xuehuang exchanged startled glances. Was the son of God turning his attention towards Ji Xian? The thought evoked a sense of pity for Ji Xian. Those who drew Jun Xiaoyao's focus seldom met a favorable end. Jiang Xingyi interjected, her voice laced with concern. Xiaoyao, are you planning to strike at Ji Xian? He possesses the bones of a sage king, and if he fights to the death. Her worry stemmed not from a fear of Jun Xiaoyao being defeated, but rather that Ji Xian's desperate retaliation could inflict harm upon him. Is Sister Xingyi genuinely concerned for me? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a faint smile. Jiang Xingyi bit her lip and retorted, I am your aunt. If I do not care for you, who will? That is of no consequence. In the realm of the immortals, there exists no one, past, present, or future, who could invoke fear in me, Jun Xiaoyao, he declared with a carefree grin. This was not arrogance, but a statement of fact. With unparalleled talent and a divine system at his disposal, if he were to cower in fear, he might as well end his own life with a mere piece of tofu. Jiang Xingyi shot him an exasperated glance, yet her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. The confident demeanor of Jun Xiaoyao is truly captivating. Let us proceed. Within this underground palace lie treasures that should not be squandered, Jun Xiaoyao declared, waving his sleeve. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao mounted the nine-headed lion and set off alongside Jiang Xingyi, while Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang covertly pursued Ji Xian. Meanwhile, on the other side, the hooded and cloaked Xiao Chun navigated through the intricate underground labyrinth. Xiao Chun, move to the left and then proceed straight. I can sense the ancient dragon bones nearby. came the slightly excited voice of Qinglong Shangren in Xiao Chen's mind. Even the esteemed Qinglong Shangren struggled to maintain his composure. Should he obtain the ancient dragon bones and integrate various materials, he could reconstruct his physique. Not only could he return to his peak state, but he might even transcend to become an unparalleled supreme being. If such a powerful figure as Qinglong Shangren could barely contain his excitement, one could only imagine the fervor within Xiao Chun, the impetuous youth. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, prompting him to quicken his pace. After some time, having dealt with a few demon corpses and several other cultivators, Xiao Chun entered an expansive cavern reminiscent of a melting cave. The underground chamber was vast and awe-inspiring. As he gasped for breath and surveyed his surroundings, he beheld 5 colossal dragon skeletons within the cavern. 4 of these skeletal remains exuded a deep, dark golden hue, their surfaces etched with intricate and esoteric runes. Even as mere bones, these dark golden dragon remains emanated an overwhelming majesty that stirred within Xiao Chun an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. Is this the ancient dragon bone? Xiao Chun wondered, his fingers trembling with excitement. Just sensing this aura, he understood that the ancient dragon bones were immensely powerful, promising a complete transformation. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment echoed in his mind. Qinglong Shangren exclaimed, could it be the legendary Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone? Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone? Xiao Chun queried in confusion as he turned his gaze to the final skeleton. Unlike the other 4 dark golden dragon bones, this one radiated a lustrous jade-like sheen, as if sculpted from celestial jade, a natural masterpiece. The bones were inscribed with countless runes, swirling like the celestial constellations, exuding an air of mystery and might. Although the 4 dark golden ancient dragon bones were powerful, they paled in comparison to this primordial dragon bone, akin to subjects before an emperor. The Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone is the remnant of a dragon of the supreme lineage, far more potent than the ancient dragon bones. Qinglong Shangren conveyed urgently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun inhaled deeply, his eyes betraying his astonishment. The bloodline of the Ancestor Dragon. How formidable it must be. The entire Ancestor Dragon nest was named after it. The true Ancestor Dragon Emperor could suppress even some of the most formidable human emperors. Certainly, before Xiao Chun lay the Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone, which was evidently not a pure-blooded remnant of the Ancestor Dragon. It was likely that not even a couple of pure-blooded Ancestor Dragon remains could be found within the Ancestor Dragon nest. Nevertheless, even if this bone contained only a fragment of the Ancestor Dragon's bloodline, it would suffice to render the Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone a priceless treasure. I, Xiao Chun, am on the verge of prosperity. His breath quickened, and his body trembled slightly with excitement, as he cultivated the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique. How powerful would he become upon merging with this Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone? At that point, not only could he suppress an entire era, but he would also be able to dominate the younger generation of the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain, at the very least. Xiao Chun, it is unwise to linger here. Swiftly collect these 5 dragon bones, the Azure Dragon Elder advised. Indeed, Xiao Chun responded, realizing he should hasten to secure the 5 dragon bones, and then retreat to a secluded place for refinement, ultimately seeking to confront Jun Xiaoyao and exact a formidable revenge. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to move to collect the dragon bones, a voice, laced with surprise, echoed through the air. Is that ancient dragon bone? And the Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone? Chapter 60. Wu Mingyue's assistance, a triad of schemes, and Jun Xiaoyao's deception. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Chen's heart sank, and he swiftly turned around. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in azure armor appeared, exuding an air of grace and vigor, her phoenix-like eyes piercing. 2 azure dragon horns adorned her head. It was none other than Long Baiqi. Xiao Chen's heart sank slightly. Although he recognized that Long Baiqi might have come for the dragon bones, he was taken aback by how quickly she had tracked them down. In her grasp was a piece of azure bone. It was this very bone that enabled her to vaguely sense the location of the dragon bones and come directly to them. Now, upon witnessing the 5 dragon bones, particularly the Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bone, a fervent glint ignited in Long Baiqi's beautiful eyes. Even within the Ancestor Dragon nest, such Supreme Ancestor Dragon Bones were a rarity. This is splendid. This mission can now be accomplished, Long Baiqi thought with relief. Although her plans regarding Jun Xiaoyao had been thwarted, at least her mission was fulfilled. As Long Baiqi withdrew her gaze, she finally noticed Xiao Chun standing beside the dragon bones. Observing him as a member of the human race, Long Baiqi furrowed her brow in confusion. I did not expect another human to arrive before me. Given my current good mood, you may leave. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she disregarded Xiao Chun entirely. This young lady is rather overbearing. Does she truly dismiss me so easily? Xiao Chun's brow furrowed, his voice low and serious. Do you believe you hold any significance in my eyes? Long Baiqi tilted her head slightly, a mocking smirk appearing on her lips. Do you think you resemble Jun Xiaoyao? This dragon maiden may regard Jun Xiaoyao with caution, but would I be wary of an insignificant insect like you? Upon hearing Long Baiqi's words, a surge of fury erupted within Xiao Chun. Jun Xiaoyao, once more it is Jun Xiaoyao. What makes me inferior to him? With a sudden, thunderous shout, Xiao Chun startled Long Baiqi, who was bewildered by the unexpected fury of this human before her. Whatever dragon maiden you are, you shall submit. Xiao Chun took the initiative to strike. You lowly human brat, seeking death. Long Baiqi's brows furrowed as she too engaged in the fray. Instantly, their figures clashed, unleashing a tempest of magical energy. Ah, your cultivation level? Long Baiqi was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that this human youth possessed the mid-stage cultivation of the Divine Bridge realm, a level comparable to the most exceptional of talents. Even she, Long Baiqi, had merely attained the perfected Divine Bridge realm. Boom, boom, boom. As their techniques collided, neither side gained the upper hand. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chun, time is of the essence. Quickly devise a plan to retrieve the dragon bone. It would be disastrous if others were to arrive. The reason the Azure Dragon Sage refrained from intervening was due to his inability to do so. With his quasi-supreme divine consciousness, his actions could easily attract the attention of the elders of the immortal sects outside the supreme treasure. Thus, it was left to Xiao Chun to act independently. All right, a swift resolution. Xiao Chun resolved within himself, letting out a piercing roar as azure light surged around him. Then, under the slightly astonished gaze of Long Baiqi, azure scales enveloped his form, and twin wings sprouted from his back, transforming him into a semi-draconic state. Xiao Chen's aura surged dramatically, reaching the Unity realm. This is the azure sky transformation of my ancestral dragon's lair. From whence did you acquire it? Long Baiqi was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe it. She never imagined that a human youth could cultivate the azure sky transformation to such an extent. Humph. What will astonish you is yet to come. Sensing Long Baiqi's shock, Xiao Chun felt a twinge of pride. He unleashed a punch, sending forth 100 azure dragon light patterns that radiated with astonishing power. However, Long Baiqi was no pushover. She had completely refined 2 dragon essences, making her strength surpass even that of Long Haotian. With a graceful flick of her jade-like hand, Long Baiqi unleashed a flurry of magical runes. Akin to the tail of a true dragon, Xiao Chun reciprocated with a powerful display of his own, causing a tremendous fluctuation in energy. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. This insufferable woman is truly a nuisance. Frustrated that he could not completely subdue Long Baiqi, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. Just as the situation reached a deadlock, a sudden surge of magical energy shot forth from nearby, cracking the ground along its path. Sensing the incoming attack, Long Baiqi's heart dropped. She hastily sidestepped, but was still grazed, causing her to spit out a small mouthful of blood. Who? Long Baiqi's beautiful eyes flared with wrath. A stunning woman, veiled in white with eyes like autumn waters, materialized before them. Mingyu, it's you. What brings you here? Xiao Chen's face lit up with unexpected delight. The appearance of Wu Mingyu was entirely unanticipated. Xiao Chen, are you unharmed? Wu Mingyu cast a concerned glance at Xiao Chun, then turned her cold gaze towards Long Baiqi. Who are you? Long Baiqi's eyes glimmered with wariness. She sensed that this veiled woman, regardless of her cultivation realm or lineage, was far from ordinary. Leave. The treasures here are beyond your reach. Wu Mingyu stated with an indifferent tone, inadvertently exuding the regal authority of a princess of the divine realm. Do you dare to meddle in the affairs of the ancestral dragon nest? Long Baiqi's expression turned icy. The ancestral dragon nest was formidable, but so what? Wu Mingyu showed no fear. Witnessing Wu Mingyu stand against the ancestral dragon nest for his sake filled Xiao Chun with profound emotion. He vowed that he would marry Wu Mingyu and cherish her dearly in the future. However, just as the tension thickened, a voice with a chilling tone resounded once more. Humph, these dragon bones, though belonging to the ancestral dragon nest, are not for either of you. They belong to the Son of Heaven. At the sound of this voice, the expressions of Long Baiqi, Wu Mingyu, and Xiao Chun all shifted dramatically. A young man clad in silver battle armor appeared, his face marked with intersecting scars, his demeanor as frigid as ice, and his body entwined with runes of lightning. It was none other than Jun Xuan, the 5th sequence. Jun Xuan, how did you come to be here? Long Baiqi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Thanks to this little white mouse, Jun Xuan remarked with a hint of cold mockery. Casting a glance at Xiao Chun. Earlier, Jun Xiaoyao had instructed Jun Xuan to secretly follow Xiao Chun. Jun Xuan initially questioned the purpose of shadowing an ordinary lad. But now, upon seeing the 4 ancient dragon bones and the supreme ancestral dragon bone, He was utterly convinced of Jun Xiaoyao's foresight. Could it be that the young master has the ability to divine the heavenly secrets? Otherwise, how could he have known this lad would encounter such fortune? Jun Wanjie mused inwardly. However, at this moment, his primary objective remained the acquisition of these 5 dragon bones. Seeing Jun Wanjie appear, Xiao Chen's face flushed crimson, his temples pulsating with fury, and his insides burned with indignation. How could he be unaware that he had once again fallen prey to Jun Xiaoyao's schemes? With this thought, Xiao Chun turned to Wu Mingyue, pleading, "Mingyue, I beseech you, help me subdue this man." Chapter 61. Jun Wanjie faces off alone. Xiao Chen's ruthless methods did not possess the fate of the protagonist. He was truly infuriated to the point of anguish. Jun Xiaoyao loomed over him like a nightmare. However, this opportunity was of utmost importance to Xiao Chun, nearly pivotal for his future. While the 4 ancient dragon bones were significant, the supreme ancestral dragon bone was something he must acquire. Given his current strength, it was nearly impossible to seize the dragon bones right under Jun Wanjie's nose. Thus, despite his reluctance, Xiao Chun had no choice but to seek Wu Mingyue's assistance. Wu Mingyue, hearing this, bit her lip. Even when facing Long Bichi of the ancestral dragon nest, she showed no signs of fear. However, in the face of Jun Wanjie, there was a hint of hesitation. This was not due to any other reason but the overwhelming power of the Jun family. As one of the 3 imperial families, the Jun clan held greater influence in the wilderness celestial domain than even the ancestral dragon nest. While Wu Mingyue was unconcerned about her own safety, the potential implications for the Panwu divine dynasty she represented were unfathomable. Upon noticing Wu Mingyue's moment of indecision, Xiao Chen's expression momentarily froze. Could it be that even the esteemed princess of the Panwu divine dynasty felt trepidation towards the Jun family? Was Jun Xiaoyao truly that formidable? Observing Xiao Chen's resilient and composed countenance, Wu Mingyue felt a pang of sympathy. Clenching her delicate hand slightly, she resolved to assist him. "Very well, Xiao Chun. I shall lend you my aid." Xiao Chen's face lit up with surprise at Wu Mingyue's response. Indeed, she did care for him. Jun Wanjie regarded the veiled Wu Mingyue with a slight furrow of his brow. He could discern that she was no ordinary individual. The noble aura she exuded was not something typical female cultivators possessed. With Wu Mingyue's support, Xiao Chen's spirits lifted. And catching a glimpse of Long Bichi in his peripheral vision, he spoke again. "Dragon Maiden, although we have had our conflicts, should we not first join forces to suppress the 5th sequence of the Jun family? As for the distribution of the 5 dragon bones afterward, we can discuss that at a later time." Xiao Chen demonstrated a keen strategic mind, capable of devising alliances. "Join forces with you?" Long Bichi raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. Does not your ancestral dragon nest also harbor enmity towards the Jun family? Would you truly wish to let them benefit from our strife?" Xiao Chen gently persuaded her. After a moment's contemplation, Long Bichi nodded slightly. "Very well, let us first resolve the matter of the Jun family's 5th sequence." With a united front, Xiao Chun, Wu Mingyue, and Long Bichi did not hesitate to launch their attacks against Jun Wanjie. Do you think I fear you? Jun Wanjie, as a member of the 5th sequence of the Jun family who had risen from humble beginnings, carried a sense of pride. Aside from Jun Xiaoyao, he acknowledged no one. 8 thunder bands, celestial thunder strike. Jun Wanjie's aura erupted, his mana surging forth like a tempest. His initial strike was a powerful one. However, Xiao Chun and his companions were not to be underestimated. Azure Dragon Devour. Xiao Chun extended his hands, unleashing 100 azure dragon patterns that merged into a colossal dragon head, lunging forward to bite. Wu Mingyue waved her jade palm, her mana bursting forth as it transformed into countless strands of energy, radiating outward. Long Bichi then summoned a dragon-scaled whip with a flick of her wrist, shattering the air with a single lash. As the trio unleashed their combined techniques, even Jun Wanjie could not help but furrow his brow. While he was undeniably strong, the 3 before him were formidable in their own right. Xiao Chun was the fated hero blessed with fortune. Wu Mingyue was the esteemed princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. Long Bichi, too, was the dragon maiden of the azure dragon lineage of the ancestral dragon nest. The 3 individuals can undoubtedly be regarded as unparalleled prodigies. For an ordinary person, even confronting one would pose a significant challenge, let alone facing all 3 simultaneously. A thunderous roar erupted as the battle commenced, the ripples of magical power expanding, causing the entire cavern to resonate with a deep, rumbling sound. Jun Wanjie staggered backward repeatedly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Having previously clashed with Jun Xiaoyao in South Sky City, his injuries had yet to fully heal. Now, facing 3 prodigies at once, he inevitably felt the pressure. "Ah, you're injured. It seems the Jun family's lineage is not an invincible force after all." Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled at this realization. Although he could not exact revenge on Jun Xiaoyao for the time being, Avenging himself on those around him would suffice. Presumptuous. How dare you question the Jun family's lineage? Jun Wanjia bellowed, his eyes flashing with lightning as he truly activated his Thunder Tribulation battle body. With a resounding crash, boundless bolts of lightning coiled around him, manifesting the power of the Thunder Tribulation technique. Do not hold back. At this moment, Long Bai Qi let out a fierce cry, channeling her dragon essence and unleashing a whip-like strike that resonated with the dragon's roar, sending forth a phantom of a blue dragon. Azure dragon rending the heavens. Xiaochen also summoned his own formidable technique. Meanwhile, Wu Mingyue hesitated slightly. If she were to employ the martial arts of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, her protector would undoubtedly take notice, leading to her being returned to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. However, upon reflection, she realized the dragon bone was of immense importance to Xiaochen. Determined to assist him in seizing the dragon bone, she cast aside her reservations. With a graceful sweep of her jade hand, it appeared as though she unleashed 1,000,000 strikes in an instant, causing the void to tremble and a formidable force to erupt. Is that the technique of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Hunyuan Dispersing Palm? Upon witnessing Wu Mingyue's display of transcendent skill, Jun Wanjia was momentarily taken aback. He had previously battled the prodigious champion of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, who had employed this very technique. As the three, Xiaochen, Long Bai Qi, and Wu Mingyue, simultaneously unleashed their powerful abilities in unison, even the most exceptional prodigies would find it difficult to withstand such a combined force. Had Ji Xian been present, he too would have faced significant suppression. With a colossal crash, Jun Wanjia was sent staggering backward dozens of steps. His old wounds, still unhealed, were further exacerbated, and he could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Xiaochen and his companions were also forcefully pushed back, their bodies marked with charred scars from the lightning's searing touch. Impressive, truly worthy of the fifth lineage of the Jun family, Long Bai Qi thought to herself, astonished. Although Jun Wanjia lacked the overwhelming might of Jun Xiaoyao, who could sweep aside all adversaries, he was not to be underestimated. Despite their combined efforts, the three of them struggled to subdue Jun Wanjia in a short span of time. Xiaochen's expression grew slightly grim. If he could not contend with Jun Xiaoyao, now he found himself unable to handle even Jun Wanjia. Upon witnessing Xiaochen's expression, Wu Mingyue gently bit her lip and conveyed through thought, Xiaochen, I possess a magical artifact capable of temporarily ensnaring Jun Wanjia. Seize this opportunity to obtain the dragon bone. Hearing Wu Mingyue's mental transmission, Xiaochen's eyes sparkled with determination as he nodded emphatically. As long as I am here, you shall not take away the sun's dragon bone, he declared fiercely. Jun Wanjia's countenance turned cold, his eyes radiating fierce lightning. At that moment, Wu Mingyue moved swiftly, conjuring a golden rope. The rope twisted like a mystical serpent and rapidly coiled around Jun Wanjia, binding him tightly. What is this? Jun Wanjia attempted to break free, unleashing his thunderous mana, only to find his spiritual sea seemingly suppressed by the rope, rendering him incapable of channeling his powers. As the crown princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Wu Mingyue's protective artifact was far from ordinary. This binding golden rope was sufficient to restrain Jun Wanjia for a brief period. Xiaochen hastened to seize the dragon bone. Wu Mingyue urged telepathically. Xiaochen's expression fluctuated between shadows and light before hardening with a ruthless glint. He unfurled the azure dragon wings on his back and swiftly darted to stand before the bound Jun Wanjia, transforming his arm into a claw resembling that of a dragon. He aimed a ferocious strike at Jun Wanjia's head. Perish, Jun family scion. The cold light in Xiaochen's eyes betrayed his intent. Unable to exact revenge on Jun Xiaoyao for the moment, he resolved to eliminate those by his side instead. As the azure dragon claw descended, Jun Wanjia's face tightened, not in fear but in regret, lamenting that he would never again see his beloved sister. Just as death loomed near, a colossal golden hand of mana suddenly struck, sending Xiaochen crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Accompanying this force was a voice laced with mockery and icy clarity. Your approach is decisively ruthless, indeed. It bears the hallmark of a protagonist. Yet, alas, you lack the fate of one. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaochen's pupils constricted, engulfed in a chilling dread. Chapter 62. Xiaochen's archenemy is the Jun family's divine son? Wu Mingyue's astonishment in but a few breaths. The situation had undergone numerous transformations. Initially, Wu Mingyue had not anticipated that Xiaochen would choose to strike down Jun Wanjia. It was known that he was a prodigy of the Jun family. The death of such an individual would send ripples throughout the entire Wild Heaven immortal domain. Furthermore, had Jun Wanjia perished in a normal contest, the Jun family might not have reacted with undue fury. However, the fact remained that Jun Wanjia was now bound by the golden rope. Should he truly die, not only would Xiaochen face dire consequences, But Wu Mingyue and the Panwu divine dynasty behind her would also be ensnared in the fallout. Wu Mingyue could hardly fathom Xiao Qin's impulsive nature, his disregard for the repercussions. She was even more astonished to discover that the gentle youth, always adorned with a warm smile, harbored such a ruthless and sinister facet. However, before Wu Mingyue could regain her composure, she beheld the sight of Xiao Qin being forcefully thrown to the ground. Simultaneously, she heard a voice. Could it be that a esteemed figure from the Jun family had arrived? Wu Mingyue's eyes trembled slightly as she turned her gaze. A figure draped in celestial radiance, clad in white, approached with a graceful stride. With an ethereal bearing and a physique sculpted by celestial hands, he embodied the epitome of perfection. Was it Jun Xiaoyao or someone else? Indeed, it was Jun Xiaoyao. Long Baiqi's expression tightened, and her vigilance surged to its zenith. Wu Mingyue inhaled deeply, astonished that the divine scion of the Jun family had truly graced their presence. Young master. Jun Wanjie's face lit up with a glimmer of joy. He had discreetly sent word to Jun Xiaoyao upon witnessing the dragon bones. Jun Xiaoyao, fully aware of the location, had come alone. He had not anticipated witnessing this scene of Xiao Qin committing an act of violence. Jun Xiaoyao, the fallen Xiao Qin rose. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his countenance twisted into a ghastly expression, as if he had encountered a fated nemesis. The palpable animosity radiating from him was unmistakable. Wu Mingyue, observing this, felt a jolt in her spirit, recalling Xiao Qin's earlier recounting of his past. Xiao Qin, could your nemesis be none other than the divine scion of the Jun family? Wu Mingyue could not restrain herself from inquiring. If not him, then who? I, Xiao Qin, have sworn an oath. Within 3 years, I shall exact my vengeance. Xiao Qin declared coldly. He was no longer the frail and disheveled youth of yore. Now, he possessed the fortitude to face Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, the most prudent course of action would be to refine the supreme ancestral dragon bones before engaging in battle with Jun Xiaoyao. However, it appeared that such an opportunity had dwindled. Upon hearing Xiao Qin's words, Wu Mingyue felt a thunderous echo in her mind, her complexion paling in an instant. She had previously thought that should she encounter Xiao Qin's adversary, she would not hesitate to assist him in vanquishing them. Given her status as the princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, there were few individuals and forces in the wild heaven's celestial domain that could instill fear in her. With a mere utterance, she could obliterate a significant power. Yet now, with Xiao Qin's nemesis before her, could she truly eliminate him? This was not merely a question of capability, it was fundamentally an impossibility. Not only was she the princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, but even the true sovereign. The supreme being would not dare to lay hands on Jun Xiaoyao. The ancestors of the Jun family, entombed within their ancestral hall, were not to be trifled with. One of their 18 ancestors could easily intimidate a substantial portion of the wild heaven celestial domain. Why must it be him? A profound sense of helplessness surged within Wu Mingyue. To render a princess of an immortal dynasty so powerless illustrated the esteemed status of Jun Xiaoyao, who stood as one of the most revered figures throughout the wild heaven celestial domain. Jun Xiaoyao paid little heed to Xiao Qin, instead focusing his gaze upon the 5 dragon bones before him. For ancient dragon bones lay before him, yet Jun Xiaoyao merely cast a fleeting glance. His gaze settled upon the supreme ancestral dragon bone. Indeed, possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, such a supreme bone was a rarity even in the ancestral dragon's lair. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. Xiao Qin, did you already know I had entered the Yuantian Supreme Secret Vault? Xiao Qin ground his teeth, his eyes glistening with rage. What do you think? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smirk. But you refrained from taking action at that time, merely to let me seize the opportunity, and then you intended to reap the rewards from behind? Xiao Qin's expression darkened. It seems you are still rather naive. Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Qin's fury reached its zenith as he let out a long howl, fully unleashing his might. Azure Dragon Suppression. Xiao Qin formed hand seals, projecting a phantom of an azure dragon that coiled like a great mountain, descending upon Jun Xiaoyao. With a tranquil demeanor, Jun Xiaoyao simply raised his hand and struck with a single punch. The golden fist imprint collided directly with the azure dragon mountain, shattering it in an instant. Seeing this, Xiao Qin's face turned pale with disbelief. This was a supreme technique from his azure sky transformation dragon art, yet it had been effortlessly obliterated by Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Qin, cease your self-deception. You know you will forever gaze upon the back of this divine sun. Jun Xiaoyao continued, raising his hand once more to suppress Xiao Qin. Immovable azure dragon bell. As Jun Xiaoyao made his move, Xiao Qin's hair stood on end, and he hastily invoked his defensive technique. Instantly, a phantom giant bell adorned with azure dragon patterns enveloped his form. Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a force equivalent to 70,000 colossal particles. a torrent of divine power crashing down. Boom. Dust erupted, accompanied by the sound of spitting blood. Xiaochun. Wu Mingyue's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the scene. As the dust settled, Xiaochun's form became visible. The immovable azure dragon bell he had conjured proved utterly insufficient to withstand Jun Xiaoyao's palm. At that moment, Xiaochun lay collapsed within the fissure of the earth, his azure scales shattered, blood flowing freely, and countless bones fractured. Fortunately, the azure sky transformation dragon art greatly augmented his physical resilience, preventing him from being slain by a single blow. However, even though he survived, he had nearly lost half of his life. Long Baiqi's expression grew gravely serious at the sight. Jun Xiaoyao approached Jun Wanjie, casually extending his divine power to sever the golden binding rope. Quite a fine treasure, Jun Xiaoyao mused, examining the golden binding rope. Wu Mingyue rushed to Xiaochun's side, helping him up, her face etched with concern. Jun Xiaoyao observed this scene with keen interest. Young master, that woman wields the martial arts of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Wanjie remarked. Oh, the Panwu Divine Dynasty? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glimmered with intrigue, revealing an even deeper interest. He had not forgotten that there was a sign-in task at the Panwu Divine Dynasty's Panwu Ridge, in his pursuit to swiftly awaken the second manifestation of the sacred body. A visit to Panwu Ridge was essential. However, before confronting Xiaochun and the woman beside him, Jun Xiaoyao needed to address a minor inconvenience. He cast his gaze towards the ever-changing countenance of Long Baiqi. Why do you linger here in a daze? Are you weary of life? Chapter 63. The Miserable Xiaochun, the Humiliation of Wu Mingyue. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Long Baiqi's expression soured, her anger simmering beneath a veneer of composure. As a dragon maiden of the Azure Dragon lineage, her status was undeniably high. She had never encountered anyone who spoke to her in such a condescending manner. Had it been anyone else, Long Baiqi would have retaliated with a lash of her whip. Yet now, confronted with the unparalleled figure shrouded in celestial light, she felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, even fear. Indeed, Long Baiqi could hardly fathom that she would succumb to fear before the battle had even begun. Noticing Long Baiqi's lack of response, Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brows slightly. His command for her to leave was not out of mercy. He simply had more pressing matters to attend to and found her presence tiresome. However, since Long Baiqi refused to depart, Jun Xiaoyao was compelled to escalate matters. He formed the Human King Seal and unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, a surge of magical energy erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the ground to crack. Long Baiqi's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily attempted to defend herself. Boom. Uft. Her face turned pale as she expelled a mouthful of blood. Her body hurled violently against the mountain wall, leaving fissures in its wake. Unappreciative, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with indifference. Long Baiqi, now coughing blood and her eyes wide with panic, realized she could hardly withstand even a single blow from Jun Xiaoyao. Leave. Her delicate form trembled in fear, no longer daring to linger. She was acutely aware that if she delayed any further, she would undoubtedly find herself trapped within the confines of the Yuan Tian secret repository. Despite possessing some protective artifacts and the presence of elder guardians outside, Long Baiqi felt no sense of security. In the face of Jun Xiaoyao, no one could feel secure. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled. The esteemed dragon maiden of the Azure Dragon lineage, reduced to such a state of terror, would surely astonish many if word got out. As Long Baiqi departed, Wu Mingyue and Xiaochun felt a weight in their hearts. They understood that Jun Xiaoyao's indifference towards Long Baiqi signified his focus had shifted to them. Jun family's divine son, what are your intentions? Wu Mingyue stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaochun, her tone laced with anxiety. Though she was the illustrious princess of the immortal divine dynasty, even with her face veiled in white silk, the inherent nobility that coursed through her veins could not be extinguished. Yet now, standing before Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Mingyue found it impossible to muster a shred of pride. This sensation is akin to a mundane woman beholding a true celestial being. What do you seek? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his head slightly tilted. A glimmer of curiosity illuminating his gaze as he regarded Wu Mingyue. It felt more like observing a mere tool. Under the weight of Jun Xiaoyao's profound stare, Wu Mingyue felt as though her very essence was laid bare. The Jun family's divine scion is truly formidable. A shiver coursed through Wu Mingyue's heart. Unveil your face. This divine scion detests obscurity in my presence, Jun Xiaoyao stated, his tone frigid, replete with an authoritative command. Wu Mingyue, being the esteemed princess of the divine dynasty, possessed her own boundaries. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor was reminiscent of a master issuing orders to a subordinate. Shall I take action myself? Unveiling your face would be the least of your concerns, he remarked coldly. Wu Mingyue bit her lip. Recalling the earlier incident where she was struck and sent flying by Long Baiqi despite her prowess, she knew she could not surpass Long Baiqi by much. With a hint of humiliation, she raised her delicate hand, voluntarily removing the veil from her face. In that instant, an astonishingly exquisite visage appeared before Jun Xiaoyao. Eyes like autumn waters, brows like ink paintings, skin as smooth as cream, and teeth resembling polished shells. She was indeed a woman of unparalleled grace. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged as he remarked, "So it is a great beauty." It is no wonder that Xiao Chun is utterly enchanted. Jun Xiaoyao, do not belittle me. Xiao Chun's affections are not solely based on my appearance, Wu Mingyue retorted coldly, refusing to allow anyone to tarnish her feelings. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a serene smile, stepping forward with deliberate grace. Though he emitted no discernible aura, his innate commanding presence left Wu Mingyue somewhat breathless. That Xiao Chun is merely drawn to your form and seeks to exploit your influential background against me. Jun Xiaoyao, cease this insolence. Xiao Chun bellowed, though his eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. He indeed harbored genuine affection for Wu Mingyue, yet there were ulterior motives entwined within. These thoughts were precisely what Jun Xiaoyao had discerned. Silence. Jun Xiaoyao struck with a swift hand, sending Xiao Chun crashing to the ground, blood spilling forth. Devoid of any means to resist, Jun Xiaoyao stopped this. Wu Mingyue's countenance had turned pale as Jun Xiaoyao gripped her chin, leaving her powerless to escape. Xiao Chun lay in a pool of his own blood, witnessing Jun Xiaoyao desecrating the image of his beloved goddess, rage consuming him as he felt his very insides burn. Xiao Chun had never laid a finger on Wu Mingyue, despite his desire, fully aware that as the princess of the Divine Dynasty, she was not a woman to be trifled with. Ancestors, I implore you, intervene and vanquish that Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chun roared in his heart. Yet the Qinglong master remained unresponsive, as if he had sunk into a fathomless abyss, entrenched in silence. What a farce! How dare the Azure Dragon Master reveal himself? If discovered by the elders of the Jun family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he possesses the essence of a quasi-supreme being, he would likely be cast into the Soul Refinement Tower, enduring a fate worse than death. Noticing the Azure Dragon Master's silence, Xiao Chun felt an increasing sense of urgency and anger. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Xiao Chun and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Chun, I genuinely thank you. You have gifted me my fiancé and the essence of the dragon for the first time. And now you have provided me with a beauty and 5 dragon bones as well. I truly do not know how to repay you. Jun Xiaoyao spoke with sincere intention, feeling a reluctance to harm Xiao Chun. You. Xiao Chun's face turned an ashen green, trembling with fury, as if he had been stripped bare and thrown into a millennia-old icy spring, chilled to the bone. In a fit of impotent rage, he roared at the heavens, blood surging to his head, and once again lost consciousness. Xiao Chun. Wu Mingyue broke free from Jun Xiaoyao's grasp, hastily checking on Xiao Chun's condition. Upon discovering he still had a breath of life, she felt a slight relief, though her expression remained grave. Jun family's divine son, what do you truly desire? If it is dragon bones you seek, I can hand them over directly. Wu Mingyue's delicate features tightened as she spoke. If I am not mistaken, you must be the Long Princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Wu Mingyue, am I correct? Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, at this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal, and Wu Mingyue admitted it directly. She believed that revealing her identity might instill a measure of caution in Jun Xiaoyao. However, his demeanor showed no hint of change, as if the identity of the Long Princess held no significance to him. You have witnessed Xiao Chun's enmity towards me. Do you have any objections if I were to kill him? Jun Xiaoyao's tone suddenly turned icy. No, you cannot kill him. Wu Mingyue's expression shifted immediately. Jun Xiaoyao ignored her, raising his hand to grasp at Xiao Chun. Wu Mingyue unleashed her divine power to resist. Still daring to protect him? What princess of a divine dynasty are you? Kneel before this divine son. Jun Xiaoyao's golden spiritual sea surged violently. Billions of pounds of divine strength crashing down like an ancient divine beast. With a soft thud, Wu Mingyue was forced to her knees, blood staining her lips and dyeing her delicate gown crimson, a pitiful sight. The illustrious Long Princess of the immortal Divine Dynasty now knelt before Jun Xiaoyao, akin to a mortal woman before a fallen celestial. This scene was unseen by the outside world, yet one could easily imagine the shock it would incite if it were to spread. Wu Mingyue could be regarded as one of the most distinguished figures among the younger generation of the celestial wilderness. Wherever she walked, she was the center of admiration. A single word from her could bring about the downfall of a top-tier lineage. In this moment, the esteemed and exalted princess of the Divine Dynasty kneels before Jun Xiaoyao, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The scene is utterly unimaginable. Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Mingyue struggles, unleashing the power of her spiritual sea, yet finds herself firmly suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao, unable to rise. The golden phantom of the ancient divine elephant appears capable of subduing the heavens and the myriad realms, trampling the cosmos beneath its feet. Jun Xiaoyao stands with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the divine elephant's shadow, resembling a deity that governs the universe. A sense of humiliation and despair spreads within Wu Mingyue's heart. She never anticipated that she would find herself in such a wretched and disgraceful predicament. Wu Mingyue, do not presume to leverage your status as the princess of the divine dynasty against me. Others might hesitate, but for this divine son, it is of no consequence. Jun Xiaoyao remarked, conveying his disdain with a mere scoff, an expression of utter contempt. When it comes to status and lineage, Jun Xiaoyao has never bowed to anyone. From his paternal side, the ancient Jun family. From his maternal side, the ancient Jiang family. Two venerable clans acknowledging him as their young master. I pose a simple question. Is there anyone else? Wu Mingyue bit her lip tightly, unable to fathom Jun Xiaoyao's utter disregard for the divine dynasty and his indifference towards her as an extraordinary woman. To him, she seemed no different from a rustic peasant girl. This thought left Wu Mingyue with a sense of powerlessness. She felt unworthy even to negotiate terms with Jun Xiaoyao. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she spoke in a calm tone. Jun Xiaoyao, please, tell me what must be done for you to spare Xiaochen? Oh, so you truly wish to protect him? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, though inwardly he smirked. As expected, Wu Mingyue unwittingly fell into the trap he had set. State your terms, she said coldly. To be honest, I am of benevolent nature and treat others with generosity. I am certainly no demon. To spare Xiaochen is not impossible, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a nonchalant smile. Wu Mingyue, upon hearing this, momentarily froze. Benevolent? Generous? Looking at Xiaochen lying in a pool of blood, she clenched her teeth in frustration, wishing she could bite Jun Xiaoyao. State your terms. There is no need for pretense, Wu Mingyue said icily. Jun Xiaoyao regarded her, noting her exquisite white silk gown and her stunningly beautiful visage, truly befitting her status as the princess of the divine dynasty. Unable to contain her irritation, Wu Mingyue asked, what are you staring at? Huh? You princesses seem to be uniformly self-absorbed, Jun Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. The princess of the ancient Zhuge kingdom is no different. And neither is this princess of the divine dynasty. It seems you have been spoiled within the palace. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Wu Mingyue's expression shifted slightly. It's simple. Just follow my commands, he stated with an indifferent tone. The words of Jun Xiaoyao caused Wu Mingyue's delicate form to tremble, her complexion paling. Did Jun Xiaoyao truly expect her to obey? She was the princess of the divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao, your demands are utterly excessive. Wu Mingyue's face shifted from white to green, clearly infuriated. After all, she was a princess of the eternal divine dynasty. How could she possibly stoop to such actions? If word of this were to spread, it would be a tremendous disgrace, tarnishing the entire face of the Panwu divine dynasty. Do you believe you possess the right to negotiate with me? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand once more, preparing to strike the unconscious Xiaochen. Stop, Wu Mingyue exclaimed, her voice trembling. Jun Xiaoyao halted his movement, gazing at Wu Mingyue. Internally tormented, Wu Mingyue finally relented, as if resigned to her fate, saying, very well, I agree. A cold smirk graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips as he replied, Wu Mingyue, should you dare to employ any tricks, this divine son will immediately take Xiaochen's life. After a tumultuous struggle, Wu Mingyue ultimately submitted. She could not bear to witness Xiaochen's demise at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, I will heed your commands. But you must spare Xiaochen's life, Wu Mingyue asserted with unwavering determination. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and declared, this divine son swears by my Tao heart. Should I betray this vow, my Tao heart will shatter, and heaven and earth shall punish me. A vow sworn by the Tao heart is a profoundly solemn oath. Its violation would lead to dire consequences. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, such an oath held little weight. With the assistance of the system, he was destined to rise and dominate this era. In due time, even the heavens would be beneath his feet. The notion of heaven and earth punishing him was utterly ludicrous. Yet, Wu Mingyue, unaware of Jun Xiaoyao's capabilities, opened the divine palace upon witnessing his oath. Oh, such deep affection, it even moves this divine son, Jun Xiaoyao mused with a sigh. Thus, Wu Mingyue yielded to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, you possess a countenance akin to a celestial being, yet harbor a heart as ruthless as a demon. Wu Mingyue trembled with indignation. Mind your current status and demeanor. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned cold, exuding an aura of dominance. Wu Mingyue's complexion waned, her form quaking. A profound sense of humiliation pervaded her heart. Jun Xiaoyao, with a nonchalant expression, waved his hand, collecting the 5 dragon bones into his possession. He glanced at the unconscious Xiao Chun, then at the humiliated Wu Mingyue, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. A new scheme had been set in motion, with Wu Mingyue at its center. The target of this calculation was none other than the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Wu Mingyue's actions seemed rather foolish, going to such lengths for a mere insect destined for death. Nonetheless, this suited Jun Xiaoyao's intentions perfectly, allowing him to plot against the Panwu Divine Dynasty. With a smile upon his lips, everything lay within his control. Indeed, the time has come to reap another harvest, as we delve into Chapter 65 of Ji Xian's intricate scheming to become the prince consort. After securing the dragon bones and resolving matters with Xiao Chun and Wu Mingyue, Jun Xiaoyao was poised to depart. He had already laid the groundwork for the situation within the Divine Martial Dynasty, and naturally, opportunities for reaping would arise in due time. The focus of Jun Xiaoyao's attention now shifted to another target, namely Ji Xian. Ji Xian undoubtedly possessed knowledge of certain secrets within the supreme hidden treasure of Yuantian. With a mischievous smile, Jun Xiaoyao remarked to Wu Mingyue, "Take good care of Xiao Chun and ensure he leaves unharmed." After uttering those words, he turned to depart, closely followed by Jun Wanjie. Jun Xiaoyao's words tightened Wu Mingyue's grip, her hands clenched in indignation. Was the humiliation not sufficient? Now, there was the added sting of mockery. This Jun Xiaoyao was indeed a cunning individual. "My lord, do you truly intend to spare Xiao Chun? While he may seem but an insignificant ant in your eyes, he remains a bothersome nuisance," Jun Wanjie commented, displaying unwavering loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao. "I have my plans for him. When the time is right, I shall deal with him accordingly," Jun Xiaoyao replied dismissively. The vow of his heart held no significance for him. Xiao Chun was merely a target to be eliminated at will. Yet, a nagging intuition suggested that Xiao Chun might yet surprise him with something remarkable, something that could potentially eclipse the value of both Wu Mingyue and the 5 dragon bones. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao chose to spare Xiao Chun's life. Had Xiao Chun truly lost his worth, even Wu Mingyue's intervention would not have prevented Jun Xiaoyao from striking him down with a single blow. Meanwhile, after Jun Xiaoyao's departure, Wu Mingyue administered several healing medicines to the unconscious Xiao Chun. Soon, he stirred back to consciousness. Upon awakening, Xiao Chun was suddenly seized by a violent tremor. His face contorted with deep-seated resentment as he scanned his surroundings. "Where's that Jun Xiaoyao?" he demanded. "Xiao Chun, calm yourself. Jun Xiaoyao has already departed." Wu Mingyue replied with genuine concern. "He left? He did not kill me?" Xiao Chun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he looked around, and upon seeing the desolate cavern, his fury surged, turning his face a deep shade of crimson. "The dragon bones have vanished. Not only the supreme ancestral dragon bones, but even the 4 ancient dragon bones are gone. That Jun Xiaoyao left me with nothing." With a choked cry, Xiao Chun, overwhelmed by rage, coughed up a mouthful of blood, as the injuries he had just managed to suppress flared anew. "Do not despair, Xiao Chun. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no fear of firewood running out," Wu Mingyue reassured him. Xiao Chun's complexion oscillated between pale and ashen, his mind buzzing with turmoil as his vital energy surged within him. Jun Xiaoyao had first stripped him of his dragon aura and now had taken away his 5 dragon bones. Xiao Chun felt like a mere pawn for someone else's gain. However, he pondered the malicious intent behind Jun Xiaoyao's actions. Why had he chosen to spare him? He suddenly turned to Wu Mingyue, his face etched with anxiety. "Mingyue, that Jun Xiaoyao, has he done anything to you? How did he leave?" Xiao Chun's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that something untoward had occurred between Wu Mingyue and Jun Xiaoyao. If Wu Mingyue had met the same fate as Baiyuer, Xiao Chun would undoubtedly be driven to madness. His heart shattered. Wu Mingyue bit her lip in silence. The fact that she had been marked and turned into Jun Xiaoyao's servant was a scandal. How could it possibly be revealed? The repercussions would tarnish not only her reputation, but also the prestige of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. "Not at all. I used the Panwu Divine Dynasty as leverage to ensure he spared you." Wu Mingyue managed a forced smile, though her heart was filled with bitterness. For she had indeed become Jun Xiaoyao's servant. Yet, she willingly accepted this fate to protect Xiao Chun. "Ah, that's a relief. Is Jun Xiaoyao not fearless? Why does he still regard my Mingyue with caution?" Xiao Chun exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of his frustration and anger lessen considerably. At the very least, with Wu Mingyue by his side, Jun Xiaoyao would not dare to harm him. Wu Mingyue, upon hearing this, felt a pang of guilt. "Xiao Chun, after this, I may no longer be able to stay by your side," Wu Mingyue revealed, a hint of reluctance in her expression. "Why?" Xiao Chun exclaimed, alarmed. "My guardian will likely come looking for me soon. I must return to fulfill the duty of selecting a consort," Wu Mingyue said despondently. It was precisely because of this duty that she had chosen to leave home. However, now that she had unleashed the martial arts of the Panwu divine dynasty. Her guardian would undoubtedly sense her presence. Mingyue, you are mine. I will not allow anyone else to lay claim to you. When the time comes for the selection of a consort, I will go and formally marry you. Xiao Chen's face flushed with excitement, his blood racing as he declared fervently. In his heart, Wu Mingyue had become a cherished possession, one he could never relinquish to another man. Moreover, Xiao Chen harbored another ambition. If he could become the consort of the Panwu divine dynasty, he would gain the backing necessary to rival Jun Xiaoyao. With such power and the cultivation of the Panwu divine dynasty, Xiao Chen believed he could eventually catch up to Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Mingyue's bright eyes reflected a glimmer of emotion. Yet, the thought of being marked by Jun Xiaoyao cast a shadow over her heart. Would Jun Xiaoyao truly refrain from causing trouble in the future? Deep within the depths of the Yuan Tian secret vault lay several ancient teleportation arrays. Before one of these venerable arrays, a figure quietly appeared. Clad in golden robes, he possessed a handsome visage and an air of nobility. His right arm shimmered with divine radiance, runes cascading down, emanating a powerful and sacred aura. It was none other than Ji Xian, the young sage of the Ji family. I have finally arrived here. From this point onward, only those in possession of the Yuan Tian Supreme token may traverse this ancient array to reach the depths of the secret vault and seize the greatest opportunities. Ji Xian took out a supreme token of the primordial heavens. In an instant, the ancient and dilapidated array began to shimmer with rising runes, the void slightly distorting. The next moment, Ji Xian's figure vanished from sight, transported deep into the secret vault. After his departure, two figures emerged from the shadows, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuan. With a glimmer in her beautiful eyes, Jun Xuan spoke, Zhangjian, I shall enter first and follow Ji Xian. You send a message to the godson, instructing him to come. Understood, Jun Zhangjian nodded slightly. Jun Xuan gracefully stepped onto the formation, producing a supreme token of the primordial heavens herself. With a ripple in the void, her figure also disappeared. Jun Zhangjian then retrieved a jade slip for communication. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyi and the nine-headed lion were searching for opportunities within a dilapidated palace. Has the master not arrived yet? The nine-headed lion inquired, wagging its tail. It had fully adapted to its role as Jun Xiaoyao's steed. Xiaoyao mentioned he went to cut chives. What does that mean? Jiang Xingyi asked, a perplexed expression on her face. Ahem. Lady Jiang, what you may not know is that chives are quite beneficial for men. The nine-headed lion coughed awkwardly, revealing a lewd grin. Despite its usual imposing demeanor, it now exhibited its beastly nature. What do you mean by that? A soft and calm voice interjected. Startled, the nine-headed lion instinctively fluffed up, retracting its head and chuckling nervously. In nothing, the master has arrived. Not far away, two figures appeared, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanjie. Xiaoyao, when you mentioned cutting chives, is that something edible? What benefits does it have for your body? Jiang Xingyi asked innocently, tilting her head in pure curiosity. Her expression was so innocent that it evoked a sense of reluctance to reveal the truth. Observing Jiang Xingyi's pure demeanor, Jun Xiaoyao felt slightly speechless. Ahem. This lion is just talking nonsense, he coughed again. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao sensed something and took out a jade slip for communication, revealing a faint smile. More chives have been cut. Chapter 66. The Secrets of the Primordial Heavens, Ji Xian's Scheme, Jun Xuan in danger deep within the secret vault of the primordial heavens. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings. A profound silence seemed to have solidified through the ages. Amidst this stillness, a figure cloaked in golden light appeared, Ji Xian. Although the secret vault of the primordial heavens exhibited some unusual changes, Ji Xian remained unfazed. His understanding of this vault surpassed that of others. Moreover, he had unexpectedly discovered an ancient talisman related to this supreme vault in a scripture pavilion of the Holy Spirit Academy. Additionally, as the pride of the Ji family, Ji Xian possessed treasures for self-protection and escape. If necessary, he could simply use a great teleportation talisman to depart, even if it meant losing opportunities. It would ensure his safety. With such multiple means at his disposal, Ji Xian found it difficult to envision any real danger befalling him. Thus, Ji Xian now finds himself filled with unwavering confidence. The supreme being of Yuan Tian, renowned for his formidable strength, once wreaked havoc in the ancestral dragon's lair, tearing apart the mountain supreme of 10,000 phoenixes, leaving few who dared to provoke him. Yet, in the end, he faded into obscurity, retreating from the annals of history. It is rumored that on the eve of his downfall, he ventured into a foreign realm and seemingly returned with a rare treasure. Should one acquire that artifact, it could potentially forge an invincible young sovereign. As Ji Xian walked, he murmured to himself. These tidings were chronicled in ancient texts. While he could not ascertain their veracity, he felt a strong conviction, bolstered by this ancient talisman, that they were largely true. At that moment, Ji Xian abruptly halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He turned his gaze towards the dark abyss behind him, where an eerie silence reigned. A cold smile crept across Ji Xian's lips as he raised his right hand and pressed towards the depths of darkness. Instantly, divine radiance erupted, runes cascading forth. As a resplendent hand of magical power seemed capable of obliterating all. This was indeed the might of the Saint King's bone. Boom. The darkness was illuminated, and a tremendous upheaval ensued as a figure darted forth, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very void. It was Jun Xuan. No wonder I felt a presence trailing behind me. It was you, Jun Xuan. Ji Xian's expression remained calm and indifferent. When did you become aware of me? Jun Xuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Even upon being discovered by Ji Xian, she remained composed, devoid of any panic. I realized it long ago. Yet I chose not to reveal it. However, I did not expect you to follow me all the way here. Ji Xian's tone was nonchalant. So, what will you do now? Jun Xuan stood elegantly, her figure graceful and poised. Her icy blue eyes were remarkably tranquil, devoid of any tumult. Had it been anyone else, the realization of being tracked by Ji Xian would have induced sheer terror. Yet Jun Xuan, as the seventh scion of the Jun family, possessed the confidence to confront Ji Xian. What will I do? I had no intention of clashing with your Jun family, but your actions are utterly excessive. Ji Xian's expression suddenly darkened as he reached out, launching an attack on Jun Xuan. He had no desire to conflict with the Jun family, especially since Jun Xiaoyao's reputation loomed large. It would be impossible for him to not feel apprehensive. However, the Jun family had made their intentions clear, intending to reap the fruits of his labor. If Ji Xian were to retreat now, it would be tantamount to cowardice. Moreover, in terms of background, the Ji family was not significantly weaker than the Jun family. Thus, Ji Xian acted without hesitation, striking forth. Jun Xuan raised an eyebrow and retaliated. One must admit, Ji Xian's right arm, infused with the essence of the Saint King's bone, was transcendentally divine. That aura even aided Ji Xian in warding off the encroaching gray mist. In contrast, Jun Xuan had to allocate part of her power to resist the same mist's corrosion. A veil of gray mist loomed, imbued with a subtle suppressive force. Under various circumstances, Jun Xuan's strength was diminished by at least 30 to 40%. In contrast, Ji Xian, relying on the bone of the Saint King, remained largely unaffected. Royal Path Fist. Ji Xian's right arm clenched into a fist, launching a powerful strike. A surge of royal will radiated outward, and the fist's brilliance was astonishing. Jun Xuan elegantly extended her jade hand, conjuring a glistening ice shield before her. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of shattering ice, the shield was obliterated, and Jun Xuan was propelled backward, a trace of blood escaping from her delicate lips. She had sustained an injury. Jun Xuan, you are no match for me here. Furthermore, inform Jun Xiaoyao to refrain from focusing his attention on me. Otherwise, he should be wary of losing more than he gains. Ji Xian's tone was indifferent. Jun Xuan's gaze was sharp as she retorted, Are you threatening my divine son? You may interpret it as such, Ji Xian replied coolly. Possessing the ancient talisman and the supreme secret treasure of Yuantian, he was resolute. Should Jun Xiaoyao dare to encroach upon his territory, a painful lesson awaited him. Noticing Jun Xuan's frosty demeanor, Ji Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to be delayed by her. Casting a glance around, he observed numerous shadowy, mottled coffins lurking in the depths of darkness. Recalling the ancient texts, he surmised that they might conceal ominous treasures tainted by the gray mist. With this thought, Ji Xian acted, not against Jun Xuan, but towards the coffins. Boom. He delivered a powerful strike, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, shattering the coffins and releasing torrents of dark energy. From within emerged decaying demonic corpses, their bodies covered in black fur. Ji Xian brandished the ancient talisman he had acquired. It appeared archaic and somber, inscribed with intricate runes. The black-furred corpses, sensing the talisman's presence, recoiled in trepidation, redirecting their focus toward Jun Xuan. Ji Xian, you. Jun Xuan's face paled with fury, astonished that Ji Xian would resort to such measures. Fear not, Jun Xuan. I have yet to kill you. Whether you can endure this, I leave to you. Ji Xian chuckled, turning to exit with a flourish of his sleeve. Watching Ji Xian's silhouette vanish into the shadows, Jun Xuan's expression darkened. Although the demonic corpses had weakened over time, they were still beyond her solitary capability to handle. Roar. The corpses emitted ghastly wails as they charged toward Jun Xuan. She could only retaliate while retreating. Meanwhile, having received a message from Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xiaoyao, accompanied by Jiang Shengyi and Jun Wanjia, made his way to rendezvous. As for the nine-headed lion and Jun Linglong, lacking the supreme order of Yuan-Tian. They could not venture into the depths of the secret treasure and were left to seek other opportunities in the outer layers. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao arrived before an ancient teleportation array. Jun Zhangjian had been waiting there for him. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, his eyes brightened, and he stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. "Divine Son, you have come. Where is Jun Xuan?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired. "She has gone alone to pursue Ji Xian, and instructed me to await your arrival here," Jun Zhangjian replied. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Ji Xian must have some ulterior motive regarding the Yuan-Tian secret repository. He would undoubtedly be well prepared. If Jun Xuan were careless, she would likely suffer the consequences. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was slightly grave as he flicked his sleeve and stepped onto the teleportation array. On one hand, he needed to ascertain Jun Xuan's situation. On the other, he was eager to see what rewards awaited him for signing in. Chapter 67. Signing in for a 5-star reward. One of the 5 great divine arts. The Yuan Huang Dao Sword. Third update. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Wanjie, and Jiang Xingyi each produced a Yuan-Tian Supreme token. This token could only be used for individual teleportation, preventing Jun Xiaoyao from bringing Jun Linglong and the 9-headed lion along. Soon, the surrounding void twisted, and the 4 of them vanished from their location. When Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes once more, they had already arrived at the deepest part of the Yuan-Tian secret repository. A heavy mist floated around them, shrouding the environment in an oppressive darkness that sent chills down their spines, as if everything around had been tainted and corrupted. Is this truly the innermost sanctum of the Yuan-Tian secret repository? Jun Xiaoyao, clad in immaculate white, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was enveloped in a radiant celestial glow, with golden divine light shimmering about him. As an ancient sacred body, he was innately resistant to all malevolent forces, and thus, the gray mist had no effect on him whatsoever. Jiang Xingyi was surrounded by countless natural Dao patterns, which etched themselves into the void, shielding her from the encroaching mist. The innate Dao fetus she possessed was also a remarkably rare and powerful constitution, rivaling the ancient sacred body in strength. Meanwhile, Jun Wanjie was entwined in arcs of lightning, which countered the mist effectively. Only Jun Zhangjian, despite possessing an indestructible sword body, found himself unable to ward off the gray mist and had to rely on his magical powers for protection. Among the 4, he felt the most inadequate. Alas, being alongside the Divine Son and others makes me feel so ordinary, so difficult, Jun Zhangjian lamented inwardly. Standing in place, Jun Xiaoyao heard the mechanical voice of the system resonating in his mind. "Ding. You have reached the Yuan-Tian Supreme Secret Repository. Does the host wish to sign in?" Upon hearing the system's prompt, a faint smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. As he had anticipated, only upon reaching the depths of the repository could he trigger the signing in rewards. "Sign in," Jun Xiaoyao silently thought. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star reward, the Yuan Huang Dao Sword." As the system's voice faded, intricate spells surged into Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. Within his divine palace, it felt as though a brilliant divine chain was coalescing. Simultaneously, before Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, a magnificent golden figure loomed, standing tall between heaven and earth. At the center of its brow, a manifestation of the divine order appeared, transforming into a resplendent chain of celestial regulation. This divine chain subsequently morphed into a golden short sword, measuring merely a few inches in length. Despite its diminutive size, when unleashed, it turned the heavens and earth upside down, and the universe itself crumbled into oblivion. The vast landscapes of mountains, rivers, and seas, along with all existence, were reduced to dust in an instant. The might emanating from the golden short sword was no less formidable than the legendary Killing Immortals sword technique wielded by the 18 ancestors of the Jun family. A 5-star reward, the Sword of the Primordial Emperor. This was the boon that Jun Xiaoyao reaped from his latest sign-in. The Sword of the Primordial Emperor is a renowned masterpiece of the primordial heavenly sovereign, one of the 5 great divine arts. Hailed alongside the Jun family's Killing Immortals sword technique. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. When the 18 ancestors imparted the Killing Immortals sword technique, they had also mentioned the other 4 divine arts in passing. The Sword of the Primordial Emperor was among them. This sword was not a true sword, but rather a chain of divine order, possessing the power to transform pathways, shrouded in mystery, and possessing tremendous might. In the past, the primordial heavenly sovereign was able to breach the ancestral dragon's lair to seize the dragon bone and ascend the Mount of 10 Phoenixes to slay the divine phoenix. Largely due to this Sword of the Primordial Emperor, following the sovereign's renown, the sword became legendary. However, after the fall of the primordial heavenly sovereign, it was lost to time, becoming a significant lamentation. Many elders in the celestial domain sighed at the severance of an invincible legacy. Little did they expect that this long-lost inheritance would be acquired by Jun Xiaoyao through his sign-in. A 5-star reward, he mused. He felt no disappointment. After all, a 5-star reward was already commendable, and it was unreasonable to expect to receive 7 or even 8-star rewards every time. Moreover, the sword of the Primordial Emperor did not fail to meet his expectations. He could bring this severed legacy back to life. Xiaoyao, what troubles you? Jiang Xingyi inquired, tilting her head to gaze at Jun Xiaoyao. Since earlier, he had been standing in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. It's nothing, Jun Xiaoyao replied, regaining his composure. Within his divine palace lay a chain of order, which, with nurturing, would grow in power over time. Jiang Xingyi regarded him intently. Possessing an innate Dao embryo, she was particularly sensitive to various Dao principles and rules of order. For a fleeting moment, she sensed a profound resonance of Dao emanating from Jun Xiaoyao's brow. However, she chose not to divulge her observation, respecting the secrets that each individual holds. My nephew is indeed becoming increasingly enigmatic, Jiang Xingyi mused. At that moment, from the depths of the encroaching darkness, a sudden surge of force resonated, accompanied by a chill. It's the Snow Phoenix. She's in trouble. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze flickered as he stepped into the void. Jiang Xingyi and the others swiftly followed suit. Boom. A demonic corpse struck, forcing Jun Xuan to stagger back repeatedly. Her lips were stained with blood, and her breath was exceedingly unstable. How infuriating. Must she truly depart in such a manner? Jun Xuan's chest heaved, her expression grave. She did not fear falling here, for she possessed a great teleportation talisman. If all else failed, she could simply transport herself away. Yet within her heart lay a pride inherent to the Jun family lineage. She was loath to relinquish her life without a fight. At that moment, a dozen or so demonic corpses simultaneously surrounded and lunged at her. Such a siege would be daunting even for the most talented individuals of the Divine Bridge or Unity realms. Even those of the Harmonious Path would likely meet their demise. There seemed to be no escape. Jun Xuan let out a deep sigh, tinged with a hint of regret. After all, she was merely acting on behalf of Jun Xiaoyao, and she bore no resentment. He had once protected her in front of Long Haoyan. Just as she was preparing to use her great teleportation talisman, a golden hand formed of runes surged towards her from the distance. It resembled the hand of an ancient deity, akin to a colossal golden mill that ground the very heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, ruins crumbled and the ground fractured. A thunderous roar erupted as a group of demonic corpses was sent flying, their bodies disintegrating. The sun, Jun Xuan's ice-blue eyes shimmered with astonishment. Turning around, she beheld a figure akin to an ethereal being clad in white, treading upon the air, accompanied by Jun Zhangjian and 2 others. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jun Xuan and approached her, speaking gently, "I apologize for arriving late." Upon hearing his voice, a tremor ran through Jun Xuan's heart. Jun Xiaoyao was merciless towards his foes, akin to a ruthless Azura, yet he was meticulous in his care for his own kin, striving to protect them. "Thank you for your concern, son. I am fine, merely a little injured," Jun Xuan replied with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao's simple apology and concern were more effective than any healing elixir, filling Jun Xuan's heart with warmth. "What transpired? Inform me," Jun Xiaoyao inquired. At that moment, the remaining intact demonic corpses surged forward once more, but with a casual strike, Jun Xiaoyao obliterated them, reducing them to mere pulp. The golden divine power of the ancient holy body was supremely sacred and particularly effective against such demonic entities, allowing him to dispatch them with ease. It is as follows. Jun Xuan recounted the events in detail. After listening, Jun Xiaoyao smiled, though the smile bore no warmth. "Threatening me? When did a mere weed learn to issue threats?" Chapter 68. The Embarrassment of Long Bichi and the Fury of the Ancestor Dragon Nest Elders. Jun Xiaoyao held no significant animosity towards Jixian. Despite their past conflicts with Jun Zhangjian, such matters were trivial. At most, he would seize Jixian's opportunities or snatch his Saint King bone, which amounted to little. However, now Jixian had not only threatened him, but had also placed Jun Xuan in peril. Jun Xiaoyao is not a virtuous man, nor will he confine himself within the banal dichotomy of good and evil. If one possesses such a background, strength, and talent, yet must remain restrained, it would be better to renounce the world and become a monk in the Little Western Paradise, chanting alongside the monks. Jun Xiaoyao's doctrine is simple. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Let us proceed. I am eager to see what waves Jixian can stir. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Upon hearing his laughter, Jun Xuan and the others silently mourned for Jixian. As Jun Xiaoyao and his companions ventured deeper into the secret vault in search of Jixian, above the Yuan Tian secret vault, The elders of several indomitable forces remained seated in the void. They were astonished to find that the gray mist within the Yuan Tian's secret vault, combined with its unique spatial properties, obstructed the surveillance of the celestial mirror. An elder from the Jiang family shook his head slightly. It seems we underestimated this supreme secret vault. However, I believe there is no longer any need for the celestial mirror, Jun Xuan remarked. The immortal heirs who had entered the vault were all equipped with protective treasures or great teleportation talismans. Thus, even without the constant vigilance of their guardians, it was unlikely they would face any mortal peril. Jun Xuan, are you concerned for your Jun family's divine son? If he were to perish within the secret vault, it would be an irreparable loss for the Jun family, the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage remarked with a smirk. Do not worry. Even if you were to perish, my grandson would still thrive, Jun Xuan retorted coldly. He was confident that this level of secret vault posed no life-threatening danger to Jun Xiaoyao. At the very least, he possessed the protective talismans bestowed by the 18 ancestors, ensuring his life was secure. I merely hope that our divine son does not suffer too grievously at the hands of our clan's dragon maiden. The elder of the Azure Dragon lineage chuckled, his tone laced with irony. He held great confidence in Long Baiqi. After all, she was a dragon maiden who had completely refined 2 dragon essences, her strength far surpassing that of Long Haotian. However, just as the laughter of the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage faded, a figure emerged from the depths of the Yuan Tian secret vault, appearing disheveled. The figure, clad in cracked azure armor, bore tattered hair, blood at the corner of her lips, and exuded an air of utter disarray. It was none other than Long Baiqi. In that moment, terror lingered in Long Baiqi's eyes, her body trembling with cold dread. Faced with Jun Xiaoyao, she was genuinely afraid. Had she taken a few more steps, the outcome might have been dire. Survival itself was uncertain. Is that the dragon maiden of the Azure Dragon lineage? How is it that she emerged so swiftly? Indeed, and in such a pitiful state. Has she encountered some formidable beast, or has the corpse of that supreme being been revived? At this moment, outside the Yuan Tian secret vault, thousands had gathered. Bound by age and seniority, they were not permitted entry and could only watch the spectacle unfold. Witnessing Long Baiqi's hasty escape in such a disheveled state, many were astonished, believing she had encountered some dread creature. In the void, the elder of the Zonglong lineage wore a frozen, sardonic smile, his entire expression betraying disbelief. How could their dragon maiden have escaped so swiftly? Moreover, she appeared utterly disheveled, clearly having been driven away in haste. Little green mudloach, why have you stopped laughing? Jun Xuan chuckled heartily, reveling in the delight of the moment. The elder's complexion darkened, and without uttering a word, he swiftly approached Long Baiqi. What transpired? Where are the dragon bones? The elder inquired urgently. Other matters paled in comparison. The dragon bones were the true objective of their expedition. They're gone, all 4 ancient dragon bones, along with the supreme ancestral dragon bone, have vanished. Long Baiqi bit her lip, her visage ashen. What? A supreme ancestral dragon bone? The elder of the Zonglong lineage nearly faltered upon hearing this revelation. That was a supreme ancestral dragon bone. The entire ancestral dragon nest possessed only a scant few in reserve, and now, they had simply disappeared before their eyes. Who took them? Who could it possibly be? The elder's voice turned icy, his teeth grinding in agitation, unable to maintain composure. Jun Xiaoyao Long Baiqi uttered, her body trembling slightly. It seemed that merely mentioning his name instilled an innate fear within her. Although Xiao Chun and others were present at the time, Long Baiqi understood that they were merely pawns in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. What? It was him? The elder's expression froze. Just moments ago, he had expressed hope that Jun Xiaoyao would not be too harsh on Long Baiqi, yet now, the one truly suffering was Long Baiqi herself. The slap to the face had come too swiftly, leaving no room for respite. She had indeed been driven out by the scion of the Jun family. No wonder. After all, that Long Haotian had perished at the hands of the Jun family scion, and Long Baiqi had been fortunate to escape. Many cultivators nearby had also caught wind of Long Baiqi's words. Though astonished, they were not entirely surprised. It seemed as though the Jun family scion had become the embodiment of invincibility among the younger generation. So, little green mudloach, how do you feel now? Jun Xuan declared triumphantly. His precious grandson had truly brought him immense pride. The elder of the Zonglong lineage nearly choked on his indignation, speechless in his fury. He realized that reclaiming the dragon bones from the Jun family was a task more arduous than scaling the heavens. My apologies, elder, I have disappointed you. Long Baiqi said, her face devoid of color, entirely lacking the spirited demeanor she had possessed upon her arrival. In truth, she felt too ashamed to admit that she had not even engaged Jun Xiaoyao in battle. He had merely dispatched her with a single strike, sending her fleeing in terror. To disclose this would be to bring shame upon the ancestral dragon nest. In the skies, Ji Bangyin, an elder of the Ji family, shook his head and remarked, "It seems the dragon maiden of the Canglong lineage is not all that impressive. Ji Bangyin, you had better pray that your kin do not clash with my grandson, otherwise." Jun Xuan shook his head. "Jun Xuan, do you truly believe that the dragon maiden can rival Ji Xian? He has come this time well prepared. And if a conflict were to arise, it is you, the Jun family's divine son, who should be concerned." Ji Bangyin smiled, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, his confidence radiating from his very core. Oh, even Jun Xuan cast a doubtful glance at Ji Bangyin. Could it be that this time, the young sage of the Ji family will indeed stir up some waves? While the outside world buzzed with discussions regarding Long Baiqi, Ji Xian, dressed in resplendent robes and holding an ancient talisman, finally arrived at the innermost depths of the Yuan Tian secret repository. He gazed upon an ancient, grand, and dark tower that loomed like a pillar supporting the heavens, suffused with an air of antiquity. The ultimate opportunity lay within this place. A glimmer of joy flickered in Ji Xian's eyes. After such prolonged scheming, he was finally on the cusp of seizing that great fortune. Yet, at that moment, a voice laced with cold amusement emanated from behind him. "Ji Xian, I must thank you for leading the way, little treasure mouse." Upon hearing this voice, the joy on Ji Xian's face promptly vanished. However, he did not lose his composure. Instead, he turned around with an air of indifference. He immediately spotted Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding tranquility and steadiness. Yet his deep-set eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Ji Xian's actions had unequivocally positioned him in opposition to Jun Xiaoyao. In the face of an adversary, Jun Xiaoyao showed no signs of amiability. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao, however, was that Ji Xian seemed neither shocked nor apprehensive upon his arrival. Rather, he appeared calm and collected, as if he had anticipated this encounter. From this, one could discern the disparity between Ji Xian and Xiao Chun. Although Xiao Chun was a person of great fortune, his origins were limited. The Qinglong ancient kingdom, while a first-rate lineage, could not compare to the immortal lineage. Ji Xian, hailing from an ancient family, surpassed Xiao Chun in both temperament and vision. This piqued Jun Xiaoyao's interest. Perhaps this encounter would not be overly tedious. "Ji Xian, you seem rather unperturbed by my presence," Jun Xiaoyao remarked coolly. "Jun Xiaoyao, I had no desire to oppose you, but alas, your actions have been excessive. Do you truly regard me, Ji Xian, as a mere treasure-seeking rodent?" Ji Xian's gaze concealed a sharpness. "Otherwise, your worth seems to amount to nothing more than this." Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. "You." Ji Xian's eyes twitched slightly. As the young sage of the Ji family, he had never endured such indignity. Jun Zhangjian and others were accustomed to it. Despite Jun Xiaoyao's usual ethereal demeanor, he possessed a sharp tongue that could incite fury in an instant. Xiao Chun was a tragic victim of such verbal onslaughts. Oh, it appears even the esteemed divine son of the Jun family resorts to overwhelming the few. Ji Xian's gaze flickered, scanning the surroundings. He stood alone, while Jun Xiaoyao was accompanied by a formidable quintet. In such a scenario, engaging in battle seemed utterly futile. "Ji Xian, I comprehend your scheme. You merely wish for a one-on-one duel with me. Although I do not shy away from the notion of overwhelming the few with the many, there is truly no necessity to resort to such tactics against you," Jun Xiaoyao remarked, effortlessly discerning Ji Xian's intentions. The world speaks of the Jun family as scion as exceedingly proud, and indeed, that reputation holds true. Yet, how could one ascertain the truth without a trial? Ji Xian's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. He had long desired to face Jun Xiaoyao in combat. As a top-tier prodigy, who could submit to whom without experiencing the clash firsthand? At least Ji Xian could not acquiesce without such an encounter. Thus, he sought this opportunity to challenge Jun Xiaoyao. Foolishness. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned frigid as the boundless golden spiritual sea within his dantian surged with tumultuous waves. The vast and magnificent golden divine energy roared forth like an ocean, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. With a mere gesture, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed his power without employing any martial arts or divine techniques. His single palm descended with the weight of a grand technique, capable of reducing any prodigy at the divine bridge realm to mere pulp. Feeling the overwhelming force, Ji Xian's expression shifted from indifference to grave seriousness. Jun Xiaoyao appeared serene as a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs, yet when he moved, he embodied the presence of a divine monarch, exuding a terrifying aura that inspired trepidation. Ji Xian retaliated, extending his right arm, which had integrated the bone of a Saint King. The Saint King, an entity surpassing even the saints, occupied the pinnacle of the realm hierarchy. This fragment of the Saint King's bone was invaluable, wielding immense power. In Ji Xian's cultivation tier, it was akin to a cheat, akin to a novice player in a new village discovering a divine artifact. As their palm strikes collided, waves of spiritual energy erupted, resulting in Ji Xian being the one to be forced back. He staggered several paces, his chest surging with turbulent blood, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, which he forcibly swallowed. His eyes reflected unprecedented astonishment and bewilderment. How could this be? With the power of the Saint King's bone, why was he the one to suffer injury in his confrontation with Jun Xiaoyao? Amidst his shock and confusion, Ji Xian's gaze bore a hint of incomprehension. Meanwhile, across from him, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, expressing mild surprise, indeed, worthy of the Saint King's bone. To withstand my strike and suffer merely a light injury is commendable. Jun Xiaoyao was accustomed to overpowering his adversaries with sheer strength. Most opponents succumbed to his initial strike. Only a select few warranted the application of his other techniques. Yet, he too had not anticipated that Ji Xian could endure his blow and emerge with only light injuries, thereby justifying the renown of the Saint King's bone. Upon hearing these words, Ji Xian found himself beset by doubt. Shouldn't it have been him who sent Jun Xiaoyao flying? Now, having sustained a minor injury, he was still being lauded by Jun Xiaoyao as commendable? What kind of commendation was that? Yet alas, the Sacred King's hand bone was an external object, not truly his own. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he formed the Human King seal, unleashing a powerful strike. With Ji Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to fully harness the might of the Sacred King's hand bone. Moreover, it was not his bone, it was inherently flawed. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone, acquired through a system sign-in, was perfectly integrated with his physical form, devoid of any such imperfections. Jun Xiaoyao, do not presume to comment on the realm of power. How could you possibly comprehend the might of the Sacred King's hand bone? Ji Xian, filled with a mix of indignation and shame, felt as though he had been insulted. He launched another punch, the Sacred King's hand bone radiating divine light, with runes swirling around his arm, showcasing formidable power. His fist, imbued with an awe-inspiring aura, tore through the void, embodying the essence of the Ji family's supreme martial art, the Kingly Fist. Jun Xiaoyao, meanwhile, molded the Human King seal, summoning a majestic imperial figure that seemed to make the very heavens tremble in its presence. As he struck, divine radiance erupted, an immense magical energy surged forth. The two fists collided, sending ripples of divine energy surging. This time, Jun Xiaoyao channeled the might of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Countless colossal particles of divine elephants infused their power into this strike, possessing the force to shatter the heavens and obliterate the earth. Boom! A deafening sound echoed across the expanse. The depths of the Yuan Tian secret vault trembled in response. Amidst this cataclysmic clash, a figure was sent flying once more. It was Ji Xian. At last, he could not contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. He had managed to withstand Jun Xiaoyao's first strike, but could not endure the subsequent one. How could this be possible? Ji Xian gripped his trembling right arm tightly with his left hand, his fingers feeling as though they might shatter, his entire arm quaking. The divine heirs, such as Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuan, looked on with reverence. Though they knew Xiaoyao would not be defeated, they had not anticipated such a dominating display. After all, the young sage Ji Xian possessed considerable prowess. Now, do you comprehend the folly of challenging this divine heir? Jun Xiaoyao remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Ji Xian was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred physique would be so fearsome. Contemplating this, Ji Xian's eyes flickered with determination. He was unwilling to accept defeat so easily. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he grasped a piece of dark-hued metal in his hand. Instantly, a sense of the cycle of life and death began to emanate. Jun Xiaoyao, brace yourself for this punch. Chapter 70, The Supreme Bone, an unforeseen struggle, the final contest. In the stillness of the night, Ji Xian unleashed another punch, yet it bore a distinct intent compared to his previous strikes. This blow seemed infused with the essence of life and death, embodying a profound cycle of annihilation, far surpassing the earlier righteous fist. Even Jun Xuan and Jun Zhangjian sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from this punch. Be cautious. They could not help but warn. Xiaoyao, take care, Jiang Xingyi also cautioned. Jun Xiaoyao, however, remained unperturbed, gazing at Ji Xian's incoming fist with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He felt a faint tremor within his supreme bone at the moment Ji Xian's intent radiated. What is happening? Could it be that what Ji Xian wields bears some connection to my supreme bone? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. His supreme bone had already awakened the celestial calamity light and the complete version of the celestial hand. Yet, its power was undeniably more profound than mere awakening. It harbored even greater potential. Now, sensing the essence of life and death in Ji Xian's fist, His supreme bone responded intriguingly. Fascinating. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed as he clenched his fist. The particles of 70,000 colossal elephants erupted in full force, golden mana surging forth, coalescing into a primordial divine elephant that suppressed the universe. He once again invoked the ancestral dragon's power, manifesting the dragon fist. The dragon energy coiled around his arm, transforming into the likeness of a blue dragon, a power he had seized from Xiao Chun. With the dual enhancement of dragon and elephant, Jun Xiaoyao radiated an overwhelming divine might with every movement. As he thrust his fist forward, the dragon and elephant followed suit, creating a wave that sent chills down the spine. The air before him seemed to part under the weight of this tremendous power, forming a domain of vacuum. This punch was earth-shattering, the Annihilation Fist. Seeing this, Ji Xian let out a piercing roar, channeling his utmost strength. Divine power surged wildly into the bones of the Saint King. The surrounding void was inscribed with runes, exuding an aura of sanctity. Simultaneously, the metallic object he held in his fist imbued his strike with a force of life and death that signified utter obliteration. It could be said that any prodigy facing the attacks from these two would be engulfed in despair, utterly incapable of resistance. Boom! Like a meteor colliding with the earth. Their fists intersected, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of mana that flattened the surrounding ground, fissures sprawling in every direction. In this monumental clash, Ji Xian was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. His wrist was shattered, and his entire arm twisted slightly as the divine power ruptured his skin and blood vessels. The dark metallic object he grasped slipped from his fingers, flying away. With a swift motion, Jun Xiaoyao caught the metal in his hand. Jun Xiaoyao, return it to me. Ji Xian's figure crashed through several dilapidated structures before finally coming to a halt. Blood continued to pour from his mouth, his expression a blend of horror and fury. Ji Xian could never have anticipated that, despite his utmost efforts, he was no match for Jun Xiaoyao in a single confrontation. He even lost that crucial item. Jun Xiaoyao paid no heed to Xian, instead toying with the metal in his hand. Within him, the supreme bone stirred with a distinct yearning. Could this metal be the reincarnation gold? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Hailing from an ancient aristocratic family, his vision was indeed extraordinary. He had encountered numerous rare treasures, and the reincarnation gold, a celestial metal, was exceedingly rare, utilized in forging the Emperor's Dao weapons. A piece the size of a fingernail could incite fierce competition among saints in the outside world. Regrettably, this small fragment of reincarnation gold had lost its essence. Retaining only a hint of reincarnation's aura, Ji Xian had harnessed this trace of reincarnation to amplify the power of his destruction fist, yet before Jun Xiaoyao, he still faced defeat. Ji Xian, how could you possess such a thing? Jun Xiaoyao remarked coolly. Return it to me. Ji Xian's face darkened. At that moment, Jiang Xingyi interjected. I have heard that within the Holy Spirit Academy, there exists a reincarnation spirit left from ancient times. This fragment of reincarnation gold, could it not be a remnant shed from it? Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao mused. Ji Xian also held the title of Holy Son of the Holy Spirit Academy, making it plausible for him to possess this small piece of reincarnation gold. Thus, it seemed inevitable that he would have to visit the Holy Spirit Academy in the future, as it might pertain to the metamorphosis of his supreme bone. Turning to Ji Xian, Jun Xiaoyao said with indifference, I thought it was something significant. Yet it is merely a remnant. Can this be considered a treasure? With that, Jun Xiaoyao crushed it effortlessly into powder. The essence-depleted reincarnation gold shattered easily. Ji Xian's face flushed with rage. He had never before experienced such humiliation. Yet, amidst his fury, a sense of helplessness began to seep into his consciousness. Previously, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that even if he could not defeat Jun Xiaoyao, he could at least contend with him. However, the harsh reality revealed the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. What was a mere little saint before the son of the Jun family? No, I have not yet been defeated. The entire secret treasure remains within my grasp. If I can obtain that treasure, surpassing Jun Xiaoyao in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility. With this thought, Ji Xian steeled himself and regained his determination. He produced an ancient talisman and infused it with his power. In an instant, centered around the obsidian tower, intricate patterns spread across the ground, enveloping the depths of the secret treasure in countless star-like formations. Simultaneously, the ground trembled, and hundreds of demonic corpses erupted from the earth, charging directly toward Xiaoyao and his companions, rather than targeting Ji Xian, who wielded the ancient talisman. Typically, a prodigy would be utterly terrified upon encountering such a scene. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remained remarkably composed. Is this your confidence? Jun Xiaoyao appeared unfazed. Humph, Jun Xiaoyao, accept this grand gift. Our next encounter may very well see me overpowering you. With that, Ji Xian vanished into the depths of the ominous black tower. Absurd. Jun Xiaoyao scoffed coldly. Raising his hand, a surge of formidable power surged forth, an astonishing sword intent radiating from within him. A brilliant and dazzling sword light erupted, as if manifesting the ethereal figures of celestial beings, its sharpness capable of rending the very fabric of space. With a single sweep of his sword, a deep chasm was carved before him, obliterating over 100 demonic corpses in an instant. Though they appeared formidable in life, their power waned post-mortem, further diminished by the encroaching gray mist. Nonetheless, these corpses remained a perilous threat to those of the Divine Bridge realm or even the Unity realm. Yet now, with a mere flick of his wrist, Jun Xiaoyao annihilated the 100 demonic corpses. As Ji Xian entered the dark tower and witnessed this spectacle, cold sweat trickled down his back. During their confrontation, Jun Xiaoyao had not even summoned the Lucian sword art. The chives I intend to harvest cannot possibly escape my grasp. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, demonic wings unfurled, his speed surging as he darted towards the shadowy tower. Observing this, Ji Xian hastily employed the Ji family's supreme technique. Stepping through the void, his figure zipping through the air towards the tower's summit. The victor shall claim the spoils. This is the final gamble. Chapter 71. The supreme-level demonic corpse emerges, a grave crisis. Within the dark tower, thick gray mist swirled ominously. Here, the gray mist seemed to transform into a dense black fog. Ji Xian propelled himself forward, his Saint King bones shielding him from the mist's corruption. Following closely, Jun Xiaoyao also entered the tower. Meanwhile, the others, including Jiang Shengyi, remained outside to contend with the remaining demonic corpses. In mere moments, Ji Xian had ascended to the tower's pinnacle. At the summit, a pitch-black coffin lay ensnared by hundreds of golden chains, emanating an overwhelming aura of supremacy. The source of the oppressive force from the Yuan Tian secret vault originated from this very coffin. I have finally located it, just as the ancient text described. Ji Xian inhaled deeply. Amidst his excitement, a sense of trepidation lingered. If the records prove accurate, the treasure should reside within this coffin. Yet, Ji Xian hesitated slightly. The source of the gray mist also emanated from this coffin. Even a fool could discern that this coffin had likely undergone some form of transformation. Should it be opened, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure also materialized. Clad in white, he appeared ethereal, utterly out of place in this foreboding environment. As Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the coffin radiating an aura of supreme authority, his eyebrows arched in surprise. Within it presumably lay the remains of the primordial sovereign. Yet why was it bound by golden chains? A sense of bewilderment stirred within Jun Xiaoyao. These golden chains appeared to serve as a form of confinement. Coupled with the ominous gray mist surrounding them, Jun Xiaoyao began to form a hypothesis. He turned his attention back to Ji Xian, his expression cold and indifferent. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to resist before me, the Divine Scion? He queried. I have come here fully prepared. Do you genuinely think you can control everything? Ji Xian retorted, immediately channeling his power into the ancient talisman he held. In an instant, the talisman erupted with radiant light, and runes materialized. The hundreds of golden chains entwined around the coffin trembled with a resounding clatter. The entire coffin began to rumble ominously, while Jun Xiaoyao stood still, showing no inclination to intervene. This left Ji Xian utterly astonished, prompting him to exclaim, Jun Xiaoyao, do you not intend to stop me? Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor perplexed him. Stop you? Why should I? You have arrived at the primordial vault with a specific purpose, perhaps seeking an extraordinary opportunity. If I am not mistaken, that opportunity lies within that coffin, Jun Xiaoyao replied with calm assurance. Ji Xian's expression tightened as he regarded Jun Xiaoyao, a profound wariness reflected in his eyes. A young prodigy with mere brute strength was not particularly concerning. However, a figure who possessed both power and cunning was exceedingly formidable. Undoubtedly, Jun Xiaoyao was such a person. Ji Xian realized that his thoughts had been fully anticipated by Jun Xiaoyao. So you intend to watch as I seize this opportunity? Ji Xian scoffed. I prefer not to get my hands dirty. Why not let you do the work while I simply take what I desire? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a nonchalant smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's face turned a shade of greenish purple. Had he not been outmatched by Jun Xiaoyao, he would have likely launched a fist toward him by now. I possess an ancient talisman for protection. In the end, it shall be you who suffers. Ji Xian thought coldly to himself. At that moment, the hundreds of golden chains finally shattered completely. In an instant, the coffin lid was blasted open, unleashing a terrifying black mist that billowed forth like smoke. Accompanying this eruption was an overwhelming aura of malice and supreme pressure. Even Ji Xian, who was somewhat aware of the circumstances, felt a jolt of anxiety. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao remained composed, though his brow furrowed slightly. A towering figure emerged from the black mist, adorned in ancient golden robes, with a square visage exuding an overwhelming malevolence. Its hollow eyes glimmered with a crimson light. The figure was enveloped in long black hair, resembling the dark corpses outside. This was the primordial sovereign, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. A supreme being of unparalleled might. How has it come to this? The supreme demon corpse emitted a monstrous roar, its voice transforming into a sonic wave that shattered the very apex of the dark tower. Ji Xian trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The oppressive force was overwhelming, capable of shattering the hearts of ordinary God Bridge practitioners. A supreme being remains a supreme being, and even after years of death, its mere skeletal remains instill fear and trepidation. In stark contrast, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor remained unperturbed, a juxtaposition to Ji Xian's palpable terror. It is merely a demonic corpse of a long-deceased supreme, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. If it were a true supreme being, even he, with his extraordinary prowess, would stand powerless against it. However, this demonic corpse of the Yuan Tian Supreme had lost all magical power upon death and wielded no means of attack. Furthermore, its body, ravaged by dark mist, had its physical strength diminished to the utmost limit. The current supreme demon corpse possessed at most 1/10,000th of the power it had in life. Yet, even at this fraction, it was not something that the likes of Godbridge or even Return to Unity prodigies could contend with. The supreme demon corpse roared, its blood-red eyes first fixing upon Ji Xian. In haste, Ji Xian grasped an ancient talisman. Within the demon corpse's crimson gaze, a faint ripple seemed to emanate. Subsequently, its attention shifted to Jun Xiaoyao. With a thunderous boom, the demon corpse lunged forward, devoid of rational thought. Its hand struck out, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, eager to ascertain the true strength of this remnant of supreme might. Now diminished to 1/10,000th of its former glory, Jun Xiaoyao summoned the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, an ancient elephant's phantom manifesting above him like a golden mountain, exerting dominion over the cosmos. A staggering 700 million pounds of divine force erupted from within him. Moreover, he finally activated the primal sacred body itself, and in an instant, golden vitality surged forth. The blood vitality of the primal sacred body possessed the ability to suppress and weaken malevolent entities, further diminishing the demon corpse's power by over 30%. Jun Xiaoyao summoned dragon energy, with azure light coursing beneath his skin, manifesting dragon scales. The defensive technique of the Divine Elephant Suppression was activated, and the Guardian of the Underworld materialized. With his left hand, Jun Xiaoyao formed the King's Seal, while his right unleashed the Dragon Fist, executing two formidable attacks simultaneously. In both offense and defense, Jun Xiaoyao pushed himself to the utmost limit, rarely unleashing such full force. This terrifying surge of energy did not go unnoticed by those outside the tower, including Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xuan. It was the aura of a supreme being, the presence of a supreme-level demon corpse. Jiang Xingyi's expression paled suddenly. This was a supreme demon corpse, an entity far beyond the capacity of the younger generation's prodigies to confront. Even some elder experts of the heavenly connection and divine fire realms would find it insurmountable. Divine Sun, Jun Xuan, and Jun Zhangjian's expressions changed drastically. They had never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would dare to confront the supreme demon corpse. In their minds, such an endeavor was nearly inconceivable. Had Jun Xiaoyao truly lost his senses, harboring the delusion of challenging a being of supreme caliber? Ji Xian was utterly astonished, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had long been at a disadvantage against Jun Xiaoyao, and now, he could finally witness his downfall. With a resounding crash, Jun Xiaoyao, exerting every ounce of his strength, collided with the supreme demon corpse under the watchful gaze of Ji Xian, Jiang Xingyi, Jun Xuan, and others. In that instant, the fabric of space trembled, and the heavens and earth quaked. The golden divine radiance of the ancient sacred body spread forth, clashing with the overwhelming malice of the supreme demon corpse. This collision was akin to the collision of planets, producing waves of terrifying intensity that swept through the depths of the secret vault. Jiang Xingyi and the others felt a buzzing in their minds, their faces paling in an instant. That was a being of supreme level. Even if its current strength was but a fraction of its former glory, it was still beyond the reach of a mere divine bridge realm cultivator. Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi's exquisite features turned ashen. She could hardly bear to contemplate what she would say to Zhang Ro if Jun Xiaoyao were to meet with misfortune. She had promised to care for him within the secret vault, yet now she could only watch helplessly. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuan, and the others also felt a jolt of apprehension in their hearts. Meanwhile, Ji Xian rushed towards the coffin while keeping an eye on Jun Xiaoyao. He could not believe that Jun Xiaoyao could emerge unscathed from this encounter. As the violent explosion subsided, amidst the swirling dust, two figures staggered backward. Jun Xiaoyao appeared, still clad in his immaculate white robes, his serene visage unchanged. However, a slight frown creased his brow, indicating a hint of gravity. Within his chest, his vital energy stirred slightly, and his arms felt somewhat numb. On the opposite side, the Supreme Demon Corpse also revealed itself, showing no signs of damage. After all, it had once been a supreme powerhouse. Even if its body had decayed and weakened tremendously, it was not easily vanquished. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao emerge unscathed, Jiang Xingyi's breath seemed to catch in her throat. Then, overwhelming joy shone forth from her crystalline eyes. "Wonderful!" she exclaimed, gracefully darting away. The young master was safe. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuahuang, and Jun Wanjia also displayed expressions of delight, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Their young master, with his divine bridge realm cultivation, had dared to confront a supreme-level demon corpse. Not only had he not fallen, but he had also emerged without even a scratch. If word of this were to spread, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire celestial realm. Looking back through the annals of history, who among the divine bridge realm could contend against a being of supreme strength? Even if it were merely a corpse? The answer was unequivocally none. This is utterly absurd. Even the ordinarily composed Ji Xian found himself momentarily stunned, unable to suppress an expletive he had never uttered before. This is beyond reason. Is Jun Xiaoyao even human? To contend with a supreme demon corpse at the divine bridge realm, and yet remain unscathed? Who would believe such a tale? Not even a ghost. In that instant, Ji Xian was left questioning whether Jun Xiaoyao might be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Otherwise, how could one explain his overwhelming strength? A monster. Jun Xiaoyao is indeed a complete and utter anomaly. Ji Xian felt himself on the brink of madness, unable to maintain his composure as he cursed under his breath. With such a prodigy in existence, how could any other talented individuals hope to compete in this era? Who could possibly rival Jun Xiaoyao? Even their Ji family's unparalleled prodigy, who had become the contemporary saintess of the human immortal sect, would likely pale in comparison. Never mind that. I must seek out treasures. That supreme demon corpse could entangle Jun Xiaoyao. Ji Xian thought to himself, completely abandoning any notion of competing with Jun Xiaoyao. His sole desire now was to uncover the immense fortune hidden within that coffin and then depart. If he were to obtain that fortune, perhaps he could stand a chance against Jun Xiaoyao. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao took note of Ji Xian's actions and turned to say, "Zhangjian, Shuahuang, Wanjie, you handle Ji Xian. Do not let him escape with the treasures." "What about you, son?" Jun Shuahuang inquired, as they still wished to assist Jun Xiaoyao against the supreme demon corpse. "I am sufficient here," replied Jun Xiaoyao. "I will help you." Jiang Xingyi resolutely stood beside Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback and said, "That is a supreme demon corpse. It is far too perilous. Who else would I assist if not you?" Jiang Xingyi smiled sweetly, her charm captivating. She was determined not to let Jun Xiaoyao confront the supreme demon corpse alone. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, choosing not to comment further. This was not a time for sentimentality. He would certainly remember this gesture. With a roar, the supreme demon corpse charged once more, exuding a terrifying aura that could shatter the minds of those at the divine bridge realm. This demon corpse was indeed a formidable foe. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyi was somewhat speechless. Was this even human discourse? To Jun Xiaoyao, the seemingly insurmountable supreme demon corpse was merely a troublesome adversary. With one hand raised, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the dragon chi, manifesting what appeared to be a lifelike true dragon. This was the Grand Dragon Nest divine technique, the true dragon confinement art. With his other hand, he executed the weapon suppression technique, summoning countless golden divine weapons that transformed into an overwhelming torrent of blades and spears in the air. With both formidable techniques unleashed, Jun Xiaoyao collided once more with the supreme demon corpse. The supreme demon corpse wielded no magical powers, relying solely on its decaying physical form to contend against Jun Xiaoyao. This experience deepened Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of the unparalleled power possessed by supreme beings. It is important to note that the supreme demon corpse possesses merely a fraction of its former power. This leads to the inference of just how formidable the true supreme being must be. However, Jun Xiaoyao believes that, given his innate talents, achieving the status of a supreme being is merely a matter of time. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy surged once more, causing both Jun Xiaoyao and the supreme demon corpse to retreat simultaneously. Jun Xiaoyao felt a tingling numbness in his arms, and his chest was in turmoil. This sensation was one he had never experienced before. Rather than feeling disheartened, Jun Xiaoyao found it intriguing. Regrettably, the supreme demon corpse could only stir his blood, yet it could not inflict genuine harm upon him. From birth until now, Jun Xiaoyao had never truly been injured. Observing this, Jiang Xingyi also intervened to assist Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Atop the divine tower, Ji Xian discovered an ancient wooden box within the coffin. The box appeared exceedingly ordinary, yet it was the sole item within the entire coffin. This is it. Ji Xian's eyes gleamed with fervor. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through, causing Ji Xian to shift his body, his expression turning grave. You dare to touch what the young master desires? Jun Xuan and his companions swiftly approached. Curse it, are you not going to assist Jun Xiaoyao? Do you wish for him to perish at the hands of the supreme demon corpse? Ji Xian's countenance darkened. We trust in the young master's strength. You cannot take this object away. Jun Xuan replied coldly. At this juncture, some of the demon corpses that had not been entirely eliminated also ascended the divine tower. Ji Xian, wielding an ancient talisman, redirected their attention towards Jun Xuan and his companions. Armed with swords, Jun Zhangjian and Xue Huang. You shall confront those demon corpses while I deal with Ji Xian, Jun Xuan declared. Agreed. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xue Huang nodded. What followed was an all-out battle. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xue Huang faced the demon corpses, while Jun Xuan confronted Ji Xian, preventing him from seizing the wooden box. However, the primary battleground remained Jun Xiaoyao against the supreme demon corpse. Should Jun Xiaoyao falter, Jun Xuan and the others would naturally come to his aid, allowing Ji Xian to abscond with the wooden box. Yet, in Ji Xian's eyes, it was already a miracle that Jun Xiaoyao could contend with the supreme demon corpse. If one were to suggest that Jun Xiaoyao could defeat the supreme demon corpse, Ji Xian would find such a notion utterly unbelievable. Jun Xuan, do not waste your efforts. I merely need to delay until Jun Xiaoyao is vanquished by the supreme demon corpse, allowing me to seize the wooden box, Ji Xian proclaimed, exuding confidence. This was an open strategy, so he feared no repercussions from voicing it. The young master's abilities are beyond your comprehension, Jun Xuan retorted coldly, harboring immense faith in Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao were truly powerful enough to defeat the supreme demon corpse, I, Ji Xian, would urinate upside down. Ji Xian scoffed, his words laced with derision. You will come to regret this, Jun Xuan responded, his gaze profound. Chapter 73. The fusion of the Tao embryo sacred body and the sacred body's manifestation suppresses the supreme demon corpse, astonishing the entire arena. In the depths of the supreme secret vault, a terrifying surge of mystical energy permeated the air. Jun Xiaoyao, enveloped in a golden aura of vitality, resembled a divine warrior descending upon the mortal realm, unleashing a myriad of formidable techniques with overwhelming might. Opposing him was the supreme demon corpse, a manifestation of dark malevolence, radiating an aura of death and destruction. Such a fearsome creature could instantaneously obliterate any being at the divine bridge or even the unity realm. Only an anomaly like Jun Xiaoyao could stand against it. Beside him stood Jiang Xingyi, whose innate Tao was a formidable force not to be underestimated. With every gesture, she seemed to resonate with the Tao, her delicate hand weaving through the air, channeling a torrent of magical energy that rippled through the void. As Jun Xiaoyao unleashed his own power, he felt a remarkable enhancement to his ancient sacred body under the influence of Jiang Xingyi's innate Tao. This prompted him to recall the ancient emperor endowed with a similar sacred constitution. Could the combination of these two extraordinary physiques indeed result in a qualitative transformation? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with contemplation. He did not aspire to transform his constitution into the innate sacred body Tao, as that seemed implausible unless achieved through a fortuitous reward. However, he mused about an alternative possibility, one that might enable him to confront the formidable supreme demon corpse before him. With this thought, he directly transmitted a message to Jiang Xingyi. Sister Xingyi, I require your assistance. What assistance? She replied. Channel your innate Tao energy into my body, he instructed. Jiang Xingyi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would conceive such a plan. While the innate sacred body Tao was indeed a remarkably potent constitution, it could not simply be crafted through the act of transmission. Xiaoyao, do you intend to forge that kind of constitution? However, it cannot be achieved through mere transmission of power, she cautioned. Sister Xingyi, I merely wish to experiment with amplifying the strength of my sacred body using the power of the innate Tao, to see if I can subdue the supreme demon corpse. He clarified. I see. Jiang Xingyi nodded slightly. At that moment, the supreme demon corpse shifted its focus and launched an assault towards Jiang Xingyi. With her physical prowess, she could not withstand a single strike from the supreme demon corpse. Observing this, Jun Xiaoyao swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. The collision was cataclysmic, sending Jun Xiaoyao reeling backward. Sister Xingyi, he called, as she caught him in her embrace. Xiaoyao, focus. Jiang Xingyi resolved, immediately channeling the energy of her innate Tao. In an instant, a powerful aura of the Tao surged forth, illuminating her form, which shimmered like the finest celestial jade. Surrounding her, an array of runes and Tao patterns flowed through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle, as if she were a favored child of the universe's grand design. Various Tao patterns, celestial radiance, and runes manifested around her. It seemed as though the very essence of heaven and earth was paving a path for her. Is this the power of the innate Tao fetus? Jun Xiaoyao mused. No wonder the innate Tao fetus possesses a physique as formidable as that of the ancient holy body. Such a physique, akin to the Tao itself, is truly terrifying. Indeed, a favored child of the cosmos. Jiang Xingyi infused the power of the innate Tao fetus into Jun Xiaoyao's being. In an instant, the innate Tao fetus and the ancient holy body resonated with one another, a sensation of merging power enveloping them. This feeling was extraordinarily unique. Jiang Xingyi's complexion flushed slightly, while Jun Xiaoyao felt his ancient holy body grow even more formidable, as if invigorated by an elixir. Across from them, the supreme demon corpse sensed a primal danger, its blood-red eyes flickering ominously. This commotion did not go unnoticed by Ji Xian and the others. What was Jun Xiaoyao planning with the power of the innate Tao fetus? A sense of foreboding crept into Ji Xian's heart. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was cloaked in celestial brilliance, golden divine light, and the radiance of the Tao shimmering around him. Although this state was far from comparable to that of a true innate holy body, it surpassed the mere ancient holy body by leaps and bounds. It was time to bring everything to an end. Jun Xiaoyao spoke with an impassive tone, exuding the aura of a deity rendering judgment. Even in the face of the supreme demon corpse, confidence radiated from him. Jun Xiaoyao fully unleashed the power of the ancient holy body, and phantoms began to materialize in the void around him. Each figure was sacred and transcendent, imbued with an aura of sanctity, reminiscent of holy sovereigns appearing in the ether. Upon closer inspection, there were a staggering 10,000 phantoms. This was the manifestation of the holy body. Jiang Xingyi, regaining her composure and suppressing her unease, was shaken as she beheld this spectacle. The might of the ancient holy body was not merely confined to its unparalleled physicality. Its holy body manifestation was a formidable weapon in its own right. Jun Xiaoyao had fought thus far without employing this power, not for lack of desire, but because none had warranted its use until now. Finally, standing against the supreme demon corpse, Jun Xiaoyao unveiled the holy body manifestation, 1,000 saints bowing in reverence. Moreover, this manifestation was augmented by the power of the innate Tao fetus. The magnitude of its might was beyond imagination. Supreme Sovereign Yuan Tian, dust to dust, earth to earth, rest in peace in eternal slumber, Jun Xiaoyao proclaimed, stepping into the void with an air of indifference akin to a deity. In that moment, the myriad saintly phantoms bowed low in homage to him, as if he were the sole deity in the universe. This sight was profoundly stirring. Thunderous roars echoed as a terrifying might descended upon them. The golden divine light illuminated the surroundings, and under this immense power, the ordinary demon corpses shattered into fine dust. Even the supreme demonic corpse, despite its immense power, has suffered significant suppression, causing its strength to plummet by over 40%. The black mist enveloping its form began to emit wisps of white smoke under the radiance of divine light. The archaic sacred body inherently possesses the ability to counteract various malevolent forces, and this effect has been magnified by the extraordinary phenomenon. Not only is the supreme demonic corpse being constrained, but the entire depths of the supreme secret vault are witnessing the dissolution of the surrounding gray mist beneath the sacred body's manifestation. Simultaneously, in the external realm of the Taihuang forest, the sky-watching mirror, previously shrouded in a veil of gray mist, is now beginning to reveal its hidden scenes. The mist starts to dissipate, allowing the imagery from within the supreme secret vault to imprint upon the heavens above. Behold, the sky-watching mirror has commenced its operation. Is that the corpse of the Yuan Tian Supreme? How has it become demonic? My heavens, pinch me, I must be dreaming. Is the scion of the Jun family battling the supreme demonic corpse? This is utterly absurd. As the sky-watching mirror displays the astonishing scenes from the depths of the Yuan Tian secret vault, the entire Taihuang forest erupts in a frenzy of excitement. Thousands of cultivators stand speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing an improbable miracle. Everyone is frozen in place, mouths agape in utter incredulity. Even the venerable elders of the immortal sects, meditating in the void above, are momentarily taken aback, nearly losing their balance and plummeting from the sky. The elder of the Daoji Tiangong, his aged face betraying a hint of shock, finally stammers, "Is that truly the Jun family scion?" Even a sage of such extensive cultivation and profound composure is rendered speechless, underscoring the tremendous impact this scene has on the world. Indeed, it is the Divine One, confirms an elder from the Jiang family, his voice trembling slightly. Jun Xiaoyao, as the son of Zhang Ro, is thus considered half a member of the Jiang family. Witnessing Jun Xiaoyao contend with a supreme-level demonic corpse fills the Jiang elder with immense joy. Perhaps it is time to devise a means to strengthen the bond between the divine scion and the Jiang family, such as a marriage alliance with Luo Li, which seems promising. The Jiang elder begins to contemplate how to thoroughly align Jun Xiaoyao with their family. After all, such a prodigy capable of contending with a supreme demonic corpse at the Divine Bridge realm is a rarity throughout the annals of history. Elder Ji Bangyin from the Ji family remains utterly petrified, unable to utter a single word in the face of such overwhelming astonishment. The magnitude of this revelation is simply colossal. The elder from the ancestor dragon nest and Long Baiqi are equally rendered immobile, especially Long Baiqi, who, upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao manifest the sacred body and subdue the supreme demonic corpse, is engulfed by a profound sense of fear and powerlessness. Previously, although Long Baiqi harbored trepidation towards Jun Xiaoyao, she still believed he was not invincible. At the very least, the reclusive Long Outyin and his companions are undoubtedly qualified to contend with, and even defeat, Jun Xiaoyao. However, upon witnessing this scene, Long Baiqi felt dizzy, struggling to maintain her balance. She now believed that even if Long Outyin were to emerge from his seclusion, defeating Jun Xiaoyao would be an arduous task, not to mention the others. Even Jun Zhantian's expression momentarily froze before transforming into profound ecstasy. Initially, he thought Jun Xiaoyao's participation in the Supreme Secret Repository was merely to make an appearance and enhance his reputation. Yet now, Jun Xiaoyao's performance was astonishing, verging on miraculous, leaving even Jun Zhantian in awe. It would not be long before this news spread throughout the entire wilderness celestial domain. Jun Xiaoyao would inevitably become synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation. Naturally, the Jun family's influence would rise correspondingly. As for the tens of thousands of other cultivators, they gazed at the heavenly mirror, witnessing Jun Xiaoyao being venerated by myriad saints, effortlessly suppressing the magic corpse with every gesture. Their hearts trembled with shock and horror. The Yuan Tian Supreme's magic corpse, though its power might be a mere fraction of its former self, was still beyond the capabilities of the younger generation to confront. One cultivator inhaled deeply and remarked, "Indeed, even those at the Celestial Passage and Divine Fire realms would find it exceedingly difficult to deal with this magic corpse." An elder from a major Divine Fire faction nodded slightly in agreement. The Jun family's son is truly formidable. All the cultivators present felt a chill run down their spines, their minds unable to find tranquility. As for the female cultivators, they were captivated by the ethereal figure of Jun Xiaoyao in his flowing white robes. His graceful demeanor nearly made them swoon. Countless female cultivators blushed, fantasizing about being in close proximity to Jun Xiaoyao, akin to Jiang Xingyi. Meanwhile, within the Supreme Secret Repository, Jun Xiaoyao remained oblivious to the commotion he had caused in the outside world. All of his focus was directed toward confronting the Supreme Magic Corpse. It must be said that the effects of the Holy Body's manifestation exceeded Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. He initially thought he could merely diminish the Magic Corpse's strength, but he was mistaken. He had not anticipated its ability to purify the dark, malevolent energy within the corpse. Presently, the power of the Supreme Magic Corpse had been suppressed to its utmost limit. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and struck with a palm, infused with the ancient Holy Body's blood essence, which collided with the chest of the Supreme Magic Corpse. The ancient Holy Body's blood essence possesses an exceptional ability to counter malevolence, coupled with the suppression of the manifestation. The dark mist within the magic corpse was once again dispersed, emitting wisps of white smoke. The black fur on the magic corpse began to shed. Its blood-red eyes gradually faded into darkness. Two flickering soul flames, like candles in the wind, ignited within its eye sockets. Jun Xiaoyao understood that this represented the last remnant of the Heavenly Supreme's consciousness. "Junior, is it you who grants me liberation?" Fragments of disjointed thoughts emanated from the soul flames, reaching out to Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao reciprocated, transmitting his own thoughts in return. "It is the ancient sacred body. Or rather, the ancient sacred body that has broken its shackles. Within the divine consciousness, an astonishing ripple of energy is conveyed, evidently indicating that Jun Xiaoyao's shattered restraints have equally taken the sovereign of Yuan Tian by surprise. Senior, how did you find yourself in such a plight?" Jun Xiaoyao's divine thought inquired. The source of darkness in the foreign realm. The fragmented consciousness responded intermittently. A foreign realm, a source of darkness? Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that the sovereign of Yuan Tian, in remnants of his soul, envisioned a figure clad in white, turning away from the masses, suppressing the depths of darkness, standing solitary, making unilateral decisions throughout the ages. The remnants of the sovereign of Yuan Tian continued to utter words that Jun Xiaoyao found incomprehensible. However, he deduced that the fall of the sovereign and the subsequent aberration of his corpse were likely inextricably linked to this so-called source of darkness and the dark material associated with it. Yet, these matters were beyond Jun Xiaoyao's current reach. At this moment, the remnants of the sovereign of Yuan Tian transmitted once more. Within your brow lies my legacy. The Yuan Emperor's Dao Sword. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback. Truly, a supreme being, even in the remnants of their essence, possessed such formidable perception. Since there is a legacy, then it is destined to be, he contemplated. That item resides within the wooden box, while what remains may lie on the lower realms continent. The remnants of the sovereign of Yuan Tian flickered in and out, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, unable to endure much longer. Jun Xiaoyao meticulously committed each word to memory. Your family also entrusted that ancient talisman as a token. Please take care of them. The consciousness of the sovereign of Yuan Tian conveyed. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze deepened. He began to understand why Ji Xian, holding the ancient talisman, and even the demonic corpses, including that of the sovereign of Yuan Tian, refrained from attacking him. It turned out that the ancient talisman was a token between the sovereign of Yuan Tian and his companion. Furthermore, that companion had left a family behind in the lower realm. Finally, I implore you, allow this humble self to return to dust. The remnants of the sovereign of Yuan Tian implored, and then, astonishingly, he bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. This scene left all present, both inside and outside the supreme secret vault, utterly astonished. As Jun Xiaoyao and the sovereign of Yuan Tian communicated via divine consciousness, outsiders could not hear their dialogue, but witnessed the sovereign's bow to Jun Xiaoyao. What is this? The esteemed sovereign actually bows to the scion of the Jun family? Outside the vault, everyone gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. The scion of the Jun family is unfathomable. Within the vault, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and conveyed through his divine thought, rest assured, Senior, I shall do my utmost. You may depart in peace. With a wave of his hand, a surge of golden energy erupted. The corpse of the sovereign of Yuan Tian offered no resistance, transforming directly into a handful of dust, which then scattered away. A generation of sovereigns thus dissipated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Xian witnessed this scene, feeling a chilling sensation wash over him, plunging into despair, his entire being trembling. Chapter 75. The Ritual of the Yuan Emperor's Dao Sword, severing Ji Xian's arm. Seizing all fortunes, achieving perfection from the moment Ji Xian witnessed Jun Xiaoyao suppressing the supreme demon corpse with the manifestation of his sacred physique, he sensed an impending calamity. Now, as he observed the complete annihilation of the demon corpse, his complexion turned as pale as parchment. Trembling as if he had been cast into a frigid pool during the harshest winter, he had longed to seize the wooden box and escape using a great teleportation talisman. Yet Jun Wanjia obstinately clung to him, preventing him from freeing his hands. Ji Xian, did you not claim that if my master could vanquish the supreme demon corpse, you would stand on your head and urinate? Come now, I am watching, Jun Wanjia mocked with a cold sneer. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, a deep green hue overtaking him, as he felt a searing heat in his cheeks. Damn it, I must obtain that wooden box. Ji Xian gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in malevolence. The methods displayed by Jun Xiaoyao had nearly shattered his resolve. If even the supreme demon corpse could be resolved, who else could possibly match him? Though numerous factors contributed to this outcome, the conclusion was indisputable. Should he acquire the contents of the wooden box, Ji Xian believed he might still have a chance to contend with Jun Xiaoyao in the future. However, if he failed, he would be destined to live in Jun Xiaoyao's shadow for eternity. With this thought in mind, Ji Xian's expression hardened as he unleashed a forbidden technique of the Ji family. Instantly, blood erupted from his body, his vital energy igniting, and his realm ascended to the pinnacle of the unification stage. Get away from me. Ji Xian's aura surged dramatically as he unleashed a punch toward Jun Wanjia. His right arm fused with the bone of the Saint King. Even Jun Wanjia, caught off guard, was forcefully repelled. At this moment, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuehuang finally reacted, but it was too late for them to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Xian grasped the wooden box in his hand. Haha. The greatest fortune within this supreme secret repository is now mine. Jun Xiaoyao, when we meet again, prepare to be astonished. Ji Xian laughed heartily, ready to invoke the great teleportation talisman to escape. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was tinged with a subtle mockery. To deliver you despair at the moment of your utmost hope. Such a sensation must be exquisite, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a cold smile. He summoned the Yuan Emperor's Dao sword from the divine palace within his brow. A brilliant divine light surged forth, enveloping the area with the rules of the Dao. Within this divine radiance, a dazzling chain of order emerged, transforming into a golden short sword, mere inches in length, that surged directly toward Ji Xian, the Yuan Emperor's Dao sword. One of the 5 great divine techniques renowned alongside the slaughtering immortals sword technique. Though Jun Xiaoyao's current manifestation could not rival the terrifying power of the Yuan Tian Supreme, it was not to be underestimated. As the short sword flew forth, the laws of the Dao permeated the surroundings, causing the very fabric of the void to seem as if it were being severed, emitting a chilling wail. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Ji Xian had not anticipated this turn of events. The speed of the Yuan Huang Dao sword was exceedingly swift, leaving Ji Xian no time to summon his protective talisman. In a mere instant, he felt a searing pain as he beheld his right arm severed and cast away. No! Ji Xian bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, demonic wings unfurled as he darted forward, swiftly seizing the Saint King's arm along with the wooden box and ancient talisman. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. No one could have foreseen that Jun Xiaoyao possessed such a hidden prowess. In the outside world, this scene was captured by the viewing mirror, laid bare before all. Could it be the Yuan Huang Dao sword, one of the 5 divine techniques? How could this be? Wasn't it a unique skill of the Yuan Tian Supreme, rumored to be lost to time? Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune discovered by the Jun family's divine offspring in the secret vault? To their astonishment, the Ji family's young saint had his arm severed. Many cultivators gasped in disbelief. Previously obscured by a thick fog, they had missed the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Ji Xian. Now, with the Yuan Huang Dao sword, Jun Xiaoyao had effortlessly severed Ji Xian's greatest asset, the Saint King's arm. It was utterly astonishing. What do you intend to do, Jun family scion? Ji Bangyi's expression shifted dramatically. He had earlier asserted that Ji Xian was well prepared and confidently told Jun Zhantian that he should be wary of Jun Xiaoyao. But now, with his own prodigy's arm severed, Ji Bangyin was consumed by rage and lost his composure. Humph, do not worry, my grandson is no demon. He will not take Ji Xian's life, Jun Zhantian retorted. Just as his words fell, the viewing mirror revealed that Jun Xiaoyao was once again summoning the Yuan Huang Dao sword, aiming for Ji Xian's head. Clearly, he sought Ji Xian's demise. Jun Zhantian looked skyward, speechless, choosing to feign ignorance. Ji Xian hastily activated a great teleportation talisman, the surrounding void rippling as he vanished from sight. Within the secret vault, observing Ji Xian's sudden disappearance, Jun Xiaoyao nonchalantly shook his head. In truth, Ji Xian's life or death no longer mattered to him. After all, Ji Xian's Dao heart had been utterly shattered, posing no future threat. Moreover, he had already acquired the most crucial items, the Saint King's bone, the wooden box, and the ancient talisman. The wooden box, in particular, piqued Jun Xiaoyao's interest. What was the tremendous opportunity that Ji Xian had longed for? Jun Xiaoyao pondered as he appraised the wooden box, yet he refrained from opening it immediately. He understood that the scene within the secret vault had likely been fully revealed by the viewing mirror. The wisdom of concealing one's wealth was not lost on him. Though his identity rendered him virtually invisible to the average person, it was inevitable that other formidable forces would take notice. If the opportunity proved too enticing, it could attract a host of unsavory characters. Jun Xiaoyao swiftly gathered all these elements into his spatial artifact. Jiang Xingyi offered no objections. It could be asserted that the ability to subdue the Supreme Demon Corpse was largely due to Jun Xiaoyao's efforts, with her merely providing assistance. Thus, it was only fitting that the fortune belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jun Xuahuang and the other 3 from the sequence, they harbored no ulterior thoughts. Everyone, let us depart. This expedition into the secret vault has concluded successfully, Jun Xiaoyao stated with a faint smile, his spirits buoyed. For ancient dragon bones, a supreme ancestral dragon bone, a wooden box, and the bone of a Saint King, along with the acquisition of a steed, this was not merely a success. It was an overwhelming triumph. Once Jun Xiaoyao and his companions exited the depths of the secret vault, they rejoined Jun Linglong and the 9-headed lion. The outstanding talents and cultivators from other major factions also began to withdraw. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao and his group stepped out of the supreme secret vault, 2 formidable presences surged forth almost simultaneously, one emanating from Ji Bangyin of the Ji family, and the other from an elder of the Zonglong lineage of the ancestral dragon nest. It appeared that complications were on the horizon. Jun Xiaoyao, hands clasped behind his back, wore a subtle smile, exuding calm and composure. Chapter 76. The mysterious guardian emerges. Inflicting severe damage on the Zonglong elder at the entrance of the supreme secret vault, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions made their appearance. Clad in white, Jun Xiaoyao appeared ethereal and handsome, and even after a fierce battle, he remained pristine, as if he had merely returned from a leisurely outing. This nonchalant and carefree demeanor caused many female cultivators nearby to gasp in admiration, their eyes shimmering with wonder. To them, Jun Xiaoyao was undeniably their ideal man. Yet, before these infatuated admirers could revel in their excitement, the two overwhelming sacred presences erupted uncontrollably, emanating from Ji Bangyin and the elder of the Songlong lineage. The once boisterous Taiwang forest fell into an immediate silence under the weight of their formidable auras. The prominent figures from various factions wore grave expressions. Acutely aware that the ensuing events would not unfold without difficulty, Jun Xiaoyao acted with an audacity that knew no bounds. Having forced the Songlong Nest dragon maiden into a disheveled retreat and severing the arm of the Ji family's young saint. It could be said that had this been executed by another prodigy from a different faction, the moment they emerged, they would have been swiftly eradicated by the elders of the Songlong Nest and the Ji family. One must leave a thread for future encounters, Jun Xiaoyao mused. Is your approach not excessively overbearing? Ji Bongyin's countenance darkened, his expression one of deep displeasure. Beside him stood Ji Xian, who had been transported via a teleportation talisman. Yet at that moment, Ji Xian appeared pale, his eyes vacant, a hand pressed against his severed arm, resembling a mere shell of his former self. A discerning eye can readily perceive that Xian's Dao heart has been utterly shattered. For a prodigy, experiencing defeat may not be terrifying. However, the true horror lies in the complete disintegration of one's Dao heart, which heralds an irrevocable descent into the realm of the useless. Ji Xian, the young sage of the Ji clan, arrived at the Yuantian secret repository brimming with vigor and confidence, yet now, he has been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. It is little wonder that Ji Bangyin is consumed by such fury. Excessive? How could Jun be deemed excessive? It was merely a typical exchange of martial prowess. Unfazed by Ji Bangyin's saint-level oppression, Jun Xiaoyao remained composed and unflinching. If he held no fear of the oppressive force of a supreme-level demon corpse, how could he possibly be intimidated by a saint's presence? You old wretch. What do you intend to do to my grandson? Jun Zhantian swiftly approached Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, an elder from the Songlong lineage arrived alongside Long Bai Qi. Long Bai Qi, her delicate form shrinking behind the elder, gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with lingering trepidation. Although her Dao heart had not crumbled like Ji Xian's, it was not in much better condition. At the very least, Jun Xiaoyao had indelibly cast a shadow upon her heart. Jun Xiaoyao, let us set aside what you have done to our clan's dragon maiden for the moment. But that dragon bone was originally seized from my ancestral dragon nest by the Supreme of Yuantian. Is it not time for it to be returned to its rightful owner? The Songlong elder spoke solemnly. Given the domineering nature of the ancestral dragon nest, had another faction obtained the dragon bone, the Songlong elder would have likely resorted to forceful reclamation. Yet, it was the Jun family's divine scion who possessed the bone, complicating matters considerably for the elder. Oh, how surprising that the once domineering ancestral dragon nest has resorted to reason. However, this dragon bone was acquired through my own merit. Why should it be returned? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a chilling smirk. The Songlong elder's face twitched slightly before he retorted, very well, let the 4 ancient dragon bones be. But the supreme ancestral dragon bone must be returned. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's disdainful laughter echoed. Ancestral dragon nest, do not overstep your bounds. Have you so quickly forgotten the agony of the Yulong Supreme? Junior, you are being audacious. Jun Xiaoyao's words struck a nerve, causing the Songlong elder's expression to darken as he could not help but admonish him. Yet, just as the elder issued his reprimand, a piercing and high-pitched sound from afar suddenly erupted. That sound transformed into a blade of sound, cleaving through the void, hurtling directly toward the Songlong elder. The fierce momentum sent shivers down the spine of even the saint. With a swift, brutal arc, the sound blade sliced through half of the Songlong elder's body, showering the area in vibrant, glistening dragon blood. In one stroke, a saint was grievously wounded. The surroundings erupted in a cacophony of shock and astonishment. The Songlong elder staggered backward, his eyes wide with unprecedented horror. Which esteemed being has made their presence known? The Songlong elder stammered. Yet, there was no reply. In a moment of revelation, Jun Zhantian remarked, Xiaoyao, it seems your guardian has made a move. Guardian? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. His guardian was indeed enigmatic, choosing to remain unseen. Nevertheless, employing the melody of the qin as a means of attack was rather novel. Your guardian is quite formidable. You shall soon comprehend their significance. Jun Zhantian spoke with an air of mystery. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened. Who could this guardian assigned by the Jun family truly be? However, the words were spoken without intent. Yet they resonated with the attentive ears of the surrounding cultivators, who harbored astonishment. The Jun family had assigned such a powerful guardian to Jun Xiaoyao. It was known that typically, immortal powers would only allocate guardians of saintly status to their most exceptional members. Clearly, Jun Xiaoyao's standing within the Jun family was extraordinary. Many lamented. Elder Songlong, suppressing his injuries, sealed his lips, refraining from further comment, fearful that another utterance might plunge him into the abyss. Ji Bongyin's expression darkened, his trepidation palpable, and he too chose silence. Thus, a potential crisis was effortlessly quelled. It appears both of you have nothing further to say. I shall take my leave. Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a faint smile. As he departed, he did not miss the opportunity to mock, killing with the heart. Elder Songlong and Ji Bongyin's faces turned ashen, yet they stifled their words. The members of the Jun family, along with those from the Jiang family, departed together. It was only after their exit that Elder Songlong and Ji Bangyin unleashed their fury, their roars reverberating over 3,000 miles. The two great immortal powers had never suffered such humiliation. Indeed, one of the three esteemed families has subdued two immortal lineages into silence, some cultivators remarked. The secret treasure of Yuantian concluded in such a manner. Initially, many speculated that the Jun family scion would shine the brightest in this venture. Yet no one anticipated his brilliance to overshadow all others to such an extent, eclipsing the radiance of all other prodigies. The dragon maiden of the ancestral dragon nest, the Ji family's minor saint, the ancient royal lineage of the nine-headed lion, and the celestial swallow, none could rival Jun Xiaoyao. Ultimately, he even subdued the supreme demon corpse. Astonishing all, news of this would undoubtedly send tremors throughout half of the wilderness celestial domain. Rumors had already begun to circulate that Jun Xiaoyao would stand among the few at the pinnacle of this era within the celestial realm. It could be said that through this journey into the Yuantian secret treasure, Jun Xiaoyao had irrevocably etched his name into the annals of the wilderness celestial domain. Yet, amidst the joy of some, sorrow loomed for others. Within the confines of South Heaven City, a man and woman appeared, Wu Mingyue and Xiao Chun. Chapter 77, Wu Mingyue returns to court, Xiao Chen's final chance, the self-sealed ancient abomination of the ancestral dragon nest. What do you mean by standing at the pinnacle? Jun Xiaoyao harbors such malicious intent, cold-hearted and ruthless. Does he truly deserve it? Xiao Chen journeyed forth, his countenance darkened by the myriad rumors surrounding Jun Xiaoyao, which compelled him to utter curses and frustration. Beside him, Wu Mingyue remained silent, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Gradually, she began to perceive that Chun was perhaps not as perfect as she had envisioned. Xiao Chen's ruthless actions against Jun Wanjie revealed to her a stranger, and now, his face was marred by a palpable loathing, yet within his heart simmered a profound jealousy. Nevertheless, Wu Mingyue could not allow these reasons to distance her from Xiao Chun, for he possessed numerous admirable qualities, unwavering determination, indomitable spirit, and kindness towards her. Noticing Wu Mingyue's preoccupation, Xiao Chun mistakenly assumed she was troubled by the prospect of their return to the capital and inquired, "Mingyue, is there truly no way?" Wu Mingyue, upon hearing his words, gently shook her head, replying, "I believe my guardian has already arrived." Just as she finished speaking, a figure draped in imperial robes appeared from the distant void, gracefully descending before Wu Mingyue. Xiao Chen's mind sharpened with focus. The pressure emanating from her was undeniably that of a sage. The elderly matron, upon seeing Wu Mingyue, offered a slight bow and remarked, "Your Highness, it has been quite a challenge to find you." "Gui Mama, you indeed came." Wu Mingyue sighed softly, not surprised. "Your Highness, the tumult has reached its peak. It is time to return," Gui Mama stated. "Return to what? To be wed to that arrogant, haughty lord with a myriad of concubines?" Wu Mingyue retorted with a cold laugh. "Not necessarily. Only the most exceptional men are worthy of a princess such as yourself. The Divine Dynasty will host a grand banquet, inviting the young talents from the various factions of the wild heavenly immortal domain, from which the final suitor will be chosen. Moreover, I have heard that the Jun family's divine son will also be present. Should you have any connection with him, he might indeed be a suitable choice," Gui Mama suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingyue's expression grew slightly uneasy. How could she merely have a connection? She had already become Jun Xiaoyao's servant, a secret known only to the two of them. Xiao Chun, however, was incensed by Gamama's mention of Jun Xiaoyao, as if she had thrust a dagger into his heart. "Humph, does Jun Xiaoyao even deserve to touch a single finger of Mingyue?" Xiao Chun spat contemptuously. "Who is this insolent brat, daring to speak to me in such a manner?" Gamama's brow furrowed, releasing an aura of sage-level pressure. Xiao Chun, unlike Jun Xiaoyao, could not withstand such might, and immediately coughed up blood, flying backward. Wu Mingyue's complexion changed, and she urgently commanded, "Gui Mama, cease this at once." "Your Highness, who is this boy?" Gui Mama inquired. "He is the crown prince of the Qinglong ancient kingdom," Wu Mingyue replied. "Oh, so he is merely a prince of a minor kingdom." Gamama's expression turned nonchalant, tinged with disdain. As a sage of the Panwu divine dynasty, She indeed possessed the stature to look down upon others. The old hag, Xiaochun, rose, wiping the fresh blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression cold and fierce, her heart chillingly resolute. Xiaochun, my apologies, are you unscathed? Wu Mingwei inquired. Seeing this, Granny Gui spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Your Highness, please remember your status. Such a minor prince is unworthy of your company. Your husband should at least possess a background as formidable as that of Jun's divine offspring, a paragon of extraordinary prowess. Enough, Granny Gui, cease your words. Mingyue will return with you, Wu Mingyue commanded, for she had already perceived the frightening darkness shadowing Xiaochun's face. Please, Your Highness, Granny Gui remarked indifferently. Showing no interest in engaging with someone as inconsequential as Xiaochun, Wu Mingyue followed her lead. Xiaochun clenched his fists tightly, his voice a fierce growl. Do not look down upon others. On the day Mingyue chooses her husband, I, Xiaochun, shall personally tread upon the steps of the Divine Dynasty's palace. Humph, a deluded insect, Granny Gui dismissed, leading Wu Mingyue away. Wu Mingyue glanced back, her lips parting slightly. Gazing at Xiaochun's resolute demeanor, the harsh truth lingered unspoken. If she were to reveal that she had become Jun Xiaoyao's slave, Xiaochun would surely erupt with rage. Sighing inwardly, she thought, alas, I must take one step at a time and see if there will be a chance in the future for Jun Xiaoyao to lift the mark of servitude from me. Xiaochun watched Wu Mingyue retreat step by step, his fists clenched so tightly that blood dripped from his fingertips. Master, what shall we do now that we have lost the dragon bone? Xiaochun pondered anxiously. Without the dragon bone, his heavenly transformation of the dragon technique could not progress, and his strength would remain stagnant. How could he compete for her hand then? Shall I offer my head? He lamented. That Jun family's divine offspring is truly formidable, the Azure Dragon remarked, sighing. He had never encountered a young man with such terrifying strength and cunning. In comparison, though Xiaochun was exceptional, he paled in significance. Master, I must grow stronger, marry Mingyue, and become the prince consort of the Panwu divine dynasty. Otherwise, I will be utterly powerless against Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaochun gritted his teeth in determination. He was not foolish. He envisioned a pathway to possible success. Thus, there remained but one final recourse. The Azure Dragon sighed. Please, Master, share your wisdom. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall not relent. Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Do you know the origins of my heavenly transformation of the dragon technique? The Azure Dragon suddenly inquired. Please, Master, enlighten me, Xiaochun replied earnestly. This technique was acquired unexpectedly when I entered an ancient nest's secret realm, where it is likely sealed a primordial creature from the ancestral dragon's lair, the Azure Dragon explained. The ancestral dragon's lair? A primordial creature? Xiaochun exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there were some beings who, for various reasons, sealed themselves within the celestial and divine sources during their respective eras, awaiting an opportunity to re-emerge in a future age when they could attain enlightenment. This prodigy, known as an ancient anomaly, instills fear in all who encounter them. In their respective eras, they could effortlessly dominate the world. Those who claimed a few epochs were manageable, their prowess not vastly different from contemporary geniuses. However, those who arrogantly proclaimed dominion over dozens, even hundreds of epochs, are truly terrifying, beyond the realm of common understanding. The ancient lair, exceedingly concealed, is perhaps unknown even to the ancestral dragon. The Azure Dragon Elder remarked, the opportunity you speak of pertains to Xiaochun. The ancient anomalies within that lair are likely of astonishing origin and status. You may have a chance of discovering the supreme bloodline of the Azure Dragon lineage there. With that supreme blood, your Azure Sky transformation technique could still reach its pinnacle. Very well, I shall venture into that ancient lair, Xiaochun declared, clenching his fists in exhilaration. However, exercise caution. Should you awaken that ancient anomaly, the entire immortal realm may tremble as a consequence. The younger generation of the immortal realm may find no one capable of defeating that ancient being, the Azure Dragon Elder warned, his tone growing solemn. The emergence of such an ancient anomaly is no trivial matter. It could potentially overwhelm contemporary prodigies, leaving them gasping for breath, unable to compete. Yet at that moment, Xiaochun paid little heed to the warning. His singular focus was on obtaining the supreme bloodline of the Azure Dragon to enhance his strength, and subsequently pursue the bride from the martial god dynasty. The repercussions of awakening an ancient anomaly were of no concern to him. Chapter 78. The proud daughter of the Ji family, Ji Qingyi, 9 spirits Yuansheng, so you're called Dogsheng within the city of Nantian. Following the conclusion of the events surrounding the secret treasure, various powerful factions gathered, preparing to depart. Jun Xiaoyao intended to return to the Jun family, while Jiang Xingyi was also set to journey back to the Jiang family. Jun Zhangjian and the others, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly retreated. Jiang Xingyi, adorned in a snow-white garment, stood tall and graceful, akin to a solitary snow lotus, untouched by the mundane world. Her ethereal beauty, crystalline and radiant, seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Due to her innate Tao constitution, she exuded an air of transcendence, giving others the impression that enlightenment was within reach simply by standing beside her. Sister Xingyi, your constitution is truly enviable. Standing next to you makes me feel as though I am on the verge of transcending into enlightenment, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a smile. If anyone else stood before Jiang Xingyi, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of inadequacy. However, Jun Xiaoyao was entirely distinct. His transcendent aura not only matched hers, but even surpassed it. Then I shall remain by your side every day, allowing you to attain enlightenment daily, Jiang Xingyi teased. A faint smile gracing her lips. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a gentle smile. In the secret treasure, I owe much to Sister Xingyi. Without you, I could never have subdued the demonic corpse alone. Not at all. I merely provided assistance. Jiang Xingyi modestly shook her head. After some light conversation, Jun Xiaoyao bid farewell to Jiang Xingyi. Upon the return of Jiang Xingyi to the Jiang family gathering, an elder stepped forward and said, Xingyi, we must deepen our ties with the Divine Sun. Would it be possible for you to facilitate an interaction between Luo Li and the Divine Sun? The elder gestured, clearly intent on uniting the two. The Jiang family would undoubtedly support this endeavor. Jiang Xingyi's expression momentarily froze before she managed to force a smile, saying, that sounds feasible. I shall see if an opportunity arises for me to play the matchmaker. Haha, splendid. The elder of the Jiang family chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao had rejoined the Jun family entourage. He felt no interest in matters of marriage or partnerships. After all, his ambition was to dominate this era, to ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial realms. Grandfather, let us return, Jun Xiaoyao stated, his anticipation growing as he yearned to discover the secrets concealed within the wooden box. Very well, Jun Zhantian nodded slightly. The Jun family members then commenced their journey back to the imperial province. In Xian province, one of the 3,000 realms, lay the residence of the ancient Ji family. As an ancient lineage, the Ji family, despite not being among the top 3 noble families, possessed formidable strength and deep-rooted heritage. After all, how weak could an ancient family truly be? Ji Bangyin, bearing a look of utter despair resembling that of a soulless entity, returned to the Ji family. Instantly, a tempest of outrage erupted within the clan. The elders from Ji Xian's branch were filled with righteous indignation, eager to storm the gates of the Jun family. The other branches, though equally incensed, managed to maintain their composure. Nevertheless, by the end of it, the Ji family remained relatively quiet. They could not justify waging war against the Jun family over a Ji Xian who had already been disgraced. A conflict between two ancient families would lead to an immortal war, shaking the very foundations of the celestial realm. Moreover, Ji Xian had indeed been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in fair combat, rather than through treachery. It was entirely normal for the younger generation to engage in such fierce rivalry. Thus, the Ji family struggled to find sufficient grounds to confront the Jun family, ultimately swallowing their grievances. However, Ji Bangyin could not endure this humiliation. Resolute, he made his way to a secluded valley within the Ji family estate, a place suffused with an ethereal aura, where the seasons felt eternally spring-like. Ji Bangyin called out, Is Miss Xingyi present? It is hard to fathom that a sage would address a junior with such a placid tone, hinting at the remarkable status of this junior. Before long, a melodious voice, akin to a songbird emerging from its nest, resonated. Xingyi is here. What matter concerns the elder? Though her presence was not yet revealed, her voice alone was enough to leave a lingering impression. Miss Xingyi, I implore you to restore the honor of the Ji family and seek justice for Ji Xian. Ji Bangyin said solemnly. The individual he entrusted was none other than Ji Xingyi, the remarkable paragon of the Ji family and the saintess of the immortal sect. With her dual identities as the pride of the Ji family and the saintess of the immortal sect, Ji Xingyi's status is exceedingly transcendent. Ji Bangyin proceeded to discuss the matter of the secret treasures of Yuantian with Ji Xingyi. After a long pause, her voice, as melodious as a flowing spring, finally resonated. Ji Xingyi acknowledged the information and expressed her intention to return to the immortal sect to pay homage to the relics of the fallen immortals. This matter would remain etched in her heart. Indeed, the affairs concerning Miss Xingyi take precedence. Ji Bangyin nodded and then took his leave. As for the divine scion of the Jun family, he seemed to be an intriguing figure. One could only wonder what delightful surprises he might bring to Xingyi. Several days later, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions returned to the Jun family in the imperial city, during which a minor episode unfolded. The formidable leader of the nine-headed lion clan, Jiu Lingyuanxing, arrived at the gates of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao made a grand entrance riding a nine-headed lion. Eager to see whether the esteemed leader of the nine-headed lion clan would behave as foolishly as the supreme dragon. Onlookers were struck with astonishment upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's entrance on the nine-headed lion. To ride a descendant of the nine-headed lion in front of Jiu Lingyuanqing was an unabashed provocation, just as the crowd anticipated a tumultuous reaction from Jiu Lingyuanqing. He instead addressed the nine-headed lion with utmost solemnity, saying, "Go Shang, to be favored by the divine scion of the Jun family is your fortune by following him. You shall never suffer loss." This statement left the entire audience in a state of shock. Was this truly the once dominant Jiu Lingyuanqing? Many cultivators stared in disbelief. How could it be that upon encountering the Jun family, Jiu Lingyuanqing displayed such submissiveness? The nine-headed lion, too, was rendered speechless, its body stiffened, and its fur bristled. It had anticipated that Jiu Lingyuanqing had come to rescue it, only to hear such an embarrassing remark. Moreover, its shameful true name was revealed. "So, your real name is Go Shang?" Jun Xiaoyao regarded the scene with amusement. "Ah, what a jest. Our lineage of nine-headed lions has a difficult time in reproduction. Thus, we adopt humble names to ensure survival." Jiu Lingyuanqing chuckled. The nine-headed lion felt as though it could weep without tears, wishing to bury itself in the ground like an ostrich. How utterly mortifying. This was an unprecedented challenge to its dignity. This episode, however, provided many with a vivid understanding of the Jun family's formidable presence. Even the powerful Jiu Lingyuanqing dared not act recklessly at the gates of the Jun family. Rather, he encouraged his descendants to follow the divine scion. Following these events, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Heavenly Emperor's palace with a sense of tranquility. It was time to uncover the mysteries of this wooden box, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 79. The Nine Great Heavenly Scriptures, the Body Scripture. The divine suppression of the prison technique has reached a minor completion, and the Azure Sky Ancestral Dragon Armor is the grand opportunity that Ji Xian has longed for. Yet it ultimately fell into the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Should the box contain nothing of value, it would be a disservice to Ji Xian's earnest efforts. As Jun Xiaoyao opened the box, his gaze was immediately drawn to an ancient, dark golden scroll, resembling a creation of gilded parchment. "What is this?" Jun Xiaoyao pondered, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Upon unfurling the dark golden scroll, countless ancient characters materialized before him, each radiating an infinite divine brilliance, akin to celestial stars in motion. For an ordinary individual, merely a glance could lead to blindness. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. As a primal sacred body, he exuded a golden light that swept away the overwhelming spectacle. Upon closer inspection, astonishment crossed his features. For someone as composed as Jun Xiaoyao to display such emotion was indicative of the profound extent of his surprise. Could this be one of the nine great heavenly scriptures? Jun Xiaoyao mused, still struggling to accept the reality. In the realm of the immortals, it is improbable that any cultivator would be unaware of the nine great heavenly scriptures. These scriptures were not crafted by human hands, nor were they the inheritance of any single lineage. They have existed since the inception of the nine heavens' immortal domain. Some claim they were penned by celestial beings, while others assert that they are manifestations of the heavenly Tao's principles. Regardless of the various interpretations, one truth remains unwavering. The nine great heavenly scriptures could not be conceived by any individual, not even an emperor. The unparalleled value of these scriptures lies in the fact that each volume represents an ultimate path. For instance, one of the nine great scriptures, the Void Scripture, epitomizes the essence of the way of space, while the Time Scripture embodies the pinnacle of the way of time. Each remaining scripture signifies a distinct ultimate path. There are even legends that suggest if one were to gather all nine great scriptures, they could unify them and forge a pathway to immortality. This multitude of rumors has driven countless souls to fervently seek their whereabouts. Yet, throughout countless epochs, the gathering of the nine great scriptures has remained an unattainable luxury, with even the appearance of one or two being exceedingly rare. Jun Xiaoyao never anticipated that within this wooden box lay a volume of the heavenly scripture. Judging by its content, it appears to be the body scripture, the epitome of the physical form. He mused aloud, his tone betraying a ripple of excitement. It is unlikely anyone could behold a heavenly scripture without feeling exhilarated. Moreover, it is a remarkable coincidence that this scripture, being one of the nine great scriptures, aligns perfectly with Jun Xiaoyao's primal sacred body. First, the divine elephant suppression of the prison technique, and now the body scripture. Does this signify a path towards becoming a body emperor? Jun Xiaoyao contemplated. However, a slight frown creased his brow as he discerned that this body scripture seemed incomplete, as if only the first volume remained. Indeed, the remnant soul of the Supreme Yuan Tian once mentioned that the object lies within a wooden box, while the remainder may be located in the lower realms. This implies that the lower volume of the body scripture resides among the 10 lands, mused Jun Xiaoyao. The possibility appears quite substantial. It seems inevitable that a journey to the lower realm shall be undertaken, for the body scripture holds immense significance for me, Jun Xiaoyao declared. With his archaic holy body, combined with the divine elephant suppression technique and one of the 9 great scriptures, the body scripture, what unparalleled strength might his physical form attain upon perfecting these? Surely, even the emperors of the ancient era, who forged their paths through physical prowess, would pale in comparison to him. Within the wooden box, aside from the body scripture, there lay a fragment of bronze, albeit a rather inconspicuous one compared to the scripture itself. It appeared devoid of any celestial metal attributes, exuding an aura of antiquity. However, when Jun Xiaoyao grasped the bronze fragment, he was unexpectedly unable to shatter it. Given his formidable physical strength, he could easily break ordinary royal weapons. Yet this seemingly trivial bronze fragment proved remarkably resilient. It was rather peculiar. Perhaps he should show it to his grandfather and the others later. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao stowed the bronze fragment away. Next, he retrieved the skeletal hand of the Saint King and 5 dragon bones. Jun Xiaoyao had already detached the skeletal hand, which gleamed white as jade, adorned with intricate Dao patterns. Even when merely resting there, it emanated an oppressive aura of the Saint realm. The prowess of Ji Xian among the young talents was significantly attributed to the Saint King's skeletal hand. A single hand bone was capable of nurturing a formidable prodigy. However, Jun Xiaoyao had no intention of merging this bone into his own arm. The thought of another's bone integrating into his own body was rather unsettling. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's archaic holy body was already among the most formidable physiques. Once fully matured, it would surpass the Saint King's skeletal hand by countless magnitudes. There was no need to forsake the essential for the trivial. Although he would not integrate the skeletal hand into his arm, he could forge it into a magical artifact. Jun Xiaoyao mused. He intended to craft a weapon from the Saint King's skeletal hand. As for the 5 dragon bones, 4 of the ancient dragon bones were destined as rewards for Jun Zhangjian and others, acknowledging their significant contributions within the Yuan Tian secret vault. It was only right to bestow the benefits they deserved. As for the supreme ancestral dragon bone, Jun Xiaoyao naturally intended to refine it himself. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao summoned the Hell Furnace, drawing the supreme ancestral dragon bone into its depths. Instantly, a torrent of vital essence surged forth. The power contained within the supreme ancestral dragon bone was immensely formidable. If it were to fall into Xiao Chun's hands, it could induce a profound transformation. However, for now, all of this fortune belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. Within him, a cacophony of crackling sounds echoed, as particles of colossal might began to awaken. 80,000, 90,000, ultimately, within Jun Xiaoyao's being, the particles of the colossal elephant fully awakened. Golden divine brilliance surged throughout his form. Behind him, an immensely solid golden divine elephant materialized, its trunk curling as it let out a resounding roar, a force that seemed to subdue the heavens and shake the stars. At this moment, the divine elephant suppression technique had entered the initial stage of minor accomplishment. With a mere gesture, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a staggering divine power of 1 billion pounds, capable of shattering celestial bodies and collapsing ancient mountains with a single blow. Truly, the supreme ancestral dragon bone bestowed upon him an overwhelming energy. Jun Xiaoyao marveled at its magnitude. Following the transformation of the divine elephant suppression technique, the next step was to convert the colossal elephant particles into dragon elephant particles. The dragon elephant particles possessed tenfold the strength of their colossal counterparts. In other words, should Jun Xiaoyao succeed in this transformation, his corporeal divine power would surge tenfold, reaching an astounding 100 billion pounds. The mere thought of it was terrifying. Moreover, the advantages conferred by the supreme ancestral dragon bone were not limited to this alone. Hidden within the ancestral dragon bone lay the essence of ancestral dragon blood. This energy, when combined with the dragon chi within Jun Xiaoyao, catalyzed a further metamorphosis of his dragon scale armor. With a gentle invocation, a sleek, azure golden dragon armor, perfectly fitting his physique, materialized. This armor boasted more than tenfold the defensive capabilities of his previous dragon scales. Clad in this dragon armor, Jun Xiaoyao exuded an aura that blended the ethereal grace of a celestial being with the cold, domineering presence of a war god. At this moment, he appeared even more regal than Long Haoyan and others, resembling the true dragon sovereign of the ancestral dragon nest. Let this armor be known as the Azure Sky Ancestral Dragon Armor, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a gentle smile. Originally, this armor should have been a manifestation achievable by Xiao Chun, yet the dragon chi and the supreme ancestral dragon bone were seized by Jun Xiaoyao, ultimately benefiting him instead. Chapter 80. The Immortal Body of Deluo, the birth of twin dragons, the rise of the ancestral dragon, new waves arise. With the minor accomplishment of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique and the emergence of the Azure Sky Ancestral Dragon Armor, all remaining power from the Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone was harnessed by Jun Xiaoyao to break through his boundaries. Consequently, he naturally ascended to the Unification Realm, swiftly overcoming 3 stages to reach the later phase of the Unification Realm. The notion of a bottleneck ceased to exist. Following this round of cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had significantly increased compared to before. Next, it was time to delve deeply into the body scripture. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Among the fortunes he had acquired, the most crucial was indeed the body scripture. Naturally, as one of the 9 great heavenly scriptures, the body scripture was not easily mastered, even with Jun Xiaoyao's prodigious talents. Mastering the body scripture could not be achieved instantaneously. Such means truly exist. After a month of contemplation on the body scripture, Jun Xiaoyao began to glean some insights. Within the tome, there exists a method of body tempering, wherein the 206 bones of the human body are refined into the ethereal bones of the great Luo. This transformation begets an immortal body of unparalleled prowess. Such a celestial form is exceedingly formidable, granting the practitioner an indomitable physical existence, almost ensuring a position of invincibility. Even the renowned golden body of the small Tian pales in comparison to the immortal form of great Luo. However, the process of refining bones into ethereal bones is not a trivial endeavor. It necessitates celestial essence or energy substances of equivalent caliber for the refinement. Even Jun Xiaoyao, at present, is merely cultivating with superior divine essence. Celestial essence is exceedingly rare, and within the Jun family, there is but a limited stock. Thus, one must tread carefully, remaining vigilant for resources akin to celestial essence in the future. Jun Xiaoyao mused. Subsequently, he instructed Jun Linglong to inquire with Jun Zhantian about the possibility of acquiring some celestial essence for cultivation. Before long, Jun Linglong returned with over 100 pieces of celestial essence, each roughly the size of a fist, treasures of the highest rarity in the outside world. This considerable quantity represented a significant portion of the Jun family's inventory, now entirely bestowed upon Jun Xiaoyao. Armed with this celestial essence, Jun Xiaoyao settled into a profound state of focus, commencing the refinement of the great Luo ethereal bones and the cultivation of the immortal body. He once again entered seclusion. Meanwhile, during Jun Xiaoyao's retreat, the entire celestial realm was far from tranquil, with various rumors circulating. For instance, from the ancestral dragon's nest, word emerged that an elder had divined a prophecy, seemingly catching a glimpse of a fragment of the future. When the twin dragons emerge, the ancestral dragon shall rise. Upon the utterance of this prophecy, the entire experienced a subtle tremor. Did this herald the complete ascendance of the ancestral dragon's nest? Many speculated that one of the dragons referenced in the prophecy was none other than Long Outyin, the most illustrious progenitor of the current generation of the ancestral dragon's nest. But who might the second dragon signify? Some conjectured that the ancestral dragon's nest was setting its sights on the Jun family, particularly after suffering a significant setback during the Yuan Tian secret treasure incident. Now, the ancestral dragon's nest sought to reclaim its honor. Furthermore, many from the ancestral dragon's nest clamored about the Jun family's scion's conspicuous absence. Some believed Jun Xiaoyao was merely avoiding the spotlight, while others posited that he was biding his time, honing his skills in obscurity, poised to once again astonish the celestial realm upon his return. In addition to the ancestral dragon's nest, another illustrious lineage, the ancient royal clan of Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain, had also seen young prodigies emerge into the world. This ancient royal clan was by no means inferior to the ancestral dragon's nest, and their relations were notably amicable, akin to that of the Jun family and the Jiang family. Furthermore, whispers had begun to circulate, suggesting that the ancestral dragon's nest and Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain were contemplating a bloodline union to forge an invincible young supreme being, blessed with the bloodlines of both the ancestral dragon and the true phoenix. Indeed, this is merely a rumor, and few are inclined to believe it. After all, the Zulong and Jinhuang bloodlines are among the most supreme, fiercely dominant, and the prospect of their fusion is akin to scaling the heavens. Furthermore, news has emerged from the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The esteemed Princess Wuminju of the Panwu Dynasty is set to select a consort in the near future. At that time, a grand banquet will be held, inviting various factions and young prodigies from the vast celestial domain to partake in the festivities. The selection of the prince consort will occur during this illustrious event. This is indeed a significant announcement, stirring considerable excitement throughout the entire celestial realm. For those fortunate enough to become the consort of the immortal dynasty's princess, it is akin to an instantaneous ascent, potentially alleviating years of arduous struggle. However, Many are acutely aware that those eligible to participate in the selection of the prince consort are either endowed with extraordinary talents or possess formidable backgrounds. The tales of humble commoners triumphing to wed a princess belong solely to the narratives spun by storytellers. Numerous prodigies from powerful factions are eagerly preparing to attend the banquet at the Divine Dynasty. Meanwhile, as the celestial realm experiences this tumult, the four ancient kingdoms, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, are also witnessing undercurrents of change. Though not part of the immortal lineage, these four ancient kingdoms each reign as sovereigns over their respective territories. At this moment, within the palace of the Zhuke kingdom in Huozhou, a stunning woman clad in a crimson feathered robe is seated in meditation. Her figure is graceful, and even in repose, she reveals alluring curves. With flowing red hair and skin as fair as snow, a touch of cinnabar on her brow accentuates her beauty, making her appear as enchanting as the blossoms of spring. This woman is Baiyu. Surrounding her, the energies of the Zhuke and Qinglong intertwine and flow. Her aura markedly more potent than before, having reached the early stages of the unification realm. It is noteworthy that at this age, attaining such a level is typically reserved for prodigies of the immortal lineage. Baiyu would not have achieved such rapid progress without the generous endowment of Jun Xuan. After a period of meditation, Yue slowly opened her eyes. Her brilliant scarlet-hued gaze sparkled like rubies, now betraying a sense of longing and nostalgia. It has been a considerable time since she last beheld the esteemed son of God. Baiyu murmured softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. It is difficult to fathom that the very goddess-like figure revered by the entire Zhuke kingdom now finds herself yearning for another, elusive presence. Recently, she has learned much about Jun Xuan, his feats of tearing apart the devouring sparrow, effortlessly subduing the nine-headed lion, and sweeping through the supreme treasures. Ultimately, even suppressing the supreme demon corpse. Such tidings have stirred her heart, causing a tempest of emotions to swell within her. As if the magnificent visage of Jun Xuan has manifested before her very eyes. Baiyu, day after day, finds herself using her brush to depict the graceful figure of Jun Xuan. Although the divine son may not regard her with any significance, he remains her sole focus. Baiyu unfurls a scroll adorned with an image of Jun Xuan, her delicate hand caressing it as she softly murmurs to herself. She is indelibly marked by Jun Xuan, both inside and out. Just as she is lost in her thoughts of him, a voice from outside interrupts her reverie. Your Highness, the princess, urgent matters require your attention. Come in, Baiyu replies, collecting her thoughts and rolling up the scroll with a serious demeanor. A maid enters, bowing as she speaks. Your Highness, I bear news from the general. The ancient kingdom of the Azure Dragon has declared war on the ancient kingdoms of the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise. Chapter 81. The fall of the two great ancient kingdoms and the mysterious young master behind it. What? How could this be? Baiyu's exquisite eyes widen in astonishment at the unexpected news. The Azure Dragon Kingdom is undeniably powerful, indeed the foremost of the ancient kingdoms. However, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise kingdoms are also formidable, not significantly inferior to Azure Dragon. Only the Vermilion Bird Kingdom has been weakened in recent years due to the severe injuries of its ruler. Excluding the Vermilion Bird, the remaining three ancient kingdoms should be on a relatively equal footing. It is precisely for this reason that Baiyu is perplexed. How could the Azure Dragon Kingdom muster the audacity to strike against the other two? What is the current situation? Baiyu inquires. Your Highness, the maid replies. It is reported that the Azure Dragon Kingdom initiated the war. Their army is robust, and it appears many mysterious experts of unknown origin have joined their ranks. Such a development is indeed surprising. Baiyu contemplates deeply. Presently, the ruler of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom remains in seclusion. After obtaining the immortal medicine of the Qilin, his first course of action upon recovering from his injuries is to enter closed-door training, seeking to break through to the Sage Realm. Yet, the Sage Realm is not easily attained. Despite the ruler's long accumulation of strength and the aid of the immortal medicine, the breakthrough cannot be achieved in a mere instant. Even now, he has yet to emerge from his retreat. The affairs of the entire Vermilion Bird Kingdom rest heavily upon Baiyu's shoulders. After all, she is the one who saved the ruler, and thus, besides him, her influence is the greatest within the ancient kingdom. Let us observe the developments quietly. It would be unwise for the Vermilion Bird Kingdom to intervene. Baiyu gestures dismissively. Given the current strength of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, they lack the capacity to meddle in such matters. Understood, the maid replies, retreating. Baiyu furrows her brows slightly. What could be the reason behind this? And where do these mysterious experts aiding the Azure Dragon Kingdom originate? She continues to ponder. If she were still engaged to Xiao Chun, such concerns would be trivial. However, now, Baiyu has severed all ties with Xiao Chun, and they have become adversaries. In this context, Bai Yuer found herself increasingly anxious about the possibility of the Qinglong Ancient Kingdom launching an offensive against the Zhuge Ancient Kingdom. Perhaps I am overthinking it, she mused, gently massaging her temples. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. As time flowed slowly by, within the celestial palace of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao remained in seclusion. He endeavored to refine the bones within his body using the techniques described in the tome. After a span of half a month, he successfully transformed his first bone into a Deluo immortal bone. Though Jun Xiaoyao considered his progress somewhat sluggish, he recognized that for others, it might take years to achieve even a single Deluo immortal bone. At the very moment the Deluo immortal bone manifested, he perceived its golden hue, adorned with mysterious runes. Furthermore, situated in his arm, when Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a punch, he felt its power magnified several-fold compared to before. Indeed, though the pace is a tad slow, I have finally achieved results, Jun Xiaoyao reflected. If one Deluo immortal bone has such distinct effects, what might several more yield? If all 206 bones in my body were to metamorphose into Deluo immortal bones, how formidable would I become? Jun Xiaoyao's anticipation for the Deluo immortal body grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, while Jun Xiaoyao continued his seclusion, astounding news erupted from the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdoms. The Qinglong Ancient Kingdom had aggressively breached the gates of both the Baihu and Xuanwu Ancient Kingdoms. Even with the two ancient kingdoms joining forces to resist, they found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the might of the Qinglong Ancient Kingdom's army. This event sent ripples of disturbance across dozens of states. However, as it was not a conflict involving immortal forces, the ramifications remained limited and did not cause a tremor throughout the entire immortal realm. Upon receiving this news, Bai Yuer's gaze trembled, and the unease within her intensified. In the imperial palace of the Baihu Ancient Kingdom, the Baihu monarch and the Xuanwu lord stood with pallid faces, their hands hanging limply at their sides, clearly having endured a fierce battle and sustaining significant injuries. Both were of saint-level cultivation, yet they bore wounds and their eyes reflected lingering shock. Before them stood the Qinglong monarch, calm and composed. His cultivation was also at the saint level, not significantly superior to that of the two monarchs. However, behind him loomed four figures shrouded in dark robes. It was precisely due to the presence of these four individuals, coupled with the Qinglong monarch's leadership, that the two kingdoms suffered severe losses, resulting in the rout of their armies. Qinglong monarch, from where did you summon these aids? The Baihu monarch inquired, a hint of reluctance evident in his tone. Were it not for these four figures, he believed he alone could have contended with the Qinglong monarch. Why inquire so much? Just know that I am also serving the young master, the Qinglong monarch replied with a faint smile. What? Upon hearing this, both monarchs displayed expressions of astonishment. A ruler of a nation was, it seemed, also serving another? Moreover, judging by his title, he appears to be a young nobleman. The two sovereigns exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. There is no need for suspicion. These four individuals are indeed affiliated with that nobleman, stated the Lord of the Azure Dragon indifferently. At this revelation, both the Lord of the White Tiger and the Lord of the Black Tortoise displayed further astonishment. How could it be that these four formidable sages were in service to that nobleman? Who exactly is this young master, and what terrifying background must he possess? Now, I require you to acquiesce to two conditions. First, surrender a quarter of your respective compass. Second, let your entire nation submit to the nobleman. Agree to these two stipulations, and you shall live. Refuse, and you shall perish. The Lord of the Azure Dragon spoke with a cold, unyielding tone. Upon hearing this, the two sovereigns felt a tinge of humiliation. The compass is a relic of their heritage. Though its purpose is unknown, it symbolizes the very essence of a nation. Each of the four ancient states possesses a quarter of the compass. Moreover, submitting to that nobleman is hardly an honorable endeavor. As the two sovereigns contemplated their defense, the four shadowy figures suddenly advanced a step forward. The oppressive aura they exuded rendered the words of the sovereigns stuck in their throats, unable to escape. After a considerable pause, both sovereigns resignedly nodded, consenting to the terms. Observing this, the Lord of the Azure Dragon nodded in satisfaction. Following this, with matters resolved, both nations obediently submitted. The Lord of the Azure Dragon then proceeded to a lavish hall behind the palace. Within, numerous enchanting dancers twirled gracefully. Above, a grand bed draped with silk curtains partially obscured a figure reclining against several lovely silhouettes. The Lord of the Azure Dragon extended his palm, revealing two ancient, weathered components of the Azure Dragon compass. Noble sir, the items you requested have been procured, he stated with a hint of reverence. From behind the veil, a powerful arm emerged, fingers reaching out to grasp the two compass components. Excellent, Lord of the Azure Dragon, you have not disappointed me. Chapter 82. The Ambitions of the Hidden Hand. An assault on the Vermilion Bird Nation. The Divine Sun prepares to emerge. Third update. Naturally. Serving the noble sir. How could one not devote oneself wholeheartedly? The Lord of the Azure Dragon chuckled. Indeed, now, along with the quarter of the compass you have offered me, I possess 3 pieces. The only one remaining is the last piece from the Vermilion Bird Nation. A voice resonated from within the silk drapery. The Vermilion Bird Nation. You say? The Lord of the Azure Dragon's expression faltered slightly. What, is there an issue? The voice darkened, revealing a temperament that seemed to oscillate between joy and ire. The Lord of the Azure Dragon felt a bead of sweat form on his brow and hastily replied, My noble sir, you have misunderstood. While it is true that previously, the Azure Dragon Nation held certain ties with the Vermilion Bird Nation, at present, those ties have soured into enmity. Xiao Chun was unceremoniously rejected by Heir and expelled from the Jun family in an utterly disgraceful manner, even having his dragon aura stripped away. Naturally, the Lord of the Azure Dragon Kingdom harbored no fondness for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom or Heir, even considering it a personal vendetta. Oh, what is the reason? Inquired a voice. The Lord of the Azure Dragon responded. The princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom may have some connection to the son of the Jun family. The son of the Jun family? The voice echoed with a hint of skepticism and confusion. While few had encountered Jun Xiaoyao in the desolate celestial domain, many had certainly heard of his name. It was unlikely that the son of the Jun family would concern himself with such a minor kingdom, the voice remarked. Just a word of caution, my lord, the Lord of the Azure Dragon replied. Previously, after Jun Linglong subdued the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, they refrained from publicizing the event, as it was not particularly glorious. Therefore, apart from the Vermilion Kingdom's ruler, Heir, and the officials who witnessed it, the rest of the world remains oblivious to the fact that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is now under Jun Xiaoyao's dominion. Caution. Let us not even discuss whether the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has any ties to Jun Xiaoyao. Even if it does, would this lord be afraid? The voice responded, tinged with irritation. Indeed, my lord is a significant figure destined to stand atop the celestial domain, gazing down upon all, the Lord of the Azure Dragon flattered. Very well. Now gather the armies of the 3 kingdoms and march against the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, compelling their submission and acquiring the fragments of the bronze compass. Understood. The Lord of the Azure Dragon acknowledged with a bow. By the way, I have heard that the princess of the Vermilion Bird, Heir, is an exceptionally rare beauty. Ensure you do not harm her, but rather bring her to me as my concubine. Of course, the Lord of the Azure Dragon nodded, feeling relieved. Thankfully, Heir had severed ties with Xiao Chun. Otherwise, would he not be inadvertently placing a green hat upon his own son? Rest assured, once our goal is achieved, the rewards will be plentiful for you. When the 4 ancient kingdoms merge into the 4 symbols ancient kingdom, you shall be the sole ruler. The voice chuckled lightly. Thank you, my lord. The Lord of the Azure Dragon's eyes glimmered with delight. This was precisely what he desired. Subsequently, he took his leave. The voice then murmured to itself. Once we gather all 4 components to form the complete bronze compass, we may uncover the traces of the bronze celestial palace. If successful, this lord shall attain great fortune, and I shall undoubtedly have the confidence to wed Wu Mingyue. Then, I will venture into Pan Wuling to seize opportunities and gradually gain control over the Pan Wu divine dynasty. Ultimately, I, Young Pan, shall surely ascend above the heavens and stand at the pinnacle of existence. The voice, imbued with monumental ambition, echoed throughout the entire palace. In just a few days, the Lord of the Azure Dragon had united the coalition of the 3 kingdoms and marched toward the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. They proceeded with unabashed boldness, advancing openly toward the Fire State. The news swiftly reached the realm of the Vermilion Bird, sending tremors of anxiety throughout the nation. The earlier reports of the Azure Dragon Kingdom's annexation of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms had already unsettled many ministers within the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. The confirmation of this news transformed the atmosphere into one of chaos and despair, given the current state of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. The mere presence of the Azure Dragon Kingdom posed a grave threat, and the prospect of a coalition of the 3 kingdoms was tantamount to a death sentence for them. Within the royal palace of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, a group of ministers sought the audience of Princess Heir. Your Highness, please contact the divine scion of the Jun family. Perhaps he can assist us, they implored. Indeed, with our sovereign in seclusion, only the Jun family holds the power to save the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Numerous informed ministers fervently insisted that Heir reach out to Jun Xiaoyao. Very well, esteemed ministers. Do not fret. I shall make an attempt, Heir replied, her heart racing with urgency. She retrieved a communication jade slip and sent a message to Jun Linglong, as she lacked direct means to contact Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, in the Jun household, Jun Linglong also received the message. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained in seclusion, and it was inconceivable for her to disturb him over such matters. Upon receiving the news, Bai Yuer felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao was inaccessible, and Jun Linglong, though noble, lacked the authority to mobilize the Jun family's forces to aid the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Only Jun Xiaoyao himself possessed the capability to intervene. Yet he was currently in seclusion, beyond reach. Bai Yuer conveyed this grim news to the ministers. How could this be? Is it truly the heavens that wish to annihilate our Vermilion Bird Kingdom? Some ministers' faces turned pale. Not to that extent. The Azure Dragon Kingdom likely seeks our submission. We shall wait to ascertain their true disposition, Bai Yuer reassured them. Consequently, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom entered a state of preparedness for war. External factions did not hold the Vermilion Bird Kingdom in high regard, even considering this conflict a futile endeavor akin to striking a rock with an egg. The outcome appeared inevitable, merely a matter of time. However, such conjectures stemmed from their ignorance of the fact that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was, in truth, a dominion of Jun Xiaoyao. Had they known this, their perceptions would have been vastly different. In a matter of days, the coalition of the three kingdoms advanced into the territory of the Fire State, setting their sights directly on the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Along their path, every city fell without resistance, utterly decimated. Most of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's military forces were concentrated in the capital. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom could not simply await their fate, as the final confrontation among the four ancient kingdoms loomed on the horizon. Within the celestial palace of the Heavenly Emperor, an overwhelming aura permeated the air, accompanied by a radiant light ascending into the heavens. A celestial radiance enveloped the surroundings, bestowing upon the Heavenly Emperor's palace an ethereal atmosphere, as if an exalted immortal were seated within. Outside the palace, Jun Linglong, Jun Xuan, Jun Zhangjian, and Jun Wanjia were present, their expressions reflecting astonishment and admiration. The Divine Sun was finally emerging from his seclusion. Chapter 83. Signing in at the Imperial Palace of the Ancient Zhuge Kingdom, mobilizing the four guardians of wind, forest, fire, and mountain in preparation for the expedition. Jun Xiaoyao seldom secluded himself. However, whenever he did, his return heralded monumental transformations. Jun Linglong and the others stood respectfully outside the palace. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao pushed the door open. Clad in garments as pristine as snow, he exuded an otherworldly charm, his visage remaining strikingly handsome, stirring the hearts of all women present. Yet, unlike before, his aura had ascended to a higher realm. Previously, he had evoked a sense of a transcendent immortal. Now, that sensation was amplified. I can't shake the feeling that the Divine Sun resembles an immortal ready to soar on the winds, Jun Xuan murmured. They were unaware that this was a result of Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation of the Deluo immortal body. He had chosen not to disclose this matter to Jun Linglong and the others, believing it best kept from prying eyes. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's enhancement transcended mere aura. An intangible yet palpable might emanated from him, instilling a profound sense of danger even in Jun Wanjia. As the fifth sequence, his strength surpassed that of Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuan, and Jun Linglong. Yet, even he felt a chill in the presence of Jun Xiaoyao. The young master has become even more unfathomable. I now doubt my ability to withstand a single strike from him, Jun Wanjia contemplated. Having been in seclusion for nearly a year, he had only refined 6 pieces of Deluo immortal bones. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, silently lamenting. He had not anticipated that from over 100 rare celestial sources, he would yield merely 6 pieces of Deluo immortal bones. The consumption was indeed alarming. If an ordinary individual attempted to cultivate the Deluo immortal body, it would likely take them many years just to gather the necessary resources. At this moment, if one were to observe his right arm, they would notice it subtly shrouded in divine radiance and immortal essence. The 6 pieces of Deluo immortal bones he had refined were concentrated in his right arm, allowing him to focus his power and manifest the effects of the Deluo immortal bones earlier. Congratulations on your emergence, Divine Sun. Jun Linglong and the others bowed in unison to Jun Xiaoyao. He gave a slight wave of his hand in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he produced 4 ancient dragon bones. Young master, this. Jun Zhangjian and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Each of you shall receive one of these ancient dragon bones, Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly. You honor us too greatly, young master, Jun Xuan replied, her voice tinged with astonishment. Ancient dragon bones were exceedingly rare treasures in the outside world. Alone, Jun Xiaoyao claimed his dominion, and there were no grievances from others, for he exerted the greatest effort. We are all family. Take what you need without reservation. Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, thank you, son of God. Jun Zhangjian and the others hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. their expressions tinged with gratitude. The dragon bone held significant value for them, and Jun Xiaoyao's gesture undeniably fortified their resolve to follow him. By the way, young master, I have something to report. Jun Linglong interjected, seemingly recalling an important matter as she stepped forward. Speak, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Subsequently, Jun Linglong succinctly relayed the situation concerning the ancient kingdom of Zhuge to him. I see. I understand now, Jun Xiaoyao responded with a subtle nod. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the royal palace of the ancient kingdom of Zhuge. Was the system providing another boon? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, yet his demeanor remained tranquil. He had already intended to visit the ancient kingdom of Zhuge personally, and the system was indeed considerate. What should we do, young master? Jun Linglong inquired. Her concern stemmed not from a desire to please Yuer, but rather because the ancient kingdom of Zhuge was Jun Xiaoyao's private domain. Any threat to it would jeopardize his interests. Relay my orders to mobilize 10,000 from each of the 4 guards, wind, forest, fire, and mountain, Jun Xiaoyao instructed with a calm tone, handing Jun Linglong a resplendent golden token. This was the decree of the Son of God, a symbol of his esteemed status. The prospect of mobilizing the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards astonished Jun Zhangjian and the others, their pupils widening in shock. These 4 guards represented a formidable force within the Jun family: the Wind Shadow Guard, the Imperial Forest Guard, the Fire Cavalry Guard, and the Mountain God Guard. While they were not the only military factions within the Jun family, they were among the most renowned. These units had aided the Jun family in suppressing rebellious forces and safeguarding their vast territories. Wherever they marched, they were an unstoppable torrent of iron. Among the soldiers of these 4 units, even the weakest possessed the Nirvana realm, and there were many formidable warriors at the Celestial and Divine Fire realms. Moreover, ordinary prodigies of the Jun family could not command these guards. Even the top 10 in the hierarchy would require extensive procedures to mobilize them, and the numbers could not exceed certain limits. Only Jun Xiaoyao held the privilege to summon the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards at will, without restrictions on quantity or conditions. By merely presenting the decree of the Son of God, he could command them. Son of God, let us join as well. Consider it a form of training. Jun Zhangjian proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Very well, prepare accordingly. Understood, Jun Zhangjian and the others replied respectfully before departing to make their preparations. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, murmuring to himself, the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms, yet I am preparing to amass power. Who would dare to pluck my fruit? Jun Xiaoyao did not believe that the mere presence of the Qinglong ancient kingdom could dominate the other ancient realms. When Jun Linglong relayed information to him, she mentioned that a mysterious force seemed to be aiding the Qinglong ancient kingdom. This piqued his curiosity. Who could be the person behind the Qinglong ancient kingdom? And was that person's ambition merely to unify the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms? It appeared that these 4 ancient kingdoms were not as simple as they seemed. There might be some hidden history behind them. He would inquire with Bayuer later to uncover the truth, Jun Xiaoyao mused. He then set out to find Jun Zhangjian. The matters concerning the Zhuge ancient kingdom were of little consequence to him. Even if it were to be inadvertently destroyed, Jun Xiaoyao would merely feel a tinge of regret. As for Bayuer, he had never regarded her as anything more than a pawn in his game. What truly occupied his mind was the mystery surrounding the bronze fragment within the wooden box. Thus, he sought out Jun Zhangjian. However, upon viewing the bronze fragment, Jun Zhangjian's expression turned grave. Xiaoyao, where did this fragment originate? He inquired. It should have come from the Yuantian secret vault. Brought back by the Yuantian Supreme from another realm, Jun Xiaoyao replied. He had no secrets to conceal from Jun Zhangjian. So it is. This bronze fragment involves matters too profound, Jun Zhangjian said solemnly. It was the first time Jun Xiaoyao had witnessed such a serious demeanor from him. Grandfather, what is the true origin of this bronze fragment? Jun Xiaoyao could not help but feel more intrigued. Xiaoyao, have you ever heard of the 7 unthinkables of the immortal realm? Jun Zhangjian spoke in a low tone. The 7 unthinkables. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. Chapter 84. The 7 unthinkables of the immortal realm. The army marches to war, allied forces at the gates regarding the 7 unthinkables. Jun Xiaoyao had some understanding. In the immortal realm, it was rare for anyone to be unaware of them. The 7 unthinkables refer to 7 bizarre legends circulated in the immortal realm. For instance, the legend of the ghost ship in the starry sky speaks of a phantom vessel at the edge of the cosmos, which bewilders all who gaze upon it, leading them aboard to the shores of the underworld, regardless of their status, even saints. Another tale recounts the headless swordsman, a disembodied figure wielding a rusted, bloodied sword, aimlessly wandering the corners of the immortal realm, bringing misfortune to all who encounter him. from ordinary cultivators to supreme beings, without exception. Such legends culminated in the 7 unthinkables, each representing a mysterious and taboo aspect of the immortal realm. Generally, no cultivator wishes to involve themselves with these, for the consequences are dire and their nature is too eerie, capable of leading to the demise of even the most powerful cultivators. Grandfather implied that this fragment of bronze is related to one of the 7 wonders. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Indeed, one of the legends among the 7 wonders speaks of a bronze celestial palace. This fragment may very well have originated from it. Jun Zhantian replied with a solemn tone. The Bronze Celestial Palace? Jun Xiaoyao expressed mild astonishment. The Bronze Celestial Palace is indeed one of the 7 wonders. It is an exceedingly enigmatic and ominous palace. Although referred to as a celestial palace, many perceive it as nothing short of a tomb. The vast majority of powerful individuals who have entered have met their demise. The allure of the Bronze Celestial Palace stems from the rumors of its connection to celestial beings. Anything associated with the divine is sufficient to entice all cultivators. Throughout history, countless young sovereigns, local tyrants, and powerful saints have ventured into the Bronze Celestial Palace, seeking to uncover the secrets of the celestial and obtain divine opportunities. However, most have perished. Even the few who managed to escape remain tight-lipped about their experiences within the palace, as if wary of something. It is precisely for this reason that the Bronze Celestial Palace is ranked among the 7 wonders. Jun Zhantian spoke with gravity, advising Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, you possess unparalleled talent. Even without taking risks, you could eventually become a saint or even attain the status of an emperor. It is imperative that you do not let curiosity lead you into peril. You are the treasure of the Jun family, the most essential existence. You must not encounter any misfortune. If you intend to seek the whereabouts of the Bronze Celestial Palace merely because of this fragment, I shall not permit it. Ah, grandfather. There is no need for such concern. I was merely inquiring casually. I had no idea this fragment held such significance, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Bronze Celestial Palace. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a mix of emotions. Is the system attempting to set a trap for him? Is the Bronze Celestial Palace a place anyone can access? Nevertheless, his curiosity was undeniably piqued. He organized his thoughts. He currently had 3 sign-in locations: Pan Wuling, the Royal Palace of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, and the Bronze Celestial Palace. The Royal Palace of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was the simplest and could be signed in quickly. Pan Wuling would require some effort, though it was not overly challenging. As for the Bronze Celestial Palace, its whereabouts remained a mystery. No one knew where it would manifest next. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao felt no urgency. He had ample time to enhance his abilities. Thank you, grandfather, for your guidance. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Jun Xiaoyao stated. Xiaoyao, remember, do not investigate the 7 wonders alone. At the very least, inform me, Jun Zhantian cautioned. I understand, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the Jun family's mountain gate. In the sky, 4 densely packed formations were visible. They were the 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, each comprising 10,000 men, totaling 40,000, all prepared for departure. The Wind Shadow Guard donned azure battle armor and wielded curved sabers. The Imperial Guard was clad in golden armor, brandishing long spears. The Fire Cavalry Guard wore crimson armor, mounted on fiery steeds, armed with long pikes. The Mountain God Guard, clad in pitch-black heavy armor, carried massive shields and battle axes. Each of the 4 guards stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of vigor. Jun Xiaoyao glanced over and felt immense satisfaction. Master, the 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, totaling 40,000, are all prepared for departure. Jun Linglong presented the Divine Sun's order. Jun Xiaoyao tucked away the Divine Sun's token, nodding lightly. Excellent. This time, as we journey to the ancient nation of Zhuke, I entrust you all with this mission. Upon hearing this, the 4 guards simultaneously clasped their fists and knelt before Jun Xiaoyao. The Wind Shadow Guard proclaimed, "We shall brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun." The Imperial Guard echoed, "We shall brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun." The Fire Cavalry Guard declared, "We shall brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun." The Mountain God Guard vowed, "We shall brave fire and water for the Jun family and the Divine Sun." The 4 guards resounded in unison, their voices booming like tigers, shaking the heavens and shattering the clouds above. Very well, with you by my side, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Jun Xiaoyao felt the surge of fervor rising within him. What man does not harbor the ambition to unify armies and dominate the world? Next, Jun Xiaoyao ascended a golden war chariot. The 9-headed lion drew the chariot skyward. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuan, Jun Wanjia, and Jun Linglong each led one of the four guards. Following closely behind, the procession advanced majestically across the heavens. The various powerful factions and cultivators along the route gazed up in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The four guards of the Jun family, where were they headed? It had been ages since the Jun family had mobilized their army. Were they suppressing a rebellion? No, the creature pulling the chariot. Could it be the supreme ancient royal lineage, the nine-headed lion? Hiss. The figure standing atop the golden chariot was the divine son of the Jun family. Many cultivators, upon catching sight of that transcendent figure standing with hands behind his back, gasped in awe, feeling a chill run down their spines. What could possibly compel the divine son of the Jun family to lead an army into battle? Many cultivators exchanged knowing glances, understanding the unspoken implications in each other's eyes. The enemies of the divine son of the Jun family were surely in for a grave misfortune. At the same time that Jun Xiaoyao led the four guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain towards Huazhou, the coalition of three nations, led by the Qinglong ancient kingdom, had already penetrated deep into the heart of the Zhuge ancient kingdom. All the cities along the way offered no resistance whatsoever, falling prey to the coalition's relentless advance. Bai Yuer understood that given the current strength of the Zhuge ancient kingdom, it was impossible to defend the entirety of their ancient realm. The only viable strategy is to concentrate our forces and engage in a decisive battle beyond the imperial capital. After approximately 10 days, the coalition of the three ancient nations has finally approached the imperial capital of the Zhuge kingdom. At this moment, outside the imperial capital of Zhuge, banners flutter in the wind, creating a vibrant spectacle. Over 100,000 soldiers of the Zhuge kingdom stand guard, resembling an impregnable fortress of steel. Bai Yuer, having shed her previous demeanor, dons a red soft armor that accentuates her graceful curves. Her fiery red hair is tied up, revealing a blend of allure and valiant spirit. Surrounding her are several generals of the Zhuge kingdom, their expressions grave, subtly betraying their unease. In this suffocating atmosphere, the earth suddenly trembles. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a dark tide of terror emerges. A glance reveals a formidable wave of soldiers sweeping across the land. Upon witnessing the vast, seemingly endless army, the faces of all Zhuge generals turn ashen. The ministers of the Zhuge kingdom feel their hearts plummet to despair. The Zhuge kingdom is doomed, laments an elderly minister, his eyes filled with sorrow. Bai Yuer grips her long sword tightly, her exquisite visage betraying a flicker of despair. Is there truly no way out? Bai Yuer gazes into the distance, as if yearning for a figure to materialize, but there is nothing there. Chapter 85. The Zhu kingdom's sovereign emerges, but remains powerless to change fate. Is the kingdom doomed? A colossal wave of steel, like a black tide, surges forth. At a single glance, the entire horizon appears submerged beneath countless figures. The generals of the Zhuge kingdom can surmise without close inspection. The coalition of the Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu nations vastly outnumbers them, at least tenfold. The enemy's forces exceed 1 million, completely overshadowing the mere 100,000 soldiers of the Zhuge kingdom. In terms of formidable power, the Zhuge kingdom remains utterly overwhelmed. The sovereign of the Zhuge kingdom is still in seclusion, while the rulers of the three nations are all sages. Moreover, there exists a mysterious force aiding the Qinglong kingdom. Should this force intervene, the Zhuge kingdom would be precariously poised on the brink of collapse. Even if Bai Yuer harbors a strong desire to resist, the sight of the inexhaustible army brings forth a flicker of despair in her eyes. Rumbling from the distant horizon, approximately 200,000 soldiers advance with overwhelming might. It is the army of the Xuanwu kingdom. A middle-aged man clad in fiery red armor, the grand general of the Zhuge kingdom and a formidable virtual god, speaks. After transcending to the realm of divine fire, one enters the realm of the virtual god. Yet, on such a battlefield, even a virtual god finds it challenging to alter the course of fate. After all, in terms of strength, virtual gods are not only distant from sages, but also from quasi-sages. In the ancient realm of Xuanwu, what intentions do they harbor? Bai Yuer's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Before the formidable army of Xuanwu, a general proclaimed, Zhuge ancient kingdom, I am the grand general of Xuanwu. I offer you a piece of counsel. Surrender and lay down your arms to avert feudal bloodshed. Xuanwu, why do you choose to submit to the Qinglong ancient kingdom? Bai Yuer could not restrain herself from asking. This was her greatest perplexity. A distinguished ancient kingdom, even in defeat, would not so easily submit. The Xuanwu general snorted disdainfully. We bow to the young master. His identity and origins are not for the likes of us to comprehend. Bai Yuer, you have been personally chosen by the young master. Surrender and accept your position as his concubine, and relinquish the compass fragments. And your Zhuge ancient kingdom may yet find peace, the Xuanwu general continued. What? Bai Yuer gasped, shocked and enraged. She could hardly fathom the might of this young master, who could effortlessly subdue the three kingdoms. Yet, her fury stemmed from the audacity of this young master to claim her as a concubine. This thought rendered her exquisite features cold and fierce. Beside her, a general of the Zhuge ancient kingdom retorted sharply, preposterous. I, the princess of Zhuge, would never become anyone's concubine. Every member of the Zhuge ancient kingdom was filled with righteous indignation. This was an affront to their honor. Humph, to become the young master's concubine is a privilege. Resist, and you will surely drown in rivers of blood, the Xuanwu general coldly warned. I am a servant of the Jun family's divine son. Do you not fear the repercussions of offending him, lest the Jun family obliterate you? Bai Yuer retorted fiercely. Upon hearing this, the general's expression shifted slightly. After all, the name of the Jun family and their divine son carried immense weight. To extinguish the Xuanwu ancient kingdom would be but a mere flick of the wrist for them. Even the combined might of the four symbols' ancient kingdoms would be insufficient to withstand the Jun family's wrath. Yet, contemplating the formidable power of the young master behind him, the general regained his composure. With a mocking smile, he said, Zhuge princess, do not overestimate your worth. How could the divine son concern himself with someone as insignificant as you? If he truly cared, he would have come to your aid long ago. Moreover, even if you have ties to the divine son, the young master remains unperturbed. These words pricked Bai Yuer's heart. Indeed, to Jun Xiaoyao, she was merely an expendable pawn. Even if she were to perish, he would likely remain indifferent. Nevertheless, the divine son's indifference toward her did not equate to her indifference toward him. She had vowed to serve him for a lifetime, as a servant by his side. How could she then become another's concubine? Determination shone in Bai Yuer's eyes. To make me a concubine is impossible. If it comes to battle, then let it be. She raised her sword to the heavens, its sharpness glinting with resolve. Alas, at that moment, the Xuanwu army received their orders, attack. With a single command from their general, the 200,000-strong army of Xuanwu surged forward. The generals heeded the command, safeguarding our ancient nation, kill. Bai Yuer also issued a delicate yet fierce cry. Thunderous roars echoed as the armies of the two nations clashed like a torrential flood, instantly entangling in a brutal melee. Severed limbs and shattered arms were cast aside, and blood splattered everywhere. The cacophony of shouts, screams, and the sounds of slaughter intertwined to form a ghastly tableau of carnage. The 200,000 troops of the Xuanwu army resembled an unstoppable iron beast. The 100,000 soldiers of the Zhuge ancient nation fought desperately, yet their lines were steadily pushed back. Over the years, the Zhuge ancient nation had fallen to the bottom among the four ancient nations. Their military equipment and combat prowess paled in comparison to the other three ancient nations, not to mention their numbers, which were overwhelmingly inferior. Under such circumstances, how could the Zhuge ancient nation prevail? Capture the Zhuge princess, Bai Yuer alive, commanded a general of the Xuanwu nation, waving his hand vigorously. Bai Yuer was the one personally chosen by the noblemen. They could not afford to let her escape. Protect the princess, roared the general of the Zhuge ancient nation. A group of generals charged forward to engage the Xuanwu generals in combat. One by one, Zhuge generals fell, outnumbered by their Xuanwu counterparts. The hearts of Bai Yuer and her generals ached. These leaders had perished because of her. Humph, truly troublesome. Can't we even capture a single woman? At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the void. A mighty pressure of the sacred realm spread forth. On the side of the Zhuge ancient nation, all generals and soldiers felt a shudder coursing through their bodies, as if they were suffocating. Above in the heavens, a figure clad in a black imperial robe appeared. It was none other than the ruler of the Xuanwu nation. It is over. When the ruler of the Xuanwu nation revealed himself, all those from the Zhuge ancient nation turned ashen. With the saint present, how could they continue the battle? Despair washed over Bai Yuer's heart. Faced with the saint, she found herself unable to resist or even consider self-termination. The one desired by the nobleman cannot escape. Come forth. The ruler of the Xuanwu nation extended his hand, conjuring a massive magical grasp aimed at Bai Yuer. Just at this critical juncture, a long howl suddenly resonated from deep within the imperial capital of the Zhuge ancient nation. A terrifying flame surged into the sky, transforming as though into a Zhuge phoenix. A figure clad in a red imperial robe broke through the barriers, stepping forth upon the sea of flames. Who dares to offend my Zhuge ancient nation? The one who emerged was none other than the ruler of the Zhuge nation. It is His Majesty the ruler. He has broken through to the sacred realm. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Zhuge ruler, the soldiers of the Zhuge ancient nation erupted in joyous cries, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Bayuer too exhibited an expression of profound astonishment, as if she had encountered a lifeline amidst despair. With a single palm, the Zhuge ruler shattered the magical grasp. Observing this scene, the people of the Zhuge ancient nation grew even more resolute in their belief that their ruler was a formidable saint. Finally, the Zhuge ancient nation had hope. However, before Bayuer and the soldiers could rejoice, the remaining forces on the horizon surged forth like a dark tide. At the same time, two powerful auras of saints erupted, belonging to the Lord of the Azure Dragon and the Lord of the White Tiger. In this moment, even the Lord of the Vermilion Bird's expression shifted dramatically. Despite having broken through to sainthood, he found himself powerless against the three saints before him. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Bayuer's heart was once again extinguished, and sorrow glimmered in her eyes. What could be more cruel than the cycle of despair and hope, only to plunge back into despair? Was it truly the heavens' will to doom the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Bayuer bit her lips until they bled. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Jun Xuan. Shocking the entire scene. In the distance, the remaining army gathered, a dark mass that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Simultaneously, two figures descended through the air, exuding the aura of saints. It was indeed the Lord of the Azure Dragon and the Lord of the White Tiger, alongside the Lord of the Black Tortoise. The three great saints stood suspended in the void, confronting the Lord of the Vermilion Bird. The Lord of the Vermilion Bird's countenance shifted dramatically. He had just broken through to sainthood, filled with vigor, yet was confronted with the siege of three nations. Even more shocking was the unexpected alliance of the three ancient nations, which had previously been thought impossible, now united in their assault on the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Father, below, Bayuer sent a telepathic message, briefly explaining the events that had transpired. The Lord of the Vermilion Bird's pupils flickered with astonishment. Clearly, that young master held immense influence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to subdue the three ancient nations so thoroughly. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that their kingdom could not withstand an army of 1,000,000, nor could he contend with the three lords. Not to mention, lurking in the shadows might be the mysterious forces associated with that young master, watching every move with restless intent. In such circumstances, even if the Lord of the Vermilion Bird had attained sainthood, he remained powerless to alter the outcome. The Lord of the Vermilion Bird. I did not expect you not only to recover from your injuries, but also to break through to sainthood, remarked the Lord of the Azure Dragon, his tone laced with astonishment. Due to the secrecy surrounding the matter, the Lord of the Azure Dragon and his companions were only now discovering this news. Who would have thought that the esteemed Lord of the Azure Dragon could find himself in a position of subservience? The Lord of the Vermilion Bird's face darkened, retorting with irritation. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Before that young master, you are merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Lord of the Azure Dragon sneered. But are you aware that our ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird has long since submitted to the authority of another? The Lord of the Vermilion Bird replied coolly. Oh, to whom do you refer? The Lord of the Azure Dragon inquired, brow slightly furrowing. To the scion of the Jun family, the Lord of the Vermilion Bird stated. Upon uttering these words, the coalition of the three ancient nations fell into a brief silence, as if the mention of the Jun family scion carried a peculiar, unsettling power. The Lord of the Azure Dragon's pupils constricted, and he coldly remarked, Are you attempting to wave the banner of a tiger? Does the scion of the Jun family truly care for a mere ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Do as you wish, but should you doubt, you may find yourself regretting it. The Lord of the Vermilion Bird replied, his tone ice cold. Even if it were true, we have our own champions behind us. Do not use the divine scion of the Jun family to intimidate. The Lord of the Azure Dragon's expression darkened. Xiao Chun had previously been incapacitated by Jun Xiaoyao, which naturally led the Azure Dragon Lord to harbor little fondness for him. Without further ado, let us march our forces straight into the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom and capture Bayuer alive. With a command from the Azure Dragon Lord, 1,000,000-strong army surged forth, a torrent unstoppable, crushing the troops of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom. The Lord of the White Tiger and the Lord of the Black Tortoise joined forces to suppress the Lord of the Vermilion Bird. The Azure Dragon Lord reached out, his hand aimed at Bayuer. Princess, be careful. The Grand General of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom pushed Bayuer back, only to be obliterated by a colossal hand of magical power, reduced to mere blood mist. Grand General, Bayuer's heart bled for him. Princess, hurry and flee. We will hold them off. Numerous commanders stood resolutely before the Azure Dragon Lord, yet they were but ants in his presence. With a mere flick of his hand, he sent them flying, their figures exploding into nothingness. The might of a sage was insurmountable. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the Lord of the Vermilion Bird was being relentlessly pressured, retreating step by step, blood staining the corners of his mouth. Having just broken through to the sage realm, His foundation was still unstable, and he found himself besieged by two great sages. In no time, he was forced back, spitting blood. Below, the army of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, once numbering 100,000, was now left in tatters. The onslaught of 1,000,000 troops was nothing short of terrifying. Within a brief quarter of an hour, only 30 to 40,000 remained of the Vermilion Bird's forces. The army was crushed. The elite warrior, the Lord of the Vermilion Bird, suffered heavy injuries. All the commanders fell, struck down by the Azure Dragon Lord's hand. Was the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom truly doomed? At this moment, despair filled Bayuer's heart. Surrender willingly, the Azure Dragon Lord declared, his expression indifferent, extending his hand. Bayuer closed her beautiful eyes, tears slipping from their corners. Just then, the world seemed to fall into an instantaneous silence. All sounds vanished, and in this stillness, a voice, cold and aloof, reverberated. Dare you lay a hand on one of my people, Azure Dragon Lord? Are you tired of living? This chilling whisper echoed as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. The ears of the million-strong army buzzed with the weight of those words. Who dares to speak to a sage in such a tone? Upon hearing this voice, Bayuer trembled, her eyes snapping open as she gazed into the distance. From afar, a terrifying rumble resonated as the clouds scattered. For formidable armies, exuding a murderous aura, emerged. Banners fluttered, blades gleamed ominously, war chariots thundered, and divine steeds whinnied. The air was thick with the scent of blood, soaring to the heavens and plunging to the depths. The sheer ferocity emanating from these four armies sent chills down the spines of the 1,000,000 troops below, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Before the four armies stood a majestic lion with 9 heads, as if sculpted from pure gold, roaring defiantly towards the heavens. The terrifying roar of the lion reverberated across the land, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. On the golden chariot drawn by these 9 lions stood a figure enveloped in ethereal light, arms crossed behind his back, his expression impassive, resembling a divine offspring. In a tone both cold and commanding, he proclaimed, "The ancient kingdom of the Vermilion Bird belongs to me. Any who dares to act against it shall face merciless retribution." His words sent shivers through the heavens and the earth, unleashing an unprecedented aura of lethal intent. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards of the Jun family, heed my command. The 4 elite divisions, known as the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards, roared in unison as they descended from the sky. With a thunderous sound, the very ground trembled beneath them. Though their number was merely 40,000, they rendered the 1,000,000-strong coalition of the 3 ancient kingdoms pale with fear. It was the Jun family's elite forces. Heavens, the Jun family has arrived. Upon recognizing the character Jun emblazoned on the banners, the soldiers of the 3 ancient kingdoms turned ashen, their spirits shaken. The might of the Jun family was simply overwhelming. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain divisions were their most formidable troops, radiating an undeniable aura of intimidation. The leaders of the Azure Dragon Kingdom were equally astonished, their expressions revealing their unease. Jun Xiaoyao's words had made the Azure Dragon King's countenance darken. Meanwhile, the people of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom were left in shock, disbelief, and ultimately, elation. "It is the Jun family. The divine scion has come to save us," exclaimed an elder statesman of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, tears of joy streaming down his face. Bayuer, trembling in excitement, covered her mouth with her jade hand, tears cascading down her cheeks as the figure she had longed for finally appeared. Clad in snow-white garments, Jun Xiaoyao radiated an otherworldly aura, embodying the savior they had hoped for. In this moment, Jun Xiaoyao appeared as a deity, the singular idol of Bayuer's heart. Chapter 87. The wrath of the divine scion is beyond endurance. The coalition retreats. Second update. Above the firmament, the 9-headed lion pulled the golden chariot. Jun Xiaoyao, in his flowing white robes, stood proudly atop it, hands clasped behind him, his garments billowing like a celestial ruler. At this moment, Bayuer and the people of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with fervent excitement, as if beholding an unparalleled savior. Who else in this world deserves to wear white but the Jun family? Jun Xiaoyao was their god. How is it possible for the Jun family to arrive? The Azure Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the Black Tortoise King all wore expressions tinged with pallor. Though they were exalted saints, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation in the presence of the colossal force that was the Jun family. Even the highest sovereigns would tread carefully before such an overwhelming entity. At present, although they have yet to witness the arrival of the saint from the Jun family, the mere presence of Jun Xiaoyao is already sufficiently formidable. He may not be a saint, yet his aura of intimidation surpasses that of a saint. Opposing Jun Xiaoyao is tantamount to opposing the entire Jun family. Who among the ancient Jun family would dare to provoke the Lord of the Divine Sun? Bai Yuer and others gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, their hearts brimming with joy. The Divine Sun has indeed arrived. In the sky, the Lord of the Vermilion Bird quietly exhaled a breath of relief. Initially, he harbored some reservations about the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom submitting to Jun Xiaoyao, but now, those concerns have completely evaporated. Ultimately, it seems that salvation for the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom rests in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Jun Xiaoyao slightly lowered his gaze towards the remnants of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom's army, which had dwindled to merely tens of thousands. With a subtle gesture, he commanded. The 4 guardians of wind, forest, fire, and mountain immediately sprang into action, transforming into a torrent that surged forth against the million-strong allied forces of the 3 kingdoms. It is unfathomable that an army of merely 40,000 could clash with 1,000,000. Yet the outcome is astonishing. The million-strong army is utterly incapable of halting the onslaught of the 4 legions. Before the 4 guardians of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, the allied forces crumble like fragile glass. In just a few exchanges, the coalition has already suffered the loss of over 100,000 men. This sheer terror sends shivers down their spines. The Jun family's 4 guardians are simply too powerful. Demons, they are demons. Flee. The soldiers from all quarters are gripped by fear as the million-strong army collapses into disarray. Meanwhile, the surviving soldiers of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom release a roar of wrath and begin their counterattack. Above the heavens, the Lord of the Azure Dragon and others stand in stunned silence. Even they did not anticipate the Jun family's forces to possess such overwhelming strength. With just 4,000, they have instantaneously shattered the morale of a million-strong army. What do you intend to do, divine son of the Jun family? The Lord of the Azure Dragon spoke gravely. What do I intend to do? It is quite simple, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a gentle smile. Then, with a raised brow and a chilling glint in his eyes, he declared, either retreat or face the annihilation of your 9 clans. As these words fell, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. 100,000 spectators stood in astonishment. Such declarations ought to be made by an emperor like the Lord of the Azure Dragon. Yet now, when uttered from Jun Xiaoyao's lips, no one feels the slightest sense of incongruity. The status of the divine son of the Jun family is beyond that of any mere national sovereign. Jun Xiaoyao. You. The Lord of the Azure Dragon's expression shifted between shades of green and white, unable to suppress the overwhelming aura of a saint. The divine son stands before you. Do you dare to act against me? With a flick of his sleeve, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forth into the heavens, standing resolutely before the Lord of the Azure Dragon. Though merely at the Unity Realm, he showed no signs of trepidation in the face of the saintly Lord. In fact, his very demeanor conveyed the impression that he was the sovereign, while the Lord of the Azure Dragon was but his subordinate. Is this the majesty of the divine son of the Jun family? All the people of the ancient state of Zhuge trembled with excitement upon witnessing this scene. Bai Yuer's beautiful crimson eyes were filled with profound admiration and fervor. Jun Xiaoyao, do not go too far. We stand behind a young master. And it is he who compelled us to act thus, spoke the Dragon King in a grave tone. He dared not confront the Jun family directly and resorted to invoking the authority of the young master behind him. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened. He had long suspected that others stood behind the ancient state of Qinglong, and now it was confirmed. Moreover, the identity and origins of that young master, who could command the Dragon King and others with such obedience, must be remarkable. Yet, how could Jun Xiaoyao be intimidated? No matter how significant one's background might be, could they contend with him? Regardless of who stood behind them, none could withstand the wrath of this divine scion. A cold glint flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He then raised his hand, pointing with his finger as if wielding a sword. A vast surge of sword energy erupted, a mighty intent flowing forth. A brilliant, world-shattering sword light, accompanied by countless ethereal figures of immortals, swept down from Jun Xiaoyao's hand. The sword light was astonishing. It was the first form of the immortal slaying sword technique, known as Immortal Fall. Boom! A 10,000-foot sword light crashed down from the heavens, plummeting into the midst of the million-strong army. In an instant, blood splattered, and countless cries of despair echoed. Tens of thousands of soldiers were annihilated by a single stroke. The coalition army of the 3 nations, already stricken with fear from the onslaught of the 4 guardians, wind, forest, fire, and mountain, collapsed in an instant, fleeing in all directions. Seeing this, the Dragon King seethed with fury, nearly unable to restrain himself from retaliating. However, recalling the consequences of striking against Jun Xiaoyao, he forcefully suppressed his wrath. Retreat. The Dragon King's eyes flickered with indecision, yet he issued the command. If they delayed any longer, who knew how many of the million-strong army would remain? He dared not act against Jun Xiaoyao, and could only retreat for now, deferring to that young master's judgment. If that young master intervened personally, the Dragon King would bear no responsibility for provoking the Jun family. Upon hearing the Dragon King call for retreat, the White Tiger King and the Black Tortoise King also withdrew simultaneously. In a matter of moments, the once mighty coalition of 3 nations was reduced to merely 60,000, fleeing like frightened dogs. In but a brief time, the formidable coalition had vanished without a trace. Jun Xiaoyao observed the retreat of the Qinglong Kingdom and others, but chose not to pursue. For him, the Dragon King and his ilk were not the primary concern. Rather, it was the enigmatic young master behind them. What was his true intention in uniting the 4 ancient nations? Did he merely wish to absorb them into his own power? It was precisely because Jun Xiaoyao sought to unravel these mysteries that he opted for a long game, aiming to ensnare a greater prize. Meanwhile, the surviving generals and soldiers of the ancient state of Zhuge displayed expressions of joy at having survived the calamity. They looked towards Jun Xiaoyao, their eyes brimming with deep gratitude. Without Jun Xiaoyao, the ancient nation of Zhuge would either face annihilation or submission. At the horizon, the ruler of Zhuge bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Divine Son, for your assistance. Without your intervention, Zhuge would be in dire straits today. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand lightly, replying, the ancient nation of Zhuge is under my influence. I would never allow its demise. The esteemed Bayuer also bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. However, let us not rejoice too soon. The gentleman behind them will surely not relent, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Chapter 88. Signing in for 4-star rewards. Ancient Sacred Weapons. Secrets of the 4 Great Ancient Nations. Third update. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the Zhuge ruler turned grave. For the 3 ancient nations to submit, and given the terrifying power of that gentleman, his identity and origins were undoubtedly significant. Yet, the ruler found solace in the presence of Jun Xiaoyao. No matter how grand the gentleman's status, could it surpass that of Jun Xiaoyao? No matter how formidable his backing, could it rival the ancient Jun family? Thus, the Zhuge ruler felt no apprehension. Let us return to the palace. I have some inquiries to make, Jun Xiaoyao stated. On one hand, he intended to sign in at the royal palace of Zhuge. On the other, he sought to ask some questions. Yes, Divine Son, please. The ruler of Zhuge personally led the way. Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the golden war chariot, following closely behind. Alas, we've barely begun to warm up, and it's already over, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, twisting his wrist. The others had just engaged in battle. It wouldn't end so easily, and they would likely return within a few days, Jun Linglong noted. Possessing the 7 apertures Linglong heart, she understood that the gentleman behind the 3 ancient nations would not simply let things go. So what if they come? Can they stir any waves before the Divine Sun? Jun Wanja scoffed. Before the ancient Jun family, even dragons must coil, and tigers must yield. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao entered the imperial capital. All citizens of Zhuge knelt and bowed before him, with countless voices of praise and adulation resonating throughout the land. Jun Xiaoyao maintained a remarkably indifferent demeanor. These people regarded him as a savior, a benevolent saint. In truth, he was merely protecting a piece on his chessboard. Nonetheless, such an undeserved reputation was too good to pass up. After all, many prodigies were already labeling him a devil. Jun Xiaoyao felt the need to slightly sculpt his image. He was no devil. At worst, he simply had a penchant for reaping benefits. Upon stepping into the royal palace of Zhuge, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. You have arrived at the royal palace of Zhuge. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Jun Xiaoyao silently affirmed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a 4-star reward. Ancient Sacred Weapon, Guqin, Phoenix crying at Qishan. Upon the conclusion of the system's voice, Jun Xiaoyao immediately sensed a presence. Within his spatial artifact, there materialized an ancient zither, resplendent in crimson and gold. The instrument's elongated form was adorned with intricate patterns of phoenixes and flowing waters, bordered with dark gold, exuding an understated luxury and profound depth. 7 strings, each shimmering with a crimson hue, appeared remarkably splendid and dazzling. It was indeed a zither. Jun Xiaoyao fell into silence. Was the system prompting him towards self-cultivation? The zither's classification was that of a rare ancient sacred weapon, far from ordinary. Typically, saints would possess such ancient artifacts. Furthermore, the Fengming Qishan zither clearly served purposes beyond mere entertainment. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao's enigmatic guardian had transformed the melodies into lethal blades, capable of severely wounding even saints with ease. Thus, the Fengming Qishan zither, even when wielded as a weapon, should not be underestimated. Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself that he had unwittingly signed for an ancient sacred weapon at no cost. It seemed he could indulge in playing the zither in his leisure time. After all, he had retained some knowledge of renowned pieces from his previous life. Divine Son, is something amiss? Inquired the sovereign of the Zhuge kingdom, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's stillness. Nothing at all. Let us proceed, replied Jun Xiaoyao. Subsequently, the Zhuge sovereign guided him into an opulent edifice. Jun Xiaoyao permitted Jun Zhangjian and the others to rest on their own. Within the grand building, only Jun Xiaoyao, the Zhuge sovereign, and Bai Yuer remained. I have a matter to discuss with you, Jun Xiaoyao stated. Please, Divine Son, speak. The Zhuge sovereign responded respectfully. Is there any historical secret regarding your 4 ancient kingdoms? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. The Zhuge sovereign pondered for a moment before replying. To speak candidly, according to historical records, our 4 ancient kingdoms originated from a nearly immortal force known as the 4 Symbols Ancient Dynasty. The founder of the 4 Symbols Ancient Dynasty was an unparalleled supreme, being known as the 4 Symbols Sovereign. And our 4 ancient kingdoms were established by his 4 disciples, the Azure Dragon Sage, the White Tiger Sage, the Zhuge Sage, and the Xuanwu Sage. The Zhuge sovereign's explanation caused Jun Xiaoyao to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated such a historical lineage among the 4 ancient kingdoms. Thus, it can be inferred that the Azure Dragon Sovereign's ambition is to unify the 4 ancient kingdoms, reinstating them as the 4 Symbols Ancient Dynasty, and thereby assumed the role of sovereign, Jun Xiaoyao speculated. However, he wondered about the true intentions of the young master behind him. Was it merely to control the 4 symbols? A sense of doubt arose within him. Beside him, Bai Yuer bit her lip and spoke. Divine Son, I have a conjecture. Oh, do share, Jun Xiaoyao encouraged. I believe that the young master behind them seeks to gather the components of the bronze compass associated with the 4 ancient kingdoms, Bai Yuer articulated. The bronze compass components? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifted intriguingly. The Zhuge sovereign then proceeded to elaborate further. Once, the esteemed sovereign of the 4 symbols, who founded the ancient realm of the 4 symbols, fortuitously came into possession of a bronze compass. This compass was entwined with a profound secret. Subsequently, the news of its existence somehow leaked, prompting numerous powerful individuals to covet the compass held by the sovereign. The sovereign faced a siege and suffered grave injuries. In response, he discreetly divided the bronze compass into 4 parts, entrusting each to his 4 disciples, including the esteemed Qinglong. In due course, these 4 disciples established their own nations, which now constitute the 4 great ancient kingdoms. The quartered components of the bronze compass thus became revered relics, passed down through generations in each of the 4 nations. Allow me to behold that fragment, spoke Jun Xiaoyao with a calm demeanor. The sovereign of the Zhuge nodded in compliance. Had it been anyone else daring to covet the bronze compass fragment, the Zhuge sovereign would have swiftly retaliated. However, upon Jun Xiaoyao's request, he unhesitatingly produced it. Upon sighting the fragment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He realized that the material of this bronze compass fragment bore an uncanny resemblance to the bronze shards previously found within a wooden box. Those shards were connected to one of the 7 wonders, the bronze celestial palace. Ah, it is clear now. No wonder the 4 symbols sovereign was besieged. This bronze compass indeed harbors a significant secret relating to the bronze celestial palace. Jun Xiaoyao mused inwardly. This was undoubtedly a monumental secret. He now comprehended the intentions of that noble young man, who must also have discerned the connection between the bronze compass and the bronze celestial palace. This compass is intriguing, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, toying with it. The Zhuge sovereign, perceptive to the nuances, promptly declared, since the Divine Son takes a liking to it, I shall bestow it upon you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. The Zhuge sovereign proved to be quite astute. The remaining 3 fragments were presumably already in the possession of that noble young man. Even if he refrained from seeking trouble, Jun Xiaoyao was determined to confront him. A habitual smile graced his lips, yet those familiar with this expression, such as Jun Zhangjian, understood that it signified Jun Xiaoyao was about to engage in another endeavor of reaping benefits. Chapter 89. The shadowy puppeteer shall emerge several thousand miles beyond the imperial capital of the Zhuge ancient kingdom lay a besieged city, now under the control of a coalition from the 3 ancient kingdoms. The sovereigns of Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu stood somberly. Above them, within a curtained alcove, a voice laced with cold fury resonated. Yet you have failed. Your million-strong alliance cannot even conquer a mere Zhuge ancient kingdom. You have not brought me the compass fragment. Nor that, Bai Yuer. Are you all utterly useless? The voice seethed with rage, imbued with a chilling essence. The sovereigns of Qinglong and the others bowed their heads slightly, remaining silent. They had grown accustomed to the unpredictable temperament and volatile wrath of that noble young man. In the grand presence of a sage, the leaders of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise nations bore expressions of alternating pallor and rage, their teeth clenched in silent indignation. However, upon noticing the 4 shadowy figures surrounding them, their their fury waned into a sense of helplessness. The scion of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, truly believed himself to be a person of significance, his voice laced with a chilling authority. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao's status and strength were unparalleled, yet this did not imply that no one could rival him. Despite the Jun family's immense prosperity and resplendence, it was impossible for them to dominate the celestial realm entirely. This nobleman was resolute in his disbelief of such arrogance. Dispatch orders to mobilize the troops. In 3 days, I shall personally lead the charge. Let us see whether the scion of the Jun family grants me this courtesy. The words were pronounced with a cold finality. Understood, replied the leaders of the Azure Dragon Nation, bowing before departing the Grand Hall. Once the final component was gathered, the complete bronze compass would be within reach, proving invaluable for the exploration of the Bronze Immortal Palace. No one could obstruct this nobleman, not even the scion of the Jun family. As night deepened, within the opulent palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, ethereal strains of the Qin floated from a pavilion, soothing the heart and spirit as if elevating them to a transcendent realm. Inside, Jun Xiaoyao sat gracefully upon a bed, the phoenix-sounding Qishan Qin resting upon his lap. His long, slender fingers danced across the 7 strings, producing a serene melody. This piece was none other than High Mountains and Flowing Water, one of the 10 renowned ancient Qin melodies he had heard in a previous life. The tumultuous thoughts within him seemed to be pacified by the music. Jun Xiaoyao paid little heed to the so-called nobleman, exuding an air of tranquility and ease. While he played, he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy, perhaps from his enigmatic protector. "Is it my mysterious guardian?" he murmured. His protector appeared to wield the sound of the Qin as a means of attack, and upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao play, it was inevitable that a subtle response would be elicited. As the final notes of the melody faded, the mysterious guardian remained elusive. Yet a knock resounded upon the door. "Enter," Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. Bai Yuer, clad in a flowing red silk gown, entered with a tray of tea. "Please enjoy the tea, my lord," she spoke obediently. As she presented the tea, she cast a furtive glance at Jun Xiaoyao. In that moment, immersed in his music, he radiated an extraordinary aura, exuding an ethereal grace. He acknowledged, setting aside the phoenix-sounding Qishan before accepting the tea and taking a delicate sip. Bai Yuer bit her lips slightly. "My lord, our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is known for its unique feature, the Vermilion Bird Spirit Spring. Would you care to experience it?" "Indeed, that sounds delightful," Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "Isn't that just a hot spring?" Bai Yuer's face lit up with joy as she led Jun Xiaoyao to the Vermilion Bird Spirit Spring. Deep within the palace, a spring gushed forth, emanating warm spiritual energy. Mist swirled around it, creating an otherworldly ambience. One must admit, Bai Yuer was quite perceptive, knowing well that Jun Xiaoyao had a fondness for soaking in hot springs. In the brief passage of 3 days, the entire Zhuge ancient kingdom remained vigilant, though the presence of Jun Xiaoyao and the 4 guardians of wind, forest, fire, and mountain instilled a sense of stability among the populace. During these days, Jun Xiaoyao enjoyed a leisurely existence, either playing the zither or indulging in hot springs. At this moment, within the Zhuge spirit spring, Jun Linglong was beside him, preparing tea to attend to his needs. Jun Xiaoyao remarked casually, "If that fellow does not arrive soon, I might just pay him a visit. He probably fears you, young master," Jun Linglong replied with a smile. "But he is unlikely to surrender easily." Just then, the voice of Jun Xuan echoed from outside, reporting, "Divine Son, the coalition of the 3 ancient kingdoms is once again advancing towards the imperial capital." "Finally, they have come," Jun Xiaoyao said, rising as Jun Linglong thoughtfully assisted him in donning his garments. Clad in pristine white, Jun Xiaoyao bore an expression of playful intrigue. Let this divine son observe the so-called young master and discern his true identity. Chapter 90. The 2 armies clash head-on. The hidden manipulator revealed. 5th update. Outside the imperial capital of the Zhuge ancient kingdom, the grand coalition of the 3 ancient kingdoms surged forth once more. Yet, many soldiers' faces still bore traces of trepidation, for the last encounter had left them terrified by the might of the Jun families for guardians. Despite lingering fears, the coalition did not descend into chaos, having been reassured by their leaders that formidable figures would be present, bolstered by mysterious forces. Even if the Jun family's divine son intervened, the downfall of the Zhuge ancient kingdom was deemed inevitable. On the side of the Zhuge ancient kingdom, preparations were already in place. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood guard outside the imperial capital, while Zhuqi's monarch, Bai Yuer, and others had also made their appearances. "Has the divine lord not yet arrived?" Bai Yuer inquired of a nearby attendant. Reporting to the princess, "The message has been dispatched, and he is expected to arrive shortly." The attendant replied. "Good." Bai Yuer nodded slightly, her heart unsettled in the absence of Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, The coalition of the three ancient kingdoms drew closer to the imperial capital. Above the heavens, three figures emerged, those of the dragon, tiger, and tortoise monarchs. However, what caught the attention of the Zhuge monarch and others was a magnificent bed suspended in the void behind them, intricately crafted of gold. Indeed, it was an extraordinarily large bed, with dragon heads carved at each corner and veils draped around it, allowing glimpses of several graceful figures within. This sight left the Zhuge monarch momentarily stunned. Could it be that the mysterious young master mentioned by the dragon monarch was reclining upon that bed? Such an oddity, it seemed. Who would refine a bed into a flying artifact? As this thought crossed the Zhuge monarch's mind, his expression abruptly shifted. Could it be that individual? The heart of the sovereign of the vermilion bird sank slightly. If his suspicions were indeed correct, the situation would be dire. Even with the backing of the Jun family's divine son, it would likely still be exceedingly troublesome. Ah, sovereign of the vermilion bird. It is a pleasure to see you again. The sovereign of the azure dragon chuckled lightly, yet he appeared remarkably formidable this time. It seems you are still unrepentant. Have you not yet learned from the last encounter? The sovereign of the vermilion bird stood resolute, unyielding. For he had the divine son of the Jun family to support him, affording him a sense of security against that enigmatic nobleman. At that moment, a voice of unparalleled arrogance emanated from the golden dragon bed. Sovereign of the vermilion bird, I offer you one final opportunity. Submit to me, surrender that item, and let the princess become my concubine. The haughty tone reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The faces of those from the vermilion bird kingdom flushed with rage, and the expression of the sovereign turned icy. Upon hearing the mysterious nobleman refer to himself as this lord, his heart plummeted. It was highly probable that he was indeed the one they feared. However, at that precise moment, a voice even more chilling and domineering resounded from the skies. What gives you the right to make my divine son's people your concubines? Deep within the imperial capital, a golden divine light erupted, revealing a majestic nine-headed lion drawing a golden war chariot, soaring through the air. A figure of unparalleled grace stood atop the chariot, akin to a celestial king, his presence shaking the very heavens. Behind him, Jun Xiaojian and his four companions led the four guardians of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, resembling four torrents of destruction descending upon the scene. The Jun family's divine son has arrived. The sight of the ancient, royal creature, the nine-headed lion, being used to pull the chariot was astonishing. The four guardians had also come. The coalition of the three ancient kingdoms stirred with unease, as memories of past terrors lingered in their minds. Not only the four guardians, but also Jun Xiaoyao, who had annihilated countless soldiers with a single strike of the slaughtering immortal sword, was a force to be reckoned with, a veritable demon. Jun Xiaoyao hovered above the imperial capital, and his arrival alongside the four guardians brought a sense of calm to the hearts of the people of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Bai Yuer's eyes sparkled with joy, for Jun Xiaoyao's words implied that she belonged to him. The sovereign of the Vermilion Bird offered a slight bow to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively, gazing toward the golden dragon bed. He had formed some conjectures. If he was not mistaken, it was almost certain. The divine son of the Jun family indeed lived up to his reputation, arrogant, proud, and dismissive of others. A cold voice emerged from the golden dragon bed. Jun Xiaoyao's earlier reprimand had greatly displeased him, yet he refrained from exhibiting open fury, mindful of the Jun family's divine son's formidable presence. It appears that you are the hidden hand behind the three ancient kingdoms, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Hidden hand? He chuckled, stating that he merely wished to subjugate some subordinate forces. The voice conveyed a clear intent. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze flickered. This assertion was evidently a guise. His true objective was the ancient bronze compass, a legacy of the four great ancient nations. The claim of being a lord was merely a ruse. Jun Xiaoyao was on the verge of discerning his identity. I detest those who hide in my presence. Reveal yourself. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm as he formed a fist seal, unleashing a powerful punch. At that moment, his cultivation level had reached the late stage of the unification realm, far surpassing his previous state of the perfected divine bridge. The same technique now emanated a vastly superior force. A vividly crafted golden dragon coiled around his fist, embodying the dragon fist technique. The crowd only heard a resounding dragon's roar as a golden dragon soared through the air, striking towards the golden dragon bed. Although Jun Xiaoyao had yet to augment his strike with the power of the divine elephant suppression technique, this punch alone was sufficient to shatter mountains thousands of feet high. Humph! A cold snort emanated from within the golden dragon bed. A hand emerged, radiating with immense magical power, as if it had instantly multiplied into countless hands, striking the void and causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Is that the primordial dispersion technique? Jun Xuan's eyes glimmered. He had nearly confirmed the identity of this individual, and with the manifestation of divine abilities, the truth was laid bare. With a thunderous clash, the two combatants' techniques collided, unleashing colossal waves. The onlookers below were left astonished. The intensity of the battle between Unification Realm prodigies felt eerily reminiscent of a saint's might. A fierce tempest surged in all directions, yet Jun Xiaoyao stood resolute. In contrast, the golden dragon bed was forcefully pushed back, the surrounding silk drapery torn asunder. At last, the figure within was revealed. Many beautiful maidens were tragically caught in the shockwave, lifelessly sprawled across the bed. At the center of the bed lay a young man adorned with a jade crown and clad in a crimson gold royal robe. His countenance unremarkable and devoid of any distinctive features, yet his gaze was cold and unwavering as it fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed, it is you, Champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao stated indifferently. Chapter 91. The Champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, so easily overwhelmed in truth. Jun Xiaoyao had already pieced together much of the puzzle. The use of the primordial dispersion technique, the self-title of Lord, and the presence of the golden dragon bed left him with little doubt regarding the identity of the individual before him. The tale of the Champion Marquis, Yang Pan, was indeed legendary. It was said that he once served as a lowly stable boy in a royal manor, enduring the vicissitudes of human nature and the harshness of life. However, one fateful day, he stumbled upon a divine sword, which marked the beginning of his meteoric rise. That sword was none other than one of the three legendary swords forged by the founding emperor of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Panhuang Spirit Sword. Yang Pan ascended step by step with the Panhuang Divine Sword, amassing various fortunes, ultimately leaping to become the Champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Many within the Panwu Divine Dynasty even speculate that Yang Pan may be the reincarnation of the Panwu Great Emperor. However, this notion remains somewhat ethereal and unverified. Regardless, Yang Pan's esteemed status within the Panwu Divine Dynasty is indisputable. There are even whispers that the long princess of the Divine Dynasty, Wu Mingyue, has already predetermined Yang Pan as her consort. This underscores the immense regard the Panwu Divine Dynasty holds for him. Now, as the Champion Marquis reveals his identity. Apart from a few, such as Jun Xiaoyao, who had surmised the truth, the rest are left in astonishment. It is indeed he, the Champion Marquis. Zhuge Kingdom's ruler takes a deep breath, his heart tumultuous. He is undoubtedly an unparalleled prodigy from the wild heaven immortal realm, possessing terrifying strength. Moreover, primarily due to Yang Pan's humble beginnings, his temperament is exceedingly extreme, brash, and capricious. It is akin to a common citizen who suddenly wins 100 million in the lottery. His ego would swell immensely. The Champion Marquis embodies such inflated psychology. Bai Yuer's complexion pales slightly, engulfed by a sense of dread. She can hardly fathom the consequences had Jun Xiaoyao not arrived. Following the Champion Marquis guarantees an unfavorable fate. His concubines exceed 3,000. This reflects the mindset of an upwardly mobile individual from the lower strata, who, upon attaining what was once a distant dream, collects beauties as if they were mere trophies. Not only were those from the Zhuge Kingdom astounded, the rulers of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms also expressed surprise. Connecting this to his unpredictable temperament makes it all the more comprehensible. No wonder the rulers of the Panwu Divine Dynasty sighed inwardly. Frankly, the Champion Marquis is not a benevolent lord. They would rather see Jun Xiaoyao in command than align themselves with the Champion Marquis. Now, with the underlying forces of the three ancient kingdoms unveiled, the situation becomes starkly clear. It is evident that a contest is unfolding between the Jun family's divine scion and the Champion Marquis. Jun Xiaoyao gazes intently at the Champion Marquis, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Thus, it dawns upon him. He murmurs to himself, grasping certain truths. Jun family divine scion. Our first encounter is rather unpleasant, Yang Pan states coldly, a hint of jealousy flickering in his gaze. Indeed, it is envy, not of wealth or power, but of Jun Xiaoyao's striking appearance. Yang Pan, possessing an unremarkable visage, pales in comparison even to Xiao Chun, who is far more handsome. Yang Pan's character remains narrow-minded and self-serving. Despite his elevation from a mere stable boy to Champion Marquis, he has not changed. A mere stable boy dares to pluck fruits from the hands of the divine scion. Jun Xiaoyao's tone is frigid, laced with scorn. Long before Jun Xiaoyao took on Yuer as his servant, he had already devised a plan to subdue the four symbol ancient kingdoms. Little did he anticipate that the Champion Marquis would intervene unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The stable boy was an eternal disgrace in Yang Pan's heart, a past that must never be mentioned. After Yang Pan ascended to the title of Champion Marquis, he ruthlessly exterminated everyone from the royal mansion he once inhabited, sparing not a single soul among the hundreds of residents. Henceforth, none dared to utter a word about his past in his presence. Yet now, Jun Xiaoyao casually referred to Yang Pan as a mere stable boy, piercing the very core of Yang Pan's anguish. Jun Xiaoyao, you shall perish. Yang Pan's gaze darkened, his face ashen. Unable to endure any longer, he struck out. He pointed a finger, summoning a surge of magical power that coalesced into a massive crimson force, crushing toward Jun Xiaoyao. This was the divine technique of the Panwu divine dynasty, the Haoyang divine finger. Who dares seek death, overestimating their own capabilities? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent as he unleashed the divine elephant confinement technique. The particles of 100,000 colossal elephants erupted, instantly augmenting his physical form with a staggering billion pounds of divine strength. The sheer might was overwhelming, capable of shattering the heavens with a single punch. Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, summoning the spear of the underworld, which he hurled forth as if to pierce the very void itself. Upon collision, the spear of the underworld met the Haoyang divine finger, akin to celestial bodies colliding, sending ripples of magical energy reverberating through the firmament. In that moment of confrontation, the Haoyang divine finger was pierced by the spear of the underworld, continuing its relentless trajectory toward Yang Pan. Your strength. Yang Pan's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, he had been astonished by Jun Xiaoyao's attainment of the later stage of the Unity Realm. Now, the potency of Jun Xiaoyao's technique surpassed all his expectations. The Tiangang divine seal. Yang Pan hastily retaliated, forming seals with his hands and thrusting them forward to strike the spear of the underworld. Yet that terrifying force of 1 billion pounds rendered Yang Pan's countenance pale. With a thud, Yang Pan was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The spear of the underworld crashing onto the golden dragon bed, shattering it to pieces. The scene fell into an eerie stillness. How could this be? He was the champion marquis, Yang Pan. Many stood dumbfounded, their forms petrified. How could the esteemed champion marquis of the undying divine dynasty be so easily vanquished? It wasn't he that the champion marquis was weak. Rather, the Jun family scion was overwhelmingly powerful. A general from the Zhuge ancient kingdom looked on with fervent admiration. The reverence for Jun Xiaoyao among the Zhuge people escalated to another level. To effortlessly defeat even the champion marquis, Jun Xiaoyao was truly an invincible presence among the younger generation. However, some expressed skepticism. The champion marquis Jun Wanjie narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He had previously clashed with the champion marquis, and even he felt an immense pressure. Although Jun Xiaoyao's strength was now unfathomably formidable. How could the champion marquis fall so easily? Moreover, the champion Ho possesses an unparalleled trump card, the Panhuang Divine Sword, which has yet to be unleashed. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Jun Xiaoyao spoke with an air of nonchalance and incisively remarked, Yang Pan, should I label your audacity as arrogance or folly? Merely a manifestation, and yet you dare to strike at this divine sun? As his words echoed, the expressions of those present turned once more to stone. The esteemed champion Ho Yang Pan was, in fact, merely a projection? Previously, although Yang Pan was suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao, the overwhelming aura he exuded had still instilled a sense of trepidation. It could be said that no ordinary prodigy among the immortal forces could rival Yang Pan. Yet now, Jun Xiaoyao audaciously claimed that the Yang Pan before him was but a mere avatar, which was indeed a cause for alarm. If even a projection possessed such formidable strength, how immensely powerful must the true Yang Pan be? Jun Xiaoyao's countenance remained unperturbed. From the very first glance he cast upon Yang Pan, he had discerned that he was merely an avatar. However, Jun Xiaoyao held little concern for this, for whether it was the true self or a projection, in his eyes, they were indistinguishable, easily subdued without distinction. At most, suppressing the true self might require a few additional maneuvers. In the distance, Yang Pan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark as night. He coldly stated, to subdue the four symbols ancient kingdom, there should be no need for my true self to intervene. I merely did not anticipate encountering you. A tempest of fury surged within Yang Pan. He was indeed but a projection, while his true self remained in the Panwu divine dynasty. Yet, in Yang Pan's estimation, even this avatar was more than sufficient to conquer the four symbols ancient kingdom without his personal involvement. But who could have foreseen that behind the Zhuge ancient kingdom stood Jun Xiaoyao? This unforeseen variable thwarted Yang Pan's plans. Drawing a deep breath, Yang Pan's tone turned icy as he declared, Jun Xiaoyao, since you are aware that this lord is merely a projection, you should also comprehend the magnitude of my true self-strength. Should you choose to withdraw now, there may still be a chance for reconciliation. Yang Pan understood that his projection could not vanquish Jun Xiaoyao. Thus he resorted to leveraging the might of his true self to intimidate. Regardless of whether it was the true self or an avatar, to this divine son, there was no distinction. It was all but a single palm strike to suppress. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. Yang Pan's brows furrowed, a chilling intent glimmering in his eyes. It was no wonder that the esteemed divine son garnered the admiration of Bai Yuer and others. How many would dare to so brazenly scorn the champion Ho of the divine dynasty? Very well, Jun Xiaoyao. You have chosen to disregard courtesy and accept punishment. With those words, four shadowy figures emerged around him, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the air thick with tension. The four saints, the White Tiger Lord and the Black Tortoise Lord, exchanged glances laced with apprehension. Had it not been for these four saints, their two nations would never have so easily succumbed. Jun Xiaoyao cast a fleeting glance, slightly shaking his head as he remarked, "For puppets comparable to those of the Saint Realm, Yang Pan, your fortune is indeed commendable." What? Those are puppets? The rulers of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise nations expressed their astonishment. What of puppets? They are sufficient to subdue you, Yang Pan sneered. He had no intention of killing Jun Xiaoyao. Should he slay Jun Xiaoyao with his own strength, even the Jun family would find it difficult to grasp any incriminating evidence. After all, in the fierce competition among the younger generation, life and death were merely commonplace. However, should Yang Pan employ the saint puppets to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family would undoubtedly be consumed by wrath. Even the Panwu divine dynasty backing him would be unable to shield him from the storm. Though Yang Pan was exceedingly arrogant, he was not devoid of intelligence. His plan was to subdue Jun Xiaoyao and his companions using the saint puppets. Before launching a direct assault on the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird ancient nation to acquire the compass components. Jun Xiaoyao, once I suppress you with the saint puppets, the Vermilion Bird ancient nation shall be mine to command. Whether it be that coveted item or Bai Yuer, both shall belong to me. Yang Pan glanced at Bai Yuer, a flicker of fervent and sinister desire shimmering in his eyes. Bai Yuer was indeed exquisite, alluring, and vibrant, inciting a certain yearning within Yang Pan. He possessed a penchant for collecting beautiful women, and Bai Yuer was a treasure he must possess. Delusional fool. Can you even compare to a mere finger of the Son of Heaven? Bai Yuer retorted coldly, her eyes glinting with disdain. Although Yang Pan's strength and status were not to be underestimated, when it came to appearance, character, and demeanor, he was no match for Jun Xiaoyao. One was an ethereal celestial, while the other was but a commoner. Could these two even be compared? Wretched woman, wait until you submit to me, and see if you still dare to speak so, Yang Pan declared. At that moment, the four saint puppets simultaneously unleashed their aura, preparing to strike. Jun Xiaoyao then turned his gaze towards the rulers present. Will you continue to follow Yang Pan? His words caused the rulers of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise nations to change countenance, their expressions shifting. To speak candidly, Yang Pan's temperament was capricious, and he had insulted them as worthless scoundrels. Rather than endure the ire of the champion marquis, it would be wiser to submit to Jun Xiaoyao. In terms of status, Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly superior to the champion marquis. Contemplating this, the two rulers exchanged glances, their hesitation evaporating as they swiftly shifted allegiances, declaring, "We are willing to submit to the Jun family's son." Yang Pan's eyes blazed with cold flames. The ruler of the Azure Dragon Nation wore a tense expression, choosing not to align with Jun Xiaoyao, as his son, Xiao Chun, bore a grudge against him. Furthermore, in this war, the Azure Dragon Ancient Nation was the principal player, and the Vermilion Bird Ancient Nation would not easily forgive the Azure Dragon. Most importantly, the ruler of the Azure Dragon aspired to become the sovereign of the four symbols ancient nations, and only Yang Pan could fulfill his ambition. Hence, the ruler resolved to cling tightly to Yang Pan's coattails. Observing the indifferent ruler of the Azure Dragon, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed. His future intentions toward Xiao Chun and the act of recruiting his father into his ranks evidently lack wisdom. Humph. Do you too wish to face the annihilation of your nation? Yang Pan spoke coldly. The expressions of both sovereigns were far from serene. Jun Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly, "As long as I am here, who would dare to extinguish their kingdom?" Jun Xiaoyao, do not be so complacent. With the addition of the sovereign of the Azure Dragon and 5 other saints, we can still suppress you. With a single command from Yang Pan, the Azure Dragon sovereign led 4 saint puppets toward Jun Xiaoyao in a bid to exert dominance. The 3 sovereigns, Zhu Ke, Baihu, and Xuanwu, stirred with a surge of energy, preparing to confront the threat. However, at that moment, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, chuckling lightly. There is no need for that. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Enjoy the spectacle? The 3 sovereigns stood frozen in place. Suddenly, from the distant sky, the sound of a zither resonated, transforming into a 1,000-foot-long blade of death that swept through the air. The terrifying sound of the zither cleaved through space itself, creating a pitch-black rift wherever it passed. The Guardian. Yang Pan's expression shifted dramatically. He had come as a mere projection, thus lacking the presence of a guardian. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would have a guardian concealed behind him. Moreover, judging by the power of the attack, it was evident that this was no ordinary saint. Damn it! The Azure Dragon Sovereign's pupils widened in unprecedented horror. The Zither's blade sent chills of dread coursing through him, enveloping him in an icy grip. Heavenly Dragon Emperor's fist. The Azure Dragon Sovereign roared, unleashing his full saint-level power, a phantom of a blue dragon accompanying his punch, shaking the heavens. However, the outcome was swift. With a dull thud, the blade swept across, and the head fell. The Azure Dragon Sovereign was slain. In Chapter 93, a single strike delivered death. The champion Marquis issues a challenge, and Shao Chen meets his match, the esteemed ruler of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. One of the 4 ancient nations was silenced with a single fatal blow, his head rolling away. Blood splattered the sky in a most tragic display. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how a being of such stature could be dispatched so effortlessly. The head of the Azure Dragon Sovereign fell to the ground, his expression a tapestry of fear, confusion, and disbelief, as if grappling with the notion that a mere saint could be so easily vanquished. Yet, the Zither's blade continued unabated, advancing toward the 4 saint puppets. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. 2 of the saint puppets were obliterated, severed in half. The remaining 2 puppets suffered grievous wounds. While they had not been completely dismantled, they were left in a shattered state. The battlefield fell into a hushed silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The champion Marquis' eyes trembled with disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao's guardian was astonishingly powerful. Yang Pan had initially presumed that even with a guardian, Jun Xiaoyao's companion would merely be at the saint level. Typically, those of higher realms were not inclined to serve as personal attendants. However, it was clear that Jun Xiaoyao's guardian surpassed the saint level. Was it possible that he was a saint king? Yang Pan's countenance darkened considerably. Since ascending to the title of champion Marquis, he had never experienced such a profound defeat. Now he had nearly lost all his formidable combat strength, with only 2 damaged puppets remaining, devoid of any real fighting capability. On the contrary, Jun Xiaoyao had not only formidable guardians by his side, but also 3 saints. The armies of the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and the Xuanwu Ancient Kingdom had also turned against him. The champion Marquis' momentum had dissipated. Observing the dire situation, Yang Pan took a deep breath and said, Jun Xiaoyao, do you truly wish to oppose me? Would it not be wiser for us to retreat a step each? Yang Pan was not foolish. Having reached this juncture, any further confrontation would only lead to his detriment. Ah, were you not once so formidable? And now, you seek retreat? Jun Xiaoyao retorted scornfully. I, the Marquis, am showing you courtesy. Opposing me brings no benefit. Yang Pan's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. Do I need your courtesy? Besides, with so many enemies, would I miss a mere stable boy like you? Jun Xiaoyao replied with indifference. He ceased further discourse and raised his hand. A ferocious golden aura surged forth, transforming into a vividly lifelike golden divine elephant, seemingly capable of suppressing the universe. Facing this avatar of the champion Marquis, Jun Xiaoyao did not even need to utilize any grand techniques. A single slap would suffice to conclude the battle. Jun Xiaoyao, you are digging your own grave. Yang Pan shouted in fury, unleashing his own formidable powers. Yet, as a mere avatar without the presence of the Panhuang spirit sword, how could he contend with Jun Xiaoyao's might? With a resounding crack, Jun Xiaoyao's hand descended, obliterating Yang Pan's avatar into a mist of blood and shattered bones. Witnessing this scene, all were struck with a sense of dread. The champion Marquis' avatar had been slain with a single strike. Had the Jun family scion grown to such formidable heights? Many generals were astonished, despite their higher realms. They felt an unsettling trepidation in the face of Jun Xiaoyao's ferocity. At that very moment, far away in the Panwu divine dynasty, within a resplendent palace adorned with gold and purple qi, a thunderous roar echoed. Jun Xiaoyao, I, Yang Pan, shall not coexist with you. Upon hearing this voice, the attendants outside the palace turned pale, their faces a mask of terror. If Yang Pan were to unleash his wrath, he would be more fearsome than a vengeful demon. Did I just hear the name of the Jun family scion? What enmity exists between the Marquis and him? Whispered some among the servants, trembling with fear. Within the palace, Yang Pan's icy voice resonated, summon forth my orders. Disseminate the news that I, champion Marquis Yang Pan, shall engage in a duel with Jun Xiaoyao at the pinnacle of the Imperial Palace in the Forbidden City. Let the date be set for the day of the martial Mingyue's selection of a consort. Before all powers of the immortal domain, I shall trample Jun Xiaoyao beneath my feet. As these words rang out, all the servants surrounding the palace were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with shock, collectively gasping in disbelief. In the realm of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the champion marquis has challenged the scion of the ancient Jun family. This is no trivial matter. Should it become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval. Furthermore, the timing coincides with the day of the selection of the royal consort by the esteemed Wominju, making the Panwu Divine Dynasty all the more vibrant. One can scarcely fathom how many factions will be drawn to this spectacle. A grand era of competition among prodigies is poised to unfold, and one can only hope that the marquis emerges victorious in the end, sighed an elderly servant. Meanwhile, in the Zhuge ancient kingdom, Jun Xiaoyao remains blissfully unaware of Yang Pan's ire and his intent to challenge him. Yet even if he were informed, Jun Xiaoyao would likely remain unperturbed. Who dares to boast before him? A mere gesture would suffice to quell any dissent. The surrounding multitude still bore expressions of shock. Yet Jun Xiaoyao's countenance remained serene. To him, effortlessly dispatching a mere avatar of Yang Pan was hardly a noteworthy feat. As Jun Xiaoyao scanned the remnants of Yang Pan's avatar amidst the bloodied aftermath, his gaze fell upon a glimmering ring. With a swift motion, he seized it. The ring bore a soul seal, and Jun Xiaoyao casually summoned the true spirit within his divine palace. This spirit, akin to a miniature version of himself, emanated a formidable force of consciousness. Although his physical prowess was unparalleled, his mastery of spiritual cultivation was equally formidable, having diligently practiced the Chaos Divine Forge visualization technique. Jun Xiaoyao's spiritual power effortlessly shattered the ring's seal. He paid little heed to the chaotic remnants within, his focus solely on the bronze compass fragments. As anticipated, 3 fragments of the compass lay within. Ah, Yang Pan, after all your scheming, you have only succeeded in delivering the spoils to me. You are truly a second-rate Xiao Chun, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a faint smile. Yang Pan's meticulous plans had ultimately facilitated Jun Xiaoyao's ascent. He could well imagine the fury boiling within Yang Pan at that moment. Jun Xiaoyao stored the 3 compass fragments within his spatial artifact, thereby collecting all 4. However, now was not the time for contemplation. A glance towards the forces of the Qinglong ancient kingdom revealed the pallor of their faces, with hints of enmity flickering in the eyes of their generals. After all, their sovereign had indirectly met his demise at Jun Xiaoyao's hands. By the decree of this divine scion, all generals above the rank of soldier in the Qinglong ancient kingdom are to be executed, Jun Xiaoyao stated coldly. Yes. Without awaiting the Zhuge kingdom's ruler's consent, the leaders of the Baihu and Xuanwu kingdoms hastened to respond. Having pledged their allegiance, they understood the necessity of demonstrating their commitment. Soon, they systematically eradicated the numerous generals of the Qinglong ancient kingdom, prompting the soldiers to surrender en masse. Thereafter, Jun Xiaoyao issued a command to unify the 4 ancient kingdoms into the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms. The sovereign of the Zhuge kingdom is the ruler of the ancient 4 symbols kingdoms, and his successor is Baiyu. The upheaval among the 4 great ancient kingdoms has thus come to a close, yet the ripples are only just beginning to stir. Chapter 94, The Secret of the Bronze Compass. Enraged and nearly driven to madness, Xiao Chun, 9th update. Although the turmoil among the 4 great ancient kingdoms did not reach every corner of the immortal domain, it stirred significant commotion across dozens of nearby states. Initially, no one had high hopes for the Zhuge kingdom, believing the outcome was predetermined, either submission or annihilation. However, the news that eventually emerged shocked the world. The divine heir of the Jun family led the 4 guardians of wind, forest, fire, and mountain to their aid with overwhelming force. Furthermore, the mysterious figure backing the Qinglong kingdom surfaced, revealing himself to be the champion marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Subsequent news sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. The Jun family's divine heir had ruthlessly vanquished the champion marquis' avatar, and even the Qinglong kingdom's sovereign fell victim to his protector's casual strike. The contest between the Jun family's divine heir and the champion marquis culminated in a resounding victory for Jun Xiaoyao. However, many were aware that the irascible and proud champion marquis could hardly tolerate such a significant defeat. As anticipated, mere days later, news spread from within the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Champion Marquis Yang Pan intended to challenge Jun Xiaoyao at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, coinciding with the day when the Divine Dynasty's eldest princess, Wu Mingyue, would select her consort. This announcement was akin to a boulder plunging into the ocean, creating tumultuous waves. Many understood that Yang Pan had ulterior motives. The day of the princess's selection would undoubtedly attract countless factions to witness the event. Under such circumstances, the intensity and impact of their duel would reach unprecedented heights. Should Yang Pan manage to triumph over Jun Xiaoyao, the news would swiftly reverberate throughout the entire celestial domain, shattering the invincible myth surrounding the Jun family's divine heir. The champion marquis would then ascend to prominence, stepping onto the pedestal built upon Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. It must be acknowledged that Yang Pan's choice was indeed shrewd. Was the champion marquis truly so confident in himself? Many engaged in discussions, cautioning against underestimating the champion marquis, who had been acknowledged by the Panhuang divine sword and was rumored to be the reincarnation of the Panwu emperor. While such rumors may be exaggerated, the champion marquis is undeniably formidable, ranking among the elite of the younger generation. Would the Jun family's divine heir accept the challenge? We shall await the outcome with bated breath. While others in the immortal domain anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's response, he remained silent, much to the surprise of many. The typically flamboyant Jun family heir seemed to have retreated. Little did they know, at that very moment, Jun Xiaoyao was within the grand palace of the Zhuge kingdom, engrossed in the study of the bronze compass. He has successfully assembled 4 compass components into a complete compass. This finished compass exudes an air of ancient mystery, imbued with the weight of time. However, Jun Xiaoyao remains uncertain about its usage. Could it be that the moment for its application has yet to arrive? Jun Xiaoyao speculates. In the present celestial realm, news of the Bronze Celestial Palace has been scarce for quite some time. Perhaps the opportunity has not yet presented itself. When news of the Bronze Celestial Palace resurfaces, this compass should prove to be of great significance. With this thought, Jun Xiaoyao carefully stores the bronze compass within his spatial artifact. This journey has yielded considerable rewards, he muses. Most importantly, he has acquired the bronze compass. Additionally, he has signed the ancient sacred weapon, Phoenix Crying at Qishan, within the imperial palace. Moreover, he has unified the 4 symbols, ancient nations. The strength of the 4 symbols, ancient nations now far surpasses that of the previously fragmented 4 ancient nations. Although it still does not rival the immortal Dao tradition, it has already become a formidable force. Shall we duel at the summit of the Forbidden City? Jun Xiaoyao murmurs. Recently, the news of the Champion Duke's challenge has stirred quite a commotion, and Jun Xiaoyao is already aware of it. His silence is due to his focus on studying the bronze compass. However, he does not intend to respond. After all, he has long planned to personally attend the day when Wu Mingyue selects her consort. As for the Champion Duke, he will simply suppress him when the time comes. Yang Pan, ahead lies hell, Jun Xiaoyao chuckles. He is well aware that Yang Pan wields the Pan Emperor's divine sword and is also a person of destiny. In his eyes, he is merely a harvest waiting to be reaped. While Jun Xiaoyao contemplates how to capitalize on Yang Pan, far away in one of the 3,000 Dao states, the Black Desert State lies desolate. This area is sparsely populated, characterized by vast stretches of barren mountains and desolate deserts. Among the 3,000 Dao states, it is one of the more desolate regions with few cultivators. At this moment, outside a mountain range exuding an aura of wildness in the Black Desert State, a young man dressed in azure garments, strikingly handsome, kneels on the ground. His blood-red eyes raise to the sky as he howls in anguish. This is Xiao Chun. After the events at the Yuan Tian secret vault, guided by the Azure Dragon Immortal, Xiao Chun has journeyed to the Black Desert State in search of the ancient lair where the ancestral dragon's ancient monstrosity is buried. However, just moments ago, he unexpectedly learned from a passing cultivator of the fate that befell the Azure Dragon Kingdom. His father, the Azure Dragon Sovereign, was slain by Jun Xiaoyao's guardian. The entire Azure Dragon Kingdom has been annihilated and absorbed into the 4 symbols ancient nations. Now, Xiao Chun has lost even his status as the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, reduced to an ordinary commoner without any background. The enmity of a father's murder and the hatred of a nation's destruction weigh heavily upon him. Jun Xiaoyao, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and grind your bones to dust. I vow to achieve this vengeance or perish in the attempt. Xiao Chun raised his voice to the heavens, a tempest of extreme hatred and fury surging within his heart. Beside him, the ethereal form of the Azure Dragon Master materialized, his countenance etched with profound displeasure. He had once proclaimed Xiao Chun to be the son of the nation's fortune, yet now, the nation itself lay in ruins. More critically, that precious artifact was lost. Alas, the bronze compass must have fallen into the hands of the Jun family's divine offspring. This individual indeed had orchestrated an intricate scheme. The Azure Dragon Master sighed deeply. Little did they know, from the moment Jun Xiaoyao encountered by Yuer, he had already begun to prepare for the subjugation of the 4 ancient kingdoms. As for the bronze compass, it was merely an unexpected boon. Ancestor, I must grow stronger. I am determined to slay Jun Xiaoyao. I will certainly kill him. Xiao Chen's gaze burned crimson, his veins threatening to burst, his demeanor resembling that of a frenzied specter. Xiao Chen, regain your composure. Your heart is on the brink of corruption, admonished the Azure Dragon Master, his white brows furrowing in disapproval. Corruption? Huh, what of it? I shall kill Jun Xiaoyao, no matter the cost. Xiao Chen's once handsome visage contorted into a grotesque mask of fury. Do you not recall? You still possess your final 2 trump cards, the Supreme Blood within the Ancient Nest and Wu Mingyue alongside the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Azure Dragon Master reminded him. This revelation fell upon Xiao Chun like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming his tempestuous spirit. Indeed, I have not yet lost. I still have Mingyue. I shall marry her. She will surely assist me. Xiao Chun inhaled deeply. As thoughts of the unparalleled beauty filled his mind, Xiao Chun's emotions gradually stabilized. Even in the face of losing his father and his nation, he could at least count on a cherished companion to stand by his side. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wu Mingyue had concealed a critical truth from him. She was the slave of Jun Xiaoyao. Had Xiao Chun come to learn this in the end, one can only fathom the depths of his ensuing madness. Chapter 95. Xiao Chun's Fortunes, the Awakening of the Ancient Abomination from the Dragon's Nest. Ancestor, forgive me. I have lost my composure. I must swiftly seek out the Ancient Nest to obtain the Supreme Blood and undergo a transformation in strength. Xiao Chun's demeanor now reflected a steely resolve. Only through amplifying his power could he hope to marry Wu Mingyue. Xiao Chun, for your plans to succeed, you must wed Wu Mingyue. But do you know who stands as your greatest obstacle? Inquired the Azure Dragon Master. Could it be? Xiao Chun's brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, it is not Jun Xiaoyao, but rather the champion Marquis, Yang Pan, declared the Azure Dragon Master. It was indeed Yang Pan. Rumors suggested that the prince consort had already been predetermined, and it was none other than the champion Marquis Yang Pan. However, I could never allow Mingyue to be given to such a debauched scoundrel. Xiao Chun's countenance hardened. His deepest animosity was directed at Jun Xiaoyao. Yet he harbored a profound disdain for Yang Pan as well. After all, Yang Pan sought to claim the woman he loved. What did the title of champion Marquis matter? Wu Mingyue's affections were for him, not for that wretched Yang Pan. Thus, Xiao Chun resolved firmly within his heart to trample Yang Pan underfoot in the presence of all on the day Wu Mingyue chooses her consort. Only by defeating Yang Pan could he hope to gain the favor of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Very well, that ancient nest should lie within these wild and rugged mountains. Let us proceed, spoke the Azure Dragon Master. Xiao Chun nodded, his figure flickering as he entered the mountain range. Within a few days, guided by the Azure Dragon Master, he discovered a narrow crevice between the mountains. As he ventured through the gap, he was astounded to find a hidden realm, resembling an underground world. Various divine sources piled within, emanating an ethereal aura that left Xiao Chun mesmerized. What took his breath away even more was the discovery of the Supreme Blood. Infused with the essence of the ancestral dragon, this Supreme Blood coalesced into a small pool. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to seize this opportunity, a voice, lofty and regal like that of a queen, suddenly echoed, "Mortal, do you dare touch what belongs to me? Who is it?" Xiao Chun exclaimed in astonishment. This could be troublesome. It is likely the ancient aberration sealed by the divine source, the Azure Dragon Master warned telepathically. Oh, there is also a powerful spirit possessing this body. The voice, identifying itself as this palace, expressed mild surprise. Determined, Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, disregarding the voice, and continued to cultivate with the Supreme Blood. "Mortal, how about we strike a bargain?" The female voice proposed. A bargain? What possible deal could an ancient aberration of the primordial royal lineage offer me? Xiao Chun retorted coldly. I have lost track of how long I have slumbered. The divine source formation has long since depleted its energy. If you procure for me 99 young boys and 99 young girls' blood to reactivate the divine source formation, I shall grant you a wish, the voice stated. Such a nefarious proposition, Xiao Chun declared with righteous indignation. I would not even entertain such a notion, even unto death. Oh, any wish you desire can be granted. With but a word, even the ancestral dragon nest will heed my command, the voice continued. Any wish? Xiao Chun's eyes darkened momentarily. If this ancient aberration of the ancestral dragon nest could help him eliminate Jun Xiaoyao. Suddenly, he shook his head vigorously, suppressing that thought. No, I, Xiao Chun, will seek my own vengeance. He resumed his focus on absorbing the Supreme Blood. Is that so? To me, humanity appears quite tainted. The feminine voice murmured, then fell silent. Xiao Chun exhaled in relief. It seemed this ancient aberration of the ancestral dragon nest must be bound by some constraints. Unable to break free for the time being, he could finally devote himself to his cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao, wait for me. When I appear before you next, do not be surprised. The flames of revenge ignited in Xiao Chun's eyes. Meanwhile, on the side of the Four Symbols ancient kingdom, after achieving complete stability, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to return to the Jun family. After all, he needed to start devising his next scheme against the Panwu Divine Dynasty. In the realm of Pan Wuling, Jun Xiaoyao must certainly pay a visit, not solely for the purpose of signing in, but also because he may uncover the opportunity for the awakening of the next sacred body anomaly. However, Pan Wuling is a private treasure trove of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty, and outsiders are not permitted entry, especially not someone of Jun Xiaoyao's stature. No faction would be foolish enough to squander their own opportunities to nurture the prodigies of others. When Jun Xiaoyao departed from the Zhuge ancient kingdom, he felt a profound reluctance to part with Baiyuer. The four symbols ancient kingdom is entrusted to you and the Zhuge monarch. Do not let me down, he declared. Rest assured, I shall manage the four symbols ancient kingdom well. Baiyuer replied with unwavering determination. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao, accompanied by others, returned to the Jun family. Meanwhile, the matter of the champion marquis's duel continued to simmer within the Pan Wu divine dynasty. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao remained notably silent. As time passed, a few individuals began to intentionally spread rumors, suggesting that the Jun family's divine son was fearful of the champion marquis and dared not accept the challenge. Those propagating such slander included supporters of the champion marquis as well as members of the ancient royal clans, their objective undoubtedly being to tarnish Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. Conversely, many steadfast supporters of Jun Xiaoyao maintained that he merely found the challenge beneath him. The majority of these supporters were women, for, regardless of the location, fervent admirers are ever present. However, the truth aligned with the beliefs of these supporters. Jun Xiaoyao was simply disinterested in the duel, planning instead to effortlessly deal with Yang Pan when the time came. Why complicate matters? As several months passed, Jun Xiaoyao had turned 12, his figure increasingly tall and his features even more handsome. The sole source of his vexation was the lack of celestial essence for cultivating the Luo immortal body. The Jun family eventually provided him with a dozen pieces of celestial essence, yet for Jun Xiaoyao, it was far from sufficient. Gazing at the scant resources, he could hardly fathom a day when he would find himself lacking. The consumption of essence required for the Luo immortal body was fearsome, surpassing even that of the ancient sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head in resignation. It seemed prudent to pause his cultivation and seek out additional resources. Perhaps he could extort some resources from the Pan Wu divine dynasty. As the crown princess, Wu Mingyue should possess considerable supplies. Jun Xiaoyao mused. Were Wu Mingyue to hear such thoughts, she would likely accuse him of having a devilish heart. Nevertheless, it was time to make a trip to the Pan Wu divine dynasty. Certain schemes needed to be set in motion. He found himself intrigued by the prospect of a conflict between Xiao Chun and Yang Pan, a dogfight, so to speak. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, knowing that, due to Wu Mingyue's involvement, a clash between Xiao Chun and Yang Pan was inevitable. What fun it would be to watch two rivals engage in a scuffle. Chapter 96. The Divine Dynasty Banquet is about to commence. Various forces making their way. The prodigy of Wanhua Spirit Mountain emerges. First update. After formulating his subsequent plans, Jun Xiaoyao set forth alone, riding in a carriage drawn by 9-headed lions, departing from the Jun family to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. He did not bring along Jun Zhangjian or any companions, not even Jun Linglong. For this occasion, Jun Xiaoyao intended to act independently, rendering it inconvenient to have them accompany him. Upon Jun Xiaoyao's departure from the Jun family, ripples began to stir throughout the celestial realm. News from the Panwu Divine Dynasty spread that, in half a month, a grand banquet would be held within the forbidden city of the imperial capital. The Panwu Divine Dynasty would extend invitations to various forces from and during this event, they would select a consort for the esteemed Princess Wu Minju from among the young elites of these factions. As this news emerged, it sent waves of excitement across the realm. Countless factions mobilized, and various vessels, carriages, and ancient flying beasts soared through the skies towards the direction of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. As a dynasty of profound heritage, an alliance formed through a marriage with its princess would be a significant achievement. Top-tier sects aspired to ally with the Panwu Divine Dynasty to elevate their status, while immortal forces sought to turn it into an ally. After all, even the mightiest immortal forces could face the risk of being besieged by other immortal sects without the support of amicable factions. These factors prompted many forces to stir with intent, preparing to send their disciples to test their fortunes. Not to mention, the princess herself was renowned for her extraordinary beauty and charm, garnering immense popularity and acclaim throughout the combination of these two reasons made the banquet of the Panwu Divine Dynasty a grand affair. However, alongside this announcement, the champion Marquis Yang Pan had also made a statement. He asserted that if the Jun family's divine son dared not accept his challenge, he would personally confront the Jun family at their mountain gate. This significant declaration stirred even greater waves of commotion. Many deemed the champion Marquis excessively arrogant for daring to confront others at the Jun family's threshold. The last individual to challenge at the Jun family's mountain gate, Long Haoyan, had long since become a mere memory. Numerous female cultivators who admired Jun Xiaoyao were incensed. This champion Marquis, what a contemptible figure. He is undoubtedly envious of our Xiaoyao's unparalleled beauty. So what if he possesses great strength? Does he not realize we live in an era where appearances matter? Moreover, our Xiaoyao is unrivaled among his peers. What does the champion marquis amount to? Within the ancestral grounds of the ancient Jiang family, a petite and exquisite figure stomped her delicate foot in frustration, her twin ponytails bobbing in indignation. Her lovely face bore an adorably fierce expression. Luoli, if you do not focus on your cultivation, you shall remain confined within the clan's grounds. Not far away, clad in snowy attire, the ethereal Jiang Xingyi approached. Observing the indignation etched on Jiang Luoli's face, which caused her some vexation. Humph, Jiang Luoli huffed, unable to suppress her frustration. That so-called champion marquis dares to spread such rumors, attempting to tarnish my brother Xiaoyao's reputation. With her cheeks puffed out, she exhibited her ire. Such petty mischief is to be expected. The champion marquis is notorious for his malicious nature. There is no need to give it much thought. Xiaoyao himself is unfazed. Jiang Xingyi remarked. The news of the champion marquis challenging Jun Xiaoyao had been circulating wildly in the celestial realm. Although Jiang Luoli was in seclusion within their clan's territory, she managed to glean information through her maidservants. No, I must emerge from seclusion and head to the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Jiang Luoli declared. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to compete for the position of consort? Jiang Xingyi jested. I aim to suppress that champion marquis, to trample his face in retaliation, and see if he dares to provoke my brother Xiaoyao again. Jiang Luoli asserted with righteous fervor. Oh, is that truly your sole intention? Jiang Xingyi smiled faintly, as if she could see through Jiang Luoli's facade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli's delicate face flushed slightly, and she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her slender fingers. Of course, while she recognized that her brother Xiaoyao had no intention of vying for any consort position, a flicker of uncertainty lingered in her heart. Jiang Luoli was evidently apprehensive that Jun Xiaoyao might attend the banquet and contend for the consort title, thereby aligning himself with the renowned beauty Wu Mingyue. After all, Wu Mingyue was widely recognized as an unparalleled beauty, and few men could gaze upon her without feeling entranced. Is this not your primary motive? Jiang Xingyi inquired with a smile. Even before any betrothal, Jiang Luoli has transformed into a possessive little guardian. Jiang Luoli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her earlobes flushed with a rosy hue. All right, then I shall accompany you, Jiang Xingyi conceded with a resigned smile, gently ruffling Jiang Luoli's hair. Oh yay, Sister Xingyi is the best, Jiang Luoli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Xingyi returned a subtle smile. Yet a hint of unperceived melancholy flickered in the depths of her eyes. This girl truly harbored deep affections for Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, in the ancestral grounds of the ancient Yi family, atop a towering mountain peak, a handsome youth clad in blue sat cross-legged. Above him, the celestial dome resembled a night sky, adorned with a resplendent river of stars flowing through the darkness, exuding an aura of exquisite beauty intertwined with a profound sense of danger. This youth was none other than Yi Xingyun. Years prior, during Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration, Yi Xingyun had suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands. However, he had turned misfortune into fortune, awakening a certain memory. Since then, his demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation, becoming increasingly composed and reserved, shedding the arrogance and ostentation of his former self. The upcoming challenge from the champion marquis, given Jun Xiaoyao's character, would undoubtedly see him in attendance. Yi Xingyun's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in contemplation. Although his disposition had shifted, the enmity within him remained unchanged. Xiaoyao seeks vengeance, and Jiang Luoli must be seized. Very well, I shall make a journey to the Panwu Divine Dynasty, coincidentally allowing me to ascertain the true strength of Jun Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun resolved in his heart and instructed Uncle Fu to prepare the carriage. Qizhou, a vast expanse of ancient spiritual mountains, stretches endlessly. This entire range is immense, shrouded in mist and adorned with divine radiance. Here, one can find peculiar cliffs and towering peaks, with colorful phoenixes dancing and mythical birds soaring. As far as the eye can see, the mountain range seems to have no end. This locale is the ancestral land of the Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain, one of the ancient royal families. The Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain stands alongside the ancestral dragon nest as one of the preeminent ancient royal clans, possessing profound heritage and formidable strength. At this moment, within a mountain valley, an aged voice resonated. Huang Xian Yi, Feng Qingling. You too shall visit the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Remember, do not tarnish the reputation of our Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Yes, we shall obey the elder's command. Within the mountains, a man and a woman, enveloped in blazing divine light, ascended into the sky. Above, two resplendent golden phoenixes pulled two grand palanquins, into which the two figures swiftly entered. I wonder if we will catch a glimpse of the rumored Jun family's divine son this time, Feng Qingling mused within the palanquin. Indeed, I am curious to see the individual who has repeatedly embarrassed the ancestral dragon nest, Huang Xian replied. However, we are not Long Haotian and Long Bichi. Feng Qingling chuckled lightly. If Jun Xiaoyao underestimates us, he may find himself in for quite a challenge, Huang Xian remarked, his tone relaxed and self-assured. Chapter 97. The Guiding Maiden, Qin Xian, atop the Imperial City, at the pinnacle of the Purple Forbidden City, something to anticipate. Second update. Just as the entire immortal domain stirred with excitement, Jun Xiaoyao, at the eye of the storm, was nearing the royal capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. He had passed through several teleportation arrays en route, arriving at Panwu Dao Prefecture, where the royal capital lay in the central region. With just under half a month remaining, there was ample time for Jun Xiaoyao to execute his plans. At that moment, a voice akin to that of 9 lions echoed from outside the palanquin. Master, ahead lies the royal capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao lifted the curtain of the carriage to behold. Before him stood an extraordinarily magnificent and colossal city, rising majestically from the earth. The entire city was boundless, with walls extending like the Great Wall into the infinite distance. Within the royal capital, pavilions and towers thrived, bustling markets teemed with crowds, and the streets overflowed with life. The sky was adorned with numerous floating islands, upon which palaces were scattered, resembling celestial abodes. The Panwu Divine Dynasty truly deserved its title of an immortal dynasty, exuding an aura of grandeur. Jun Xiaoyao observed keenly. The immortal lineage, transcendent above, represented the titans of the immortal domain, each one extraordinary. It is precisely for this reason that despite the deep-seated enmity between the Jun family and the ancestral dragon nest, an immortal war had yet to erupt. Both parties are acutely aware that the complete eradication of one side's immortal influence is no simple endeavor. Strictly speaking, the Zulong nest harbors a greater trepidation towards the Jun family. The Panwu Divine Dynasty, established by the illustrious Panwu Emperor, though not at the zenith of its glory, has not significantly diminished. Jun Xiaoyao descended from the heavens, followed closely by the 9-headed lion, which had broken free from its restraints. Isn't your presence a tad too conspicuous? Dogsheng, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, casting a sidelong glance. The 9-headed lion, resplendent as if forged from gold, radiated a brilliance that rendered it nearly blinding. Its golden sheen was excessively ostentatious. Jun Xiaoyao had no desire to be the spectacle akin to a monkey in a zoo, attracting unwarranted attention, especially as he had certain matters to attend to that necessitated discretion. Master, could you refrain from calling me by my true name? The 9-headed lion murmured softly, somewhat sulkily. Suddenly, its form shrank dramatically, transforming before Jun Xiaoyao's gaze into a Shiba Inu. Indeed, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, it bore no distinction from an ordinary Shiba Inu, albeit a rather peculiar and comical version with 9 heads. Is this a walking emoji? Jun Xiaoyao sighed. At least the 9-headed Shiba Inu was not so ostentatious. With hands clasped behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao strolled leisurely through the gates into the imperial capital. The guards stationed at the city gates regarded him with astonishment and suspicion, daring not to impede his passage. Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor was overwhelmingly transcendent. An ethereal aura enveloped him, exuding a sense of celestial grace and Taoist essence. A result of the Daluo immortal bone he had refined. His visage, cloaked in radiant light, rendered him indistinct to onlookers, thus unimpeded. Jun Xiaoyao entered the heart of the imperial capital. Once he had departed, a young guard, perplexed, inquired, Captain, why did we not stop that individual to verify his identity? It is mandated that all cultivators entering the city undergo inspection. You naive fool, do you think such a person can be casually halted for an identity check? He could very well be a scion of an immortal lineage, his status rivaling that of the Grand Princess. The captain scolded, casting a scathing glance. Oh, I see. The young guard nodded repeatedly, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. As Jun Xiaoyao traversed the imperial capital, he inevitably drew numerous gazes. Although his appearance was shrouded in a nebulous mist, his aura could not be concealed. Many youthful maidens and female cultivators from powerful factions frequently stole glances at him. Across the vast expanse of the wild heaven immortal domain, while many knew of Jun Xiaoyao's renown, few had truly encountered him. Moreover, numerous disciples from immortal lineages, possessing royal or divine physiques, were also cloaked in misty auras. It was implausible that every individual enveloped in celestial light was Jun Xiaoyao. Thus, none could discern the truth. At this moment, a young girl clad in a simple azure dress approached with a hesitant demeanor. Yet, after a moment of steeling herself, she advanced. This must be your first visit to the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty, my lord. I, Qin Xian, can guide you and provide insights into various matters. The girl named Qin Xian exhibited a palpable anxiety. Though she had previously welcomed many disciples from formidable sects, encountering someone as enigmatic and transcendent as Jun Xiaoyao was a first for her. The other female cultivators dared only to observe from a distance, lacking the courage to draw near. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze settled upon Qin Xian, his brow arching slightly. She was merely 15 or 16 years old. Yet her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm. He noted this, but chose to remain silent. Very well, lead the way, he instructed, casually producing a piece of exquisite divine essence. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Goodness, that's exquisite divine essence. That young master must be extraordinarily wealthy. He is undoubtedly a descendant of an immortal force. How enviable for that girl. Gasps filled the air. Many female cultivators bit their lips and stamped their feet, cursing themselves for missing such an opportunity. Qin Xian's mouth fell slightly agape, betraying her astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao, however, maintained an expression of indifference, for exquisite divine essence was the most commonplace currency in his possession. My lord, allow me to share some recent news with you. In just a few days, the banquet for the selection of the crown princess's consort will be held. Furthermore, the champion marquis intends to challenge the Jun family's divine son at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City. It is said that the Jun family's divine son is an extraordinary figure, unmatched among his peers. As Qin Xian spoke of Jun Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes brimmed with admiration. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had become the dream of countless maidens across the celestial realm. Meanwhile, the nine-headed lion accompanying her harbored a peculiar expression, as if pondering how the girl would react upon realizing that the very divine son she idolized stood before her. She might very well swoon from excitement. However, as she mentioned the champion marquis, her demeanor shifted noticeably, revealing an undercurrent of animosity. Observing this, Jun Xiaoyao casually inquired, if the Jun family's divine son indeed accepts the challenge, whom would you wish to see victorious? At his question, Qin Xian's eyes darkened with a deep-seated hatred. Without hesitation, she declared, I hope that the Jun family's divine son prevails, and even slays that champion marquis. A flicker of intrigue crossed Jun Xiaoyao's gaze as he remarked, at your tender age, possessing such mastery of the divine bridge realm suggests your lineage is not ordinary. How did you come to find yourself in a position of guiding others? Qin Xian clenched her fist, her voice heavy with sorrow as she replied. I was once of the Qin Tian marquisate. My father was the esteemed Qin Tian of the divine dynasty. My mother was a renowned beauty of the court, later coveted by the champion marquis to join his harem. When my father refused, he was slain, and my mother chose to follow him in death. The entire marquisate fell into decline, leaving me to wander alone. Her voice trembled with unresolved bitterness. Thus, the truth was revealed. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly in understanding. He harbored little sympathy. After all, there are far too many deserving of compassion in this world. Jun Xiaoyao was not the type to pity the wretched, like a saint. Apologies for divulging such personal matters. I must have displeased you, my lord. Qin Xian managed a strained smile as she recovered her composure. Do you not desire vengeance? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Vengeance. The champion marquis reigns over the Panwu divine dynasty like a local emperor. Who could possibly retaliate against him? Qin Xian responded, her tone laced with despair. On the imperial city's zenith, the forbidden city, perhaps you may find hope. Jun Xiaoyao uttered softly, hands clasped behind his back, strolling ahead with an air of ease. Staring at Jun Xiaoyao's retreating figure, Qin Xian found herself momentarily dazed, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. Chapter 98, The Contest of the Celestial Zither Maiden, a Scheme Against the Third Prince. With Qin Xian's introduction, Jun Xiaoyao had gained some understanding of the imperial city. By the way, is there a place within this imperial city to obtain source stones? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Source stones? Qin Xian glanced at him, clearly insinuating that a person capable of casually producing supreme divine sources would hardly lack for source stones. I meant celestial sources, Jun Xiaoyao clarified. Celestial sources? Qin Xian was slightly taken aback. For someone of her standing, even supreme divine sources were a rare stroke of fortune, let alone celestial sources, which she had never dared to contemplate. Ah, I recall now. In a few days, the celestial Qiong Tower will host a contest of zither playing, featuring the renowned celestial zither maiden of the Xianwu zither sect. Should anyone surpass her in the art of zither, they shall be rewarded with 300 celestial sources. Qin Xian suddenly announced. Jun Xiaoyao expressed mild surprise upon hearing this. He was acquainted with the Xianwu zither sect, a prestigious and illustrious school that embraced the zither as a path. Previously, the sect's leader had subdued for saintly kings with the sound of her zither, garnering immense renown for the Xianwu zither sect. The celestial zither maiden was also a paragon of beauty and a top prodigy of the sect. However, could such a top-tier sect truly offer 300 celestial sources? Jun Xiaoyao pondered with skepticism. What you may not know, my lord. is that those celestial sources were gathered by the followers of the celestial Zither Maiden, including the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, among others. Wait, you say the third prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is a follower of the celestial Zither Maiden? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze flickered slightly. Indeed. But the celestial Zither Maiden is an aloof beauty, possessing a haughty disposition, and even the third prince finds himself yearning for her in vain, Qin Xian elucidated. This is not a secret, many are aware of it. Jun Xiaoyao contemplated deeply, a plan gradually materializing in his mind. My Zither skills are rather unremarkable, but I should manage the contest with relative ease. If everything unfolds according to my design, then the Panwu dynasty will be secure. A smile played on Jun Xiaoyao's lips, confidence radiating from him. Calculating the intricacies of an immortal force is no trivial endeavor. Yet, for Jun Xiaoyao, it is a challenge well within his capabilities. Wu Mingyue serves as the first pawn, while the third prince of the martial god dynasty is to be regarded as the second. Jun Xiaoyao muses to himself. As time progresses, the entire imperial capital of the divine dynasty grows increasingly vibrant. Each day, one can witness numerous outstanding young talents from esteemed lineages arriving. However, prior to Wu Mingwe's selection of a consort and the duel between the champion marquis, another event has stirred a modest commotion. The renowned celestial dance Qin sect's prodigious maiden, the Tianqin Maiden, is set to host a Qin competition at the Xinxiang Pavilion. This Tianqin Maiden is also a celebrated beauty from the wild heaven celestial domain, yet she possesses an icy demeanor, showing no interest in the pursuits of any young hero. Only the art of the Qin can pique her interest. However, the Qin is an esoteric path, and how many young prodigies in the entire wild heaven celestial domain are proficient in this art? Consequently, no man has yet captured the attention of the Tianqin Maiden. Indeed, some have even spun a tale. Should a man conquer the Tianqin Maiden, he must surely be the god of Qin. Nevertheless, despite her frosty disposition, suitors continue to flock to her like fish crossing a river. The 300 celestial sources for this Qin competition are, in fact, sponsored by her numerous admirers. The Xinxiang Pavilion is considered the most opulent establishment in the imperial capital, with an entrance fee of 10 inferior divine sources just to step inside. It is a place of utmost luxury, accessible only to disciples of top-tier lineages, the nobility of the divine dynasty, and the prodigies of immortal forces. Today, on the top floor of the Xinxiang Pavilion, petals of blossoms fall like rain, enveloped by a radiant glow. A multitude of young talents has gathered in one place. And aside from the upcoming banquet for the selection of the crown princess's suitor, this Qin competition is arguably the most grandiose event. Among the distinguished individuals scattered throughout, many exude remarkable auras, representing the elite of various factions. In a prominent VIP seat, a young man clad in a resplendent golden-red robe sits with poise. He possesses striking features and an air of composure, exuding the presence of one in authority. He is none other than the third prince of the martial god dynasty. At this moment, his gaze, filled with obsession and affection, is fixed upon the elevated platform. Upon that platform, amidst ethereal wisps of smoke, sits a woman adorned in a vibrant red floral gown, exuding an elegant and cold beauty. Her skin is pristine, her features exquisite, with fingers as delicate as scallions and lips as vibrant as vermilion. A plain sheen rests beside her as she gently caresses its strings, appearing from a distance like a breathtaking scene from a painting. This woman is the Tianqin Maiden of the celestial dance Qin sect, a paragon of purity and grace, who comprehends the Tao through the Qin. At this moment, her delicate hands, as white and fine as mutton-fat jade, gently caressed the strings of the guqin, producing melodious notes that flowed like water, captivating the ethereal birds that circled around the celestial qianglu. This melody, which ought to exist only in the heavens, was a rare delight for mortals. The third prince listened, entranced, showering praises upon the performance. The allure of the celestial guqin maiden stemmed not solely from her beauty, but also from the innate elegance that emanated from her very being. One enchanting melody from the celestial maiden seemed to cleanse the dust of the earthly realm. Meanwhile, a handsome young man, exuding an air of nobility, also found himself moved. He was the heir of the Wanbao Merchants Guild, a renowned trading establishment in the wasteland of the celestial realm, known for its formidable strength and extensive dealings with various immortal sections. A significant portion of the 300 pieces of celestial source for the upcoming guqin competition had been contributed by this young master. Of course, while the offering was substantial, it was merely a means to elicit a smile from the enchanting maiden. Yet, winning a smile from the celestial guqin maiden was no easy feat. To earn her admiration was akin to scaling the heavens. At that moment, a resplendent golden phoenix appeared in the distance, drawing a chariot towards the celestial qianglu. Upon sighting the phoenix, Many gifted individuals atop the building were taken aback. Was it possible that a successor from the Wanhua Spirit Mountain had emerged? As the crowd buzzed with astonishment, the phoenix came to a halt in midair, and a slender figure enveloped in crimson divine light gracefully descended from the chariot. Behind her, a pair of majestic phoenix wings adorned her, and her exquisite beauty was enshrouded in divine radiance, rendering her visage almost elusive. It was none other than Feng Qingling. Having arrived at the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital alongside Huang Xian, she had come upon hearing of the Guqin competition. Skilled in the art of music herself, Feng Qingling felt a competitive spirit arise within her and decided to attend the event alone. The celestial Guqin maiden cast a glance at Feng Qingling, but said nothing. In terms of power, she might not surpass this ancient royal descendant, yet in musical prowess, she was confident that she could rival any prodigy from the immortal sections. As time passed, heroes from all walks of life gathered, and the Guqin competition was about to commence. Just then, a figure clad in transcendent white entered the celestial Qianglu. Chapter 99. The Guqin competition begins. Feng Qingling's defeat. Fourth update. My lord, are we truly entering? Qin Xian, following Jun Xiaoyao, surveyed the opulent grandeur of the celestial Qianglu, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. She had never set foot in such a lavish venue before. If we do not enter, how shall we participate in the Guqin competition? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile, casually tossing an exquisite piece of divine source to a nearby attendant. The attendant, stunned, dared not obstruct Jun Xiaoyao's entrance. Qin Xian nodded slightly, perceiving Jun Xiaoyao as merely another admirer of the celestial Guqin maiden. As for the competition, it had never crossed her mind. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao and Qin Xian ascended to the top of the celestial Qianglu. The moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, all eyes in the hall were irresistibly drawn to him. The aura exuded by this individual is extraordinarily unique, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Who is this person, radiating such astonishing presence? It feels as if a celestial being has descended into the mortal realm. The elites from various powerful factions gaze upon him with a hint of intrigue. Even the third prince and the young master of the Wanbao Merchants Association display expressions of astonishment, particularly the third prince, who, while amazed, also harbors a subtle sense of vigilance. In his eyes, most males attending the lute duel are merely there to admire the ethereal beauty of the celestial lute maiden. To him, she has long been an object beyond reach. Yet, the mysterious young man before him, enveloped in a divine glow, evokes an insidious feeling of threat. For in the presence of this white-clad gentleman, even he, a prince, feels a twinge of inferiority, akin to a humble mortal standing before a deity. This sensation leaves the third prince quite unsettled. What exacerbates his discomfort is that the gaze of the celestial lute maiden has also been captivated by this white-robed youth. Such an astonishing presence, that even with her frosty demeanor, the lute maiden is taken aback. Before this young man, she too feels an unspoken sense of inadequacy. Jun Xiaoyao, however, remains unfazed by the attention of the crowd, casually taking a seat in a chosen spot. In contrast, Qin Xian beside him feels a pang of nervousness under the scrutiny of so many eyes. On the other side, Feng Qingling has also noticed Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyes gleam with crimson light, attempting to penetrate the celestial mist surrounding his visage. A slight lift of his brow signals Jun Xiaoyao's awareness as he releases his spiritual power within his mind palace. Instantly, Feng Qingling's brow furrows, a sharp pain piercing her consciousness. This individual possesses some depth. With a frown, she abandons her probing. After all, her primary purpose for attending is to meet the renowned lute maiden, said to be the foremost in her craft. Jun Xiaoyao retracts his gaze, murmuring to himself. It appears the lineage of the Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain has begun to make its move. Until now, it was merely the ancestral dragon nest causing a stir. Now, the heirs of Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain have emerged. These two factions are conveniently allied, and both target the Jun family. Thus, I hold no fondness for this Feng Qingling. Esteemed guests, the time has come. Let the lute duel commence, announced an elderly matron from the Xianwu lute sect, a guardian of the celestial lute maiden. In that case, allow me to present my humble performance. I hope the celestial lute maiden will graciously offer her guidance, said a young man stepping forward with a smile. Producing his guqin. Please, the lute maiden replied succinctly, her voice cold and clear. The young man began to play, the melodies flowing like water. Meanwhile, the lute maiden maintained an expression of serene indifference. After the young man's performance concluded, she delicately plucked the strings of her guqin, and in an instant, the sound of music akin to heavenly melodies resonated forth. Surrounded by sacred rays of light, ethereal clouds ascend, and amidst the void, divine brilliance flickers, accentuating the celestial figure of the Qintian maiden, who appears akin to an enchanting fairy of the zither. The audience, nearly entranced, feels a profound admiration, particularly the third prince and the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Guild, whose infatuation intensifies. As the Qintian maiden concludes her melody, the lingering echoes resonate in the air. This is indeed a heavenly composition, exquisite and captivating. Upon experiencing the Qintian maiden's music, I felt as though I were transcending. Many gifted individuals marvel at the beauty of her performance, exclaiming how delightful it is. Even Jun Xuan, who lacks knowledge of the zither, finds herself entranced. Lost in the melody. Not too bad, remarked Jun Xiaoyao nonchalantly. He does not specialize in the art of the zither and has not practiced extensively. However, with his prodigious talent and previous knowledge of renowned ancient zither pieces, Jun Xiaoyao's skill has unknowingly reached its zenith. To him, the Qintian maiden's music merely falls within the realm of the appreciable. The young man who dared to challenge the Qintian maiden bowed respectfully, declaring, "Truly deserving of your reputation as the foremost zither player of the younger generation in the celestial realm. I humbly concede." The Qintian maiden, with a serene countenance, showed no sign of joy at her victory. Subsequently, several other prodigies stepped forward to challenge her, all of whom met with defeat. Witnessing this scene, the third prince and the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Guild wore amused smiles. No one could surpass the Qintian maiden in zither artistry. Thus no one could pique her interest. At that moment, a voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance, emerged. "Let Qingling have a word with you." The esteemed zither virtuoso of the younger generation. Feng Qingling rose, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Though her beauty was shrouded in divine radiance, a fleeting glimpse revealed her stunning allure. She produced a fiery red guqin, its strings resembling flames entwined in a dance. It was an immensely powerful weapon of royalty. "The title of the foremost zither player is too grand for me," she said modestly. "Since Miss Feng wishes to challenge, please proceed." The Qintian maiden's tone was calm, yet subtly competitive. The two faced each other and began to play simultaneously. "Listen to my melody, Phoenix seeking the Phoenix." Feng Qingling's delicate hands caressed the strings, conjuring countless crimson runes that imprinted upon the void. Soon, the sounds of Phoenix calls reverberated. Two vivid divine birds, a phoenix and a Feng Wang, surrounded Feng Qingling, astonishing many onlookers. In response, the Qintian maiden commenced her renowned piece, Dance of the Rainbow Feathered Attire. Instantly, the audience seemed to witness the descent of a celestial palace, with ethereal maidens dancing, flowers cascading from the heavens, and golden lotuses emerging from the earth. Each individual appeared entranced, oblivious to the passage of time. The two zither pieces intertwined and clashed with fervor. Finally, with a resounding snap, one of Feng Qingling's strings broke. Her expression subtly shifted, tinged with a faint hue of blue, as her brows furrowed in contemplation. At last, she ceased playing the lute. Truly, she is the foremost talent in the realm of musical artistry among the younger generation. If I cannot surpass you, it seems no one else can either. Feng Qingling, hailing from the illustrious Wanhuang's spiritual mountain, subtly shook her head, embodying an innate pride and nobility. Yet now, she must concede her defeat. Admittedly, this defeat pertains solely to the realm of music. In terms of actual strength, the celestial lute maiden cannot compare to her. Furthermore, Feng Qingling possesses considerable pride. She believes that if she cannot triumph over the celestial lute maiden, then none among the younger generation of the vast celestial domain can claim victory in the art of music. Chapter 100, A Melody of Guangling. The manifestation of the great Tao, shocking the entire assembly, the favor of the celestial lute maiden, 5th update. Witnessing even Feng Qingling from Wanhuang's spiritual mountain falter in the realm of music against the celestial lute maiden only deepened the admiration held by the third prince and his companions. The celestial lute maiden has inherited the teachings of the sect leader of the celestial dance lute sect, in terms of musical skill. "I fear no one can surpass you," remarked the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. "That may not entirely be the case," the celestial lute maiden interjected. "My master has mentioned that there is one person whose skill in music far exceeds hers." "Oh, who might that be?" inquired the third prince, curiosity evident among those present. Although the sect leader of the celestial dance lute sect may not rank among the top in terms of raw power within the vast celestial domain, in the art of music, that leader is undoubtedly unparalleled. The celestial lute maiden shook her head slightly. "My master has not elaborated much, only stating that this individual seems to have some connection with the Jun family." Upon hearing this, many in the vicinity were taken aback. The ancient Jun family. The third prince's gaze flickered with intrigue. If there is one name frequently mentioned in the imperial capital recently, it must be that of Jun Xiaoyao. A hint of coldness flickered in Feng Qingling's eyes. She harbored no fondness for the Jun family. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of surprise. Could this be mere coincidence? He recalled his mysterious guardian, who had never made an appearance. That guardian's musical prowess was formidable enough to effortlessly vanquish saints. Jun Xiaoyao speculated that the extraordinary musical figure, so highly regarded by the sect leader of the celestial dance lute sect, was likely his protector. At that moment, the elderly matron who safeguarded the celestial lute maiden spoke up. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge the young lady? The entire top floor of the Xinxiong Tower fell into silence. Even Feng Qingling from Wanhuang's spiritual mountain had been defeated. Who else would dare to take action? My lord, it seems this musical competition is nearing its conclusion, Qin Xian remarked from the side. However, Jun Xiaoyao rose to his feet. My lord, Qin Xian queried, perplexed. I humbly wish to challenge the celestial lute maiden, may I? Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly. All eyes around him turned towards Jun Xiaoyao, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in the celestial lute maiden's beautiful eyes. She had been quietly observing him. After all, his aura was exceptionally transcendent. Of course, I didn't expect my lord to possess musical talent as well, the celestial lute maiden replied, her tone inviting. Perhaps, I have played for a few months. Jun Xiaoyao replied modestly. From the moment he signed in and received the title of Fengming Qishan, merely a few months have elapsed. Yet, upon the utterance of those words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Xianqianglu. Many gazes were filled with astonishment. Was this individual jesting with the Tianqin maiden? After only a few months of learning the Guqin, he aspired to challenge the foremost master of the Qin arts in the archaic celestial domain. Everyone perceived this enigmatic young man as a source of amusement. Even the Tianqin maiden, whose demeanor was as frosty as ice, found herself momentarily taken aback. Had it been anyone else, she would have likely dismissed the notion of a contest. However, Jun Xiaoyao possessed an aura so extraordinary, akin to that of a celestial being, rendering it impossible to refuse the allure of discovery. Very well, then, my lord, please proceed, she said, her gaze profound. Jun Xiaoyao seated himself upon the elevated platform. Feng Qingling's eyes flickered with a hint of derision. If she could not surpass the Tianqin maiden, how could a mere novice, having learned for only a few months, ever hope to prevail? Yet, in the next moment, her gaze abruptly froze. Her pupils dilated, and it felt as though her very breath had ceased. For Jun Xiaoyao had unveiled an ancient Guqin, its crimson gold craftsmanship radiating exquisite beauty, accompanied by a wave of profound and formidable power. It was none other than the Fengming Qishan. Am I not mistaken? Is that truly an ancient sacred weapon? Indeed, it is an ancient sacred weapon. What origins does this young man possess, that he can so casually wield such a relic? If earlier there was any skepticism regarding Jun Xiaoyao, it was now utterly eclipsed by astonishment. After all, not everyone possesses the means to brandish an ancient sacred weapon. This young man must undoubtedly be a descendant of an immortal lineage, one pondered internally. The third prince wore an expression of bewilderment as well. The atmosphere within the Xianqianglu buzzed with murmurs of speculation. Feng Qingling turned her gaze toward the Fengming Qishan, her beautiful eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. That Guqin resonated with her essence. Had she possessed it earlier, perhaps she would not have succumbed to the Tianqin maiden. A wave of avarice surged within her. As a member of the ancient royal lineage, dominance was ingrained in their very blood. Meanwhile, the Tianqin maiden felt a tremor within her heart. She became increasingly certain that this celestial-like young man was of significant stature. With her thoughts settled, the Tianqin maiden began to play, invoking her signature piece, the feathered garments of rainbow and clouds. Jun Xiaoyao's slender fingers danced upon the strings, producing one of the 10 renowned melodies, the Guangling San. As the music flowed forth, celestial auspices manifested, and flowers of the Tao bloomed. In the void, fragments of light rained down, a tangible manifestation of the Tao that elevated all present to a sublime experience. Jun Xiaoyao, enveloped in celestial radiance, emanated an aura so sacred, so resplendent with divine essence. In that moment, all were entranced. With a single performance, Jun Xiaoyao had woven the essence of the Tao into the music, a profound understanding and evolution that transcended the very composition itself. Feng Qingling took a deep breath, her crimson eyes brimming with astonishment. Just moments ago, she had declared that if she could not conquer the Tianqin maiden, then no one in the celestial realm could. Yet now, upon hearing the melody, she was utterly entranced. This composition, the Tianqin maiden's feathered garment melody, was simply incomparable. The Tianqin maiden ceased her playing, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. She could no longer continue, for her performance was merely a semblance, while Jun Xiaoyao's was the essence. If the art of the Qin possessed a spirit, it would undoubtedly take the form of Jun Xiaoyao. Defeated, the Tianqin maiden murmured, a sensation she had never experienced before blossoming within her heart. As the final notes faded, Jun Xiaoyao felt invigorated. He glanced around, noticing that everyone remained ensnared in the lingering echoes. It took a considerable time before these prodigies regained their composure. Their pupils filled with tremors. The Tianqin maiden, acknowledging her defeat, rose gracefully to bow before Jun Xiaoyao. Even the elderly matriarch of the Xianwuqin sect was taken aback. Their young lady, known for her icy demeanor and noble character, seldom even deigned to glance at other men, let alone bow to them. The third prince's expression turned ashen at this sight, while the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Association wore a similarly grim countenance. However, being well acquainted with such matters, he understood that someone like Jun Xiaoyao was not to be trifled with lightly, for a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Since the young master had emerged victorious, the 300 celestial sources were rightfully his. The Tianqin maiden graciously presented the celestial sources to Jun Xiaoyao without hesitation. Observing this scene, the third prince and others felt as if they had swallowed a fly, their faces turning a shade of purple, as if they were funding a rival in love. The Tianqin maiden, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, gazed at Jun Xiaoyao and, after a brief moment of hesitation, spoke, expressing a rather unconventional request to engage in an all-night qin exchange with him. This mysterious young man possessed a remarkable aura, unparalleled talent, and even wielded ancient sacred weapons, clearly indicating an extraordinary background. Coupled with his transcendent qin skills, she found herself compelled to yield. Even the icy beauty of the Tianqin maiden could not resist the urge to soften. Water flowed freely. Meanwhile, the third prince and his companions felt a tightening in their chests, their faces alternating between shades of green and white. An all-night qin session? Or perhaps an all-night romantic rendezvous? The third prince felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. A faint smile danced on Jun Xiaoyao's lips, for events were unfolding as he had anticipated. His plans might well come to fruition. Just as he was about to speak, a feminine voice interrupted them. I am quite interested in your guqin. Feng Qingling's gaze, imbued with fervor, was fixated upon the Feng Ming Qishan zither. Its attributes resonated harmoniously with her essence, as if it had been meticulously crafted for her. Not to mention, it was a rare ancient holy weapon. Zither of such caliber were exceedingly scarce, serving not merely to refine one's temperament, but also wielding formidable power as a weapon in combat. Hence, Feng Qingling felt a stirring in her heart and could not restrain herself from speaking. Oh, is that so? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a hint of amusement. 1,000 exquisite divine sources in exchange for your ancient zither, Feng Qingling casually offered. The young prodigies surrounding them inhaled sharply. It was no surprise that the descendant of an ancient royal lineage could so effortlessly present 1,000 exquisite divine sources. However, many cast glances at the Feng Ming Qishan in Jun Xiaoyao's possession. Compared to an ancient holy weapon zither, 1,000 exquisite divine sources seemed rather paltry, even somewhat shabby. The value of an ancient holy weapon could not merely be measured by exquisite divine sources. At the very least, it required celestial sources as a benchmark. Nonetheless, even though Feng Qingling was a noblewoman of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, she could hardly produce a significant quantity of celestial sources. Celestial sources were exceedingly rare and in short supply, even within the Jun family. 1,000 exquisite divine sources for my ancient zither? If your wits are lacking, perhaps you should seek assistance, Jun Xiaoyao retorted coldly. He had yet to seek trouble with the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, yet they dared to covet his zither. Do you know who I am? Feng Qingling arched her delicate brows. I care not for your identity, nor am I the least bit interested. Should you wish to court death, feel free to continue your antics before me, Jun Xiaoyao replied in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, many young talents widened their eyes in disbelief. Feng Qingling was a noblewoman of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, her status and strength far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even the heirs of immortal forces would not dare to adopt such a tone in her presence. Seeking death, you are disrespecting a toast and inviting punishment. Feng Qingling's beautiful eyes blazed with crimson fury. She was genuinely enraged. As a noblewoman of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, she was revered wherever she went, and no one wished to offend her. In her view, her interest in the ancient zither should have prompted Jun Xiaoyao to willingly part with it. Without further ado, Feng Qingling made her move. Her jade-like hand swept forth, unleashing a series of crimson runes that soared into the air, coalescing into what appeared to be the wings of a phoenix. Is that the true phoenix divine ability? Many distinguished young men rose in astonishment. The true phoenix divine ability of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain was ranked alongside the true dragon divine ability of the ancestral dragon nest, both being pinnacle martial arts of the celestial realm. However, while the resonance of the true phoenix divine ability was evident, it was not the authentic manifestation. It was merely an extension of its scattered form. Some perceptive prodigies exchanged glances and remarked, yet, even as a mere scattered form, when executed by Feng Qingling, its power is simply unparalleled. Moreover, Her own cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Unity realm. At this age, possessing such profound cultivation, Feng Qingling is truly deserving of her status as a noblewoman of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. Young master, be wary of Qin Xian and the Tianqin maiden. Both are voiceless. Observing the Tianqin maiden's intense focus on Jun Xiaoyao, the third prince's expression darkened further. Having provoked the noblewoman of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, he thought coldly. He wouldn't even know how he met his demise. Just as this notion arose in his mind, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao made his move. Without employing any particular technique, he simply struck out with a single palm. With a resounding thud, Jun Xiaoyao's palm collided with Feng Qingling's strike, accompanied by a spine-chilling crack. Feng Qingling's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. The delicate arm she had extended was shattered by an overwhelming force, her bones fracturing. She was sent reeling, ultimately crashing against a stone pillar. Fortunately, the entire immortal Qianglu was inscribed with defensive formations. Otherwise, the impact alone could have collapsed half of it. How could this be? Feng Qingling's lips were as white as paper. The divine flames and radiant light surrounding her dissipated, revealing her true form. Her exquisitely beautiful visage was marred by a hint of panic. Despite her feminine grace and slender frame, this girl, possessing a trace of phoenix blood, had a physical strength far surpassing that of many human cultivators devoted to body refinement. It was precisely for this reason that she was astounded. How could this human possess such terrifying physical prowess? Could he, like her, also hail from an ancient royal lineage? Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao struck out once more with a simple palm. In facing Feng Qingling, he felt no need to employ any techniques. His bare hand sufficed to suppress her. As he lifted his palm to strike again, Feng Qingling gritted her teeth. The pride of an ancient royal lineage made it unbearable for her to accept such humiliation. Her arm glowed with crimson radiance, her blood surging, and the bones began to heal rapidly. What formidable physical strength! It is said that Feng Qingling underwent the baptism of the Phoenix blood pool within the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, and indeed, this appears to be true. Her transformation evoked astonishment among the onlookers. No wonder she is the heir of an immortal lineage. Her various techniques and hidden cards were beyond the reach of ordinary prodigies. What use is it? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent and devoid of emotion. The flying phoenix claw. Feng Qingling transformed her palm into a claw. A pair of phoenix claws wreathed in crimson radiance materializing, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. With a single swipe, an ordinary prodigy at the Unity realm would be instantly shredded. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, directly shattering the flying phoenix claw, sending Feng Qingling flying once more. Blood spilling from her lips. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy, and his right arm emanated a faint divine light, enveloped in celestial radiance. He invoked the power of a fragment of the Deluo immortal bone. In an instant, Feng Qingling felt goosebumps cover her body, a profound sense of danger rising from the depths of her heart. Jun Xiaoyao exhibited no mercy, his fist radiating an awe-inspiring power. Feng Qingling hastily summoned a protective artifact with a single hand, a crimson golden shield resembling folded phoenix wings. With a thunderous roar, akin to the clash of divine metals, the shield, of considerable quality, was shattered into countless fragments. Feng Qingling, terrified to the core, felt as though her soul had fled. Her phoenix wings quivered as she soared into the air, darting into her carriage and fleeing with unprecedented speed, scarcely leaving behind a harsh word. Silence enveloped the top tier of the immortal Qiong building, where all the talented individuals appeared petrified, their bodies stiff with shock. The illustrious noblewoman Feng Qingling of the Wanhuangling Mountain had been driven away in mere 3 moves. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly stir significant ripples. The gaze of the Tianqin maiden upon Jun Xiaoyao sparkled with intrigue, while Qin Xian's mouth hung agape, clearly astonished by Jun Xiaoyao's remarkable prowess. The leader of the Wanbao Merchant Association, whose expression had shifted from skepticism and wariness to solemnity, understood that a person of such caliber was not to be trifled with. In contrast, the third prince, accustomed to a life of prominence and wielding immense influence in the Panwu divine dynasty, now felt a surge of crisis as Jun Xiaoyao's presence loomed large. Observing the Tianqin maiden's demeanor towards Jun Xiaoyao only deepened the third prince's dissatisfaction to the core. "Young master, you have yet to respond to the Tianqin maiden's earlier modest request," she remarked softly, referring to the matter of spending an evening together. No. It was not merely a chat, but rather the enchanting art of music. There was an unmistakable hint of coquetry in her tone. Chapter 102, The Third Prince's Chill. The Assassin Organization, The Underworld. Second update. Witnessing the Tianqin maiden's demeanor, many male contenders present seemed to hear the sound of their own hearts shattering. However, they were self-aware enough to recognize that Jun Xiaoyao was not someone to provoke lightly. Jun Xiaoyao observed the Tianqin maiden's flustered expression, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. It became evident that the world harbored no true ice-cold beauties. Her apparent indifference was not a matter of temperament, but simply a reflection of her disdain. The third prince, a pitiful figure in this respect, held a high status, yet failed to impress the Tianqin maiden in terms of character or capability. By contrast, Jun Xiaoyao appeared to her as a celestial being. Setting aside his mysterious identity and terrifying strength, his unparalleled musical prowess alone was sufficient to captivate the Tianqin maiden's heart. Alas, Jun Xiaoyao held no interest in her. Nevertheless, to orchestrate a scheme against the third prince, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Since the Tianqin maiden has extended such an invitation, I shall not refuse, Jun Xiaoyao replied warmly. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's consent, the enchanting Tianqin maiden was overwhelmed with joy, her previously frosty demeanor melting into a captivating smile. This incited a profound jealousy within the third prince, who was nearly consumed by envy. He had longed for a smile from a beauty that was priceless. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's casual agreement had elicited such a charming response from her. Young master, it appears that Tianqin maiden is rather eager to engage in a discussion of music and philosophy with you, remarked one onlooker. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Accompanied by Qin Xian and the Tianqin maiden as they departed, leaving behind a group of admirers, exchanging glances in bewilderment. Alas, third prince, after all this rivalry, it seems we have merely dressed another's bride, lamented the young master of the Wanbao Merchants Association, approaching with a wry smile and a subtle shake of his head. Are you truly willing to let that fellow tarnish the Tianqin maiden's grace? A shadow of discontent flickered in the third prince's eyes. I must advise you. It would be wise to avoid provoking that individual, cautioned the young master of the Wanbao Merchants Association. Oh, you are aware of his identity? The third prince's gaze sharpened. I do not know, merely a hunch, replied the young master. Having encountered countless individuals, he had developed an instinct regarding whom to engage and whom to avoid. Do not provoke him? Huh. Even if he is a descendant of the immortal Dao lineage, I am still a prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. The third prince scoffed disdainfully before striding away. Ignoring good counsel leads to misfortune, the young master of the Wanbao Merchants Association thought to himself. Sensing that the third prince was likely to encounter significant trouble ahead, the Qin duel at Xinxiong Tower had come to a close. Yet it stirred considerable ripples across the realm. This marked the first occasion where a younger generation had outshone the Tianqin maiden in the realm of music. The noble lady Feng Qingling from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain was overwhelmed by a mysterious gentleman, astonishing many. Within the capital, numerous cultivators and taverns and tea houses were abuzz with discussions regarding this revelation. With the selection of a consort for the Grand Princess approaching, formidable talents emerged from the shadows. Indeed, Feng Qingling, a respected figure among the younger generation, had been easily defeated. One could only wonder what other prodigies would soon arise. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the Jun family prodigy. Alas, it seems there has been no word of his coming. Let us await and hope. For I am confident that he shall not allow the champion marquis to bask in arrogance. In the eastern region of the capital, nestled within a secluded and elegant manor, ethereal melodies occasionally wafted through the air, intoxicating all who heard. As the moon ascended high in the sky, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from the manor, followed closely by the reluctant Tianqin maiden. Young master, it is quite late. Will you not rest within the manor? She inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of longing. The two had shared a delightful time within, exchanging music and philosophy, a comfort she had never before experienced. Regrettably, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Is that so? How unfortunate. I hope we may have the opportunity to meet again. The Tianqin maiden's countenance dimmed with disappointment. Jun Xiaoyao turned to leave, but was called back by the celestial lute maiden. After such a lengthy discourse, may I ask your esteemed name? She inquired, her eyes shimmering with light. Becoming an immortal is easy, but wandering freely is difficult. I must take my leave, Jun Xiaoyao replied, departing. Becoming an immortal is easy, but wandering freely is difficult. The celestial lute maiden murmured, her delicate form seemingly struck by lightning, her beautiful pupils wide with astonishment. It dawned on her that she had conversed for so long with such a transcendent being. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao walked through the void. Having lingered for so long, can that individual truly remain composed? His gaze shifted, for he was not merely idling away time with the celestial lute maiden. Aside from acquiring 300 pieces of celestial essence, his principal aim was to set a trap for the third prince. Just as he pondered these matters, he suddenly noticed that the surrounding noise had vanished, as if the very essence of sound had been snuffed out. Even the lights of the surrounding pavilions in the imperial city had extinguished, plunging the area into utter darkness, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Ah, has it begun? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, clearly ensnared within a barrier formation. At that moment, a shadow abruptly emerged behind him, a blood-red sword tip aimed at his back. Harmony Realm. Jun Xiaoyao instantly discerned the aura of the assailant. Death. A hoarse voice emerged from the shadow. The blood-red sword gleamed with a deadly edge. Blood kill sword technique. You are an assassin from the underworld. Jun Xiaoyao remarked as he turned his body, striking the sword with his palm. The underworld was a notorious assassin organization within the desolate celestial domain, capable of eliminating anyone for a sufficient price, even those of the immortal lineage. Foolish. The assassin sneered coldly upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao block the sword with his hand. His cultivation was a level above Jun Xiaoyao's, wielding a royal weapon to execute a top-tier assassination technique. In his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's response was utterly foolish. Yet, in the next moment, the assassin from the underworld found himself unable to laugh. With a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, Jun Xiaoyao shattered the royal weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, a celestial radiance surged from his right arm, illuminating the space around him. 6 pieces of Grand Dao celestial bones simultaneously augmented his power. He unleashed a punch, causing the void to tremble and ripple with waves of energy. Impossible. The assassin's pupils widened in horror. With a single punch, Jun Xiaoyao obliterated the assassin into a mist of blood, a crimson rain cascading down. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained icy as he surveyed his surroundings, calmly stating, "Come out. There is no need to hide." He chuckled softly, "I underestimated you, my prey. Which immortal lineage do you hail from?" In the pitch-black night, 4 figures emerged. Alongside the 3 cloaked individuals, there was also a figure clad in blood-red attire. The blood-robed assassin from the underworld had attained the Nirvana realm. Chapter 103. Suppressing the Nirvana realm assassin and scheming against the 3rd prince upon reaching the Nirvana realm. One undergoes a profound transformation. Not only does the body undergo the baptism of the fire seed, but the true spirit within the mind's palace is also sanctified, evolving into the primordial spirit. If the harmonization realm involves seeking various spiritual seeds and aligning one's path with them, then the Nirvana realm is about discovering the fire seed, purifying the body, transforming the primordial spirit, and achieving an evolutionary leap in the essence of life. Thus, cultivators at the Nirvana realm experience a qualitative shift in power, rendering them beyond the reach of those in the one with the Tao or harmonization realms. The assassins dispatched by the underworld to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao were not merely a band of harmonization realm practitioners. They included a blood-robed assassin of the Nirvana realm. It was evident that no young prodigy could contend with such might. I concede that your strength exceeds that of typical prodigies from immortal factions, but under such siege, do you still possess any hope of resistance? The blood-robed assassin croaked, his voice raspy like that of a night owl. Have you not heard the saying? Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. What? The blood-robed assassin's gaze sharpened. Villains perish due to their verbosity. As Jun Xiaoyao's words faded, demonic wings unfurled from his back. With a swift motion, he launched a powerful punch at the nearest harmonization realm assassin. His arm radiated with the brilliance of the Grand Luo, immortal bone, enveloped in celestial light. The punch surged forth, its ferocious wind seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space. Sensing an overwhelming danger, the harmonization realm assassin instinctively thrust forth his sword. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound. Without any suspense, that assassin was obliterated by Jun Xiaoyao's strike. Damn it! Kill him! The blood-robed assassin's countenance darkened as he and the other 2 assassins lunged at Jun Xiaoyao. The crimson sword gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Jun Xiaoyao pivoted, raising his hand to grasp the air. His immense magical power coalesced into the spear of the underworld, which he hurled at one of the assassins. The spear pierced the void with unparalleled sharpness, augmented by an astonishing force of 1 billion pounds. This spear could easily penetrate the heavens and the earth. The assassin's face paled in horror, unable to muster any resistance as he was impaled. Typically, harmonization realm experts lack the physical strength to reach even 1 billion pounds, often falling short of even 100 million. Curse of death. The last remaining black-clad assassin was gripped by terror as he witnessed the spectacle. Despite their rigorous training and psychological fortitude, they could not help but tremble in fear in the face of such overwhelming might. Before me stands a young sovereign enveloped in celestial radiance, an enigma that defies all conventional understanding. Consequently, the cloaked assassin unleashed a sinister curse from the depths of the netherworld, aiming to ensnare Jun Xiaoyao in its malevolent grasp. Simultaneously, the blood-clad assassin made his move, their crimson sword energies intertwining and crossing to form a cruciform shape, as if capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality. This was none other than the formidable cross-blood slaughter technique, a powerful swordsmanship from the netherworld. Jun Xiaoyao remained composed, his expression unperturbed. The force of the curse struck him, yet it stirred not a ripple upon his being. One must remember that Jun Xiaoyao possesses the ancient sacred body, impervious to all forms of malevolence and dark power, rendering the curse ineffective against him. With a single, forceful palm strike, he propelled himself toward the cloaked assassin, shattering the latter's body and sending blood splattering into the air. Seeking death, the remaining blood-clad assassin observed this with a cold smirk, for his cross-blood slaughter technique had already reached Jun Xiaoyao's vicinity. At that moment, a sleek, azure golden armor manifested around Jun Xiaoyao, radiating a chilling, metallic sheen, the celestial dragon armor. Clang! The assassin's attack struck the armor, igniting sparks, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Jun Xiaoyao. How could this be? The blood-clad assassin found himself bewildered, but before he could fully grasp the situation, a divine chain of order erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's brow, transforming into a golden short sword, the primordial emperor's Dao sword. This maneuver was utterly unforeseen. Given the proximity, even the blood-clad assassin lacked the requisite time to evade. With a sharp thrust, the primordial emperor's Dao sword shattered the entire form of the blood-clad assassin. A glimmer of light escaped from his divine consciousness, the essence of his being. Can you escape? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, raising his hand to seize. This blood-clad assassin was pivotal to his grand design. A golden hand of mystical power ensnared the essence of the assassin. Who hired you to eliminate me? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. The assassin's essence, filled with dread, remained silent, adhering to the unspoken rules of all assassin organizations, never revealing the identity or whereabouts of the client. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed, calmly stating, in truth, I already know who it is, but I merely require proof. With that, he summoned his soul power. In an instant, a colossal black millstone materialized in the void, stained with blood as though it had absorbed the essence of deities and demons. What is that? The assassin's essence trembled with a primal fear emanating from his very soul. If you refuse to speak, then you shall experience the sensation of your soul being ground by the Chaos Divine Mill, Jun Xiaoyao declared. This Chaos Divine Mill was a technique he had derived from his contemplations of the Chaos Divine Mill itself. Jun Xiaoyao, as a soul that has traversed dimensions, is immune to the agonies inflicted by the Chaos Divine Mill. However, others lack such fortitude. The torment of the soul surpasses physical anguish by countless magnitudes. The excruciating pain of the soul being crushed causes the assassin's primordial spirit to emit a piercing wail. Jun Xiaoyao skillfully controls the Dao, refraining from obliterating the primordial spirit outright. The torment endured by the soul under the Chaos Divine Mill is 1,000,000 times more excruciating than death by 1,000 cuts. Ultimately, the assassin's primordial spirit could no longer withstand the onslaught, uttering, "Who orchestrated your assassination attempt against me?" Jun Xiaoyao replied with a dispassionate tone, producing the Light and Shadow Stone. This stone captures sound and imagery, revealing the assassin's primordial spirit, which is weak and feeble. Very well, he said with a smile. Pocketing the stone, he then decisively crushed the assassin's primordial spirit with the Chaos Divine Mill. As he toyed with the Light and Shadow Stone, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with nonchalance, Third Prince, you likely have no inkling of the true identity of your intended target, do you? Employing assassins from the underworld to eliminate the divine son of the ancient Jun clan. Should this news escape, not only would the third prince face utter ruin, but the entire Panwu divine dynasty would also suffer significant repercussions. The wrath of the ancient Jun clan is not to be taken lightly. All immortal powers are most averse to having their prodigies targeted by assassin organizations. Thus, engaging such organizations is considered a grave taboo. The third prince remains blissfully unaware of the terrifying status of his target. Had he known Jun Xiaoyao's identity, even 100 lives would not embolden him to undertake such a deed. Just as Jun Xiaoyao eradicated the underworld's assassin, the third prince awaited news from the underworld in a secluded chamber within the divine dynasty's palace. Chapter 104. Assassination fails, the Jun clan approaches. And Xiao Qin's transformation, 4th update. Humph, competing with this prince for women? How naive. The third prince wore a cold smirk. While he recognized the extraordinary nature of the mysterious young noble, he could not swallow his pride. Being a prince of the immortal divine dynasty, his status was significant enough to dismiss the lineage of immortal powers. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome, the underworld's assassins would not disclose their client's identity. Thus, even in failure, the third prince need not fear exposure. Naturally, he remained oblivious to Jun Xiaoyao's possession of the Chaos Divine Mill. Failure was not an option. The assassins dispatched by the underworld were of superior cultivation, with some being advanced nirvana experts. A confident smile graced the third prince's lips as he awaited the outcome. At that moment, a hoarse transmission reached his ears. The assassination attempt has failed, and for the foreseeable future, Our organization, the Netherworld, will refrain from further action. What? Upon receiving this transmission, the third prince's expression changed dramatically. What unforeseen circumstance has arisen? Could it be that a guardian has intervened? The third prince pondered. The only scenario he could conceive was that a protective figure had taken action. No, prior to any engagement, they would have conducted thorough reconnaissance. The voice responded. Are you suggesting that a mere person at the Return to Unity realm managed to vanquish your Netherworld's Tao combined and Nirvana realm assassins? The third prince found it hard to believe. The truth remains, the alarm has been raised, and we shall not act again in the short term. The remuneration will not be returned. After uttering this statement, the voice vanished, leaving the third prince with a grim countenance. How could this be? Who was that individual? Truly so formidable? The third prince was unwilling to accept this reality. He had paid a significant price, only to receive such an outcome. He began to suspect that the Netherworld was merely toying with him. However, despite the cold and ruthless nature of organizations like the Netherworld, they are known for their integrity. Without credibility, no one would seek their services. The third prince's expression fluctuated, and a sense of unease began to creep into his heart, as though he had stumbled into a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Could that person be? No, it is impossible. What are the odds of such a coincidence? A name flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. That name was too terrifying. If it were indeed him, the prince could hardly fathom the consequences. No, it must be that this prince is overthinking things. Besides, even if the Netherworld assassin perished, they could not possibly divulge my identity. The third prince reassured himself. In the imperial capital, within a quaint and tranquil courtyard, Jun Xuan sat cross-legged, refining the celestial essence he had acquired. 300 pieces of celestial essence were sufficient for Jun Xuan to once again temper a batch of Grand Luo celestial bones. The third prince is indeed pitiable. Having lost celestial essence, a woman, and also falling victim to my scheme. Jun Xuan shook his head, bemused. The third prince is such an unfortunate man. However, upon reflection, he realized that Shao Chun, Ji Xian, and Marquis Champion, his adversaries, also seemed to be in dire straits. Oh, Shao Chun should be arriving at the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital soon, ready to enact a rescue, and I am eager to witness his contest with Marquis Champion. Jun Xuan mused. He subtly sensed that Shao Chun's fate was not yet exhausted, and his arrival could herald significant change. Yet, Jun Xuan remained indifferent. Regardless of how Shao Chun transformed, he would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up to his shadow. In fact, Jun Xuan hoped that Shao Chun would grow stronger, lest the ensuing events lose their intrigue. Now, with both pieces in place, the Panwu Divine Dynasty cannot afford to deny me access to Panwu Ridge. Next, I shall refine this celestial essence and await the commencement of the banquet. Jun Xuan murmured, once again immersing himself in his cultivation. As the days passed, the date for Wu Mingwei to select her consort drew nearer. Various factions, akin to rivers converging into the sea, gathered in the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty. In the sky, a procession of ancient flying beasts drew a grand carriage, thundering as it traversed the heavens. Adorning the carriage was the banner of the Jun family, an impressive sight that captivated countless onlookers. The revered Jun family had indeed arrived. Was the divine scion among them? The scion was said to have subdued a 9-headed lion as his mount. Yet, where could it be? Surely, he had not truly failed to appear. Many who beheld the Jun family's convoy displayed expressions of surprise. It was well known that the divine scion traveled with the 9-headed lion, yet its absence was conspicuous. Inside the carriage, Jun Zhangjian and several others of the Jun family sat together in discussion. Surely, the scion has already arrived in the capital, Jun Zhangjian asserted. He must have, but the young master likely has his own intentions. We need not intrude upon him, Jun Linglong replied. Possessing a refined and intelligent disposition, she understood that Jun Xiaoyao had departed alone for a reason that made it inconvenient for him to bring them along. Indeed, how could we fathom the thoughts of the divine scion? Jun Xuahuang remarked. Humph, the words of that champion marquis are truly irritating. Who granted him the audacity to provoke the young master? Jun Wanjia's eyes crackled with disdain. Acknowledging the champion marquis' strength, yet deeming his claim to overpower Jun Xiaoyao as sheer folly. Merely a buffoon, the divine scion could easily quell him at will. Jun Xuahuang added. Their confidence in Jun Xiaoyao was unwavering. At the city gates of the capital, a guard called out, Halt! Why are you so heavily cloaked? Remove your hood for inspection. Faced with transcendent talents like Jun Xiaoyao, they dared not obstruct their examination. However, these ordinary cultivators were not so fortunate to evade scrutiny. The cloaked figure slowly lowered his hood, revealing a handsome and refined visage. It was Shao Chun. At that moment, determination and resolve radiated from his face, enough to intimidate even the gate guards. Very well, you may enter. The guard swallowed hard, hesitant to speak further. The aura that Xiao Chun exuded was reminiscent of the prodigies from immortal factions. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Xiao Chun clenched his fist. His pupils seemed to transform into a deep azure, while beneath his skin, dragon-like patterns pulsed with energy. Through the baptism of supreme blood, Xiao Chun's strength had soared, achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the unification realm. Moreover, his azure dragon transformation technique, bolstered by supreme blood, had reached completion. The perfected azure dragon transformation technique was indeed a supreme art. Moreover, he has gleaned and refined numerous martial arts and supernatural abilities from the blood of the supreme. It can be asserted that the current Xiao Chun is exponentially more formidable than before. This enhancement in strength has imbued Xiao Chun with immense confidence. This time, I shall wed the radiant Mingyue and become the royal consort of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Neither the champion marquis nor Jun Xiaoyao shall stand above me. I, Xiao Chun, will emerge as the ultimate victor. Chapter 105. The banquet commences. The imperial weapon Panhuang sword. Jun Xiaoyao arrives at the Forbidden City. At long last, the day of the banquet has arrived, a fortnight later. On this day, the entire imperial capital appears to be in a state of fervor. Individuals from various powerful factions converge upon the central Forbidden City. Many who lack the qualifications to attend the banquet also follow suit, eager to witness the spectacle from outside. Numerous onlookers are filled with curiosity, pondering which remarkable hero will ultimately claim the jewel of the Divine Dynasty, Wu Yu. Within the palace of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Forbidden City stands majestically, reminiscent of an ancient heavenly court, exuding an aura of grandeur. Golden towers and cloud palaces, with glazed tile roofs, are shrouded in divine mist, adorned with auspicious colors. From a distance, it resembles a celestial palace. This Forbidden City was said to have been constructed under the command of the great Panwu Emperor during the establishment of the Divine Dynasty, serving as a significant emblem of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. As for the Panwu Forest, it lies deep within the rear of the Forbidden City. That place is an absolute forbidden zone of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Without permission, anyone who approaches shall be met with merciless retribution. At this moment, a grand banquet is underway within the Forbidden City. Countless delicacies are being served by the palace maids. Many top-tier forces and eternal lineages gather in unison. In one of the halls of the Forbidden City, the enchanting Wu Mingyue sits before a dressing table, adorned in a resplendent red gown. Several palace maids are beside her, skillfully arranging her hair into an elegant updo. Clad in red, Wu Mingyue radiates a captivating charm. Her eyes, like shimmering water, and brows, akin to ink paintings, complement her porcelain-like skin lightly dusted with makeup, her lips painted in a vibrant hue, exquisite beyond compare. Yet, a lingering shadow of melancholy rests between her brows. A close attendant, who has been with her since childhood, observes her countenance and remarks, "Your Highness, today is the day you choose your consort. You ought to be more cheerful." Wu Mingyue, upon hearing this, gently shakes her head and replies, "Shower, how can I find joy when I cannot freely choose my other half?" Wu Mingyue ponders whether Xiao Chun will attend. In truth, she does not wish for Xiao Chun to come, for even if he were to appear, it would not alter the inevitable. Her father, the Panwu Divine Lord, would never permit her to unite with a mere nobody lacking a significant background. Unless Xiao Chun possesses unparalleled talent, comparable to Jun Xiaoyao, only then might he be regarded. But is that even a possibility? In the entire wasteland of the celestial domain, how many can truly rival Jun Xiaoyao in talent? Xiao Chun indeed exerts considerable effort. Yet if diligence were sufficient, what need would there be for genius? The princess need not be overly disheartened. Among those youthful prodigies, there may yet be one worthy of her. She consoled. Who could that be? Perhaps the champion marquis? Wu Mingyue scoffed, fully aware that the divine master of Panwu had long envisioned her union with the champion marquis, not for any other reason, but because the champion marquis had established a connection with the Panhuang spirit sword, suggesting a faint possibility that he might be the reincarnation of the Panwu emperor. Of course, even if he were not, it mattered little, for the divine master of Panwu's foremost desire was to have the champion marquis assist in locating the three swords of Panhuang. The Panhuang spirit sword was merely one among them, the others being the Panhuang time sword and the Panhuang void sword. It is said that when the three swords of Panhuang are united, they can once again transform into the Dao weapon of the Panwu emperor, the Panhuang sword. This imperial weapon, also referred to as the ancient imperial weapon or the supreme Dao weapon, is the instrument of enlightenment of ancient emperors, wielding immense power. When the imperial weapon stirs, it can shatter the heavens, annihilate the realms, strike the cosmic firmament, and spill the blood of countless beings. To draw an exaggerated comparison, the deterrent force of an imperial weapon is akin to that of a nuclear arsenal. Generally speaking, Immortal lineages with ancestors who were supreme emperors possessed the foundation for such weapons. The Panwu Divine Dynasty once did as well. However, following the division of the Panhuang sword into three, the dynasty endured significant turmoil, ultimately leading to the loss of the three swords of Panhuang. It was only when Yang Pan acquired the Panhuang spirit sword that hope was rekindled for the Wu Divine Dynasty. Consequently, the Divine Master of Panwu placed immense value on Yang Pan, bestowing upon him the title of Champion Marquis. This led to Yang Pan's arrogant swelling, rendering him a tyrant within the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Upon hearing the title Champion Marquis, a flicker of disdain crossed Shiner's eyes. The reputation of the Champion Marquis was indeed dismal. Your Highness need not fret. Perhaps someone could subdue the Champion Marquis, Shira remarked, her face suddenly alight with a glimmer of longing. Are you referring to Wu Mingwe? Indeed, it must be the scion of the Jun family. Rumor has it he possesses an ethereal beauty, a commendable character, formidable strength, and an unparalleled background. He is, in every respect, the epitome of perfection in Shiner's eyes, her heart brimming with admiration as stars sparkled in her gaze. A commendable character? A being akin to an immortal? Wu Mingyue's delicate visage tightened. Yet another ignorant girl misled by rumors. Jun Xiaoyao is no immortal. He is a devil who devours without mercy. He has shown her no tenderness, resorting to despicable coercion to reduce her to servitude. To this day, Wu Mingyue guards this secret fiercely. Do not mention him again. Wu Mingyue's expression turned frosty. Observing the shift in Wu Mingyue's demeanor, Shi'er wisely fell silent, mistakenly believing that Wu Mingyue's discontent stemmed from the matter of the Champion Marquis. She hoped he would not. Wu Mingyue silently prayed in her heart. Otherwise, when the time came, she truly would not know how to face Jun Xiaoyao. At that very moment, within a tranquil and picturesque courtyard in the imperial capital, ethereal mists swirled and rosy hues danced in the air, an aura of sanctity permeating the surroundings. In the courtyard, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the ground, and the flora around him appeared nourished, vibrant, and lush. His presence radiated an otherworldly essence. His right arm seemed to bear celestial patterns, resembling that of a divine being. In the distance, Qin Xian gazed at Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation with astonishment, her heart shaken. The spectacle was simply breathtaking. Beside her, the nine-headed dog, transformed from the nine-headed lion, lounged lazily on the ground, feasting on spirit beast meat. The young master's aura is simply terrifying, Qin Xian marveled. He is indeed a prodigy. Such a scene is nothing extraordinary, the nine-headed lion replied languidly. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's body quivered slightly as he concluded his meditation. Before him lay a collection of spiritual sources, devoid of sentience. Not bad. I have refined 14 pieces of Deluo celestial bones, and with the previous 6, that makes exactly 20, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. His right arm, encompassing the wrist, palm, and fingers, had a total of 20 bones refined into Deluo celestial bones, their power significantly enhanced compared to before. If only I could find a robust, oil-rich chive, he mused. However, upon reflection, he realized he had yet to find a suitable candidate. As for Yixingyun, Jun Xiaoyao had never regarded this minor character and was unaware of the changes that subsequently transpired. The banquet was about to commence. Jun Xiaoyao rose and approached Qin Xian and the nine-headed lion. Let us go, he declared. Where is the young master headed? Qin Xian inquired. To the palace. To the Forbidden City for an appointment. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was deep and profound. An appointment? Qin Xian responded with confusion. At that moment, the nine-headed lion rolled over and leapt into the air. Golden brilliance surged forth, shaking the heavens, leaving all cultivators within a 10-mile radius in astonishment. Amidst the divine radiance, a majestic nine-headed lion emerged, roaring towards the sky. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void, positioning himself atop the nine-headed lion's back. What? Are you not coming along? I have mentioned that you might have something to look forward to, Jun Xiaoyao said, casting a glance at Qin Xian. Meanwhile, Qin Xian remained rooted to the spot. As if carved from clay, her spirit seemingly lost. The young master is the scion of the Jun family, she gasped, covering her delicate lips with her hand. Unable to suppress her exclamation, blood rushed to her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. Dizziness enveloped her mind, almost causing her to faint from an overwhelming surge of joy and excitement. Chapter 106. The Gathering of Forces, Jun Xiaoyao's Speculation. The Wang family of the North, first update. In the eyes of Qin Xian, Jun Xiaoyao appeared to be a figure only found in legends. Now, upon discovering his true identity, she stood utterly frozen, overwhelmed by the surrealism of the moment. Why are you standing there in a daze? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Qin Xian has come to meet the divine sun, she stammered, her speech faltering as she bowed respectfully to him. All right, come up, Jun Xiaoyao gestured nonchalantly. His demeanor of humility and respect was something he had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, Jun Xuan, filled with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, felt her cheeks flush with color as she ascended onto the back of the nine-headed lion. This magnificent creature could adjust its size effortlessly, accommodating 100 individuals with ease. Standing behind, Jun Xuan gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Rest assured, Yangpan will pay the price, Jun Xiaoyao remarked calmly. He did not harbor intentions of vengeance for Jun Xuan. Rather, he sought merely to reap a reward from Yangpan. Yet, in Jun Xuan's eyes, this was an act of retribution. "Thank you, Divine Son," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. While others might falter against the champion marquis, Jun Xuan firmly believed that Jun Xiaoyao would prevail. Around them, the cultivators who had been drawn in by the nine-headed lion's presence were now wide-eyed, taking a deep breath as they beheld the extraordinary figure standing atop the creature. Could that be the Jun family's divine son? Indeed, it must be him. Capable of taming the nine-headed lion as a steed, with such a powerful aura, there is no other. Just moments ago, there were whispers that the Jun family's divine son feared the champion marquis. Who would have thought he had arrived long before? Perhaps the divine son doesn't regard the champion marquis at all? A cacophony of murmurs and exclamations filled the air, as countless curious, fervent, admiring, and astonished gazes converged upon Jun Xiaoyao. He shook his head slightly. Sometimes, great fame can be a burden. With Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xuan aboard, the nine-headed lion soared into the sky. Jun Xiaoyao gazed distantly toward the direction of the imperial palace, the Forbidden City. It's time for the champion marquis to be awakened from his delusions, he mused, hands clasped behind his back. At the imperial palace, the Forbidden City, forces from all directions had gathered, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement and fervor. Groups arrived in succession, taking their seats. Suddenly, the sky resonated with two melodious cries of phoenixes. Two resplendent golden phoenixes, drawing two ornate palanquins, traversed the void. That was the Wan Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Many cultivators looked up in awe. As one of the foremost ancient royal families, on par with the ancestral dragon nest, the prestige and power of the Wan Phoenix Spirit were second to none. Two streaks of crimson light burst forth from the palanquins, revealing Huang Xianyi and Feng Qingling, both adorned with magnificent wings. Feng Qingling's complexion was as white as snow, her crimson eyes sparkling, and her expression was cold, rendering her not particularly attractive. Clearly, she remained haunted by her previous encounter at the Immortal Qiong building, a nightmarish experience for this noble lady. Beside her stood Huang Xuani, clad in a flowing crimson robe adorned with decorative wings on his shoulders. He appeared remarkably handsome, with a mysterious crimson mark at the center of his brow. It was indeed Huang Xuani and Feng Qingling, both renowned prodigies of the Wang Spirit Mountain. However, I had heard that Feng Qingling had been reprimanded by a mysterious genius during her time at the Immortal Qiong building. Hush, speak softly, do not let it be overheard, lest calamity befall us, a cultivator hurriedly warned. Provoking the Wang Spirit Mountain would yield no favorable outcomes. Upon hearing the faint murmurs, Feng Qingling's expression darkened further. "Qingling, with your prowess, you should not have been defeated so easily," Huang Xuani remarked. "That individual possesses a physical strength that is indeed more terrifying than our ancient royal clan." Feng Qingling replied, her tone laced with resentment. "Do you think it might be the Jun family's divine offspring with the archaic sacred body?" Huang Xuani speculated. Aside from the few rare physiques like the human sacred body, he could hardly conceive of any physique more formidable than that of the ancient royal clan. The Jun family's divine offspring? Feng Qingling's delicate form trembled violently. She had not considered this possibility before, thinking Jun Xiaoyao had not come to the Panwu divine dynasty. Moreover, not every individual with formidable physical strength could be Jun Xiaoyao, could they? Yet, upon further reflection, she felt there was a distinct possibility. It seems likely. Huang Xuani concluded. If it truly is him, then the Jun family's divine offspring is indeed more terrifying than the rumors suggest. Feng Qingling expressed her apprehension. Upon leaving the Wang Spirit Mountain, they had claimed that Jun Xiaoyao would underestimate them and suffer for it. Now, Feng Qingling found herself at a significant disadvantage. "Fear not. When the time comes, I shall confront that Jun Xiaoyao," Huang Xuani said with a calm demeanor, a flicker of crimson golden flames igniting in his eyes. As a top prodigy of the Wang Spirit Mountain, he had never feared anyone. "Xuani, you must help me seek vengeance." Feng Qingling gritted her teeth in determination. Even now, her jade-like arm throbbed faintly with pain. As the two conversed, they descended into the VIP section. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, a carriage glided through the air. Upon seeing the banner on the carriage, many were astonished. The ancient Yi clan has arrived. From within the carriage, two figures emerged, Yi Xingyun and his elderly servant, Fu Bo. Fu Bo gazed at Yi Xingyun with a hint of satisfaction. Ever since Yi Xingyun had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao, he had returned to the Yi clan, seemingly transformed. He spent his days in seclusion, dedicated to cultivation, and his temperament had matured significantly, shedding the youthful arrogance and impulsiveness he once possessed. Jun Xiaoyao, will you make an appearance? Yi Xingyun murmured to himself. After Yi Xingyun and others took their seats, another flying ancient beast appeared, pulling a war chariot. It was the Wang family of the northern lands. Some prominent figures widened their eyes in amazement. The Wang family, located in the far north of the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain, is a renowned ancient clan controlling over 30 states, and is considered one of the great rulers of the northern lands. The arrival of the Wang family raised speculation. Could it be that the young emperor of the Wang family was coming to contend for the title of prince consort? Many cultivators cast their gazes in that direction. The most famous figure of the Wang family is none other than their prodigy, the young Emperor Wang Tong, a man whom his father regarded as possessing the demeanor of an emperor. Wang Tong seldom ventures into the world, spending most of his time in seclusion. However, each time he does emerge, he faces challenges from a host of prodigies, and ultimately, none can withstand even a single exchange with him. Thus, Wang Tong's reputation has begun to echo throughout the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain. If it truly is the young emperor who has come, it would certainly be intriguing. Indeed, whether it be a divine son, young emperor, or champion marquis, who among them is not exceptionally gifted? Many eagerly anticipate the clash between figures like the Jun family's divine son, the Wang family's young emperor, and the champion marquis of the divine dynasty. As several streaks of light descended from the flying ancient beast, the crowd turned their attention to the foremost figure, a tall, youthful man with an air of defiance. Upon seeing him, the surrounding cultivators expressed slight disappointment. It was not the young emperor Wang Tong, but rather his brother, Wang Gang. A prodigy shook his head. Feeling a tinge of disillusionment, they had hoped to witness the splendor of the young emperor. Humph, how could my brother possibly come here to compete with the crowd for the title of prince consort? Wang Gang surveyed the surroundings with a cold smile. He held great respect for Wang Tong. In his mind, should Wu Mingyue take the initiative, perhaps Wang Tong might consider it. For Wang Tong to actively vie for the position of prince consort would be beneath his dignity. The entire Wang family takes pride in Wang Tong. At that moment, a rumble echoed from the distant skies as the Jun family finally arrived. Many cultivators present could not help but look on in anticipation, eager to see if Jun Xiaoyao had made an appearance. However, to their disappointment, there was no sign of the nine-headed lion, Jun Xiaoyao's majestic steed. Jun Zhantian, accompanied by Jun Zhangjian and others, appeared. Upon confirming that Jun Xiaoyao was indeed absent, various murmurs began to circulate. Most still believed that even if Jun Xiaoyao could not defeat the champion marquis, he would not be intimidated. Yet, a small faction speculated that Jun Xiaoyao was perhaps feeling apprehensive and dared not show his face. What a short-sighted bunch, Jun Linglong remarked coolly. Even those closest to her knew of Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. How could those outsiders possibly comprehend it? Disregarding the distractions, I firmly believe that Xiaoyao will arrive. Jun Zhantian smiled confidently, and not long after, the Jiang family made their entrance. The enchanting duo of Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli, one grand and one petite, seemed to imbue the surroundings with a radiant brilliance. Countless gazes were captivated by their exquisite figures. It is said that the princess of the divine dynasty is unparalleled in beauty, yet the Jiang sisters surpass her in every regard. A young prodigy marveled. If I could win the affection of either of these beauties, I would have no regrets in life. A male cultivator dreamily remarked. What are you daydreaming about? Do you think you are the scion of the Jun family? Someone rolled their eyes in response. Meanwhile, at the Yi family, Yi Xingyun's pupils quivered slightly as the enchanting figure he had longed for appeared before him. Although his demeanor had subtly transformed, his feelings remained unchanged. Just as Yi Xingyun contemplated approaching to greet her, Jiang Luoli leaped directly toward the Jun family. Where is brother Xiaoyao? Where is he? Jiang Luoli peered eagerly through the crowd of Jun family members. Yet, despite her searching glances, she could not find the figure she yearned for. Xiaoyao has not yet arrived. Jun Zhantian informed her. Are you in such a hurry, my dear? Jiang Xingyi approached, her snow-white attire unblemished, her ethereal beauty dreamlike and captivating. Jiang Luoli pouted and scrunched her small nose in slight displeasure, feeling a twinge of disappointment at not encountering the person she wished to see. At that moment, Yi Xingyun fortuitously approached. Luoli, it has been a long time, he greeted with a composed smile. Who are you? Jiang Luoli replied with a hint of irritation. Feeling somewhat vexed. I am Yi Xingyun, he replied, his face stiffening. Oh, I remember now. Jiang Luoli nodded her small head. However, before Yi Xingyun could revel in the moment, she added, you are the one whom brother Xiaoyao knocked out, right? Even the most composed of individuals, Yi Xingyun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at her words. Zhang Luoli's constant reference to Brother Xiaoyao acted as a spell, driving Yi Xingyun to the brink of madness. Wishing he could erase Jun Xiaoyao from existence. Forcing a stiff smile, he turned and departed. Zhang Luoli paid him no mind, her thoughts solely occupied with Jun Xiaoyao. Do not worry, my dear. I believe he will come, Jiang Xingyi reassured her with a gentle smile. Though she did not express it openly, she too felt a longing to see Jun Xiaoyao. As time progressed, the major immortal factions were beginning to gather, yet unnoticed by anyone. A hooded figure sat in the farthest corner of the venue, Xiao Chun, his cold gaze fixated on the group from the Jun family. It is said that love begets affection, while hatred follows suit. In the future, should I, Xiao Chun, manage to rise to prominence, I shall undoubtedly uproot the Jun family and eradicate them completely. Xiao Chun silently vowed within his heart. At that very moment, a cacophony of gasps and exclamations arose around him. From the distant sky, a figure enveloped in divine radiance descended gracefully. It was the champion marquis. Many cultivators exclaimed. Their attention was well warranted. For the champion marquis was indeed a figure at the eye of the storm. He was the most likely candidate to be chosen as the consort of the illustrious Wu Minghua, coupled with the impending duel against Jun Xiaoyao. All of this thrust the champion marquis into the limelight. At this moment, the champion marquis was not the same as the one in the ancient land of Zhuke. That version was but a mere projection. This was the true essence of the champion marquis, clad in a fearsome black divine armor, wielding a menacing divine spear. Within him, there lingered an incessant aura of unparalleled sword intent, emanating from the primal Huangxing sword. Is this truly the champion marquis of the divine dynasty? His presence is undeniably formidable. Indeed, seeing is believing. Although the champion marquis may not possess an admirable reputation, his strength is indisputable. Upon witnessing the genuine champion marquis, many prodigies from the immortal factions wore solemn expressions. The aura of the champion marquis was overwhelmingly powerful, with the fortune of acquiring divine gear. Even the top-tier prodigies of immortal factions felt a sense of trepidation. In a corner, upon seeing the champion marquis, Xiao Chen's countenance was instantly shrouded in frost. Is this the scoundrel who dares to covet Minghua? He should not be underestimated, Xiao Chun reflected coldly. In the heavens, Yang Pan's gaze fell upon the Jun family. As expected, they did not appear. It seems I overestimated Jun Xiaoyao. A cold smile graced Yang Pan's face. Jun Xiaoyao had snatched his opportunity and even annihilated his projection and saintly puppet. Yang Pan was almost driven to the point of wanting to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao. To publicly humiliate Jun Xiaoyao would be a form of retribution. However, just as his words fell, a furious and delicate voice rang out. What right do you have to criticize Brother Xiaoyao, you hideous black beetle? The speaker was Zhang Luoli. Her words left the crowd in stunned silence, and numerous gazes turned towards the champion marquis, clad in his black divine armor, with two curved black horns atop his head. He did indeed resemble a black beetle from a distance. Many cultivators stifled laughter, their faces flushed with mirth. Yang Pan's expression darkened, his demeanor turning cold and fierce. Yet, when his gaze landed on Zhang Luoli, the ominous shadow in his eyes softened slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. Zhang Luoli, with her crystalline beauty and petite charm, would captivate anyone at first glance. However, upon perceiving Yang Pan's sinister gaze, a shiver ran down her spine, causing goosebumps to rise on her porcelain skin, accompanied by a wave of revulsion. What are you staring at, you oversized beetle? Zhang Luoli expressed her disdain. Yang Pan, unfazed, responded with a smirk. The pearl of the Jiang family truly possesses an extraordinary visage. His desires began to swell within him. Had it not been for the competition for the position of the prince consort today, Yang Pan would have eagerly sought to claim Zhang Luoli for himself. Seemingly aware of Yang Pan's intentions, Zhang Luoli's eyes widened in indignation, her fair face flushed with anger. Repulsive beetle, perish. Ignoring all caution, she launched an attack. With a graceful sweep of her petite hand, the surrounding spiritual energy converged into a vast imprint of spiritual power, pressing down upon Yang Pan. Truly, as a being of the Yuan Ling Dao body, she commanded the forces of nature with her every movement, earning admiration from many onlookers. In response, Yang Pan appeared utterly relaxed as he raised his hand, unleashing the Shengsao divine spear. The terrifying spear energy cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at the spiritual imprint. His initial strike revealed Yang Pan's formidable cultivation level. Both were at the pinnacle of the unity realm. The reason so many prodigies remained stagnant at this level was not due to their inability to break through, but rather because the next harmonious Dao realm required them to find compatible spiritual seeds and immortal strains. The quality of these seeds and strains was crucial for future cultivation speed and strength. Rare strains, such as the sapling of the world tree or the primordial purple chi, could grant prodigies immense advantages. Thus, no prodigy would casually attempt to ascend to the harmonious Tao realm. Boom. The spear energy collided with the spiritual imprint, piercing it through. Although Zhang Luoli's Yuan Ling Dao body showcased considerable combat prowess, her strength lay predominantly in cultivation. Yang Pan, adorned in divine armor, stood at the apex of power. Hence, it was evident that dealing with Yang Pan would not be a simple endeavor for Zhang Luoli. As Yang Pan's gaze flickered, he pressed on, unleashing a series of terrifying dark spear energies. Ultimate move, Dance of the Celestial Demons. The void seemed to boil as the chaotic spear energies surged toward Zhang Luoli. Zhang Luoli's sparkling eyes reflected a newfound gravity. Though she had proclaimed her intent to teach Yang Pan a lesson on behalf of Jun Xiaoyao, it was now evident that Yang Pan's strength was indeed formidable. This is excessive, Jiang Xingyi remarked, her delicate brows knitting together. Just as she prepared to intervene, a colossal golden palm print descended from the heavens, crashing down toward Yang Pan. Who is it? Yang Pan's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in alarm as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, shattering even the spear energies he had unleashed. Caught unawares, he could only rely on the Tianmong divine armor for defense, while hastily raising his spear for protection. Boom. Imprinted with an overwhelming majesty, the force directly thrust Yang Pan into the ground, fissures spreading ominously across the earth. The once boisterous Forbidden City seemed to have frozen in that moment. Countless faces rendered motionless. The champion, who had earlier exuded an invincible aura, was now buried beneath the earth. The contrast was so stark that many were momentarily left in disbelief. At this juncture, a voice, calm and indifferent, resonated through the air. Is this what they call the champion? Merely trivial. Upon hearing this voice, all gazes abruptly turned towards the heavens. A majestic nine-headed lion, seemingly forged from gold, bore two figures aloft. The one in the forefront, bathed in ethereal light, was unparalleled in grace. The detached yet playful tone emanated from his lips. It was the scion of the Jun family. He had finally arrived. The atmosphere erupted in fervor, the crowd buzzing with excitement. Ever since Yang Pan had issued the challenge, all had been eager to witness Jun Xiaoyao's response. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao had remained silent, allowing rival factions to seize the opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Now, however, Jun Xiaoyao had made his entrance, as formidable as ever. The champion, who had previously been so arrogant and boastful, now emerged, covered in dust and grime from the cracks in the ground. Though he had not suffered significant injury, the humiliation was palpable. Jun Xiaoyao, you dare to ambush me. Yang Pan's expression was chilling, filled with rage and embarrassment. Had it not been for the sudden assault, he would not have found himself in such a disgraceful predicament. Do you need to ask a fly for permission before swatting it? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Pan, his tone dripping with disdain. This was not arrogance, but rather an innate expression of his unparalleled might. Yang Pan's face turned ashen. As the emperor of the Panwu dynasty, he had never endured such humiliation. Meanwhile, Zhang Luoli, initially stunned, soon cheered and darted towards Jun Xiaoyao with the speed of a rabbit, clinging to him like an octopus. Brother Xiaoyao, I knew you would come, she exclaimed, her starry eyes curving into crescent moons. Come down, Jun Xiaoyao sighed, exasperated. No, I haven't seen you for 2 years, for months, 16 days, and 3 hours, and 19 breaths. Zhang Luoli pouted, a hint of childish grievance in her demeanor. Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why did it seem as though Zhang Luoli possessed a hint of a Yandere disposition? If you don't come down, how can I avenge you? Jun Xiaoyao lamented. Oh, Brother Xiaoyao, you must crush that big beetle. Zhang Luoli finally released her hold reluctantly, as they beheld the close bond between Zhang Luoli and Jun Xiaoyao. Many young elites around them felt an overwhelming surge of envy, realizing that comparisons between individuals often led to heartbreak. Yi Xingyun's expression was as cold as ice. Were it not for his changed temperament, he would have been unable to restrain himself from challenging Jun Xiaoyao once more. In the vicinity of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, Feng Qingling's pupils constricted slightly as she remarked, so it truly is him. At this moment, Feng Qingling was utterly convinced that the mysterious prodigy who had overwhelmed her was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed, he was formidable and should not be underestimated. Huang Xian's expression also grew unusually solemn. At the Wang family in the northern regions, the arrogant young king cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyao and shook his head slightly, saying, he is indeed competent, but cannot be compared to my elder brother. In his eyes, the Jun family's divine being paled in comparison to his own family's young emperor. Meanwhile, in a corner, Xiao Chen's heart surged with an overwhelming killing intent upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, yet he suppressed it deeply. He understood that the time was not ripe. Only when he truly became the prince consort of the Panwu divine dynasty would he have the right to confront Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 109. Jiang Luoli Jealousy. The arrival of the Panwu divine lord, Xiao Chun, makes his appearance. Fourth update. The entire Forbidden City was abuzz with excitement due to Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. Looking at the ashen-faced Yang Pan, Jun Xiaoyao spoke in a calm tone. Not engaging in battle is simply because I see no necessity. Squashing you is hardly more troublesome than swatting a fly. Jun Xiaoyao, stop your grandstanding. Do you think that extinguishing one of my avatars makes you truly invincible? Yang Pan retorted coldly. He believed Jun Xiaoyao's confidence stemmed from having easily annihilated his avatar. Jun Xiaoyao merely chuckled lightly, saying nothing. His true capabilities were far beyond Yang Pan's comprehension. A cold light flickered in Yang Pan's eyes. Given his impulsive nature, he nearly succumbed to the urge to initiate a full-scale battle. However, considering his ambition to vie for the title of prince consort, he temporarily quelled his anger. Once he secured the position, he would challenge Jun Xiaoyao again and settle their rivalry atop the Forbidden City. Jun Xiaoyao was evidently aware of Yang Pan's intentions. He was indifferent to whether the confrontation occurred sooner or later, as the outcome would remain unchanged regardless. Observing the temporary cessation of hostilities between the two, the surrounding cultivators continued to express their astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao's entrance had been so dominant that it had extinguished the invincible aura of the champion marquis. However, they were also curious whether Jun Xiaoyao would participate in the contest for the prince consort. Jun Xiaoyao approached the Jun family's side. Divine Son, Jun Zhangjian, and others clasped their hands in greeting, their eyes gleaming with joy. They had recently been troubled by the incessant rumors. Yet, with Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, all the slanderous gossip fell apart without effort. Xiaoyao, I knew you would not shy away from a battle. Jiang Xingyi approached with a smile. Sister Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoli observed the two, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Divine Son, it is good to see you again. The memory of our all-night piano session remains vivid and unforgettable. At that moment, a stunning beauty approached once more. It was the celestial Qin maiden. Her tone carried a hint of nostalgia, and her eyes faintly revealed a sense of yearning. Upon discovering the true identity of Jun Xiaoyao, she felt a sense of astonishment. However, the Tianqin maiden was unaware that Jun Xiaoyao had merely utilized her once. What? A night-long romance? Jiang Luoli was struck as if by lightning, rendering her momentarily petrified. Clearly, she had been the one to initiate, yet Jiang Luoli pouted, a thick jealousy pervading the air. Miss Jiang, you have misunderstood. It was music, not romance. The Tianqin maiden clarified. Jiang Luoli still harbored some resentment. What nonsense are you imagining, girl? Jun Xiaoyao playfully tapped Jiang Luoli's small head. Observing the deep entanglement of Jun Xiaoyao in this captivating scenario, even outsiders, including Jun Zhangjian, looked on with envy, remarking, if only I possessed even a fraction of the charm of the Divine Son. Are you daydreaming about peaches? Jun Xuan retorted. At that moment, a grand voice emanated from deep within the palace. A golden arched bridge extended from the distant sky, and a group of people approached slowly. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in royal robes, exuding an aura of authority that commanded the world. This man was none other than the emperor of the Panwu divine dynasty, Panwu Shinju. Following him were several princes and princesses, including Wu Mingyue and the third prince. The third prince immediately noticed Jun Xiaoyao, a chill coursing through him, sinking to the depths of despair. It was him, the divine son of the Jun family. The third prince had harbored a faint premonition, but now it had materialized, having bribed the underworld assassins to eliminate the Jun family's divine son. He could scarcely fathom the consequences if this were to be exposed. No matter, remain calm. The underworld assassin would never reveal my identity, the third prince reassured himself. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the third prince. The third prince froze. Jun Xiaoyao offered a faint smile and nodded slightly. In response, the third prince forced a smile, inwardly relieved. It seemed that Jun Xiaoyao was unaware of his machinations. The third prince thought to himself, even if Jun Xiaoyao suspected him, without evidence, it would hold no ground. Worst case, he could simply deny everything and play the fool. Little did the third prince know that Jun Xiaoyao's smile was that of a devil. Wu Mingyue also spotted Jun Xiaoyao, her expression instantly becoming uneasy. Indeed, he had come. Wu Mingyue sighed, feeling an uncommon tension rise within her. After all, her very fate rested in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Is that the princess of the divine dynasty? It is my first time seeing her. She truly is stunning. Yes, it finally made sense why so many prodigies vied for the title of prince consort. Not only could one soar to great heights, but one could also win such a beautiful companion. Many monks gazed at Wu Mingyue, their eyes brimming with admiration. Clad in a resplendent red gown, Wu Mingyue exuded charm and beauty, unmatched in her allure. In a corner, Xiao Chen's heart surged with excitement and longing. Wu Mingyue was his beloved, and today he would not relinquish her to anyone. Thank you all for attending this banquet. Today is also the day my daughter Mingyue selects her consort. Only the most outstanding talents shall be deemed worthy of becoming the consort of our esteemed Panwu god, announced the Panwu god master, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Following this proclamation, the banquet commenced, allowing the young heroes to showcase their skills. Haha, allow me to make a fool of myself first. I have long admired Princess Mingyue, declared a striking young man, adorned with a long sword on his back. As he leaped onto the prepared platform, he was a true disciple of the Tian-Nan sword sect, a formidable talent in his own right. As some of the monks remarked, the Tian-Nan sword sect was indeed a top-tier swordsmanship force. However, Wu Mingyue did not even spare a glance at the young hero. A cold snort echoed. It was Yang Pan. He unleashed a spear strike that sent terrifying ripples through the air. The Tian-Nan sword sect disciple's expression shifted dramatically as he drew his sword to counter the attack. Yet, in a single move, he was sent flying, spitting blood, with a gaping wound appearing on his shoulder. More critically, his bones were shattered throughout his body. Several elders from the Tian-Nan sword sect rushed forward to assess the situation, their faces pale with concern. Yet, constrained by Yang Pan's status and the presence of the Panwu Godmaster, they could only suppress their fury. This consort position is mine. Any fool who dares to contest, it may step forward and fight. Yang Pan proclaimed from the platform, clad in divine armor and wielding the Shuangmang god spear, exuding an unparalleled aura. Boom. Just as Yang Pan's words fell, a formidable presence erupted from the rear of the banquet, accompanied by a resolute shout. Only I, Xiao Chun, am worthy of being Mingyue's consort. As for you, Yang Pan, the further away you stay, the better. The terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. Xiao Chun rose, removing his hood to reveal a face imbued with unwavering determination. He had trained for so long for this day. To confront Jun Xiao, he must become the consort of the Panwu god dynasty. Who is that person? I feel as though I have never seen him before. He cannot possibly be a genius from any major power, can he? Wait, that seems to be Xiao Chun, the great prince of the Qinglong ancient nation. But the Qinglong ancient nation has perished, hasn't it? Indeed, and yet it appears that Xiao Chun possesses extraordinary strength. From all directions, numerous incredulous gazes converged. Jun Xiaoyao cast a nonchalant glance, revealing no trace of surprise. It would have been unexpected had Xiao Chen not made an appearance. At the same moment, Xiao Chen too glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes filled with an unquenchable hatred, so profound that not even the vast oceans could wash it away. However, Xiao Chun did not succumb to irrationality. His current objective was not to confront Jun Xiaoyao, but to deal with Yang Pan. What audacity for a nameless wretch to challenge this lord. Yang Pan furrowed his brow, indignant. As a revered champion of the divine dynasty, when had he ever been provoked by mere rabble? Xiao Chun. Wu Mingyue trembled slightly upon seeing him, although she had wished for his absence. The moment she truly beheld him, her heart stirred with unexpected emotion. Is that person an acquaintance of yours, Mingyue? Pan Wu, the divine master, inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. Yes, a friend. Wu Mingyue hesitated to respond, aware that Pan Wu did not wish for Xiao Chun to become a prince consort. In the arena, Xiao Chun soared into the air, landing directly on the high platform, confronting Yang Pan. Yang Pan, you debauched and heartless scoundrel. What right do you have to be Mingyue's prince consort? Xiao Chen's tone was as frigid as frost. Unworthy of being a lord, yet you presume to be? Yang Pan retorted with a cold smirk. Today, before countless powers, I shall personally defeat you. With that proclamation, Xiao Chun unleashed a piercing howl, his formidable strength at the pinnacle of the return to one realm erupting forth. Countless azure dragon patterns swirled around him, making Xiao Chun resemble a divine dragon warrior. The technique of the ancestral dragon nest? Yang Pan's expression shifted slightly. At this moment, Xiao Chen's cultivation was no less formidable than his own. Jun Xiaoyao observed with profound eyes, reflecting, indeed, Xiao Chun harbors secrets. It appears I must investigate further. Even if you are a dragon, today I shall slay you. Yang Pan declared, launching his attack. The Shangsal divine spear trembled through the void, releasing a torrent of majestic mana, akin to a corner of the heavens tilting downward. Azure Dragon Claw. With a single hand outstretched, Xiao Chun gathered azure light, transforming it into a claw of azure dragon, extending several dozen zhong, aimed at the champion lord. The two techniques collided, creating ripples of chaos. Pan Wu, witnessing this, waved his hand, manifesting a cage of void that contained their tumultuous battle. How has Xiao Chun become so powerful, able to contend with the champion lord? Murmurs of disbelief arose. Indeed, I expected him to be defeated in mere moments. Many voices echoed in astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed, observing the clash between Xiao Chun and Yang Pan, akin to watching two blades of chives tussling. Damn it, this brat. Yang Pan's eyes blazed with fury. Previously, he had been humiliated by Jun Xiaoyao's palm, and now, this seemingly insignificant fish proved to be so troublesome. Annihilation Spear Technique. Yang Pan urged forth a supreme technique, infusing his magical energy into the Ing Divine Spear. Dark, annihilative streaks of spear light erupted forth, leaving a trail of obliteration in their wake, as if even the void itself were on the brink of extinction. Activate the Azure Dragon Bell. Xiao Qin summoned his ultimate defensive skill, encasing himself within a colossal bell entwined by azure dragons. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch, releasing 1,000 azure dragon light patterns simultaneously, each exuding an overwhelming force. Observers of the fierce clash between the two were left in awe. While they were not surprised by the prowess of Champion Ho, they couldn't help but feel that Xiao Qin's strength was bordering on the excessive. In the eyes of Wu Mingyue, a flicker of emotion surfaced. She understood that Xiao Chun had come this far solely for her sake. The fluctuations in the arena were staggering as the battle reached a fever pitch. By the end, Xiao Chun bore numerous bloodstains upon his body, while Yang Pan sported a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This brat. Yang Pan expressed his growing impatience and summoned the Pan Huang spirit sword from within. A tremendous sword intent surged skyward. As a time-worn and ancient sword shadow flickered behind him, he had yet to fully manifest the Pan Huang spirit sword. Even this mere shadow was enough to instill shock across the surroundings. In the eyes of Pan Wuxian, a gleam of light flickered. His support of Yang Pan was motivated by the hope that he would eventually seek out the remaining two swords. In essence, it was a form of manipulation. To ensure Yang Pan's compliance with this scheme, Pan Wuxian had even agreed to wed Wu Mingyue to him. This arrangement was nearly a foregone conclusion, as Pan Wuxian understood that with the Pan Huang spirit sword in his possession, Yang Pan would be virtually invincible. No one could defeat him, not even the elite of the undying Dao lineage. Although Xiao Qin's performance surprised Pan Wuxian, the outcome remained unchanged. Indeed, as Yang Pan unleashed the power of the Pan Huang spirit sword, a voice resonated in Xiao Qin's mind, that of the Azure Dragon Elder, Xiao Chun. This is not good. Your current strength cannot withstand the Pan Huang spirit sword. It would be wise to retreat. The Azure Dragon Elder, despite his intentions, found himself powerless to aid Xiao Chun. Should he intervene, it would be tantamount to meddling in the battlefield, and Pan Wuxian would undoubtedly take action against him. While both were external forces, the Azure Dragon Elder was clearly at a disadvantage compared to the Pan Huang spirit sword. Any movement on his part would draw the attention of formidable opponents. How can I retreat? If I do, Mingyue will be taken from me. Xiao Qin's eyes widened with desperation, summoning his final resolve. Azure Dragon ascends to the heavens. He was enveloped in myriad azure dragon light patterns, coalescing into a colossal dragon of light that charged towards Yang Pan. In response, Yang Pan too harnessed the power of the Pan Huang spirit sword. The sword's radiance converged to a singular point at its tip before slicing downwards. This single beam of sword light seemed capable of annihilating all existence. With a thunderous roar, the light dragon was cleaved in two by the sword light, and Xiao Chun was sent reeling, spitting a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun. Wu Mingyue's face blanched in horror. Ha ha, mere ants dare to challenge the heavens. Mingyue, you are the possession of this lord. None can snatch you away. Yang Pan laughed arrogantly. Wu Mingyue's delicate visage turned ashen as she gazed at Yang Pan. Suddenly, she felt that even if Jun Xiaoyao were the prince consort, he would be preferable to Yang Pan. What am I thinking? Jun Xiaoyao is also a detestable character. Wu Mingyue snapped back to reality, realizing how absurd that notion was. It was impossible for her to develop feelings for Jun Xiaoyao. Absolutely not. Chapter 111. All present are worthless trash. At the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, one dares to challenge you all. From the cracked pit, Xiao Chun rose unsteadily, his body trembling, his chin smeared with blood. His eyes burned crimson with disbelief. He could not fathom that he had been defeated once more. Time and again, he had fallen to Jun Xiaoyao. Now, he could not even surpass the champion lord. Despite Xiao Qin's resolute nature, he felt as if his very will was on the verge of shattering. To speak frankly, Xiao Qin's strength was indeed formidable. Had Yang Pan not possessed the Pan Huang spirit sword, the outcome might have been uncertain. Alas, with the Pan Huang spirit sword in his grasp, Yang Pan stood invincible from the outset. This was the confidence of the Panwu Divine Lord. Ultimately, the position of Prince Consort belonged to Yang Pan. At this moment, many cultivators around expressed their sentiments with a hint of regret. They had naturally discerned the connection between Xiao Chun and Wu Mingyue, akin to the tales of a humble lad triumphing to marry a princess. However, reality is, after all, reality. It cannot mirror the flawless narratives found in legendary novels. Xiao Chen ultimately failed to achieve his ascent. Haha, I shall pose one question. Who else remains? Yang Pan exuded an air of superiority. The prodigies from various powerful factions bore expressions of trepidation. Yi Xing from the ancient Yi family, Wang Gang from the Northern Qing family, and Huang Xian from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain had all come to witness, not to vie for the title of Prince Consort. Thus, they refrained from intervening. As silence enveloped the surroundings, Yang Pan inexplicably felt a surge of unparalleled superiority. How lonely it is to be invincible. He turned to Wu Mingyue, whose face was pale, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mingyue, you are ultimately still mine. Wu Mingyue's countenance was grim, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Her aversion to Yang Pan had reached its zenith. With a vile disposition and an unremarkable appearance, even though she detested Jun Xiaoyao, she could not help but acknowledge his striking looks. At the very least, gazing upon him daily would not incite any disdain. Rather, it was a supreme enjoyment. But facing Yang Pan every day would be nauseating. Just as Yang Pan reveled in his triumph, believing the situation was secured, a voice, laced with indolence, casually drifted over. Were you not just buried by this deity? Now you dare to rise again. Yang Pan raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the source. Before him stood Jun Xiaoyao, one hand casually resting behind his back, emanating an air of aloof superiority, akin to a deity gazing down upon mere mortals. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao had emerged. This spectacle sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Was the scion of the Jun family finally preparing to make his move? Was he truly intent on vying for the title of Prince Consort? How intriguing. The involvement of the Jun family's divine offspring raises questions about his ability to subdue the champion marquis. It seems a daunting task, especially considering the champion marquis wields the formidable Panhuang divine sword, which is no trivial matter to contend with. Meanwhile, the esteemed women of various sects, alongside numerous female cultivators, felt a pang of heartbreak. Brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli gasped, her delicate hand covering her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao truly wished to wed the princess of the Panwu divine dynasty? Though Jiang Xingyi remained silent, her clear eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. Jun Xiaoyao merely smiled faintly. He had no intention of competing for any title. Any woman in this world, should he desire her, would be his without contest. Moreover, which woman would be worthy of his pursuit? At least, none had captured his interest thus far. Besides, Wu Mingyue was, after all, his servant, an object of his possession. Did Yang Pan seek to marry Wu Mingyue without the consent of her rightful master? Very well, since you have chosen to step forward, let us engage in a fair duel. The invincible myth of the Jun family scion means nothing before me, Yang Pan declared, his tone brimming with arrogance. He believed his previous embarrassment stemmed from Jun Xiaoyao's ambush. In a straightforward contest, he would not falter. In response, Jun Xiaoyao merely shook his head with indifference. What? Do you lack the courage? Yang Pan's brows furrowed in challenge. Jun Xiaoyao let out a light chuckle, grounding his foot firmly, causing the earth to tremble. He soared into the sky, ultimately landing atop the Forbidden City, surveying all beneath him. Yang Pan, do you believe you can challenge me alone? Jun Xiaoyao stated, his tone devoid of emotion. What do you mean by that? Yang Pan's expression darkened, gazing at the ethereal figure of Jun Xiaoyao. Draped in white and possessing an unparalleled beauty, he felt an inexplicable discontent. Yang Pan, I do not target you specifically, rather, I regard all present who dare oppose me as insignificant. With those words, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. This declaration was not solely directed at Yang Pan. Xiao Chen's countenance darkened significantly, while a glint of coldness flashed in Yi Xingyun's eyes. Both Wang Xuanhe and Feng Qingling wore displeased expressions. Even Wang Gang of the Northern Kingdom felt a twinge of irritation, recognizing Jun Xiaoyao's audacious arrogance. Jun Xiaoyao. Yang Pan's fury erupted. It was evident that Jun Xiaoyao was looking down on him, unwilling to engage in a one-on-one battle. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, this divine son knows that you have a strong desire to kill me. I now grant you this opportunity. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun, during the last 10-year banquet, you were subdued by me, and I am certain you were quite displeased. This time, I offer you a chance. Additionally, if Wanhuang Lingshan wishes to intervene, I am ready to face them as well. In summary, today, atop the royal city, at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, this divine son stands alone against all of you. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was cold and clear as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white robes billowing and his hair flowing gracefully. Standing atop the Forbidden City, he resembled a deity. Boom. His words struck like a boulder crashing into the ocean, stirring up immense waves. Within the Forbidden City, numerous factions were left dumbfounded. Although they recognized Jun Xiaoyao's formidable strength, possessing an invincible demeanor, This was not merely a challenge to an individual, but to all present. Not to mention, even a single figure like Yang Pan was not someone an ordinary person could contend with. As for Xiao Chun, despite his prior defeat, his power was evident. Yi Xingyun of the Yi family, bearing the starry monarch physique, possessed strength that needed no further elaboration. The figures from Wan Huang Lingshan, Huang Xian Yi and Feng Qingling were amongst the elite of the younger generation. It could be said that any one of these individuals could dominate a region on their own. Yet, now, Jun Xiaoyao audaciously sought to confront them all single-handedly. This revelation astounded everyone present. Jun Xiaoyao, you are far too arrogant. Yang Pan could no longer endure the provocation and launched an attack, his spear piercing through the air towards Jun Xiaoyao. He and Jun Xiaoyao had agreed to duel at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent as he extended his right hand, unleashing 20 pieces of Deluo immortal bone that radiated divine brilliance. Celestial light enveloped him, shimmering and surging, akin to the hand of an ancient deity capable of obliterating a planet with a single strike. Rumble. The palm descended, a spectacle of awe-inspiring phenomena, as if a corner of the heavens had collapsed and was plummeting down. Bang! Yang Pan was directly suppressed, crashing violently into the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. The Forbidden City was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 112. A collective assault. Yet still sweeping all directions. Second update. Everyone stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for how to express their emotions. Earlier, when Yang Pan was struck into the earth, one could argue he was caught off guard. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had straightforwardly pressed Yang Pan down and rubbed him into the ground. What could this be called? Hiss. The sound of inhalation echoed far and wide. All gazes turned towards Jun Xiaoyao, filled with astonishment. Why do I feel that this divine son of the Jun family just executed a move imbued with celestial charm? Indeed, it was terrifying. The Jun family's divine son, merely at the Unity realm, exuded an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. When Jun Xiaoyao refrained from action, it was one thing, but when he did strike, he astonished all, as if he were a heavenly figure. How could it be? How could he possibly be this powerful? Xiao Qin's expression turned blank in disbelief. He believed that his current strength had gradually caught up with Jun Xiaoyao. However, it now appeared that the chasm between them remained insurmountable. He had been defeated by the champion Ho, and now the champion Ho was struck down into the ground by a single blow from Jun Xiaoyao. This stark contrast further highlighted the irreparable gap between him and Jun Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun's expression had grown considerably grave. Although he had awakened some memories and experienced a surge in his cultivation, witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's prowess instilled a chilling sensation within him. The other prodigies shared similar sentiments. Among the spectators, Wu Mingyue observed this scene, her heart a tumult of emotions, relief mingled with astonishment. At the very least, if Jun Xiaoyao could defeat Yang Pan, she would no longer be obliged to marry him. Yet, did that not imply she would be wed to Jun Xiaoyao instead? Biting her lip, Wu Mingyue's thoughts spiraled into confusion. If Jun Xiaoyao were indeed to take her as his bride, what would she do? However, reflecting on Jun Xiaoyao's aloof and proud demeanor, she surmised that he would likely not hold her in high regard. This realization dimmed her countenance. To him, she was merely a pawn to be exploited. In the midst of the battle, Yang Pan rose from the ground, his expression colder than ever. He understood that without utilizing the power of the Pan Huang divine sword, he stood no chance against Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, Huang Xian Yi and Feng Qingling sprang into action, directly confronting Jun Xiaoyao. Their purpose for being here was initially to uncover Jun Xiaoyao's secrets. The vendetta from the immortal Qianglu would be avenged today. Feng Qingling raised her hand, channeling her formidable magic into a powerful beam that surged forth. Huang Xian Yi also attacked, summoning phoenix runes that resembled a multitude of crimson stars, bombarding Jun Xiaoyao. Anticipating their moves, Jun Xiaoyao wielded the art of war, conjuring an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, manifesting a golden torrent that swept towards the two assailants. Boom. It was as if a series of stars had exploded. With Jun Xiaoyao's current strength, any technique he employed unleashed tremendous force. Feng Qingling was struck by the impact, coughing up a mouthful of blood as her delicate form was sent flying backward. She could not withstand even a single strike from Jun Xiaoyao. Huang Xian Yi fared better, merely being pushed back, though his arms trembled slightly, and astonishment flickered in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's power exceeded all his expectations. At this juncture, Yi Xingyun's gaze flickered as he too made his move. He thrust his hand forward, summoning a star that crushed the void with astonishing force. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Yi Xingyun's presence felt oddly amiss. It was not merely a simple enhancement of strength, but rather a subtle transformation. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed that Yi Xingyun's eyes were extraordinarily profound, imbued with a chilling sense of scrutiny, a stark contrast to his previously rebellious demeanor. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao harbored certain suspicions? He did not remain idle. With one hand, he grasped the king's seal, summoning forth the majestic visage of the emperor that loomed over the heavens. With a single imprint, he quelled the cosmos. Yi Xingyun's technique was effortlessly dismantled, and he was sent reeling backward, his chest surging with turbulent blood and energy. How could Jun Xiaoyao's strength ascend so rapidly? Yi Xingyun's gaze darkened with cold realization. He had once believed that his own cultivation speed, awakened by memories, was extraordinary. Yet, he never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao's progress would surpass his own. Could it be that even his former self was inferior to Jun Xiaoyao? This thought suddenly struck him. He shook his head, deeming it implausible. In his memories, the figure adorned with the sun, moon, and stars was undoubtedly the mightiest among the realms. How could Jun Xiaoyao possibly compare? Jun family's divine son? Allow me, Wang Gang of the Northern Wang clan, to have a word. Suddenly, Wang Gang of the Northern Wang family made his move. He unleashed a fist imprint, radiant with golden light, as if his entire arm had been transformed into pure gold, inscribed with numerous runes. This was the Wang family's ultimate technique. The Golden Buddha hand, said to have been acquired from the western heavens. Some onlookers gazed in astonishment. This technique was exceedingly powerful. A single strike could shatter mountains and rivers, rendering all in its path asunder. The Northern Wang family? Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. The most renowned of them was the young emperor of the Wang family, who possessed the aura of a great emperor. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, he appeared as a richly fattened leek, his fortune far more terrifying than that of Yang Pan. The present Wang Gang was the younger brother of Wang Tong, possessing formidable strength. Yet, alas, he encountered Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not even summon his divine techniques. He merely unleashed a straightforward punch. Relying solely on the innate physical strength of his ancient sacred body, he was more than capable of overwhelming his opponent. Crack! As their fists collided, Wang Gang's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an uncontainable, terrifying recoil emanating from the clash. His golden Buddha hand was obliterated, and it felt as though the bones in his entire arm shattered, sending him hurtling backward. Witnessing Wang Gang being repelled with a single blow, many were once again astounded. Could it be that none among them were able to contend with Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao, the vengeance for my father's death, the enmity for my obliterated nation. I shall repay you 1,000-fold. Xiao Chen could no longer restrain himself, launching his own assault. He transformed into a half-dragon form, channeling the Azure Sky Dragon transformation technique to its utmost. His dragon wings unfurled behind him, his body enveloped in scales, and his hands morphed into fierce, sharp dragon claws. He moved with incredible speed, becoming a fleeting azure shadow as he tore toward Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen, have you not frolicked long enough? Are you weary of life? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent as he summoned the dragon energy, delivering a strike that transformed his immense magical power into a dragon's claw. This was none other than the supreme technique of the ancestral dragon's nest, the dragon grasp. With a resounding crash, Jun Xiaoyao's blow was imbued with an astonishing force of 1 billion pounds. The overwhelming divine power reverberated through the void, the sound of the wind sharp and piercing. With a sickening splatter, this strike nearly shattered Xiao Chun's body, blood spraying into the air. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained impassive as he took a step forward, tearing apart Xiao Chen's dragon wings from behind. A cry of anguish escaped Xiao Chen's lips as he coughed up blood, his form arcing like a parabola before crashing heavily to the ground. Having been defeated by the champion Marquis earlier, Xiao Chun was now gravely injured by Jun Xiaoyao, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Chapter 113. The Four Great Prodigies Strike, Suppressing All Directions. Jun Xiaoyao as the ultimate. Third update. The entirety of the Forbidden City fell into a profound silence. Witnessing Xiao Chen's heavy fall, many felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao Chen's strength was well acknowledged, yet now he had been so easily vanquished. Previously, he had engaged in a prolonged struggle with Yang Pan, which highlighted that Jun Xiaoyao's power was in a league far beyond Yang Pan's. Damn it. Yang Pan's expression turned grim as he thrust his spear forward, launching another attack, while Huang Xuani also continued to assault. Feng Qingling, however, was gravely wounded and unable to fight back. Deep within her eyes lay a trace of fear. As if overshadowed by a fearsome presence, she dared not confront Jun Xiaoyao again. Yi Xingyun and Wang Gang also joined the fray. At this moment, Yang Pan, Huang Xuani, Yi Xingyun, and Wang Gang, for prodigies, simultaneously surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. This sight was nothing short of astonishing. It is known that each young prodigy possesses a lofty pride. Yet faced with the immovable Jun Xiaoyao, they were compelled to act in unison. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stood atop the Forbidden City, high above the heavens, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. In contrast, Yang Pan and the other three appeared as mere mortals challenging a god. This scene was akin to four valiant warriors uniting to confront a colossal adversary. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed the ultimate being. Come forth, and struggle as you may. I, the divine child, grant you this fleeting opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained devoid of emotion. Yang Pan unleashed all his magical energy, channeling it into the divine spear of morning light. Hundreds of spear shadows simultaneously pierced through the air. Huang Xuani pointed towards his own brow. An overwhelming torrent of crimson flames surged forth like a deluge. This was the phoenix heavenly fire of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, rumored to have the power to incinerate all. Many spectators felt a profound dread. Yi Xingyun, meanwhile, rotated his hands as if countless stars danced around him, forming a celestial wheel. This was a martial art he had awakened from his memory, the Starfall Wheel. As the wheel emerged, it swept across the sky like a multitude of stars rolling and crushing everything in their path. Wang Gang also took action, his fist radiating with brilliance that illuminated the heavens. Waves of energy rippled outward, a manifestation of the Wang family's unique martial art, the Wave King Fist. The four great prodigies unleashed their formidable techniques simultaneously. It could be said that had anyone else occupied Jun Xiaoyao's position, they would have felt trepidation and despair. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao remained remarkably composed. Perhaps due to his accustomed invincibility, he seemed unfamiliar with the concepts of fear and apprehension. He summoned the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, his entire being enveloped in golden light, transforming into a colossal golden elephant that seemed capable of subduing the universe. This manifest elephant was incredibly solid and lifelike, filling the expanse of heaven and earth. The sheer might emanating from it was enough to instill terror upon a mere glance. Such potent energy. Where did the Jun family's divine progeny acquire this extraordinary technique? A wave of astonishment surged through the hearts of the gathered cultivators. All eyes fixated on Jun Xiaoyao as he faced the four great prodigies alone, pondering the outcome. With overwhelming strength, there exists nothing in this world that cannot be shattered. Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his right hand, augmenting his power with the strength of 20 pieces of Deluo immortal bones. Coupled with the inherent divine force of 1 billion pounds from the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, his power was simply astonishing. Boom! The heavens trembled, the cosmos turned upside down. It was as if the very fabric of space was about to be crushed by Jun Xiaoyao's might. Bang! The void erupted into a tempest, seemingly unable to withstand the immense divine power unleashed by Jun Xiaoyao. The resounding blast echoed throughout the entire imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty. At that moment, everyone in the capital looked skyward, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. In the heart of the collision, it was as though 100 nuclear bombs had detonated simultaneously. From a distance, it resembled the sky opening a single eye. Even the likes of the Panwu Divine Lord and other powerful figures were taken aback by such a clash. Panwu Divine Lord intervened directly, attempting to contain the terrifying waves of energy. Nevertheless, even his spatial prison quaked under the force. It was unimaginable that this was merely an attack from a prodigy at the Unity Realm. Amidst this extreme collision, for distinct sounds of blood spitting resonated. Yang Pan, Huang Xianyi, Yi Xingyun, and Wang Gang all spewed forth blood as if it were worthless. Their bones shattered, injuries marred their bodies, and their vitality was severely diminished. How could this be? Huang Xianyi was aghast. Yi Xingyun found himself momentarily blank, dazed by the unfolding reality. Wang Gang's eyes widened in horror. This overwhelming might was such that even his brother, the young Emperor Wang Tung of the Wang family, would have struggled to match it. However, the most shocked of all was Yang Pan. He, who had once been arrogant and dismissive, had previously proclaimed his intent to battle Jun Xiaoyao atop the Forbidden Peak. Yet now, it was evident that not only he, but even the combined force of four was being utterly crushed by Jun Xiaoyao. The disparity was staggering. Should this news disseminate, Yang Pan would surely become the laughingstock of the world. No, how could I possibly lose? It is inconceivable. Yang Pan's expression twisted with rage. His essence was that of a selfish and arrogant petty bourgeois who had ascended to his current position of champion solely due to a stroke of fortune. Naturally, facing defeat provoked his ire. He fervently summoned the power of the Panhuang spirit sword within him. An aura of vitality enveloped him, rapidly mending his wounds and restoring him to his peak condition. Was this the power of the Panhuang spirit sword? Many observed with skepticism. The Panwu Divine Lord murmured, as long as the Panhuang spirit sword remains, Yang Pan's vitality will be difficult to extinguish. Thus, he is inherently in an invincible position. This was the source of the Panwu Divine Lord's confidence in Yang Pan. At this moment, Yi Xingyun, Huang Xuani, and Wang Gang all withdrew from the battlefield. They understood that the current Jun Xiaoyao was beyond their capacity to confront. Jun Xiaoyao, don't be too complacent. Let me show you the might of the Panhuang Spirit Sword. As Yang Pan urged its power, an ancient sword, exuding a primordial aura, slowly emerged from within him. This was not merely an illusion, but the genuine Panhuang Spirit Sword itself. The sword's body was adorned with depictions of mountains, rivers, countless beings, and scenes of ancient ancestors and worship. When the sword materialized, a majestic aura permeated the air, as if the Panwu Emperor had revealed a fragment of his might. Although the Panhuang Spirit Sword was merely one-third of the imperial weapon Panhuang Sword, its power was unparalleled, nearly approaching that of an imperial weapon. Of course, given Yang Pan's strength, he could not fully unleash the potential of the Panhuang Spirit Sword. To say he was summoning it would be more accurately described as borrowing its power, relying on a mere sword. Yet he speaks with such audacity, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. True strength originates from one's own capabilities, not from external objects. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao had always prioritized the enhancement of his own power, focusing on the cultivation of his physical form, seldom relying on external aids. Could the Jun family not produce an imperial weapon? Certainly, they could, if Jun Xiaoyao desired it. The Jun family would readily lend him even the most formidable of imperial weapons. But would it be of any use? Without the weapon, one would swiftly revert to their former state. Therefore, witnessing Yang Pan leverage the power of the Panhuang Spirit Sword, Jun Xiaoyao appeared utterly disdainful. Allow me to awaken you. Jun Xiaoyao murmured, a radiant light bursting forth from his chest. Supreme Bone, activate. Yang Pan, empowered by the Panhuang Spirit Sword, directed its tip forward, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light, as if it could cleave the heavens. In response, Jun Xiaoyao summoned the might of his Supreme Bone, an intense and resplendent divine radiance erupting from his chest, akin to a divine tribulation descending from the heavens. As the two formidable forces collided, the winds and thunder reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth, unleashing an expansive ripple of arcane energy that engulfed the surroundings. Were it not for the intervention of the divine Lord Panwu, who bound this tumultuous surge with spatial restraints, the nearby prodigies would surely have met with catastrophic fate. Amidst this terrifying clash, Yang Pan descended from the heavens like a bird with broken wings, blood staining the armor on his chest. Despite the protection afforded by the celestial horn divine armor, he could not withstand the onslaught of the shockwave. His gaze, however, remained fixated on the center of the collision, eager to ascertain the condition of Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, as the brilliance faded and the ripples subsided, there stood Jun Xiaoyao, clad in ethereal white, unperturbed and aloof. Yang Pan's expression froze in disbelief. As though he were witnessing the most unfathomable spectacle imaginable, he had summoned the Panhuang Spirit Sword. Yet it seemed to inflict not even a semblance of damage upon Jun Xiaoyao. In that instant, doubt began to gnaw at Yang Pan's mind. Was the Panhuang Spirit Sword truly genuine? Indeed, were he able to fully unleash its power, it might pose a minor threat, but alas, Jun Xiaoyao merely shook his head. Previously, even the Supreme Demon Corpse had failed to inflict significant harm upon him. What then? Could Yang Pan's Panhuang Spirit Sword achieve in this moment? The thought left him momentarily dazed. Was the very sword he relied upon so heavily now rendered futile? As his composure began to waver amidst the chaos of battle, Jun Xiaoyao unfurled his demonic wings and, in a flash, surged toward Yang Pan with overwhelming force. Roused from his stupor, Yang Pan hastily attempted to defend himself. The ground trembled with each strike, and the champion Marquis found himself spitting blood. Even the celestial horn divine armor proved ineffective against Jun Xiaoyao's relentless assault. With a flourish, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the slaying immortal sword technique, a resplendent blade of light cleaving through the air toward Yang Pan. Terror gripped Yang Pan as he desperately raised the Panhuang Spirit Sword to block the blow. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth as the sword light cleaved through his celestial horn divine armor, leaving a grievous wound that extended from his chest to his abdomen, exposing bone. Had it not been for the restorative powers of the Panhuang Spirit Sword, Yang Pan might well have met his demise. With a thunderous crash, Jun Xiaoyao descended from above, planting a foot upon Yang Pan's face. After such prolonged evasion, are you finally lucid? He asked coolly. Yang Pan struggled. But no matter how he fought, he could not overturn his plight. The divine power emanating from Jun Xiaoyao threatened to crush his skull. A tempest of emotions, shame, rage, and helplessness swirled within Yang Pan. As a figure of great authority, he was accustomed to wielding power over countless subjects within the Panwu divine dynasty. Yet now, in full view of the multitude, he found himself humiliated, his face trampled beneath Jun Xiaoyao's foot. Such a disgrace would be etched into his memory for eternity. In the midst of the crowd, Qin Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her delicate frame trembling with excitement. The adversary she despised so deeply, yet felt utterly powerless against, was currently being trampled beneath the feet of Jun Xiaoyao, akin to a lifeless dog. Oh yes, brother Xiaoyao is simply the best. Crush that monstrous beetle. Jiang Luoli too clenched her petite fists, cheering with fervor. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had promised to avenge her, and now that promise was being fulfilled in the most gratifying manner. Young Master Jun, that is enough, finally spoke the Lord of the Panwu Shrine from the high platform. Regardless of Yang Pan's status as a champion of the Divine Dynasty, being so humiliated was undeniably a disgrace to the Panwu Shrine. Beside her, Wu Mingwei could not help but feel a flicker of joy at witnessing Yang Pan's downfall. However, her heart soon fluttered with anxiety. If Jun Xiaoyao had defeated Yang Pan, did that not imply he possessed the qualifications to become a prince consort? Well, since the Lord has spoken, it would be ungracious for Jun to refuse. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. With a single kick imbued with immense force, a series of cracking sounds echoed through the air, the sound of Yang Pan's bones shattering. He was sent flying, crashing heavily into a side hall. This scene caused the corners of the Panwu Lord's eyes to twitch slightly. Jun Xiaoyao understood that attempting to kill Yang Pan under the Lord's gaze was an impossibility. Moreover, Yang Pan could still be viewed as a valuable asset in the future. The Panhuang sword, Jun Xiaoyao admitted, stirred his interest. Few could remain indifferent to an imperial weapon. Thus, the Lord of the Panwu Shrine found himself in a quandary regarding today's duel. According to the original plan, Yang Pan was supposed to sweep through his opponents and triumphantly become the prince consort, marrying Wu Mingwei. Yet now, gazing at Yang Pan, who lay bloodied and battered amidst the ruins, the Lord could not utter the words to endorse him as a prince consort. Perhaps there were alternative ways to placate Yang Pan, the Lord mused. If he could win over the prodigy Jun Xiaoyao, would that not be more valuable than a dozen Yang Pans? With this thought, the Lord spoke. Indeed, the young master of the Jun family possesses the grace of a dragon and the demeanor of a phoenix. His unparalleled prowess makes him the indisputable choice for the position of prince consort. His declaration instantly sent ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd. Was this a proposal to recruit Jun Xiaoyao as the prince consort? Jun Zhantian remained silent. This was a matter for Jun Xiaoyao alone, and should he choose to accept, the Jun family would not oppose. Jiang Luoli's expression shifted dramatically, her heart racing as she anxiously wrung her small hands together. Though she often exhibited a naive demeanor, she could also display remarkable insight. In this moment, she refrained from approaching Jun Xiaoyao to inquire about his decision. Of course, Jiang Luoli secretly wished for Jun Xiaoyao not to become the prince consort. While it was not unusual for a man of his caliber to have multiple wives, a lingering unease still resided within her heart. Beside her, Jiang Xingyi felt a flicker of unease. She too did not wish for Jun Xiaoyao to agree to become the prince consort. This is for Luo Li, Jiang Xingyi murmured inwardly. Yet, the true reason lay solely within her heart. Apart from them, the other female cultivators who idolized Jun Xiaoyao, the fervent admirers, also hoped he would decline the title of prince consort. They envisioned themselves as his destined partners, and if Jun Xiaoyao accepted the position, their dreams would be irrevocably shattered. At this moment, the entire world awaited Jun Xiaoyao's response. Bloodied and furious, Xiao Chen's pupils trembled with rage. He could scarcely fathom the extent of his fury should Jun Xiaoyao become the prince consort. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's hesitation, the Lord of the Panwu Divine Dynasty furrowed his brow slightly and tossed out another bombshell. Should you agree to become the prince consort, you will gain the opportunity for a singular entrance into the Panwu tomb. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Panwu tomb is the most ancient and mysterious locale within the Panwu Divine Dynasty, rumored to be linked to the legendary Panwu Emperor. It serves as the core secret realm of the dynasty, typically inaccessible even to the nobility and royal offspring. Now, the Lord of the Panwu Divine Dynasty proclaimed that agreeing to become the prince consort would grant access to the tomb. This was indeed a significant offering. Even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise. The Lord of the Panwu was quite generous. Anything he could retrieve from the Panwu tomb might be of immeasurable worth. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao's purpose for coming to the Panwu Divine Dynasty was to enter the Panwu tomb, both to sign in and to awaken the next manifestation of his sacred body. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the Panwu tomb was a necessity for him. However, for the Lord to think he could bind Jun Xiaoyao to the Panwu Divine Dynasty through this proposition was quite a fanciful notion. Jun Xiaoyao did not elaborate further, simply stating, "Then may I enter the Panwu tomb? Are you agreeing, Jun Xiaoyao?" The Lord of the Panwu Divine Dynasty smiled faintly. "Allow me to enter the Panwu tomb first," Jun Xiaoyao replied calmly, his expression unfazed even in the presence of the divine ruler. The lord of the Panwu Divine Dynasty's gaze deepened. There is no better time than the present. Why not marry today? The son of the Jun family and the eldest princess of our divine dynasty would indeed make a perfect match. The lord sought to hastily bind Jun Xiaoyao and Wu Mingyue in matrimony, ensuring a secure alliance. Hearing this, Wu Mingyue's face turned pale. Just then, a vehement voice rang out, "No, Mingyue, you must not agree." The speaker was none other than Xiao Chun, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. If Wu Mingyue were truly to end up with her blood feud rival, then Xiao Chun would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Being betrayed is one thing, but to be with an enemy is a torment of double the agony. Xiao Chun, Wu Mingyue murmured, biting her lip, her gaze a tapestry of complexity. Deep down, she recognized that Xiao Chen's desire to be with her was merely a beautiful illusion. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he conveyed his thoughts to Wu Mingyue. However, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's insinuations, Wu Mingyue's delicate visage suddenly turned icy with indignation. Jun Xiaoyao intended to shatter Xiao Chen's hopes entirely. Should she refuse to comply with his words, Jun Xiaoyao would expose her identity as a servant. Jun Xiaoyao, you truly are despicable, Wu Mingyue transmitted coldly. I am merely looking out for Xiao Chen's well-being. After all, to keep him hanging in such a manner is hardly beneficial, is it not? Better to sever his yearning and allow him to embrace freedom, Jun Xiaoyao replied, his words dripping with feigned righteousness. Yet, his true motive lay in unearthing the secrets that Xiao Chen concealed. A struggle glimmered in Wu Mingyue's enchanting eyes. She realized that if she remained silent, her status as a servant would be revealed. 3, 2. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained impassive as he began the countdown. Wu Mingyue inhaled deeply. Xiao Chun, I am sorry, but between us, it is ultimately impossible. Let us end this. Forget me, she uttered, her jade-like hands trembling slightly. Xiao Chen stood in stunned silence, his expression frozen in disbelief. Mingyue, what are you saying? He could hardly fathom her words. Wu Mingyue was the woman with whom he shared a deep connection. Despite the absence of physical intimacy, emotionally, he had already regarded her as his own. Yet now, she uttered such heartless words as if forgetting him were a trivial matter. Xiao Chun could not accept this reality. Disbelief swelling within him, his eyes bloodshot as he shook his head fervently. Is it the pressure from the Panwu divine dynasty, Mingyue? This cannot be your true sentiment. Wu Mingyue bit her lip, anguish consuming her. Jun Xiaoyao remained coldly indifferent. Wu Mingyue, donning a mask of restraint, spoke once more. Xiao Chun, we truly inhabit different worlds. It is over. Xiao Chun stood rigid as if carved from stone. At that moment, Wu Mingyue reminded him painfully of Bai Yuer from the past. Equally indifferent, equally heartless. Turning her back without a second thought. Then, he glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, fury igniting within him. I understand now. It is because of Jun Xiaoyao, I assent it? You believe he is better, don't you? Xiao Chen bellowed, his temples throbbing with rage. Surely, Wu Mingyue had been swayed by Jun Xiaoyao's admirable qualities, leading her to reject him. This was the tumultuous thought raging within Xiao Chen's mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Mingyue, you wretched woman, despite my sincere affection for you, this is how you repay me. How are you any different from my unfaithful fiancé Bai Yuer? Xiao Chun was utterly deranged. Every vein in his body seemed to writhe. His fiancé was lost, his father murdered, the ancient Qingtian kingdom had fallen. Now, even his last hope, Wu Mingyue, had forsaken him. The dream of becoming a prince consort had shattered, and revenge felt more distant than ever. As the gap in strength between him and Jun Xiaoyao only widened. He was mad. Xiao Chun had completely lost his sanity. Impudence. Upon hearing Xiao Chun's vitriol directed at Wu Mingyue, the expression of Pan Wuxian darkened, and with a flick of his hand, thud, Xiao Chun was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Had the Qingtian elder not secretly protected Xiao Chun's vital organs with his soul power, he might have perished on the spot. Yet, Xiao Chun seemed oblivious, still laughing maniacally. Ha ha. Everyone has betrayed me. Everyone has abandoned me. Ha ha. He stood there, tattered and blood-soaked, laughing in a frenzy. This was not how it was supposed to be. I was forced into this, Wu Mingyue thought, silently shedding tears, her heart pained. Jun Xiaoyao, however, observed the scene with indifference. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, nor did he claim to embody righteousness. Occasionally, he might display a hint of kindness, like aiding Qin Xian or ruthlessly tormenting Yang Pan. Yet, should one become his adversary, they must be prepared to face his wrath. Xiao Chun, in his despair, found himself utterly speechless. Xiao Chun, your plight is indeed tragic, even with my assistance, he mused. But Xiao Chun refused to concede defeat. He still clung to one final glimmer of hope. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. The ancient anomaly within the ancient nest had once proclaimed that if he gathered 99 young men and 99 young women to aid her in breaking her seal, she would grant him a wish. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression contorted, consumed by unprecedented madness. He had previously deemed such actions as utterly vile, but now, nothing mattered. All that mattered was slaying Jun Xiaoyao, even if it meant Xiaochun himself would be consumed by darkness, transforming into a vengeful spirit. Stumbling away from the forbidden city, he bore the countenance of a hellish specter. Wu Mingyue watched Xiaochun depart, unable to call him back. Her gaze turned icy as she directed a silent rebuke at Jun Xiaoyao. Are you satisfied now? You are a devil that devours souls. Oh, is that so? How can you be certain that the Xiaochun you adore is not a devil himself? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a hint of playful amusement. Impossible. His spirit is unyielding. Even when faced with adversity, he will rise again and would never commit any act that defies heaven's principles, Wu Mingyue asserted with conviction. This is also the reason she harbors affection for Xiaochun. His character inspires her admiration. The nature of the human heart, after all, is prone to change. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. Chapter 116. The Unmasking. Is Wu Mingyue worthy? The apprehension of the lord of the Wu clan. Observing Xiaochun's stumbling retreat, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze deepened. He was aware that there must be hidden secrets behind Xiaochun. Contemplating this, Jun Xiaoyao discreetly sent a message to Jun Zhangjian. Zhangjian, follow Xiaochun covertly. Remember, do not startle the snake in the grass, nor let him detect your presence. Just track him and take notes. Upon receiving the message, Jun Zhangjian nodded slightly, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. A smile curled at the corners of Jun Xiaoyao's lips. It wouldn't be long before the secrets behind Xiaochun would be unveiled. However, at present, the priority was not Xiaochun, but the opportunities presented by the Wu clan. The cunning old fox, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the lord of the Wu clan. Clearly, the lord aimed to compel him to publicly acknowledge his identity as the son-in-law of the Wu clan in front of all. Should Jun Xiaoyao undertake any actions detrimental to the Wu clan thereafter, this identity would become a shackle, and the world would denounce him as ungrateful. The lord of the Wu clan, astute and crafty, sought to sacrifice Wu Mingyue to bind him to the Wu clan. Yet, it would not be so simple. A cold smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. He was inherently free, unbound by any constraints. How could he be shackled to the Wu clan? Moreover, Wu Mingyue's current status was that of his servant. There was no way Jun Xiaoyao would consider an alliance with his own servant. If he truly desired Wu Mingyue, he could simply invoke the slave mark. There was no need for such convoluted matters, nor to vie for the title of son-in-law. Lord of the Wu clan. You seem overly eager, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a slight smile. Ah, there is no better day than today. I too hope my daughter finds a suitable match. The lord of the Wu clan replied with a smile. A suitable match? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. Perhaps Wu Mingyue harbors a deep-seated resentment towards you at this very moment. Yang Pan, emerging from the ruins, bore a grim expression upon hearing the lord's words. He was not foolish and recognized that the lord of the Wu clan would never allow him to become the son-in-law. In the end, it will still require this lord's assistance to seek the 3 swords of the Wu emperor, Yang Pan thought darkly, his expression sullen. He remained composed. In contrast to his previous agitation, there was no other choice. Fear had tempered him. Although guarded by the sword of the Wu emperor, he was not in mortal danger. Yet he had been consistently beaten by Jun Xiaoyao. Until he acquired new opportunities, Yang Pan dared not act recklessly. Well then, since it is so, let the banquet continue. It is merely a wedding feast now, the lord of the Wu clan declared with a wave of his hand. Wu Mingyue's complexion turned pale. Was she to marry Jun Xiaoyao? While he was indeed far superior to Yang Pan, it was still a perilous situation. Moreover, her current identity remains that of Jun Xiaoyao's female servant. As the wedding night approaches, the thought of Jun Xiaoyao engaging in some peculiar master-servant game sends shivers down Wu Mingyue's spine. Upon hearing the words of the Panwu Divine Lord, the atmosphere erupted with a cacophony. The distinguished ladies from various factions gazed at Wu Mingyue with envy and resentment. Jiang Luoli appeared somewhat dazed, her twin ponytails drooping dejectedly. Surely, it cannot be so, Jiang Xingyi thought, her delicate hand clenching slightly. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao should not be such a frivolous individual. With his status and looks, he could have any celestial beauty he desired. There would be no need for him to take an interest in a princess of a divine dynasty. The more Jiang Xingyi pondered, the more discomfort she felt. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, realizing that she seemed to be envious of Wu Mingyue. Is it possible? As someone embodying the innate Tao fetus, her heart should be tranquil, unaffected by external joys or sorrows. When did she start experiencing such emotional turbulence? Amid the uproar, a faint sigh echoed. Is it not sufficient for the Panwu Divine Lord to turn a blind eye? Must Jun dare to confront you directly? Upon hearing this voice, the tumultuous crowd fell into silence. Disbelieving gazes converged upon Jun Xiaoyao. Zhang Luoli and the others regained their composure, their eyes fixed intently on him. The Panwu Divine Lord's expression tightened as he inquired, "What do you mean, Jun Xiaoyao?" "What do I mean?" Jun Xiaoyao replied with a smile. "Do you believe Wu Mingwei is worthy of me?" This single statement rendered everyone in the forbidden city of the divine Panwu speechless. Astonishment, shock, bewilderment. To question the suitability of the Princess Wu Mingwei in front of the Divine Lord was an unambiguous slap to the face. Wu Mingwei's lips nearly bled as her complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. Jun Xiaoyao's words were, in essence, a humiliation directed at her. "Jun Xiaoyao, do you even comprehend the implications of your words?" The Panwu Divine Lord's presence surged, exuding the aura of a quasi-supreme being. Though he was indeed a powerful figure, he was evidently not the strongest within the Panwu Divine Dynasty. In the realm of transcendent lineages, even the supreme beings do not hold the title of the strongest. Yet, regrettably, this pressure bore no effect on Jun Xiaoyao. Initially, he intended to play along, ensuring mutual satisfaction without any need for confrontation. However, the Panwu Divine Lord insisted on compelling Jun Xiaoyao into the role of a son-in-law, which irked him. Since the Panwu Divine Lord chose to scheme against him, Jun Xiaoyao resolved to turn the tables. Conveniently, he still had an ace up his sleeve, a card he had not planned to play today. It appears that the time has indeed come to take action. Although I, Jun Xiao, have no interest in this prince consort, I am determined to enter the realm of the martial Wuling. Jun Xiao's tone was cold and commanding. His words sent shockwaves throughout the assembly, leaving countless individuals in a state of astonishment. A prodigy of the Unity realm daring to make such declarations towards a supreme powerhouse was nothing short of an eye-opener for them all. Moreover, this prince consort belonged to the Immortal Divine Dynasty, a status envied by many, yet Jun Xiao regarded it with disdain. In that moment, many male prodigies felt a sense of injustice for Wu Mingwei, while the female cultivators erupted in fervent admiration. This was the Jun family scion they idolized, exuding an air of aloofness, rather than a capricious libertine who easily falls for anyone. I knew Brother Xiao was not that kind of casual person. Zhang Luoli, having regained her vitality, displayed a naive smile upon her fair face. Jiang Xini also felt a sense of relief. However, upon reflection, it was clear that if Jun Xiao was indifferent to Zhang Luoli, he would certainly not be swayed by someone like Wu Mingwei. "Jun Xiao, are you here to disrupt the gathering?" The gaze of the Panwu Divine Lord revealed a chilling fury. Had it been any other prodigy, even one from the immortal Dao lineage, he would not hesitate to strike them down without a second thought. Yet, faced with Jun Xiao, the Panwu Divine Lord found himself unable to act. There was a palpable sense of trepidation. To eliminate Jun Xiao would equate to provoking both the Jun and Jiang families, two ancient clans of immense influence. Even the Panwu Divine Dynasty could not withstand such repercussions. Chapter 117. A Mysterious Guardian Acts. No mercy for the young master. Second update. The Jun and Jiang families rank among the three great clans, their strength and heritage placing them at the forefront of ancient lineages. Most immortal Dao lineages dare not provoke them lightly. Furthermore, the Panwu Divine Dynasty has seen better days, struggling to locate even strategic weapons like the Emperor weapon, the Panhuang sword. In light of this, should they truly offend these two esteemed families, the Panwu Divine Dynasty would face unimaginably dire consequences, potentially igniting an immortal war. Thus, the Panwu Divine Lord suppressed his anger. His gaze, however, remained frigid. Jun Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing at ease, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He relished the sight of the Panwu Divine Lord's disdainful, yet powerless demeanor. The corner of the Panwu Divine Lord's eye twitched slightly. Seeing the smile lingering on Jun Xiao's lips made him wish to strike out. Yet reason prevailed, restraining his murderous intent. Observing the unfazed Panwu Divine Lord, the elders and seniors of the surrounding factions inhaled sharply. It seemed that the influence of the Jun family was far more formidable than they had anticipated. In the face of such humiliation and provocation from Jun Xiaoyao, the Lord of Panwu Shrine appeared as timid as a turtle, not daring to take action to suppress him. "Enough, Jun Xiaoyao. Since you disdain the position of the royal consort of the Divine Dynasty, you may leave. The Panwu Divine Dynasty does not require your presence." The Lord of Panwu waved his sleeves with an indifferent tone. This was already the last shred of dignity he had left. Jun Xiaoyao remained rooted in place and tilted his head slightly, saying, "Lord of Panwu, did you not comprehend? I, the Divine Son, look down upon the title of royal consort. I shall also enter Panwu Ling." Presumptuous. The Lord of Panwu could hardly contain his rage. He could not pursue the matter further and allowed Jun Xiaoyao to depart. Jun Xiaoyao audaciously pressed on. At that moment, Jun Xuan stepped forward and coldly remarked, "Lord of Panwu, mind your words. I, the divine son of the Jun family, am not someone you can casually reprimand." The Lord of Panwu's expression turned frosty. Meanwhile, Wu Mingyue could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, "Jun Xiaoyao, enough. I admit, Mingyue is unworthy of you, but please do not create a scene." Create a scene? I, Jun, have always relied on reason. When have I ever acted unruly? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Witnessing his demeanor, Wu Mingyue ground her silver teeth in indignation. Shameless. Jun Xiaoyao is utterly shameless. If he truly valued reason, even pigs would climb trees. Very well, I shall see what rationale you can present. If none exists, this matter cannot simply be dismissed today. The Lord of Panwu replied coldly. He had already taken a step back. If he continued to show weakness, the Panwu divine dynasty would have no credibility left. Isn't the reasoning quite simple? Jun Xiaoyao produced a luminous stone from his hand. He turned his gaze towards the third prince, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing this smile, the third prince felt as if a colossal stone had bound his heart, plunging it into despair. A foreboding sensation gripped him. No, it's impossible. He must be trying to intimidate me. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his legs began to tremble slightly. Jun Xiaoyao infused his spiritual power into the luminous stone. The shadow of the ethereal assassin from the underworld appeared. Accompanied by the words he spoke, it was the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty who bribed our underworld assassins to kill you. The voice emanating from the stone reverberated throughout the imperial city. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Countless people widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene within the luminous stone. The third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty had actually colluded with assassins from the underworld to eliminate the divine son of the Jun family. A senior elder from a prestigious lineage inhaled sharply, his heart filled with shock. This was the ultimate taboo. The most feared scenario for a lineage was that its successor would be assassinated by such killers. It was over. The third prince was finished. After a brief moment of silence, a tumultuous uproar erupted. Everyone felt incredulous, never expecting Jun Xiaoyao to produce such evidence. How could this be? Wu Mingyue was also frozen, feeling a chilling sensation envelop her. To attempt to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao? Such audacity required immense courage. The expression of the Lord of the Panwu divine sect mirrored her astonishment, his earlier confidence dissipating entirely. Thud! The third prince's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his trousers dampened, exuding an unpleasant odor. No, I did not. I know nothing. The third prince was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as a corpse, his body trembling uncontrollably. If you have committed such an act, do you not dare to admit it? I possess witnesses, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a light chuckle. From the crowd, a stunning woman emerged. It was the Tianqin maiden. With her cold, beautiful eyes, she cast a glance at the third prince and declared, "The Tianqin maiden can testify that at the Xinqiang Tower, the third prince harbored a palpable animosity towards the divine son. Subsequently, the divine son indeed visited my abode for music and discourse. It is likely that the assassination attempt occurred after his departure." The Tianqin maiden's words undeniably solidified the veracity of the claims. Tianqin maiden. You. The third prince nearly spat blood in response. He had pursued her ardently, lavishly gifting treasures, even parting with celestial resources. Yet now, the Tianqin maiden betrayed him without a hint of hesitation. With an air of disdain, the Tianqin maiden retorted, "The divine son is an extraordinary individual. How could one simply attempt to assassinate him?" Having spoken, she turned towards Jun Xiaoyao, instantly donning a demure smile, as if yearning for his praise and approval. Jun Xiaoyao offered a slight smile and a casual nod. The Tianqin maiden beamed, utterly pleased. Witnessing this scene, the third prince's face flushed crimson, and he finally coughed up a mouthful of old blood. His goddess had transformed into Jun Xiaoyao's devoted admirer. Yet, a greater crisis was only just beginning. With the evidence firmly established, Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned frosty as he addressed the Lord of the Panwu divine sect. "How shall we account for the third prince's assassination attempt against me?" His words plunged the Lord's face into darkness as he turned to the third prince, wishing he could strike down this rebellious son. Today, the entire Panwu divine sect had lost face. Wu Mingyue was equally alarmed, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this point. Several clan elders, including Jun Xuan, stepped forward, their expressions laden with fury and coldness. "Lord of the Panwu divine sect, should you not provide an explanation to the Jun family?" The Lord found himself at a loss for words, cornered by their demands. However, at that moment, a melodic sound of a zither sliced through the air from afar. The target was unmistakably the third prince. "Who dares?" The Lord of the Panwu divine sect reacted, but it was already too late. With a swift motion, the blade of sound severed through the air, blood splattering across the sky. The third prince's head was separated from his body, soaring high above. His face bore an expression of shock, confusion, fear, and regret. Cursed be it! Who dares to kill my son? The lord of the Panwu divine dynasty erupted in fury, his aura surging forth. A voice as cold as frost resonated from the depths of the void. Those who dare to harm the young master shall be met with no mercy. In the grand expanse of the purple forbidden city, the cultivators of all factions were momentarily stunned, still reeling from the shock of recent events. Yet, at this moment, they were confronted with the sight of the third prince's severed head and body. Bewilderment enveloped them, their minds momentarily blank, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Before the very presence of the lord of the Panwu divine dynasty, the third prince had been slain. What audacity must one possess to commit such an act? Even the Jun family would first demand accountability before passing judgment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the third prince was decapitated, leaving the observers in a state of disbelief. The lord of the Panwu divine dynasty's complexion turned ashen, and with a long howl, he extended his hand, unleashing his quasi-supreme aura towards the void. His rage was palpable. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to take his son's life under his very nose. From afar, the sound of a zither echoed, clashing with the lord's attack and fracturing the surrounding space. At last, a figure clad in gray materialized. A woman seated in the depths of the void, a zither resting upon her knees. Her flowing gray robe billowed gracefully, yet could not conceal her striking figure. 3,000 strands of hair, long and disheveled, obscured much of her face. When a gentle breeze caressed her, a glimpse of her ethereal beauty was revealed, pale as snow, dreamlike in allure. Her beauty rivaled that of Jiang Xingyi, imbued with a mysterious, time-worn depth. The inhabitants of the purple forbidden city were utterly transfixed. They had not anticipated that the one who struck down the third prince would be a woman, an extraordinarily powerful woman at that. Many male cultivators, upon catching sight of her exquisite visage, were left speechless, awestruck by her beauty and enigma. Wait, look at her eyes. Do they not possess the essence of recreating the universe, of manifesting chaos? Exclaimed an elder from a prominent faction, astonished. It was then that the crowd observed that although the woman's dual pupils were partially obscured by her flowing hair, the terrifying visions of a collapsing sun and sinking stars could still be faintly discerned within them. Moreover, her pupils appeared to intertwine, forming a dual ring pattern. Could it be the legendary double pupil? Many gasped in astonishment, their expressions revealing their shock. The double pupil was an exceedingly rare and potent ocular trait, ranking among the top 30 in the realm of physique, terrifying in its implications. As this mysterious and transcendent gray-clad woman revealed herself, the entire gathering fell into a profound silence. Who are you? The lord of the Panwu divine dynasty's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the gray-clad woman with dual pupils. Even he, a quasi-supreme being, felt an undeniable pressure emanating from her presence. Jun Xiaoyao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his protector would be a woman. Moreover, she was an extraordinarily powerful female, the divine martial sovereign, a ruler of a nation whose cultivation was unparalleled. Few dared to confront him, especially not a woman. Yet now, the gray-clad woman seated in the depths of the void, enigmatic and exceptionally graceful, exuded an aura that was not in the least inferior to that of the divine martial sovereign. Those who conspired to ensnare the young master would meet with merciless retribution. The gray-clad woman with striking gray eyes spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of inscrutable meaning passed through Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The way she addressed him was not as young master or divine son, but rather as young lord. This was indeed intriguing. Suddenly, it seemed as if the divine martial sovereign had realized something, his face betraying extreme surprise and wariness. Elders from several significant factions appeared to recollect something as well. Awakening from their reverie, an elderly man exclaimed in astonishment, having recalled that the gray-clad woman with striking gray eyes was none other than a legendary figure. He had not expected her to re-emerge into the world, let alone become Jun Xiaoyao's protector. Jiao has indeed taken action, murmured Zhan Tian, unfazed. She was one of the 8 followers of the white-clad divine king, Jun Wuhui, known as the gray-eyed zither maiden, a Jiao. An elder from an immortal lineage could not help but exclaim in shock. With this revelation, a storm of commotion erupted around them. If Jun Xiaoyao was the leading figure of the current generation of the Jun family, then Jun Wuhui represented the previous one. His might needed no elaboration. In summary, any of his 8 followers could effortlessly sweep through the realms, unmatched in their prowess. And this gray-clad woman, a Jiao, was indeed one of Jun Wuhui's 8 followers. No wonder Zhan Tian remarked that his protector had an extraordinary background. He had not realized she was a former subordinate of his father. At that moment, the zither maiden's face also revealed astonishment. It is she, the one my master spoke of, an existence beyond my reach. The Zither Maiden's master was the head of the immortal dance Zither sect, renowned throughout the immortal realm. To be an existence that even she could not aspire to comprehend was truly remarkable. Now, Ajio's true identity was fully unveiled, causing a stir in all directions. The countenance of the divine martial sovereign darkened considerably. Regardless of her own formidable strength, it was her identity that instilled the greatest trepidation. A follower of the white-clad divine king. 10 years ago, when that upheaval transpired, no one knew whether the white-clad divine king, Jun Xuan, was alive or dead. Nevertheless, no one dared to underestimate him. I shall slay him. Do you have any objections? Ajio's voice was cold and indifferent, seated high above like an ancient goddess. The divine martial sovereign had never felt so stifled. He wished to take action, yet the consequences were unfathomable. Observing the changing expressions of the lord of the Panwu divine dynasty, many around him were secretly astonished. The power behind Jun Xiaoyao was truly terrifying, capable of forcing a ruler of an immortal dynasty to such an extent. This incident indeed stemmed from my emperor's rebellious son, and it could be seen as a deserved punishment for him. After a prolonged silence, the lord of the Panwu finally spoke, his words silencing the surroundings. The dignified ruler of the immortal dynasty ultimately yielded. The Emperor Wuming's eyes trembled in disbelief. He never expected that their immortal dynasty would face such a day of submission. Jun Xiaoyao remained largely unaffected, calmly inquiring, if that is the case, may I enter the Panwu tomb? Jun Xiaoyao, do not overstep your bounds. The lord of the Panwu's expression had darkened to the utmost degree. Not only had Jun Xiaoyao publicly humiliated Wuminju, claiming she was unworthy of him, but he had also killed the third prince. Now, Jun Xiaoyao audaciously sought to enter the Panwu tomb. Anyone in his position would find it impossible to swallow such indignation. Unfazed, Jun Xiaoyao responded, the fall of the third prince was a punishment he deserved, yet surely my losses warrant compensation. Compensation? The lord of the Panwu nearly erupted with rage at Jun Xiaoyao's audacity. What had Jun Xiaoyao lost? He was unscathed, without a missing limb. It was nothing but an attempt to extort. However, as the deadlock persisted, a voice, ancient and profound, resonated from deep within the palace. Let it be. Grant the Jun family's divine son the opportunity to enter the Panwu tomb. Upon hearing this voice, the lord of the Panwu's expression shifted dramatically. The voice belonged to none other than the old emperor of the Panwu divine dynasty, a figure of supreme power. Why was this happening? The lord of the Panwu was utterly perplexed. Why would the old emperor extend an opportunity to Jun Xiaoyao? Yet, the lord of the Panwu dared not defy the old emperor's will and had no choice but to acquiesce. Since the old emperor has decided to grant you a chance, so be it, he replied with a detached demeanor. What? It was indeed the old emperor who spoke? Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The old emperor was an unparalleled powerhouse who had retreated from the world for many years. It was unexpected that today's turmoil would rouse him. Even more bewildering was why he would agree to let Jun Xiaoyao enter the Panwu tomb. Many outside found it difficult to comprehend. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in an ancient underground chamber, 3 figures sat facing one another. Among them was an elder adorned with a crown, exuding an aura of supremacy. He was the old emperor of the Panwu divine dynasty. Opposite him sat 2 figures. One a gaunt elder in gray robes, who was the 18th ancestor of the Jun family, and the other, also clad in gray, appeared to be a mere 10-year-old child. Yet his eyes bore the weight of age and wisdom. Unexpectedly, even the 16th ancestor of the Jun family has emerged. The old emperor chuckled bitterly. Indeed, after being buried underground for so long, it is time to stretch one's limbs. The 16th ancestor, appearing as a child, twisted his neck and smiled in a way that was more superficial than genuine. The old emperor's eyes twitched slightly. This 16th ancestor of the Jun family may resemble a child, yet his lineage is astonishingly ancient. It is rumored that the 16th ancestor ingested a fruit of immortality at the tender age of 10, which has allowed him to retain the appearance of a 10-year-old ever since. However, to underestimate his strength based solely on his youthful visage would be rather foolish. The prowess of the 16th ancestor is indeed on par with, if not superior to, that of the 18th ancestor. Oh. The presence of both of you truly brings glory to the Panwu divine dynasty, the old emperor remarked with a forced smile, though internally, he felt quite helpless. Indeed, the old emperor is remarkably magnanimous, allowing the descendants of the Jun family to enter the Panwu ridge. Let us raise a glass in celebration. The 18th ancestor grinned, lifting the wine cup from the table. No need for formality, the old emperor replied, raising his own cup, yet his heart was heavy. These 2 esteemed ancestors of the Jun family are akin to smiling tigers. Should he refuse to permit Jun Xiaoyao's entry into the Panwu ridge, what awaits him would be not a toast, but a punishment drink. Although the old emperor is powerful, he cannot withstand the pressure from the two ancestors of the Jun family and must concede. While it is true that he is not the sole pinnacle expert in the entire Panwu divine dynasty, it is crucial to remember that the ancestral tomb of the Jun family harbors more than just these two figures. The events unfolding in this secret chamber remain unknown to the outside world. They are still puzzled as to when the old emperor of the Panwu divine dynasty became so open-minded. Could it be that an ancestor has arrived? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze darkened as he speculated. It seems that only an ancestral figure from the Jun family could compel the old emperor to relent. Yet, would a single 18th ancestor be enough to instill such caution in the old emperor? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it further. Ultimately, what matters is that he achieves his own goals. Subsequently, the Panwu Divine Lord, with a stern expression and evident reluctance, opened the Panwu Ridge for Jun Xiaoyao. The Panwu Ridge lies deep beneath the imperial palace. At the entrance, a towering ancient stele stands. Upon arriving, Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the stele and felt a certain resonance. It seems that within the Panwu Ridge, I shall have considerable gains, he mused with a faint smile. Many individuals from various factions followed him closely. Though they could not enter the Panwu Ridge, merely observing from outside sufficed. They too were eager to uncover the reasons behind Jun Xiaoyao's desire to enter the Panwu Ridge. Go ahead, but remember, you have only one opportunity. Once you exit, re-entry is not permitted, the Panwu Divine Lord stated coldly. Oh, will there be dangers inside? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. With a direct descendant of the Panwu Divine Dynasty present, there shall be no danger, however, for outsiders. The Panwu Divine Lord left the sentence unfinished. Yet, within his words, there lingered an unmistakable hint of menace. You dare to claim that you have contended with the Supreme Demon Corpse, yet are you truly intimidated by the mere pan-wooling? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, elegantly flicking his sleeve. And without a moment's hesitation, he advanced towards the ancient monument. In an instant, his figure was enveloped in a radiant glow, vanishing from sight. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the expression of the Pan-Wu Divine Master turned even icier, while the onlookers around were left astonished and speechless. Indeed, for Jun Xiaoyao, various perilous realms seemed to pose no threat. They were but trifles to him. As the crowd outside awaited anxiously, Jun Xiaoyao had already arrived at Pan-Wuling. Gazing around, the entire Pan-Wuling resembled an underground palace, steeped in an aura of ancientness and weariness, akin to a long-sealed cluster of regal abodes. Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor remained serene and unfazed. However, shortly after he stepped forward, the ground suddenly ignited with intricate array patterns, spreading forth like a web. In an instant, he sensed the gravitational force around him intensifying, as if an ancient mountain had settled upon his shoulders. Is this some kind of trial? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Before he could ponder further, several bronze arrows, imbued with a sharp energy, soared through the air towards him. With a mere gesture, Jun Xiaoyao shattered the arrows effortlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled rhythmically. Soon after, rows of bronze automatons emerged from the depths of Pan-Wuling with a thunderous clamor. Among them were automatons wielding bronze polearms and others armed with longbows and arrows. Are these akin to the terracotta warriors? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. However, upon reflection, it was understandable that Pan-Wuling, rumored to be a royal tomb, would have guardians reminiscent of such warriors. The array present, combined with these automatons, could easily overwhelm an ordinary prodigy. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly, finally comprehending the threat spoken of by the Pan-Wu Divine Master. Indeed, for typical prodigies, advancing even an inch would be a formidable challenge, rendering them incapable of penetrating deeper into Pan-Wuling. Yet, for Jun Xiaoyao, this trial seemed rather tedious. With a resounding roar, Jun Xiaoyao summoned the power of the primordial sacred body and the divine elephant suppressing prison technique. His golden vitality soaring and transforming into a vividly lifelike golden elephant. The elephant charged forth, its trunk sweeping through the air, sending a group of bronze automatons flying. Each of these automatons was comparable to prodigies of the unification realm, impervious to blades and arrows, devoid of pain, resembling mere machines of slaughter. Alas, before Jun Xiaoyao, they were but inconsequential. Once more, Jun Xiaoyao formed a sword with his fingers and unleashed a decisive strike. The immortal slaughtering sword, art manifested, its vast sword light tearing through the ranks of the bronze automatons. From behind him, demonic wings unfurled, transforming into a streak of light that effortlessly breached their defenses. Had the Pan-Wu Divine Master witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Within Pan-Wuling, the trial set against young Supremes bore virtually no effect on Jun Xiaoyao. As Jun Xiaoyao delved deeper into the realm of Pan-Wuling, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the designated location, Pan-Wuling. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Chapter 120. Signing in for the 7-star reward. The Pan Huang Spirit Sword and the mysterious fallen sacred body. 5th update, ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the 7-star reward, the Pan Huang Year's Sword. As the system's voice faded, the void before Jun Xiaoyao was abruptly cleaved open. Instantly, an ancient sword imbued with an aura of antiquity materialized before him. This sword bore a striking resemblance to the ancient blade he had previously seen on Yangpan, yet the Pan Huang Spirit Sword radiated a sense of the world's essence. Its blade intricately inscribed with the myriad lives of beings. In contrast, the Pan Huang Year's Sword exuded an essence of ancient, timeless epics. Upon its blade were carved the cycles of the sun and moon, the changing of the seasons, the rotation of celestial bodies, and the passage of time. A mere glance imparted a profound sense of the vicissitudes of life. How intriguing! I never anticipated receiving one of the 3 Pan Huang swords, Jun Xiaoyao mused. A rare expression of delight breaking through his typically composed demeanor. While the sign-in rewards were indeed random, it seemed there was a subtle correlation with the location of the sign-in. There appeared to be no discernible pattern, yet regardless, obtaining the 7-star reward, particularly the Pan Huang Year's Sword, was undeniably a fortuitous surprise for Jun Xiaoyao. Could it be that I have evolved from a mere unlucky one to a fortunate sovereign? He pondered. The last time he had signed in at the imperial palace of the Zhuge ancient nation, he had merely received a 4-star reward. Shaking his head slightly, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand to grasp the Pan Huang Year's Sword. In an instant, he felt a surge of temporal power coursing through him, as if his entire arm were succumbing to the ravages of time. At that moment, the 20 pieces of Deluo immortal bone within his arm radiated light, counteracting the encroaching force of time. Interesting. If anyone else were to wield the Pan Huang Year's Sword, they would find it nearly impossible to utilize, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. The power of time was neither subtle nor trivial. Any ordinary person approaching the Pan Huang Year's Sword would likely age and wither immediately, unless they were sufficiently powerful to withstand its effects. With a slight shift in thought, Jun Xiaoyao wielded the Pan Huang Year's Sword and, with a casual stroke, struck at the bronze puppets behind him. In an instant, an ethereal blade of light swept through, causing the bronze puppets to decay and age, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of rust-colored dust. Indeed, quite formidable, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Given his current realm, he could not fully manifest the sword's power. Yet this casual strike was immensely potent. Suddenly, the supreme bone within his chest trembled once more, as if resonating with some unseen force. The supreme bone is stirring again. Last time it was due to the reincarnation path's gold, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Contemplating this, it seems that the next divine ability of the supreme bone is intricately linked to the forces of time and reincarnation. It appears that I shall, when time permits, pay a visit to the Sacred Spirit Academy to investigate whether that reincarnation sacred spirit can induce a transformation in my supreme bone, mused Jun Xiaoyao. He stored the Pan Huang Time Sword into his spatial artifact. If that Panwu Divine Lord were to learn that the Pan Huang Time Sword, which he had tirelessly sought, was so effortlessly acquired by me, he would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled to himself. At present, the Pan Huang Living Sword was in Yangpan's possession, while the Pan Huang Time Sword resided with Xiaoyao. Only the Pan Huang Void Sword remained. There is no rush. The reason I spared Yangpan's life was to employ him as a laborer to seek out the Pan Huang Void Sword. When the time comes, I shall simply seize it from him. Jun Xiaoyao had already devised a contingency plan. The sole value of Yangpan's continued existence was to assist him in the quest for the final Pan Huang Void Sword. That Panwu Divine Lord evidently harbored similar intentions. Nevertheless, Jun Xiaoyao was unperturbed. What he desired, none could take from him. Merely obtaining the Pan Huang Time Sword was sufficient justification for this journey. Jun Xiaoyao pressed onward. Even if, in the end, he failed to uncover the opportunity for the transformation of the sacred body's anomaly, he would have no regrets. With one sword, he had recouped his investment. After evading those bronze puppets, Jun Xiaoyao delved deeper into the Panwu Ridge. The ancient halls lay shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Most of the structures were desolate, clearly having been thoroughly scavenged by the Panwu Divine dynasty long ago. As for the occasional remnants of sacred pills, precious herbs, or royal weapons, Jun Xiaoyao paid them no heed. At that moment, a peculiar palace suddenly came into view. This palace was nestled in the most remote corner of the Panwu Ridge, surrounded by overgrown weeds. Chains encircled the area, seemingly to deter any approach. Thought Jun Xiaoyao, his gaze narrowing. In most areas of the Panwu Ridge, traces of exploration were evident, yet this particular palace appeared untouched. Moreover, a blood-red mist seemed to swirl around it. piquing Jun Xiaoyao's curiosity not only due to the palace's unusual characteristics, but also because his ancient sacred body faintly responded. Resolute, Jun Xiaoyao strode forward. He pushed open the doors of the palace, revealing an abyss of darkness. A chilling wind surged forth, enough to terrify the average person into a state of panic. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed. His ancient sacred body could counter all malevolent spirits and dark energies, rendering him impervious to fear. Just then, from the depths of the darkness, the sound of clanking chains echoed ominously. It felt as though something imprisoned by the chains was beginning to stir. Just as Jun Xiaoyao focused intently, a blood-red fist wind suddenly erupted from the depths of darkness, accompanied by a primal, beast-like roar. What on earth? Jun Xiaoyao thrust his right arm forward, unleashing the radiant energy of 20 pieces of Divine Immortal bones, enveloped in an aura of unparalleled sanctity, which clashed with the blood-red fist wind. Boom! A resounding shockwave reverberated, causing the entire palace to tremble. Under the illumination of the Divine Immortal bones, he finally discerned the figure before him, a wild, long-haired figure whose tresses cascaded to the ground, akin to a savage. A pair of crimson eyes filled with chaotic fervor stared back at him. However, what truly captured Jun Xiaoyao's attention was not the wild appearance, but the essence of this being. It was, astonishingly, an ancient sacred body. Bang! Following the collision, both Jun Xiaoyao and the savage figure staggered backward, with Jun Xiaoyao's arm tingling from the impact. Fortunately, bolstered by the Divine Immortal bones and the Divine Elephant suppression technique, the outcome could have been dire. Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned grave. In the depths of Panwu Mountain, within this sealed palace, how could an ancient sacred body possibly manifest? Moreover, this was no ordinary ancient sacred body. It seemed to have undergone some form of transformation, evolving into a fallen sacred body. Indeed, it was a fallen sacred body. The vital essence of a sacred body radiates a resplendent golden hue, while that of the fallen sacred body emanates an ominous dark red. This fallen sacred body could not possibly belong to the Panwu Emperor. What manner of existence was it? Jun Xiaoyao's heart brimmed with confusion. The secret of the sacred body. Was it capable of reconstructing the Panwu Emperor, and could it manipulate the fallen sacred body? Who could have transformed an ancient sacred body into a fallen sacred body? His instincts suggested that this was not the handiwork of the Panwu Divine Lord and his ilk. If it were truly their doing, there would be no reason to confine it within Panwu Mountain. This fallen sacred body seemed as though it had been imprisoned here since ancient times, neglected by the Panwu Divine Lord and others, likely beyond their control. For the fallen sacred body appeared to have nearly lost all reason and consciousness, resembling a frenzied beast. Roar! Just as the fallen sacred body prepared to charge once more, its form was restrained. Chains ensnared its neck, wrists, and ankles, adorned with numerous suppression runes. Jun Xiaoyao took a cautious step back, ensuring he remained out of the fallen sacred body's reach. No wonder I sensed that this sacred body's power was not particularly formidable. It was, after all, confined. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. As a fellow ancient sacred body, he could faintly perceive that this fallen sacred body had nearly broken 4 layers of shackles. Such a feat was remarkable in the context of ancient times. After all, not everyone possessed the innate ability to shatter 10 layers of shackles like Jun Xiaoyao. Furthermore, he could surmise that the cultivation level of this fallen sacred body hovered around that of a saint. In the shifting gaze of Jun Xiaoyao, the chains of confinement held fast, preventing this fallen sacred body from posing any threat to him. Yet, the thought of departing without further exploration left him somewhat dissatisfied. He was convinced that within the depths of this grand palace lay some secret pertaining to the ancient sacred body. As he regarded the fallen sacred body, a sudden epiphany struck him. If he could temporarily suppress this fallen entity and then take it away, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Having entered the realm of Pan-Wuling with such difficulty, Jun Xiaoyao was determined to seize whatever he could. There was no need for courtesy towards the Pan-Wu divine dynasty. With this thought in mind, Jun Xiaoyao devised a strategy to utilize the blood essence of his own ancient sacred body to temporarily quell the chaotic malevolence of the fallen sacred body. This method was not guaranteed to succeed, but it was worth a try. He first summoned the manifestation of the 10,000 saints, causing countless ethereal figures of sages to appear in the surrounding void, all bowing in reverence to him. A tremendous force radiated outward, significantly suppressing even the fallen sacred body. Then, Jun Xiaoyao began to channel the blood essence of his ancient sacred body. A golden aura surged forth, imbued with a sacred and auspicious energy that purified all malevolence. With a gesture, he transformed the boundless golden blood essence into a radiant imprint in his palm. He struck this imprint against the forehead of the fallen sacred body. A ferocious roar erupted from the fallen entity, as wisps of white smoke billowed forth from its crown. Jun Xiaoyao continued to infuse it with golden blood essence, ultimately managing to temporarily seal its chaotic consciousness. For others, subduing this fallen sacred body would be nearly impossible. Yet, as a fellow ancient sacred body, Jun Xiaoyao possessed the capability to do so. He could even carry this fallen entity away. Wasting no time, he ventured deeper into the ancient chambers to investigate. Soon, he uncovered several ancient scrolls, nearly decayed and exuding the essence of time. A hint of astonishment crossed his features as he realized the nature of his discovery. These scrolls revealed that the fallen sacred body was once a powerful entity from previous generations of the Pan Wu divine dynasty, who sought to revive the glory of the Pan Wu era. They endeavored to artificially recreate a new Pan Wu emperor, dedicating countless hours to procure such a rare ancient sacred body. Their ambition was to cultivate this ancient sacred body into a supreme entity capable of breaking through the tenfold restraints, ultimately nurturing it to become the next embodiment of the Pan Wu emperor, a guardian deity. However, the challenge of breaking the tenfold restraints was immensely daunting, akin to defying the heavens. After successfully overcoming two of the restraints, the ancient sacred body found itself unable to progress further. Consequently, the powerful figures of the Pan Wu divine dynasty began to resort to unconventional methods, attempting to break the sacred body's restraints through alternative means. The outcome of their experiments, however, led to the ancient sacred body descending into madness. Moreover, in the end, it seems that a peculiar ominousness was summoned. This foreboding led to the termination of the experiment, resulting in the demise of many. The ancient holy body transformed into a fallen sacred entity, imprisoned here. The reason for not destroying it may lie in the fact that the Pan Wu divine dynasty remains undeterred, hoping to retain it for future endeavors, perhaps in search of a method to redeem it. However, as generations passed, the Pan Wu divine dynasty began to decline, unable to even locate the three swords of the Pan Emperor, leaving little inclination to address this fallen sacred body. Thus, it has remained sealed until now. The audacity to attempt to forcibly cultivate a perfected holy body, to forge a new Pan Wu emperor, is astonishing. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly, pondering that the powerful figures of the Pan Wu divine dynasty must have lost their senses. Yet, the scroll does not record what calamity this fallen sacred body ultimately attracted. Furthermore, this ominousness seems specifically directed at the ancient holy body. This matter can be deferred. Certain information within is crucial to me. Jun Xiaoyao began to gather various materials. Among them, not only were there records regarding this fallen sacred body, but also remnants of insights left by the Pan Wu emperor concerning the holy body. These insights are of utmost importance to Jun Xiaoyao, as they may very well inspire him to awaken a new manifestation of the holy body. Although, with Jun Xiaoyao's innate talent, he could awaken the next manifestation in a relatively short time. The Pan Wu emperor's insights would significantly expedite the process, saving him considerable time. After collecting the materials, Jun Xiaoyao turned back to the fallen sacred body. This ancient holy body is indeed pitiable, having been transformed into a fallen state by the people of the Pan Wu divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao drew forth the sword of the Pan Emperor and struck at the binding chains. These chains were exceedingly sturdy, imbued with the power of confinement. Yet, under the influence of the temporal strength of the sword of the Pan Emperor, they were severed. Jun Xiaoyao directly stored this fallen sacred body within a spatial artifact. Normally, living beings cannot be contained within such artifacts, but this fallen sacred body had become akin to a soulless puppet, thus permitting its inclusion. The reason Jun Xiaoyao chose to take this fallen sacred body was that a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Since they are both ancient holy bodies, if he were to partition a portion of his true spirit and integrate it into the fallen sacred body, would he not be able to control it? Upon contemplating this possibility, a spark ignited in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. After all, this is a sacred-level ancient holy body. If it could be revived and brought under his command, what terrifying might could it unleash? Chapter 122. The heart of the Pan Wu divine lord bleeds. The calculations of various talented individuals. The phoenix and phoenix maiden of the myriad phoenix spirit mountain. The thought of such a possibility stirred Jun Xiaoyao's spirit. With the remains of the ancient holy body secured, everything can be deemed a success. In this instance, Jun Xiaoyao entered the Pan Wuling and, upon signing in, acquired the Pan Huang Sword of Time, attained the fallen saint body at the sage level, and grasped the profound insights of the Pan Wu Emperor's sacred form. In summary, his journey was abundantly fruitful and worthwhile. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao departed from the ancient hall and soared towards the exterior of Pan Wuling. He regarded the other opportunities within the Pan Wuling with disdain, as there were no resources akin to celestial origins to be found. Thus, without a trace of reluctance, he left. Outside, many continued to discuss the various events that had transpired, particularly the astonishing performance of Jun Xiaoyao, which left them utterly captivated. Meanwhile, the Pan Wu Divine Lord and others wore expressions of deep displeasure. The Pan Wu Divine Dynasty had suffered a tremendous embarrassment, one that would likely be mocked by various forces in the celestial domain for a considerable time. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the ancient stele, and from within emerged a figure clad in immaculate white, unmistakably Jun Xiaoyao. Oh, is that the Jun family's divine scion? How has he emerged so swiftly? Many were taken aback upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, as they had anticipated he would remain inside for several days and nights. Could it be that the Jun family's divine scion failed the trials and was expelled? Some speculated. The Pan Wu Divine Lord smirked coldly. Jun Xiaoyao, how is it that you have exited so soon? There were not few opportunities within Pan Wu. His words were a blatant mockery. Well, the harvest was satisfactory, indeed sufficient. Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly, feeling quite pleased with his gains. However, upon observing Jun Xiaoyao's smile, the Pan Wu Divine Lord felt a jolt of unease in his heart. Sensing something amiss, without further ado, he swiftly entered the Pan Wuling amidst the peculiar gazes of the crowd. Soon after, a furious roar erupted from the Pan Wu Divine Lord. What in the world did the Jun family's divine scion take from within Pan Wu? The intensity of his rage suggested his heart was bleeding. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, for the value of the ancient holy body was beyond words. Even the fallen saint body held immeasurable worth, not to mention the possibility of restoration in the future. Having secured the fallen saint body, Jun Xiaoyao undoubtedly incited the Pan Wu Divine Lord's fury to the brink of bloodshed. At the ancient stele's exit, the Pan Wu Divine Lord appeared. His countenance darkened to an extreme. Jun Zhantian stepped forward, stating, Pan Wu Divine Lord, the opportunities belong to whoever obtains them. You cannot renege on this. The Pan Wu Divine Lord, panting heavily, finally inhaled deeply, turning away as he declared, Begone, do not let this emperor see you again. The Pan Wu Divine Lord was genuinely apprehensive of Jun Xiaoyao, who loomed like a formidable Buddha. Oh, I had hoped to linger in the Divine Dynasty for a few more days to savor the scenery. There is no need for the Divine Lord to rush with the expulsion, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a calm smile. The Pan Wu Divine Lord's silhouette trembled slightly before he coldly waved his hand, declaring, The banquet is over. Disperse. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving only the emptiness behind. Could the Lord of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty truly escape? Observing the abrupt departure of the Pan Wu Divine Lord, many cultivators from various factions could not help but express their astonishment. To provoke the master of the immortal Divine Dynasty to such a state indeed speaks volumes of Jun Xiaoyao's prowess. The banquet of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty concluded in this unforeseen manner. No one anticipated that the grand event for the selection of the princess's consort would culminate in a display solely dominated by Jun Xiaoyao. Initially, everyone believed that this was a prime opportunity for the champion marquis to shine. Prior to Jun Xiaoyao's refusal to engage, many had sought to tarnish his reputation. Yet now, with a mere gesture, Jun Xiaoyao easily subdued Yang Pan and the other three prodigies, dispelling all rumors effortlessly. As the banquet drew to a close, the various factions began their return. It was but a matter of days before the news would echo throughout the vast expanse of the celestial wilderness. Xianyi, shall we simply depart like this? Feng Qingling's expression darkened. When they emerged, they did so with grand ambitions, aiming to defeat Jun Xiaoyao and attain fame in battle. The ancestor of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain had eagerly anticipated their performance, hoping they would uphold the mountain's illustrious reputation. However, Feng Qingling had been thoroughly defeated by Jun Xiaoyao from the outset, and even with the combined efforts of Huang Xianyi and the other three, they could not best him. Their disgrace was palpable. Many gazes cast upon them were tinged with mockery. Now, those spectators proclaimed that the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain was hardly superior to the ancestral dragon nest. What can we do? This Jun family scion is indeed formidable to the point of instilling dread. It appears only the Huangzi and Feng can emerge to contend with Jun Xiaoyao. Huang Xianyi lamented. The Huangzi and Feng need us to emerge? Feng Qingling gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Huangzi and Feng were the most exceptional talents of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, each possessing the bloodline of the true phoenix and the ancestral phoenix respectively. Their power unparalleled and their cultivation terrifyingly formidable. Many even likened the Huangzi and Feng of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain to Long Outyen of the ancestral dragon nest. Indeed, even if they were to confront Jun Xiaoyao, the outcome could very well be evenly matched, Huang Xianyi speculated. Feng Qingling shook her head despondently. This outing had dealt her a significant blow. Meanwhile, Yi Xingyun's eyes were cold and somber. He had not anticipated that even with 4 combatants joining forces, they would still fall short against Jun Xiaoyao. It seemed imperative to locate the remnants of the Star Palace's secret treasure, a repository that belonged solely to him. Once acquired, his strength would soar to new heights, and Jun Xiaoyao would be left far behind. Yi Xingyun mused to himself. On the other side, Wang Gang from the northern land Wang family wore a grim expression. Aside from his brother Wang Tong, Wang Gang believed himself equal to any challenger. Yet he had been so thoroughly defeated. Humph, what of the Jun family's divine offspring? He pales in comparison to my elder brother, the young emperor of the Wang clan. Wang Gang scoffed coldly. Unable to surpass Jun Xiaoyao, he resorted to measuring himself against his sibling. In the end, the most disgraceful of all was Yang Pan. After all, it was he who had boldly challenged Jun Xiaoyao, boasting that Jun would not dare to accept his duel. Now, reality struck him like a series of resounding slaps to the face. Yang Pan could almost feel the countless mocking glances directed his way, each one a piercing reminder of his humiliation. Damn it, he muttered through clenched fists, his knuckles turning pale. He needed to seek further opportunities to elevate his prowess and, most importantly, hasten his quest to locate the remaining 2 swords. Only with the unity of the 3 swords of the Pan Emperor could he hope to slay Jun Xiaoyao. Yang Pan's eyes gleamed a blood red, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Jealousy, fury, and resentment churned within him. Until Jun Xiaoyao was vanquished, he would find no peace. Chapter 123. Jun Xiaoyao stirs the world once more, the bet with Wu Mingyue after the banquet of the Pan-Martial deity. The events that transpired quickly spread throughout the wild heaven immortal domain. Once again, Jun Xiaoyao became the subject of admiration and discussion among countless individuals. The last time such a stir was created, it was during the Yuan Tian secret vault, where he stood against the supreme demon corpse. However, this time, the uproar was even greater, for Jun Xiaoyao had dared to challenge an immortal dynasty. Naturally, some men felt a sense of pity for Wu Mingyue. Such a beautiful maiden, caught in this turmoil, saw her prospects of selecting a consort dashed. The very man who could have been her prince, Jun Xiaoyao, held no interest in her, inciting ire among many male cultivators. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Their unattainable goddess was dismissed by Jun Xiaoyao with disdain. After the banquet concluded, various factions departed, and Zhang Luoli and her companions reluctantly took their leave. Following this incident, Zhang Luoli's admiration for Jun Xiaoyao only deepened. At least he was not the type of man who would indiscriminately pursue women. Jun Xiaoyao, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered how he had inadvertently been cast as a paragon of virtue in the eyes of other women. Were their imaginations truly so vivid? In the aftermath, Jun Xiaoyao chose not to leave immediately, but lingered in the imperial capital for several days. His reason for staying was, of course, to attend to another matter. Under the cover of night, in the serene stillness of the imperial palace's forbidden city, a figure clad in white approached a secluded hall, none other than Jun Xiaoyao himself. At the entrance, a young maid dozed off, the very personal attendant of Wu Mingyue, named Sheer. With her eyes half closed and her mind in a daze, Sheer suddenly caught sight of a stunning figure in white, gracefully advancing under the moonlight, momentarily bewildering her. Is it a celestial being descended from the heavens? She murmured, convinced she was trapped in a dream. Wu Mingyue is indeed inside, Jun Xiaoyao remarked casually. Yes, the divine son of the Jun family. Sheer suddenly came to her senses, her wide eyes reflecting a mix of joy and excitement. She eagerly responded, the princess is here. Good, Jun Xiaoyao replied, pushing the door open with confidence. Sheer clasped her hands together, her expression one of blissful intoxication. It was astonishing that Sheer had the opportunity to converse with the divine son. From a closer vantage point, he appeared even more flawless, like an ethereal being descended from the moon. Sheer found herself entranced by Jun Xiaoyao's charm, unable to extricate herself from its allure. Within the palace, at a vanity table, Wu Mingyue's breathtaking visage bore a hint of weariness as she gazed into the bronze mirror, lost in her thoughts. The recent events had been exceedingly cruel for her as a woman. She had been compelled to sever ties with Xiao Chun and had been publicly scorned by Jun Xiaoyao. Once a proud princess of the divine dynasty, she now felt like a mere jest. No woman could endure such humiliation. The thought of despair even crossed her mind. Yet, Wu Mingyue displayed a certain resilience, bolstered by a singular source of strength, Xiao Chun. She believed that with his tenacity and determination, he would surely rise again. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared behind her unbeknownst to her. The mirror reflected a face radiant with an otherworldly glow, strikingly handsome and ethereal. Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Mingyue, startled, turned to him, her expression one of surprise. She had not anticipated his visit. What should you call me? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Wu Mingyue hesitated, her voice slightly faltering before she almost spat out the 2 words, my lord. Very well, it seems you have not forgotten your servant's role. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a gentle smile. Wu Mingyue clenched her delicate hands, lowering her head slightly, a sense of humiliation swelling within her. Did you not say that Mingyue was unworthy of you? Then why have you come here? Wu Mingyue's tone turned cold. Are you sulking? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, sensing the bitterness in her words, reminiscent of a wronged wife abandoned by her husband. Not at all, Wu Mingyue averted her gaze, denying any such feelings. The fact that Jun Xiaoyao had not become the prince consort had relieved her, yet the public derision she faced from him stifled her spirit. Ah, you have indeed suffered. I did not consider your feelings. My apologies, Jun Xiaoyao said with a gentle smile. Wu Mingyue lifted her gaze slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes. Was it possible that Jun Xiaoyao was apologizing to her? And what of that warm smile? How dazzling it was. Wu Mingyue's thoughts became muddled, unsure of how to respond. Was Jun Xiaoyao here to offer her comfort? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jun Xiaoyao's smile deepened as he spoke. The reason I have come is to inquire about the amount of celestial essence you possess. Please hand it over. Wu Mingyue. So, had she merely misinterpreted his intentions? Jun Xiaoyao did not come here for peace. Rather, he was here to plunder the celestial source. It was ironic that he exhibited such an innocuous and charming smile, which, in truth, concealed the grin of a devil. Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Mingyue's delicate visage flushed crimson, her heart seething with indignation, almost wishing to bite him. This man was utterly detestable. What, no? Jun Xiaoyao's expression instantly darkened, transforming from joviality to a tempestuous storm. I possess only a little over 50. Wu Mingyue gritted her silver teeth and murmured. Hand it over, Jun Xiaoyao stated indifferently. Wu Mingyue resentfully surrendered her 50-odd celestial coins, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Indeed, she could harbor no illusions regarding Jun Xiaoyao. A devil, a blockhead, a man of iron will. After acquiring the celestial source, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head in secret. It seemed the princess of the immortal dynasty was not as wealthy as he had imagined. Observing Wu Mingyue's impassive countenance, he pondered briefly and asked, do you still hold any illusions about Xiaoqin? Wu Mingyue remained silent, her delicate teeth lightly biting her jade-like lips. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. It appears you have yet to see through Xiaoqin's true nature. From the very beginning, he intended to exploit you to attain the title of prince consort, thereby garnering the support of the Panwu dynasty to oppose me. Do not presume that everyone thinks like you. Wu Mingyue retorted coldly, firmly believing in Xiaoqin's character. Shall we make a wager then? Jun Xiaoyao proposed. What kind of wager? Wu Mingyue inquired. Let us wager on Xiaoqin's character. If he truly embodies the virtues you claim, then I shall concede and release your seal. Jun Xiaoyao declared. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing that Jun Xiaoyao would lift her seal, Wu Mingyue revealed a glimmer of joy. She had longed for him to do so day and night. However, should I be correct, you must willingly submit to me. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeve dismissively. Wu Mingyue, without a hint of hesitation, nodded in agreement. To her, this was tantamount to Jun Xiaoyao providing her with an opportunity to be freed from her seal. Very well, the wager is set. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and turned to leave. Wu Mingyue's alabaster face displayed a look of hope. Soon, she would be liberated, no longer bound by Jun Xiaoyao's constraints. Meanwhile, a smile crept upon Jun Xiaoyao's lips as he shook his head in silence. This Na'vi princess had yet to grasp the harshness of reality. He had already discerned the madness and ruthlessness that flickered in Xiaoqin's eyes upon his departure. A madman is capable of anything. This was merely a trap that Jun Xiaoyao had set for Wu Mingyue. The princess of the Divine Dynasty was utterly manipulated at his whim. Chapter 124. A conversation with the Jiu Yi, the annihilation of the underworld, and Xiaoqin's frenzied actions. After exiting the palace, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the tranquil courtyard. After refining these celestial sources, he planned to use a communication jade slip to inquire with Jun Zhaojian about the whereabouts of Xiaoqin. He always felt that there was a significant secret lurking behind Xiaoqin. However, Jun Xiaoyao was merely driven by curiosity, for Xiaoqin no longer posed any threat to him. Once he unraveled this mystery, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to easily extinguish this insignificant ant with a mere sweep of his hand. Just as Jun Xiaoyao returned to the courtyard, a gentle melody began to resonate. He raised his gaze and beheld a stunning woman in gray attire, seated gracefully atop a pavilion, playing the qin. A crescent moon illuminated her figure, making her appear as if she had descended from a painting. Though her garb was unadorned, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. It was a Jiu. Jun Xiaoyao stood silently, absorbed in the music, refraining from interruption. The melody exuded a sense of grandeur rather than the frailty typically associated with femininity. Within the music, he envisioned a figure clad in white, standing majestic against the heavens, traversing the ancient royal lineage and striking down the boundaries of existence. Behind this figure were 8 other unparalleled beings, each commanding their own realm, exuding an aura of authority. This vision undoubtedly referred to his father, the white-clad divine King Jun Wuhui, and his esteemed followers, the 8 divine kings. As the final notes lingered, Jun Xiaoyao remained momentarily lost in contemplation. After a long while, he opened his eyes, realizing that he had always considered his own musical prowess to be exceptional, but now felt like a frog at the bottom of a well after hearing the elders playing. The previous melody had seamlessly woven a tale within its notes. Jun Xiaoyao offered a faint smile. Ajio glanced at him, and a gentle breeze stirred a few strands of her hair, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite features. Young master, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me Ajio. Despite the difference in their ranks and abilities, Ajio spoke with utmost humility, regarding herself as a guardian to the young master, solely because he was the only heir of her lord. Jun Xiaoyao found this unfamiliar, as Ajio held a status far above his own. Though she was not a member of the Jun family, her allegiance to Jun Wuhui granted her a significant position within the clan. The Jun family seldom meddled in her affairs, allowing her to act freely. Yet this time, Ajio had taken the initiative to offer herself as Jun Xiaoyao's guardian, much to the astonishment of the clan elders. Previously, the formidable figure known for his dual pupils from the first sequence had sought to invite Ajio to mentor him. Indeed, that first sequence member did not even dare to consider having Ajio as his guardian. He was simply content with the prospect of her being his mentor, as her dual pupils made her the perfect candidate to fulfill that role. However, Ajio had declined, showing no interest in becoming the mentor of the dual pupil wielder. Yet now, she willingly seeks to become Jun Xiaoyao's protector. The disparity in her attitude is striking. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao refer to her as Ajio, a subtle smile graced the corners of Ajio's lips. Her smile was enough to captivate the world. Even Jun Xiaoyao, a man immune to the allure of beauty, found himself momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, a peculiar thought surged through his mind. Could it be that his father selected his subordinates based on their appearance? Shaking his head slightly, Jun Xiaoyao dismissed the notion as absurd. You resemble him too much, Ajio suddenly remarked. Her eyes, swirling with the brilliance of stars and the mysteries of chaos, now bore a hint of nostalgia. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed strikingly similar to his father, both clad in ethereal white, both extraordinary and unparalleled. Ajio, what is my father's current situation? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his curiosity piqued. What had transpired a decade ago that led to his father's departure? Ajio gently shook her head. Since your family has chosen not to inform you, I too have no revelations to share. However, do not fret, young master. I believe it won't be long before you catch up to your master's prowess, and perhaps even surpass him. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This remarkable woman, capable of contending with the divine war god, displayed a demeanor of warmth and humility before him. He understood that a significant part of her respect stemmed from his identity as Jun Wuhui's son. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao was unconcerned. In due time, he would earn Ajio's unwavering allegiance, not for any other reason. In the following days, Jun Xiaoyao devoted himself to refining celestial sources. Over 50 celestial sources allowed him to forge 3 pieces of Grand Luo celestial bone. Throughout the vast expanse of the Wild Heaven celestial domain, rumors concerning Jun Xiaoyao had already begun to swirl. Moreover, a shocking event had emerged. The Jun family dispatched troops, along with a cadre of clan elders and even supreme powerhouses, to eradicate the underworld heaven. As a notorious assassin organization within the Wild Heaven celestial domain, the underworld heaven appeared and vanished like phantoms, lacking a fixed stronghold. They were akin to reapers lurking in the shadows, evading detection by all but the most skilled. In the past, even immortal forces had sought vengeance against the underworld heaven after their progeny fell victim to its assassins, only to suffer a bloody retribution that left their disciples in disarray. However, this time, the endeavor involved more than just the Jun family. The ancient Jiang family, a formidable entity, also lent their strength, for Jun Xiaoyao was, in a sense, half a Jiang. The Jun family enlisted a powerful figure from the Jiang clan, skilled in divining celestial secrets, who pinpointed the various hideouts of the underworld heaven. Subsequently, the Jun family launched a formidable offensive, uprooting the underworld heaven entirely. Even the most elite assassins of the underworld were slain by the Jun family's 18 ancestors. In an instant, the entire Wild Heaven celestial domain was set abuzz. Although the underworld heaven is not an immortal force, it can be regarded as one of the most formidable powers beneath the immortal realm. Yet, this terrifying force was uprooted in a brief span by the Jun family, with all members of underworld heaven ruthlessly exterminated. Such a display of dominance once again revealed the might of the Jun family, making it clear that the Jun family's divine scion is not to be trifled with. In contests among peers, the Jun family remains indifferent. However, should one resort to various schemes to entrap Jun Xiaoyao, they shall face the terrifying retribution of the Jun family. It was only a few days later that Jun Xiaoyao learned of this news. He clicked his tongue in admiration, recognizing the benefits of being born into a prestigious family. There is no fear of threats from any force, nor worries about any ancient relics being disadvantageous. Jun Xiaoyao merely needs to focus on his cultivation, continuing to be invincible and overwhelming the talents of myriad races. At that moment, a reaction came from the communication jade slip. Upon taking it out, he heard the voice of Jun Zhangjian. Divine Scion, you would not believe the heinous acts that Xiao Chun has committed. Subsequently, a series of bloody and brutal scenes were transmitted to Jun Xiaoyao. In these scenes, village after village was annihilated, and Xiao Chun, drenched in blood, wore a devilish grin upon his face. Surrounding him were numerous corpses, men, women, and children alike. Jun Zhangjian, not wanting to alert the enemy, recorded the events from a distance and relayed them to Jun Xiaoyao. It seems that Xiao Chen's madness exceeds my expectations. What could his purpose be? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. It was akin to a sacrificial ceremony. Is he attempting to summon a great malevolent deity? Regardless, such a spectacle must be witnessed by Wu Mingyue. She should see the true visage of the seemingly righteous and kind-hearted Xiao Chun as she perceives him. Chapter 125. The heart of tactical play is corrupted. Wu Mingyue's fantasies shattered. Fifth update. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. If Wu Mingyue were to witness such a scene, it would likely be difficult for her to accept. After all, in her eyes, Xiao Chun is also a resilient and upwardly striving young man. Yet, that very young man now engages in devilish deeds. This effectively shatters Wu Mingyue's beautiful illusions. However, Jun Xiaoyao is indifferent to her feelings. He aims to dismantle her fantasies. Otherwise, how could he possibly control her? Once her heart is devoid of all else, Jun Xiaoyao's figure will undoubtedly be etched deeply within her mind. Am I being too cruel? Jun Xiaoyao mused, stroking his chin. The saying that those who play strategy have corrupted hearts rings true. Having already planted a mark within Wu Mingyue's divine palace, Jun Xiaoyao could summon her with but a thought. Before long, Wu Mingyue arrived at the courtyard where Jun Xiaoyao resided, adorned in her customary silken gown. Her tall and graceful figure accentuated by her slender waist. Her beauty needs no embellishment. Her enchanting eyes resemble shimmering pools. Her brows are like delicate paintings, and her skin is as smooth as cream. At this moment, the strands of sorrow lingering between Wu Mingyue's elegantly arched brows only enhance her allure, evoking a sense of pity and admiration. It is unlikely that any man could remain unmoved by her presence, except for the carefree Jun Xiaoyao. He regarded her with a hint of amusement and spoke languidly. Do you know why I called you here? What? Wu Mingyue replied in confusion. Look for yourself, Jun Xiaoyao said, tossing forth a jade slip. A myriad of scenes materialized before her, revealing a blood-soaked Xiao Chun, his visage twisted and ghastly. Her breath seemed to halt instantaneously, her mind going blank. Her delicate form felt as though it had become petrified, frozen in place. Her beautiful eyes widened with a creeping terror, her complexion paling to the color of parchment. It was a face so familiar yet so alien, leaving Wu Mingyue momentarily disoriented. Jun Xiaoyao observed her with an expression devoid of emotion. What is this, Jun Xiaoyao? Why do you deceive me with such images? Wu Mingyue's face turned ashen, as if coated in a layer of paint. In her shock, she forgot to address him with the honorific, merely uttering his name, revealing the turmoil and fear within her heart. How could that person possibly be Xiao Chun? Jun Xiaoyao, unfazed, replied with a faint smile. I would not stoop to deceive you over a mere wager. No, you must be lying. How could this person be Xiao Chun? He would never wantonly slay the innocent, unless they were truly guilty. Wu Mingyue cried out in disbelief, her alabaster neck revealing pulsing veins. Guilty? Do those innocent villagers bear guilt? Do those children deserve it? Jun Xiaoyao retorted with a cold sneer. Wu Mingyue remained unconvinced. Jun Xiaoyao had anticipated her reaction. He rose and declared, if you do not believe, then let us go and see for ourselves. He had previously instructed Jun Zhangjian to relay the location to him. Fortunately, Xiao Qin was not far away and had left a trail of blood in his wake. With a leap, the nine-headed lion approached. As Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly cradled Wu Mingyue's delicate form, both landing upon its back, the beast propelled itself into the sky, its speed unmatched. Having descended from a lineage of steeds, the nine-headed lion was naturally swift. At this moment, at the edge of the Panwu Dao prefecture, within a small mountain village, a massacre was nearing its conclusion. Bloodied, Xiao Qin stood before a group of frail elders, women, and children. In his grasp were several jade vials, each brimming with the essence of innocent lives. Since departing from the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital, he had traversed through villages lacking formidable guardians, embarking upon a path of slaughter, amassing a considerable collection of vital blood. Only a little over 100 essence blood remains to be collected. Once I gather enough, I shall liberate that ancient monstrosity and command her to slay Jun Xiaoyao. With the strength of that ancient being, she will undoubtedly be capable of ending Jun Xiaoyao's life. I long to witness his demise before my very eyes, to dismember him and flay his skin. Xiao Chun stood drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and his visage twisted in a grotesque grimace, a far cry from his previous handsome appearance, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. The Azure Dragon Master could only gaze in silence, unsure of what to articulate. Had Xiao Chun provoked an enemy other than Jun Xiaoyao, there might have been hope with his assistance. Alas, Xiao Chun had unwittingly entangled himself with an adversary he could not contend with. Perhaps that ancient monstrosity was his last glimmer of hope, the Azure Dragon Master mused. He would never assassinate Jun Xiaoyao on Xiao Chun's behalf. The example of the Blood Abyss was a stark reminder. His own remnant soul was insufficient to withstand even a single onslaught from the Jun family. Furthermore, with the fall of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Chun, the son of destiny, had become of little consequence. The Azure Dragon Master had only remained by Xiao Chun's side out of loyalty. He intended to align himself with the ancient monstrosity residing in the ancestral dragon's lair. As the Azure Dragon Master cultivated the Azure Heaven Transformation Dragon technique, he believed it might grant him some connection to the lineage of the ancestral dragon's lair. Meanwhile, at a distance, Jun Zhangjian was covertly observing. He sensed a potent wave of spiritual energy emanating from Xiao Chen's being. Thus, he refrained from approaching too closely, preferring to watch from afar. Suddenly, a radiant golden light illuminated the distant sky. A magnificent nine-headed lion descended majestically, bearing two figures, Jun Xiaoyao and Wu Mingyue. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the blood-soaked village, where Xiao Chen stood menacingly before a group of defenseless elders, women, and children. Wu Mingyue trembled, her pupils quivering in disbelief. "Xiao Chun, is it truly you?" she gasped, covering her mouth with her delicate hand. Hearing her voice, Xiao Chun snapped back to reality and beheld Jun Xiaoyao and Wu Mingyue atop the nine-headed lion. How could Jun Xiaoyao have found this place? He thought with a grimace. Was he to lose his final hope? "Xiao Chun, you must tell me this is not your doing," Wu Mingyue cried out, nearly in a howl. Xiao Chen's bloodied face remained cold and indifferent, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Wu Mingyue, you wretched woman, you dare come here with Jun Xiaoyao. Is it to witness how he humiliates me?" The sight of Wu Mingyue alongside Jun Xiaoyao intensified his loathing. They appeared as a perfect pair, while he, Xiao Chun, was but a wretched insect in the mire, a filthy executioner. Who could endure such a stark contrast? Upon hearing Zhao's words, Wu Mingyue's complexion turned pale. Her once beautiful fantasies shattered into fragments. Jun Xiaoyao did not deceive her. This was indeed Xiao Chen's true nature, a selfish, hypocritical scoundrel. In Chapter 126, the enmity between Wu Mingyue and Xiao Chen culminates, as the Qinglong Master intervenes, declaring, "This divine child shall restore your freedom." At this juncture, words became superfluous. Wu Mingyue witnessed the truth with her own eyes. She finally comprehended the extent of her previous folly and naivety, having been deceived by such a knave as Xiao Chun. Fortunately, their interactions had not crossed into intimacy. Otherwise, Wu Mingyue would surely lament for eternity. Observing Wu Mingyue's tear-streaked face, filled with regret and resolution, Jun Xiaoyao could only sigh. She had come to terms with reality. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao understood that although Xiao Chen sought to exploit Wu Mingyue, he genuinely harbored feelings for her. Alas, it was ultimately Jun Xiaoyao who thwarted those affections. Wu Mingyue had completely lost faith in Xiao Chun, now harboring a semblance of disgust and anger. Xiao Chun had slaughtered the defenseless elderly, women, and children. A cultivator with an ounce of conscience would never commit such heinous acts. In Wu Mingyue's eyes, Xiao Chun was no longer merely a deceiver, but a merciless executioner devoid of humanity. "Xiao Chun, not only are you a scoundrel, but also a heartless fiend. How could I have been so blind as to assist you in the Yuantian secret vault?" Wu Mingyue lamented her past foolishness in aiding Xiao Chun. She realized that his ruthlessness towards Jun Wanjie had already unveiled his true character. It was laughable that she had consoled herself with the notion that Xiao Chun merely showed no mercy to his foes. In retrospect, it appeared that he exhibited such coldness towards everyone. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, especially upon seeing the weak and helpless villagers surrounding Xiao Chun. Unable to contain herself any longer, she unleashed her formidable powers, directing a powerful palm strike at Xiao Chun. Seeing this, Xiao Chun felt a surge of irritation and could not help but reveal a manic sneer. "You wretched woman, your true colors are finally showing. You wish to eliminate me, do you not?" In retaliation, Xiao Chun struck back, conjuring azure light that transformed into its Songlong punch. Once potential partners, the two were now at odds with blades drawn. Jun Xiaoyao regarded the scene with indifference. This turmoil was entirely of his own making. His heart remained unperturbed, even amused. Meanwhile, Wu Mingyue had engaged Xiao Chen in battle. Although Xiao Chen appeared weak before Jun Xiaoyao, relative to his peers, he was still among the elite. Wu Mingyue, as the esteemed princess of the Divine Dynasty, also possessed considerable strength, yet she remained slightly inferior when compared to someone as fated as Xiao Chen. Mixed yuan dispersion, Wu Mingyue gracefully waved her delicate hand. And in an instant, it seemed as though she had unleashed a myriad of palm strikes. Xiao Chen's expression turned severe. This wretched woman truly intended to take his life. You vile creature, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty fervor, as if he were on the brink of madness. He too unleashed a formidable technique, the Dragon Break 7 styles, with 7 consecutive fist imprints erupting forth, each strike more potent than the last. His grand mastery at the pinnacle of the unification realm surged forth, transforming him into a half-dragon being. Boom, boom, boom. With merely 3 punches, Wu Mingyue's attacks were shattered. As the 4th punch came forth, she summoned a shield to defend herself, yet still found herself spitting blood. By the 5th punch, she coughed up a mouthful of crimson, staining her pristine white robe. The 6th punch struck, causing her arm's bones to slightly fracture. The 7th punch was poised to strike Wu Mingyue's delicate head. Xiao Chen held nothing back, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Wu Mingyue, witnessing the ferocity of Xiao Chen's approach, fully comprehended that he was truly set on her destruction. With no mercy in his heart, slowly, she closed her eyes. Coldness, despair, and regret swirled within her heart. At that moment, a hand landed gently upon her fragrant shoulder, accompanied by a detached and icy voice. Xiao Chen, do you think you can commit such heinous acts beneath my very gaze and ignore my presence? In the next instant, Wu Mingyue heard a resounding crash. When she opened her eyes once more, she beheld Xiao Chen, bloodied and sent flying. Turning her gaze slightly, she found herself captivated by the ethereal beauty of a celestial figure that appeared before her. Are you unhurt? Jun Xiaoyao inquired nonchalantly. Wu Mingyue, momentarily entranced, forgot to respond. A subtle smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Throughout the first 6 punches, Wu Mingyue had suffered grievous injuries and bled, yet Jun Xiaoyao remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. It was only when the 7th, potentially lethal punch was unleashed that he decided to intervene, ensuring that Wu Mingyue would never forget who had saved her life. Disregarding the dazed Wu Mingyue, Jun Xiaoyao turned his cold gaze upon Xiao Chen. Your antics have gone on long enough. It is time to conclude this. With a simple gesture, a palm imprint surged forth. Xiao Chen's countenance shifted in horror. At that moment, an aged voice resounded. Xiao Chen, I shall assist you one final time. A half-illusory elder in a blue robe emerged from behind Xiao Chen, the embodiment of the Azure Dragon Master. Are you the old man who stands behind Xiao Chen? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained placid. He understood that the Azure Dragon Master would not dare act against him. As expected, the Azure Dragon Master cast a wary glance at Jun Xiaoyao, then unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, tearing the fabric of space itself, as he enveloped Xiao Chen's body and fled. From the rift in space, Xiao Chen's hoarse cries echoed faintly. Jun Xiaoyao, I, Xiao Chen, will undoubtedly take your life. As the words echoed, the rift in space began to mend. Jun Xiaoyao stood his ground, refraining from pursuit, allowing his adversary to depart. This time, he had not brought a Jiu along, for a Jiu cared only for Jun Xiaoyao's well-being and paid no heed to trivial matters. Xiao Chen was taken away by the Azure Dragon Master, yet Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed. He could eliminate Xiao Chen at any moment. Instead, he was more intrigued by the confidence that Xiao Chen possessed, claiming he could end his life. Divine Son, shall we pursue him? It was only then that Jun Zhangjian emerged. There is no need. I trust that next time, Xiao Chen will seek me out voluntarily. Why exert effort in searching for him? Jun Xiaoyao replied with a faint smile, shaking his head. If Xiao Chen wished to kill him, he would surely come for him. He glanced at Wu Mingyue, who still appeared dazed, her heart heavy with emptiness. All her previous fantasies lay shattered, leaving her a blank slate. Jun Xiaoyao approached her, and she turned her gaze towards him. Perhaps due to his earlier act of salvation, she felt less aversion towards him now. This wager had resulted in Mingyue's defeat, and she wore a self-deprecating smile. Xiao Chen had completely dismantled her illusions, yet she remained bound as Jun Xiaoyao's servant, destined to submit entirely. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Wu Mingyue's entire being trembled. The mark within her mind palace dissipated into nothingness with that snap. Wu Mingyue lifted her head, her pale cheeks betraying her profound astonishment. Why is this? I clearly lost the wager. Confusion and disbelief filled her heart. Though she had lost, Jun Xiaoyao had lifted the mark from her. The Divine Son has never favored the idea of having servants. He merely wishes for genuine companionship. Since you have resisted, I shall grant you your freedom now. Congratulations, Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly, turning to depart. Chapter 127. The Strategy of Desire and Indulgence. Wu Mingyue's Complete Submission. The return of the Jun family's first sequence. Wu Mingyue stood frozen, utterly incredulous. Was this truly the same Jun Xiaoyao, who had once seemed devilish? His expression now bore an air of tranquility. Did she truly mean so little to him? If that were the case, why had he rescued her? A torrent of thoughts swirled in her mind. She suddenly questioned whether she had misjudged Jun Xiaoyao from the very beginning. Perhaps he was, in truth, a kind-hearted and upright individual, merely cloaked by an exterior of indifference. Otherwise, why would he have saved her? And why, despite her defeat in the wager, would he have freed her from the mark and restored her liberty? At this moment, gazing at the slowly departing figure of Jun Xiaoyao, accompanied by a trace of indifference on his face, Wu Mingyue suddenly felt a pang of compassion. It turned out that she had long misunderstood Jun Xiaoyao. He had once kindly warned her that Xiao Chun was merely exploiting her. However, Wu Mingyue had dismissed his words, believing instead that he was judging others by his own flawed character. Reflecting on this, Wu Mingyue could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, "Master." Jun Xiaoyao paused in his steps, while Jun Zhangjian beside him wore a look of astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. The illustrious princess of a nation, renowned throughout the wasteland of the celestial domain, Wu Mingyue had audaciously addressed him as her master? This utterly shattered Jun Zhangjian's worldview. Moreover, this was not a result of coercion. It was Wu Mingyue who had willingly uttered those words. Did I not already grant you your freedom? Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Wu Mingyue bit her lip, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment, yet she bravely continued. Previously, I had misunderstood you, master. I am willing and sincerely submit to you. After speaking, she bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. By the heavens, even Jun Zhangjian could not help but exclaim in disbelief. There is no need for you to force yourself. I do not require a servant like you. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head gently. Master, my submission is genuine and not merely due to a wager, Wu Mingyue said, her expression revealing a hint of trepidation. Her heart felt hollow. With only Jun Xiaoyao leaving an indelible mark. If Jun Xiaoyao were to abandon her now, would she not return to that void? She was unwilling to be left in such a state. Very well, since you wish to follow, let it be so. I shall seek you when I require your assistance, Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Yes, Mingyue will remain loyal to you for a lifetime, she replied, her tone wavering. What do you mean by that? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Nothing, Wu Mingyue replied, shaking her head slightly. She refrained from mentioning that Jun Xiaoyao was practically the son-in-law of the Panwu divine dynasty. Very well, let us return, Jun Xiaoyao declared as he mounted the nine-headed lion, with Wu Mingyue following closely behind. Having reached a profound understanding, Wu Mingyue gazed at Jun Xiaoyao and increasingly perceived him as an ethereal being, strikingly handsome, far surpassing Xiao Chun by countless streets. How foolish I have been. Why did I ever harbor disdain for such a celestial being as my master? All for the sake of Xiao Chun. Wu Mingyue chastised herself silently. Yet unbeknownst to her, Jun Xiaoyao, with his back turned, wore a subtle smile. The strategy of feigned retreat is indeed a timeless truth, he mused inwardly. This maneuver was merely a small tactic of his design. If bound by a wager, Wu Mingyue would never genuinely submit. It was far better to take a step back, erase Wu Mingyue's imprint, and elicit her gratitude. Although Jun Xiaoyao could not guarantee that she would continue to submit wholeheartedly, he was unconcerned. Even if she chose not to, she was but a pawn in his game, easily discarded if need be. Behind them, Jun Zhangjian gazed upon Jun Xiaoyao with admiration. His admiration for Jun Xiaoyao flows ceaselessly like the mighty Yangtze River. To have a long princess of an immortal dynasty so utterly subdued, one can only credit Jun Xiaoyao for such an achievement. This matter has reached a temporary conclusion. Through various means, Jun Xiaoyao has thoroughly turned Wu Mingyue and Xiao Chun against each other, leading Wu Mingyue to return to his side. However, Jun Xiaoyao remains vigilant. He has an inkling that the storm has merely begun. It is time to return to the Jun family and properly digest his gains, he muses. He resolves to retreat and cultivate for a period upon his return. Jun Xiaoyao harbors a premonition that the Grand Curtain is about to rise, with a myriad of prodigies set to take the stage, heralding an era of fierce competition. Although endowed with extraordinary talent and aided by a system, prudence is never misplaced. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions returned to the imperial capital and set forth to the Jun family. Wu Mingyue chose to remain in the Panwu divine dynasty. For the matter of her submission to Jun Xiaoyao is known only to the three of them, Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Mingyue, and Jun Zhangjian. Xiao Chun remains blissfully unaware that Jun Xiaoyao had used him as leverage to plant a mark on Wu Mingyue. Had Xiao Chun been privy to this information, he might have discerned that all of this was Jun Xiaoyao's cunning stratagem. During the journey back, Jun Xiaoyao meticulously organized his forthcoming plans. First and foremost is to consolidate his victories. Secondly, he intends to visit the Sacred Spirit Academy when time permits, in hopes of catalyzing the transformation of his supreme bone. Thirdly, he must descend to the lower realms, where potential leads to the second volume of the divine books may lie. He cannot afford to forget the 9 celestial tomes. Additionally, there remains the enigmatic Bronze Immortal Palace, one of the 7 wonders, where another signing opportunity awaits. However, this palace is governed by fate. If the time is not ripe, it will not reveal itself. Even with the bronze compass in his possession, Jun Xiaoyao can glean no trace of its presence. After traversing several teleportation arrays, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions returned to the Jun family within a matter of days. Upon his arrival, Jun Xiaoyao immediately entered seclusion. His first task is to study the insights left by the great Emperor Panwu regarding the sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao does not intend to merely replicate the great emperor's insights. Rather, he seeks to reference them. It is not arrogance that compels him. He believes that even the innate talent of the great emperor may not surpass his own. His purpose in examining these insights is solely to accelerate the awakening of his own sacred body's manifestation. During Jun Xiaoyao's period of seclusion, tales of his exploits continue to circulate throughout the arid heaven immortal domain. If the banquet at the age of 10 showcased Jun Xiaoyao's initial brilliance, then the suppression of the supreme demon corpse at the Yuan Tian secret vault catapulted his renown to great heights. The banquet at the Panwu Divine Dynasty, where Jun Xiaoyao single-handedly subdued for prodigies, firmly established his position among the younger generation in the immortal domain. Some even claim that Jun Xiaoyao is the foremost figure among the youth of the arid heaven immortal domain. While some agree with this assertion, many others remain skeptical. The strength of Jun Xiaoyao is beyond doubt, yet the celestial realm is vast and endless, teeming with hidden talents. Not to mention the contemporary prodigies like the young emperor of the Wang family and the reincarnation of the sword demon from the Yi family. There are also many ancient anomalies slumbering among the primordial royal clans. Within the confines of the life-forbidden zone, there exist young supremes, alongside reincarnated supremes and quasi-emperors. While Jun Xiaoyao's prowess indeed surpasses his peers, asserting that he can overshadow countless prodigies of the celestial realm is a claim many would hesitate to endorse. Just as the entire celestial realm seems to be surging with unseen tides, the Jun family stirs a considerable commotion. The first in the Jun family hierarchy, the one known as the double pupil, has returned from an ancient forbidden ground. Chapter 128. The return of the double pupil Jun Lingsong. The 3 factions of the Jun family sequence. If one were to ponder who the most renowned prodigy of the Jun family was prior to Jun Xiaoyao's rise to fame, it would undoubtedly be the first in the sequence, the double pupil, Jun Lingsong. The top 10 sequences of the Jun family are selected from thousands of their scions, each possessing unique abilities, whether it be extraordinary physiques or forbidden legacies, their strengths capable of sweeping across the land. Moreover, as one ascends the rankings, their prowess multiplies exponentially. For instance, the 5th sequence, Jun Wanjia, can effortlessly defeat the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian. Likewise, those in the top ranks can easily overpower Jun Wanjia. This allows one to infer the astonishing strength of the first-ranked double pupil Jun Lingsong. If he were to face Jun Wanjia, it would likely take only a few moves, much like how Jun Xiaoyao once dominated. The return of the double pupil has once more ignited a fervor within the Jun family. After all, Jun Lingsong had been honing his skills in a terrifying ancient forbidden ground for an extended period. Such a location is one that even those at the pinnacle of the celestial or divine fire realms would hesitate to tread. However, Jun Lingsong managed to endure within it for quite some time. Had it not been for the fact that his life token remained unbroken, the family members would have genuinely believed he had perished within. Before the gates of the Jun family, countless members gathered, their faces alight with barely concealed excitement. After all, this was the first in the sequence, a figure of extraordinary status. Many lacked even the qualifications to catch a glimpse of him. Furthermore, a grand banquet had been held when Jun Lingsong was merely 10 years old, inviting guests from all directions. It could be said that, had it not been for Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Lingsong would have been the pillar the Jun family endeavored to cultivate. Of course, he still is. In the sky, a purple beast resembling a Qilin descended, its feet surrounded by swirling purple mist. A young and slender figure stood gracefully atop it. He was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an air of elegance and vitality. Surrounded by swirling mists, he presented a majestic figure akin to a divine king descending to the mortal realm. Traversing the world with grandeur, his eyes were veiled by a black cloth, adorned with dark golden sealing runes. The mere hint of an aura emanating from him sends shivers down one's spine. Indeed, it is Master Lingsong. He has returned. Is that a Qilin? The presence is overwhelmingly formidable. No, it must be a Qilin beast possessing Qilin blood, yet it remains impressively powerful, difficult for ordinary prodigies to subdue. The arrival of Jun Lingsong in such a manner sends tremors through many members of the Jun family, stirring their spirits. How splendid it is that our Jun family boasts not only the Son of God, but also Master Lingsong. Among the younger generation of the immortal realm, who could possibly stand against us? A young Jun family prodigy can't help but shout in exuberance. However, some elders of the Jun clan reveal a flicker of concern in their eyes. They are aware that Jun Lingsong once sought to have a Jiao as his master, but she declined. Now, a Jiao has become the protector of Jun Xiaoyao. With Jun Lingsong's elevated status and formidable strength, would he be content? Might he harbor resentment? The Jun family does not oppose internal rivalries among disciples, provided they do not escalate too far. Master Lingsong. At that moment, from deep within the Jun family, two streaks of light darted forward, revealing a man and a woman. The man, clad in a simple Taoist robe, holds a Bagua formation plate in his hands. He is Jun Daolin, the sixth in line of the Jun family. Upon his birth, he possessed an ancient sacred weapon within him, the Bagua formation plate, which he now bears. Jun Daolin excels in formations. The woman, adorned in a striking red palace gown, possesses a captivating beauty and an alluring charm. Her name is Jun Xiyu, the eighth in line of the Jun family. It is said that with just a glance, she can render a prodigy at the returning one realm powerless to resist, becoming her subordinate. At this moment, Jun Daolin and Jun Xiyu, both extraordinary prodigies, stride forward and bow respectfully to Jun Lingsong. To an uninformed observer, they might appear as mere followers of Jun Lingsong. Yet the reality is not far from this. Jun Lingsong's formidable strength has compelled their allegiance. Just as Jun Zhongjian, Jun Shuahuang, and Jun Wanjie willingly follow Jun Xiaoyao. There is no need for such formalities. Jun Lingsong gestures lightly. Although his eyes are covered with a black cloth, concealing his heavy pupils, he can still perceive his surroundings with immense spiritual awareness. Master Lingsong. Much has transpired during your absence, Jun Daolin remarks. Let us discuss it upon our return, Jun Lingsong replies, waving his hand. The clan elders of his lineage have also come to welcome him. The once tranquil Jun family buzzes with activity due to the arrival of Jun Lingsong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jun Linglong, Jun Zhongjian, and two others gather together. Do you think Jun Lingsong will come into conflict with young master over the matter of senior Agio? Jun Linglong expresses her concern. Jun Lingsong is no minor character. Faces adversaries who, it can be said, are no match for. Should take their place, he would effortlessly subdue them as well. However, no matter the circumstances, remains a member of the family, distinct from outsiders. On the other hand, holds a different view. Although the conflicts may not escalate excessively, skirmishes are inevitable, and I stand resolutely by the side of the Son of Heaven, declared with fervor. Currently, the entire is seemingly divided into three factions, one aligned with the zero sequence, another loyal to the first sequence, while the remaining second and third sequences maintain an ambiguous stance, refraining from interference. On the sacred island where resides, the clan elders and figures such as, and have gathered. As has been engrossed in training within the ancient forbidden grounds, he remains unaware of recent developments. Upon learning of various exploits, he silently reflects on the emergence of another prodigious talent within the one not inferior to himself. However, when he hears of standing up for in the imperial capital of a palpable disturbance ripples through his aura, eliciting a sense of trepidation among and the others. Yet, quickly regains his composure. Is it so? Has become the protector of my cousin, he murmurs, his eyes concealed beneath a black cloth, rendering his expression invisible to those present. The bloodlines of and are closely intertwined, hence his reference to as his cousin, and exchange glances, choosing to remain silent. They too sense that intentions towards are not merely a desire for her to be a mentor. S role as the protector of can be attributed, in part, to her cousin's exceptional talent, but it is likely also influenced by his status. Perceives the situation with clarity, yet he cannot help but feel a twinge of discomfort within. Chapter 129, The Attitude of and the Conditions of. Help me eliminate. As the foremost figure of the first sequence, he had once respectfully requested to become his mentor, only to be met with refusal. Now, however, she willingly serves as protector. The disparity in treatment is striking. Concedes to feeling a hint of jealousy. After all, he cannot forget the time in his youth when he was captivated by a melody, leading him to a secluded courtyard where he beheld the enchanting figure playing the guqin beneath the moonlight. That vision has lingered in his mind ever since. Even after S' astonishing rise to prominence as the first sequence, he has never been able to erase that memory. Now, having returned from his trials in the ancient forbidden grounds, believing he finally possessed the qualifications to catch a glimpse from Agio and become his master. He was disheartened to discover that Agio had already become the protector of Jun Xiaoyao. Anyone would find such a revelation difficult to accept. Nonetheless, Jun Lingsong, as the foremost of the Jun family, remained composed, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. He exhibited no signs of anger or fury, maintaining an air of calmness. Jun Daolin began to air his grievances to Jun Lingsong. Lord Lingsong, you cannot fathom how biased the family is towards the Son of God. The last time I sought to acquire 10 pieces of celestial source, the elders insisted they must be reserved for the son's cultivation. Jun Daolin felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he recalled his futile attempt to procure celestial sources for a new formation experiment, only to be told that all of it was to be allocated to Jun Xiaoyao. This left him speechless. After all, he was one of the top 10 in the hierarchy. Was this the treatment he deserved? Indeed, the family was excessively partial towards the Son of God. Even resources that rightfully belonged to Lord Lingsong had been entirely bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, Jun Xiu chimed in, voicing her discontent for Jun Lingsong. Her admiration for him was akin to that of Jun Linglong and Jun Xuehuang for Jun Xiaoyao. She believed that Jun Lingsong was the foremost powerhouse among the younger generation of the celestial realm, even surpassing Jun Xiaoyao. This perspective, however, was somewhat misplaced. Jun Lingsong responded with indifference. Thus, Lord Lingsong, now that you have returned, you must assert some pressure on the Son of God to prevent the family from favoring him excessively, Jun Daolin suggested. Jun Lingsong replied calmly. Are you implying that I should suppress my cousin? Both Jun Daolin and Jun Xiu fell silent, though their intentions were evident. Foolish. Jun Lingsong's expression turned slightly frosty. Jun Daolin and Jun Xiu were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. The family nurtures you within the hierarchy to foster internal strife? Jun Lingsong reprimanded coldly. Despite their desire to counter his words, Jun Daolin and Jun Xiu felt that the family was indeed biased against Jun Lingsong, unjustly favoring Jun Xiaoyao. Competition is permissible, but your rivalries should be directed towards the ancient royal clans and the exceptional talents of other antiquated families, rather than squabbling amongst yourselves, Jun Lingsong stated as he rose, his countenance indifferent. I am profoundly disappointed in you. With that, he turned his back, hands clasped behind him. Forgive us, Lord Lingsong. The two hastily bowed in apology. The other clan elders present couldn't help but express their admiration for Jun Lingsong, acknowledging him as a worthy leader of the first sequence. One could scarcely imagine that such a prestigious ancient family would allow a misguided and capricious talent to assume a leadership role. Recognizing your error is commendable. Let it not happen again. Jun Lingsong's tone softened slightly, allowing them to rise. However, Jun Xiu felt no sense of grievance. Rather, her gaze towards Jun Lingsong brimmed with even greater admiration. This was the true leader of the Jun family, possessing a heart as vast as the ocean. In contrast, although Jun Xiaoyao's personality is undeniably commanding, it leans towards a rather self-serving nature, considering only his own interests, to the extent of not leaving even a trace of the celestial source for others. This thought stirred a sense of injustice within Jun Xiu for Jun Lingsong. Why is it that the zero sequence is not Jun Lingsong, but rather Jun Xiaoyao? Is my cousin still in seclusion? Inquired Jun Lingsong. Indeed, replied Jun Daolin. What a pity. I wish to see what kind of person he has become, Jun Lingsong mused, shaking his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Jun Daolin, Jun Xiu, and the other elders of their lineage displayed expressions of astonishment. It seemed that Jun Lingsong had not relinquished his desire to contest with Jun Xiaoyao. Agio remains a thorn in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao, I shall triumph over you fairly and justly, so that Agio may recognize who is truly worthy of allegiance. Jun Lingsong declared to himself, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He would not resort to any underhanded tactics. Instead, he aimed to defeat Jun Xiaoyao openly, thus proving his worth to Agio. The news of Jun Lingsong's return to the Jun family spread swiftly. Those factions opposed to the Jun family wore expressions of dismay. The mere presence of Jun Xiaoyao was already suffocating, and now the emergence of a first-sequence dual-eyed individual only compounded their troubles. Many speculated whether the younger generation of the Jun family was poised to dominate the celestial realm of their time. Among the most troubled was the ancient dragon nest, the Jun family's primary adversary. Having suffered consecutive defeats, the ancient dragon nest found itself in dire straits. Long Zilong Haoyan had been slain, and Long Baiqi was nearly shattered in resolve by Jun Xiaoyao, losing the dragon bones in the process. Their plight was indeed harrowing. Yet, their most exceptional prodigy, Long Ao Tian, remained in seclusion, leaving the younger generation of the ancient dragon nest with few capable fighters. The prophecy of the two dragons emerging and the rise of the ancient dragon, was it truly veritable? Even within the ancient dragon nest, some elders began to harbor doubts. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm the ancient dragon nest in the Haimo province, one of the 3,000 Dao states, a blood-soaked youth, resembling a madman, raced frantically towards a certain destination. At last gathered, Jun Xiaoyao, your demise is inevitable. No one will save you this time. This youth was, of course, Xiaochun. After being rescued from captivity by the Azure Dragon Sage, Xiaochun had been tirelessly collecting the blood of young boys and girls, quickly amassing a sufficient supply. Now, a singular thought consumed Xiaochun's mind: to slay Jun Xiaoyao. The Azure Dragon Sage lamented, what a shame. Such a spirited young man has been reduced to this ghastly state, evoking profound sympathy. The Jun family's divine scion is truly formidable. Only the ancient aberrations of the ancient dragon nest could possibly quell him, the Azure Dragon Sage contemplated. Within a few days, Xiaochun returned once more to that ancient nest. The moment he stepped into the ancient nest, the ancient anomaly sensed his presence. Ah, as expected, mortal, you have arrived. A voice, cool and laced with sarcasm, echoed through the air. It seemed that everything fell within her calculations and control. I have brought what you desire, but first, you must agree to my terms. Xiaochun's voice was hoarse, his gaze blood-red, as if he were poised to devour. Speak, the female voice replied, articulating a single word with indifference. I want you to help me kill the current divine son of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Each word from Xiaochun was resolute and unyielding. Chapter 130. The Birth of Princess Longji. A phenomenon shakes the world, trembling the black desert state. The divine son of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao? The female voice clearly expressed her doubt. She was the ancient anomaly in slumber, utterly oblivious to contemporary affairs, and thus could not possibly recognize the talents of the present era. Following this, Xiaochun succinctly outlined the situation. I see. The Jun family has indeed produced an ancient sacred body, the voice murmured. She was familiar with the Jun family, as they had long been rivals of the ancestral dragon's nest, having inherited the celestial domain for countless years. During her epoch of slumber, the Jun family had already stood tall within the celestial domain for millions of years, continuously shining without decline. Can you agree? If so, I will assist you in activating the formation to unseal it. Xiaochun's voice was hoarse, laden with urgency. No matter, merely an ancient sacred body. In its prime, it was indeed one of the top 3 physiques, but now it has long fallen from grace. The female voice responded, a hint of disdain coloring her tone. This was not arrogance, but rather the unvarnished truth. That Jun Xiaoyao may have broken through a certain limitation. Xiaochun furrowed his brow, fearing that this ancient anomaly might underestimate him, leading to his own downfall at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao, which would infuriate him to the point of bloodshed. Mortal, my capabilities are beyond your comprehension, the female voice retorted, laced with impatience. Her esteemed status in her era was nearly invincible. How could she possibly concern herself with a fallen sacred body? I hope you do not go back on your word, Xiaochun said earnestly. I am not like your human race, prone to breaking promises, the voice replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Xiaochun produced the blood essence he had collected and began to pour it into the formation, following the ancient anomaly's instructions. As the blood essence flowed in, the entire ancient nest began to tremble. Subsequently, the surrounding mountains erupted in a cacophony of sound and vibration. Ultimately, this tremor spread throughout the entire Black Desert state. The whole region shook, alarming many cultivators and various beings. What is happening? Why such a tremendous disturbance? Has a divine treasure emerged, or has a slumbering supreme awakened? Many cultivators felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that a monumental change was imminent. Meanwhile, within the ancient nest, Xiaochun's expression changed drastically. The might of this unsealing was overwhelmingly immense, akin to the emergence of a supreme being. Xiaochun harbored a vague sense of wrongdoing, for he was indeed a member of the human race, while that ancient aberration belonged to the esteemed lineage of the primordial royal family. In this era, with the other ancient anomalies yet to emerge, this progenitor of the dragon nest stood unparalleled, poised to dominate the younger generation of the entire celestial realm. No one could rival her. Yet, the mere thought of Jun Xiaoyao completely obliterated the remnants of guilt within Xiaochun. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Jun Xiaoyao. Had it not been for him, Xiaochun would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. His gaze was fierce and cold, devoid of any remorse. At that moment, the very ground surrounding the ancient nest began to fissure. Xiaochun, this place is about to collapse, reminded the Azure Dragon Sage. In an instant, Xiaochun withdrew from the ancient nest. However, upon his exit, he was left utterly stunned. The entire mountain range appeared to be fracturing, and a magnificent golden dragon palace, suffused with divine brilliance and the essence of dragons, began to ascend from the earth. Was this truly the resting place of the ancient aberration? Xiaochun was astounded. With his vision, he could hardly fathom the scale of this grandeur. The golden palace sparkled resplendently, emanating a dragon aura that resembled the heavenly realm itself, captivating the heart and mind. As the dragon palace materialized, an overwhelming pressure emanated from within, a terrifying dragon might that enveloped the area. Xiao Chun was almost instantly forced to bend his knee, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes widened in shock, utterly astounded. Although he was not of the dragon lineage, he had cultivated the Azure Sky transformation technique and integrated the blood of the supreme dragon, rendering him half-dragon in essence. Yet, at this moment, even with the blood of the dragon's supremacy coursing through him, he found himself pinned to the earth by this dragon might. What did this signify? The bloodline of that ancient aberration was extraordinary, its nobility surpassing even that of the supreme dragons. Even the Azure Dragon Sage felt the impact, his primordial spirit rippling like water. Moreover, as the dragon might spread, every creature within the Black Desert province that harbored the blood of dragons, beasts, and ancient relics alike, bowed before the direction of the dragon palace, trembling in fear. What on earth was happening? The onlookers were utterly perplexed. They witnessed an incredibly fierce ancient relic, the one-horned black demon serpent, lowering its head in reverence, quaking as if bowing to a sovereign. "A change is upon us," murmured an elder, his gaze vacant. Such phenomena had not been witnessed in an eternity. Meanwhile, before the dragon palace, Xiao Chun knelt upon the ground, unable to rise. The pressure of the dragon might was insurmountable. Damn it! Is this ancient aberration truly this formidable? He thought grimly. At that moment, a golden pathway unfurled within the dragon palace. Ethereal beams of light rained down, accompanied by the ethereal manifestation of a true dragon's auspicious aura. From this resplendent scene emerged a figure of unparalleled grace, stepping through the air with poise. Was this the essence of the world in this epoch? Her voice, cool as a spring, carried an innate nobility. Xiao Chun lifted his gaze, his breath nearly suspended. Before him stood a woman, adorned in celestial attire. Her bare, jade-like feet hovered above the void, untouched by dust. Her figure was strikingly tall, with a pair of snow-white, elongated legs partially concealed by a billowing skirt. Her delicate waist, slender enough to be grasped by a single hand, was cinched by a jade belt. Though her exquisite visage remained obscured, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that rendered her features indistinct, her physique unmistakably proclaimed her as a world-class beauty. The singular peculiarity about this enchanting figure was the two ivory dragon horns that emerged from her flowing dark tresses. These horns bore golden runes that shimmered mysteriously. Was she the ancient anomaly from the ancestral dragon nest? Xiao Chun inhaled deeply, his heart profoundly shaken. Truly, she was a being of ancient lineage, possessing an aura that far surpassed that of contemporary prodigies. At that moment, four half-dragon statues erupted from the depths surrounding the golden dragon palace, exuding a sacred presence. The essence of the holy realm? The celestial dragon's spirit also manifested, its expression one of astonishment. The four half-dragon statues cracked, releasing formidable energy that surged towards the heavens. They were, indeed, four awakened dragon warriors. Moreover, each of these dragon warriors was at the Saint Lord level, the final tier of the holy realm, beyond which lay the quasi-supreme realm. Commander of the Azure Dragon, I bow before Princess Longji. Commander of the Crimson Dragon, I bow before Princess Longji. Commander of the Black Dragon, I bow before Princess Longji. Commander of the White Dragon, I bow before Princess Longji. The four Saint Lords collectively knelt before the ancient anomaly known as Princess Longji. Arise, since I have emerged. I shall undoubtedly revive the ancestral dragon nest and vanquish all foes. Though Princess Longji was a breathtaking beauty, her words carried an imperiousness reminiscent of a timeless empress. Xiao Chun watched, his gaze trembling. He, too, was a favored son of fortune, possessing considerable strength. Yet, in the presence of Princess Longji, he felt profoundly insignificant. The pressure emanating from the depths of his bloodline rendered him unable to rise, forcing him to remain prostrate. How terrifying was her bloodline, surpassing even his own supreme heritage. Xiao Chun mused, feeling a wave of frustration. His demeanor was utterly disgraceful, akin to that of a mere servant. Does this individual dare to negotiate terms with Her Highness the Princess? Truly, they must be tired of living. The commander of the Azure Dragon cast a cold glare at Xiao Chun. He raised his hand, the might of a Saint Lord surging forth, prepared to strike Xiao Chun down. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, his complexion paling in fear. Wait. Princess Longji raised her hand, halting the commander's action. The princess spoke with a serene tone, asserting her integrity in contrast to the fickleness of humanity. Since you have aided me in my unsealing, I shall naturally fulfill your desires. Her gaze upon Xiao Chun resembled that of one observing mere ants upon the ground. Were it not for his assistance, She would have scarcely deigned to exchange a word with someone of his insignificant stature. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. A flicker of vindictive satisfaction glimmered in his eyes. He had succeeded, considering the formidable presence of Princess Longji. Her desire to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao seemed far from fantastical. At that moment, the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon Master emerged, bowing respectfully to the princess. "I am the Azure Dragon Master, willing to follow your highness." Xiao Chun was taken aback, his expression quickly turning despondent. He realized that the Azure Dragon Master had grown immensely disappointed in him and was prepared to abandon him entirely. Once a quasi-supreme being, the Azure Dragon Master now exhibited a remarkably humble demeanor. Given Princess Longji's status, she was destined to become the paramount authority of the ancestral dragon's lair, potentially aiding him in the reconstruction of his corporeal form and restoration to his former glory. Quasi-supreme remnant soul? Princess Longji's voice remained composed, devoid of any perturbation. Yet, the very next moment, she declared, "Perfect. My dragon-patterned black gold sacred sword is in need of nourishment. You shall contribute." As her words fell, the Azure Dragon Master's countenance morphed instantaneously, his aged eyes narrowing in alarm. The Azure Dragon unleashed a powerful strike, brimming with divine energy. The Azure Dragon Master, his face contorted with rage, attempted to resist. Though he had once been a powerful quasi-supreme, he was now merely a fragment of a primordial spirit, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of a sovereign. With a thunderous crash, the Azure Dragon Master was nearly obliterated. Princess Longji lifted her delicate hand, extracting a hairpin from her tresses. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a hairpin but a long sword of black gold hue, her cherished weapon. The dragon-patterned black gold sacred sword. With a swift motion, the sword expanded, piercing through the void to absorb the energy of the Azure Dragon Master's remnant soul. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chun felt an icy chill envelop him. A once mighty quasi-supreme ancestor, the Azure Dragon Master, had absurdly perished, reduced to mere sustenance for the princess's weapon. He had previously believed that Princess Longji was trustworthy and that she would be manageable to deal with. Perhaps in the future, he could even seek her favor. Now, however, he was filled with dread, eager to distance himself from this formidable female tyrant once the ordeal concluded. Now that I have emerged, I shall suppress all within the celestial domain. All divine and sacred bodies shall be but the bones that pave my path. Princess Longji's voice was indifferent, reminiscent of an ancient empress reigning supreme. The four great dragon generals gazed upon her with eyes full of reverence. This was the direct descendant of the ancient dragon emperor, possessing an unparalleled aura that commanded the world. Shortly after the birth of Princess Longji, the ancestral dragon nest swiftly sensed the presence of her bloodline. A supreme being of the Azure Dragon lineage tore through the fabric of space, their countenance reflecting profound joy. They recognized the aura of the direct descendant of the ancient Azure Dragon Emperor. Indeed, the ancient prodigy of the Azure Dragon lineage had emerged. The exalted being could scarcely contain their excitement. The ancient emperors of the primordial royal family stood on par with the great emperors of humanity. The direct descendant of the ancient Azure Dragon Emperor embodied the true bloodline of the Azure Dragon, a lineage far removed from the feeble and negligible bloodlines like that of Long Bichi. This was a genuine direct lineage. Hence, Princess Longji was akin to the offspring of an ancient emperor, comparable to the progeny of the human race's most illustrious figures. One must ponder the sheer magnitude of such an event. The entire ancestral dragon nest was in an uproar, with many powerful beings hastening to follow. Meanwhile, Princess Longji commanded the Dragon Palace, accompanied by the four great dragon generals and Xiao Chun, as they journeyed to the ancestral dragon nest. Upon their convergence, the strength of the ancestral dragon resonated with exhilaration, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar towards the heavens. Having endured suppression for so long, the ancestral dragon nest finally welcomed a figure capable of overshadowing the contemporary elite. The prophecy of the dual dragon's emergence and the resurgence of the ancestral dragon was thus affirmed. The term dual dragons referred to Long Outyin and Princess Longji. When the news of Princess Longji's birth was proclaimed by the ancestral dragon nest, it sent shockwaves through much of the wild heaven immortal domain. The elders and prodigies of various immortal factions were left in utter astonishment. The ancient prodigy of the ancestral dragon nest had broken free from confinement, rumored to be a descendant of the ancient emperor, with a bloodline of unfathomable power. It was initially perceived as a mere jest that the prophecy of the dual dragons heralding the rise of the ancestral dragon was indeed a reality. Indeed, the ancestral dragon nest seemed poised to soar to new heights, especially with the emergence of an ancient prodigy. The era of great contention had fully commenced, with various taboo prodigies set to take the stage in succession. The question arose as to how the Jun family would respond, particularly since their divine son had previously dealt a crushing defeat to the younger generation of the ancestral dragon nest. Many turned their curious gazes towards the Jun family. If the emergence of the ancient prodigy from the ancestral dragon nest had the most significant impact on anyone, it would likely be the Jun family. The younger generation of the Jun family might find themselves thoroughly overshadowed by Princess Longji. One must wonder if the Jun family's divine son could contend with Princess Longji. It remains uncertain. While the Jun family's divine son certainly possesses an invincible demeanor, the ancient prodigy is enigmatic and possesses numerous strategies. However, it has been a considerable time since any news of the Jun family's divine son has emerged, suggesting he might be in seclusion. There are whispers that the first-ranked member of the Jun family, the taboo being with thee, has returned, leaving one to ponder whether he can withstand the pressure exerted by the ancient prodigy. The entire immortal domain was abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. Yet, not long after, a shocking revelation emerged from the ancestral dragon nest regarding the ancient prodigy, Princess Longji. Let the divine scion of the Jun family approach her humbly, hands bound, to meet his demise. In that moment, the entire celestial realm erupted in astonishment. Chapter 132, the first sequence, Jun Lingsong takes action. Upon hearing this news, the immediate reaction of all was disbelief. Since his emergence, Jun Xiaoyao had suppressed all contenders, remaining undefeated and presenting himself to the world in an invincible manner. Many believed that Jun Xiaoyao would stand among the pinnacle of the younger generation in the celestial realm. Yet now, the Dragon Princess audaciously proclaimed that Jun Xiaoyao should willingly surrender and face his death before her. Such arrogance was astonishingly hard to fathom. To command the scion of the Jun family to come forth and meet his end was an outrageous display of pride. Were the ancient anomalies not known for their disdain towards the contemporary prodigies? They certainly possessed the credentials to utter such words. How would the scion of the Jun family respond? Would he engage in battle? It remains uncertain. We shall await the outcome with bated breath. Various factions within the celestial realm fervently debated the matter. They recognized that the Dragon Princess's emergence was primarily to build her own reputation. And what better way to do so than by trampling upon the most renowned prodigies? Furthermore, the Jun family was an opposing force to the ancestral dragon nest, leading many to speculate that the Dragon Princess would target Jun Xiaoyao. However, unbeknownst to them, there existed another motive, the condition proposed by Xiao Chun, demanding her to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao. Though the Dragon Princess had never encountered Jun Xiaoyao, it did not hinder her from making such claims. After all, in her era, the Dragon Princess herself was a formidable force, reigning supreme and invincible. The entire celestial realm was rife with turbulence, and many gazes were directed towards the Jun family. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Storm, Jun Xiaoyao, remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his seclusion. He was contemplating the manifestation of the sacred body, refining the celestial essence, and further tempering the great Luo, immortal bone. The Jun family once again provided Jun Xiaoyao with a fresh supply of celestial essence. They spared no effort in their support. Within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, radiant energies surged intermittently, creating a disconcerting atmosphere. Each time Jun Xiaoyao emerged from seclusion, he did so with a renewed appearance and enhanced strength. Many within the Jun family eagerly anticipated the extent of Jun Xiaoyao's power upon his next emergence. During Jun Xiaoyao's period of seclusion, the ancestral dragon nest launched relentless attacks against the Jun family, branding them as timid tortoises unwilling to engage in battle, claiming that none among the current generation could rival the Dragon Princess. This ignited a fervent desire among the younger members of the Jun family, who longed for Jun Xiaoyao to emerge and deliver a resounding blow to the face of the Dragon Princess. The Dragon Princess also released another proclamation. Should Jun Xiaoyao fail to confront her at the ancestral dragon nest, she would await him at the Hunyuan mountain range in Hangzhou. Upon the announcement of this news, the fervor once again swept through the land. If the Jun family and Jun Xiaoyao continue to retreat into silence, it will undoubtedly bring great shame upon them. It is utterly infuriating. The divine child is merely in seclusion, yet the ancestral dragon's lair truly believes that we, the Jun family, are afraid. Within a courtyard of the Jun family, Jun Zhongjian slammed his hand on the table, his face a mask of indignation. What can we do? Are you suggesting we confront Princess Longji in battle? Jun Xuehuang replied coolly. Jun Zhongjian's expression faltered, revealing his discomfort. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. The terrifying ancient anomaly that is Princess Longji was not someone he could contend with. There is no need for concern. Once our young master emerges from seclusion, he will sweep away all adversaries, Jun Linglong remarked nonchalantly. She held immense confidence in Jun Xiaoyao, having once glimpsed a fragment of the future. That figure, who turns his back to the world, can only be the Jun Tiandi. In contrast, Princess Longji is merely a descendant of the ancient empress, unworthy of being compared to someone destined to attain the title of emperor like Jun Xiaoyao. As many prodigies of the Jun family seethed with frustration, a figure alighted upon the back of a Qilin beast, preparing to depart from the Jun residence. It was Lord Lingsong. Where could he possibly be headed? Many members of the Jun family looked on with expressions of astonishment. Lingsong. Several elders from the Lingsong lineage also appeared, along with Jun Daolin and Jun Xiyu. The dignity of the Jun family must not be tarnished. Since my cousin Xiaoyao is in seclusion, I shall go and meet that dragon princess. Lingsong stated with a calm demeanor. He possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance, his eyes covered by a black cloth, his skin radiant like jade, exuding a faint glow. The words he spoke at this moment sent ripples of shock through the hearts of those present. Lingsong was going to meet Princess Longji. The entire Jun family erupted in commotion. Lord Lingsong, you need not. Jun Xiyu began, hesitating to finish her thought. She intended to convey that Princess Longji's ire was directed at Jun Xiaoyao, and Lingsong need not wade into these troubled waters. If the ancestral dragon's lair continued its arrogance, it would be the Jun family that bore the disgrace, not any individual. Lingsong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene and composed. Even when faced with the terrifying ancient anomaly, he remained unafraid. From all directions, many members of the Jun family cast him adoring glances. The Jun family was not solely reliant on Jun Xiaoyao. Ajio, I shall show you who is truly worthy of your allegiance, Lingsong murmured. His decision to act was, on one hand, indeed for the sake of the Jun family's honor, and on the other, to express his stance to Ajio. He would not resort to underhanded tactics to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. Thus, he could only demonstrate his capabilities through this means. Lingsong was making his move. As this news spread, it was akin to a seismic shock, stirring excitement in all quarters. The foremost prodigy of the Jun family, endowed with world-destroying eyes, would journey to the Hangzhou Hunyan mountain range to meet Princess Longji. Elders and prodigies from many powerful factions took notice and began to mobilize. Recently, although the Jun family has been represented solely by the remarkable Jun Xiaoyao, who stands unrivaled in the realm, the esteemed Jun Lingsong, a paragon of the first sequence, has long been a celebrated figure in his own right. His prowess requires no embellishment. In an instant, the world has shifted, and numerous factions have begun to converge upon the Hunyuan mountain range in Hangzhou. This impending battle promises to reverberate across the lands, with consequences that will resonate profoundly. After all, it signifies a strategic contest between the Jun family and the ancestral dragon's nest. Should even the foremost member of the Jun family be vanquished by Princess Longji, it is likely that Jun Xiaoyao's standing would also plummet. A few days later, Jun Lingsong arrived at the Hunyuan mountain range in Hangzhou, accompanied by Jun Daoling, Jun Xiyu, and several elders from his lineage. Given that Hangzhou lies within the territory of the dragoness nest, it was inconceivable for them to allow Jun Lingsong to venture forth alone. At this moment, the vicinity of the Hunyuan mountain range was already teeming with a multitude of spectators. Among them were various ancient royal clans, primordial families, and esteemed lineages. Nearly all who could come had gathered. Above the Hunyuan mountain range, a magnificent golden dragon palace emanated an overwhelming aura of draconic majesty, resembling a celestial palace from ancient times, suspended in the void. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent Qilin creature traversed the skies, enveloped in swirling purple mists. Upon its back stood a figure of striking elegance, poised and dignified, with long flowing black hair, his eyes concealed beneath a dark cloth, yet exuding a unique energy that coursed around him. He has arrived, he is here. The air resonated with gasps of astonishment. The epic clash between the first sequence and the ancient aberration was about to commence. This was indeed a grand contest between the Jun family and the ancestral dragon's nest. Chapter 133. The convergence of Qilin and true dragon's might. Though Jun Lingsong's eyes were shrouded, he still gazed toward the resplendent dragon palace. An imperceptible pressure began to emanate, causing his brow to furrow slightly. All around the Hunyuan mountain range, many were intently watching. This was destined to be a monumental confrontation. Several powerful figures from the dragon's nest had also arrived, including Long Baiqi, who stood in the void clad in azure armor, her demeanor unperturbed. Although she had previously come close to having her resolve shattered by Jun Xiaoyao, unlike Ji Xian, she had not completely collapsed and had managed to recover gradually. Regrettably, Jun Xiaoyao was absent. Long Baiqi ground her silver teeth. She yearned to witness Jun Xiaoyao being overwhelmed by Princess Longji. Only then would the shadows in her heart begin to dissipate. As Long Baiqi pondered, her gaze shifted to a young man standing nearby. How had that fellow ended up in the company of Princess Longji? The individual she referred to was none other than Xiao Chun. At this moment, Xiao Chun wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that with Jun Xiaoyao's proud nature, he would choose not to attend, instead allowing the first sequence to take his place. Jun Xiaoyao, are you truly afraid? Xiao Qin mused silently. At that moment, within the Dragon Palace, a cold and indifferent voice resonated. You are not Jun Xiaoyao. What purpose do you serve here? This voice emanated from Princess Longji. Oh, even a dignified ancient empress dares not reveal herself? Or are you merely fearful? Jun Lingsong maintained his composure. Although ancient monstrosities were indeed formidable, he too was a taboo bearer with dual pupils, belonging to the first sequence. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light surged forth from the depths of the Dragon Palace. A tall and graceful figure emerged, advancing with poise. Princess Longji, her flowing azure hair dancing in the breeze, appeared in her immaculate palace attire, untouched by the dust of the world. Her elegant and elongated form glistened like polished mutton-fat jade, radiating a luminous sheen. Her physique was perfectly proportioned, voluptuous where it should be, and slender in all the right places. Her stunningly long legs took graceful strides, exuding a captivating allure. Barefoot, her feet were as white as snow, exuding an irresistible urge to be cradled delicately in one's hands. The many male cultivators present seemed to hold their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. For many, it was their first glimpse of Princess Longji. At first sight, she was breathtaking. Though she was an unparalleled beauty, she carried an air of aloof majesty, akin to that of a queen. The Jun family's current first sequence can barely be deemed worthy to challenge this palace. Princess Longji articulated, her ruby lips parting slightly. Her ethereal visage was shrouded in a misty haze, rendering her beauty nearly elusive. The lineage of the ancient empress was indeed as illustrious as the legends suggested, Jun Lingsong remarked, acknowledging the necessity of treating her with the utmost seriousness. Thereafter, no superfluous words were exchanged. The two engaged directly in combat. Both were evidently at the Nirvana realm. Princess Longji had been sealed at this level, so her prowess was not significantly higher than that of contemporary prodigies. Jun Lingsong extended his hand, purple energy swirling forth, transforming into a purple qilin that charged toward Princess Longji with ferocity. The display of such prowess left many elder cultivators wide-eyed, evoking memories of a certain renowned divine ability. With an expression of calm, Princess Longji waved her delicate hand, unleashing a torrent of power. The heavens seemed to rend asunder as a colossal claw of an azure dragon descended, capable of shattering ancient mountains. This was the revered ancestral technique known as the reverse dragon hand, passed down from the ancestral dragon nest. The clash resonated with a cataclysmic force, akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. The entire Hunyuan mountain range began to tremble. Such strength. Both combatants were extraordinary figures, their confrontation igniting anticipation. Not only the younger cultivators, but even the older generation of powerful beings were left in awe. The fluctuations of their battle were terrifying, akin to the collision of two saints. Jun Lingsong extended his hand, the purple energy morphing alternately into the Qilin's claw and a purple wheel, its might reaching unparalleled heights. Could it be the Qilin divine ability? Someone gasped. The Qilin divine ability was on par with the True Dragon and True Phoenix divine abilities, ranking among the highest echelons of martial arts techniques, typically kept secret from the outside world. Did Jun Lingsong perhaps obtain the inheritance of the Qilin Ancient Cave? Some individuals displayed strange expressions. The Qilin Ancient Cave, along with the ancestral dragon's nest and the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, is renowned as a top-tier royal lineage. Logically, the Qilin divine abilities of their clan should not be disseminated to outsiders. The only plausible explanation is that Jun Lingsong inadvertently acquired the heritage of the Qilin divine abilities. Many gazes shifted toward his steed, the magnificent Qilin beast, and a realization dawned upon them. However, the Qilin divine abilities were not entirely complete, murmured Princess Longji. Subsequently, she unleashed her power once more, akin to a celestial dragon extending its claws, releasing an overwhelming dragon might. It was the True Dragon divine ability. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment. Moments ago, they had witnessed Jun Lingsong summon the Qilin divine abilities, and now, Princess Longji had exhibited the True Dragon divine abilities. Clearly, this was the complete version, not the inferior transformation previously demonstrated by Long Haoyan. With a thunderous roar, the area seemed to return to chaos, with Qilin leaping and true dragons whipping their tails, creating a tumultuous clash that sent shivers down their spines. Jun Lingsong once again deployed the Jun family divine abilities, the Monarch Seal, the Mountain Sea Seal, the Military Strategy, and the Great Void Technique. Various divine powers erupted from his hands, each possessing astonishing might. How formidable! Is this the strength of the first lineage of the Jun family? Many were left in awe. They began to reassess the younger generation of the Jun family. Aside from Jun Xiaoyao, there were indeed such formidable figures. Of course, Princess Longji's power was not to be underestimated either. Her true dragon divine abilities transformed, resembling a divine dragon overturning the sea, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of the void before her. It was said that even a master of the Nirvana realm, let alone a transcendent being of the celestial realm, would be shattered into pieces by such a technique. More astonishingly, Princess Longji's expression remained tranquil, as if she had not exerted herself in the slightest. This revelation left many in a state of terror. If Princess Longji could wield such formidable power casually, how terrifying would she be if she were to take things seriously? The fierce battle raged on for 3 days and nights, leaving the entire Huntian mountain range in ruins. However, it was perplexing that Princess Longji had not gone all out, nor had Jun Lingsong summoned his heavy pupil. Some speculated that Jun Lingsong's heavy pupil was in a critical stage of transformation, rendering it temporarily unusable. In the end, with a resounding crash, Jun Lingsong was sent retreating over 100 steps, his chest surging with blood. Blood trickled from his arm. Though his physique was robust, it still paled in comparison to that of Princess Longji, who bore the bloodline of the ancient dragon. After all, the physical prowess of the dragon clan was inherently fearsome, especially that of a descendant of an ancient emperor. Princess Longji's body was pure and crystalline, yet to underestimate her physical strength would be exceedingly foolish. Not everyone possesses a physique as monstrous as Jun Xiaoyao's, capable of suppressing the dragon clan. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers realized that while Jun Lingsong had not been utterly defeated, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. However, he has yet to wield his heavy pupils. Of course, Princess Longji has not revealed her full strength either. Chapter 134. Jun Xiaoyao emerges from seclusion. The second manifestation of the sacred body awakens, yet merely a mudfish. This battle, for now, has reached a temporary conclusion. Jun Lingsong refrained from using his heavy pupils. Even if Princess Longji had subdued him, she would be criticized for preying on the weak. Thus, Princess Longji was disinclined to exert her full power. Jun Lingsong had not anticipated that Princess Longji's prowess would be so formidable. His heavy pupils were indeed at a transformative stage, making it unwise to employ them. Nevertheless, the fact that he was at a disadvantage was undeniable. Jun Lingsong's countenance darkened, as the outcome diverged from his expectations. Without uttering a word, he departed. Lord Lingsong. Jun Xiu furrowed her brows. She had not envisioned that Jun Lingsong, whom she regarded as invincible, could encounter such a setback. However, it was true that Lord Lingsong had not yet summoned his heavy pupils. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. Moreover, even if the Divine Sun were to arrive, he might not necessarily be able to contend with Princess Longji. Jun Xiu contemplated. She did not perceive Jun Lingsong as weak, but rather Princess Longji as exceedingly strong. As the battle concluded, all factions present expressed their astonishment. No one had anticipated such an inconclusive result. Nonetheless, this encounter revealed that Princess Longji, even without exerting her full strength, could easily handle the younger generation's top talents. Of course, this was also due to Jun Lingsong not utilizing his heavy pupils. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Regardless, the strength of Princess Longji was beyond doubt. Within the vast expanse of the immortal domain, few young prodigies could be deemed worthy opponents against her. This battle, conversely, proved beneficial for the Jun family. No one dared to label them as timid anymore. Jun Lingsong's performance was remarkably impressive. He managed to contend with Princess Longji for an extended period without resorting to his hidden cards. The strength he displayed left many in awe. Although no one criticized the Jun family, some with ulterior motives began to target Jun Xiaoyao once more. After all, the opponent designated by Princess Longji was Jun Xiaoyao. His absence raised suspicions. Did he truly falter? Some speculated that Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion or simply disdainful of the matter. After all, there was the precedent of the Champion Marquis. Previously, when the Champion Marquis had issued a challenge, Jun Xiaoyao had disregarded it, leading some to malign him as fearful. And what transpired? Those who slandered him were thoroughly embarrassed. Thus, this time, there were fewer detractors of Jun Xiaoyao. Following this highly anticipated battle, everyone eagerly awaited the confrontation between Jun Xiaoyao and Princess Longji. Within the Jun family and the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao remained in seclusion, oblivious to the affairs outside. Jun Zhantian had also instructed that no one was to disturb Jun Xiaoyao. During this period, Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly transcended to the great perfection of the Unity realm, as simple as quenching one's thirst. Indeed, the prospect of advancing to the Harmonization realm, or even the Nirvana realm, posed no significant challenge for him. However, Jun Xiaoyao refrained from doing so, recognizing that attaining the Harmonization realm necessitated the discovery of a spiritual seed or celestial essence that resonated with his own being. This was crucial for his future path. Hence, he did not hastily pursue a breakthrough. He was also diligently cultivating the Daluo immortal bone with the aid of celestial essence. Once the Jun family became aware of his need for celestial essence, they generously bestowed upon him several hundred celestial sources. After a prolonged period of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao had exhausted all his celestial essence, yet he had accumulated a total of 40 pieces of Daluo immortal bone. Now, both of his arms were infused with this divine material, enabling him to unleash boundless power with a mere flick. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao's divine elephant suppression technique had not waned. With the assistance of celestial essence and various cultivation resources within his body, among the 100,000 giant elephant particles, 1,000 had transformed into dragon particles. Each dragon particle possessed a staggering force of 100,000 pounds, tenfold that of the giant elephant particles. Thus, these 1,000 dragon particles had exponentially augmented Jun Xiaoyao's strength by 900 million pounds. Presently, his divine elephant suppression technique could unleash an astonishing 19 billion pounds of divine power. Such a terrifying increase in strength, achieved merely through the transformation of 1,000 dragon particles, nearly doubled his power. With 19 billion pounds of might, it was conceivable that if that Ji Xian were to clash with him using the hand bone of the Saint King, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Jun Xiaoyao smiled lightly. Not forgetting the hand bone of the Saint King, he had entrusted an elder skilled in forging within his clan to craft it into a magical artifact. As for the final product, Jun Xiaoyao harbored no concerns. These elders were profoundly dedicated to fulfilling his request and would surely not disappoint him. Another objective of Jun Xiaoyao's seclusion was to awaken the manifestation of the holy body. After an extensive period of introspection, he successfully comprehended the second manifestation of the holy body. He was confident that this extraordinary phenomenon would undoubtedly astonish his adversaries. Lastly, there was the fallen holy body. Prior to his retreat, Jun Xiaoyao had specifically asked Jun Zhantian and others to inspect the fallen holy body, and upon confirming there were no peculiarities, he felt reassured. Jun Xiaoyao also endeavored to channel a portion of his true spirit into the divine palace of the fallen holy body. Initially, the process was fraught with difficulties and frequent failures. However, he gradually learned to facilitate simple movements of the fallen holy body for brief intervals. Yet, perhaps due to the ominous nature of the fallen holy body itself, Jun Xiaoyao was unable to maintain prolonged control over it. Moreover, he could not fully unleash its true power. Nonetheless, this fallen holy body remained invaluable to Jun Xiaoyao and might prove immensely beneficial in the future. It was nearly time to conclude his seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao rose. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly wished to avoid seclusion. Jun Yaoyao exited the Heavenly Emperor Palace, momentarily taken aback. He discovered a large crowd gathered outside, consisting entirely of the younger generation of the Jun family. Jun Linglong and Jun Zhangjian were among them at the forefront. Divine Son. The esteemed Divine Son has finally emerged from seclusion. Upon the appearance of Jun Yaoyao, Jun Zhangjian, and the others could hardly contain their excitement. The surrounding Jun family disciples were also clenching their fists, displaying expressions of joy and exhilaration. What is the matter? Jun Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. He had merely been in seclusion for a brief period, yet these individuals appeared as though they had not seen him in ages, each one overwhelmed with emotion. Divine Son. The ancient monstrosity from the ancestral dragon nest has been exceedingly arrogant, they exclaimed. Indeed, even Lord Lingtsong was at a disadvantage when he engaged it. The numerous Jun family disciples spoke in a cacophony. Ultimately, it was Jun Zhangjian who recounted the recent events in detail to Jun Yaoyao. I see, Jun Yaoyao mused inwardly. During his seclusion, so much had transpired. The return of the first sequence, the emergence of the ancient monstrosity from the ancestral dragon nest, and a confrontation had occurred. Nevertheless, Jun Yaoyao maintained his usual calm demeanor. It is merely a loach. Why are you all so agitated? Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Did Jun Yaoyao just refer to Princess Longji of the ancestral dragon nest as a loach? Despite standing on opposing sides, all the Jun family disciples could not help but acknowledge that Princess Longji possessed extraordinary strength and unparalleled beauty. In terms of power and appearance, few in the entire Huangtian immortal domain could rival her. Yet, this princess, who awakened from slumber with both grace and might, was trivialized to a loach in Jun Yaoyao's words. This left the disciples somewhat astounded. However, soon, their gazes toward Jun Yaoyao brimmed with even greater admiration. This was the demeanor befitting their Jun family's Divine Son, unfazed even by an ancient monstrosity. Indeed, we trust in the Divine Son. No matter how formidable the ancient monstrosity, it shall never be our Divine Son's match, Jun Zhangjian and the others proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Their faith in Jun Yaoyao bordered on blind trust. Thus, There is no need to concern yourselves with that female loach, Jun Yaoyao remarked nonchalantly. He had now grasped the sequence of events. Xiao Chun had assisted Princess Longji in breaking free, and in return, she had promised to eliminate him. This Princess Longji was likely Xiao Chen's final maneuver against him. Unable to confront me directly, you intend to employ another's blade? Unfortunately, the weapon you borrowed poses no threat to me. A cold smile graced Jun Yaoyao's lips. What of the ancient monstrosity? Before him, one must still face defeat. Young master, will you accept the challenge? Jun Xuan inquired. Accept the challenge? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. If she wants me to go, then I shall. But wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. That is the intention of the young master. Jun Xuan remarked. Let it be, Jun Xiaoyao stated. He still needs to contemplate the matters of spirit seeds and immortal seeds. Preparing for his future breakthrough into the harmonious realm, he must also consider the transformation of the supreme bone and the issues surrounding the second volume of the earthly tome. Furthermore, he must remain vigilant regarding the Bronze Immortal Palace. How could he possibly spare time to deal with Princess Longji? Would it not be far more gratifying to enhance his own strength during this time? Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor elicited wry smiles from many disciples of the Jun family. Indeed, the young master is exceptionally bold, showing no concern even for ancient anomalies. A young woman from the Jun family gazed at him with admiration and longing. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao sought out Jun Zhantian. You are aware of the matter concerning the ancestral dragon's nest? Jun Zhantian asked. Yes, merely a trivial matter. Not comparable to my impending breakthrough, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Haha, indeed, what is so extraordinary about ancient anomalies? Our Jun family is not without them. However, you should truly focus on your cultivation now, Jun Zhantian chuckled. He relished his grandson's audacious and carefree attitude. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao inquired about spirit seeds and immortal seeds. To him, this was of great significance. Jun Zhantian's expression grew more solemn as he said, Let us not speak of spirit seeds. Such inferior goods waste your talents. As for immortal seeds, our clan possesses some in storage, yet they may not necessarily resonate with you. Jun Xiaoyao silently nodded. Indeed, the rarity of immortal seeds is secondary. The most crucial factor is compatibility. For instance, the Jun family possesses some rare immortal seeds, such as the sky blue seed and the seed of life. However, these immortal seeds may not suit Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, have you considered using the origin of a realm as a seed? Jun Zhantian's eyes flickered. The origin of a realm? Jun Xiaoyao expressed surprise. Jun Zhantian elaborated that old drunkard from the Jiang family, with his divination skills, has predicted that significant changes may soon occur in the Ten Lands. Changes in the Ten Lands? Jun Xiaoyao was genuinely taken aback. That old drunkard from the Jiang family is renowned for his divination. It was through his calculations that the Jun family was able to uproot the presence in the underworld realm. Now, he has conveyed to the Jun family that upheaval is likely to occur in the Ten Lands. Indeed, although that old drunkard often acts drunkenly, his predictions are seldom far from the truth. He claims the Ten Lands will undergo great upheaval, revealing the origin of the world and giving birth to the 10 prodigies against the heavens, Jun Zhantian explained. The origin of the world, the 10 prodigies against the heavens? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. The immortal domain is divided into 9 heavens, while the lower realms are the 10 lands, each representing a world. When a world experiences upheaval, it gives rise to the favored ones of destiny. This is the essence of heroes emerging in chaotic times. The 10 heavenly prodigies are, in fact, the 10 extraordinary individuals that may emerge from the 10 realms of the lower world, their potential deemed limitless. Jun Zhantian patiently elucidated this to Jun Xiaoyao, who finally comprehended the concept. Essentially, it entails nurturing a prodigy from the fortunes of a realm. In chaotic times, heroes arise. For some reason, Jun Xiaoyao envisioned the appearance of these prodigies, ultimately conjuring the image of 10 flourishing leeks in his mind. Jun Zhantian continued, Of course, these 10 heavenly prodigies may not pose much of a challenge for you. You might extinguish them or even recruit them, for they possess significant growth potential. Nonetheless, your primary objective remains to acquire the world's essence, transforming it into a celestial seed that will facilitate your own breakthrough. Indeed, grandfather speaks wisely. It seems I must prepare for the lower world in advance. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. This was indeed a significant revelation. Although the Jiang family had only informed the Jun family, there were certainly formidable diviners among other immortal factions. It is conceivable that it would not be long before. When turmoil truly erupted in the 10 realms, the entire immortal domain would be set ablaze with upheaval. At that juncture, the heirs of various immortal legacies would descend upon the lower world, vying for fortunes and essence. What a breathtaking spectacle that would be. Jun Xiaoyao, having received this foreknowledge, could prepare himself accordingly. By the way, if you were to descend to the lower realm, Could you assist the clan with a matter? Jun Zhantian suddenly inquired. Of course, replied Jun Xiaoyao. As the family had invested greatly in his cultivation, he felt it imperative to reciprocate. Long ago, amid the myriad ancient clans of the primeval era, 10 ancient clans wreaked havoc in the immortal domain, and our clan eradicated all 10 ancient clan powerhouses, driving the remnants into the lower realm. Subsequently, we dispatched 5 allied factions to the lower realm as overseers, tasked with suppressing and monitoring the 10 ancient clans. However, recently, those 5 allied factions have severed communication with our Jun family. Some elders suspect that the 10 ancient clans in the lower realm may have encountered unforeseen developments. Jun Zhantian explained. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully. It seemed reasonable that, with impending chaos in the 10 realms, the ancient clans might indeed be experiencing turmoil. Rest assured, grandfather, given the family's nurturing of me, I shall certainly alleviate our clan's concerns. I will personally quell the disturbances of the 10 ancient clans. Jun Xiaoyao declared with poise and confidence. The rules of heaven and earth in the lower realms differ from those of the immortal domain, lacking any supreme rulers or sovereigns, thus providing Jun Xiaoyao greater latitude to employ his abilities. With his innate talent, strength, and status, his arrival in the lower realm would render him a godlike figure. Chapter 136. The Tao of Heaven Tower Sign-In. The Infinity Gauntlet of the Saint King, on the verge of becoming a superhuman. The impending chaos of the 10 realms is known only to a select few immortal factions. However, as time progresses, it is inevitable that various forces will uncover traces of the unfolding events. Jun Xiaoyao remained unhurried. There remains time before the complete eruption of chaos in the 10 realms, allowing him to make ample preparations. In contrast, another matter captured Jun Xiaoyao's attention more profoundly. Grandfather, I wish to inquire about the reincarnation Holy Spirit of the Holy Spirit Academy, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. He then proceeded to inform Jun Zhantian about the peculiarities of the Supreme Bone. This was not particularly a secret. It seems you indeed have a necessity to visit the Holy Spirit Academy. Coincidentally, the Tower of Heavenly Tao within the Academy is about to open. It is said that the remnants of the reincarnation Holy Spirit lie on the top floor of the tower, Jun Zhantian explained. The Tower of Heavenly Tao? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed once again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Tower of Heavenly Tao. Jun Xiaoyao maintained a calm demeanor. Jun Zhantian elaborated further. The Tower of Heavenly Tao serves as a trial ground within the Holy Spirit Academy, consisting of 50 levels. The remnants of the reincarnation Holy Spirit reside on the 50th level. However, since ancient times, even the most exceptional prodigies could ascend only to the 49th level at most. For the great transformation of numbers dictates that 49 is the limit. The missing one is the final layer. Indeed, in the recent ancient era, there were but a handful of prodigies who reached the 49th level. To ascend beyond the 40th level is already a mark of extraordinary talent. The trials within the Tower of Heavenly Tao are exceedingly arduous, making it a renowned testing ground within the desolate celestial realm. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Academy generously opens the tower once a year, inviting prodigies from all corners to challenge it. Even those who are not students of the Academy may partake in this challenge. The upcoming opening of the tower is imminent. Very well. I shall make my way to the Tower of Heavenly Tao shortly, Jun Xiaoyao declared. Not only would this provide an opportunity for sign-in, but it could also facilitate the transformation of the Supreme Bone. What is there to lose? Ah, right. Take this. Jun Zhantian presented a pair of purple gold gloves. Though termed gloves, they extended to the forearm, resembling more of an arm guard. The overall hue was a radiant purple gold, shimmering with specks of light and adorned with intricate divine patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Is this the finished product? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he beheld the purple gold gloves. They indeed surpassed his expectations. Jun Zhantian chuckled. The elders were keen to forge this for you. Each was deeply invested, even scouring rare materials, and infused a touch of divine pattern purple gold into it. Divine pattern purple gold? Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback, utterly unanticipated. Divine pattern purple gold, akin to patterned black gold and reincarnation Tao gold, is a material suitable for forging imperial weapons. A piece the size of a fingernail could provoke a frenzy. Though the amount of divine pattern purple gold in the gloves was minimal, it induced a qualitative transformation in the entire Saint King bone. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the gloves, growing increasingly satisfied. The intricate divine patterns on the gloves were undoubtedly a result of the inclusion of divine pattern purple gold. However, the purple gloves inexplicably reminded Jun Xiaoyao of a certain malevolent figure from a past life, who donned gloves and bore a striking resemblance to a purple yam. Contemplating this, he found it rather befitting of his identity, For in the eyes of other prodigies, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed regarded as a formidable presence. He mused to himself, let us call it the Titan's glove. With his innate ancient sacred body, combined with the might of the Divine Elephant suppression technique and the power of the supreme immortal bone, coupled with the Titan's glove, how terrifying would his punch be? Jun Xiaoyao felt he was on the verge of becoming a one-punch powerhouse. If this fist were to strike the Dragon Princess, it would surely bring her to tears for quite some time, he suddenly thought. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao departed. Meanwhile, news of the Jun family's divine scion emerging from seclusion spread throughout the immortal realm. To the astonishment of many, Jun Xiaoyao completely disregarded the Dragon Princess, making her appear as nothing more than a foolish jester. This left the entire ancestral dragon nest with a tarnished reputation, despite their efforts to malign him. Claiming that Jun Xiaoyao feared the Dragon Princess, few believed such assertions. At this impasse, another matter captured the attention of various factions, the imminent opening of the Heavenly Tao Tower at the Sacred Spirit Academy. As one of the most renowned trial grounds in the ancient celestial domain, it naturally drew widespread interest. Moreover, the Heavenly Tao Tower promised a plethora of opportunities and rewards. Whether they be elixirs, scriptures, formidable abilities, rare materials, or insights from ancient sages. In essence, entering the Heavenly Tao Tower guaranteed some form of gain. The Sacred Spirit Academy opens the Heavenly Tao Tower once a year, and this event was drawing near. This development once again caused a stir throughout the immortal realm, prompting numerous factions to flock to the Sacred Spirit Academy. It was rumored that some had gained profound insights from the Supreme Being within the Heavenly Tao Tower. Indeed, there were those who had obtained relics from ancient sages, ultimately soaring to greatness. The Heavenly Tao Tower represented an opportunity for many. Excitement surged among the prodigies of various factions as they hastened towards the Heavenly Tao Tower. At this juncture, news emerged from the Jun family that Jun Xiaoyao and his companions would also be heading to the Heavenly Tao Tower. This announcement further sent shockwaves across the realm. The reasons for the astonishment were twofold. First, Jun Xiaoyao had utterly ignored the Dragon Princess, even lacking the inclination to respond. Second, there was widespread curiosity about how many levels Jun Xiaoyao could ascend in the Heavenly Tao Tower. Since ancient times, not only had no one reached the 50th level, but even the 49th level had remained untouched for ages. As one of the most resplendent prodigies of the present era, did Jun Xiaoyao possess the qualifications to step upon the 49th level? Yet, shortly after the news of Jun Xiaoyao's impending visit to the Heavenly Tao Tower broke, the Sacred Spirit Academy declared that they were not welcoming his arrival. This left everyone astonished. The Celestial Tower, which opens annually, is typically devoid of restrictions. Why would it resist the divine son of the Jun family? However, many soon came to a realization. The previously incapacitated young sage Ji Xian of the Ji family, who was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in the Yuantian secret vault, held another identity as the Holy Son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. The esteemed Holy Son had been directly vanquished by Jun Xiaoyao. Any faction would naturally harbor some displeasure regarding this matter. Yet, shortly after this news spread, further information emerged. A few elders from the Ancestral Hall, seeking leisure, intended to visit the Sacred Spirit Academy for a cup of tea with the dean. In no time, the Sacred Spirit Academy revised its stance, warmly welcoming the arrival of the Jun family's divine son. They clarified that the prior statements were not official communications from the Academy, but rather the indiscreet remarks of several holy sons and daughters who were on amicable terms with Ji Xian, which led to the misunderstanding. Before the Celestial Tower even opened, the Sacred Spirit Academy found itself embroiled in a significant blunder, causing many factions to chuckle to themselves. Simultaneously, word reached others. The Ji family's goddess, Ji Qingyi, who is also the holy maiden of the human immortal sect, was preparing to set forth for the Celestial Tower. Chapter 137, The Attitude of Princess Longji. Jun Lingsong warned that the Ji family's goddess is undoubtedly an exceptionally mysterious and extraordinary figure. She remains unobtrusive and seldom seeks the spotlight, maintaining an air of humility. Not only the outside world, but even within the Ji family, a considerable portion of people have never laid eyes on Ji Qingyi, unaware of her appearance. Yet, this does not diminish her illustrious reputation, for she is not only the Ji goddess, but also the holy maiden of the human immortal sect. The human immortal sect is an immensely powerful and unparalleled sect within the Huangtian immortal domain, boasting profound heritage and a long-standing tradition. It is said that the human immortal sect is an immortal lineage established by the remnants of ancient immortals, encompassing various extraordinary legacies. As the holy maiden of the human immortal sect, Ji Qingyi has beheld the remnants of ancient immortals and has practiced numerous formidable techniques of the sect. Although she seldom engages in combat, none dare to question her prowess. Now, following Jun Xiaoyao's declaration to visit the Celestial Tower, Ji Qingyi is also set to venture there. This raises suspicions. Is it possible that the Ji family's goddess intends to settle accounts with the Jun family's divine son regarding Ji Xian? Many are left speculating. Ji Qingyi's journey to the Celestial Tower may serve two purposes, one for the opportunities that lie within, and the other to reclaim honor for her family regarding Ji Xian. As the entire immortal domain buzzed with excitement over the Celestial Tower, the Hunyuan mountain range in Hangzhou stood in stark contrast to its former vibrancy. Now noticeably diminished and devoid of many visitors. Everyone understood that the Jun family's divine son was utterly disinterested in the confrontation and would not be attending. With no grand spectacle to unfold, the audience naturally dissipated. How infuriating! That human lad dares to show such contempt for Her Highness the Princess. Within the Dragon Palace, the four dragon generals seethed with indignation, their eyes ablaze with fury. Had it not been for Jun Xiaoyao's unique identity and formidable background, they would have long since captured him. Xiao Qin's expression was equally grim. He had anticipated witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's downfall soon. To his astonishment, Jun Xiaoyao had orchestrated such a spectacle. In stark contrast, Princess Longji, seated regally upon her golden throne, radiated an air of tranquility. Her extraordinary beauty enveloped in a luminous glow. The more insecure one feels, the more they resort to such theatrics. This act of his merely served to underscore his inner trepidation toward me, the princess. Princess Longji's voice was cool and detached. So what shall we do next? Shall this matter simply fade away? Xiao Qin inquired. Rest assured, I will not renege on my promises. Currently, my strength has yet to return to its zenith. I am still in the process of harmonizing with the essence of heaven and earth, Princess Longji replied. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin inhaled deeply. The princess had not yet regained her peak strength? How could mere ants comprehend the abilities of Her Highness? She has broken free from her seal. But the ancient aura within her clashes with the essence of heaven and earth, requiring time to reconcile before she can fully restore her power. Songlong remarked with a cold laugh, observing Xiao Qin's stunned expression. Xiao Qin was indeed taken aback. If Princess Longji were to truly recover her peak strength, how formidable would she become? Reflecting on it now, although Jun Lingsong had not activated his heavy pupils, Princess Longji had also not unleashed her full potential. Once the harmonization concludes, I shall personally intervene to bring an end to the life of that ancient sacred body, Princess Longji stated calmly. A glimmer of hope shone in Xiao Qin's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, you ultimately cannot escape the fate of defeat, he proclaimed with a vicious smile. Within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao was soaking in a spiritual spring, while Jun Linglong was massaging his shoulders. Jun Xiaoyao was not a zealous cultivator. After emerging from seclusion, he needed time to unwind. This crimson spiritual spring had been transported from the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom by Yuer, and indulging in it was quite pleasurable. At that moment, Jun Xuehuang's voice echoed from outside. Divine Son, Jun Lingsong has arrived. Ah, my cousin has finally come to see me? Jun Xiaoyao responded. Jun Lingsong was not only his cousin, but also possessed heavy pupils. Jun Xiaoyao sensed that yet another tale of familial strife and betrayal was about to unfold. However, it appeared that his distant cousin was rather upright, having previously taken his place to confront Princess Longji. For this reason alone, he felt compelled to meet him. Rising, Jun Xiaoyao allowed Jun Linglong to dress him in white garments. Within a hall of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Lingsong stood with an air of indifference. Shortly thereafter, Jun Xiaoyao arrived. Observing the striking youth before him, whose eyes were concealed beneath a black cloth, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. He confirmed that Jun Lingsong's heavy pupils were indeed in a stage of transformation. Though shrouded by the black cloth, a faint aura emanating from him was remarkably impressive. Cousin Lingsong, this must be our first meeting, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a gentle smile, gesturing for Jun Linglong to serve tea. There's no need for that. I merely wish to convey a piece of information, Jun Lingsong stated. I am eager to hear the details, Jun Xiaoyao replied. The strength of Princess Longji has yet to reach its zenith. Even if I were to employ my profound vision, I fear I could not pose a genuine threat to her life. Thus, I come to caution you not to underestimate the ancient monstrosities, Jun Lingsong warned. Thank you for your counsel, cousin, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, though his expression remained indifferent. Jun Lingsong understood the might of Princess Longji, but was oblivious to his own formidable prowess. After a brief pause, Jun Lingsong added, I shall also visit the Heavenly Path Tower. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze darkened. There seemed to be an undertone of rivalry in those words. Well, I hope you gained something worthwhile, cousin, Jun Xiaoyao replied. By the way, how is a Jew faring? Jun Lingsong inquired, his tone revealing a hint of instability. It had been a long time since he had seen a Jew. It appeared that after a Jew declined to become his mentor, she had not manifested before him again. Jun Xiaoyao's expression grew peculiar. That tone is unusual. She is well, cousin, He hesitated to elaborate. Xiaoyao, at times I truly envy you. Jun Lingsong sighed deeply, without hesitation. He turned and departed. He feared that remaining would unsettle his state of mind, overwhelmed by jealousy toward Jun Xiaoyao. Once Jun Lingsong had left, Jun Linglong approached and shared some matters concerning Jun Lingsong and a Jew with Jun Xiaoyao. So that's it. He has feelings for a Jew? Jun Xiaoyao mused, somewhat speechless. A Jew was of his father's generation. Although she possessed unparalleled grace and beauty, her age was presumably considerable. A woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. He pondered. What of a woman 3,000 years older? Worth 3,000 pieces of gold. Dear sir, for us cultivators, age is not a barrier, Jun Linglong remarked, her eyelashes fluttering gently. She was also over a decade older than Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, should he be willing, she would not refuse him. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, internally lamenting. Alas, cousin, I must express my apologies. What is mine will always remain mine. What is not mine will ultimately become mine. A faint smile graced his lips. His protector could only shield him. After a fortnight, various factions within the wilderness celestial domain began to stir, all hastening toward the Sacred Spirit Academy. For in a few days, the Heavenly Path Tower would open its doors. On this day, Jun Xiaoyao mounted the nine-headed lion, accompanied by Jun Linglong, Jun Zhangjian, and others. Meanwhile, Jun Lingsong also rode the mythical Qilin beast, followed by Jun Daolin and Jun Xiu, as they set forth toward the Sacred Spirit Academy. Chapter 138. The descendants of various factions appear, heading to the Heavenly Path Tower, the Golden-Winged Rock of Kalavinka, and the Bodhisattva Fahai of the Western Paradise. Outside the Jun family's mountain gate, two groups stood beneath the sky. The nine-headed lion radiated golden brilliance, exuding a dazzling light, while the Qilin beast, surrounded by purple mist, appeared both mystical and powerful. Dear cousin, shall we compete once more at the Tiandao Tower? Inquired Jun Lingsong. Although his eyes were covered, his gaze still swept across the distant void, seemingly in search of that ethereal figure clad in gray. Since my elder cousin is so inclined, I shall accompany you to the end, replied Jun Xiaoyao with a smile. Their exchange, seemingly tranquil, was laced with an unmistakable competitive spirit. Observing this scene, the elders of the Jun family felt a sense of relief. They understood that due to the matter concerning Ajio, Jun Lingsong likely harbored some unresolved feelings. Their greatest fear was witnessing a rift or enmity between Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Lingsong. If the zero sequence and the first sequence were to oppose each other, it would spell trouble for the Jun family, potentially impacting their future lineage. Fortunately, both of them displayed a remarkable demeanor, not disappointing the elders of the Jun clan. The current rivalry remained within reasonable bounds. Let us hope that our Jun family's prodigies can dominate the Tiandao Tower, exclaimed an elder with great enthusiasm. If their clan's talents could claim the top of the Tiandao Tower, it would be a most exhilarating achievement. As one of the three esteemed families, the Jun family possessed such confidence. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others set forth to the Shengling Academy, other factions were also making their moves. Some observed a terrifying golden avian ascend within a golden mountain range. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred a tremendous storm. Could it be that the golden-winged rock king of Jialo's sacred mountain has emerged? Many cultivators gasped in astonishment. The golden-winged rock, also known as Garuda, hailed from a prestigious ancient royal lineage, Jialo's sacred mountain. Despite its lineage being scarce in numbers, akin to the nine-headed lion clan, it did not meet the standards of an ancient royal family. However, this did not imply weakness. Every prodigy emerging from this lineage possessed a formidable presence. Among them, none was more renowned than the golden-winged rock king, Jin Lai, the most celebrated prodigy of Jialo's sacred mountain. His strength rivaled that of the top-tier prodigies from ancient royal families, perhaps even surpassing them. Prodigies of the caliber of Huang Xianyi and Feng Qingling would find themselves quite cautious when facing Jin Lai, lacking confidence to contend against him. At last, I have emerged. This time, I, Jin Lai, shall dominate the Tiandao Tower and reign supreme. With a tremendous flap of its wings, the golden avian soared through the skies like a bolt of golden lightning. In the western Dao province of the wild celestial domain, at the entrance of an ancient and natural temple, an elder monk with long, drooping brows and a robe addressed a youth with thick brows and handsome features. Fahai, your heart is too restless. Go wander through the mortal realm. Your 6-foot golden body still lacks one step to perfection. The cause and effect reside within the Tiandao Tower. A young monk named Fahai spoke. Master, please rest assured. I shall not tarnish the name of Little Western Heaven. I shall venture into the mortal realm and widely proclaim the Buddha's teachings from the West. Alas, striving for supremacy is not a virtuous path. Take care of yourself. The old monk sighed softly. If one were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Little Western Heaven is a venerable and powerful sect within the celestial domain, enduring through the ages. It boasts countless devotees who converge their faith's strength. The depths of Little Western Heaven's heritage remain unknown to many. However, it is rumored that it is connected to the ancient Buddha emperor. In contemporary times, Little Western Heaven maintains a low profile, rarely emerging into the world. The outside world only knows that its most exceptional prodigies are the Buddha sons and daughters. This monk, Fahai, stands as the Buddha son of Little Western Heaven. Master, I take my leave, Fahai said, joining his hands in reverence and slightly bowing. Yet, as he turned away, a hint of defiance flickered across his face. Finally, he could enter the world. Who should he enlighten? Let me ponder. I am still in need of a steed, perhaps a nine-headed lion or a golden-winged roc. And those female benefactors, who have long been ensnared in the sea of suffering, require my rescue. Fahai chuckled. He possessed extraordinary talent, effortlessly mastering various Buddhist abilities. Even the supreme teachings of Little Western Heaven, the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Sutra, he had cultivated to a profoundly advanced level. Yet, Fahai's character bore little resemblance to that of a monk. Rather, he appeared as a mundane individual untainted by spiritual purity. Now that he had finally the opportunity to step into the world, Fahai certainly would not embark on this journey without purpose. As the Buddha son of Little Western Heaven, it was time for him to make a name for himself. The Sacred Spirit Academy is situated in the Heavenly Spirit Province. As an esteemed institution with a long lineage, its disciples are scattered throughout the celestial domain, akin to a flourishing garden. With such a formidable network of connections, ordinary forces dare not provoke the Sacred Spirit Academy. Even immortal powers treat the Academy with utmost respect. However, this does not extend to the Jun family. The Sacred Spirit Academy, too, is reluctant to provoke a top-tier immortal force like the Jun family. Thus, the Academy previously softened its stance, welcoming Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. Yet, the Academy's concession does not imply that its disciples would also yield. Ji Xian, as the holy son of the Sacred Spirit Academy, embodies its prestige. Yet, he was utterly defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, leaving him in a state of ruin. Does this not send a message to the world that the students of the Sacred Spirit Academy possess such limited capabilities? Consequently, Jun Xiaoyao indirectly tarnished the Academy's reputation. Most male disciples of the Sacred Spirit Academy harbor animosity towards Jun Xiaoyao. However, many female disciples remain observant. They have heard that the Jun family's divine son possesses an ethereal appearance, unmatched in beauty, and is hailed as the most handsome being in the celestial realm. If he truly meets their expectations, a slight forgiveness may not be out of the question. At this moment, within a lakeside pavilion, 2 men and a woman have gathered. One of the men, clad in a black and white robe, possesses eyes that seem to alternate between black and white, exuding an extraordinary aura. He is one of the holy sons of the Sacred Spirit Academy, hailing from a formidable lineage. This Jun Xiaoyao, having inflicted devastation upon Ji Xian, shamelessly seeks opportunities at the Heavenly Dao Tower, an act of utter disgrace. The other young man, adorned in opulent attire that radiates royal majesty, shakes his head and remarks, "Who else could it be but the Jun family's divine scion? If he does not act tyrannically, who will?" It is truly unfathomable to comprehend the extraordinary nature of the Jun family scion, who has even shattered the Dao heart of the immensely powerful Ji Xian. The remaining figure, a woman dressed in a floral high-waisted skirt, with cascading hair resembling a waterfall, exudes elegance with her fair, luminous skin and unparalleled beauty. A hint of curiosity lingers in her tone. Ji Xian is considered quite strong among us holy sons and daughters. It is astonishing that he could be defeated to the point of having his Dao heart shattered. Hua Shiqing, you are a holy maiden of our Sacred Spirit Academy. You must not let your loyalties waver. The opulent young man raises an eyebrow and cautions. The youth in the black and white robe smirks coldly, stating, "To step through the gates of the Sacred Spirit Academy is not a simple task. Every prodigy must participate in the trials, ascend the 99 steps of the heavenly ladder, ring the ancient bell 18 times, and only then leap through the dragon gate to gain entry. Should the illustrious Jun family scion falter at these 3 challenges, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. These trials are indeed arduous. Even I, upon my initial arrival at the Sacred Spirit Academy, had to exert considerable effort to barely pass." The opulent young man shook his head in reflection. "Then let us await the arrival of the divine scion," Hua Shiqing softly suggested. Chapter 139, Yi Xingyun's Plan, an era judged by appearances, the strength of Academy disciples. In the Tianling Dao province lies Sacred Spirit City, an expansive metropolis that serves as the residence of the Sacred Spirit Academy. From a distance, Sacred Spirit City appears boundless, with towering city walls that reflect the Academy's profound heritage. At this moment, Ancient beasts soar through the skies, strange creatures pull carriages, and floating vessels traverse the ether. The ground below teems with a dense crowd, converging upon Sacred Spirit City like rivers flowing into the sea. The annual opening of the Heavenly Tao Tower is a grand event for the young prodigies. Even those lacking the qualifications to enter the tower cannot be deterred from witnessing the brilliance of the younger generation's top talents. I wonder how many young heroes and holy sons and daughters will grace us this time, mused a young man as he gazed skyward. I heard the Jun family scion is coming. I hurried here from Tsangyuan province just to catch a glimpse of him. A beautiful girl at the city gate expressed with hopeful anticipation. Sister, are you also here to see my family's divine scion? Another lovely woman inquired, striking up a conversation. What do you mean by your family's divine child? He is not of your kin, protested a girl with puffed cheeks, glaring fiercely. A group of women joined the fray, creating a small stir. Goodness, the popularity of the Jun family's divine child is simply astonishing, remarked several male cultivators, their faces revealing envy and jealousy. At that moment, in a nearby pavilion, a handsome youth clad in blue with sharp brows and sparkling eyes observed the scene, his expression darkening. Opposite him sat an elderly servant, known as Uncle Fu. This youth was none other than Yi Xingyun, who had also come to the celestial pavilion. Young Master Xingyun, Uncle Fu began. The master has instructed you to avoid any conflict with the divine child this time. The Yi family cannot afford such disgrace. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. At the 10-year banquet, Yi Xingyun had suffered his first humiliation. The banquet of the Panwu divine dynasty marked his second embarrassment. If, at the celestial pavilion, he were to provoke Jun Xiaoyao once more and be humiliated again, how could the illustrious Yi family bear such shame? Although the family boasted other talented individuals, repeated humiliations would tarnish their reputation. Rest assured, I am merely here to seek opportunities at the celestial pavilion, Yi Xingyun replied, his countenance regaining composure, his gaze profound. He believed that this time at the celestial pavilion, he would encounter significant fortune, perhaps even awakening many memories, including that of a magnificent palace. If he could recall the location of that star palace, he could seek it out and obtain its hidden treasures. Then, his strength would soar, allowing him to surpass Jun Xiaoyao by leaps and bounds. The master has said that once Yi Guchen makes his appearance, our Yi family shall be renowned throughout and no young figure will rival us, Uncle Fu added. That reincarnation of the sword demon? He has been in seclusion, never to be seen, Yi Xingyun remarked, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. If he could seize that opportunity, he would not fall short of that sword demon reincarnate. Time trickled away, and at a certain moment, outside the Holy Spirit City, a golden light shimmered in the distance, accompanied by a faint roar reminiscent of a lion. Additionally, purple mist began to spread, as if a Qilin were bellowing. They're coming. They're coming. At that moment, all beings within the Holy Spirit City, whether human or ancient race, collectively gazed skyward. The prominent figures of them were finally arriving. With a thunderous rumble, a 9-headed lion strode through the heavens, charging forward. Upon it stood a group of individuals. Leading the way was an ethereal figure clad in white, untouched by the mundane world. Their visage radiated celestial brilliance, yet a glimpse of their features could still be discerned. Even that mere glimpse was enough to send many female cultivators, who had traveled from afar, into a frenzy of excitement. Isn't that beside him the foremost of the Jun family, Jun Lingsong? Some individuals began to notice. Jun Lingsong stood atop a Qilin beast, hands behind his back, his eyes veiled, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. That striking member of the Jun family was indeed handsome, yet regrettably, he stood beside the divine child. Some young maidens exhibited a glimmer of intrigue, yet they merely shook their heads slightly. Without Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Lingsong would undoubtedly be the most captivating figure. Alas, even the moon pales in comparison before the sun. Cousin, your popularity is somewhat terrifying, remarked Jun Lingsong, momentarily at a loss for words. As the foremost heir of the Jun family, he was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. Yet, now all the limelight had been usurped by Jun Xiaoyao. This is merely their usual behavior. I do not mind, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a faint smile, already accustomed to the adoration of his enthusiastic fans. At that moment, a group of young men and women approached, each exuding a formidable aura, causing the surrounding crowd to part. The son of the Jun family has just arrived in Sacred Spirit City, and already these academy disciples cannot contain themselves, remarked a cultivator. It was common knowledge that Jun Xiaoyao had incapacitated Ji Xian, which naturally led to the animosity felt by the academy disciples towards him. However, among the female disciples, a sense of hesitation began to emerge. They gazed at Jun Xiaoyao's figure against the sky, their eyes shimmering with fascination. What if he is a bit wicked? Handsomeness is all that matters, one declared. In fact, the more dashing and audacious he appeared, the more they were drawn to him. I have made up my mind. I shall no longer oppose the son of the Jun family, exclaimed one female disciple, biting her lip. So have I. The son of the Jun family must have had his reasons for incapacitating senior brother Ji Xian, another girl affirmed earnestly. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. It must have been a provocation from senior brother Ji Xian that compelled the son to act, another added. Surely, it cannot be that senior brother Ji Xian committed any wrongdoing that warranted punishment from the son? As the female disciples continued to discuss, their convictions solidified. Should Ji Xian have been present, he would likely have been infuriated to the point of collapse. I have resolved it, sisters. I have shifted my allegiance. One female disciple declared, prompting a chorus of agreement from her peers. Is this truly happening? The male disciples nearby watched in astonishment. Hadn't they agreed to stand united against the so-called wicked son of the Jun family? This betrayal was swift indeed. In the skies, Jun Xiaoyao maintained a placid demeanor. Sacred Spirit Academy was of little consequence to him. Were it not for the transformation of the Supreme Bone, he would not have even considered attending their invitation. It would be prudent for Sacred Spirit Academy to avoid provoking my impatience. Otherwise, you shall all share Ji Xian's fate, he stated with an indifferent expression. Below, although the female disciples had abandoned their resistance, the male disciples still harbored animosity. Jun Xiaoyao, you have harmed senior brother Ji Xian and yet dare to come to our academy. One shouted. Indeed, if you possess any courage, do not enter the Heavenly Path Tower. In response to the outcry from the male disciples, Jun Xiaoyao remained silent. The nine-headed lion let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Indeed, it is this lineage of extraordinary prowess that produces the resonant roar of the lion. As the sound reverberated, golden sound waves dispersed, toppling the male disciples of the academy, each one clutching their heads in agony, blood oozing from their orifices. Some, unable to bear the fright, found themselves soiled, emanating a foul odor, having been utterly terrified. Is this truly the caliber of the disciples from the Sacred Spirit Academy? Perhaps it is time for them to return home and seek solace in their mother's arms. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled derisively. The nine-headed lion bore them away to their destination, leaving behind a motley group of disheveled disciples. Silence enveloped the scene, with wide eyes reflecting disbelief and an eerie stillness hanging in the air. Logically, one would expect Jun Xiaoyao to seek a peaceful entry into the Heavenly Dao Tower by reconciling with the Sacred Spirit Academy. Yet, it seemed that he held them in even greater contempt now. In truth, Jun Xiaoyao did not regard the Sacred Spirit Academy with any reverence. It was not merely these ordinary disciples. Even those of the same caliber as Ji Xian, the holy sons and daughters, would suffer the same torment should they dare to provoke him. As the figures of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions receded, the cultivators within the city swallowed hard. Truly, he was the scion of the Jun family, exuding an unparalleled dominance, wholly indifferent to the Sacred Spirit Academy. Indeed, even if the Academy's distinguished holy sons and daughters were to arrive, they would likely find no favorable outcome. Many shook their heads as they glanced at the fallen disciples, blood streaming from their orifices. This group of disciples was utterly pathetic, unable to withstand even a single roar from a mount, albeit it was the formidable nine-headed lion of an ancient royal lineage. Meanwhile, the female disciples of the Academy paid no heed to their male counterparts' disgrace. Gazing starry-eyed at Jun Xiaoyao as he departed, he and his companions soon arrived at a resplendent inn to rest. Before long, Jun Linglong approached with a report. Young master, the heir of the Wanbao Merchant Association seeks an audience with you. The heir of the Wanbao Merchant Association? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. He recalled encountering this individual at the Panyu Divine Dynasty's musical duel, where he, like the third prince, was a suitor of the celestial zither maiden. However, such trivial figures were not easily remembered by him. Let him enter, Jun Xiaoyao instructed. Nodding, Jun Linglong stepped aside. Moments later, a handsome young noble approached. Bowing respectfully before Jun Xiaoyao, I am Qian Duo of the Wanbao Merchant Association, honored to meet the Divine Son. This Divine Son remembers you from the musical duel. You were among those vying for the celestial zither maiden's favor, Jun Xiaoyao replied. To think the Divine Son would recall me is indeed an honor. Though I am no longer among her suitors, Qian Duo remarked with a faint smile. After witnessing someone as exceptional as Jun Xiaoyao, how could the celestial zither maiden still regard him? What brings you here? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing from the innkeeper that the Divine Son had come to rest at our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's inn, I hastened to arrive, said Qian Duo. This inn was originally a property of your Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, remarked Jun Xiaoyao, suddenly enlightened. Divine Son, it is true that prior to the opening of the Tiandao Tower, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will host a martial arts contest, where some exceptional slaves will engage in deadly combat, followed by betting. I noticed that the Divine Son seems to be in need of celestial essence. This presents a splendid opportunity to acquire some, Qian Duo stated. I see, Jun Xiaoyao nodded in understanding. He recognized that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce aimed to capitalize on the fervor surrounding the opening of the Tiandao Tower to profit handsomely. Yet, Qianduo was also correct. He indeed required celestial essence. Presently, only 50 pieces of celestial essence remained with Jun Xiaoyao, reserved for unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, I have heard that the Divine Sun has an inclination for acquiring servants, and perhaps there will be some who might catch your eye. Qianduo said with a flattering smile. Do I possess such peculiar tastes? Jun Xiaoyao turned to Jun Linglong. Jun Linglong shot him a flirtatious glance. Whether you have such inclinations, you surely know in your heart. Clearing his throat, Jun Xiaoyao replied, his face unflushed and heart steady. Tomorrow evening, and at that time, other servants from different celestial realms will also be present, Qianduo added. From other celestial realms, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze brightened. The 9-heaven celestial realm is divided into 9 heavens, and the wild heaven celestial realm is merely one of them. Jun Xiaoyao found himself intrigued by the slaves from other celestial realms. I shall attend, he declared. Then we shall await the esteemed arrival of the Divine Sun. Qianduo beamed with joy. His father, the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, had advised him to cultivate a relationship with the Divine Sun of the Jun family. Even a mere acquaintance would yield boundless benefits in the future. Qianduo departed, satisfied. After his departure, Jun Linglong smiled faintly and remarked, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce seems eager to forge a connection with you. It matters not, as long as it serves my interests. Jun Xiaoyao replied indifferently. Simultaneously, a group of disciples from the academy, bloodied and in disarray, knelt before the three and lamented. They were none other than the 2 holy sons and a holy maiden of the academy. Holy son, you must avenge us. That Jun family divine son is far too arrogant, disregarding our sacred spirit academy entirely, exclaimed a disciple, tears streaming down his face. This incident had brought them immense disgrace. Foolish, no matter how formidable, Jun Xiaoyao is not someone you can provoke, a youth clad in black and white robes coldly remarked. I had thought that the Jun family divine son would be wary of our sacred spirit academy, the disciple murmured, his voice dwindling. Enough, you brought this upon yourselves. Even we must tread carefully around Jun Xiaoyao. The noble youth shook his head. As for the holy maiden, Hua Xiqing, she blinked her beautiful eyes. Growing ever more curious about Jun Xiaoyao. Let us speak of this matter later. Tomorrow evening, we shall attend the martial arts competition of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. As for Jun Xiaoyao, we shall meet again on the day the Tiandao Tower opens, the youth in black and white robes remarked. Previously, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had also dispatched a steward to invite them to the competition. Soon, a day passed. In the eastern region of the Sacred Spirit City, there stood a magnificent palace. Under the guidance of Qianduo, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at this location, accompanied solely by Jun Linglong. Young master, please proceed to the VIP room. Qianduo personally escorted Jun Xiaoyao into the exclusive chamber. From this vantage point, one could overlook the entirety of the martial arts competition stage. I wonder if there will be any servants tonight who might capture my interest, Jun Xiaoyao mused. Upon reflection, it seemed he had yet to find a true follower. Jun Linglong could be considered his maid in strict terms. The sword-wielding trio of Jun Xuahuang, Jun Wanjie, and others were all part of the Jun family lineage and could not be entirely regarded as his devotees. Wu Mingyue appeared more like a mere pawn in his eyes, while Bai Yuer was nothing more than a simple servant. My father has the divine king and his esteemed entourage, including the exceptional Agio. It is about time I considered gathering a genuine group of loyal followers, Jun Xiaoyao pondered. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted within the venue. The princess of the divine martial dynasty has arrived. The 2 holy sons and 1 holy maiden of the Sacred Spirit Academy were also present. Oh my, that is the golden-winged rock king of the Kalash Sacred Mountain. Yi Xingyun, the star king of the Yi family, had also made an appearance. The assembly buzzed with astonishment as many cultivators marveled at the presence of such illustrious figures, rarely seen in daily life. As a disciple of the Yinyang sect, and also a holy son of the Sacred Spirit Academy, it is indeed fortunate to witness the princess today, remarked the youth in black and white robes, his tone imbued with a hint of confidence befitting a figure of dual authority. However, the enchanting beauty before him, with eyes like clear waters and skin like jade, did not spare him even a glance, her demeanor icy as she brushed past him. The Yinyang holy son's expression stiffened, a tinge of embarrassment washing over him. Beside him, Hua Xiqing chuckled softly. After all, she is the princess of the undying power. It is quite normal for someone of her high stature to disregard you. Indeed, I may have been too presumptuous, the Yinyang holy son replied with a nonchalant smile. It is only natural for a princess of such standing to possess lofty expectations and a haughty disposition. Meanwhile, Wu Mingyue, after inquiring with Qianduo, made her way directly to a VIP room. upon seeing the slender figure clad in white, sitting gracefully in an armchair. She could no longer contain herself and leaned against Jun Xiaoyao's leg. Like a long-abandoned feline, she lifted her enchanting visage and spoke. Master, Mingyue has come to see you. Chapter 141. The contest between two women, the thoughts of the golden-winged little Peng King, the harvest of celestial essence. It is hard to fathom that a princess of an immortal dynasty would, at this moment, resemble a forsaken pet, resting beside Jun Xiaoyao. If the son of Yinyang outside the booth were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly question his existence. Jun Xiaoyao, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "What brings you here?" Wu Mingyue, with a soft voice, replied, "Upon hearing that master was coming to Tiandao Tower, I hurried here without delay, solely to catch a glimpse of you." Young master. How could she? Jun Linglong, standing nearby, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. The relationship between Jun Xiaoyao and Wu Mingyue was known only to them and Jun Zhongjian. It is a lengthy tale, but Mingyue is indeed someone to be trusted. Jun Xiaoyao mused with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingyue revealed a captivating smile, elated by Jun Xiaoyao's trust in her. However, Jun Linglong could not share in the joy, her gaze tinged with an undercurrent of hostility, sensing a hint of threat. "It seems that the son of Yinyang outside harbors some interest in you," Jun Xiaoyao remarked casually. Despite the separation of the booth, he was aware of the circumstances outside. The son of Yinyang, backed by the Yinyang sect, was also the son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. Previously, the Academy had announced that they did not welcome Jun Xiaoyao, a sentiment likely fueled by the son of Yinyang and others. Wu Mingyue felt a rush of sweetness at his words, pondering, is master feeling jealous? Nevertheless, she promptly reassured. "Master, you need not worry. I have not even cast a glance at that son of Yinyang." "Indeed," Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "By the way, master, I have brought you over 100 units of celestial essence. It was all I could gather." Wu Mingyue obediently presented her spatial artifact, filled with celestial essence. Even with her status as a princess, gathering such an amount was no easy feat. Jun Xiaoyao smiled lightly. He had yet to utilize Wu Mingyue, and she had already taken it upon herself to act as a tool. "Thank you very much," he said, accepting the celestial essence and gently stroking Wu Mingyue's silken hair. Wu Mingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, filled with sweetness. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong felt increasing discomfort. Standing behind Jun Xiaoyao, she extended her delicate hand and softly offered, "Young master, allow me to massage your shoulders." Wu Mingyue, resting beside Jun Xiaoyao, chimed in, "Master, let me knead your legs." Coughing slightly, even Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, then feigned indifference. Why does it feel like the unfolding of a battlefield? On another front, the martial arts competition was also set to commence. Various prodigies settled comfortably in the viewing stands, while some distinguished individuals occupied the VIP booths, including the golden-winged little Peng, Jinlai. He possessed a tall and striking physique, exuding an aura of martial prowess. His long, resplendent golden hair cascaded down his back. His eyes, resembling those of a beast, were golden with vertical pupils, radiating an untamed and frigid demeanor. Behind him, a pair of golden wings unfurled, each feather sharp as a divine sword. "This time, I seek to gather formidable followers." Jun Xiaoyao's golden eyes narrowed, glinting with a cold light. Jun Xiaoyao had subdued a 9-headed lion as his steed, which greatly displeased Jinlai. The reason was simple. Whenever outsiders mentioned the supreme ancient royal clans, the 9-headed lion and the golden-winged roc would invariably come to mind. These two races were renowned together. Mentioning one inevitably invoked the other. Thus, with Jun Xiaoyao riding the 9-headed lion, it implied that the golden-winged roc was merely a mount as well. In time, when outsiders spoke of the golden-winged roc, they would equate it with the 9-headed lion, deeming them both mere steeds. How infuriating! That 9-headed lion has truly brought disgrace upon our ancient royal lineage. Jinlai's brow darkened. He resolved that he must confront Jun Xiaoyao at the Celestial Dao Pavilion. The dignity of the ancient royal clan must not be tarnished. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the martial competition hosted by my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I hope each of you finds success and returns with bountiful rewards, announced an elderly host as he ascended the platform. Without further ado, he swiftly transitioned to the main event. Two slaves were herded onto the stage. One was a massive figure, covered in shaggy fur, muscles rippling, wielding a bone staff as white as frost. It was a barbarian. Some cultivators expressed surprise. The barbarian tribe was vast, with numerous branches, and even lesser barbarians could harness formidable strength. Though this particular barbarian was not of the higher echelon, he nonetheless possessed remarkable power. The other slave, in stark contrast, was emaciated and frail, belonging to the Windshadow clan, as recognized by an elder. "Now, everyone may place their bets," the host declared. Jun Xiaoyao cast a casual glance at the scene. Clearly, the barbarian held the advantage over the Windshadow clan in every aspect. Moreover, the barbarian's tough hide and robust defense rendered it exceedingly difficult for the Windshadow clan, despite their speed, to inflict any significant damage. Thus, the majority wagered on the barbarian. 10 celestial sources on the Windshadow clan, Jun Xiaoyao stated nonchalantly. Jun Linglong and Wu Mingwei were slightly taken aback. Betting 10 celestial sources was indeed a bold move. A careless mistake could lead to substantial losses. Yet, they voiced no objections, for Jun Xiaoyao's word was law. However, the outcome was swift. The Windshadow clan member ultimately activated his bloodline power, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade that pierced through the barbarian's chest. Master is truly remarkable, possessing a discerning eye. Wu Mingwei exclaimed in admiration. It's merely a trifle, Jun Xiaoyao replied. With Jun Xiaoyao's current talents, it is not merely a matter of perceiving the essence of all things, but he is also capable of discerning the gifts of these individuals. Ultimately, the Windshadow clan was acquired by a prodigy from a formidable power. Generally speaking, slaves of significant strength will always attract interest, either to serve as attendants or as death warriors. However, the likes of the Windshadow clan do not pique Jun Xiaoyao's interest. Not only would he not consider them as followers, but even utilizing them for guarding his estate would seem superfluous. In the following moments, numerous other slaves were brought forth, encompassing a myriad of ancient races, including humans and demon slaves. Predictably, Jun Xiaoyao successfully wagered on all of them. The final count of 150 celestial sources transformed into 400. Of course, this was partly due to the leniency of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Otherwise, they would not have desired such a significant loss. It appears that the Wanbao Merchant Association is quite perceptive, allowing him to continue his winning streak without interference. The elder presiding over the event then adopted a serious demeanor and announced, "Esteemed guests, we now approach the final showdown of this martial competition." As his words resonated, 2 covered iron cages were wheeled forth, inscribed with sealing runes. Despite this, a formidable energy emanated from within the cages. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze suddenly sharpened as he focused on one of the cages. The aura radiating from both cages was undeniably potent. Yet he chose to disregard one in favor of the other. What a formidable bloodline power, he mused, somewhat astonished. His standards were high. He held little regard for ordinary prodigies. Strength was secondary. The paramount consideration was the potential for growth. For instance, he would undoubtedly favor a 14-year-old prodigy who had reached the Unity realm over a centuries-old expert at the Divine Fire realm. Potential outweighed mere strength. At this moment, within Jun Xiaoyao's perception, one of the beings confined in the iron cage exuded an overwhelming bloodline power, akin to a blazing sun. In contrast, the other cage emanated a chilling, sinister aura, yet lacked any remarkable characteristics. The elder then spoke again. "Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the highlight of the event. You will be astonished to learn the origin of the being in the left cage." As he spoke, he commanded that the covering be removed. A creature, entirely black, adorned with dual wings and bearing a visage reminiscent of a malevolent specter, emerged into view. Its piercing shriek seemed capable of shattering the divine consciousness of those present. Many cultivators stood in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. The younger generation of cultivators appeared particularly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the significance of this fearsome entity. Instead, it was some elders who, upon closely observing this being, gasped in astonishment. Could this be a creature from the foreign realm of the celestial demons? An elder with flowing white hair exclaimed in surprise. As these words escaped his lips, a collective shock rippled through the gazes of many cultivators. A creature from another domain? Young prodigies displayed expressions of wonder. Although they had heard of the foreign realm, they had never ventured close enough to truly comprehend what beings from such a place resembled. Jun Xiaoyao also exhibited a curious gleam in his eyes. He recalled that the supreme being of Yuan Tian had seemingly traveled to the foreign realm and returned with the volume of a tome, only to be tainted by the dark matter of that domain, ultimately meeting an unfortunate demise. "Ah, my friend, your insight is indeed remarkable. This is, without a doubt, a creature from the lineage of the celestial demons of the foreign realm." The presiding elder chuckled. "How could a being from another domain appear here? Is the foreign realm poised to invade the celestial domain once more?" The hearts of several elders were tumultuous, for such occurrences had transpired in the past, causing untold suffering among the beings of the celestial domain. Not even the immortal powers could withstand such calamities, resulting in the obliteration of many. Such a cataclysm could ravage the entire celestial domain, leaving no sanctuary untouched. Dear friends, do not be so alarmed. The foreign realm has remained quiet for quite some time. At most, there have been minor skirmishes. Occasionally, beings may enter the celestial domain, but they either meet their end or are captured, the presiding elder reassured with a smile. Upon hearing this, The elders felt a slight relief wash over them. The crowd began to scrutinize the demon creature with renewed interest. Who would have thought we could actually capture a living member of the celestial demon clan? This is indeed a powerful lineage from the foreign realm. One cultivator exclaimed in awe. Much like the celestial domain, the foreign realm is home to countless races, including many formidable clans and even immortal imperial lineages, such as the ancient Lan clan, the Beyond clan, and the Xuan clan, among others. While the celestial demons may not yet be classified as an immortal imperial lineage, they are nonetheless a powerful royal clan with profound heritage. To witness a living member of the celestial demon clan is a rare spectacle for the cultivators present. Alas, the unfortunate slave facing them is doomed, another remarked. Indeed, the aura emanating from that cage is formidable, but it is regrettable that it encountered the celestial demon clan. The covering of the other cage had yet to be unveiled, yet the vast majority present believed the celestial demons would surely prevail. After all, as a powerful clan from the foreign realm, they naturally exuded an aura of strength. Observing this scene, the presiding elder stroked his beard and said, "Friends, let us refrain from hasty conclusions. The strength of the other slave is not to be underestimated." With that, the cloth covering the iron cage was drawn aside. As the crowd focused their gazes, they discovered a young man seated within the cage. The young man, with long black hair cascading to the ground and his upper body bare, bore golden patterns etched upon his skin that converged at his chest, forming a sun totem. Equally conspicuous are the numerous ghastly scars adorning his body, each one provoking curiosity about how this man has managed to survive. At this moment, the man remains with his eyes closed, seemingly undisturbed by the clamor of the outside world, as if he were in deep meditation. Is this all? Upon seeing this young man, many cultivators were taken aback. They had anticipated the appearance of a remarkable figure, yet were met with nothing more than a seemingly competent young man. In comparison to the formidable celestial demon clan from another realm, this individual was somewhat disappointing. Do not underestimate him, the elder presiding over the gathering interjected. He is likely from the Xiantian immortal domain and may very well be a descendant of a prominent power. The mention of Xiantian immortal domain caused some cultivators to exchange glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Nestled amidst the 9 great immortal domains, it lies separated by boundless cosmic seas and dimensional spaces. Crossing into another immortal domain is no trivial endeavor. The young man's cultivation level is evidently not particularly high, suggesting he was brought here by other formidable beings, leaving him as the last one standing. The elder refrained from elaborating further, for the young man himself had not disclosed his origins. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce clearly lacked the insight into the forces of the Xiantian immortal domain, leaving them unaware of this man's background. His mere presence from another immortal domain served only as a sensational talking point. Currently, both parties engaged in battle were well aware of the stakes. Yet, any discerning observer could ascertain that the celestial demon clan was poised for overwhelming victory. As for the young man, despite his origins from the Xiantian immortal domain, his identity and affiliations remained shrouded in mystery, leaving few willing to bet on his success. "I wager 60 immortal sources on the celestial demon clan," proclaimed the saint son of Yin Yang. "Only a fool would pass up such an easy opportunity." "I shall wager 50 immortal sources on the celestial demon clan as well," added the opulent gentleman beside the saint's son, who was none other than the prince of the great Xia dynasty, Xia Lan, and a saint's son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. "I will wager 10 immortal sources," lamented the frugal Hua Shiqing. Others, including the golden-winged Rock King and Yi Xingyun, also placed their bets on the celestial demon clan, viewing it as a surefire win. At that moment, a voice resonated from a lavish private box. "We bet on the young man to win 400 immortal sources." At this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. All eyes turned in unison toward that box. Did I hear that correctly? 400 immortal sources? Which affluent individual is this? Even a descendant of an immortal power could not so casually produce such a sum, and this bet seems entirely misguided. Is he attempting to risk everything? Listening closely, one could sense the stir caused by the esteemed princess of the Divine Dynasty. The entire venue erupted into a cacophony of voices, many left in sheer astonishment. Earlier, the young master of the Merchant Association, Qian Duo, had personally escorted Jun Xiaoyao into the VIP box, leaving no one aware that it was indeed Jun Xiaoyao's chamber. Subsequently, when Wu Mingyue entered, the crowd assumed it was the princess's private quarters. Alas, this noble lady was indeed a woman of considerable wealth. Though the aloof and enigmatic saint son of Yin and Yang merely smiled, dismissing Wu Mingyue as someone squandering celestial resources. Amidst the clamor, the young man seated within the iron cage suddenly opened his eyes, piercingly fixed upon the box where Jun Xiaoyao resided. His eyes, a pure golden hue adorned with intricate runes, resembled that of a hawk, sharp and penetrating, as if they had pierced through the void to meet Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. Chapter 143. A battle of instant annihilation. Historically, archers have often been the most arrogant. The abrupt opening of the young man's eyes left the spectators momentarily dazed, as if two divine beams of light had flashed before them. Some who met his gaze found themselves moved to tears, overwhelmed by the intensity. What is happening? Why do I feel as though I am being scrutinized by a primordial beast? Such a fierce gaze sends shivers down my spine. Many cultivators displayed expressions of bewilderment, their minds racing with the troubling thought. Had they placed their bets incorrectly? Yet, upon further reflection, they shook their heads. The foreign demon tribe was notoriously formidable. Meanwhile, within the box, Jun Xiaoyao sat composedly, observing the scene ahead. The chamber allowed those inside to see outside, yet concealed its occupants from view. Nevertheless, the young man seemed capable of perceiving Jun Xiaoyao, his expression intensely focused. Jun Xiaoyao, however, merely regarded him with a detached gaze. He acknowledged the young man's bloodline power was indeed surprising, yet in his eyes, it only ranked as commendable. To claim it could rival Jun Xiaoyao would be an exercise in folly. Not even the prodigies of the Xiantian celestial domain, nor those from the broader Nine Heavens celestial domain, could truly compel Jun Xiaoyao to take them seriously. The young man withdrew his gaze, a mixture of contemplation and astonishment evident in his expression. Nevertheless, he had taken note of Jun Xiaoyao, for he was the sole individual in the venue who had wagered on his victory. "Sir, is everything truly all right?" Jun Linglong inquired, after much deliberation, her voice tinged with trepidation. She felt it was inappropriate to ask, yet she feared Jun Xiaoyao might squander the 400 celestial resources. "Let us await the outcome." Jun Xiaoyao replied with a mysterious smile. "This individual should not disappoint him," he mused. "Very well, let us proceed," declared the elder host, stepping down from the high platform. Surrounding the platform, formations began to rise, creating a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire area like an inverted giant bowl. With all precautions in place, the iron cage was finally opened. Upon witnessing the cage's opening, the demon beast inside let out a resounding roar. The substantial sound waves diffused visibly, the trembling light shield rippling like water. Such a formidable presence was comparable to that of a Nirvana realm expert. Some young prodigies shuddered at the thought. If a human Nirvana realm master were to face this celestial demon, their demise would be all but certain. The young man, however, remained serene, his golden eyes radiating indifference. His true essence revealed itself, indicating he was at the harmonization realm. The realization struck the prodigies with astonishment. They had initially sensed his aura as formidable, mistaking it for that of a Nirvana realm. The outcome was now unmistakable, yet one could not help but wonder why the young man appeared unfazed. Had he resigned himself to fate? One cultivator shook his head in perplexity. In a confrontation at the same level, even a human Nirvana realm expert would struggle against a celestial demon, let alone a young man of lower standing. Wasn't he this akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice? Roar. The celestial demon, confined by the protective barrier, could only fixate its singular target, the young man. It let out a guttural roar, unleashing a torrent of chilling malice, and raised its razor-sharp claws to strike. Just as the onlookers anticipated the demon would swiftly eliminate the young man, he finally made his move. Rising with purpose, his gaze sharpened. With his left hand, he grasped at the void, causing the sun totem on his chest to emit a blinding radiance. Then, as his mana surged, he conjured a golden longbow. Pulling back the bowstring with his right hand, he summoned 9 resplendent arrows of pure gold. Simultaneously, his golden eyes shimmered with runes, illuminating the celestial demon's vulnerabilities in an instant. The young man released the bowstring, and a vague, sacred figure appeared behind him, ancient and revered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 9 arrows launched forth like brilliant rainbows, piercing through the celestial demon. Despite the demon's tough black scales, the searing arrows encountered no resistance, effortlessly breaching its defenses. Splash, splash, splash. Dark red blood splattered as the celestial demon let out a frantic howl, staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Silence fell over the venue, an almost unbearable stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Not only the young prodigies, but even the seasoned masters were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The swift execution was indeed a swift execution. Only the target had changed. Even the elderly host was caught off guard, standing in a daze. Within the private box, the lovely Wu Mingyue and Jun Linglong wore expressions of astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao remained the calmest of all, his demeanor unchanged. So he is an archer, no wonder, he mused with a light chuckle. The saying goes, since ancient times, archers have often been underestimated. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had already discerned that this individual not only possessed an ancient lineage but had also integrated a celestial seed. This remarkable fusion endowed him with formidable power even within the Dao integration realm. Furthermore, celestial seeds are not bestowed upon just anyone, suggesting that this person's background is far from ordinary. After a brief silence enveloped the venue, an uproar erupted, reverberating throughout the hall. Many attendees wore grim expressions, having lost nearly everything, even their undergarments. Several cultivators gazed toward the VIP box, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, the Long Princess of the Divine Dynasty possesses insight beyond my reach." The Yinyang Holy Sun and Xiaolon wore equally troubled visages, having wagered substantial amounts of celestial essence. Meanwhile, Hua Xiqing, with a sense of dread, patted her chest, exclaiming, "Fortunately, he is impoverished, otherwise, we would be at a significant loss." While many felt anguish, several figures from powerful factions focused intently on the young man, recognizing him as a presence comparable to a youthful sovereign. If nurtured, he could potentially conquer the realms. At the very least, securing him as a follower would be immensely beneficial. The prowess of numerous talented individuals present paled in comparison to that of this young man. "I shall have him," declared the Yinyang Holy Sun, rising to his feet. Gaining such a powerful follower would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing the Holy Sun speak, many from various factions extinguished their ambitions. Setting aside his identity as a member of the Sacred Spirit Academy, the Yinyang sect behind him was a formidable force. While not an immortal sect, it stood as a premier power beneath the umbrella of immortal forces. "I am also interested in this individual," Yixingyan stated. His words caused a slight change in the Yinyang Holy Sun's expression. The ancient Yi clan was not to be trifled with. However, in the face of their eager competition, the young man maintained an expression of indifference, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes, as if all these heirs of great powers were mere chickens and dogs in his sight. At that moment, the golden-winged Peng King emerged from the VIP box, raising his hand and proclaiming, "This person is mine. Who dares to contest?" His roar brought an immediate calm to the surroundings, even causing Yi Xingyun to furrow his brow. Yet, upon seeing Jin Lai, the young man's brow arched, his gaze sharp, a surge of murderous intent erupting uncontrollably. Chapter 144, The Xiantian Fairy Domain. The ancient imperial clan, the Yi clan, and their prodigy, Yu, sensed the young man's sudden hostility. Many cultivators were perplexed. Jin Lai, frowning, coldly remarked, "Slave, what do you mean by this? Are you expressing dissatisfaction?" The young man's voice dripped with icy disdain as he replied, "Ancient royal clans? I slay one upon sight." "Seeking death," Jin Lai retorted, his eyes igniting with a chilling glare, the sword feathers on his wings trembling, emitting metallic sounds. The crowd around them recoiled in fear, their hearts racing. The golden-winged Peng King of Mount Jialo has garnered an overwhelming reputation, indeed instilling a sense of trepidation. It is said that the golden-winged Peng King has transformed its own feathers into 80,000 sword feathers, capable of vanquishing all adversaries when unleashed in unison. A certain prodigy of the human race, with a gaze filled with apprehension, remarked on this power. However, the young man displayed no fear, exhibiting a defiant demeanor in response. "Cease at once," commanded the elder presiding over the gathering, producing a magical artifact. In an instant, lightning flickered around the young man, causing him to grunt and stagger backward a few steps. "I apologize for disturbing the young Peng King," the elder said, bowing slightly. "I shall offer 200 celestial sources. I want this man. Should he prove obstinate, I will completely subdue him," declared the golden-winged Peng King with a chilling tone. Several human prodigies subtly shook their heads, sensing that the young man would suffer greatly in the clutches of the golden-winged Peng King. The young man's expression was resolute and cold. He had firmly decided that he would never submit to the Peng King, even at the cost of his life. At that moment, a calm and unassuming voice resonated through the hall. 300 celestial sources. I wish to claim this individual." This single proclamation captivated the attention of everyone present. "Who is it?" The golden-winged Peng King inquired sharply. The other attendees momentarily paused, then recognized the self-reference in the statement. Could it be that renowned young prodigy? A young genius inhaled deeply, his pupils trembling. From the VIP box emerged three figures: Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Linglong, and Wu Mingyue, the princess of the Divine Dynasty, and the scion of the Jun family. The crowd was taken aback, many gasping in astonishment. The appearance of Wu Mingyue was expected, but Jun Xiaoyao's presence was the most surprising. No wonder. It turned out that the one who placed the previous bets was not the princess, but rather the scion of the Jun family. Some began to realize that they had mistakenly attributed Wu Mingyue's cleverness and insight to her alone. Yet, when did Wu Mingyue and the Jun family scion become so closely associated? How could it be that the Princess Mingyue shared a room with Jun Xiaoyao? The holy son of Yin and Yang wore an expression of disbelief. Wu Mingyue had not even cast a glance in his direction. Yet now she emerged alongside Jun Xiaoyao from the same suite. It was utterly perplexing. Rumors had circulated that Jun Xiaoyao had scorned the title of consort and had even belittled Wu Mingyue to her face. Why were they now so intertwined? Xia also found herself bewildered. Meanwhile, Hua Xiqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao's ethereal beauty, momentarily entranced. So it is you, Jun Xiaoyao. A deeper chill settled in Jin Lai's eyes. He had always harbored disdain for Jun Xiaoyao, and now, with Jun Xiaoyao obstructing his path, his anger surged. The highest bidder prevails. You are welcome to continue bidding. However, let it be known that I have already amassed quite a fortune in celestial sources. Jun Xiaoyao said with a hint of playful arrogance. Those with wealth hold the true power. As Jin Lai breathed heavily, his breaths coming in gasps. He could hardly restrain himself from striking out, were it not for the prohibitions against fighting in this locale. Moreover, the 200 celestial sources had already reached the limits of Jin Lai's endurance. Observing Jin Lai's inability to articulate a response, Jun Xiaoyao cast a nonchalant glance around the assembly and declared, "This individual is to be claimed by this divine son. Those who dare contest this can freely voice their intentions." The entire venue fell into a profound silence, with representatives from various factions exchanging glances, yet none dared to speak. Jun Xiaoyao's words rendered the atmosphere utterly hushed. Since the divine son desires this person, then he shall be sold to the divine son for the sum of 200 celestial sources, remarked Qian Duo, the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Association. With a smile. Upon hearing this, Jin Lai nearly choked on his own blood. Was this not the very price he had proposed? Ah, Wanbao Merchant Association. I shall take note of that, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a slight nod. Delight flickered in Qian Duo's eyes, for this was the effect he had yearned for. Remember, being a servant to the divine son is a stroke of fortune. He is the most distinguished and powerful prodigy in the wild heaven immortal realm, without equal. Qian Duo then turned to the young man, showering him with praise. The young man cast a profound glance at Jun Xiaoyao. Despite his mysterious identity and background, he felt a subtle shock upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao, as if he could not fully grasp the essence of this individual. This sensation was astonishing to him, for he was one of the foremost prodigies of the Xiantian immortal realm, capable of contending with various young sovereigns and even ancient aberrations. Yet now, he found himself unable to fathom someone significantly younger than himself. By the way, remove the controlling artifact from him. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. But, divine son, what if he does not comply? Qian Duo hesitated. No matter, Jun Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. Qian Duo promptly instructed his subordinates to relieve the young man of the controlling artifact. The young man's gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao softened considerably. Jun Xiaoyao had no need for such artifacts, as the young man posed no threat to him. Should he refuse to comply, he could simply be subdued. Let us depart, Jun Xiaoyao said, brushing his sleeve as he turned to leave. Before doing so, he cast a calm and indifferent glance at Jin Lai and Yi Xingyun, as if surveying a pile of refuse. Only after Jun Xiaoyao and his companions had departed did Jin Lai unleash a furious roar towards the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao, I vow to contest you at the Heavenly Dao Tower. After leaving the martial arts conference, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions returned directly to the inn. Wu Mingyue felt a pang of reluctance and followed them back, which only intensified the hostility in Jun Linglong's gaze. In her eyes, this princess of the divine dynasty sought to usurp her maid's position. Jun Xiaoyao, however, remained unperturbed, his curiosity piqued regarding the young man's origins. In a spacious hall, Jun Xiaoyao sat with poise and inquired, "What is your name, and what is your background? Speak clearly." Jun Xiaoyao was straightforward and candid, and the young man was perceptive enough to recognize that although Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was a notch below his own, the ethereal aura he exuded was beyond what he could contend with. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was the sole individual who had placed a bet on his victory and had also liberated him from the threat posed by the golden-winged Rock King. Such kindness was not something the young man could overlook. Thus, he revealed the truth. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sir. My name is Yu. Hailing from the ancient imperial clan of the Xiantian immortal realm, the Yi clan," the young man introduced himself. "Ancient imperial clan," Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The term ancient imperial clan refers to the lineages that have been passed down from antiquity, embodying the legacy of great emperors. These lineages are notably ancient and emphasize the importance of bloodline inheritance, resulting in a relatively small number of clan members. The Jun family, strictly speaking, does not qualify as an ancient imperial clan, as their most powerful ancestor was not an emperor, but a celestial being. Chapter 145, The Yi Clan and the Sun God Mountain, EU's Sincere Allegiance, the opening of the Heavenly Path Tower. and the arrival of Qing Yi. Fifth update. Although Jun Xiaoyao possessed an undeniably exalted background, he did not underestimate the ancient imperial clans. Moreover, it was evident that Yi was the most central heir of the Yi clan. How did you end up in the desolate celestial realm? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. At his question, a profound hatred flickered in Yi's eyes. It is all due to the ancient royal clan of the Xiantian immortal realm, the Sun God Mountain. Yi replied coldly. He then succinctly recounted his experiences and circumstances to Jun Xiaoyao. The Xiantian immortal realm is home to a prominent ancient royal clan known as the Sun God Mountain, comprised of the Golden Crow lineage. The Yi clan once boasted a peerless supreme being of extraordinary talent. During his era, the Sun God Mountain wreaked havoc in the Xiantian immortal realm, with 10 Golden Crow supremes dominating the heavens, bringing drought and death upon the human populace. The supreme being of the Yi clan vowed to attain enlightenment and ultimately succeeded, wielding his imperial weapon, the Hou-Yi Bao, to unleash 9 arrows in swift succession, annihilating the 10 Golden Crow supremes. Thus, the calamity faced by humanity came to an end. However, a deep-seated enmity was forged between the Yi clan and the Sun God Mountain. In more recent times, the Yi clan gradually declined, their imperial weapon, the Hou-Yi Bao, becoming lost to the ages. Seizing the opportunity, the Sun God Mountain launched a campaign of vengeance. What ensued was a cataclysmic war, disrupting the entire Xiantian immortal realm. Ultimately, the weakened Yi clan was unable to withstand the might of the Sun God Mountain and faced total defeat. The clan's warriors suffered heavy casualties, with only a few managing to escape. Yi possessed a remarkably pure Yi divine bloodline and was regarded as the foremost prodigy of the clan. He was escorted as a key seedling for preservation, but the Sun God Mountain learned of this and sent powerful figures to intercept him. In the end, after a series of twists and turns, only Yi remained, severely injured and stranded in the desolate celestial realm, where he was subsequently captured and enslaved. This is the tale of Yi. After Yi spoke, his golden pupils were filled with a web of blood vessels, and the fury in his heart was impossible to suppress. Jun Xiaoyao let out a faint sigh. Though it was merely a brief description, he felt as if he were witnessing an epic saga of the Yi clan battling against the Sun God Mountain. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao understood why Yi harbored such animosity towards the golden-winged little Peng King. After all, it was merely a case of hating the enemy, as one would hate their own roof. I comprehend your situation now. Not only do you possess the bloodline of the Yi god, but your eyes and celestial seed must also be extraordinary, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Yi nodded, stating, "These eyes of mine are the breaking illusion golden eyes, which, when combined with my archery skills, allow me to discern the weaknesses of my foes more effectively. My celestial seed is the true sun seed, passed down through my clan." Truly impressive, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. The adage that archers are often remarkable in their prowess certainly held true. Even the likes of Xiao Chun and Yang Pan, who had their own advantages, could not compare to Yi's capabilities. However, upon reflection, Jun Xiaoyao realized he perhaps lacked the standing to label others as remarkable. After all, was he not the epitome of excellence himself? With this thought, Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief and proposed, "In that case, would you be willing to follow me?" The Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao's words were not merely a whimsical notion. Yi's innate talent and strength indeed warranted his potential as a follower. With the merging of his celestial seed and the possession of breaking illusion golden eyes, coupled with the bloodline of the Yi god, Yi was destined for greatness. At the very least to ascend to the rank of a supreme powerhouse. Whether he could attain enlightenment would depend on his fortunes. Moreover, there was another point. Yi was a person of destiny. Having witnessed the annihilation of his family and bearing a deep-seated vendetta, he had escaped alone and subsequently sought revenge. Such a narrative was undoubtedly that of a protagonist. In contrast to Xiao Chun, Yang Pan, and others, Yi was entirely under Jun Xiaoyao's control. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Yi hesitated for a moment. Jun Xiaoyao was not angered. After all, Yi was a descendant of an ancient imperial clan, possessing his own pride. If he agreed immediately, Jun Xiaoyao might even suspect ulterior motives. Yi struggled for a brief period, then glanced at the figure enveloped in celestial radiance, resembling an otherworldly being. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Yi asked. "Jun Xiaoyao, of the ancient Jun family," Jun Xiaoyao replied casually. Yet, upon hearing this, Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. The Jun family. Could it truly be the Jun family? Yi's heart trembled. The might of the Jun family extended far beyond the realm of the archaic celestial domain. If Jun Xiaoyao spoke the truth, then following him would not be a disgrace for Yi. Rather, it would be an honor. The elders of his clan had once proclaimed that if any force could truly uproot the ancient royal families, it would be none other than the Jun family. EU's spirit quaked with excitement. His fortune was indeed remarkable. I, EU, am willing to follow young Master Jun, EU declared, bowing and kneeling on one knee. The heir of an ancient imperial clan willingly knelt before Jun Xiaoyao, pledging his allegiance to him. Should this matter become known, it would undoubtedly astonish a multitude. Some exceptional individuals, even those of EU's stature, would find it surprising that Jun Xiaoyao's identity pales in comparison. It is unclear why EU has resolutely made this decision. Yet it is evident that he is genuinely devoted to following me. Very well, now that you have chosen to be my follower, I have but one request, loyalty. Do you understand? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Rest assured, if EU ever harbors treachery, he shall face condemnation, and his heart shall crumble. EU solemnly vowed. Then it is settled, Jun Xiaoyao replied, pausing slightly before continuing. In the future, should I find the time, I would not mind visiting the Xiantian immortal domain. I have tasted dragon meat. Yet I am still unaware of the flavor of the golden crow's flesh. His tone was exceptionally calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. EU, however, trembled with excitement. The grace of the young master shall never be forgotten. Very well, you may rest now. Take these resources, Jun Xiaoyao said, presenting EU with a spatial ring. Although it did not contain treasures of the caliber of immortal sources or undying herbs, it was replete with sacred medicines and exquisite divine sources. Since EU had become a follower, he would not be treated unfairly. Moreover, these resources were but a trifling matter for Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you, young master. EU bowed deeply. Since his enslavement, he had possessed no resources, not even a single ordinary source stone, let alone exquisite divine sources. With these resources, EU would swiftly regain his strength and return to his peak state. After EU departed, Jun Xiaoyao began to cultivate with the immortal sources he had acquired. This participation in the martial competition had proven remarkably fruitful, not only gaining him a descendant of an imperial clan as a follower, but also over 600 immortal sources. The Heavenly Dao Tower is about to open, and I must admit, I am rather eager, thought Xiaoyao. As time passed, the day of the Heavenly Dao Tower's opening finally arrived. The entire Holy Spirit City seemed to be in a fervor as countless figures rushed toward the Holy Spirit Academy. A golden divine bird soared into the sky, its feathers akin to sharp swords. This was the golden-winged Peng King. A cascade of stars descended from the heavens as Yi Xingyun approached, his gaze filled with unyielding confidence, determined to seize opportunities and awaken memories. Amidst the throng of bustling streets, a strikingly handsome young monk, accompanied by a group that included beautiful women and formidable talents, drew attention. However, they had all been enlightened by Fa Hai, becoming his followers. Ba, my fortunes lie within the Heavenly Dao Tower, Fa Hai remarked with a faint smile. At this moment, high above the Holy Spirit City, a 12th grade white lotus flower suddenly floated into view, upon which sat a hazy figure clad in azure, enveloped in resplendent, celestial radiance. A voice as enchanting as a nightingale slowly emanated. Will the scion of the Jun family bring surprises to Qingyi? Chapter 146. The Gathering of Heavenly Talents, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder, Ringing the Ancient Bell, Leaping over the Dragon Gate. The Sacred Spirit Academy is situated at the very heart of Sacred Spirit City. From a distance, it appears majestic and imposing, with its continuous pavilions, clouds swirling and mist rising, presenting a myriad of enchanting vistas. Cascading waterfalls and towering spiritual mountains grace the landscape, exuding an indescribable grandeur. At first glance, it seems less like an academy and more like a secluded paradise beyond the mundane world. Indeed, it is no wonder that this institution is one of the oldest in the realm of the immortals. Its splendor is truly exceptional. Many heavenly talents visiting the academy for the first time cannot help but express their admiration. I have heard that this academy was founded by a sacred spirit from long ago, remarked another talented individual. The term sacred spirit refers to an existence that has attained enlightenment through an alternative path. Entities such as Dragon Vein Black Gold and Divine Mark Purple Gold, after enduring the passage of time and being nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, can gradually transform into sacred spirits, even acquiring a corporeal form. It is said that within the 50 floors of the Heavenly Dao Tower lies the remains of a reincarnation sacred spirit, its true form being the reincarnation Dao Gold. Furthermore, various celestial stones might also undergo transformation into sacred spirits. A fully realized royal Dao sacred spirit stands as a supreme being, comparable to emperors and ancient sovereigns. As the heavenly talents expressed their admiration for the Sacred Spirit Academy, the disciples of the academy felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, it is regrettable that they still felt intimidated before the Jun family. Indeed, I have heard that a group of academy disciples attempted to assert dominance over the Jun family's divine scion, only to end up embarrassing themselves. Some talented individuals laughed as they recounted these awkward moments, causing the Academy disciples' expressions to turn uneasy. At that moment, 3 ethereal figures appeared at the Academy's entrance. Look, it is the 2 sacred sons and 1 sacred daughter of the Sacred Spirit Academy. Among them is the sacred son of Yin-Yang sect, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and the sacred daughter Hua Xiqing of the 100 Flowers Dao Palace. Though neither the Yin-Yang sect, the Great Xia dynasty, nor the 100 Flowers Dao Palace are immortal forces, they stand as the pinnacle powers beneath the immortal realm. Could it be that these 3 intend to challenge the Jun family's divine scion as well? Some heavenly talents whispered to one another. The Yin-Yang sacred son stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn as he remarked, I am eager to see whether Jun Xiaoyao can overcome those 3 trials. Passing should not pose much of a problem. It is merely a question of performance, replied Hua Xiqing, playfully twirling her hair. Hua Xiqing, do not forget that brother Ji Xian was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. You must not betray your allies, cautioned Prince Xiaolan, raising an eyebrow. Ever since returning from the martial arts conference, Hua Xiqing has often appeared lost in thought. Of course not. I merely speak the truth, Hua Xiqing smiled, pressing her lips together. At that moment, a sound like the tearing of the wind resonated from afar, accompanied by brilliant golden light, as a golden-winged great Peng soared through the sky. It was none other than the golden-winged little Peng King. Upon landing, a flash of gold transformed him into a human form, strikingly handsome and valiant, with flowing golden hair and eyes sharp as blades. A group of extraordinary individuals surrounding him was momentarily daunted, hastily retreating. The temper of the golden-winged Rock King was notoriously volatile. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xingyun also made his entrance. Although not as ostentatious as the golden-winged Rock King, he was nonetheless a prodigy from an ancient lineage, attracting attention from all directions. Soon, the resonant chants of Buddhist sutras filled the air, heralding the arrival of a striking bald monk accompanied by a throng of followers. Could he be from the Lesser Western Paradise? It was indeed the Bodhisattva of the Lesser Western Paradise, Fa. Those with discerning eyes among the crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The Lesser Western Paradise was undeniably a formidable and enigmatic tradition, steeped in history and continuity. So discreet that even the celestial realm was nearly oblivious to its existence. Yet, this very obscurity was what rendered it most formidable, as no one truly comprehended the depths of its foundation. With the Bodhisattva of the Lesser Western Paradise emerging from seclusion, it became evident that the era of great contention was on the cusp of unfolding. Many cultivators reflected on this with a sense of awe. Fa cast a glance at the golden-winged Rock King, pausing momentarily in contemplation but refraining from any rash actions. Initially, he intended to guide a mount towards enlightenment. Yet he sensed that the golden-winged Rock King might prove to be a challenge. Although he harbored no fear, prudence dictated preparation for the celestial path. The golden-winged Rock King, having noticed Fa, snorted disdainfully but chose not to respond. His sentiments towards the Lesser Western Paradise were equally negative, as his ancestry included the golden-winged Rock, who had once been transformed by a living Buddha from the Lesser Western Paradise into a guardian deity. Upon hearing that entry into the Sacred Spirit Academy required overcoming 3 trials, he declared, "Let me attempt them." With a resolute step, the golden-winged Rock King gestured forward. At that moment, a long staircase materialized from the void, extending downwards, a total of 99 steps, each inscribed with countless runes. Thus appeared the first trial, the Ascending Celestial Ladder. The ladder comprised 99 tiers. Typically, surpassing half was deemed commendable, while ascending beyond 80 was regarded as exceptional. Achieving 90 or more would bestow the title of an absolute young sovereign. The record for reaching the 99 tier had only been surpassed by a remarkable figure from antiquity. Without hesitation, Jin Lai charged forth to confront the challenge. He advanced several dozen steps without pause, causing a stir among the onlookers. It was only when he reached around the 70th step that he began to feel the weight of pressure upon his shoulders, akin to bearing a mountain. Ultimately, Jin Lai halted at the 89th step. The celestial ladder faded into the void. Jin emitted a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied. Next came the second trial. The ancient bell must toll 18 times. This bell stood like a small hill, exuding an archaic and substantial aura, imbued with the passage of time. Furthermore, this ancient bell possessed a unique ability to dissipate magical and physical fluctuations, rendering its tolling a formidable challenge. 18 tolls constituted the highest record. Jin Lai then seized the moment, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with immense magical energy, an advanced technique of the golden-winged rock lineage. The golden, profound divine art. Boom, boom. A resonant and profound chime echoed throughout the city of the Holy Spirit, drawing countless figures to gather around the academy in awe and admiration. Ultimately, the ancient bell tolled 15 times, a remarkable feat indeed. The expressions of the Inyang Holy Sun and others subtly changed. Even they seemed somewhat diminished in spirit. The final trial was the Dragon Gate, a resplendent and crystalline lake with a dragon gate appearing on the opposite shore. Within the lake, serpentine dragons adorned with golden horns coiled gracefully, embodying a lineage of dragon blood. Many aspiring heroes, eager to test their mettle, felt a shiver of trepidation. For the young aspirants, traversing this lake proved as formidable as scaling the heavens. It was no wonder it was called the Dragon Gate. It was indeed not a challenge for the ordinary. One aspirant, filled with apprehension, quickly extinguished any thoughts of attempting the trial. Taking a deep breath, Jin Lai unfurled his golden wings and executed the Great Ping's swift flight, resembling a streak of golden lightning. Instantly, several golden horned dragons ascended from the lake, their horns emanating magical energy to impede Jin Lai's progress. A resounding clash ensued. After a fierce struggle, relying on his tremendous speed, Jin Lai sustained minor injuries, yet ultimately crossed the Dragon Gate. Remarkable. The onlookers, a multitude of cultivators, were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the prowess of the foremost prodigy of the younger generation from the Kaluo Sacred Mountain? A rare smile graced Jin Lai's lips, his performance truly dazzling. Following him, Yi Xingyun, Fa Hai, and others also attempted the trial, eliciting waves of astonishment from the crowd with their exceptional displays. How would the scion of the Jun family fare? Would he shatter records? A sudden curiosity arose among all present. If the unparalleled genius of the Jun family, renowned throughout the celestial realm, were to undertake the trial, how would he measure against the ancient heroes? As many pondered these thoughts, a radiant golden light and swirling purple mist appeared in the distant sky, heralding the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, including Wu Mingyue and Yi Yu. Jun Lingsong accompanied them with Jun Daolin and Jun Shiyu. The atmosphere shifted immediately with the arrival of the Jun family, their presence unmatched by ordinary powers. Truly, the Jun family, one of the three great houses, commanded an aura of dominance, especially with the Jun family scion and the dual-eyed prodigy among their ranks. Elders from various factions could not help but express their admiration. Sensing this overwhelming presence, the expressions of the Inyang Holy Sun and others shifted. What brings everyone to the entrance? Jun Xiaoyao, clad in pure white, stood atop the head of a nine-headed lion, exuding an ethereal grace. The Holy Spirit Academy has a tradition of 3 trials to assess the strength and potential of a prodigy, Jun Linglong elucidated. Ah, I see. Who devised such a tedious challenge? Jun Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly. Does my younger brother not have the inclination to take on the challenge? Jun Lingsong inquired. He also noticed the presence of Yu beside Jun Xiaoyao, a sensation that caught him by surprise. As Jun Xiaoyao and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Sacred Spirit Academy, Jin Lai immediately spotted the nine-headed lion beneath Jun Xiaoyao, and his brows furrowed as he coldly remarked, Nine-headed lion, you are renowned as one of the supreme ancient clans alongside my own, yet you willingly serve as another's mount. Do you not feel shame? The nine-headed lion was taken aback, all 9 heads casting a sidelong glance at Jin Lai. It had long since fully submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, even following him instead of the 9 spirits Yuan Saint. Moreover, after aligning with Jun Xiaoyao, the nine-headed lion realized just how delightful it was to cling to the thigh of a formidable ally. The thought of leaving its master was utterly inconceivable. It would never happen in this lifetime. The Jun family was filled with talents, their strength unparalleled, and it relished being in their midst. This declaration plunged the entire scene into silence. The dignified nine-headed lion had unexpectedly transformed into such a state, rendering all speechless. Jin Lai was seething with rage. Amitba, you are fated to be connected with this humble monk. Why not follow me instead? Fa Hai intoned a Buddhist chant as he stepped forward. The nine-headed lion scoffed. And you are what kind of person? Fa Hai smiled gently. I am Fa Hai, a disciple of the Little Western Heaven. What? Little Western Heaven? The nine-headed lion bristled, its fur standing on end, its demeanor turning cautious. The mere mention of Little Western Heaven sent a shiver down its spine. For its ancestors had once been suppressed by the emperor of the Buddhist sect, forced into servitude as mounts and guardians. The nine-headed lion harbored a deep-seated aversion to Little Western Heaven. Fa Hai? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifted. This name sounded remarkably familiar, reminiscent of a violent bald monk from a past life. Jun benefactor, this nine-headed lion and I share a connection. I wonder if you could part with it. Fa Hai continued to smile. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent, extending a hand as surging magical energy erupted, pressing down upon Fa Hai. The smile on Fa Hai's face abruptly vanished. He extended a hand, forming a lotus seal to counter Jun Xiaoyao's palm. A resounding crash ensued, and Fa Hai was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up dust. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in shock. That was the disciple of Little Western Heaven. Yet he was effortlessly sent flying with a single strike. While part of it was due to Fa Hai being caught off guard, the more significant factor was Jun Xiaoyao's formidable strength. Rising from the cloud of dust, Fa Hai's expression was no longer calm and composed. Now, do you still believe you are fated with the nine-headed lion? Jun Xiaoyao asked coolly. Fa Hai fell silent, his eyes now filled with apprehension. Jun Xiaoyao laughed coldly and chose to ignore him. He held a slight reverence for the true Buddhist sect, but for a so-called disciple like Fa Hai, who was clearly a false monk with impure roots, he felt no need to be courteous. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to enter the academy, the son of Yin and Yang spoke up. As the esteemed scion of the Jun family, will you not dare to face the 3 trials? Why venture forth when there is no challenge? Jun Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly. This statement elicited expressions of indignation among many disciples of the Sacred Spirit Academy. The 3 trials of the academy are renowned tests, where even ancient luminaries have left their marks and records. How could such trials be deemed lacking in challenge by Jun Xiaoyao? The attitude of the Jun family's divine son remained ever haughty. Xiaolon commented with a hint of sarcasm. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Dare to speak to the young master in such a manner? Preposterous. Yu exclaimed, taking action. He reached into the void, gathering his magical energy, which transformed into a golden bow and arrows. 2 arrows, ablaze with the true fire of the sun, were shot toward the Yin-Yang Holy Sun and Xiaolon. The arrows pierced the air, exuding overwhelming power. Both the Yin-Yang Holy Sun and Xiaolon displayed expressions of horror and hastily retaliated. The Yin-Yang Holy Sun waved his hands, conjuring a black and white Taiji shield, while Xiaolon unleashed an imperial aura, summoning a sword of royal might that slashed through the air. However, their efforts proved futile. The ferocious arrows pierced through the Taiji shield, shattered the royal sword, and continued unabated. Boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed, accompanied by 2 anguished cries. Both the Yin-Yang Holy Sun and Xiaolon bore ghastly blood holes on their bodies. The wounds were not located near their hearts, indicating that Yu had deliberately aimed to teach them a lesson without inflicting fatal harm, mindful of the potential trouble it could cause Jun Xiaoyao. Yu possessed the discernment to strike this balance. Observing the bloodied and disheveled forms of the Yin-Yang Holy Sun and Xiaolon, silence enveloped the crowd. Shocked gazes turned toward Yu. Most of the cultivators present had not participated in the martial arts competition and were unaware of the identity of this newcomer beside Jun Xiaoyao. What formidable strength! To incapacitate 2 holy sons of the academy with a single strike. Could he possibly be a descendant of some immortal lineage? A friend of the Jun family's divine son? Some speculated. Yu coldly surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming, I am but a follower of the young master. Should anyone dare to provoke him again, do not blame me for showing no mercy with my arrows. What? Yu's declaration struck like an earthquake, leaving all the cultivators speechless, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Such a powerful young sovereign was merely a follower of Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, many disciples of great forces began to question their very existence. Not only could they not compare to Jun Xiaoyao, even his followers surpassed them by leagues. Damn it! Who dares to cause trouble within my Sacred Spirit Academy? A voice bellowed from afar as an elder with flowing white beard appeared, surrounded by an aura of terrifying sanctity that distorted the very fabric of the void. It was the Grand Elder of the Sacred Spirit Academy, a formidable, saintly figure. An astonished cultivator noted that even the elusive Grand Elder had been stirred into action upon witnessing the disheveled and bloodied figures of the Yin-Yang Holy Sun and Xiaolon. The elder's eyes twitched, and fury surged within his heart. As his gaze swept over, it landed on the indifferent and aloof visage of Jun Xiaoyao. They had dared to provoke the Holy Sun, and his followers had merely imparted a lesson. What objections could there be? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the elder of the academy. Chapter 148. Breaking the record of 3 consecutive trials, like a divine miracle. The elder's heart bled upon realizing it was the Holy Sun. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the elder did not display anger. Instead, a smile more pitiable than tears graced his face as he slightly cupped his hands in respect towards Jun Xiaoyao. Prior to this, he had been sternly advised by the academy's principal and vice principal to avoid provoking the Jun family's Holy Sun, treating him like a plague. The further away, the better. However, seeing the 2 injured Holy Sons, the elder found himself compelled to step forward despite the discomfort. Observing the dignified Holy Master treating Jun Xiaoyao with courtesy, the surrounding cultivators could not help but murmur in astonishment. The elder and the Yin-Yang Holy Sun appeared ashen, having previously felt fortunate that the elder would advocate for them, only to find him cowering instead. Nevertheless, it became a source of amusement. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void, commencing his ascent of the 99-tiered heavenly ladder. Unlike the likes of the golden-winged Peng King and others, who approached the trials with utmost caution, fearing missteps could lead to disaster, Jun Xiaoyao exuded an air of calm and leisure, as if on a spring outing. Countless cultivators fixed their gaze upon him, not daring to blink, eager not to miss a single moment. Their curiosity about whether the unparalleled talent of Jun Xiaoyao could shatter the ancient hero's records was finally poised to be unveiled. Hua Xiqing, with her clear and luminous eyes, followed the figure in white without a blink. Compared to the two holy sons, she, as a holy maiden, wisely kept a safe distance, remaining unscathed. Jun Xiaoyao, clad in resplendent white, floated like a celestial being descending from the heavens. He continued his ascent without faltering, maintaining his pace throughout. Even upon reaching the 70th tier, where the pressure intensified like a mountain bearing down, Jun Xiaoyao's speed remained unchanged. This pressure was trivial for Jun Xiaoyao, who possessed the ancient sacred body and practiced the Divine Elephant suppression technique. Undoubtedly, he surpassed the 90th tier. Indeed, he has reached the 90th tier, exclaimed many cultivators, though none were surprised. Jun Xiaoyao's prowess was beyond contention. Reaching the 90th tier was merely routine. However, beyond the 90th tier, the challenges would escalate. Each subsequent tier would bear pressures exceeding tenfold of those before. Would the Jun family's holy son surmount this challenge? The elder pondered inwardly, secretly wishing to witness Jun Xiaoyao falter, for this holy son's overwhelming renown had indeed caused significant embarrassment for the Sacred Spirit Academy. However, reality was destined to disappoint the esteemed elder. Jun Xiaoyao radiated a divine aura, resembling a celestial king in white, with each step he took causing the void to tremble. Akin to the resounding beat of war drums. Boom, 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 boom. With a single breath, Jun Xiaoyao traversed 9 steps. This most arduous staircase of 9 tiers was effortlessly conquered by him in one breath. Astonishment, stupefaction, incredulity. All disciples of the Holy Spirit Academy, the stewards, and even the elder, were left in a state of shock. As members of the Academy, they understood all too well the daunting challenge posed by this 99-tier celestial ladder. Yet now, it was traversed with ease by Jun Xiaoyao, reaching its pinnacle. Above, radiant light rained down, auspicious beasts manifested, and the ethereal shadows of ancient heroes flickered as if paying homage to Jun Xiaoyao. He had ascended the 99 tiers with a single, decisive stride. The golden-winged Peng King stood frozen in disbelief. Yi Xingyan could not help but take a deep breath. The Little Western Paradise's Buddhist son wore a rigid expression. They had failed to break the record, which Jun Xiaoyao had shattered effortlessly, seemingly with utmost ease. Without a moment's pause, Jun Xiaoyao advanced directly to the second challenge. This trial involved moving a heavy ancient bell. Previously, the golden-winged Peng King had only managed to strike it 15 times. I believe the Jun family scion is highly likely to reach the record of 18 strikes. One of the prodigies exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. They were witnessing a miracle. Some cultivators exchanged glances, speculating that Jun Xiaoyao might indeed surpass the record and achieve 18 strikes. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the might of the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing power, delivering a single, formidable punch. A colossal force of 90,000 giant elephant particles, combined with 10,000 dragon elephant particles, unleashed a staggering divine power of 19 billion pounds from his fist. Simultaneously, a dragon elephant apparition accompanied this punch, embodying the pinnacle of strength. Jun Xiaoyao was the very embodiment of this supreme power. Thud! As Jun Xiaoyao's fist struck the ancient bell, a deep, resonant sound echoed. The crowd held their breath, eagerly anticipating the subsequent reverberations. However, after the initial sound, the bell fell eerily silent, emitting not a single note. What was happening? Many were bewildered, some left dumbfounded. Why was there only one sound? This was entirely contrary to their expectations, a stark contrast. It was inconceivable that the Jun family scion could only cause the bell to ring once. The prodigy who had previously speculated that Jun Xiaoyao could break the record could not restrain his words. The Yinyang holy son and Xiaolan, though equally puzzled, could not help but display expressions of mockery. Meanwhile, the golden-winged Peng King, Yi Xingyan, and others sensed that something was amiss. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm as he withdrew his fist. In the third challenge, Jun Xiaoyao stepped directly into the arena without any explanation, leaving behind only the silhouette of his figure. Just as the crowd was engulfed in utter bewilderment, a faint cracking sound reverberated through the air. A fissure appeared upon the ancient bell, triggering a chain reaction as a series of sharp cracks echoed forth. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the ancient bell shattered into countless fragments with a thunderous roar. At that moment, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. The mocking smiles of the Inyang Saint Sun and Xiaolan froze, rendering them a picture of absurdity. Even the esteemed elder at the Saint Lord level felt a shiver run down his spine. The ancient bell was destroyed. As the crowd turned their eyes once more towards Jun Xiaoyao's back, it was as if they were beholding a deity. The Jun family scion appeared almost divine. An innate emperor. One prodigy could not contain his excitement and let out a fervent roar. Jun Linglong, Wu Mingyue, Jun Zhangjian, Yu, and others displayed an unprecedented fervor and admiration. Even Hua Xiqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Those prodigies she had previously encountered paled in comparison to even a mere finger of Jun Xiaoyao. As for the Inyang Saint Sun and Xiaolan, it is best left unsaid. They were utterly incapable of withstanding a single move from Jun Xiaoyao's followers. The entire Sacred Spirit Academy erupted in fervor, with numerous cultivators following in Jun Xiaoyao's wake, eager to witness his final challenge at the Dragon Gate. Just then, the elder suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. There is danger ahead." He was not referring to Jun Xiaoyao, but rather to the golden-horned dragon serpents dwelling in the lake, which he had painstakingly nurtured. However, by the time the elder regained his composure, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the direction of the Dragon Gate. As Jun Xiaoyao delivered a powerful punch, the golden divine elephant crashed into the lake, instantly killing all the golden-horned dragon serpents within. Not a single one survived. What on earth? The elder bellowed, his voice akin to a duck's quack, his eyes reddening with rage and heartbreak. Those were his cherished pets, meticulously cared for and raised, all mercilessly dispatched by Jun Xiaoyao. The elder lamented in despair, his heart filled with regret. At that moment, an unknown cultivator remarked, "If it weren't for the Inyang Saint Sun provoking the Jun family scion to face the challenges, we might never have witnessed such a miracle." "Indeed," echoed another. The Jun family scion was previously disinterested in the challenges, yet these two saints dared to provoke him. What audacity! The elder, upon hearing these words, was filled with fury. He turned to glare fiercely at the two. The Inyang Saint Sun and Xiaolan turned pale, stammering, "We were merely acting for the sake of Brother Ji Xian and the Sacred Spirit Academy, yet we accomplished nothing and only brought calamity." The elder waved his sleeve in exasperation. The two individuals trembled, blood spewing from their mouths as they were sent flying once more. Were it not for their association with the Inyang sect and the Great Xia dynasty, coupled with their status as holy sons, the Grand Elder might have entertained the notion of striking them down. In a flash, the Grand Elder darted to the lakeside. Upon surveying the scene, he beheld the entire lake stained crimson, with golden-horned flood dragons floating lifelessly upon the surface, their bellies turned skyward, utterly deceased. "Xiaochong, oh Xiaochong, your demise is so tragic," the Grand Elder lamented upon spotting one of the golden flood dragons, for it was his most cherished companion, one to which he had even bestowed a name. Jun Xiaoyao, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated that the golden flood dragons in the lake were under the Grand Elder's care. Had he known earlier, it seems it would have made little difference. "Grand Elder, please accept my condolences," Jun Xiaoyao sighed gently. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, intending to express his wrath, yet ultimately restrained himself. At the very least, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor was somewhat agreeable. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, "These flood dragons possess dragon blood. They indeed make for excellent ingredients." With that, he summoned forth his magical energy, effortlessly gathering the golden flood dragons into his spatial artifact. The Grand Elder was left utterly dumbfounded, a demon in his eyes. This scion of the Jun family was a veritable fiend. Now he comprehended why the dean and others had advised him to avoid Jun Xiaoyao like the plague. The Jun family scion was a formidable adversary. Many cultivators swallowed hard, realizing that from this day forth, the 3 trials of the Sacred Spirit Academy would effectively become meaningless. Except for the first trial, the Heavenly Ladder, the second and third trials had become mere formalities. It was no wonder Ji Xian's resolve crumbled in the face of such prowess. Hua Xiqing, lost in thought, gazed at the divine figure enveloped in radiant glory, transcendent and peerless, and could not help but speak, "Forgive my boldness. But may I inquire if I might have the honor to discuss philosophical matters with the Holy Sun in the future?" Her words left many disciples of the Academy in a state of bewilderment. Was their Academy as holy maiden contemplating betrayal? Hua Xiqing, how could you? Inyang Holy Sun and Xiaolan stared, unable to believe the swift defection. Has she so quickly turned against her comrades? The Holy Sun exhibits an unparalleled demeanor, one beyond our capacity to rival. Surely, there must be reasons behind the Holy Sun's actions against senior brother Ji Xian, Hua Xiqing elucidated. Indeed, I believe we have misjudged the Holy Sun, a beautiful senior sister from the Academy concurred. This sentiment was echoed by a chorus of female disciples. Meanwhile, the male disciples trembled, their bodies shaking with fear, feeling the weight of a world that judged them by mere appearances. Jun Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words. If harvesting resources could be deemed a justification, then he was indeed rational in his reasoning. If time permits in the future, it would not be an issue for me. Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Holy Son. Hua Xiqing expressed her astonishment, for she had presumed that, given Jun Xiaoyao's lofty perspective, he might very well decline her request. The fact that he had acquiesced was beyond her expectations. Indeed, the divine child is a gentle soul, Hua Xiqing mused. At that moment, deep within the Sacred Spirit Academy, an ethereal sound resonated, spreading forth as if inviting enlightenment. Celestial omens descended, and wondrous phenomena manifested, with divine light shimmering across the heavens. The celestial Dao Tower was about to be unveiled. Many young cultivators displayed expressions of exhilaration. Has it finally opened? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Breaking the records of the 3 trials was hardly a challenge for him. He did not consider it a remarkable feat, as it was all too simple. The celestial Dao Tower was, indeed, Jun Xiaoyao's true aspiration. All the prodigies from major factions, alongside young cultivators, hurried towards the celestial Dao Tower, situated deep within the Sacred Spirit Academy. From a distance, it rose majestically towards the clouds, exuding an aura of antiquity, as though it had been passed down from primordial times. Surrounding the tower, profound runes etched into the void, accompanied by various auspicious beast apparitions, and shimmering celestial light flowing in a haze. Many cultivators, upon merely casting a glance, felt as though they had transcended. Upon arriving at this place, Jun Xiaoyao too sensed a profound resonance of the Dao. Yet simultaneously, an invisible pressure emanated from within the celestial Dao Tower. The Grand Elder spoke, esteemed guests. I shall preside over the celestial Dao Tower this time. The tower will autonomously emit pressure. Those lacking sufficient cultivation and opportunity shall not gain entry. Upon hearing this, many young cultivators turned pale. So it seems that insufficient talent would disqualify them from even participating in the trials? I shall go first. The golden-winged rock king took flight, embodying his nature of always being at the forefront. This time, he sought to prove himself. He was not inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. As the golden-winged rock king approached within 10 miles of the celestial Dao Tower, he felt an immense pressure in the air. Undeterred, he began to earnestly comprehend its essence. Suddenly, behind him, a majestic golden rock soared into the sky, imbued with the resonance of the Dao. Such an effect. Many cultivators exclaimed in astonishment. This is fortuitous. I did not expect this to offer insights into my future path of cultivation. The golden-winged rock king beamed with joy. This revelation prompted many prodigies to step forward, unable to contain their eagerness. Fai approached, and behind him, the ethereal visage of an ancient Buddha materialized, shrouded in a faint blood-red light, exuding an ominous aura. Oh, that young disciple from the west, the Grand Elder remarked, astonished. Additionally, Yi Xingyun, Wu Mingyue, and Jun Lingsong, among others, took action, each manifesting astonishing phenomena. Notably, Jun Lingsong appeared with a supreme being of dual pupils behind him, whose gaze could awaken chaos itself. Meanwhile, Yi Xingyun astounded all, as an imposing figure adorned with the sun, moon, and stars seemed to materialize behind him, exuding an aura that rivaled even Jun Lingsong's. Why does the Star King body of the Yi family exude such formidable energy? Some cultivators have taken notice, filled with astonishment. Yi Xingyun seems peculiar, with deep and enigmatic eyes. Observing the extraordinary phenomenon exhibited by Yi Xingyun, Jun Xiaoyao suspects that he might be a figure of great fortune, akin to Shao Chun and Yang Pan. Could he perhaps be a reincarnated powerhouse, a resurrected supreme being? Jun Xiaoyao speculates. If utilized wisely, he might reap benefits from Yi Xingyun once again. Numerous cultivators around are also focused on Jun Xiaoyao, curious about the extraordinary spectacle his prodigious talent will manifest. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao prepares to step forward, a white lotus glides from afar, revealing a hazy figure clad in green, resembling an ethereal fairy of transcendent grace. It is the divine maiden of the Ji family. Gasps of surprise arise. Many turn their gaze back to Jun Xiaoyao. Due to the connection with Ji Xian, there exists a history between Jun Xiaoyao and the Ji family. Now, with the appearance of the divine maiden, what sparks will fly between her and the divine son of the Jun family? Anticipation fills the air. Chapter 150. The manifestation of Dao rhythm astonishes, clad in white. Back to the world, dominating the scene. In the heavens, a 12-petal lotus platform hovers in the void. The figure in green seated upon it is enveloped in celestial radiance and the essence of Dao, exuding an aura of otherworldly elegance. Her visage is shrouded in divine light, and she appears to wear a veil. In the faintest glimpse, one can see her eyes, clear as crystal. Just the sight of those crystalline eyes leaves an indelible impression. It seems as though the surrounding world fades into obscurity when gazed upon through those eyes. Many male cultivators present are entranced, spellbound, as if revering an unparalleled celestial maiden. Is this indeed the divine maiden of the Ji family? Truly, as the rumors suggest, she is untouched by the mundane, transcendent of the earthly realm. A disciple of a great sect mutters in a daze. Even his esteemed status is momentarily captivated by Ji Qingyi. Her beauty and grace are rare to find in this world. Jun Xiaoyao also casts a fleeting glance. It must be said, Ji Qingyi is indeed exceptional. Among the many breathtaking beauties he has encountered, such as Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, Wu Mingyue, and Ajio, each possesses their own charm. Yet, Ji Qingyi radiates a unique aura, like a freshly bloomed blue lotus, untouched by dust, standing apart from the world. Undoubtedly, the majority of male cultivators who behold Ji Qingyi would be unable to resist transforming into infatuated admirers. However, Jun Xiaoyao is different. If Ji Qingyi is the transcendent fairy, then Jun Xiaoyao is the sovereign of the mortal realm, transcending all rules. In terms of presence, Jun Xiaoyao is unmatched. Thus, he remains indifferent to Ji Qingyi, casually withdrawing his gaze. After her arrival, Ji Qingyi disregards the countless fervent and longing gazes around her, her clear eyes fixed directly on Jun Xiaoyao. It was her first encounter with Jun Xiaoyao. At first glance, Ji Qingyi felt a slight tremor in her heart. Her composure, while remarkable, was partly attributable to her own ethereal demeanor, yet primarily because she was a member of the human immortal sect. This sect, as rumored, was established by celestial beings. Having practiced its teachings and revered the remnants of immortal inscriptions, she naturally exuded an aura of transcendence. However, at this moment, as Ji Qingyi gazed upon Jun Xiaoyao, she could not help but feel a twinge of inadequacy, a sensation that perplexed her. Did such extraordinary beings truly exist in this world? Ji Qingyi momentarily lost herself in thought. Yet, she soon regained her composure and spoke. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Brother Xiaoyao. Now that I see you in person, it is indeed as the legends profess. Upon her shift in attention towards Jun Xiaoyao, a palpable tension rippled through the crowd. Was the divine maiden of the Ji family poised to confront the scion of the Jun family? Yet, her tone hardly suggested a desire for conflict. Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. I have also heard of the divine maiden of the Ji family. You are indeed exceptional. His words carried an air of casual indifference. Many male prodigies were taken aback by his dismissive attitude. Was it not a bit too nonchalant, considering she was a divine maiden? Typically, anyone afforded the opportunity to converse with her would revel in the moment for days. Ji Qingyi, too, was momentarily shocked. She had not anticipated such a demeanor directed at her. Historically, everyone she encountered, even the most illustrious young masters and immortal heirs, treated her with utmost deference and admiration. Yet Jun Xiaoyao seemed completely unfazed, his tone almost dismissive. This was an experience Ji Qingyi had never encountered before. He lifted his gaze slightly and remarked, If you have come here seeking to trouble me regarding Ji Xian, I would advise you to abandon such thoughts. Ji Qingyi had indeed come here with the intention of addressing the matter of Ji Xian. Jun Xiaoyao laid his cards on the table, making it clear that should she pursue this issue, he would not hesitate to quell her. Goodness, this Jun family scion is remarkably blunt, a group of male cultivators thought. Astonished, was this truly how one treated a divine maiden? Meanwhile, many women admired him even more, realizing that he was not a superficial individual preoccupied with appearances. See, he does not even regard the Ji family divine maiden with undue reverence, one female cultivator mused. Even someone as transcendent as Ji Qingyi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Brother Xiaoyao, you have misunderstood. Ji Xian's collapse of will is due to his own weakness. How could he fault you? Although Ji Qingyi had initially intended to hold him accountable, having encountered Jun Xiaoyao in person, she felt a weight of seriousness. He was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, she softened her stance and refrained from placing blame. At least you were perceptive, Jun Xiaoyao replied coolly. Ji Qingyi had never been treated in such a manner before. Brother Xiaoyao, I shall take my leave first, she declared, swiftly gliding towards the tower of heavenly path. As she approached, a sudden surge of azure radiance emanated from her back, seemingly manifesting an ethereal female immortal. This astonishing phenomenon sent ripples through the crowd, aside from a select few, including Jun Lingsong, Yi Xingyun, the Golden-Winged Rock King, and Fa Hai. The majority of the talented individuals were profoundly affected, their own manifestations trembling as if on the verge of collapse. How terrifying! Could it be that the goddess of the Ji family was indeed an immortal? A collective gasp arose among the onlookers. Soon after, their gaze shifted to Jun Xiaoyao. Ji Qingyi also cast her glance in his direction. faintly imbued with a sense of competitive spirit. Though she had no intention of engaging in combat with Jun Xiaoyao, she remained confident in her own prowess. Without extraordinary talent, how could she have ascended to the status of a saintess of the human immortal sect? Jun Xiaoyao maintained an indifferent expression. The system did not emit a notification tone for sign-in, indicating that he likely had to enter the Tower of Heavenly Path, perhaps even reach its pinnacle, to have the opportunity to sign in. Nevertheless, this mattered little, for Jun Xiaoyao possessed unwavering confidence. He advanced, akin to a divine monarch emerging from seclusion, his white attire billowing as he approached the Tower of Heavenly Path. The atmosphere grew hushed, as if the world held its breath in anticipation of Jun Xiaoyao's performance. The oppressive aura of the Tower of Heavenly Path was negligible to him, failing to impede his progress in the least. As he contemplated the essence of the Tao, a nebulous celestial radiance flowed around him. Subsequently, all present bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, a mist of immortal energy enveloped him, and the brilliance of the great Tao radiated forth. Heavenly flowers cascaded, while golden lotuses surged from the earth. A transcendent figure in white emerged, seated amidst the 9 heavens. Turned away from the masses, the beings of the world, the ancient tribes, and the countless creatures of the universe knelt in reverence beneath that white-robed silhouette. This figure, with its back to the crowd, seemed to dominate epics without equal. In that moment of awe-inspiring manifestation, the golden-winged rock king let out a choked gasp, spitting forth blood. The phantom of the golden-winged rock behind him shattered completely under the weight of that oppressive force. Yi Xingyun experienced a similar fate, as the figure behind him trembled and subsequently disintegrated. Fa Hai, the young Buddhist disciple, saw his ancient Buddha kneel to the ground, its form appearing cracked and broken. How could this be possible? Fa Hai also coughed up blood, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Even Jun Lingsong could not withstand it, as the supreme phantom of the heavy pupil behind him succumbed to one knee. Lastly, Ji Qingyi, with the image of the female immortal behind her, bent low in submission, trembling in sheer terror. At this moment, the world lay in profound silence. The ethereal figure of Jun Xiaoyao, cloaked in white and turned away from the masses, cast an overwhelming presence that eclipsed all other prodigies present. From all directions, they knelt in reverence, acknowledging his unparalleled supremacy. Chapter 151, A Shockwave Across the Realms. The hearts of the celestial prodigies wavered, shattering the oppressive silence. An extreme stillness enveloped the gathering, despite the presence of hundreds of thousands of cultivators assembled here. Not a single sound emerged. All were entranced, gazing upward at the figure that seemed to dominate the ages. Was he a celestial being? One cultivator trembled, feeling a profound shock resonate within his very soul. Indeed, how could he feel something more terrifying than a celestial? Even celestial beings would bow before such a presence. Another elder from a major power shivered in fear. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Even Ji Qingyi, known for her calm demeanor, couldn't suppress her astonishment. When the celestial manifestation appeared behind her, it affected all the gathered prodigies. Yet now, as Jun Xiaoyao's manifestation emerged, the awe-inspiring figures around them shattered. Some knelt, while others fell prostrate. Even the celestial-like figure behind her trembled on the ground, utterly shaken. It was simply unbelievable. The Grand Elder of the Academy was left utterly stunned, his face pale with dread. He suddenly realized that the decisions made by the principal and others were remarkably astute. Jun Xiaoyao was far too extraordinary, far too terrifying. If the Sacred Spirit Academy opposed him, they would surely face dire consequences in the future. With this thought, the elders' grievances began to dissipate. As for the Yinyang Holy Sun and Xiaolan, their manifestations had long since collapsed. They too were pressed to the ground by the overwhelming force, their dignity lost. They had been thoroughly intimidated, no longer daring to provoke Jun Xiaoyao in the slightest. Truly, this young master would undoubtedly become a peerless figure throughout history. Jun Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her exquisite heart had once prophesied a glimpse of this white-clad figure, turned away from the world, as countless beings praised the name of Emperor Jun. Now, this unfolding scene only solidified her conviction. My choice was not in vain. Filled with joy, Jun Linglong's gaze radiated fervent admiration. This was the master she chose to follow, a being destined to dominate the heavens and the earth. Among the gathering of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, there was awe and adoration. Not only others, but even Jun Xiaoyao himself was momentarily taken aback. As the white-clad figure was but a silhouette, no one knew his true appearance. Could it be a glimpse of my future self? Jun Xiaoyao mused, astonished, yet indifferent. His fate lay solely in his own hands. He would not be constrained by any limitations. Even if that figure, turned away from the world, were indeed him, Jun Xiaoyao would shatter his own limits and transcend to the pinnacle above. He entered the Tower of Heavenly Tao. Jun Xiaoyao surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the other prodigies remained motionless, each bearing immense pressure. He confidently stepped into the Tower of Heavenly Tao. Gradually, that terrifying figure in white began to dissipate. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all the prodigies. How could this be? Fahai was unable to remain calm, trembling uncontrollably. He questioned himself, having secluded himself in the lesser Western paradise for a considerable time. He expected to emerge not just to sweep through the celestial realm, but at the very least to stand among the pinnacle. Yet, what was the result? Upon stepping out, he faced a crushing defeat, unable to lift his head. Infuriatingly, a glimmer of bloodlust flickered in Fahai's eyes. Jealousy, anger, resentment, and various tumultuous emotions churned within him. Had there been anyone from the lesser Western paradise present, they would surely be struck with shock, exclaiming, "This is the body of a Buddha with a heart of a demon. No, I refuse to believe this malady." The golden-winged rock king was also gasping for breath. His competitive spirit led him to believe he was not inferior to anyone. Yet now, he found his resolve shaken by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, who exactly are you? Could you be a reincarnated emperor or the soul of a true immortal? Ji Qingyi sighed deeply. Even someone as transcendent as she had experienced a slight disturbance. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, as the holy maiden of the human immortal sect, she would not falter so easily. Subsequently, the prodigies began to enter the Tower of Heavenly Tao one by one. Do you think the Jun family's scion can break the record? It seems possible. He is the most likely to ascend to the 49th level. But could he possibly reach the legendary 50th level? Is that even feasible? Not even the ancient prodigies could ascend to the 50th level. Indeed, the great principle counts to 49, and it is said that the 50th level is utterly unattainable. Many cultivators engaged in excited discussions, believing that today might witness a genuine miracle. Inside the Tower of Heavenly Tao, Jun Xiaoyao entered the first level. Looking around, he found that the first level was a unique space. As expected, each individual entering the tower would automatically be assigned to an independent space for their trials. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. At that moment, 10 puppets suddenly materialized before him, each possessing the cultivation of a perfected harmonization realm. It should be noted that this was merely the first level. It seems that those prodigies without the ability to challenge beyond their rank would find even the first level difficult to conquer. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. For some young supremes and unparalleled prodigies, battling beyond one's rank was a fundamental skill. Jun Xiaoyao had previously annihilated a Nirvana realm expert when attacked by the Underworld's assassin. As for how many ranks he could now challenge, he himself was uncertain. With a casual wave, his immense magical power surged forth. The 10 harmonization realm puppets were swiftly shattered. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward, ascending to the second level. Before long, he had also passed the second level. Next comes the third trial, a formidable challenge for other prodigies, yet for Jun Xiaoyao, it was effortlessly surmountable. Outside, all the cultivators wore expressions of astonishment. Upon entering the Heavenly Tao Tower, each cultivator's name would manifest, indicating their level. As they beheld the name Jun Xiaoyao soaring upwards like a rocket, their breaths nearly ceased. It was astonishingly rapid. Although there are times when a man should not be too hasty, in this instance, speed was clearly of the essence. Jun Xiaoyao's velocity had far surpassed that of the other prodigies. Ji Qingyi, Jun Lingsong, the golden-winged rock king, and Fahai were not slow either. Yet in comparison to Jun Xiaoyao, they seemed diminutive. 10 levels, 20 levels, 30 levels. Jun Xiaoyao advanced with relentless momentum, scarcely glancing at the challenges within each layer. With a single sweeping palm, he shattered myriad obstacles and continued to ascend. He regarded the opportunities at each level with disdain, for his focus lay solely on the pinnacle, the chance to encounter the reincarnation sacred spirit. It was not until the 35th level that Jun Xiaoyao's pace slightly diminished. As he approached trials of a different caliber, surrounding him, arrays began to restrict and suppress his magical power and physical strength, enveloping him in a layer of constraint. Indeed, a hazy brilliance materialized, revealing the silhouette of an ancient figure. Was this an imprint left by a legendary figure within the Heavenly Tao Tower? Jun Xiaoyao scrutinized the apparition. Chapter 152, like a raging tide, annihilating the progeny of the ancient emperor, battling the young sovereign. Throughout history, countless prodigies have traversed the Heavenly Tao Tower. Jun Xiaoyao had not anticipated that the tower could inscribe the visages of these remarkable individuals as a means of testing. The ancient figure across from him appeared indistinct, wielding a crimson blood spear. A thrust pierced through the air, as if the very void were to shatter, unleashing waves of sanguine winds. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, summoning boundless magical energy, coalescing it into the spear of the underworld god. Infused with the terrifying divine might of the divine elephant's suppression of the abyss, he hurled the spear, its tip aimed directly at the foe. Boom. The spear of the underworld god swiftly pierced through the ancient figure's illusion, and Jun Xiaoyao ascended to the next layer. The array's suppression intensified another notch, further constraining his capabilities. In this layer, yet another ancient figure manifested. This one clutched a treasure vial seal, radiating like a great sun, charging towards Jun Xiaoyao. He unleashed the techniques of the Divine Elephant's suppression of the abyss, conjuring a hellforge to counter the assault, ultimately subduing and refining this ancient figure's illusion. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao steadily ascended beyond the 40th level. Outside, the multitude had long since fallen into silence. Jun Xiaoyao rides with an unrestrained grace, leaving the other prodigies in his wake, who can only gaze in awe. It seems to me that the Tiandao Tower serves merely as a sightseeing spot for the Jun family's divine scion. Some cultivators stand in bewilderment. To Jun Xiaoyao, the Tiandao Tower is as accessible as walking on level ground. Upon reaching the 45th floor, the oppressive array that had constrained him dissipated, allowing him to fully regain his strength. Yet, instead of relaxing, Jun Xiaoyao remained vigilant. Before him, golden light surged, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A vague golden figure emerged, adorned with dragon horns, emanating an aura of unparalleled strength, a hint of dragon majesty that could intimidate the ages. This sight caused Jun Xiaoyao's expression to shift slightly towards solemnity. Observing Jun Xiaoyao linger on the 45th floor, some cultivators could not suppress their curiosity. What trial lies on the 45th floor that could delay the steps of the Jun family's divine scion? Amidst their speculation, the Grand Elder took a deep breath and remarked, from the 45th to the 49th floors, what appears may very well be the young emperor or the offspring of the ancient sovereign. What? At this revelation, countless cultivators from all directions drew in a sharp breath. The young emperor, the offspring of the ancient sovereign. Such names instilled a sense of dread, enough to make many prodigies tremble. This meant that Jun Xiaoyao was currently engaged in battle with the youthful form of an emperor, the descendant of the ancient sovereign. How monstrous! Can the contemporary prodigies truly surpass such beings? An elder from an ancient clan could not help but exclaim. Since the ancient epoch, the rules of heaven and earth have transformed. Not only is it difficult to step into the realm of immortals, but achieving the status of emperor is also an arduous task. To pit today as prodigies against the young emperor and the offspring of the ancient sovereign is a grave injustice. I now comprehend why no one from this era has been able to reach the 49th floor. It is simply an impossible feat. Another cultivator shook his head. To surpass the youthful emperor or the offspring of the ancient sovereign is a challenge bordering on the unattainable. Not to mention defeating them. Even contending would be inconceivable. Who knows? The Jun family's divine scion is an anomaly beyond common measure. Let us not forget the white-clad silhouette he previously manifested. Some cultivators reminded. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Indeed, that figure turned away from the world was mightier than any emperor or ancient sovereign. Perhaps today, they might truly witness a miracle. Within the 45th floor of the Tiandao Tower, a fierce battle erupted, radiating brilliance and overflowing with magical energy. Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, summoning a colossal golden hand of magical power that shattered the void. Meanwhile, the horned specter unleashed a punch, its fist radiating astonishing light, entwined with a golden true dragon. Could this be the mark of the true dragon's offspring? Jun Xiaoyao pondered in astonishment. His physical prowess was unrivaled, invincible among his peers. Thus, in most confrontations, Jun Xiaoyao rarely resorted to intricate techniques. He preferred to strike directly with a powerful palm. The number of extraordinary individuals capable of withstanding a strike from him is but 1 in 10. Yet now, that figure adorned with dragon-like horns is able to engage him in a physical contest. Apart from the progeny of the true dragon, Jun Xiaoyao could not fathom any other possibility. The physical prowess of the dragon clan is inherently formidable, especially that of a true dragon's offspring. Nevertheless, what of the true dragon's progeny? My physique is unparalleled in the world. Even a true dragon must remain subdued. Jun Xiaoyao propelled his arms, unleashing the brilliance of immortality. The strength of 40 pieces of Deluo immortal bones surged forth simultaneously. In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's power escalated to unimaginable proportions. He unleashed the Human King seal, causing the void to fracture. The space within the heavenly Dao Tower is far less stable than the external immortal realms. Consequently, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao shattered the limits of strength, rendering the very space itself to fragments. The ethereal figure of the true dragon's offspring radiated with golden brilliance, delivering a blow with the ancient dragon fist, epitomizing the zenith of physical might. Boom! The terrifying force rent the void, and dark fissures spread all around. In the wake of such a cataclysmic clash, the ethereal form of the true dragoness progeny was obliterated by Jun Xiaoyao's seal. Jun Xiaoyao successfully ascended to the 46th level. Observers from the outside witnessed his ascent to the 46th level. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All faces flushed with incredulity before erupting into exclamations of astonishment. The scion of the Jun family had indeed succeeded. A miracle. Had he vanquished the youthful emperor or the offspring of the ancient sovereign? Many cultivators whispered among themselves. Such a scene had never before unfolded during the opening of the Heavenly Dao Tower, not to mention reaching the 46th level. Even ascending to the 40th level had been a rare feat. The divine maiden of the Ji family has also ascended above the 40th level. Some had noticed that the Jun family's dual-eyed cultivator had also reached that height, as well as the Star King body of the Yi family. A handful of prodigies had surpassed the 40th level. In previous times, this would have undoubtedly garnered widespread attention. However, now, with Jun Xiaoyao's illustrious achievement preceding them, those who had crossed the 40th level drew little notice. At the 46th level, Jun Xiaoyao faced an elongated figure cradling a blue lotus. The strength of this figure surpassed that of the earlier progeny of the true dragon. Moreover, his magical power was astonishing, shattering the void with every movement. Could this be a youthful emperor? Jun Xiaoyao speculated. First, the progeny of the true dragon, and now, a youthful emperor. No wonder, in ancient times, few could ascend to the 49th level. Such challenges were exceedingly formidable. This time, even Jun Xiaoyao expended considerable effort. He invoked the 5 great divine arts, the Yuan Emperor's Sword and the Slaying Immortals technique, one after the other. Various martial arts and invincible spells manifested from Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Ultimately, he managed to extinguish that ethereal figure. At the 47th level stood a figure with wings, enveloped in blazing red flames. Jun Xiaoyao pondered, recognizing that it must be the young true phoenix. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving the true phoenix in two. On the 48th level, his opponent manifested as a towering figure bearing a treasure tower, exuding a formidable aura that suppressed the heavens. In this battle, Jun Xiaoyao was compelled to reveal some of his hidden cards, such as the manifestation of the holy body, the homage of myriad saints, and the celestial calamity light contained within his supreme bone. Ultimately, he extinguished the terrifying figure of a person. As he stepped onto the 49th level, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was profound, his demeanor composed. Chapter 153, the 49th level, the eerie ghost-faced maiden, the divine might of the celestial hand. The Tower of Heavenly Dao comprises 50 levels. However, it is said that no one has ever set foot on the 50th level. Rumor has it that it is the eternal resting place of the reincarnation sacred spirit. Historically, the 49th level has been regarded as the pinnacle of the Tower of Heavenly Dao. In ancient times, Jun Xiaoyao was the sole genius to have ascended to the 49th level, regardless of whether he could ultimately prevail. The very act of reaching this height was already a miracle, destined to be recorded in history. The world outside was in a frenzy. Countless cultivators were left in awe, feeling as though they were witnessing a momentous event. The Grand Elder of the Academy was also taken aback. Even as a powerful sage, he found himself deeply shaken at this moment. Suddenly, from the depths of the Sacred Spirit Academy, a voice transmission reached the Grand Elder's ears. The sender was the president of the Academy. Upon hearing the message, the Grand Elder's expression turned to one of astonishment. What? Is it truly to be this way? His emotions were conflicted, unable to comprehend the Academy's decision. It seemed that the prodigious talent and strength of the Jun family's divine son compelled such a choice. Otherwise, the president would not have acted in such a manner. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. It was indeed a poignant moment for an institution with a legacy spanning countless years to bow to a mere youth of scarcely a decade. As the world outside descended into chaos, Jun Xiaoyao had already entered the space of the 49th level. He was curious about the extraordinary guardian of this level. At that moment, a sprinkle of light rain began to descend from the opposite side. A hazy and graceful figure materialized. It was a girl, her skin as white as snow, enveloped in mist, rendering her features indistinct. She wore a ghostly mask upon her face. Beneath the mask, her gaze was profound and indifferent, glimmering with an ethereal light. On her finger, she adorned a bronze ring that occasionally transformed into a bell, then into a cauldron, and at times into a sword. Jun Xiaoyao sensed an unusual aura. A hint of danger emerged within him, a feeling that was quite extraordinary. Throughout his journey, he had effortlessly swept aside the most formidable talents of the age, none of whom had managed to harm him, let alone evoke a sense of peril. Yet, the girl before him, donned in a ghostly mask, evoked an uncommon sense of danger within him. This sensation was utterly novel to him, an experience he had never encountered before. At that moment, the girl with the ghostly mask uttered a haunting melody. The other shore blooms with flowers of 7 hues. And when they fall, they become immortals for a millennium. Brother, where are you? Following this, her profound gaze beneath the mask abruptly shifted towards Jun Xiaoyao. Brother, is that you? Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend the situation. When had he acquired a sister? No, that cannot be right. The ghostly-faced girl suddenly began shaking her head fervently, her eyes under the mask seemingly transforming into a crimson hue. Vast expanses of blood-red flowers began to spread from her feet, creating a realm devoid of life. This was dire. Jun Xiaoyao's expression shifted, and he took action, directly invoking the sacred body manifestation, the worship of all saints. Countless ethereal figures of saints emerged from the void, bowing before him. A terrifying pressure radiated outwards, clashing with the girl's realm of other shore flowers. One side represented the sacred body, while the other was the eerie domain of the ghostly girl. In an instant, the entire space shattered and cracked. Surrounded by absolute darkness, only Jun Xiaoyao and the ghostly girl stood in opposition. She launched an assault against him, wielding a bronze ring that transformed into a bronze long sword, which sliced towards him. The sword's brilliance surged forth like a cascading river of stars, its power terrifyingly immense. It could be said that the majority of contemporary prodigies would struggle to withstand a mere strike from this ghost-faced girl. Jun Xiaoyao did not hold back. Aware of the girl's strangeness and that she could not be measured by ordinary standards, he unleashed an array of divine weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. An endless torrent of divine arms clashed against the ghostly girl's sword edge. Her single strike cleaved through the torrent of divine weapons, its momentum unyielding as it continued to descend upon Jun Xiaoyao. How intriguing! It had been ages since he had encountered a worthy opponent. Jun Xiaoyao felt a long-lost thrill, for it was exceedingly rare to find someone who instilled a sense of danger within him. He donned the Infinity Gauntlet, a pair of violet golden gloves shimmering with divine radiance, exuding an aura of sanctity. These gloves were forged from the bones of a Saint King, infused with a trace of divine essence, and their power was beyond words. With his right hand clad in the gloves, he met the ghostly girl's bronze long sword head-on. A resounding clang echoed as sparks ignited from their collision, the metallic reverberations shaking the surroundings. The ghostly girl was forced back, nearly losing grip on her sword. Excellent, Jun Xiaoyao noted with a slight nod. His ancient sacred body, combined with the might of the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing force and the Infinity Gauntlet, could shatter the heavens with a single blow. If only he could find the right boxing technique, he mused. If one could possess an unparalleled martial art, complemented by the Infinity Gauntlet and bolstered by one's own physical prowess, the exhilaration would be beyond belief. The masked maiden made her move once more, her delicate hand sweeping forth, conjuring countless flowers of the other shore, instilling a sense of ominous foreboding. This technique caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention, as he recalled having heard faint whispers of an immortal imperial lineage from foreign realms, known as the Other Shore clan. It was said that their essence was embodied by the enigmatic flowers of the Other Shore. Yet, to hastily conclude that this masked maiden was connected to that distant realm based solely on this was somewhat presumptuous. Never mind, he thought. It is best to focus on the present. His primary objective now was to overcome this challenge. Even if the masked maiden had previously referred to him as brother, Jun Xiaoyao resolved to eliminate her. He was a machine devoid of emotions, solely focused on conquering obstacles. A radiant brilliance erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, a manifestation of the supreme bone divine ability, the celestial calamity light. This terrifying calamity light illuminated the surrounding darkness, resembling a tribulation sent from the heavens. In response, the masked maiden unleashed her ultimate technique, summoning a dark vortex that seemed capable of devouring all. Astonishingly, the celestial calamity light was drawn into its depths. Observing this, Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone once again surged forth with overwhelming divine energy. The blazing calamity light coalesced into a colossal hand inscribed with endless runes. A celestial hand that appeared as a divine decree from the heavens, poised to extinguish all living beings. With a thunderous roar, the celestial hand descended with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that shattered the already fragmented space into an infinite cloud of dust. Even the enigmatic masked maiden was on the verge of collapse under the might of the celestial hand. Just as her form was about to vanish, Jun Xiaoyao perceived, beneath the mask, glimmers of tears sparkling in her eyes. Would they meet again, brother? Chapter 154. Creating Miracles, Reaching the 50th Floor, Battling Six Selves. Fifth update. After the masked maiden's words, she was swiftly crushed into a myriad of luminous fragments by the celestial hand. Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned contemplative. The ancient marks of remarkable figures left within the heavenly Dao Tower must have lingered for ages. Logically, this masked maiden should also belong to a bygone era. How could she possibly be his sister? Perhaps it was a case of mistaken identity, he mused. Yet, upon reflection, it would be difficult to find another as handsome as himself. How extraordinarily handsome must the brother of that masked maiden be to be mistaken for Jun Xiaoyao? He shook his head, momentarily at a loss for answers. In truth, he was not fond of being entangled in such inexplicable fates. What lay ahead was the final 50th floor. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. Whether he could undergo the transformation of his supreme bone, whether he could achieve a successful sign-in, rested upon this last layer. A radiant glow enveloped Jun Xiaoyao's form as he ascended to the final floor. At this moment, outside the Celestial Path Tower, the atmosphere transcended mere silence. It was an utter void of sound. The clamor of the world seemed to have been extracted, leaving only an absolute stillness. Everyone stood transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the Celestial Path Tower. The name representing Jun Xiaoyao had evidently surpassed the formidable challenge of the 49th level. Astoundingly, the Jun family's prodigy had conquered the 49th level. A cultivator, overwhelmed with astonishment, exclaimed in disbelief, "A miracle. I have witnessed a living miracle." The 49th level had shattered ancient records. It was rumored that only a select few ancient geniuses could achieve such a feat. The entirety of the Sacred Spirit Academy was in an uproar, a cacophony of astonishment. Although many had anticipated Jun Xiaoyao's outstanding performance, the magnitude of his achievement still sent ripples of shock through the hearts of many. Those exceptional talents within the Celestial Path Tower remained oblivious to Jun Xiaoyao's circumstances. Had they known, they would surely have been paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, the Dean's decision proved to be indisputable. The Grand Elder was rendered speechless. Outside the Celestial Path Tower, the crowd was electrified, while inside, the other prodigies were absorbed in their own trials. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao found himself in an expansive desert. Was this the final challenge? Faced with the scene before him, he felt no surprise. In a vague sense, Jun Xiaoyao perceived a peculiar energy. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a withered sapling amidst the gravel beneath his feet. Reincarnation, Jun Xiaoyao murmured softly. It was said that the remains of the reincarnation Holy Spirit lay within the 50th level. As he surveyed his surroundings, he saw nothing but a desolate expanse of sand and wind. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distance, clad in white, enveloped in a celestial radiance. Indeed, upon seeing that silhouette, Jun Xiaoyao let out a faint laugh. After all, as a traveler from another realm, he was well acquainted with certain tropes. The figure before him was an exact replica of Jun Xiaoyao himself. Appearance, aura, cultivation, and realm, all identical. Just as I surmised, a confirmation of self, a battle against oneself. Jun Xiaoyao felt no surprise, even a hint of boredom. The greatest adversary is, indeed, oneself. Just as he contemplated this, a second figure materialized. Jun Xiaoyao paused momentarily. Could it be different from what he had predicted? Yet, that figure was still an exact duplicate of Jun Xiaoyao, as if it had been copied and pasted. Then the third identical figure appeared, followed by a fourth and a fifth. Ultimately, 6 figures surrounded Jun Xiaoyao, each one mirroring him in their extraordinary essence and overwhelming presence. Even Jun Xiaoyao found himself momentarily bewildered. This was no ordinary encounter. What happened to the promised one-on-one battle against oneself? How did it transform into 6 confronting 1? This reincarnation spirit seemingly did not intend for anyone to conquer the 50th level. Jun Xiaoyao's lips twitched slightly as he finally comprehended why, throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in surpassing the 50th level of the Heavenly Path Tower. It was not merely a battle against a single self, but rather a struggle against 6 manifestations of oneself. Who could withstand such an ordeal? Even the greatest figures of antiquity, let alone the ancient emperors, would find it impossible to contend with 6 of their own. Furthermore, every skill, divine ability, and even physical constitution was identical. Boom. The 6 replicas of Jun Xiaoyao wasted no time and launched their assault. A torrent of divine energy erupted forth. They too possessed the primordial holy body and even the divine elephant suppression technique. 6 golden divine elephants charged forth simultaneously, capable of shattering the very heavens. Even someone as formidable as Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of suffocation. He too retaliated, channeling his magical prowess to its zenith. Golden vitality surged, transforming into a golden divine elephant, its trunk swinging, fracturing the void. In that moment, a colossal clash ensued, shaking the heavens and quaking the earth. However, perhaps due to the fact that the 50th level served as the resting place for the reincarnation spirit, the spatial integrity remained relatively stable, preventing immediate collapse. The battle was astonishing, powerful enough to threaten the very fabric of the sky. Should outsiders witness this, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. This was no mere contest among the elite of the unification realm. It resembled a struggle among 7 divine kings. Jun Xiaoyao, with an unyielding exterior, summoned forth the azure golden celestial dragon armor. Without any defense, he could not possibly withstand the simultaneous attacks from his 6 replicas. Yet, at the same time, those 6 replicas also donned the celestial dragon armor. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze deepened. This might be the most arduous battle he had faced since entering the world. For an ordinary individual, confronting a single self was a formidable challenge, nearly insurmountable. How much more so against 6? Jun Xiaoyao unleashed an array of techniques. The Yuan Emperor's Sword, the Slaughter Immortal Sword Technique, the Hell Refinery, the Hand of the Celestial, and the Holy Body Manifestation. Yet, those 6 replicas executed identical maneuvers. Jun Xiaoyao braced himself with his formidable strength. Any other prodigy, be it Ji Qingyi, the Golden-Winged Rock King, Yi Xingyun, or even Jun Lingsong, would have been unable to endure. No one could triumph over 6 identical selves. But Jun Xiaoyao remained composed and transcendent, akin to an unparalleled celestial sovereign breaking free from all shackles. He did not wish to confine his accomplishments to that figure cloaked in white, turned away from all beings. How much less could mere replicas deter his path to invincibility? Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor was aloof, like an ethereal being, as if a divine king commanded the cosmos. With a mere flick of his hand, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Under the immense pressure of trials, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly discovered that within his body, countless giant elephant particles had once again transformed into dragon elephant particles. This marked a breakthrough at the limits of pressure. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao succeeded in transforming another 20,000 giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles. His physical strength surged to a staggering 1.8 billion jin. When all his powers were combined, they reached an astounding 37 billion jin. With a single strike, even the stars beyond the heavens would shatter. What astonished Jun Xiaoyao even more was the realization that his duplicates had not increased in physical strength. This meant that these replicas could only replicate the state Jun Xiaoyao had achieved upon reaching the 50th floor and could not grow stronger alongside him. Just as Jun Xiaoyao began to feel a glimmer of confidence in dealing with these duplicates, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! You have arrived at the sign-in location, the Heavenly Dao Tower. Would you like to sign in? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes brightened. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for him to turn the tide. He eagerly responded, sign in. Chapter 155, Sign-in Rewards, 7-star reward, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. No matter how many tribulations I face, I shall remain unparalleled in this world. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the 7-star reward, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. As the system's voice faded, a surge of profound and arcane knowledge flooded into his mind. The supreme martial art, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, was indeed a 7-star reward, and it was a fist technique. Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of exhilaration. A 7-star reward was exceedingly rare, far surpassing his expectations. Even more delighting was that it was an unparalleled martial art. He had previously lamented his unmatched physicality and possession of the Thanos Holy King gloves, yet lacked a suitable fist technique. Now, as if fortune smiled upon him, he not only signed in for a fist technique, but one that was nearly invincible. In Jun Xiaoyao's mind, a blurry figure emerged, wielding its fists. 6 indistinct whirlpools materialized, as if all things in the world were about to be ensnared by the terrifying radiance of this fist, threatening to rend the heavens asunder. The 6 duplicates of Jun Xiaoyao charged forward once more. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist was an extremely esoteric art, poised to surpass supreme techniques and reach an entirely new realm. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's current strength, it would be impossible to fully manifest the true essence of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. However, this did not impede his ability to wield it, nor did it diminish the power of the strike. More importantly, because the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist was obtained through the system's sign-in, the 6 duplicates could not execute this technique. No matter how formidable the rules of the Heavenly Dao Tower were, they could not influence the system. Jun Xiaoyao donned the Thanos Holy King gloves and unleashed a powerful punch, infusing it with the strength of the Holy Body, the force of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison, and the power of the Great Luo Immortal Bone. The tri-layered might converged, rendering his punch seemingly capable of shattering the very stars of the cosmos. Yet, that was not all. Jun Xiaoyao had also manifested the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. 6 formidable whirlpools of reincarnation emerged, accompanying the radiant arc of his fist. With this strike, it appeared as though all living beings would face obliteration, ensnared within the cycle of reincarnation, instilling a sense of dread. With a thunderous roar, his fist descended, fracturing the very fabric of space. Even though the 50th layer of space was relatively stable, it could not withstand the might of the external realm. Jun Xiaoyao's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, creating a dark abyss in the space itself. The replica confronting his fist was instantly obliterated in a resounding explosion. Without a shred of doubt, turning back, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed another strike towards another replica. The 6 terrifying whirlpools of reincarnation ensnared the replica, subjecting it to the trials of 6 cycles, as its form began to disintegrate. This punch was so potent, it was practically invincible. Any being caught within would be ground to dust. Moreover, with the emergence of 20,000 dragon phantom particles, Jun Xiaoyao's divine power far surpassed that of these replicas. In this interplay of strengths, Jun Xiaoyao's prowess undeniably eclipsed that of the replicas. The ensuing battle was remarkably straightforward, with a vigorous demeanor. Jun Xiaoyao dispatched each replica with a single, explosive punch, devoid of any superfluous flair. Once the final replica was vanquished, the entire realm seemed to fall into a tranquil silence. Standing atop the celestial heights, clad in white, he exuded an unparalleled grace. He had succeeded. He had traversed the uncharted 50th layer of the celestial path tower. Even the ancient luminaries and immortal prodigies had faltered at the 10th layer, yet Jun Xiaoyao had triumphed. Regardless of the countless tribulations he faced, he remained unmatched in this world. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood resolute. In that moment, he appeared as the sole sovereign of heaven and earth. As Jun Xiaoyao conquered the 50th layer, the entire celestial path tower erupted with an unprecedented spectacle. The stars trembled, the earth quaked, and the ethereal visages of ancient and contemporary heroes materialized around the tower, bowing in reverence. This scene profoundly moved the hearts of hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the vicinity. "Behold, the name of the Jun family's divine scion," one cultivator exclaimed in disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao's name had ascended to the pinnacle of the 50th layer, signifying his successful passage through this formidable threshold. No amount of ink could adequately convey the unparalleled astonishment in the hearts of the onlookers. If Jun Xiaoyao's passage through the 49th layer was a miracle, then what he had achieved now was nothing short of a divine phenomenon. For throughout history, while few had traversed the 49th layer, none had ever conquered the 50th. The great number of Daiyin dictated that 49 was a threshold. Many believed that the 50th layer was insurmountable for any individual. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao has blazed a trail. What are the 50 layers? He, Jun Xiaoyao, can surpass them. It is truly terrifying. Should the Jun family's divine heir continue to grow at this rate, attaining the path of the emperor in the future seems almost inevitable. Not merely achieving the status of an emperor, I sense that the divine heir of the Jun family possesses the qualifications to step into the realm of immortals. A prodigy, a marvel. Throughout the ancient and modern epochs of the immortal domain, spanning 100,000 years, there exists but one, Jun Xiaoyao. A venerable elder from a top-tier power expressed his deep sentiments. When the path to emperorship opens, who could possibly rival the Jun family's divine heir? I cannot fathom it. At this very moment, the radiance of Jun Xiaoyao eclipses all others. Despite the multitude of celestial maidens and outstanding talents, they all pale in insignificance under the brilliance of Jun Xiaoyao. Within the Tower of Heavenly Path, the golden-winged Peng King is challenging the trials. His strength is formidable, having conquered 44 layers. However, at a certain moment, the Tower of Heavenly Path suddenly trembles, awakening a sense of foreboding within him. What is happening? The golden-winged Peng King is puzzled. Meanwhile, Yixingyun also experiences a revelation. The imprints of opportunities within the Tower of Heavenly Path have rendered his memories increasingly vivid. It turns out that the Celestial Palace is called the Wujixing Palace, and it is located among the 10 realms of the lower world. No wonder I could not find any clues in the immortal domain. Yixingyun comes to a realization, gaining significant insight. However, he also perceives the anomalies within the Tower of Heavenly Path. What is happening to the Tower of Heavenly Path? Yixingyun reveals a look of suspicion. In the space of the 43rd layer, Fahai is engaged in a fierce battle with an apparition. His entire being radiates with golden light, and his physique has multiplied several times, resembling a golden Buddha. This is the unparalleled physical method of the Little Western Heaven, the 6-span golden body. Through the opportunities presented by the Tower of Heavenly Path, Fahai has perfected the 6-span golden body. Moreover, in his eyes, a blood sea seems to materialize, imbued with ominous portent. This reflects the duality of his Buddha nature and demonic heart. The Tower of Heavenly Path has undergone a transformation, Fahai murmurs. On the 46th layer of the Tower of Heavenly Path, Ji Qingyi, dressed in ethereal attire, moves gracefully, her delicate figure enveloped in the radiance of the immortal path. Her visage is obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct. Yet, within her clear eyes, a resolute glimmer shines. Her objective is the 49th layer. At this moment, the Tower of Heavenly Path suddenly vibrates, as an unusual phenomenon occurs. accompanied by auspicious sounds chanting. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao has set foot upon the 49th layer? A flicker of astonishment crosses Ji Qingyi's crystalline gaze. In her imagination, the 49th layer already represented the pinnacle. As for the 50th layer, Ji Qingyi had not even dared to contemplate it. That Jun Xiaoyao could ascend to the 49th layer comes as a profound surprise to Ji Qingyi. Merely the earlier manifestation of Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette, turning its back to the world, suffices to demonstrate his extraordinary aptitude and strength. Ji Qingyi is determined not to be left behind. I shall not fall behind, she declares with unwavering resolve. Though she is a woman, her demeanor is transcendent, akin to that of a celestial being. Yet, there remains an indomitable spirit of competition. After all, in this tumultuous era, only by surpassing others can one hope to attain enlightenment. Ji Qingyi also harbors the aspiration for transcendence. With a graceful sweep of her jade-like hand, she manifests the divine techniques of the immortal sage sect, channeling the celestial seal towards the ethereal shadow before her. Meanwhile, within the Tower of Heavenly Tao, all the prodigies strive valiantly to ascend to the 49th level. Jun Xiaoyao, however, has already succeeded in his endeavor. As he gazes into the distance, an ancient silhouette suddenly materializes amidst the desolate wasteland. Clad in a tattered robe, the figure is shrouded in a gaunt frame. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flicker as he advances. Yet, the closer he draws to that withered form, the more he feels an oppressive force weighing upon him. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy of reincarnation begins to permeate the air. With each step he takes, the intensity of this reincarnation power amplifies. Jun Xiaoyao quickly realizes that his own life essence is depleting at an alarming rate. At this moment, he comprehends why this space manifests as a barren desert. Under the influence of reincarnation, all things are destined to wither and decay. Were it anyone else in this place, they would likely succumb to the overwhelming pressure after merely a few steps, their vitality waning, leaving them frail and aged. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao is different. He possesses an ancient sacred physique, a reservoir of life force. It could be said that even the vitality of a young true dragon may pale in comparison to his. Step by step, as he approaches, the reincarnation power thickens, multiplying exponentially. Is this the might of the sacred spirit? Jun Xiaoyao muses, realizing that even in death, this entity's remnants are not easily approached. He understands that the essence of this sacred spirit is the golden path of reincarnation. However, he did not anticipate such a formidable force lingering posthumously. Ultimately, Jun Xiaoyao finds himself merely a few dozen paces from the relic. The reincarnation energy here is at its zenith. Any other prodigy, be it Ji Qingyi or Jun Lingsong, would likely be unable to withstand it, rapidly aging under its weight. But no, it cannot end this way. The trial of the 50th level is not yet complete. A sudden clarity dawns upon Jun Xiaoyao. The 50th level presents one final challenge, to confront this power of reincarnation. Yet, how could one so easily contend with such a force? As he contemplates, he notices a withered sapling sprouting from the ground, a sight he had observed upon entering this level. Reincarnation, rebirth, extinction, an endless cycle, Jun Xiaoyao murmurs as if entranced. Suddenly, he settles into a meditative posture, delving into profound contemplation. Jun Xiaoyao's talent is beyond question. Even without the support of a system, he stands unmatched in this era. The various arcane arts of the Jun family become clear to him at a glance. Now, inspired by his current predicament, he embarks on a path of deeper understanding. Reincarnation is not merely a state of silence. Rather, the essence of reincarnation lies in the cycle of life and death, the perpetual flow of existence. Jun Xiaoyao finds himself immersed in enlightenment. The supreme bone within his chest begins to emit a dazzling brilliance. The surrounding potent force of reincarnation converges towards the supreme bone, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. In the distance, there seems to be a terrifying divine power brewing within. At that moment, upon the thin, skeletal figure draped in a burlap robe, a faint glimmer, reminiscent of fireflies, suddenly emerges, accompanied by a subtle wave of spiritual energy. Could this be a descendant of his lineage? Indeed, their talent is prodigious, exceedingly formidable. From this flickering soul light emanates a profound resonance. In the Time Flow Tower, talented individuals are gradually being teleported out after failing to pass the trials. After all, not everyone can emulate Jun Xiaoyao, who progresses through the challenges with unyielding momentum. The Yinyang Holy Sun, Xiaolan, and Hua Shiqing, among others, falter at the 38th or 39th floor. Logically, this achievement is commendable, for in previous openings of the Dao Tower, only a scant few have reached the 40th floor. However, this time, the Grand Elder cannot muster any joy. Setting aside the anomaly that is Jun Xiaoyao, other members of the Jun family, including the golden-winged Peng King, Yi Xingyun, and the Little Western Heaven Bodhisattva have all performed remarkably. Even the most modest Jun Linglong stands on par with the Yinyang Holy Sun and his peers. Other lineages have also uniformly ascended to the 40th floor. In stark contrast, the performance of the Academy's Holy Sons and Daughters appears rather awkward. As the Yinyang Holy Sun and his companions emerge, filled with fervor, their expressions turn to astonishment upon witnessing the pinnacle figure of Jun Xiaoyao. Subsequently, the resolve of the Yinyang Holy Sun and Xiaolan faces a devastating blow, leaving them despondent. Hua Xiqing's eyes shine with unprecedented admiration, as it becomes evident that the Jun family's prodigy is indeed a celestial being, having achieved the impossible. The mere thought of Jun Xiaoyao's earlier promise to engage in discourse fills her with an exhilarating eagerness. Meanwhile, the golden-winged Peng King, Yi Xingyun, and Fa Hai emerge. Yet before they can bask in their own accomplishments, they confront the harsh reality. How could this be possible? The golden-winged Peng King is engulfed in turmoil, questioning his very existence. He had believed himself capable of contending with Jun Xiaoyao, only to discover that the latter has shattered ancient records. This outcome is utterly unacceptable. The golden-winged Peng King, having surpassed the 45th floor, is already a prodigy, yet when compared to Jun Xiaoyao, he feels insignificant. Yi Xingyun and Fa Hai share his sentiments. Their faces paling, darkened as if covered in soot. A sense of powerlessness spreads within them. In the Time Flow Tower, the most captivating figures are undoubtedly Jun Lingsong and Ji Qingyi. One is a bearer of dual pupils, the foremost of the Jun family's lineage. One is the divine maiden of the Ji family, and the other is the saintess of the human immortal sect. Were it not for Jun Xiaoyao's brilliance overshadowing them, today would undoubtedly belong to these two. The crowd gasped in astonishment as both Jun Lingsong and Ji Qingyi broke through the 48th level, reaching the 49th. Indeed, the Jun family's first sequence is truly extraordinary. How enviable it is for the Jun family, as they produce outstanding talents continuously. The divine maiden of the Ji family possesses astonishing innate talent as well. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if they can surpass the 50th level. I find it unlikely. For not everyone can be compared to the son of the Jun family, who is a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. As the crowd speculated, the results were revealed. They had indeed reached a standstill at the 49th level. Nevertheless, this achievement is already remarkable, signifying that they both possess the potential to stand out among their peers. Unfortunately, Jun Lingsong stepped out of the Heavenly Path Tower with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes still veiled. However, the crowd could faintly sense that his aura had grown even more formidable. Within the Heavenly Path Tower, Jun Lingsong had also encountered fortuitous opportunities, leading to a significant transformation in his dual pupils. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyi gracefully emerged, her steps light as a lotus. She gently shook her head and murmured, "That ghost-faced girl is indeed powerful and enigmatic. To defeat her will be a challenge." Then, Ji Qingyi recalled the peculiar occurrences within the Heavenly Path Tower. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao truly surpassed the 49th level? Instinctively, she lifted her gaze. Upon doing so, her exquisite features rarely displayed an expression of astonishment, as if her soul had momentarily departed. The 50th level? Ji Qingyi could not help but cover her lips with her delicate hand. Chapter 157. Supreme Bone, Second Divine Ability. Rebirth of the Radiant Light, the entrustment of the reincarnation Holy Spirit. Ji Qingyi, with her tranquil and unassuming disposition, often transcended worldly concerns. Years of secluded cultivation in the human immortal sect imbued her with an ethereal essence, her heart as still as an ancient well. Yet at this moment, Ji Qingyi seemed to have been cast down to mortal realm, revealing a countenance of shock and disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao did not merely break through the 49th level. He ascended to the 50th. He shattered the record unbroken by predecessors, pioneering a path unseen by ancient sages. Though the difference is but a single level, the significance is entirely different. Where no one else could breach the 50th level, Jun Xiaoyao has done so. Ji Qingyi remained lost in thought for an extended period. She had encountered countless prodigies, yet none had ever evoked such astonishment within her. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had achieved what even Ji Qingyi could not. This was a blow to her, who had always sailed smoothly and stood aloof from the fray. It was akin to a revered celestial being, worshipped by all, suddenly discovering a king standing before her. In the presence of this celestial monarch, she felt insignificantly small, a faint sense of helplessness rising within her. This sensation was quite disconcerting. Ah, Xiaoyao, indeed transcendent. Though Jun Lingsong's eyes were veiled, he observed everything keenly. The illustrious first sequence of the Jun family could not help but acknowledge that his cousin's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. He had initially intended to compare his strength with Jun Xiaoyao at the Tiandao Tower, hoping to demonstrate his prowess to a Jew. Yet, he found himself overshadowed once again by Jun Xiaoyao. Behind him, Jun Daolin and Jun Xiu wore expressions of shock and disbelief. They had previously voiced their discontent regarding Jun Xiaoyao's monopolization of the family's cultivation resources. However, witnessing the resplendent figure of Jun Xiaoyao rendered them utterly speechless. Is it wrong for the exceptional to claim a greater share of familial resources? Certainly not. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for their own lack of talent, which rendered them incapable of becoming the pillars of the Jun family. In that moment, Jun Xiu completely retracted her earlier criticisms of Jun Xiaoyao. She began to perceive him as even more dazzling than Jun Lingsong. As the Jun family's chosen one successfully navigated the trials, why had he yet to emerge? Perhaps he was on the verge of inheriting some grand fortune. Some prodigies displayed envy in their gazes, while the grand elders sighed deeply. He understood that Jun Xiaoyao had likely encountered the remains of the reincarnation sacred spirit. While countless individuals outside were awestruck by Jun Xiaoyao, within the 50th layer of space, he, seated on the ground, finally reacted. The supreme bone in his chest began to emanate a dual radiance of black and white, the very embodiment of reincarnation power. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, and within their depths flickered a black and white brilliance. The second grand supernatural ability of the supreme bone, reincarnation nirvana light. Jun Xiaoyao abruptly rose, an astonishing aura of reincarnation erupting from his chest as the black and white luminescence radiated outward. In an instant, the surrounding desolation began to transform. A withered sapling on the ground sprouted tender green buds at an astonishing pace, rapidly maturing into a towering tree. The desolate region within 100 miles around Jun Xiaoyao metamorphosed into a vibrant oasis. In a mere thought, the barren land was rejuvenated. This was the terrifying power of the Supreme Bone's supernatural ability, reincarnation nirvana light. Yet, that was not all. The power of reincarnation encompassed not only the force of life, but also that of death. As Jun Xiaoyao continued to channel the reincarnation nirvana light, the black radiance swept through, causing the towering trees to wither, their leaves falling until they ultimately crumbled into dust. This bore some resemblance to the Panwang Year Sword, yet remained fundamentally distinct. Jun Xiaoyao contemplated. The Panwang Year Sword derived its strength from the power of time, whereas the reincarnation nirvana light emanated from the power of reincarnation. Nevertheless, their effects indeed shared similarities. The reincarnation nirvana light was merely a preliminary form, destined to evolve into even more profound transformations. Jun Xiaoyao mused. Akin to the celestial cataclysmic light, whose complete technique was known as the hand of the celestial. The cycle of rebirth is merely a nascent form, yet it holds the potential to evolve into a complete and formidable divine power. Even in its embryonic state, it is terrifyingly potent, sufficient to serve as a decisive weapon. Furthermore, the power of reincarnation from the Supreme Bone can synergize with the Six Paths Return Fist, amplifying its formidable might. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao once again directed his gaze toward the remains of the reincarnation Holy Spirit. To be candid, he initially envisioned the remains as resembling some form of metallic being. However, that was not the case at all. The remains of the reincarnation Holy Spirit appeared much like an ordinary human, albeit emaciated and withered, as if it were dehydrated. At that moment, an exceedingly faint ripple of spiritual energy suddenly emerged. Young friend, you are from the Jun family, are you not? A spark of intrigue flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He beheld a faint glimmer, akin to a firefly, hovering above the remains. Is there still a trace of lingering soul? He pondered. He nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, I am Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family. Sure enough, in our era, the Jun family produced an extraordinary figure who overshadowed the myriad heroes of the immortal domain. Even some fully realized holy spirits refrained from showing themselves, fearing annihilation at the hands of that individual who would transform them into imperial weapons. Oh, is that so? Jun Xiaoyao mused, astonished. A fully realized holy spirit is a being that can stand shoulder to shoulder with emperors and ancient sovereigns. That emperor, self-styled as the Abandoned Heaven, was a being that renounced the celestial realm. The lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit spoke. It is an ancestor, the Abandoned Heaven Emperor, Jun Abandoned Heaven. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. This was indeed a remarkable figure. It is said that his innate talent was extraordinarily monstrous, even summoning the imperial seal from the heavens. Had he accepted it, his path to becoming an emperor would have been unobstructed. Yet, that formidable individual declared, the Tao's coronation is merely a burden. I shall ascend to transcendence through my own merit. He rejected the imperial seal bestowed upon him by heaven. Ultimately, he relied on his own strength to attain the Tao, extending the Jun family's fortune for 100,000 years. The Jun family's dominance in the immortal domain, enduring to this day, is not merely due to one or two individuals, but rather, each generation has produced prodigies akin to Jun Abandoned Heaven. For instance, the previous generation boasted Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-clad divine king, Jun Wuhui, and in this generation, it is naturally Jun Xiaoyao. I have a sense that this figure has not yet perished. The lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit suddenly remarked. What? Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, taken aback. That formidable individual is still alive? However, upon reflection, given the Jun family's profound heritage, it is not inconceivable that remnants of the emperor endure. After all, even the ancestor ranked 18th is a supreme powerhouse. What realms might those in the top 10, or even the top few, have reached? The existence of an emperor does not seem extraordinary. Senior, what precisely do you wish to convey? Jun Xiaoyao inquired directly. The lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit replied, I recognize that with your talent, you will undoubtedly become a core figure in the Jun family. I have but one request. I hope you will look after the Holy Spirit Academy in the future. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, the reincarnation Holy Spirit would present such a request. With the onset of a tumultuous era, chaos envelopes the realms. A wisp of black mist shall drift from a foreign land, and even the immortal shall face obliteration, let alone an academy. The lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit spoke with a melancholic tone. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao grasped the gravity of the situation. The soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit seemed to possess foreknowledge of impending events. It sought Jun Xiaoyao's aid to prevent the Sacred Spirit Academy from succumbing to the tides of time. Given Jun Xiaoyao's esteemed identity and the resources of the Jun family, providing assistance to the Sacred Spirit Academy would not pose a significant challenge. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not one to act out of altruism. He would not engage in endeavors without recompense. Sensing Jun Xiaoyao's intentions, the lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit reassured him, rest assured. I shall not propose conditions without merit. This object is my final gift. From the chest of the reincarnation Holy Spirit's remains, a nebulous radiance emerged. This caused Jun Xiaoyao to exhibit a look of intrigue. As this ethereal glow materialized, an overwhelming force of reincarnation energy began to emanate. Yet, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had already comprehended the true essence of reincarnation. Coupled with the enhancement of the supreme bone, this energy could no longer exert a significant influence over him. Upon closer inspection, Jun Xiaoyao discerned that within the nebulous luminescence lay an object resembling a seed. This seed, exhibiting a black and white hue, radiated an intense power of reincarnation. The reincarnation energy present in this location paled in comparison to the potency of this seed. Even for one as accustomed to rare treasures as Jun Xiaoyao, the sight of this seed elicited astonishment. He recognized it as an extraordinarily rare gem. The lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit proclaimed, "This is the reincarnation celestial seed, forged from my essence of reincarnation and the quintessence of Taoist gold. Given your attainment in the realm of unity, your next step is to merge with the Tao. This reincarnation celestial seed shall undoubtedly serve you well." The mention of the celestial seed brightened Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Such seeds were indeed rare treasures. For most cultivators, the celestial seed was an unattainable ideal. Even common spiritual seeds were not accessible to everyone. Ordinary practitioners could only utilize the most inferior merging seeds, which offered minimal enhancement. "How do you find this gift, young friend?" inquired the lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit. "It's acceptable," Jun Xiaoyao replied with a slight nod. For an average prodigy, receiving a celestial seed would undoubtedly elicit immense joy and excitement. However, for Jun Xiaoyao, it was merely satisfactory. Had it not been for the reincarnation energy contained within this seed, he likely would have shown even less interest. This demeanor left the lingering soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit momentarily speechless. Despite bestowing upon Jun Xiaoyao the reincarnation celestial seed, he exhibited little reaction. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao obtained the reincarnation immortal seed. "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall take care of the Sacred Spirit Academy," Jun Xiaoyao declared. "With a descendant of the Jun family making such a promise, I can finally feel at ease. Now, you may depart. My residual soul cannot endure for much longer." The residual soul of the reincarnation Sacred Spirit replied. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, surveying the remains of the reincarnation Sacred Spirit. "Cough, young friend. Why do you gaze upon this old man's remains?" The residual soul inquired with a dry cough. The young man surely was not contemplating the remains. "Esteemed senior, you jest. I merely wish to admire your illustrious form," Jun Xiaoyao replied, unflinchingly. Yet, in truth, he had indeed considered the remains. For the essence of the reincarnation Sacred Spirit could forge imperial weapons with the reincarnation Tao gold. Such a substantial piece of reincarnation Tao gold would undoubtedly tempt anyone. However, after careful contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao ultimately relinquished that notion. As the residual soul had remarked, All of its essence had coalesced into the reincarnation immortal seed, rendering the remains devoid of value. Esteemed senior, I bid you farewell. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands and turned to leave. The reincarnation sacred spirit watched Jun Xiaoyao's retreating figure and suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he made the right choice in entrusting the academy to this individual? However, throughout history, only Jun Xiaoyao had passed the test. The reincarnation sacred spirit had no alternative. On the other hand, a faint smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's lips. His journey to the heavenly Dao Tower had yielded abundant rewards. The dragon elephant microparticles had undergone a transformation. He had signed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. And the supreme bone divine ability was brewing. Moreover, he had acquired the reincarnation immortal seed. How should this seed be utilized? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. If he were to refine the seed now, he could immediately break through to the harmonization realm, possibly even attain the great perfection of the harmonization realm. Furthermore, the reincarnation immortal seed indeed resonated with his supreme bone divine ability. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao felt a certain unease. He believed the immortal seed could not fully unleash his innate talents. Jun Zhantian had also mentioned that he should descend to the lower realms to search for the world's essence as a seed. The choice of the immortal seed was pivotal for his future path. Distinct choices represented divergent paths, which was exceedingly significant for Jun Xiaoyao. Never mind. If I am to break through to the harmonization realm, I must select the most fitting path, lest I squander my innate gifts, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. He was not in haste to refine it, intending instead to use the reincarnation immortal seed to comprehend the complete divine ability of reincarnation nirvana light. The power of this ability would undoubtedly surpass that of the reincarnation nirvana light. Once matters here were concluded, Jun Xiaoyao departed. Outside, all the cultivators remained, eagerly anticipating Jun Xiaoyao's emergence and curious about the fortuitous encounters he had experienced. In the midst of a collective breath-holding, the pinnacle of the heavenly Dao Tower shimmered with brilliance. Jun Xiaoyao's figure ascended like an ethereal being descending from the moon, clad in pristine white, pure as snow. His elongated figure radiated an ethereal glow. He resembled a divine offspring, a celestial being beneath the moonlight, possessing an enchanting grace and unparalleled beauty. Upon his countenance, capable of driving countless maidens to madness, there was not a hint of expression. It was strikingly serene. To Jun Xiaoyao, transcending the 50th floor of the heavenly Dao Tower seemed a trivial matter. The audience collectively held their breath, astonished by his untainted presence. The challenges of ascending the heavenly Dao Tower were notoriously arduous. Not only ordinary cultivators, but even the most eminent prodigies often found themselves in dire straits, sustaining numerous injuries along the way. Yet Jun Xiaoyao, he bore no wounds. His white garb was devoid of even a speck of dust. It was as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll and returned. The Jun family's scion appeared untouched by the ordeal. Had he not conquered the 50th floor? One would expect a fierce battle to ensue. Many were left bewildered. Ji Qingyi gazed upon the unparalleled figure in white against the horizon. Given her status, she felt a twinge of inferiority. Jun Xiaoyao was exceedingly transcendent, his aura surpassing even her own celestial grace. Why do you all stare at me? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, bemused. He felt no sense of having accomplished a miracle. After all, he had merely navigated a tower. Jun Xiaoyao, having ascended the 50th floor, did you encounter that esteemed individual? The Grand Elder asked, his tone laced with excitement. That individual was the source of their sacred spirit academy. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The Grand Elder's heart raced fiercely. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao had indeed met the legendary reincarnation sacred spirit. Most of the women present gazed at him with sparkling eyes, akin to a pack of wolves fixating on a lamb. Meanwhile, the majority of cultivators expressed unprecedented admiration and reverence. Sensing the fervent atmosphere, the faces of prodigies like the golden-winged rock king darkened. They were unwilling to accept and puzzled by how Jun Xiaoyao could traverse the 50th floor unscathed. The golden-winged rock king could no longer suppress his envy and resentment, exclaiming, Jun Xiaoyao, what extraordinary means did you employ to conquer the 50th floor? His words rendered the surroundings silent. In truth, everyone was eager to discern how Xiaoyao had passed the rigorous test. This scion need only traverse. There is no need to explain myself to a mere golden fried chicken. Jun Xiaoyao scoffed, disinterested in providing any clarification. His words left the crowd in shock, utterly speechless. To refer to the golden-winged rock king as a golden fried chicken was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Jun Xiaoyao, you. The golden-winged little Peng king was seething with rage, his insides ablaze, as his pair of wings trembled with fury. As a descendant of the golden-winged great Peng from the holy mountain of Kalachakra, he had never endured such humiliation. Even if Jun Xiaoyao had just shattered the record of the heavenly Dao Tower, what did it matter? No one knew whether Jun Xiaoyao had succeeded through sheer strength or some extraordinary means. Those who found this divine scion displeasing stepped forward together. He had no time to deal with them one by one. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back. His strength had surged tremendously, and he now required a few opponents to test his newfound prowess. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's audacious words, few dared to label him as arrogant, particularly since he had just set an eternal record. His fame was at its zenith. Moreover, they were curious about what fortuitous encounters Jun Xiaoyao had experienced on the 50th floor and to what extraordinary level his strength had ascended. The golden-winged little Peng King was brimming with combat spirit, his eyes radiating golden light. Naturally competitive by nature, he was unwilling to be outdone. Ba Jun, I am willing to spar with you, he proclaimed. Hai could no longer restrain himself and was ready to strike, fearing that otherwise, his mental state might fracture. As for Yi Xingyun, his expression fluctuated, yet he ultimately chose not to engage. There was no rush to confront him. Once he descended to the lower realms and discovered the treasures of the Wujixing Palace, his cultivation would soar, and defeating Jun Xiaoyao would not be an impossibility. Yi Xingyun mused internally, attempting to soothe himself with justifications, despite his evident cowardice. Jun Xiaoyao cast his gaze across the assembly, and figures like the Yinyang Holy Sun and Xiaolan lacked even the courage to meet his eyes. Finally, his attention settled on Ji Qingyi, Ji family goddess. Do you not wish to engage in battle? Ji Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Jun Xiaoyao had directed his words towards her. However, she quickly replied, Brother Xiaoyao, you jest. I harbor no desire for confrontation. Witnessing the esteemed holy maiden of the Rinxian sect retreat from battle left many cultivators astonished. In the realm of the wasteland, Jun Xiaoyao's generation had already begun to exhibit an invincible aura. He internally shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity for obtaining a female companion. No, for a friendly exchange. It seems it's just the two of you. Let us proceed, Jun Xiaoyao stated indifferently. Arrogant, the golden-winged little Peng King could no longer contain himself, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. From his back, a myriad of 80,000 sword feathers erupted, transforming into a tidal wave of fury. It was as though 80,000 golden flying swords pierced the sky, shattering the very firmament. Each sword feather emitted a chillingly sharp aura, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The sheer magnitude of the assault left many cultivators pale and trembling. Simultaneously, Hai made his move. His foot struck the ground, shattering it with a powerful recoil as he ascended into the sky. A resplendent golden light erupted, causing his physique to expand, as if he had transformed into a golden Buddha. It is the untransmitted technique of the little western heaven, the golden body of 16 feet. Some elders gasped in astonishment. This is an extraordinarily powerful body refinement technique, comparable to the supreme laws. When cultivated to perfection, it grants immortality, even if the primordial spirit fades into oblivion. The corporeal form endures in the world. It is astonishing that this generation's little western heaven Buddha child could cultivate the six-span golden body to such an extent. An elder marveled. Regardless of other factors, just the six-span golden body alone allows Hai to secure his position among the top-tier prodigies. The golden-winged rock king and the little western heaven child, either one of them, could easily stand at the pinnacle of genius. Yet now, they both joined forces to confront Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao remained unperturbed, raising his palm with simplicity, delivering a single strike. This was not merely a simple gesture. It encompassed an astonishing force of 37 billion pounds. What does this signify? It far surpasses the imagination of many cultivators. Boom. The air erupted with a piercing sonic blast as all the air before Jun Xiaoyao's palm was compressed, the void trembling like a disturbed lake. This was the ultimate manifestation of power. Bang. Just one strike. The myriad sword feathers shattered into oblivion. The overwhelming pressure and wind from the palm slammed the golden-winged rock king hard into the ground, burying him deep within the earth. As for Hai, despite activating the six-span golden body and experiencing a tremendous increase in physical strength, he was still sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao's strike, spewing blood uncontrollably, ultimately crashing into a few nearby structures, barely coming to a halt. The cultivators present shivered involuntarily. Terrifying. It was utterly indescribable. Jun Xiaoyao had not even employed any special techniques. A simple strike was sufficient to render both the Rock King and Hai powerless. The physical might of the Jun family scion had surged once more. What method of cultivation had he practiced? Was this the fearsome aspect of the ancient sacred body? Just how many shackles had the Jun family scion broken? Many prodigies gasped in disbelief. Ji Qingyi's gaze was unprecedentedly grave. Regardless of other factors, in terms of physical strength, 10 of her combined could not rival Jun Xiaoyao. Coughing, The golden-winged rock king emerged from the pit, his eyes glinting fiercely like a beast. This was an utter disgrace. Even more infuriating was the nine-headed lion, who sneered mockingly. You laughed at my loyalty to the master. At least I am the master's steed, while you, unable to withstand even a single slap from him, are truly pathetic. The nine-headed lion's taunts nearly pushed the golden-winged rock king to the brink of internal injury. Meanwhile, Fai's six-span golden body appeared as if it might crack, with numerous gaping wounds oozing blood, presenting a terrifying sight. His expression was cold and fierce. I do not believe, Fai declared, continuing his assault. Great mighty celestial dragon, earthly sovereign Ksitigarbha, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Mawaina. Fai recited the true scriptures, invoking the supreme law of the little western heaven and the great destruction of the celestial dragon scriptures. In an instant, the light of Buddha radiated forth, with numerous Buddhas appearing, accompanied by celestial dragon guardians, elevating Fai to the status of a holy child among the Buddhas. Meanwhile, the golden-winged rock king unleashed his full power, summoning the formidable bloodline divine abilities of the golden-winged rock lineage. Ethereal images of divine rocks manifested in the void, tearing through true dragons. This was the bloodline divine ability of the golden-winged rock clan, the celestial rock wrestling the dragon chart. It could be said that this was the ultimate move from both parties, released simultaneously. Even the young supremes like Jun Lingsong and Ji Qingyi furrowed their brows. For if they were in their stead, receiving such a powerful attack would prove challenging. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed as he threw a punch. A surge of reincarnation power erupted, reverberating through the heavens and earth, seemingly capable of shattering the cosmos. 6 terrifying reincarnation whirlpools descended alongside Jun Xiaoyao's fist, manifesting the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. With a single strike, the heavens trembled, and all beings quaked in fear, as the universe itself seemed to be overturned. This punch was as if it sought to return all things to the void, fracturing the void itself, while the surrounding flora withered into desolation, perishing in an instant. What an extraordinary technique. The golden-winged rock king rarely displayed fear, yet now he was visibly shaken. Fai's countenance also shifted dramatically, as he felt an unprecedented dread. Boom. With that punch, the ground split for dozens of miles, and everything around was reduced to dust. Both Fai and the golden-winged rock king were directly crushed into the depths of the earth, their fates unknown. An overwhelming sense of horror and trepidation engulfed the hearts of all. This fist technique seemed intent on dragging one into reincarnation, obliterating both body and soul into nothingness. Chapter 160. A change in attitude. Making Jun Xiaoyao the sacred son of the academy, many were filled with dread, their souls trembling. They felt that if they were to face Jun Xiaoyao's strike, even before the fist arrived, the mere aura would be enough to shatter them. This fist technique carried the essence of true reincarnation. Could it be that the Jun family's divine son obtained this through the 50 levels of reward? Some keen-eyed elders speculated. Regardless, everyone understood that after this battle, Jun Xiaoyao would likely secure his position as the foremost figure among the younger generation of the immortal domain. Unless another prodigy emerged capable of shaking his status and defeating him, could this be possible? Some recalled the ancestor dragon, Nest's Long Outyin, the young emperor of the Northern Earth Wang family, and the reincarnation of the sword demon from the Primordial Yi clan. However, those top-tier prodigies were currently in seclusion, undergoing transcendence, and had yet to enter the world. Although many other prodigious talents had yet to emerge, the Jun family's divine son had already begun to exhibit an invincible presence. For other talents to challenge his position would be no easy feat indeed. Not to mention others, even the ancient anomaly, Princess Longji, was not regarded by the Jun family's divine son. Jun Xiaoyao's performance, whether in breaking through the 50 levels of the Tiandao Tower or effortlessly overpowering the golden-winged rock king and Fai, left everyone in awe. After a brief passage of time, the golden-winged little Peng king and Fai struggled to emerge from the pit. Indeed, they clawed their way out bit by bit. Both were drenched in blood and in a state of utter disarray. Unlike their earlier arrogance, the expression in the golden-winged little Peng king's eyes, as he gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, was now filled with an unprecedented terror. The essence of that punch was terrifying, as if it could draw one into an endless cycle of reincarnation. The golden-winged little Peng king had never witnessed such a fearsome martial technique, and it felt as though his invincible resolve was on the verge of shattering. Fai shared a similar sentiment. Brimming with confidence, he had journeyed from the little western heaven, intending to dominate and have the world chant the name of the Buddha. Now, however, he was utterly shaken, his Buddhist nature trembling, gradually being pulled into the abyss of malevolence. Jun Xiaoyao was his inner demon. Observing the two disheveled figures, Jun Xiaoyao remained impassive. He had not fully unleashed the power of the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. At this stage, he too was still exploring its depths. Nevertheless, he found the might it possessed truly satisfying. Furthermore, with his reincarnation immortal seed, contemplating the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist and Reincarnation Nirvana Light was exceedingly convenient. Brother Xiaoyao's strength is indeed astonishing. I find myself lacking, Ji Qingyi murmured. Jun Xiaoyao replied, why should the goddess be so modest? He understood that as the goddess of the Ji family and the saintess of the human immortal sect, Ji Qingyi must possess some hidden cards. He simply did not believe she was without means. It was merely that she currently lacked the confidence to confront him. At that moment, the Grand Elder stepped forward and addressed Jun Xiaoyao. Young friend, your prowess is truly admirable. Jun Xiaoyao cast a questioning glance at the Grand Elder, perplexed by the sudden shift in attitude. Previously, it seemed the Grand Elder had wished to eliminate him. How had he become so accommodating now? The Grand Elder chuckled. Your strength is formidable, having ascended the 50 floors of the Heavenly Tao Tower and even encountered the Holy Spirit. This indeed establishes a connection with our Holy Spirit Academy. The Grand Elder spoke candidly. Jun Xiaoyao interjected. Ahem, may I inquire if you are suggesting that I consider becoming a holy son of your academy? As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, the entire assembly was taken aback. Hadn't the Holy Spirit Academy previously harbored disdain for Jun Xiaoyao? Were it not for the threats from several ancestors of the Jun family to visit the academy, they likely would not have entertained Jun Xiaoyao at all. Why then, did they now wish for him to become a holy son? The two holy sons of Yin and Yang were equally astonished. How is this possible? They whispered, only to be reprimanded by the Grand Elder. You two fools, be silent. The Yin and Yang holy sons lowered their heads in dismay. Only Hua Xiqing revealed a smile, believing that the academy's decision was indeed sagacious. Since Ji Xian has been defeated by our young friend, it follows that he is naturally qualified to become the new holy son. What are your thoughts, young friend? The Grand Elder rubbed his hands together, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, which made Jun Xiaoyao feel quite uneasy. The academy's head had previously communicated with the Grand Elder about this very matter. The Grand Elder had previously been somewhat dismissive, even contemplating opposition. However, upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's performance, he found it rather impressive. Jun Xiaoyao contemplated briefly. To be honest, he was quite disinterested in assuming the role of a holy son of the academy. To be ranked alongside the likes of the Yin-Yang holy son was utterly beneath his dignity. Nevertheless, having pledged to care for the Sacred Spirit Academy in accordance with the reincarnation Sacred Spirit, a reasonable status would not be unwelcome. The Grand Elder, noticing Jun Xiaoyao's contemplation, mistakenly assumed he was perturbed by the provocations of the Yin-Yang holy son and others. With this thought in mind, the Grand Elder coldly declared, Yin-Yang holy son, Xiaolan. From this moment forth, you are no longer the holy sons of my academy. What? Grand Elder, how can this be? The two's faces turned pale once more. They had been dismissed to curry favor with Jun Xiaoyao. Was there no sense of justice left? If you have objections, direct them to the Dean. The Grand Elder was unfazed. This was a command from the Dean. The Sacred Spirit Academy had no need to fear the Yin-Yang sect or the Great Xia dynasty. Very well, since the academy has shown such sincerity, I shall graciously accept. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. It was only out of respect for the reincarnation Sacred Spirit that he reluctantly agreed. Haha, thank you, young friend. The Grand Elder smiled, dispelling any previous grievances. The Jun family's divine scion was increasingly agreeable to him. Once the matter was conclusively settled, the attending cultivators suddenly realized that behind Jun Xiaoyao stood three formidable factions, the ancient Jun family, the ancient Jiang family, and the Sacred Spirit Academy, which even the immortal forces regarded with trepidation. The rise of the Jun family's divine scion was unstoppable. Many elder cultivators sighed in contemplation. The affairs of the Heavenly Tao Tower had thus reached a conclusion. News of Jun Xiaoyao would soon resound throughout the celestial realm of the wild. Although Jun Xiaoyao was the brightest star, the rest of the Jun family also demonstrated remarkable prowess. The entire Heavenly Tao Tower, beyond the 40th floor, was nearly dominated by the Jun family's ranks. This prompted admiration for the ancient Jun family. Their descendants were thriving and destined for continued glory. The golden-winged Rock King left in a disheveled state, without uttering a single harsh word. Many believed that the Rock King's resolve had begun to fracture, fearing significant issues would arise in the future. Fahai also departed, his demonic intent more pronounced. Jun Xiaoyao had transformed into his inner demon. As for Yi Xingyun, he felt a sense of relief for having restrained himself this time. Steady, I must remain composed. Without obtaining the treasures of the Wuji Star Palace, I absolutely cannot confront Jun Xiaoyao, he mused to himself, already beginning to plot his descent to the lower realms. Jun Xiaoyao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xingyun before retracting his gaze. Yi Xingyun had already made it onto his list for harvesting. Chapter 161. The Tremors of Various Forces, the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family, kings unseen by kings. The affairs of the heavenly Dao Tower have thus drawn to a close. Jun Xiaoyao did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered for a brief period at the Sacred Spirit Academy. The Holy Spirit Academy exhibited remarkable generosity, bestowing upon Jun Xiaoyao a substantial 500 celestial sources. Previously, the three saints of Yin and Yang had collectively acquired merely over 100 celestial sources from the Academy, which were provided by their respective influential factions rather than being gifts from the institution. The Holy Spirit Academy, therefore, demonstrated significant investment. Jun Xiaoyao was quite content, especially considering the celestial sources he had previously acquired at the martial competition. His current collection surpassed 1,000 celestial sources, sufficient for the forthcoming refinement of the Great Luo celestial bone. During his stay at the Holy Spirit Academy, Hua Xiqing had also approached him, her cheeks flushed, eager to engage in philosophical discourse. This disciple of the 100 Dao Palace had evidently succumbed to her feelings. Jun Xiaoyao did not decline her invitation and casually conversed with her about life and aspirations, leaving her visibly satisfied upon her departure. Meanwhile, during Jun Xiaoyao's time at the Holy Spirit Academy, news of the heavenly Dao Tower spread like wildfire throughout the vast celestial domain. All who heard were astounded. Breaking the ancient record of 50 floors, nonchalantly overpowering the golden-winged Rock King and the Little Western Paradise's Bodhisattva, and ascending to the status of Holy Son of the Holy Spirit Academy. Each event was enough to cause a tremendous uproar. All these remarkable feats were orchestrated solely by Jun Xiaoyao, which was indeed terrifying. The spotlight shone exclusively on him, rendering figures like Jun Lingcong and Ji Qingyi dim in comparison, let alone other prodigies. Haha, Xiaoyao never disappoints. The Jun family, including Jun Zhantian and Jiang Rou, were filled with joy, bursting with pride for Jun Xiaoyao. The other elders of the Jun clan also shared in this elation. The triumph at the Heavenly Dao Tower would undoubtedly elevate the Jun family's prestige. Conversely, opposing factions bore grim expressions. In Hangzhou, within the Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen's fist slammed fiercely into the ground, his face twisted with rage. Each piece of news regarding Jun Xiaoyao plunged him deeper into despair. At this point, not only did he doubt his own strength, but he also questioned whether Princess Longji could defeat Jun Xiaoyao. However, feeling the increasingly potent aura of Princess Longji, Xiao Chen still harbored a glimmer of hope. Once Princess Longji fully acclimates to the world's essence, it will be the end for Jun Xiaoyao, he declared coldly. On the other side, within the champion Marquis estate of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, upon hearing news concerning Wu Mingyue and Jun Xiaoyao, Yang Pan's expression turned to one of embarrassment and fury. In his rage, he executed several servants, causing the entire household to tremble in fear. Jun Xiaoyao, you deserve to die? Yang Pan fumed. Although he had not successfully become the imperial son-in-law, he had subconsciously regarded Wu Mingyue as his own. The fact that she was getting so close to Jun Xiaoyao was utterly unacceptable to him. He gasped for breath, his eyes a fiery crimson, resembling an enraged lion. Calm yourself. Once I locate the remaining Panhuang Year's sword and the Panhuang Void sword, I shall possess sufficient power to vanquish that Jun Xiaoyao. The lower realm may present an opportunity for me, Yang Pan mused, his expression shifting. Previously, the Panwu Divine Lord had summoned him to the palace. Speaking of a significant matter, a profound upheaval was imminent in the 10 lower realms. Such a transformation within a single realm could stir endless turmoil, let alone the monumental shifts across 10 realms. When that time comes, opportunities will manifest, leading to a terrifying battle where life and death hang in the balance, and blood shall flow like rivers. No one becomes wealthy without unexpected fortune, and no horse flourishes without night forage. With my Yang Pan's fortune, how could I worry about lacking opportunities in the lower realm? Yang Pan scoffed. The day of his resurgence would herald the demise of Jun Xiaoyao. In the ancient Yi family, atop a towering solitary peak, a slender figure clad in black sat cross-legged, accompanied only by a divine eagle. This place was a forbidden ground of the Yi family. Without permission, even the elders could not step foot here. The figure in black was a youthful lad of striking countenance. With his eyes closed, a sword stood embedded in the ground before him, stained with splotches of blood, seemingly imbued with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and sword energy. At this moment, outside the solitary peak, an elder of the Yi family slightly clasped his hands and spoke. Senior Yi, I humbly seek your attention. This elder, a formidable figure of the great sage realm, with hair as white as snow, could hardly be imagined bowing to the young black-clad boy and addressing him as senior, an act that defied reason. The black-clad youth slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the elder felt an overwhelming sword intent, as if it sought to cleave his very being. Such a terrifying and profound gaze. The youth's eyes seemed to contain the weight of countless ancient epics, holding a depth and restraint uncharacteristic of his years. What brings you here? The youth spoke softly. Subsequently, the elder relayed the impending chaos in the 10 lower realms to the youth, along with news regarding Jun Xiaoyao at the Heavenly Dao Tower. The youth fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere becoming stifling. The elder, trembling with fear, cast a glance at the blood-stained sword, his heart chilling. Could that sword have been tainted with imperial blood? He pondered. The black-clad youth was none other than Yi Guchen, the legendary reincarnation of the sword demon, renowned far and wide. The chaos in the 10 realms does not concern me, Yi Guchen replied, his demeanor unfazed by the myriad miracles wrought by Jun Xiaoyao. This was the pride of the sword demon. He feared no existence, ancient or modern. Now is not the time for my emergence into the world. Have you ever heard the saying? Yi Guchen closed his eyes once more. What saying? The elder inquired. Kings do not meet kings. Yi Guchen's words summoned a tumult of sword qi around the solitary peak. The blade of the emperor-blooded sword, drenched in the essence of emperors past, erupted with a ferocious might, seemingly capable of cleaving through the very fabric of the cosmos. The elder of the Yi clan felt a violent tremor within his heart. The king remains unseen. Yet, should he be encountered, blood would surely be spilt. The divine scion of the Jun clan stands as king, and the reincarnation of the sword demon from the Yi clan equally claims kingship. Thus, the elder of the Yi clan cupped his hands and retreated, unwilling to intrude further. Yi Guchen raised his hand, gently caressing the blade of the emperor-blooded sword. My old companion, after countless ages, do the mortals still remember the shadow of one man and his sword, slaying emperors beneath the starry skies? While the various factions of the Huantian immortal domain were stirred by the affairs of Jun Xiaoyao prepared to embark on his journey back to the Jun clan. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Spirit Academy and others personally escorted him away. Though Wu Mingyue felt reluctant, she too must return to the Panwu divine dynasty. This, to Jun Linglong, was a relief. Next, it was time to return home, to digest the bounties of this journey, to continue comprehending the essence of reincarnation, and to refine the Deluo immortal bone. Xiaoyao had already formulated his plans in his heart. He vaguely sensed that turmoil would soon erupt in the lower realms. Thus, a more formidable strength would be required to face the impending challenges. The records of the world's origin, the 10 heavenly prodigies. Such abundant opportunities and resources await my harvest. Chapter 162. The winds of change rise in the 10 regions upon returning to the Jun clan. Jun Xiaoyao immediately retreated to the Heavenly Emperor Palace for seclusion. His journey to the Heavenly Dao Tower had yielded vast gains, necessitating time for assimilation. Yu also followed Jun Xiaoyao back to the Jun clan. His talents drew admiration from the Jun clan members, who were further impressed by Jun Xiaoyao's ability to attract such a powerful follower. Jun Xiaoyao instructed that Yu be treated with the privileges akin to those of core clan members. This deeply moved Yu and solidified his resolve to follow Jun Xiaoyao. In solitude, Jun Xiaoyao began to absorb over 1,000 immortal sources. He would also utilize the reincarnation immortal seed to comprehend the 6 paths reincarnation fist and the reincarnation nirvana light. The entire Huantian immortal domain fell into a brief tranquility. Yet, beneath this ephemeral calm, currents of unrest began to stir. Unbeknownst to many, rumors circulated throughout the immortal domain that significant upheavals were occurring in the 10 regions of the lower realms. Chaos was likely to ensue, and with it would come the manifestation of fortunes and opportunities, heralding an unprecedented transformation. This upheaval would not only affect the 10 regions, but could also influence the immortal domain itself. Historically, it was not uncommon for great talents from the lower realms to be courted and cultivated by the powers of the immortal domain, rising to become formidable forces in their own right, constrained by the laws of heaven and earth. The prodigies of the 10 regions in the lower realms could not compare to those of the immortal domain. However, absolutes are rare. Many believe that this time, extraordinary figures might emerge from the lower realms, potentially posing a significant threat to the prodigies of the immortal domain. This was not mere conjecture. There have indeed been transcendental figures ascending from the lower realms to the immortal domain, and this time, there may be even more. Moreover, this transformation is a fortuitous opportunity. Numerous prodigies from various factions within the immortal domain can no longer contain their aspirations. For them, the opportunities in the immortal domain are scarce, monopolized by the elite paragons, leaving little more than scraps for the rest. However, if they descend to the lower realm, they would instantly become prominent figures. Unless they were to encounter those extraordinary talents from the lower realm, ordinary prodigies would pale in comparison to them. It is precisely for this reason that many factions aspire to send their own prodigies down to contend for the great opportunities that the lower realm offers. Yet, descending is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Due to the differing laws of heaven and earth, the lower realm inherently repels beings from the immortal domain. Thus, the more powerful the being from the immortal domain, the more challenging it becomes to descend. Even those from the immortal domain with relatively modest cultivation face insurmountable difficulties in their attempts to descend. The only exception lies in beings willing to completely shed their immortal domain essence and fall to become denizens of the lower realm, which allows for direct entry. Long ago, the Jun clan employed this method to expel the 10 ancient clans, forcing them to entirely relinquish their immortal domain essence and devolve into lower realm beings. However, for beings accustomed to their exalted status in the immortal domain, this method is akin to a fate worse than death. No one would willingly choose this path to descend. Instead, they would pay a considerable price and utilize various means to force their descent. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. During this time, significant upheavals have occurred in the immortal domain. Individuals from various factions have begun their descent. Naturally, the majority of factions merely send their heirs down, often accompanied by a few guardians. Consequently, chaos has begun to reign in the lower realm. 1/10 of the lower realm is the Tianxian continent. This vast expanse is boundless. Even a mortal's lifetime would scarcely suffice to traverse its corners. Within the continent, there are dynasties with millennia of heritage, powerful families hidden from the world, and revered sects of great renown. The Tianxian continent can be roughly divided into the Eastern Xian region, Western Xian region, Southern Xian region, and Northern Xian region. In the Eastern Xian region lies the Great Yin and the Lin clan. As one of the 4 prominent families of the Great Yin, the Lin clan wields significant influence throughout the nation. Nevertheless, even the Great Yin is merely a third-rate power within the entirety of the Eastern Xian region. At this moment, atop a secluded mountain in the Lin clan, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a blue robe relentlessly strikes a wooden post. The post is stained with crimson blood, rendering it particularly conspicuous. Thud! The youth delivers a powerful punch to the wooden post, his delicate features contorted with a fierce expression. Damn it! Why can't I open my spiritual sea? Without opening my spiritual sea, I cannot become a cultivator and will be a laughingstock for all eternity. The youth, named Lin Feng, is the son of the clan leader of the Lin clan. Despite being the young master of the Lin clan, he is deemed a failure for being unable to open his spiritual sea, subjecting him to ridicule and disdain. Brother Lin Feng, do not be disheartened. At that moment, a young maiden clad in purple appeared, her bright eyes and radiant smile enchanting. She gazed at Lin Feng's blood-stained palm, her expression filled with compassion. Xian, why must you concern yourself with a useless person like me? Lin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Xian was not a member of the Lin clan, but rather a guest residing in his home. With a mysterious smile, she replied, Brother Lin Feng, do not lose hope. This realm is on the brink of transformation, and everyone will have the chance to rise like a dragon amidst the storm. Upon hearing Xian's words, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and said, Xian, I still cannot comprehend what the celestial realm you speak of truly resembles. Xian smiled and explained, it is a magnificent world, far more expansive than the entire Eastern Xian region, or even the heavenly Xian continent. The force behind me hails from there. Is that so? Lin Feng's expression shifted. The power supporting Xian was both mysterious and formidable. He found it hard to fathom that such a powerful force was merely a minor branch of the celestial realm's main lineage. He could hardly imagine the true might of the main lineage. Xian continued, before long, the senior disciples of the main lineage will descend to this realm, and I will do my utmost to plead for their assistance on your behalf. Thank you, Lin Feng replied, a glimmer of gratitude evident in his eyes. Just then, a servant hurried over, exclaiming, Young master, members of the Nalan family have arrived. What? The word struck Lin Feng like a thunderbolt. The Nalan family was one of the hidden families of the Eastern Xian region, known for their terrifying Tao gods. The realms of divine bridge, unity, harmonization, nirvana, ascendancy, and divine fire marked the path to the 9th stage of sainthood. Each stage further divided into early, middle, late, small perfection, and great perfection. A Tao god possesses mastery over at least one principle of the Tao, making them an exceptionally powerful being in the realm of heavenly Xian continent. The Nalan family, a hidden powerhouse, was a dominant force in the Eastern Xian region. However, most significantly, Lin Feng was betrothed to Nalan Ruashi, the current young lady of the Nalan family. Years ago, his father had inadvertently saved the severely injured elder of the Nalan family, which resulted in this marriage agreement. Now, what could the Nalan family want from the Lin clan? Lin Feng surmised with a sinking feeling, a divorce. He could think of no other reason. In the eyes of the Nalan family, the Lin clan, and even the entire Dian nation, were akin to mere ants, easily extinguished. The Nalan family? Xian's brows slightly furrowed at the mention. The power behind her was not inferior to the Nalan family. Yet, she had heard a rumor that a woman from the Nalan family's ancestry had once been the companion of a supreme being from the celestial realm. Known as Yuantian the Supreme, Ziyun remained oblivious to the true terror of the supreme being of Yuantian. However, it was evident that those associated with such a supreme entity were unfathomably powerful beyond her imagination. Nalan Roashi would do well to tread carefully, otherwise, should the brothers and sisters from the celestial realm descend to the mortal world, Ziyun would ensure the Nalan family pays a steep price. With an icy demeanor, Ziyun remarked on her lineage, which thrived in the arid sky celestial domain, standing as a transcendent sanctuary. Although it may not rival the immortal forces, it was undoubtedly a top-tier power beneath immortality. Dealing with a mere hidden family from the lower realms would be effortlessly simple. At this moment, within the grand reception hall of the Lin clan, a young maiden clad in flowing sleeves sat gracefully, exuding an air of serene beauty. This young lady possessed exquisite features and an enchanting visage, her skin pale and flawless, delicate enough to appear as if it could be broken with a touch. Her figure was equally captivating, with curves that flowed harmoniously, and her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into a bun, radiating tranquility and grace. She was none other than Nalan Roashi, the contemporary jewel of the Nalan family. Nalan Roashi was renowned throughout the Eastern Xian domain as a paragon of beauty, revered by countless men as a goddess. At the tender age of 16, she had ascended to the 5th layer of true spirit, a feat that, while unimpressive in the celestial realm, was deemed extraordinarily prodigious in the realm of Tianxian, where achieving such a level at her age was a remarkable accomplishment. "Oh, what a rare occasion for my niece Nalan to visit the Lin clan," remarked a square-faced middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, a smile illuminating his face. He was Lin Jintian, the patriarch of the Lin clan and the father of Lin Feng. "Uncle Lin, it has indeed been a long time," Nalan Roashi replied with utmost politeness. Despite her elevated status as the pride of a hidden family, her demeanor was remarkably humble, devoid of any arrogance, which greatly pleased Lin Jintian. Little did he know, the severely injured elder he had once saved was, in fact, the patriarch of the Nalan family. This fortuitous act had also bestowed upon his son a promising bride. Lin Jintian chuckled heartily. Though his son was considered a waste, marrying Nalan Roashi would elevate him to a position of prominence. The entire Lin clan would ascend to greatness, becoming a formidable family that commanded respect throughout the Eastern Xian domain. The notion of a broken engagement never crossed Lin Jintian's mind. In his view, the Nalan family would never be ungrateful. As Lin Jintian reveled in his dreams, Lin Feng and Ziyun arrived at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Nalan Roashi, Lin Feng could not help but reveal a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Nalan Roashi was indeed beautiful, her elegance and serenity captivating enough to inspire instant infatuation in any man. Even Lin Feng is not exempt from this reality. However, the moment he reflects upon his own ineptitude, a sense of despair envelopes his heart. Unlike Lin Jintian, who indulges in fanciful dreams, Lin Feng, akin to a toad, possesses a semblance of self-awareness. The desire to partake in the delicacies reserved for swans remains a distant fantasy for him. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, Lin Jintian hastily gestured. "You rascal, come over and greet Miss Nalan." Lin Feng maintained a composed demeanor as he turned his gaze towards Nalan Roashi. Her beautiful eyes met his with a gentle acknowledgement. Although Lin Feng was renowned as a notorious waste, Nalan Roashi exhibited neither disdain nor aversion. "Young Master Lin." She offered a slight nod. "What brings you here, Nalan Roashi?" Lin Feng inquired. "Rascal, how can you speak like that?" Lin Jintian shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance. Nalan Roashi exhaled softly, her exquisite gaze tinged with a hint of regret. "I apologize. Today, Roashi has come to annul the engagement. My heart is solely devoted to cultivation, and I harbor no intentions of marriage." Her words plunged the room into an oppressive silence, the faces of all the Lin clan members darkening instantly. Lin Jintian's disbelief was palpable as his dreams shattered before him. "Indeed, Nalan Roashi." Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, inflicting a sharp pain. Beside him, Ziyun wore an equally frosty expression. Nalan Roashi does not disdain young Master Lin for his lack of prowess. It is merely a matter of incompatibility. As for compensation, the Nalan family will support the Lin clan with ample resources, she stated calmly, devoid of arrogance, her tone imbued with sincerity and remorse. Yet, it was Lin Feng who could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, "Nalan Roashi, you wretched woman. What do you expect me to do with the dignity of the Lin clan?" "Preposterous." A voice emerged from behind Nalan Roashi, an elderly woman admonished, a powerful aura of the void god realm emanating from her. This presence caused Lin Jintian's heart to tremble. His own cultivation was merely at the divine fire realm. not yet having ascended to the saintly 9 levels, while even a servant from the Nalan family surpassed him in strength. Given the young lady's noble status, it was unnecessary for her to personally address this matter. A mere envoy could have sufficed to convey her message. Nevertheless, she chose to come in person to express her apologies, her demeanor sincere, and even offered an abundance of resources as compensation. Yet, she was met with such vitriol. It was truly a reflection of the uncouthness that arises from impoverished backwaters. The elderly woman could no longer restrain herself. Speaking out in defense of Nalan Ruashi, "Grandma Lu, please refrain. It is indeed Ruashi's fault in this matter, and young Master Lin is justified in his ire." Nalan Ruashi interjected. "Ah, what sincerity! It merely reflects indifference," Lin Feng retorted with a derisive smile. "Should resources be offered, it is only if Ruashi truly feels regret." Nalan Ruashi responded earnestly. "Take your resources. The Lin clan has no need for such trifles," Lin Feng declared resolutely. Lin Jintian's expression darkened as his dreams of elevating his family to greatness shattered completely. Nalan Ruashi sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. "You wretched woman, get away from me. I, Lin Feng, will ascend to the Nalan family within 3 years, or even just 1. I will defeat you," Lin Feng exclaimed vehemently, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Despite Nalan Ruashi's silence throughout, she had never uttered a word to belittle him. "I apologize," Nalan Ruashi said softly, inclining her head slightly before turning to leave. At that moment, Xian positioned herself in front of Nalan Ruashi. "You do not understand, Nalan Ruashi. Underestimating my brother Lin Feng will cost you dearly. Both you and the Nalan family." Xian's tone was icy. Nalan Ruashi cast a glance at Xian and departed without another word. "Damn it!" Lin Feng seethed with rage. Storming out of the hall. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had indeed fantasized about uniting with Nalan Ruashi. Who wouldn't he desire to marry such a remarkable woman? Lin Feng's words denied his feelings, yet his body betrayed him. Nalan Ruashi's rejection brutally shattered his last remnants of hope, igniting his anger and humiliation. Lin Feng ran for an indeterminate length of time, ultimately arriving at a serene lakeside. Unable to contain himself, he plunged into the water, seeking solace as he sank to the bottom. There, amidst the depths, he discovered a mesmerizing, multicolored substance that shimmered like mercury. "What is this?" he wondered, reaching out to touch it. In an instant, the vibrant mass surged into Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, he experienced visions of the cosmos, the world, and all beings flashing before his eyes: sun, moon, stars, and the relentless flow of time, revealing the very laws of the universe. It felt as if a mere second had passed, yet it also seemed like an entire lifetime. When Lin Feng abruptly awakened, he found himself on the shore of the lake. "World's origin," he murmured, inexplicably uttering those 4 words. As he regained his senses, he was astonished to discover a vast expanse of spiritual sea within his dantian, which had appeared without his knowledge. "This is the spiritual sea," he gasped, his body trembling in disbelief. This was the very realm he had longed to cultivate but had been unable to attain. As his mind reeled, he felt his cultivation rapidly ascend. Spiritual sea, 1st level. Spiritual sea, 2nd level. Spiritual sea, 3rd level. Divine Palace, 1st level. Divine Palace, 2nd level. Divine Palace, 3rd level. Ultimately, his progression halted at the true spirit realm, having soared through 18 levels in mere moments. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself a master of the true spirit realm, a sensation so surreal it felt like a dream. It is noteworthy that Nalan Ruashi, renowned as the peerless beauty of the Eastern Xuanyu, had merely reached the 5th level of the true spirit realm. Yet here he stood, having attained the true spirit realm himself. However, the surprises did not end there. As he pondered, the intricate and enigmatic techniques and powers effortlessly coalesced in his mind. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng executed a move of the Tongbei fist, producing 10 resounding cracks. The Tongbei fist had reached its pinnacle. Lin Feng could hardly believe it. Such a complex martial art, and he had mastered it in an instant. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Lin Feng struggled to fathom the extent of his prodigious talent. It seemed that the very essence of this world was subtly indicating that what he had acquired was merely a fraction of its true source. The authentic source of the world awaited his discovery. A realization dawned upon Lin Feng, and excitement shimmered in his eyes. This was the source of the world from the Tianxian continent. Should he obtain it in its entirety, would he not ascend to become the sovereign of the entire Tianxian continent? If I could seize the complete source of the world, not even the exalted realms of the immortal domain could thwart my path. Lin Feng's ambition began to swell. This sensation was akin to Yang Pan acquiring the Pan Huang divine sword, an exhilarating rush. As for Nalan Ruashi, a year from now, I, Lin Feng, shall present you with a grand surprise. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. He was the favored one of heaven and earth, destined to become the ruler of a realm. Such beings as Lin Feng were not mere anomalies in the lower realms. Meanwhile, in another part of the lower realms, within the sect known as the Xintian sect, two elderly men, their faces etched with concern, engaged in conversation within a cool pavilion atop a high mountain. The lower realms are about to undergo a transformation, severing the connection with the heavens, and we shall be cut off from the immortal domain. The 10 great sinful clans will soon stir into action, one remarked. Indeed, when the Lord of the Jun family commanded us, the 5 major affiliated forces, to descend and suppress the 10 sinful clans, we never anticipated such upheaval, the other lamented. I have heard whispers that the ancient demon and ancient monster clans seem to have strayed from the Lord's intentions, even secretly engaging with the beings of the sinful clans. Only the powerful from the Lord's Jun family descending could resolve this matter. The 2 elders conversed, their expressions laden with apprehension. Initially, the 5 affiliated forces dispatched by the Jun family included the Xintian sect, the Dayan dynasty, the ancient divine clan, the ancient demon clan, and the ancient monster clan. The defection of 2 clans from their original purpose was indeed significant. By the way, I have heard of a grave incident within our sect, where a disciple was discovered colluding with the sinful clans. Such trivial matters will be handled. Our focus must remain on the 10 sinful clans. A youth was bound to a copper pillar, his body marred by lash marks, blood oozing profusely. He glared with fury at a pair of young individuals before him. Lu Qianqian, how could you betray me? The young man was named Mo Fan, and Lu Qianqian was his childhood companion. Mo Fan never anticipated that Lu Qianqian would conspire with the senior brother to ensnare him. Even his entire cultivation had been rendered useless, leaving him utterly powerless. Mo Fan, your conspiracy to collude with the sinful clan is an atrocious crime. It is already merciful of the senior brother to spare your life, Lu Qianqian proclaimed, her voice laced with disdain. The senior brother merely chuckled coldly. Colluding with the sinful clan, Mo Fan laughed, his smile as frigid as ice. Within him surged not only hatred for the senior brother and Lu Qianqian, but also loathing for the entire Xintian sect. What if he had colluded with the sinful clan? If he managed to escape, he would personally liberate them and obliterate the Xintian sect. At that moment, a thunderous bolt of lightning descended, striking Mo Fan. His body charred, emanating a foul odor. Simultaneously, a celestial figure appeared in his mind, and a myriad of mysterious and magnificent visions unfolded before him. An ancient star palace stood tall, and he knelt in reverence, gazing up at a magnificent figure adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. The children of the stars returned to assist the Supreme. Upon hearing these words, Mo Fan lost consciousness, collapsing into oblivion. Observing the half-dead, charred Mo Fan, Lu Qianqian wrinkled her nose in disgust and commanded, "Someone, throw Mo Fan out of the sect." In another ancient land, there existed a dynasty known as the Qin dynasty. At this moment, flames engulfed the sky, and all the formidable warriors of the Qin were annihilated. Within the palace, a young man clad in a brocade robe lay on the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, drenched in blood. Meanwhile, another youth stood tall, exuding an aura of spiritual energy, holding a piece of pristine bone that radiated a profound glow. The innate spirit bone pairs perfectly with my royal physique. The opportunities in this realm are indeed plentiful. The young man chuckled softly. "Who are you?" the fallen youth demanded, his expression twisted with rage. He was Qin Hao, a prince of the Qin dynasty, possessing innate spirit bone and formidable talent. Yet, a powerful entity from the celestial realm descended, obliterating the entire Qin dynasty in a single night. His father, mother, and many generals were all slaughtered. It matters not to tell you. I am Jiang Zuling of the ancient Jiang family from the wild heaven celestial realm. I spare you to witness what a mere ant like you can stir up, Jiang Zuling scoffed, kicking Qin Hao aside. Survival of the fittest, the law of nature, Jiang Zuling, born into the ancient family of the celestial realm, understood this truth all too well. Who could be blamed? Weakness is the original sin. If one were to assign blame, it would be directed towards Qin Hao, who possesses an innate spiritual bone, having drawn the attention of others. My cousin, Luo Li, should soon descend to the mortal realm, and with her, the divine scion of the Jun family. Perhaps, in that instance, I might seize the opportunity to ally myself with him, thus unlocking greater prospects. Jiang Zuling chuckled softly. Though he is the spiritual king of the Jiang clan, endowed with extraordinary talents and recognized as a top prodigy, he holds a profound admiration for Jun Xiaoyao. Additionally, as the son of Jiang Rou, Jun Xiaoyao is considered a quasi-member of the Jiang family, further solidifying Jiang Zuling's resolve to foster a favorable relationship with him. The next time they meet, should I address Jun Xiaoyao as brother-in-law? Jiang Zuling mused quietly. After his departure, Qin Hao lay amidst a pool of blood, his eyes filled with rage. Weakness is the original sin. Jiang Zuling, the ancient Jiang clan, and the entirety of the celestial realm. By what right do you elevate yourselves, governing over death? In that moment, Qin Hao felt a surge of animosity towards the ancient Jiang clan and the celestial realm as a whole. Just then, the necklace soaked in blood upon his chest began to radiate a brilliant light. Dark flames erupted violently, manifesting the ethereal silhouette of an elegant black underworld sparrow. A faint feminine voice echoed in Qin Hao's ears. Release my 9 nether underworld sparrow lineage, and I shall grant you the power to contend against the ancient aristocracy. Chapter 165. Jun Xiaoyao sets forth. The divine maiden of the demon god palace descends. Lin Feng's yearly pact. As time progresses, the lower realms undergo immense upheaval. Rumors abound of a prodigy emerging from a certain continent, suspected to be a chaotic body, sending shockwaves throughout the land. It is known that even within the celestial realm, chaotic bodies are a rarity, ranking among the top 10 of 3,000 physiques. Yet, to witness such a being arise from the desolate lower realms astonishes the celestial prodigies, leaving them in awe. Moreover, in another continent, whispers speak of a successor to the devouring god-demon art, capable of consuming all living beings. Additionally, peculiar beings from the celestial realm, buried within the lower realms for countless epochs, now reveal themselves, having awaited this era of chaos to seize the fortune of an entire world and its primal essence. Such tidings instill terror in the hearts of the celestial prodigies. Even those who have descended from the celestial realm must navigate with caution, lest they stumble into misfortune. Another year has elapsed. In the archaic celestial realm, Jun family. It has been over 2 years since Jun Xiaoyao last entered seclusion. Now, he is 14 years of age. Although still young, he presents as a strikingly handsome youth of 16 or 17, with an impressively tall stature, draped in garments as white as snow, exuding an otherworldly grace. Ethereal as a celestial being. During this period, Jun Xiaoyao has completely refined 1,000 pieces of celestial essence, accumulating 70 pieces of great Luo celestial bones. However, Jun Xiaoyao can distinctly sense that as his cultivation progresses, the quantity of celestial essence required for the refinement of great Luo celestial bones increases significantly. Moreover, the inferior celestial source has gradually begun to fail in satisfying the demands of cultivation. The Daluo immortal body indeed resembles an endless abyss. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, their depths as dark and profound as the night sky. A sense of urgency began to stir within him. It was imperative to reap the benefits soon. It seems, having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, a descent to the lower realms was necessary, he murmured to himself. The bottleneck he referred to was that of the celestial seed, not the realm itself. As long as he could discover a path suited to him, Jun Xiaoyao could ascend without hindrance. Achieving sainthood would be trivial, and even attaining supremacy would be a simple affair. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao emerged from his seclusion to seek out Jun Linglong and others, inquiring about recent developments. The 10 lands were in chaos, with various extraordinary talents emerging, and even celestial prodigies from the immortal domain facing defeat at the hands of the natives. Upon hearing this news, Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. It appeared that the remarkable 10 had begun to reveal themselves gradually, comprising both male and female figures. Jun Xiaoyao envisioned 10 vibrant green chives beckoning to him. Time was of the essence. He was not one to dawdle. He promptly reported to his family his intent to descend to the lower realms. Jun Zhantian and others assisted him in making preparations. This time, Jun Xiaoyao only took along the 9-headed lion and Yu. The others each had their own opportunities, and he had no intention of forcibly bringing them along. After all, Jun Zhantian and the others still held rank and were not merely his followers. Before long, Jun Zhantian arrived, accompanied by 3 figures. One was an elderly man clad in a green robe. Another was a middle-aged man in dark battle armor, exuding an aura akin to that of a demon. And the last was a beautiful woman in palace attire, her skin as fair as fat, with a voluptuous figure. A glance at them revealed that even the weakest among them, the palace-attired woman, possessed quasi-saint cultivation. The remaining middle-aged man and the elder were both at the saint level. In the lower realms, the rules of heaven and earth would only permit the existence of saints, with stronger beings unable to manifest. Even if a more powerful individual were to descend, their cultivation would be suppressed. Despite their high levels of power, they all showed great respect toward Xiaoyao. Bowing their hands in greeting. Subordinates, we pay our respects to the Jun family's divine son. Grandfather, who are they? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. These 3 are powerful beings who ascended from the lower realms and were subsequently recruited and cultivated by our Jun family. They are most familiar with the lower realms. Jun Zhantian explained. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao understood. Compared to the guardians and clan elders, these ascended beings from the lower realms were evidently more knowledgeable about that world and could assist him greatly. This highlighted Jun Xiantian's meticulousness, as he consistently paved the way for Jun Xiaoyao's safety. "I shall trouble you," Jun Xiaoyao said, offering a slight bow. "The Divine Son is too courteous." The three powerful beings responded with a bow in unison. After a period of preparation, the Jun family forcefully breached the dimensional barriers. Naturally, the cost was substantial. Yet, for Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family was willing to pay any price. Simultaneously, the Yi family also had a group of prodigies preparing to descend. Among them was Yi Xingyun. "I have a premonition that upon descending, not only will I acquire immense opportunities, but I shall also gain formidable allies to establish my own power." The fire of ambition ignited in Yi Xingyun's eyes. This was his prime opportunity to surpass Jun Xiaoyao. On another front, the monk Fa Hai from the Little Western Paradise was also set to descend. "Ba, my fortunes lie in the lower realm. At that time, I shall transform the inhabitants of that world into followers, gathering the strength of their faith. I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat Jun Xiaoyao," Fa Hai declared, a flicker of demonic light glimmering in his gaze. Yang Pan, the champion of the Panwu divine dynasty, was also preparing to descend. "With my fortune, who could possibly stand in my way?" Yang Pan boasted, swelling with confidence once more. After the rain had cleared, he felt invincible. In a remote, ancient mountain, a sultry voice echoed, "Yin Rumung, you are to descend and bring the prince of the celestial demon royal family to our realm." The Jun family once suppressed the 10 ancient clans and banished the celestial demon clan, yet now, a prodigy with the bloodline of a divine demon has emerged from their ranks. "He is of utmost importance to my demon god palace." "Yes, I shall obey the command of the little demon empress," Yin Rumung replied. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared, her figure enchanting, her complexion flawless. Clad in a pink gown, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her skin was as white as snow, with legs that were exquisitely long. Yin Rumung, a goddess of the demon god palace, was also a significant presence in the wild heaven immortal domain. "I hope not to encounter the Jun family's divine son, otherwise it will be quite challenging to guide the celestial demon prince," Yin Rumung mused, gently massaging her temples, feeling somewhat troubled, as the wild heaven immortal domain stirred with activity. In the lower realm, on the Tianxian continent in the eastern Xian domain, a highly anticipated challenge captivated the attention of many. The allure of this battle stemmed from the legendary backgrounds of both combatants. One was the prodigious daughter of the reclusive Nalan family, while the other hailed from a third-rate nation, a minor family's young master. Originally, this should have been an inconsequential fight. Yet today it attracted an audience of over 10,000. Among them were other hidden families, super dynasties, and transcendent sacred places. Many heirs of powerful factions were present, eagerly awaiting the clash. The reason was simple. The young master of the minor family, Lin Feng, had risen to prominence as a top prodigy in the eastern Xian domain. From being a waste to a genius, Lin Feng had achieved this transformation in merely a year. Even the most oblivious would recognize that Lin Feng must have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. However, no faction dared to set their sights on Lin Feng. Why? Because behind Lin Feng lies a powerful force inherited from the celestial domain, supporting him. This lineage boasts formidable warriors who have descended to the mortal realm, instilling fear across the lands. Consequently, no faction dares to provoke Lin Feng. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a young man clad in a green robe stands suspended in the void, his handsome yet resolute visage emanating an aura of coldness. "Nalan Ruashi, come forth." Chapter 166. Lin Feng's Intimidation. The Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, Su Ziqiang. Lin Feng's icy shout reverberates throughout the ancient spirit mountain. Within the mountain, members of the Nalan clan wear expressions of indignation and fury. The Nalan family has shown considerable restraint towards Lin Feng and the Lin clan. Yet he clings to them like a rabid dog, now making their humiliation public before numerous factions. "You, young one, are going too far." An elderly woman with a dark expression appears. It is Granny Lu, who accompanied Nalan Ruashi to annul the engagement a year prior. Upon seeing the old matron, Lin Feng smirks derisively. "The tides have turned. Now your Nalan family finally experiences the humiliation that my Lin family once endured. You." Granny Lu's countenance darkens as she can no longer contain the aura of her void spirit realm. Just then, a sharp and cold voice rings out, "Stop." In the distance, a purple mist billows as a group of figures strides through the air. Among them is a striking girl in purple, her bright eyes and radiant smile unmistakable. This is Xian. She commands with an icy glare directed at Granny Lu, flanked by many powerful presences. Among them stands a woman in a flowing purple gown, remarkably captivating. Her long purple hair cascades like silk, her beauty surpassing even the finest jade, her skin as fair as the finest mutton fat jade. Her eyes, like amethyst crystals, glisten with clarity, This purple-haired maiden has reached the Tao harmonization realm, clearly a prodigy from the celestial domain. What truly unnerves Granny Lu is not the purple-haired girl herself, but the formidable auras lurking among her companions, forces that no mere void spirit realm cultivator could provoke. The hidden families of the lower realm are but trifles. Summon that woman, or I shall lay waste to your Nalan family today. The purple-haired maiden speaks with an indifferent demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Granny Lu's expression darkens significantly. The surrounding factions tremble in fear, well aware of the tremendous power this woman wields, hailing from the esteemed purple mansion of the desolate sky, celestial domain. Though not an immortal force, the purple mansion stands as a pinnacle power beneath the realm of immortality, with supreme beings at its helm. In the eastern Xuanyu, remnants of the purple mansion remain in the lower realm. Xian is one such holy maiden from this branch. The purple-haired maiden is named Su Ziqiang, a holy maiden of the purple mansion in the celestial domain, her status exalted. Hearing Su Ziqiang's words, Granny Lu's expression grows exceedingly grim. She truly does not wish for Nalan Ruashi to confront this challenge. Throughout this year, Lin Feng has undergone astonishing growth. By a fortunate twist of fate, he has merged with an ancient celestial seed, achieving the state of Tao integration, rendering his power truly formidable, indeed, surpassing even some prodigies of the celestial realms. At times, Granny Lu cannot fathom whether Lin Feng is a descendant of an illustrious lineage or if some other fortuitous circumstance has propelled him to such heights. In stark contrast, Nalan Ruashi has merely just broken through to the 9th layer of true spirit, reaching the divine bridge realm. While this pace is considered rapid for a prodigy from the lower realms, it pales in comparison to Lin Feng's extraordinary capabilities. There is no doubt that should Nalan Ruashi engage in battle, defeat is inevitable. Granny Lu has come to regard Nalan Ruashi as akin to a granddaughter, and thus she is loath to see her suffer humiliation or harm. Observing this, Lin Feng smirked coldly and remarked, "What is this? A year ago, you spoke so eloquently while humiliating me, yet now you are reluctant to let Nalan Ruashi face disgrace. Youngster, perhaps we should each take a step back," Granny Lu suggested. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's expression hardened, casting a sidelong glance at Xian. Xian then conveyed a message to Su Ziqiang, who nodded slightly. Behind her, a guardian made his move, unleashing an aura of the heavenly god realm. With a thunderous crash, Granny Lu was sent flying, spitting blood. Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Those who once belittled him would ultimately reap 100-fold retribution. Enough. Granny Lu, are you all right? A trembling voice emerged. Within Ling Mountain, a young maiden clad in flowing sleeves appeared, her exquisite beauty marred by fury and restraint as she rushed to Granny Lu's side. "Miss, I am fine. Do not come out," Granny Lu uttered weakly, her concern evident. Nalan Ruashi bit her delicate lip in anger, her gaze shifting to Lin Feng. "Young Master Lin, I can assure you that apart from the annulment of our engagement, I have not harmed you or the Lin clan in any way. Why do you insist on pressing us so?" Nalan Ruashi was genuinely perplexed. Why had her apologies and goodwill been met with such hostility? "Humph. Your annulment of our engagement is the gravest sin." Lin Feng crossed his arms defiantly, letting out a cold snort. In his view, he was the protagonist of the universe. By what right did Nalan Ruashi annul their engagement? What qualifications did she possess to look down upon him? In Lin Feng's mind, even if he were a wastrel, Nalan Ruashi should be groveling at his feet. Such was the satisfaction he sought to satiate his so-called pride. Xian stepped forward as well, asserting, "Nalan Ruashi, I have long forewarned you that you and the Nalan family will surely regret your decision to annul the engagement." Nalan Ruashi bit her jade-like lip, her beautiful eyes resolute as she declared, "I will never regret it. If it is battle you desire, then let us fight. Humph. Then prepare to be subdued." Lin Feng unleashed his power, the realm of Tao integration erupting forth. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating palm, his formidable magic transforming into an imprint that bore an overwhelming aura, suppressing all in its path. The 8 Desolations palm. As he executed the move, it seemed as if he aimed to dominate the very realms themselves. Nalan Ruashi's delicate face paled instantaneously. Though she was aware of Lin Feng's remarkable growth over the past year, she had not anticipated such an extraordinary level of strength. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Nalan Ruashi gritted her teeth and took action. As a proud daughter of the Nalan clan, she could not flee from the battle. This was her line in the sand. However, with merely a single strike, she was sent reeling back, coughing up blood. "Miss." Lu Popo's expression changed dramatically. Lin Feng's assault was utterly merciless. It was ironic that Nalan Ruashi had personally visited to apologize, only to be met with such ruthless treatment. "Huh, Nalan Ruashi, are you not the exalted daughter of heaven? How have you fallen so low?" Lin Feng mocked, striking at her very spirit. Naling Ruashi's expression remained unyielding as she channeled her ultimate technique, summoning a long sword. She thrust it forth, creating a razor-sharp vortex. Stop struggling, it's all in vain. Lin Feng struck once more with a simple yet forceful punch. Naling Ruashi's attack was effortlessly dismantled, and she was violently impacted, spitting out blood and being propelled backward. Observing Lin Feng's decisive victory over Naling Ruashi, the onlookers, numerous local prodigies, wore grave expressions. Even the few celestial elites from the lower realms displayed astonishment. Lin Feng's prowess instilled a palpable sense of danger among them. As he watched Naling Ruashi struggle to rise, Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction, his demeanor icy as he spoke. Naling Ruashi, do not say I lack compassion. I now present you with two choices. First, become my servant, and the matter of our engagement shall be erased. Second, I shall end your life and annihilate the Naling clan. Chapter 167. The Despair of the Naling Clan, A Glimmer of Hope. EU's arrow strikes Lin Feng. Fifth update. Lin Feng's words elicited a cacophony of gasps from the crowd. Such a proclamation was nothing short of heartless. If Naling Ruashi were to bow her head and become Lin Feng's servant, her spirit would shatter irrevocably, condemned to a life of subservience. Yet, should she refuse, her life would be forfeit, and the Naling clan would face dire repercussions. Both choices were intolerable. Upon hearing this, Naling Ruashi's face drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. The first option was more unbearable than death itself. However, refusing to submit would spell doom for her entire family. Trembling, she bit her delicate lips until they bled. Just as various factions speculated whether Naling Ruashi would yield, a sharp rebuke suddenly resonated from the depths of Ling Mountain. Enough. Do not go too far. Accompanying this chilling command was a terrifying aura that swept forth like a tempest. A middle-aged man clad in a resplendent yellow robe stepped forward. He was none other than Nalan Zhan, the patriarch of the Nalan family and the father of Nalan Ruashi, a formidable being of the Dao God realm. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, especially given the pressure from the Zifu sacred ground. However, Lin Feng's actions had truly crossed the line, inciting a fury within Nalan Zhan so profound it was as if his very liver ached. So after dealing with the youth, you send in the elder? Lin Feng scoffed, displaying no reverence for Nalan Zhan. Unfazed by Lin Feng's disdain, Nalan Zhan turned his attention to the individuals from the Zifu sacred ground. Lin Feng was not the primary concern. Rather, it was the stance of the Zifu sacred ground that held significance. Gentlemen, it appears that Lin Feng bears no substantial relation to your esteemed Zifu sacred ground, Nalan Zhan remarked. Su Ziqiong, with a calm gaze, replied, initially, there was no connection. However, my junior sister Xian informed me that Lin Feng possesses extraordinary talent and fortuitousness, indicating that he will later join the Zifu sacred ground of the immortal domain. This statement elicited gasps from the gathered crowd, particularly the native prodigies of the Eastern Xian domain, who gazed at Lin Feng with unparalleled envy. To be noticed by a major force in the immortal domain was akin to soaring to great heights, a transformation from obscurity to prominence. Countless indigenous prodigies from the lower realms yearned to breach the threshold into the immortal domain. This revelation cast a shadow of despair across Nalan Ruashi's beautiful eyes. With this, Lin Feng had irrevocably aligned himself with the Zifu sacred ground. The great power of the immortal domain could easily extinguish the Nalan family, as if it were child's play. Nalan Zhan's countenance darkened as he declared, though our Nalan family may not be a force within the immortal domain, we do have ancestors who formed bonds with supreme figures of the immortal domain. You must surely understand the significance of a supreme being, do you not? Desperate and cornered, Nalan Zhan had no choice but to invoke this long-cherished legend. In truth, even he held doubts regarding its validity, as it stemmed from a distant past, and its authenticity was shrouded in uncertainty. The tale had merely been perpetuated by the Nalan family to bolster their reputation. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqiong burst into laughter, as if she had encountered the most ludicrous of tales. What is so amusing, holy maiden? Nalan Zhan felt a twinge of displeasure. Su Ziqiong, shaking her head with a smile, replied, it is indeed laughable. The esteemed Yuan-Tian Supreme you speak of has long since perished. Even their demonic remains were obliterated by the scion of the Jun family. What? Su Ziqiong's words left Nalan Zhan and the Nalan family members in a state of shock. They were astonished that the legends of their ancestors were indeed true, yet equally bewildered that the once mighty Supreme had fallen, and that their demonic remains had been vanquished by a young prodigy. What could have transpired? The tale of Jun Xiaoyao annihilating the demonic corpse of the Supreme had spread like wildfire throughout the immortal domain, and Su Ziqiong was well aware of it. She continued, after the Yuan-Tian Supreme's demise, a secret treasure was left behind, which the scion of the Jun family ultimately seized, eradicating the demonic remains. Thus, The foundation of the Nalan family has long since perished. When the name of the Jun family's divine child was mentioned, a profound sense of reverence and yearning manifested in Su Ziqiang's eyes, as though invoking this title was an act of utmost sanctity. Who, then, is this Jun family divine child? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and murmured, for reasons unknown. Witnessing the awe and longing etched upon Su Ziqiang's face left Lin Feng feeling quite displeased. Such divine offspring and holy children. Once I enter the celestial realm, I shall surely surpass them, Lin Feng vowed silently. Enough with the grandstanding Nalan family. Lin Feng, you may deal with them as you see fit. Su Ziqiang gestured dismissively. Understood, Lin Feng nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Nalan Zhan and Nalan Ruashi. In this moment, even Nalan Zhan found himself powerless, although he was a formidable Dao god. One among Su Ziqiang's protectors was also a Dao god and possessed greater strength. Nalan Ruashi's exquisite visage was marred by despair, her delicate hand tightly gripping an ancient talisman hanging from her jade neck. This talisman was a treasured heirloom of the Nalan family, passed down to her in this generation. Nalan Ruashi, I offer you one final opportunity. Choose wisely. Submit as a servant or face the annihilation of your entire clan, Lin Feng declared coldly. Nalan Ruashi's countenance shifted between shades of pale and ashen as she gritted her teeth in defiance. Humph, shall I show you some color before the funeral? Lin Feng's expression darkened as he prepared to strike again. Nalan Zhan sought to intervene, but was rendered immobile by the powerful aura of the Purple Palace's guardians. As Lin Feng unleashed his lethal assault, despair overwhelmed Nalan Ruashi, and she trembled, shutting her eyes tightly. The ancient talisman she clutched began to emit a hazy glow. Simultaneously, the heavens above were abruptly torn asunder, creating a colossal rift. A massive spatial fissure cleaved the sky, an awe-inspiring sight that left countless onlookers aghast and speechless. What is this? Is the world to be destroyed? The native powerhouses of the Dongxian domain paled, their eyes wide with terror. Even those from the celestial realm inhaled sharply, their gazes filled with uncertainty. As the spatial rift expanded, a blazing arrow, imbued with the true fire of the sun, suddenly erupted from the depths of the void, hurtling towards Lin Feng. Who dares? Realizing the might of the flaming arrow, Lin Feng's countenance changed drastically as he swiftly turned to defend himself. With a piercing sound, the terrifying force of the arrow tore through one of Lin Feng's arms, charring half of his body in an instant. Lin Feng's face turned pale as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his expression a mix of sheer horror and disbelief. Not only he, but all present were rendered motionless, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. To witness Lin Feng, formidable as he was, being critically wounded in a single strike was nothing short of astonishing. Brother Lin Feng, Xian screamed in alarm. Su Ziqiang also sensed a change, as the fiery arrow instilled in her a profound sense of peril. At that moment of collective astonishment, a cold voice suddenly resonated from the rift in space. You dare to strike at someone my master wishes to protect? You clearly do not know the meaning of death. A young man stepped forth from the spatial fissure, enveloped in a surging aura of solar flames. On his chest, a sun totem faintly manifested, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear in the gathered elite. Many appeared dazed, and when they regained their senses, they beheld the arrogant Lin Feng, severely wounded and in a state of disarray. The members of the Nalan family stared blankly at this man, who emerged from the rift like a deity of fire. Although his cultivation level was not particularly high, when paired with his youth, it marked him as an absolute prodigy. Most significantly, despite being at the same level of cultivation, this young man had severely injured Lin Feng with a single strike. His combat prowess was simply extraordinary. Cultivation level is merely one component of combat strength. While a higher level indeed correlates with greater power, many other factors can influence overall combat effectiveness. Some forbidden prodigies, despite not possessing exceptionally high cultivation, command such formidable combat abilities that they instill trepidation in all around them. Jun Xiaoyao is a prime example of this. Though Lin Feng was at the harmonization realm, he could only dominate within that realm. Beyond that, his effectiveness would diminish significantly. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao faced no such constraints. Whether against harmonization realm foes, or even those at the nirvana realm or higher, he remained unfazed. This delineates the stark difference between prodigies and mere talents. As they beheld the abruptly appearing young man, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, each person speculating about his origins. Although Yu had previously appeared at the Sacred Spirit Academy alongside Jun Xiaoyao, few had actually laid eyes upon him. Who are you to harm my brother Lin Feng? Xian's fair face contorted with fury as she fixated on Yu. She could not tolerate anyone inflicting harm upon Lin Feng. Worthless. Yu raised his hand once more, his immense power coalescing into a golden longbow, drawing the bow as if it were a full moon. He aimed directly at Xian and released. Whoosh. The arrow shot forth with astonishing swiftness, causing the air to tremble. The onlookers were struck dumb, as if they had encountered a ghost. This young man exhibited an overwhelming dominance, attacking without a second thought, disregarding Xian's status as a member of the Purple Mansion's sacred land. As she felt the fierce and searing aura, Xian's face turned pale. Su Ziqiang swiftly intervened. She could not stand idly by while the sacred maiden of the lower realm faced annihilation. The azure aura rises from the east for 3,000 miles. Su Ziqiang unleashed the supreme techniques of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, her jade-like hand sweeping forth as an overwhelming surge of purple energy manifested, clashing against the arrows of EU. Boom! Su Ziqiang let out a muffled groan, being violently pushed back over 100 steps. A trickle of blood winding its way from the corner of her mouth. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. This was the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion's sacred land in the immortal domain, yet she had been repelled and injured by a single strike. Even Su Ziqiang found it hard to comprehend. Her prowess, while not the pinnacle among the younger generation in the wild heaven immortal domain, was certainly at a first-rate level. Yet now, she was being firmly suppressed by that young man. Little did she know that EU was a descendant of an ancient imperial clan, endowed with numerous talents, far beyond what a mere holy maiden could compare to. Witnessing the formidable EU, everyone from the Nalan family felt as though they were trapped in a dream. They had not anticipated anyone would come to their aid. Nalan Roashi also displayed a look of bewilderment. However, Nalan Zhan's expression did not improve. For although EU was powerful, he was merely among the younger generation. Without a formidable backing, he could not assist the Nalan family. Su Ziqiang realized this too and coldly demanded, "Who exactly are you to dare obstruct the Purple Mansion's sacred land? What is the Purple Mansion's sacred land, really? Do you believe my young master could bring about its demise with a mere word?" EU replied, raising an eyebrow, his tone icy. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Jun Xiaoyao, he had adopted a touch of domineering demeanor. "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." The crowd erupted in astonishment. The air was filled with an uproar, as if it would shatter the heavens. One mere statement could lead to the destruction of the Purple Mansion sacred land. All present gasped in disbelief. It must be noted that EU was not referring to the Purple Mansion sacred land of the lower realms, but rather that of the immortal domain. The disparity between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. The immortal domain's Purple Mansion sacred land was a top-tier force presided over by supreme powerhouses. It was not something that could be easily obliterated. Nalan Zhan and Nalan Roashi were equally shaken. Such a formidable young prodigy was merely a servant? How powerful, then, must the young master he spoke of be? Presumptuous. The divine beings of the Purple Mansion's sacred land glared with fury. For tens of thousands of years, no one had dared to treat them with such disdain. One of the divine beings unleashed a powerful palm strike toward EU. At that moment, a tremor resonated from the depths of the spatial rift, accompanied by a golden radiance that spread across the heavens and earth. A majestic nine-headed lion emerged, pulling a golden palanquin. Accompanying it were three figures, one of whom, an elder clad in green robes, displayed a look of disdain upon witnessing the scene, raising his hand to grasp at the divine being of the Purple Mansion sacred land. The formidable deity of the hand was crushed to death by the elderly figure clad in a blue robe, leaving all onlookers in a state of bewilderment. A celestial powerhouse from the Zifu sacred land had been slain with a single palm strike, invoking an unprecedented terror in the gazes directed towards the blue-robed elder. However, among the local forces of the Dongxian domain, a group revealed expressions of shock and excitement upon recognizing the elder. Is it the ancestral figure of Dongxian? A middle-aged man stepped forward, his face alight with exhilaration. He was the leader of the Dongxian Dao sect, once the most dominant force in the Dongxian domain, having previously held sway over the entire region. Though it had waned in recent years, it remained a significant power. At this moment, the sect leader beheld the blue-robed elder with profound elation. This elder was indeed one of their revered ancestors. Long ago, it was during the era of the Dongxian ancestor that the Dongxian Dao sect had achieved its supremacy. The sect was still thriving, and the blue-robed elder, known as the Dongxian ancestor, exhibited a hint of surprise, nodding slightly. He was a powerful being who had ascended from the Tianxian continent. Hearing this, many local forces of the Dongxian domain were filled with dread. The Dongxian ancestor had descended to the mortal realm? Haha, this is splendid. With the ancestor present, how can our Dongxian Dao sect not flourish? The sect leader exclaimed with enthusiasm. Do not refer to me as the Dongxian ancestor anymore. I am but a servant to the young master, the Dongxian ancestor replied, shaking his head. His words silenced the surroundings. The once mighty Dongxian ancestor, who had ascended to the celestial realm eons ago, now claimed to be merely a servant. Many of the local prodigies of the Dongxian domain felt their worldview shatter. What sort of exalted being could command such a saintly powerhouse as a servant? Naylan Zhan's pupils trembled at the mention of the Dongxian ancestor, a name he had heard of with reverence. Now, to hear that this being had become a servant to another was unfathomable. Naylan Ruashi clutched her ancient talisman tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the golden carriage, filled with curiosity about the master seated within. As for Su Ziqiang, she trembled uncontrollably, her expression conveying an unprecedented fear as she gazed at the nine-headed lion. The sight of such a creature pulling the carriage led her to a terrifying conclusion. Su Ziqiang's face turned as pale as paper as she dared not contemplate further. Chapter 169. The Zifu sacred land was paralyzed with fear, kneeling in unison, as Lin Feng unleashed his fury upon Xian with a single strike. In the celestial realm, there were few prodigies capable of subduing a nine-headed lion as a steed, with the most renowned in recent times being none other than the scion of the Jun family. Su Ziqiang could not bear to think further, fearing her thoughts might manifest into reality. Yet, the truth was undeniably harsh. A gentle, serene voice emanated from the golden carriage. The Zifu sacred land holds itself in high regard. Upon hearing that voice, Su Ziqiang's mind erupted with a thunderous echo, her heart quivering in trepidation. The tone, the demeanor, there could be no other than the divine son of the Jun family. She hastily fell to her knees, disregarding the dirt that stained her purple gown, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading, "Divine son, please forgive me. Ziqiang was unaware of your esteemed connection with the Naylan family. Otherwise, even if granted 100 lives, I would never dare to offend them." As they beheld the kneeling saintess of the Purple Mansion, many natives of the eastern Xuanyu were utterly bewildered. Could the figure before them, prostrating in humility, truly be the same exalted saintess who had previously stood aloof, far removed from the mundane world? What on earth was happening? Lin Feng, engulfed in confusion, appeared petrified. "Sister Ziqiang, why?" he stammered, while Ziyuan stood agape in astonishment. Being a saintess of the lower realm, she was oblivious to the terrifying reputation of Jun Xiaoyao in the celestial domain. Initially, the powerful figures of the Purple Mansion were equally perplexed. However, upon hearing Su Ziqiang refer to him as Divine Son, their expressions rapidly turned pale as realization dawned upon them. "Divine Son, please forgive us." A chorus of powerful individuals from the Purple Mansion simultaneously knelt, including even the celestial beings and those of utmost divine strength, who did not hesitate to bow down. In the presence of that singular figure, all notions of rank, status, and lineage became utterly meaningless. They had offended one of the most revered individuals in the celestial realm. "Am I hallucinating?" gasped a young prodigy from the eastern Xuanyu, staring in disbelief. The Purple Mansion, a force of immense power, had commanded respect from all corners, yet now they resembled a throng of turtles, bowing before that golden palanquin, their heads touching the ground in reverence. The contrast was staggering. The young master within the palanquin had yet to reveal himself, yet he had already instilled fear in the hearts of the Purple Mansion's denizens. This prompted the various factions of the lower realm to speculate on the true nobility of the young master. Naylan Ruashi's beautiful eyes shimmered with unprecedented astonishment. She was deeply curious about the young master who had rescued their Naylan family. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, a figure finally emerged from the golden palanquin, stepping forth with an ethereal grace. Clad in garments as pure as snow, he possessed an elongated form, transcending the ordinary, untouched by worldly affairs. An aura of divinity emanated from him, as if he were sculpted from flawless celestial jade. His visage, though shrouded in a radiant glow, revealed features that could leave all female beings present breathless. "Is he truly a celestial being?" the natives of the eastern Xuanyu murmured, entranced and spellbound. Beyond the notion of celestial, they could conceive of no other term to encapsulate his essence. That figure was so extraordinarily sublime that it would provoke awe even in the celestial realm, let alone in this desolate lower world. Naylan Ruashi appeared utterly enraptured, as if lost in a trance. She had not anticipated that the young master aiding her Naylan family would be so extraordinarily handsome. His aura captivated her, a distinguished daughter of the Naylan family, causing her to be utterly entranced at first glance. Indeed, throughout the entire eastern Xian domain and even the Tianxian continent, one could scarcely find a man who could rival even a fraction of Jun Xiaoyao's charm. Although Su Ziqiang had already come to this realization, witnessing it firsthand evoked a wholly different sensation. Amusingly, Su Ziqiang had once fantasized about engaging in conversation with Jun Xiaoyao, perhaps even forming a connection. Yet, she never imagined their meeting would occur under such circumstances. In that moment, Su Ziqiang felt a deep resentment towards Xian and Lin Feng. Had it not been for them, how could she have offended Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over the surroundings, his expression remarkably calm. During his descent to the lower realm, he had sensed the ancient talisman within his spatial artifact trembling. This talisman was one he had seized from Ji Xian within the Yuan Tian secret vault. It was also the token of the Yuan Tian Supreme. Having acquired the fortune of the Yuan Tian Supreme, Jun Xiaoyao felt compelled to resolve this particular karma. The Nalan family was likely connected to the Yuan Tian Supreme's partner. Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, this karmic entanglement might have remained unresolved. Come here, Jun Xiaoyao commanded, his gaze settling upon Nalan Ruashi. Instantly, Nalan Ruashi felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. The young man from the celestial realm bore an astonishing status, one that even the sacred land of the Zifu would kneel before in submission. Naturally, Nalan Ruashi felt a flutter of anxiety. Yet, she steeled herself and approached. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Ruashi and the Nalan family will forever be grateful and will not forget your kindness. Nalan Ruashi bowed deeply. Jun Xiaoyao produced an ancient talisman, which resonated with the one adorning Nalan Ruashi's neck, emitting a soft glow. Indeed, it was confirmed. After ascertaining this connection, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He could effortlessly protect the Nalan family. Rest assured, no one shall dare to harm you or the Nalan family in the future, Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly. Thank you, young master, for your immense grace. Ruashi has no means to repay you. Nalan Ruashi's expression radiated with joy. Her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao brimmed with excitement, reverence, and gratitude. This reaction, however, darkened Lin Feng's countenance immediately. Everything had been proceeding according to his expectations. Nalan Ruashi was meant to become his servant, yet now, it was all being undermined by Jun Xiaoyao. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng seethed. As the favored son of heaven and earth, destined to dominate the entire Tianxian continent, he would not let this go easily. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze also fell upon Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. What incredible fortune! Just descended to the lower realm, and already encountering one of the 10 prodigies, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Lin Feng's journey is nothing short of a quintessential archetype. Cast aside from a betrothal, he is accompanied by an extraordinary childhood companion. Within a mere year, he transforms from an underachiever into an unparalleled prodigy, nearly surpassing the celestial elites of the immortal realm. Such remarkable fortune can only be attributed to the fabled 10 prodigies. No other explanation suffices. To claim he is not the protagonist of this celestial narrative would be met with disbelief, even from Jun Xiaoyao. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Su Ziqiang hastily interjected, "My lord, it is all due to Lin Feng's actions. In truth, our sacred land of the Purple Mansion bears no animosity towards the Nalan family." Upon hearing this, Nalan Zhan retorted with scorn, "Who was it that proclaimed Lin Feng would become a member of your sacred land?" Su Ziqiang's complexion drained of color, her heart brimming with fury. She turned to face the pale-faced Xiang, her anger igniting. Were it not for Xiang's insistence on Lin Feng, she, Su Ziqiang, and the entire sacred land would not have been plunged into such a dire predicament. "Xiang, you are the sinner of our sacred land," Su Ziqiang declared, striking at Xiang. "Senior sister Ziqiang, what are you doing?" Xiang gasped, her beautiful visage contorted in fear. With a resounding strike, Su Ziqiang's palm connected with Xiang's forehead, causing blood to flow from her 7 orifices as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xiang. Lin Feng's anguished howl pierced the air, his eyes ablaze with fury. His steadfast childhood friend, Xiang, lay dead before him, all due to the machinations of a young master from the immortal realm. Ah, perish! Lin Feng's visage twisted in rage. Resembling a vengeful spirit, possessing the fortune of a protagonist, he unleashed his inner cosmos, his power surging once more as he charged towards Jun Xiaoyao. "I will see you dead," Lin Feng bellowed, veins bulging from his neck in a primal roar. "You seek death. Be you prepared to intervene." Yet Jun Xiaoyao merely shook his head, decisively extending a hand. The void shattered, and the very fabric of reality trembled. With a single gesture, he fractured the heavens. Chapter 170. Are you the protagonist of the celestial domain? The very heavens shall bow beneath this divine son's feet. At present, Jun Xiaoyao, with every movement, exuded a colossal force of 37 billion pounds, not accounting for the inherent strength of the ancient sacred body. The spatial stability of the immortal realm is formidable, thus, even Jun Xiaoyao's astonishing divine power could not rend the void directly. However, the lower realms, particularly the Tianxian continent, lack such fortitude. Consequently, when Jun Xiaoyao unleashed his strike, the space itself quivered and the heavens trembled. Dark fissures in the void split apart as Jun Xiaoyao's palm cleaved through the air. How is this possible? The indigenous prodigies of the Eastern Xian domain gaped in disbelief. In their minds, only those who had ascended to the 9th level of the sacred path could possess the power to shatter space with a mere gesture. Yet now, this terrifying spectacle unfolded before the young prodigy. Primarily, They did not perceive the aura of the harmonious realm emanating from Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao was not even at the harmonious realm, yet he possessed the ability to shatter the void. Jun Xiaoyao completely overturned the perspective of these native prodigies from the eastern Xuanyu domain. The power of the Jun family's divine son was truly terrifying. It was not just the native prodigies, but even the celestial domain prodigies felt their scalps tingle with unease. They could hardly fathom the extent of his strength once Jun Xiaoyao attained the harmonious realm. How could this be? Lin Feng, who had originally lost his sanity and descended into madness, felt a chill in his heart upon sensing the overwhelming might of Jun Xiaoyao's palm. It was akin to being thrown into a millennia-old frozen lake in the depths of winter, a chilling sensation enveloping him from within. Lin Feng too summoned his ultimate technique, striving to resist, yet to no avail. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. With a single palm strike, Jun Xiaoyao sent Lin Feng crashing to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. The surrounding ground trembled, fracturing into a spiderweb of immense fissures. Over 100,000 cultivators stood frozen like statues, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the past year, Lin Feng's meteoric rise had been evident to all. Not only had he vanquished numerous celestial prodigies, but even the natives of the eastern Xuanyu domain had witnessed his prowess. Yet now Jun Xiaoyao, with a mere flick of his wrist, had effortlessly subdued Lin Feng with a single strike. This unadulterated display of dominance was profoundly shocking. The strength of this young master was indeed unparalleled. Nalan Roashi watched with her beautiful eyes shimmering with a myriad of colors. Having competed against Lin Feng, she was acutely aware of his formidable strength. And yet, such a powerful prodigy had been effortlessly toppled by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Before this divine son, there were no protagonists of heaven and earth, for all existence must bow before his feet. Standing in the void, Jun Xiaoyao, hands clasped behind his back, appeared ethereal, his garments billowing gracefully. He gazed down upon Lin Feng as a deity would look upon mere mortals. Lin Feng lay on the ground, bloodied and broken, resembling a wretched toad, his bones shattered as he coughed violently. Lin Feng had acquired various opportunities to strengthen his physique, and, with the protection of the world's essence, he barely clung to life. Otherwise, he would have certainly been obliterated by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Damn it! Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury. He had believed himself to be a figure of prominence, yet now a being capable of trampling the very heavens had emerged. He realized he was still the same worthless individual he once was. This was a reality too difficult for Lin Feng to accept. The disparity was insurmountable. No, I still have a chance. If I can find other sources of the world's essence, I will surely surpass him. Lin Feng's bloodied visage twisted into a fierce grimace. What he had acquired was but a fraction of the world's essence. Yet even this small portion had transformed him into such a monstrous being. If one could obtain the entirety of the world's essence, Lin Feng firmly believed that surpassing Jun Xiaoyao and even eliminating him would be far from a mere dream. Wait for me. I shall bring about your demise. The corners of Lin Feng's eyes twitched with ferocity as he suddenly produced a void-breaking talisman, enveloped in a surge of spatial power, ready to delve into the depths of the void. As one of the 10 prodigies defying the heavens, he was indeed the embodiment of fortune in the Tianxian continent. The opportunities and treasures he had acquired over the past year were plentiful, and this void-breaking talisman was among them. Do you think you can escape so easily? Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand, shattering the space as he lunged for Lin Feng. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of the void. Ah, damn it! The sounds of fury mixed with the spattering of blood ultimately faded into the abyss. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his magical grasp, revealing a vibrant, mercury-like substance shimmering in his palm. As he sensed the profound nature of this multicolored material, astonishment flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The essence of the world. This substance was saturated with an overwhelming force of the world, perceptible to any being. Could it possibly be the world's essence of the Tianxian continent? Instantly, the eyes of several prodigies from the immortal realms turned crimson with envy. That was the essence of the world, a treasure so rarely found in the immortal realms, far more precious than any elixir of immortality or source of immortality. Moreover, the essence of the world could serve as an invaluable seed of celestial nature. In essence, the world's essence was an object of desire for all, even for the supreme beings. Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. A glance revealed that no prodigy from the immortal realms dared to meet his gaze. Some even shuddered at the thought. The essence of the world was indeed precious, but the value depended on whose hands it resided in. In Jun Xiaoyao's possession, who would dare to seize it? Unless they were courting death. Alas, some prodigies from the immortal realms could only lament their fate in silence. Su Ziqiang felt a twinge of regret, realizing that Lin Feng possessed the world's essence. He had concealed it so deeply that most could not discern it. True, It seemed incomplete. Jun Xiaoyao had also perceived that this essence was profound yet flawed, merely a fragment of the whole. Young master, should we send EU to hunt down that ant? EU inquired, stepping forward. There's no need. Let this blade of grass flourish. When it matures, we shall reap the harvest. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively. If Jun Xiaoyao were to seek the world's essence of the Tianqian continent himself, it would consume an inconceivable amount of time. However, Lin Feng, endowed with the protagonist's fortune of the Tianqian continent, would attract the world's essence effortlessly. Once Lin Feng obtained the complete essence, Jun Xiaoyao could simply reap the rewards thereafter. As for letting the tiger return to the mountain, apologies, but in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Lin Feng is neither a tiger nor even a cat. He is merely a chive, a tool to aid in the quest for the world's origin. Therefore, the notion of releasing a tiger back to the mountains is non-existent. With the assistance of the esteemed master, the entire Nalan family shall forever remember the life-saving grace bestowed upon them. Nalan Zhan stepped forth and deeply bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. As a formidable deity, he did not hesitate to show such reverence. Nalan Ruashi also approached, offering a respectful bow, saying, if the young master does not mind, you may rest in the Nalan residence, and we shall do our utmost to serve you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Having just descended to this realm, he indeed required a place to settle and to clarify his plans moving forward. Chapter 171. Dealing with the Purple Mansion's sacred land, Su Ziqiang voluntarily becomes a servant. Embarking on the path of sacrifice, the Nalan family's abode is a majestic ancient spiritual mountain, brimming with ethereal energy. At this moment, within the splendid palace atop the mountain, Jun Xiaoyao sat in the seat of honor, flanked by 3 guardians and EU. Below, the members of the Nalan family gathered, alongside a group from the Eastern Xiandao sect. Given that their ancestor had descended, they could not afford to depart casually. They were intent on clinging to this powerful ally. Previously, they struggled to accept their ancestor's role as a servant to another. However, upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's identity and might, they found solace in their situation. It seemed rather advantageous for their ancestor to follow such an extraordinary young sovereign. Among them were also a group from the Purple Mansion's sacred land, including Su Ziqiang, who knelt in trepidation, trembling with anxiety. Jun Xiaoyao paid them no mind, instead briefly discussing matters concerning the primordial heavenly sovereign with Nalan Zhan and others. So it is thus. I must thank you, young master, for liberating the esteemed ancestor. Nalan Zhan said with a slight bow. We are profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. The members of the Nalan family bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. By the way, though Lin Feng has fled, his family should be eradicated, Jun Xiaoyao remarked casually. Young master, allow us from the Eastern Xiandao sect to handle this matter. Exterminating entire families is our specialty. The sect leader hastily exclaimed, thumping his chest to assure Jun Xiaoyao, eager not to go unnoticed. The Eastern Xian ancestor could only shake his head, bemused by the lengths to which this junior was willing to go for a modicum of attention from Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao merely nodded indifferently. After all, a protagonist must be given some motivation to grow stronger. It would be rather unbecoming to claim the title of protagonist without experiencing the annihilation of one's family. Jun Xiaoyao believed that upon learning of his family's destruction, Lin Feng would undoubtedly be driven to become stronger in a frenzied attempt to seek out the world's origin. Though this method may seem somewhat ruthless, its efficacy was undeniable. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned toward the kneeling Su Ziqiang and the others. Su Ziqiang and the others hurriedly bowed, pleading for forgiveness from the esteemed Son of God, acknowledging the errors of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, and hoping he would show mercy and spare their lives. A group of powerful figures from the Purple Mansion's sacred land knelt, fully aware that invoking their background would hold no weight at this moment. It was far better to humbly seek pardon. The Purple Mansion's sacred land had become a subordinate force of the Nalan family, destined to serve them for a century. Do as you wish, Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly, showing little interest in resolving the matter with this group. Although the Purple Mansion's sacred land was not particularly formidable, it did possess some supreme powers, and annihilating it could pose minor complications. Thank you, Son of God, for your mercy. The powerful figures from the Purple Mansion sacred land sighed in relief. Only Su Ziqiang's expression shifted slightly. Do you seem to disagree with the decision of this Son of God? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Su Ziqiang quickly denied it. No, it's just that Ziqiang wishes. Her words faltered, becoming difficult to articulate. Speak, Jun Xiaoyao urged, frowning. With her eyes closed, Su Ziqiang finally confessed, Ziqiang wishes, even as a servant, to become the maid of the Son of God. Her declaration rendered the hall silent. The fact that the esteemed saintess of the Purple Mansion's sacred land could utter such words was astounding. Even the nearby powerful figures from her faction wore expressions of shock. With her eyes still closed and her lashes trembling, Su Ziqiang preferred to be the soul mate of Jun Xiaoyao rather than a servant to the Nalan family. Moreover, she had long desired to establish a connection with him, even if it meant a master-servant relationship. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao mused, not expecting Su Ziqiang to actively propose becoming his exclusive maid. Her long purple hair flowed like satin, her figure graceful, and her skin fairer and more delicate than the finest jade. Her eyes, resembling purple crystals, were strikingly beautiful. She was a rare beauty, celebrated in the celestial realm, the dream of many talented young men. Yet, at this moment, she willingly offered herself as a servant to Jun Xiaoyao. Am I the type to casually take in servants? Jun Xiaoyao tapped his fingers against the armrest. Su Ziqiang's expression dimmed. However, with Linglong absent, I do lack a maid to serve tea and water. You might suffice. Jun Xiaoyao remarked. Thank you, son of God. Ziqiang is willing to serve you with utmost dedication. Su Ziqiang's face lit up with surprise. It was hard to fathom that the esteemed saintess of the Purple Mansion would feel such excitement at the prospect of becoming someone else's maid. In contrast, Nalan Ruashi's face fell. She too harbored a secret desire to serve Jun Xiaoyao. After all, who wouldn't be enamored by such a celestial being? Nalan Zhan was invigorated by Jun Xiaoyao's decision, knowing that he was aiding the Nalan family. The Purple Mansion's sacred land was indeed a powerful faction in the lower realms, and the celestial beings would be bound to serve the Nalan family for a century. It is foreseeable that the Nalan family will ascend to become a prominent lineage in the eastern Xian region, and even throughout the entire Tian Xian continent. All members of the Nalan family are brimming with excitement, as if they can already envision their future rise. Yet, amidst the jubilation, Nalan Ruashi alone bears a hint of melancholy upon her exquisite countenance. To Jun Xiaoyao, she ultimately remains but a fleeting passerby. Once Jun Xiaoyao returns to the immortal domain, he will likely forget her in no time. Nalan Ruashi does not yearn for any particular regard from him. She simply wishes not to be relegated to the role of a mere stranger. Noticing Nalan Ruashi's demeanor, Jun Xiaoyao pondered briefly before speaking. Nalan Ruashi, setting aside Lin Feng's unique talents, your innate gifts are indeed among the finest in the Tian Xian continent. I shall take you back to the immortal domain in the future. Is that true? Nalan Ruashi exclaimed in astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. The laws of this realm do impose limitations on her talents. Had she been in the immortal domain, she would undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuahuang, or at the very least, be on par with Jun Linglong. A remarkable genius indeed. Thank you, young master. Nalan Ruashi rejoiced immensely, her heart sweeter than honey. As long as she could catch a glimpse of Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette in the days to come, she would be content. Nalan Zhan and the others were equally elated. This signified that the Nalan family had firmly secured Jun Xiaoyao's support. After resolving a series of matters, Jun Xiaoyao found himself alone in his chamber, delving into the essence of the world's origin. This small fragment of world origin had already birthed a prodigy like Lin Feng. How powerful would he become if he possessed the entirety of the world's origin? No wonder his grandfather had urged him to cultivate the world origin as his immortal seed. Indeed, it is unfathomably profound. However, Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. Should he truly regard the world origin as his immortal seed? As a transmigrator, he naturally comprehended certain principles. Are not true powerhouses those who cultivate themselves as their own seed? This is what is referred to as being oneself as the seed. Any other spiritual seed, even immortal seeds, are merely external entities. Cultivating with external seeds can only borrow the paths of others, whereas cultivating oneself as the seed belongs to one's own path. Of course, this is an almost impossible road to tread. If it were so easily traversable, predecessors would have succeeded long ago, and it would not be Jun Xiaoyao's turn to cultivate oneself as the seed and carve out one's own path. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze gradually brightened as he contemplated this. Chapter 172, A New Sign-In Location. The Ten Realms Rift, the Heroic Spirit Altar, Lin Feng's protagonist fortune, 5th update. To cultivate oneself as the seed may sound simple, yet it is incredibly challenging in practice. Even now, Jun Xiaoyao finds himself without a clear direction. Nevertheless, he has begun to grasp a certain understanding. Spiritual seeds and immortal seeds arise between heaven and earth. Borrowing their paths ultimately subjects one to the constraints of cosmic laws. Yet, to cultivate oneself as the seed is to rely solely on one's intrinsic essence. The self is the most potent seed of immortality. By igniting one's latent potential, a path previously uncharted is forged. This path remains unbound by the constraints of celestial rules, signifying that if one truly succeeds, Jun Xiaoyao shall transcend beyond these regulations. Even amidst the upheaval or collapse of the immortal realm, he shall remain unaffected. As the adage goes, step beyond the 3 realms, free from the 5 elements. This path is arduous, Yet if successful, my strength and potential shall become immeasurable, Jun Xiaoyao declared. Currently, he stands formidable, unmatched among his peers. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao craves more. He not only seeks to dominate his contemporaries, but also to keep pace with the elder generation. Ultimately, he aspires to stand alongside the supreme, the emperors, and even tread upon the path of immortality, becoming a true immortal. My innate talent is unparalleled throughout history. I shall pave this path with my very being. Flames ignited in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Upon determining his direction, Jun Xiaoyao began to prepare for the forthcoming endeavors. The essence of the world must be gathered, for it is a rare treasure of the heavens and the earth. Even if not utilized as the seed of immortality, it can serve as an aid in forging his own unique path. The tasks ahead include subduing the 10 great Sin clans and seeking the whereabouts of the body scripture. Not to mention Jun Wanjie's sister. Jun Xiaoyao meticulously laid out his plans. Within the Tianxian continent, there was no trace of the 10 great Sin clans. Clearly, they had not been suppressed here. As for the lower volume of the body scripture and Jun Wanjie's sister, Jun Xiaoyao would enlist the power of the Nalan family, the Dongxian Dao sect, and the Zifu Holy Land to search. With their influence, a thorough search could encompass all 4 regions of the Tianxian continent. Should they fail to locate them there, it is likely they reside elsewhere in the lower realms. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao summoned the Eastern Xian ancestor and others to inquire about matters pertaining to the lower realms, including any hidden realms of heaven and earth. For Jun Xiaoyao, wishing to embody the seed, diverse auxiliary means were essential. The hidden realms served as one such element. To his surprise, the Eastern Xian ancestor and the others spoke in unison of a singular location, the Rift of 10 Realms. What is the Rift of 10 Realms? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. In response, they explained, the Rift of 10 Realms, as it is said, is where the 10 lands of the lower realm intersect, gathering the fortunes of the 10 realms. It is rumored that within lies an altar of heroic spirits, where countless individuals of great fortune have sought to attain enlightenment and forge unprecedented paths. Yet all have ultimately failed, their bodies and souls eternally imprisoned within that altar. The Eastern Xian ancestor spoke gravely, evidently wary of such tales. Is there truly such a place? Jun Xiaoyao expressed astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of such an enigmatic and arcane location in the lower realms. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Spirit Hero altar. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled as he inquired, where can the 10 Realms Rift be found? The elder of Dongxian shook his head, responding, I do not know. Those who can locate the 10 Realms Rift are truly exceptional individuals, blessed with great fortune. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao nodded. After all, he intended to remain in the lower realm for a while longer, so there was no need for haste. In the following days, the happenings within the Nalan family spread like wildfire throughout the entire Dongxian region and even across the Tianxian continent. A remarkably powerful young lord from the immortal realm descended. Without revealing himself, he instilled fear in the hearts of the people from the Zifu sacred land, compelling them to kneel in reverence. When he finally appeared, he emanated an ethereal presence and effortlessly defeated the renowned top prodigy Lin Feng with a single strike. This news reverberated like an earthquake, shaking the very foundations of the Tianxian continent. No one could have anticipated such a transcendent young sovereign from the immortal realm would venture into the lower realm. In the central forbidden zone of the Tianxian continent, located at the confluence of the Dongxian, Sichuan, Nanshuan, and Beixian regions, this area was equally feared by all. Even the human race's sacred lands and hidden clans held this forbidden zone in high regard. It was a place of ancient divine mountains, inhabited by primordial beings. Any human who recklessly entered would find no chance of survival. At that moment, outside the continuous expanse of ancient divine mountains, a group of beings adorned with azure wings was engaged in conversation. Is the young sovereign from the immortal realm truly that formidable? One inquired. Indeed, our ancient race's young prodigy has yet to descend, another replied. Not to mention, both Lord Pengfei and Lady Pengling are more than capable of handling those celestial prodigies from the immortal realm. These beings, with their azure wings, hailed from the Azure Sky Divine Mountain and belonged to the Azure Sky Rock clan. This clan possessed a trace of the golden-winged rock bloodline, making them a supreme royal lineage in the lower realm. For the lower realm, ancient royal families represented the pinnacle of existence, whereas ancient imperial families typically refrained from dwelling in such desolate territories. The azure-winged beings gazed toward a pair of siblings ahead of them, named Pengfei and Pengling, who were the foremost prodigies of the Azure Sky Divine Mountain. They had even triumphed over several human prodigies who had descended from the immortal realm. Who exactly is this young sovereign, and what accounts for his immense reputation? Pengling pondered aloud. with her short azure hair and delicate frame, adorned with azure wings. She appeared curious. Beside her stood her elder brother, Pingfei, robust and with long azure hair flowing freely, his gaze sharp as a sword. My sole ambition is to ascend to the immortal realm, to the Kulpa sacred mountain, and to encounter the heir of the golden-winged rock clan, he declared resolutely. Indeed, that golden-winged young rock must be incredibly powerful, Peng Ling remarked, her eyes alight with curiosity and admiration. Given that their Azure Sky Rock clan possessed only a portion of the golden-winged rock bloodline, their strength was already formidable. How formidable must the true golden-winged rock be? Humph. It must certainly surpass the so-called young lords of the celestial realm, Peng Fei remarked with a cold smirk. At that moment, Peng Ling suddenly extended her delicate arm and exclaimed, "Look, there is a person over there." The assembled beings turned their gaze and were taken aback to discover a human lying incapacitated by the lakeshore. A human? Just kill him, Peng Fei said coldly. Oh, it seems to be that young human, Lin Feng. Peng Ling approached for a closer look, astonished. Over the past year, Lin Feng had risen to prominence with legendary prowess. Not only was he known among human factions, but even their ancient divine mountain was aware of him. At this moment, Lin Feng was covered in blood. One of his arms completely severed. Brother, are we truly going to kill him? Peng Ling hesitated. It appears he has clashed with that young supreme. Let us spare his life for now and ascertain the circumstances, Peng Fei decided. Thus, the beings of the Azure Sky Divine Mountain brought Lin Feng back to safety. If Jun Xiaoyao were present, he would undoubtedly marvel at Lin Feng's fortune. Truly, the protagonist of destiny on the heavenly Xian continent, even in the face of certain doom, could turn peril into safety. Chapter 173. On the Starry Continent, the rebellion of the Sin tribe, the revenge of the rebellious son, Mo Fan. After being rescued by the beings of the Azure Sky Divine Mountain, Lin Feng quickly regained consciousness. Peng Fei and Peng Ling, along with others, inquired about numerous matters. It was then that Lin Feng learned of the annihilation of the Lin clan. Not a single soul had survived. His father, Lin Jintian, had met a tragic end on the spot. This revelation shattered Lin Feng, filling him with grief and fury, igniting a blazing desire for vengeance against Jun Xiaoyao. He was indeed more motivated than ever to grow stronger. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Jun Xiaoyao remained indifferent to his plight. Even if he were aware, it would not stir any emotion within him. The steadfast Jun Xiaoyao, the ever-changing protagonist of the lower realms, just as it was for Xiao Chun, just as it was for Yang Pan, so too it was for Lin Feng. Jun Xiaoyao had many pursuits ahead and could not devote all his energy to a minor figure like Lin Feng. Meanwhile, on another continent known as the Starry Continent, a distinct realm among the lower worlds, there existed a legendary figure from ages past, known as the Supreme Star Monarch. He established the Supreme Star Palace, which once held dominion over the entire Starry Continent. Moreover, the Supreme Star Monarch ascended to the celestial realm, stirring endless turmoil. The number of supreme beings defeated by him was not fewer than 10. Ultimately, due to his overwhelming brilliance, he offended too many powers and great figures, leading to his tragic demise in a coordinated assault. The Supreme Star Palace in the lower realm suffered catastrophic blows and fell into disarray. With the fall of the Supreme Star Monarch, the entire Starry Continent entered a phase of decline. It felt as though the Supreme Star Monarch had amassed the fortune of the entire realm within himself. His demise severed the fate of the Starry Continent. At this moment, on the Celestial Continent, an unprecedented battle is erupting. On one side stands the Xiantian sect, dispatched by the Jun family to suppress one of the 10 ancient clans' follower forces. Opposing them is not merely a single faction, but a coalition of formidable beings, including terrifying entities with golden horns and powerful creatures adorned with silver horns. Moreover, a handful of enigmatic masters cloaked in black are prowling the battlefield, hunting down disciples of the Xiantian sect. Kill, protect our Xiantian sect and annihilate the sinful clans. You wretched sinners, with your bloodlines tainted by guilt, dare to attempt a resurgence. The powerful members of the Xiantian sect roar in fury, engaging fiercely in combat. We of the Golden Horn clan have been suppressed for countless ages. At last, we can rise again. Today, we shall be the first to offer your Xiantian sect as a sacrificial offering. A formidable being with golden horns grins, revealing sharp teeth that exude a sinister bloodlust. This lineage, known as the Golden Horn clan, was once a renowned and powerful race in the arid celestial domain. However, due to their mischief, they were subjugated by the Jun family, their strong members ruthlessly slain, while the remaining kin were banished to the lower realms, reduced to mere mortals. To add insult to injury, the Jun family sent the Xiantian sect to oversee and suppress them, intensifying the hatred that festered within their hearts. This humiliation and resentment, rather than diminishing with time, have become increasingly ingrained in their very essence. At last, they have been afforded an opportunity for liberation, and their pent-up hatred and fury are unleashed upon the Xiantian sect. Meanwhile, a powerful being adorned with silver horns coldly declares, "We of the Silverhorn clan have also endured eons of suppression. Whether it be your Xiantian sect or the Jun family of the celestial domain, we shall exact our vengeance." The Silverhorn clan, like their Golden Horn counterparts, once stood as a supreme race in the celestial domain, suffering a similar fate. Humph. The Jun family, are they truly so mighty that you insignificant sinners can challenge them? Suddenly, a disdainful snort reverberates through the air as two elders materialize in the void. The sectmaster, the deputy sectmaster. Upon sighting these two venerable figures, the spirits of all within the Xiantian sect soar. They are indeed the mainstays of the sect. The speaker is the sect master, a genuine sage, while the deputy sect master possesses a quasi-saint level of cultivation. Yet, the Golden and Silverhorn clans remain unfazed. For within their ranks, powerful beings emanating a saintly aura also emerge. Though they have been suppressed in the lower realms for an extended period, they are, after all, former supreme races. It is implausible that they possess no formidable talents. They have simply been sealed away in forbidden grounds until now. How did the Golden and Silverhorn clans manage to break free? The deputy sect master furrows his graying brows, his expression grave. Could those cloaked figures be the key? The sect master's countenance grows colder with suspicion. Thus, the battle reignites. Under the leadership of the sect master and deputy sect master, the Xiantian sect fights with all its might. In the midst of chaos, the Golden Horn and Silverhorn clans unleash their formidable forces, engaging in a brutal slaughter. The situation was utterly tumultuous. Within the Xiantian sect, flames of war erupted as soldiers clashed in fierce combat. In the skies above, powerful warriors battled fiercely, while below, disciples of the Xiantian sect fought valiantly against the beings of the Golden Horn and Silverhorn clans. Yet, what filled them with dread was a group of figures cloaked in black, mercilessly hunting down the disciples of the Xiantian sect on behalf of the sinful clan. Amidst a plaza within the Xiantian sect, the ground was strewn with corpses, some belonging to the sinful clan, but many more were the bodies of Xiantian sect disciples. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman found herself encircled by a group of these black-robed figures. At her feet lay a mangled corpse, her elder brother, the sect's senior disciple. "Who are you? Why do you relentlessly pursue us?" This woman, named Lu Qianqian, was as pale as a sheet, her heart gripped by terror. She could not fathom why. Among so many disciples, these black-robed figures chose to target them specifically. Her elder brother had perished in his attempt to protect her. Then, from the center of the group, one black-robed figure let out a chilling laugh. "Ah, Lu Qianqian, do you still not realize the error of your ways?" Upon hearing this somewhat familiar tone, Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand trembling as she pointed towards the figure, stammering, that voice you are before her astonished gaze. The black-robed figure slowly unveiled his cloak, revealing a face Lu Qianqian had nearly forgotten. "Mo Fan," she cried out in incredulity, her entire being frozen in shock. Mo Fan, the young man who had been nearly killed by a lightning strike over a year ago, after she and her elder brother had conspired against him, now stood before her alive and seemingly transformed. "Weren't you dead?" Lu Qianqian's face turned ashen. She had distinctly witnessed Mo Fan being struck by lightning, his life force almost extinguished, which led her to discard him without a second thought. Yet now, he not only survived but appeared to have undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. "Thanks to you two wretched souls. If it weren't for your actions, how could I, Mo Fan, have achieved this day?" he said with a chilling smile, one that was both frigid and cruel. "Is all this you're doing? Is the breaking of the seals of the Golden Horn and Silverhorn clans also connected to you?" Lu Qianqian's voice trembled with fear. "Indeed, their breaking of the seals is very much related to me. You previously accused me of colluding with the sinful clan, so now I have simply allied with them to obliterate the Xiantian sect," Mo Fan declared with a mocking laughter. How could it have come to this? Lu Qianqian's eyes reflected despair. She had never anticipated that a tiny ant could bring down a towering dam. A mere ant in her eyes. Mo Fan ultimately shook the very foundations of the Xiantian sect. "It is fitting that I express my gratitude to you. Without your intervention, how could I have stumbled upon such an opportunity?" Mo Fan stepped forward and gently patted Lu Qian's cheek. Struck by lightning, he found within his mind a celestial figure. With the aid of this celestial being, Mo Fan rose to prominence, his strength surging exponentially. Moreover, the once dominant force of the star continent, the Wujixing Palace, sought him out, proclaiming him the son of all stars, destined to become a pivotal figure within their ranks. Empowered and backed by the Wujixing Palace, Missouri Fan soared to new heights. Upon his ascension, His first course of action was to exact vengeance upon the Xiantian sect and those like Lu Qian. Lu Qian and her ilk deserved their fate. The members of the Xiantian sect who had indulged Lu Qian were equally culpable. If Lu Qian accused him of colluding with the criminal clan, then Mo Fan would seize the power of the Wujixing Palace to liberate both the Golden Horn and Silver Horn clans. This unleashed the current cataclysm. Mo Fan, spare my life. Lu Qian trembled uncontrollably. She had never anticipated that a moment's folly would bring such calamity upon herself and the Xiantian sect. Yet, Lu Qian was unaware that even without her, Mo Fan would still face other tribulations. For Mo Fan was the protagonist of the Star Continent, one of the 10 chosen, destined to endure hardship to awaken his extraordinary life. Even without Lu Qian's trials, other obstacles would arise to compel Mo Fan toward greatness. However, Lu Qian remained oblivious to these truths. At this moment, tears streamed down her face as she pleaded for Mo Fan's mercy. Ah, Lu Qian, we do share a bond. How could I bear to kill you? Mo Fan smirked coldly. Thank you, thank you. Lu Qian cried tears of joy. Yet, before she could fully express her relief at surviving, she heard Mo Fan's voice, as frigid as ice. If you were to die so easily, how could I justify the suffering I have endured? Mo Fan's words plunged Lu Qian's heart into despair. Subsequently, he bound Lu Qian to a copper pillar, the very one he had been tied to over a year ago. Then, under Lu Qian's terrified gaze, Mo Fan brandished a long sword, methodically slicing through her flesh. He intended to subject Lu Qian to a slow and agonizing demise. No, please. Lu Qian's heart-wrenching screams echoed as blood spattered. As time wore on, Lu Qian lay on the brink of death, her body drenched in blood, her wounds exposing bone. Not a single piece of flesh unscathed. Yet Mo Fan, still unsatisfied, struck again, severing her tendons and shattering her spiritual core, rendering Lu Qian completely powerless. Ah, Lu Qian, I shall not take your life. Rather, I intend to leave you to struggle in this world as a wretched being. Ha ha. Mo Fan laughed towards the heavens. His thoughts clear, and the obsessions in his heart dissipated. He then departed with a group of formidable warriors from the Wujixing Palace, leaving Lu Qian alone to writhe in desperation. Meanwhile, the battle between the Xuantiangong and the Xin clan had escalated to a fever pitch. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn tribes had also summoned powerful beings, both saints and quasi-saints, effectively restraining the sect master and deputy sect master of Xuantiangong. What are we to do? The deputy sect master exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. We must send a message. We have to try, replied the sect master. Upon hearing this, the deputy sect master took out a jade slip and shattered it. This was a message left for them by the Jun family, signifying that Xuantiangong was in dire straits and faced an unprecedented crisis. He fervently hoped that the Jun family had already dispatched powerful reinforcements to the mortal realm. At that moment, a wave of saintly energy surged through the void. A figure cloaked in black had made his move, conjuring a colossal star-like palm that struck towards the deputy sect master. The deputy sect master was caught off guard and coughed up blood. It is indeed you. Wujixing Palace, he shouted in fury, wounded yet resolute. They had suspected this before, but now it was confirmed. The reason for the Wujixing Palace's intervention, beyond Mo Fan's involvement, lay in another significant factor. The Wujixing Palace was originally the sovereign of the Starry Continent. Even after the fall of the Wujixing monarch, which led to the palace's decline, its leadership position remained unshaken. However, with the rise of Xuantiangong, it gradually supplanted the Wujixing Palace's dominance over the Starry Continent. After all, Xuantiangong possessed formidable strength and was a force that descended from the celestial realm. Over time, the Wujixing Palace found itself marginalized and weakened, while Xuantiangong emerged as the new overlord of the Starry Continent. In such circumstances, how could the Wujixing Palace accept being suppressed? With Mo Fan's instigation as an additional catalyst, the Wujixing Palace was compelled to take action. We must leave, the sect master of Xuantiangong said, his brow furrowing as he grasped the deputy sect master and began to retreat, despite his deep reluctance to abandon the rest of Xuantiangong. As they were the strongest combatants in the lower realm, he knew they could not afford to lose them here. Should they seek to eradicate the Xin clan in the future, their assistance would be indispensable. Thus, the sect master resolutely ordered a retreat, with other deities, celestial beings, and path gods also dispersing in every direction. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn tribes, along with the Wujixing Palace, would not pass up the opportunity to strike down their beleaguered foes, pursuing them relentlessly and laying waste to numerous mountain ranges while slaying many of Xuantiangong's warriors. In the end, only a handful of Xuantiangong cultivators managed to escape. And at that very moment, as Xuantiangong faced its downfall, in the depths of the Ling Mountain within the Nalan family in the Tianxian continent, in a tranquil pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao was serenely sipping tea. Su Ziqiang stood behind him, extending her delicate hand to massage his shoulders. Such treatment, bestowed by the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, is a privilege not granted to many. Jun Xiaoyao was contemplating his next course of action when, unexpectedly, a golden token within his spatial artifact began to emanate an ominous blood-red glow. What could this mean? Jun Xiaoyao retrieved the golden token, a gift from Jun Zhantian and the emblem of the Jun family. With this token, he could summon vast follower forces. And it also served as a means of transmitting messages. The bloodlight signified an unprecedented crisis facing the follower forces. This alarming message originated from the Starry Continent. And Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with concern. In Chapter 175, The Endless Sea, a cross-border teleportation array, Lu Qianqian's astonishment, the Lord Jun has arrived. The Starry Continent is also one of the 10 realms of the lower world. It is said that a peerless figure once stirred endless turmoil in the immortal domain. However, beyond that, Jun Xiaoyao was not well informed. It seemed that a faction of followers in the Starry Continent was in peril. Could it be that the cursed tribes of the Starry Continent had broken free? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Time was of the essence, and he summoned the 3 elders of Dongxian and Yu. Is there a swift method to traverse between the 10 realms of the lower world? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. The Dongxian elder replied, though there are barriers between the 10 realms, they are not as formidable as those between the immortal domain and the lower world. Furthermore, within the endless sea of Tianxian continent, there should be teleportation arrays that can directly transport us to other continents. Very well, let us proceed directly to the Starry Continent, Jun Xiaoyao declared. In response to his command, the 3 elders of Dongxian and Yu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Several hours later, Jun Xiaoyao, along with the 9-headed lion, the 3 elders of Dongxian, Yu, and Su Ziqiang, departed from the Nalan family. All members of the Nalan family came forth to extend their greetings. Nalan Ruashi, in particular, wore an expression of reluctant longing. She would have to wait until Jun Xiaoyao returned to the immortal domain before she could accompany him back. Beyond the Tianxian continent lay the endless sea. As far as the eye could see, the vast ocean stretched endlessly, devoid of any visible boundaries. The endless sea represented a perilous realm for the cultivators of the Tianxian continent, as no one could predict what terrifying sea beasts lurked in the depths of the abyss. In the sky, Yu summoned a golden longbow, unleashing a flurry of 9 arrows that pierced a 9-ringed octopus, reducing it to shreds. The Dongxian elder effortlessly waved his hand, causing a series of sea beasts to explode into countless bloody fragments, staining the endless sea crimson. All sea creatures, including some marine beings, trembled in fear, retreating into the depths of the ocean, too frightened to surface. What ferocious beings these were! Far more terrifying than the sea creatures themselves. The 9-headed lion drew the palanquin, within which Jun Xiaoyao reclined, while Su Ziqiang sat beside him, delicately peeling exquisite fruits to feed him. For the cultivators of the Tianxian continent, the endless sea was akin to a deathly forbidden zone. However, for Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, traversing it was as effortless as walking on solid ground. Before long, a small island shrouded in an aura of desolation emerged in the distance across the endless sea. Upon this island stood an ancient, remarkably archaic teleportation array, thickly coated in dust. Your Excellency, we have arrived, intoned the Eastern Xian old ancestor and the others with utmost reverence. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the palanquin and inspected the teleportation array. Ah, it still requires celestial essence, he remarked, casting a glance over the array. The array featured several recessed slots, all encrusted with dust. It was evident that this interdimensional teleportation array could not be activated by ordinary source stones. At the very least, low-grade celestial essence was necessary. Celestial essence was an exceedingly rare commodity in the celestial realm, let alone in the desolate lower realms. Thus, it was no wonder that such teleportation arrays were seldom utilized. Although Jun Xiaoyao was a significant consumer of celestial essence, the Jun family had still provided him with several hundred pieces. After embedding the celestial essence into the array, the entire interdimensional teleportation formation gradually began to operate, emanating a blinding divine radiance. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao and his entourage were enveloped by a ripple of spatial energy and vanished from their original location. In the Starry Continent, amidst an ancient and desolate mountain range, a formation that had lain dormant for millennia began to activate, radiating a dazzling divine light. Shortly thereafter, the figures of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions materialized. Upon their arrival at the Starry Continent, Jun Xiaoyao immediately sensed something peculiar. The starry energy of this continent seems particularly dense, he observed. Looking upwards, he beheld the vast expanse of the Starry Continent sky, adorned with countless stars moving in enigmatic trajectories. Indeed, replied the Eastern Xian old ancestor with a smile, the Starry Continent was once home to an extraordinary being. the Wujixing Jun, who possessed a celestial body of stars and was the strongest on the continent. He later stirred up a tempest in the celestial realm, but was ultimately slain by several supreme beings due to his overwhelming brilliance. Jun Xiaoyao was not particularly familiar with matters concerning the starry continent, yet the Eastern Xian old ancestor, having originated from the lower realm, was well versed in the affairs of other continents. A celestial body of stars? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, which prompted thoughts of Yi Xingyun, who bore the starry king body, and the abrupt shifts in his character. Could it be that Yi Xingyun shares a protagonist's fate akin to Shao Chun and Yang Pan, merely unnoticed by me until now? How intriguing. I wonder if Yi Xingyun has descended to the lower realm. If he has, might he bring me some surprises? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions departed from the desolate mountain range. Upon exiting, Yu promptly approached a nearby cultivator to inquire about the location of the Xiantian sect. To the Xiantian sect? Hasn't it already been destroyed? The cultivator responded in astonishment. Where's the Xiantian sect? Spare me the nonsense. Yu glared with his golden eyes. The trembling cultivator, drenched in sweat, replied, It lies in the central region of the continent, but just a few days ago, it was obliterated by the Golden Horn clan, the Silver Horn clan, and the Wuxing Palace. Wuxing Palace? Jun Xiaoyao, seated in the carriage, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The involvement of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn clans came as no surprise, for they were among the 10 notorious clans, inherently adversarial towards the Xiantian sect. Yet, what grudge did the Wuxing Palace hold against them? Make haste to the Xiantian sect, Jun Xiaoyao commanded. The nine-headed lion let out a thunderous roar and soared into the sky, with the others following closely behind. Goodness, could that truly be the legendary nine-headed lion? What formidable individuals are they? The cultivator stood dumbfounded, akin to a statue, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Once a grand expanse of 10,000 acres, the Xiantian sect now lay in ruins, scattered corpses littering the ground. In the distance, a golden radiance surged forth as Jun Xiaoyao and his companions finally arrived. Stepping forward, Jun Xiaoyao beheld the desolate wasteland that was once the Xiantian sect, his brow furrowing in dismay. Alas, they had arrived too late. He shook his head. With the vast support of the Jun family, the Xiantian sect was but one among many. While he felt a tinge of regret, it was a fleeting sentiment. Young master, what shall we do next? Yu inquired. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to respond, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a plaza deep within the Xiantian sect. There, the presence of living souls lingered. With a swift step, Jun Xiaoyao vanished from sight. In the plaza, a bloodied figure was bound to a copper pillar, barely clinging to life. It was Lu Qianqian. In her dazed state, a transcendent figure enveloped in celestial light appeared before her. Am I finally dead? Why do I see a celestial being? Lu Qianqian managed a weak smile. The celestial being spoke. I am Jun Xiaoyao, the scion of the Jun family from the celestial realm. Please, explain the situation to me in detail. Upon hearing the words Jun family of the celestial realm, Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. The Jun family had finally sent someone. Chapter 176. Mo Fan's protagonist strategy, a debt of gratitude not to be forgotten. Would the Jun family come to their aid? Lu Qianqian's bloodied form trembled in disbelief. The Xiantian sect had long awaited the arrival of a powerful figure from the Jun family to eradicate the sinful clans. Yet they had not received any help until now. The figure before her, clad in white and exuding an otherworldly presence, was indeed the scion of the Jun family. Lu Qianqian held no doubts, for the ethereal aura surrounding this transcendent figure was beyond what any being from the lower realms could mimic. Not far away, Yu and Su Ziqiang approached. Lu Qianqian gazed in astonishment. Each of these celestial prodigies exuded an aura of unparalleled excellence. In their presence, even Mo Fan appeared as nothing more than a nouveau riche, lacking any semblance of refinement. Furthermore, the arrival of the three elders from Dongxian nearly left Lu Qianqian breathless. The subtle yet palpable pressure they emanated was a sensation she had only previously experienced from the sect leader and deputy leader. This indicated that these three were indeed quasi-saints and saints. Such a formidable assembly plunged Lu Qianqian into profound shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. Jun Xiaoyao, assuming her disbelief stemmed from skepticism towards him, casually produced a golden token inscribed with the character for Jun. Do you believe now? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Lu Qianqian fervently nodded, her heart still tumultuous with overwhelming emotions. Tell me everything you know, Jun Xiaoyao instructed calmly. With the last vestiges of her strength, Lu Qianqian relayed all the information she possessed to him. The more Jun Xiaoyao listened to the unfolding narrative, the more it resonated with familiarity. Betrayed and falsely accused by his beloved, struck down by lightning, and subsequently expelled from the sect, he had not only survived but had risen to prominence. eventually becoming a central figure in the Wujixing Palace. In the end, he liberated the sinners, exacted vengeance upon the sect, and made the woman who betrayed him wish for death. This predictable pattern left Jun Xiaoyao somewhat speechless, yearning for a touch of originality. Nonetheless, through this revelation, he was able to ascertain that Mo Fan was likely the destined protagonist of the Starry Continent, a child of destiny, akin to Lin Feng. Were it not for Yi Xingyun, Jun Xiaoyao might have speculated whether Mo Fan had any connection to the Wujixing Jun. However, Yi Xingyun's presence sparked his uncertainty. Was it she or Mo Fan who had ties to the Wujixing Jun? Or perhaps both? With the intelligence provided by Lu Qianqian, Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts gradually crystallized. Regardless, the harvest must come. After divulging her insights, Lu Qianqian was utterly exhausted, nearing her limits. Her life was already hanging by a thread. Her Dantian's spiritual sea had been rendered useless, her tendons severed, and her body cruelly mutilated, verging on disfigurement. Even if she managed to survive, she would choose death, as living in such a state was more agonizing than death itself. My lord, I have spoken all I know. I hope you can grant me a swift end. Perhaps this is my retribution, Lu Qianqian lamented. At this moment, all she sought was release from life. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a calm demeanor, Isn't living preferable? Living? In this condition, it is more unbearable than death. Lu Qianqian expressed her despair and bitterness. Isn't it merely a matter of a ruined dantian and severed tendons? It's hardly a grave issue, Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a dismissive shake of his head. In appreciation of Lu Qianqian's invaluable information, Jun Xiaoyao generously bestowed upon her a sacred pill. As Lu Qianqian stood there, bewildered, Jun Xiaoyao snapped his fingers. A verdant pill, imbued with ethereal energy, descended into her mouth. In an instant, an unprecedented essence of life radiated from Lu Qianqian. Her bloodied skin began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and her tendons and ligaments started to mend as well. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the dead skin and scabs shed, and Lu Qianqian had returned to her original form, her skin as fair as snow, delicate and flawless. Struck as if by lightning, Lu Qianqian was momentarily stunned. To her astonishment, she discovered that the shattered spiritual sea within her dantian had also miraculously restored itself. Witnessing such a miracle unfold upon her, she was left agape in disbelief. For such minor injuries, a single snow jade spirit pill suffices, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. He was not lacking in sacred-grade pills. However, in the lower realms, such treasures were exceedingly rare. Thank you, esteemed son of God, for bestowing upon me the gift of rebirth. I shall be eternally grateful and devote my life to serving you as a maid, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, her face alight with emotion as she knelt and bowed repeatedly. If given the chance to live, who would wish for death? Jun Xiaoyao had essentially granted her a new lease on life. Observing Lu Qianqian, Jun Xiaoyao found himself somewhat speechless. Why did every woman seem to desire to become his servant? Beside them, Su Ziqiong displayed a hint of wariness in her amethyst-like eyes. In the lower realms, having one maid to serve me suffices. There is no need for more. Is there no one else left in the Xiantian sect? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Qianqian's gaze, yet she replied, Not at all. The sect master is a powerful sage. They should have retreated. I see. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. If the Xiantian sect master and others were still alive, he could locate them using the golden token in his possession. Let us proceed, he gestured. Preparing to seek out the remnants of the Xiantian sect, Lu Qianqian followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, in a secluded area among towering ancient trees, the Xiantian sect master and his companions took temporary refuge. Damn that Wujixing palace. The vice sect master coughed up blood, having been ambushed by a formidable adversary from the palace, sustaining grave injuries. The Wujixing palace must have long harbored resentment against our Xiantian sect. Only now do they reveal their claws, the sect master said, his expression as dark as stormy waters, also nursing significant wounds. If it were only the golden-horned and silver-horned clans, the Xiantian sect could still manage to suppress them. However, the Wujixing palace was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Those cursed tribes and the Wujixing palace are truly despicable. Some remnants of the Xiantian sect gritted their teeth in anger. Meanwhile, a few young disciples who had narrowly escaped bore expressions of despair and dejection. In the realm of the celestial domain, the lords of the Jun family, will they not come to our aid? A female disciple of the Xiantian sect lamented with sorrowful eyes. The Jun family would not abandon us, would they? A male disciple pondered pessimistically. What are you saying? Our Xiantian sect has always remained loyal to the Jun family. I firmly believe that they will not forsake us. A divine powerhouse asserted with conviction. Witnessing this scene, the sect master of Xiantian sighed inwardly. He naturally hoped that the Jun family would come to rescue them. But now, was it still possible? Just as the members of the Xiantian sect felt cornered and uncertain, a surge of formidable auras suddenly stirred beyond the mountains. Xiantian sect remnants. Come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 177. The tragic valor of Xiantian sect. Jun Xiaoyao's unparalleled blade. This blade, for the sake of Xiantian sect. The resonant voice, filled with the clamor of slaughter, echoed through the mountains. Upon hearing this voice, the countenance of the Xiantian sect members changed dramatically. They had not anticipated that the Golden Horn clan and Silver Horn clan would arrive so swiftly. Damn it! There must be a powerful figure from the Wujixing Palace guiding them. They are a native force of the Starry Continent, possessing an unparalleled understanding of the land. A Xiantian powerhouse remarked with frustration. If it were solely the Golden Horn and Silver Horn clans, it would be impossible for them to discover their whereabouts so quickly. The only plausible explanation is that a formidable entity from Wujixing Palace is covertly tracking them, having been rooted in the Starry Continent for countless years. Wujixing Palace possesses extensive knowledge of the entire region. Tracking their movements is not a trivial matter. At that moment, beyond the mountains, numerous experts from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn clans stood poised in the void. Looking out, they appeared densely packed, resembling a swarm of locusts scattered across the skies. Furthermore, in another part of the heavens, there was a group of powerful individuals clad in starry robes. At this point, they no longer concealed their identities, openly revealing themselves as members of Wujixing Palace. Among them, Mo Fan, draped in a purple starry robe, stood at the center, tall and initially of unremarkable appearance. Since being struck by lightning and merging with the starry being, his visage had grown increasingly handsome and charismatic. It felt as if the essence of the starry being subtly transformed him. Moreover, Mo Fan's cultivation had risen to new heights, reaching the realm of unity. The next step would be to integrate the Tao seed. Mo Fan approached this with caution, sensing that the starry being might not be his only opportunity. In his memories, there lay an incredibly magnificent star. As for the towering figure standing beneath the Star Palace, it instilled a sense of reverence within Mo Fan. He did not relish this feeling. No one should be able to overshadow Mo Fan. The Xiantian sect was a prime example. Mo Fan mused inwardly, casting his gaze toward the mountains, his star-like eyes revealing a sense of exhilaration. Regarding this confinement, Mo Fan harbored no sentiments towards the sect that cultivated him. His only desire was to witness its annihilation. After a brief moment, a small group of figures soared from the depths of the dense forest, led by the master of the Xiantian sect and others. They understood that further concealment would be futile, and it was better to confront their foes directly. Haha. Old Xiantian, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. A powerful being exuding the aura of a saint emerged from the ranks of the Golden Horn clan. Adorned with a golden horn entwined with runes and covered in gleaming scales, he was the Golden Horn King, the mightiest of his clan. Meanwhile, from the Silver Horn clan, another formidable entity emerged, equally potent as the Golden Horn King, the Silver Horn King. We have endured countless years of oppression from your Xiantian sect. Today, we shall annihilate you with our own hands. The Silver Horn King declared, his tone chilling. The master of the Xiantian sect paid no heed to these two clans, as they were mortal enemies by nature. He turned his gaze towards the Wuji Star Palace faction and coldly remarked, "Are you not afraid of the retribution from the ancient Jun family in the celestial realm for your actions?" His words caused the expressions of many within the Wuji Star Palace to subtly shift. Although they dwelled in the lower realm and were somewhat oblivious to the true strength of the Jun family, they had certainly heard of the ancient clan's formidable reputation. Moreover, even a powerhouse like the Xiantian sect was merely one of the numerous subordinate forces under the Jun family. The might of the Jun family was thus evident. To oppose them seemed a fool's errand, akin to striking a rock with an egg. The Golden Horn King, however, scoffed, asserting, in the celestial realm, the ancient Jun family does not wield absolute dominion. The primordial royal clan and the various ancient clans can certainly contend with the Jun family. In that case, we would simply seek refuge with the primordial royal clan. The audacity of the Golden and Silver Horn clans to rebel stemmed from their backing by the ancient races. The members of the Wuji Star Palace breathed a sigh of relief. They sought nothing from the celestial realm, merely wishing to dominate the Star Continent once more and restore the glory of the Wuji Star Monarch. They were actively searching for individuals with ties to the Wuji Star Monarch, and Mo Fan had emerged as a vital piece in their grand design. You will surely come to regret this. The master of the Xiantian sect intently regarded the members of the Wuji Star Palace. He was convinced that if the Jun family were to learn of this news, they would mercilessly obliterate the Wuji Star Palace. Very well, is this your final utterance? Then you may perish, declared the Golden Horn King as he took action, wielding a golden curved blade. He struck with such force that the golden blade aura shook the heavens, cleaving the void in twain. With the formidable strength of a saint, he could effortlessly shatter space in the lower realm. Simultaneously, the Silver Horn King unleashed his power, the fluctuations of the Saint realm rippling forth and fracturing the surrounding void. The remaining members of both clans surged forward in unison. Meanwhile, the remaining strong ones of the Xiantian sect emitted furious roars, their eyes ablaze with a resolute determination to meet their fate. They understood that it was unlikely they would escape death today. However, taking down a few more of their adversaries before their demise would be worth it. Suppressing the Sin clan is a mission ingrained in the very essence of every member of the Xuantiangong. This mission embodies their solemn pledge to the esteemed Jun family. Regardless of whether the Jun family has forsaken them, they shall vanquish the Sin clan, shedding their last drop of blood. Indeed, the Xuantiangong shall remain loyal to the Jun family. One by one, the powerful warriors of Xuantiangong roared with grief and indignation. Some severely wounded warriors, on the brink of death, chose to self-destruct, embracing their fate alongside the surrounding Sin clan. Witnessing this profoundly heroic scene, many young disciples of Xuantiangong found their eyes brimming with tears. Even the Xuantiangong itself trembled with emotion. They had bled their last for the Jun family. They remained true to the Jun family. At that moment, the forces of the Wujixing Palace were finally poised to strike. Among them were beings of saintly stature. Upon seeing the Wujixing Palace prepare to intervene, a female disciple of Xuantiangong revealed an unprecedented despair in her beautiful eyes. Is there truly no way out? She lamented. The leaders of Xuantiangong felt a tightening in their hearts. If the Wujixing Palace intervened, Xuantiangong would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. It is over, murmured Su Mofan of Xuantiangong, a hint of smugness curling at the corners of his lips. Yet, at that very moment, the world seemed to fall into an unexpected stillness. The flow of time appeared to slow significantly. In the distant sky, an indescribable, majestic sword light cleaved through the heavens for 100,000 miles, sweeping toward the gathered forces of the Wujixing Palace. With a single stroke, the universe trembled. With a single stroke, the heavens shattered. One sword seemed to sever the passage of time, isolating the epochs. A figure clad in white, ethereal like a celestial being, wielded an ancient sword imbued with the essence of time, unleashing a sword light that could cleave the heavens and earth. The Panhua Sword of Time, combined with the immortal slaying sword art, a sword of unparalleled might. The fierce sword light, infused with the boundless power of time, surged forth. This strike cleared a vast expanse within the ranks of the Wujixing Palace. Numerous masters of the Wujixing Palace were reduced to dust in an instant, scattering throughout the cosmos. All the remaining members of the Wujixing Palace stood as if in a daze, their very souls trembling beneath the weight of this sword. As the earth-shattering sword light swept by, a chilling voice echoed through the air. This sword is the Jun family's tribute to Xuantiangong. Chapter 178, like a deity descending. The uplift of Xuantiangong, pursuing Su Mofan. A calm and detached voice, akin to that of a deity, resonated in the ears of all present. At this moment, the chaotic battlefield experienced an unprecedented stillness, as if time itself had frozen. Whether from the Goldhorn clan, Silverhorn clan, or the Wujixing Palace, astonishment adorned every face. This sword is the Jun family's offering to Xuantiangong. The leaders of the Xiantian sect were momentarily stunned, as if struck by a cacophony of thunderous booms, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Then came an overwhelming wave of elation. The esteemed Jun family had arrived. At that moment, every disciple of the Xiantian sect felt an almost dreamlike unreality. The Jun family, whom they had longed for, had finally come. In the distance, a tall figure enveloped in ethereal luminescence approached, walking upon the air, clad in immaculate white robes and wielding an ancient sword imbued with the essence of time. He exuded an unparalleled celestial grace. Aside from Jun Xuan's triple snow-like elegance, who else could don white robes? A young female disciple of the Xiantian sect gazed in rapture, murmuring to herself, having never before encountered such an extraordinary being. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of the Xiantian sect, the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao clans displayed expressions of trepidation, their hearts in disarray. Even the Jin Jiao king and Yin Jiao king, who had previously dismissed the Jun family, swallowed hard, their countenances betraying their unease. Meanwhile, the members of the Wujixing Palace appeared ashen with fear. Just moments ago, Jun Yao's sword had swept ominously towards their ranks. In its wake, a significant number had been reduced to mere dust, dissipating into the ether. Such horror was enough to send shivers down spines and raise the hairs on their necks. Even those fortunate enough to survive, including some formidable beings of the Void and True God realms, felt a palpable sense of danger when faced with that sword. What terror! Who was this individual? Mo Fan's face remained pale, as he felt as though he had narrowly escaped the gates of the underworld. He had almost been obliterated by that blinding sword light had it not been for the protective starry shield released by the celestial figure within him. At this moment, Mo Fan feared he would have already become dust. As he surveyed his surroundings, Jun Xiaoyao spoke with a dispassionate demeanor. This divine son descends to the mortal realm to eradicate the 10 great sinful clans. Are you prepared to face your demise? Jun Xiaoyao's words rendered the experts of the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao clans visibly perturbed, their expressions darkening with an ominous glint in their eyes. Just as the Jin Jiao king prepared to retort, dismissing Jun Xiaoyao's audacity, the figures of the Eastern Xuanzong ancestors materialized. 2 saints and 1 quasi-saint. Such a formidable assembly, while not claiming invincibility in the lower realm, could certainly sweep through any opposition. For the lower realm, even a single quasi-saint could influence the tide of battle, let alone the appearance of 2 saints and 1 quasi-saint. How splendid! The master and deputy master of the Xiantian sect were flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, the hearts of the 2 sinful clans sank into despondency, mirroring the sentiments of the Wujixing Palace. Mo Fan's expression was as grim as it could be. Over the past year, he had risen to prominence, experiencing a smooth journey, and it must be said, he had indeed become somewhat complacent. Do not speak of the prodigies of the lower realms. Even the celestial prodigies do not command much respect from Mo Fan. Yet, with merely a single sword, Jun Xiaoyao instilled in Mo Fan a profound terror of death. He perceived that even with the aid of the starry personage, he could scarcely stand against Jun Xiaoyao. The Golden Horn clan, the Silver Horn clan, and the Infinite Star Palace, all would be eradicated without exception. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm and indifferent, yet it exuded an iron-blooded intent to kill. He harbored no compassion for these sinful tribes. When it was time to slay, he would strike. The Infinite Star Palace, as enablers of evil, was a principal instigator of this calamity, and Jun Xiaoyao would not spare them either. Indeed, he would faithfully adhere to the command of the Divine Son. The 3 elders, including the Eastern ancestor, sprang into action. 2 saints and 1 quasi-saint were more than sufficient to dramatically alter the tide of battle. Disciples of the Xuantiangong, unite with the Jun family to annihilate the sinful tribes. The leader of the Xuantiangong bellowed. Yes, the Xuantiangong cultivators, invigorated, commenced a desperate counterattack. Jun Xiaoyao also took action, wielding the Panhuang years, with a palpable aura of temporal power radiating from him. Not only cultivators of the same realm, but even those of the harmonious path, nirvana, and even divine fire experts would be engulfed by a sense of dread in the face of Jun Xiaoyao's sword light. The Xuxian sword art, combined with the Panhuang year's sword and Jun Xiaoyao's formidable strength, would effortlessly annihilate nirvana experts. Even those at the celestial or divine levels would find themselves severely injured. Jun Xiaoyao moved as if in an uninhabited realm, slaughtering all in his path. Yu and Su Ziqiong also unleashed their ruthless and decisive methods. At that moment, the members of the Infinite Star Palace were thrown into disarray and began to retreat. They had no reason to involve themselves. However, one misstep could lead to eternal regret. And now they found themselves regretting their choices. The Infinite Star Palace had not anticipated the swift arrival of the ancient Jun family from the celestial realm. Just as Mo Fan prepared to withdraw, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Lu Qianqian. How could this be? Mo Fan's mind buzzed with disbelief. Had he not tormented Lu Qianqian into a wretched state? The more miserable she became, the more satisfaction he derived. But what was this? Lu Qianqian not only appeared unharmed, but seemed to possess an even greater cultivation than before. Moreover, she fought beside Jun Xiaoyao, her gaze towards him filled with deep admiration, infatuation, and yearning. Cursed be that Jun family divine son. He must have rescued Lu Qianqian. Mo Fan's temples throbbed, his expression contorted with fury. Lu Qianqian represented his obsession. The more she suffered, the clearer his thoughts became. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had saved her, it undeniably ignited the flames of Mo Fan's wrath. If given the chance, he vowed to make that Jun family divine son regret ever rescuing Lu Qianqian. Mo Fan coldly resolved, and thus he began to retreat. He was not foolish. He understood that he could not possibly defeat Jun Xiaoyao at this moment, unless he is able to obtain the treasure of the Star Palace that resides in his memory. At this moment, Lu Qianqian also noticed Mo Fan, who was attempting to flee. Her beautiful eyes flashed with fury as she exclaimed with a voice full of indignation. Mo Fan, you coward, do not run away. Jun Xiaoyao shifted his gaze and immediately spotted Mo Fan. Upon seeing this, Mo Fan hastily summoned a talisman, affixed it to himself, and transformed into a streak of silver light, vanishing from sight. Is it him? Jun Xiaoyao prepared to take action. Just then, a group of formidable experts from the Wuji Star Palace surrounded him. Mo Fan was the core of the Wuji Star Palace and must not be allowed to escape. With a mere gesture, Jun Xiaoyao wielded the Pan Huang Year sword, and with the tremor of its blade, the experts of the Wuji Star Palace were reduced to mere dust of time. Capture him. Jun Xiaoyao conveyed through thought. Understood. Yi withdrew, his entire being ablaze with the true fire of the sun, transforming into a blazing streak of flame, pursuing Mo Fan. Chapter 179. The battle concludes, the followers' betrayal. Yi Xinyan's tactics. With the addition of Jun Xiaoyao and the Eastern Xuanzong ancestor, the downfall of the two sinful clans and the Wuji Star Palace was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Yi continued his relentless pursuit of the fleeing Mo Fan. Can the one the young master seeks truly escape? Yi's expression was cold as he knocked an arrow, drawing back the string. 9 fiery arrows shot forth, resembling 9 flaming birds, locking onto Mo Fan and hurtling toward him. Possessing the golden eye of illusion breaking, Yi was known for his impeccable aim. Mo Fan turned, unleashing his technique, a radiant starry seal coalescing before him. Boom, boom, boom. 9 consecutive explosions erupted as the great seal shattered, sending Mo Fan reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. His expression was tinged with a hint of unwilling rage. Not only could he not defeat Jun Xiaoyao, but he was also unable to contend with Jun Xiaoyao's followers. A once great protagonist of the heavens, reduced to such a state. What a disgrace. Yield without a fight. Yi raised his hand, his magic transforming into a colossal palm aimed at Mo Fan. At that moment, the void suddenly distorted and a shadow flickered away. In an instant, Mo Fan vanished from his original position. Yi's colossal palm grasped at nothing but air. He furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening. After thoroughly scanning the surroundings, Yi still could not discern Mo Fan's whereabouts. Who could have saved him? Whatever the case, I must return to report to the young master. Yi pondered, turning to depart. Meanwhile, the battle was drawing to a close. With Jun Xiaoyao's forces combined with those from the Xiantian sect, they boasted 3 saints and 2 quasi-saints. This formidable strength was sufficient to sweep across an entire continent. The Golden-Horned King, the Silver-Horned King, and the saint from the Wuji Star Palace all perished amidst their unwilling roars. Though they were also saints, their power was evidently inferior to that of the Eastern Xuanzong ancestor and his peers. Among saints, there exists a vast disparity in strength. The Golden-Horned King and his companions were at the early or mid-stages of being saints, while the Eastern Xuanzong ancestor and others had achieved a minor perfection in sainthood. The disparity within is indeed substantial. Due to the rudimentary laws governing the lower realm, even if one attains the status of a sage, reaching the minor or major perfection remains a daunting challenge. Following the demise of the leading powerful figures, the remaining members of the sinful tribes were largely eradicated, with only a scant few managing to escape, posing no real threat. Naturally, the entire cadre of the Infinite Star Palace was annihilated. The ground was littered with corpses, forming mountains of remains, while rivers of blood flowed abundantly. The members of the Xiantian sect were all stained with blood, yet their expressions radiated excitement and exhilaration. All the female disciples of the Xiantian sect, from the senior sisters to the junior apprentices, gazed upon Jun Xiaoyao, who was enveloped in resplendent light, with faces filled with admiration and longing. Jun Xiaoyao stood firm in the void, wielding the Pan Huang Year's sword. Despite the fierce battle he had endured, his white robes remained untainted by dust. In that moment, he appeared as a transcendent sword immortal, detached from the mundane world. The female disciples of the Xiantian sect had never encountered such an ethereal figure, their hearts fluttering with admiration. The sect master and others approached Jun Xiaoyao, solemnly bowing in gratitude. We are immensely thankful for the great benevolence of the Jun family and the grace of the sun. Had it not been for your timely intervention, our Xiantian sect would have faced utter annihilation. Observing the remaining disciples of the Xiantian sect, Jun Xiaoyao contemplated for a moment. He waved his hand, and mountains of sacred pills, precious herbs, divine sources, and weapons appeared. All members of the Xiantian sect stood in stunned silence. They had never beheld such a wealth of treasures. For Jun Xiaoyao, these items were commonplace, yet for them, they represented priceless treasures beyond their wildest dreams. Son, are all these for us? The sect master's voice trembled with emotion. While these items may not hold particular value for him, they undoubtedly represented a tremendous opportunity for his disciples. The Xiantian sect had indeed made significant contributions over the years in suppressing the sinful tribes for the Jun family. I shall completely eradicate the Infinite Star Palace, and the entire starry continent will henceforth be governed by your Xiantian sect, Jun Xiaoyao declared. Thank you for your immense grace, son. The sect master and others felt their hearts swell with excitement and gratitude as they bowed once more. Jun Xiaoyao had essentially gifted one of the 10 realms of the lower world to the Xiantian sect. Such a gift was overwhelmingly generous. The female disciples of the Xiantian sect gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, who so casually bestowed an entire realm upon them, their eyes sparkling with admiration. This was the true demeanor of a divine son from the celestial domain. By the way, Esteemed son, I must convey an important matter to you. The sect master said with a serious tone. What is it? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. The ancient demon and ancient monster clans have conspired with the sinful tribes and may have already betrayed us, the sect master replied. Oh, is that so? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. The Jun family had dispatched 5 major follower factions to the lower realm. The Xintian sect, the Great Yin dynasty, the ancient god clan, the ancient demon clan, and the ancient monster clan. Among the ancient deities, demons, and monsters, these 3 clans can be regarded as akin to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn clans. However, in comparison to the ancient deities, the ancient demons cultivate dark arts and exhibit a temperament more aligned with malevolence. The ancient monsters, on the other hand, possess the bloodline of the monster race. To their betrayal, Jun Xiaoyao was not the slightest bit surprised. The consequences of betraying the Jun family were undoubtedly unbearable for them. A cold glint flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. At that moment, Yi returned. I apologize for disappointing your expectations, young master. I was unable to capture that person. Yi said, bowing his head respectfully. What transpired? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Yi recounted the events to Jun Xiaoyao, revealing that the person had been rescued by a mysterious figure. A contemplative expression crossed Jun Xiaoyao's face. Yi, you have failed in your duty. I seek your punishment. Yi proactively declared. Forget it. It is not your fault. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively. Although Yi possessed the strength to easily overpower that Mo fan, he was nonetheless the protagonist of the Starry Continent. If he could be so easily captured and subdued, it would diminish the value of his role. What truly concerned Jun Xiaoyao was the identity of the individual who had rescued Mo fan. Was it a master from the Infinite Star Palace, or someone else entirely? Could it be you? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze deepened, filled with speculation. Simultaneously, in a remote forest of the Starry Continent, 2 figures suddenly materialized amidst a distortion of space. One of them was Mo fan. He gasped for breath, still shaken, and turned to discern the identity of his savior, only to be met with an overwhelming aura. A young man clad in blue stood before him, radiating the brilliance of the stars. His presence was utterly out of place with the lower realm, exuding an air of superiority. Are you a prodigy from the celestial domain? Mo fan's expression shifted. He instinctively felt a sense of aversion and rejection towards the figures from the celestial domain. Before them, those from the lower realm felt like mere ants. Do not worry. I mean you no harm. The figure, enveloped in starlight, said calmly. Who are you? Mo fan asked, wariness etched across his face. I am Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family of the celestial domain. Chapter 180. Yi Xingyun's scheme, the key to the Star Palace treasure, and the great battle of the Infinite Star Palace. The ancient aristocracy of the celestial domain. Mo fan's expression turned grave, tinged with both fear and resistance. With the Jun family in the forefront, he harbored no goodwill towards the so-called ancient aristocracy. Rest assured, my ancient Yi family and the ancient Jun family are not aligned. In fact, I hold enmity towards that Jun Xiaoyao, Yi Xingyun said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Only then did Mo fan realize that the prodigy from the ancient Yi family was in opposition to the Jun family scion. Yet, why would Yi Xingyun choose to save him? Though I am grateful for your intervention, what is your motive? Mo fan asked, skeptical. Even if Yi Xingyun bore a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao, there seemed to be no necessity to rescue someone as inconsequential as himself. Although Mo fan had risen to prominence over the past year, he did not believe he could catch the eye of the celestial prodigies of the immortal domain. Do you often dream of a star palace in a certain silhouette? Asked Yi Xingyun, his gaze profound. Mo fan's body trembled suddenly, his pupils quivering as he looked at Yi Xingyun, utterly astonished. This was a secret he had deeply buried within his heart, known only to himself. Even the others of the Wujixing Palace remained completely ignorant. It seems you do, Yi Xingyun smiled. The reason why Yi Xingyun could pinpoint Mo fan was rather straightforward. After awakening more of his memories in the Celestial Tower, Yi Xingyun had perused numerous records before finally identifying the legendary figure known as the Wujixing Jun. This figure hailed from the lower realm of the Star Continent. Thus, Yi Xingyun did not hesitate and directly descended to the Star Continent. Upon arrival, the vague sense of connection intensified, as if it were a matter of fate. Yi Xingyun searched tirelessly until he finally located Mo fan. However, at that moment, a great battle had already commenced, and the scene was chaotic. Yi Xingyun refrained from intervening. Later, when Jun Xiaoyao arrived, it caused Yi Xingyun's heart to skip a beat, prompting him to hide far away, unwilling to reveal himself. In the face of Jun Xiaoyao, Yi Xingyun adhered to a single principle: steadfastness. Steadfastness. And more steadfastness. If he could avoid confrontation, he would. Yi Xingyun had grown wary of Jun Xiaoyao. He would never dare to confront him unless he obtained a fortuitous opportunity. It was only when he saw Mo fan on the verge of being captured by EU that he felt compelled to act. Faced with the revelation of his secret, Mo Fan laid his cards on the table. Since you are aware of my secret, what do you intend to do? Yi Xingyun replied with a smile, rest assured. Not only will I not harm you, but I will also help you soar to great heights. You must possess some fortuitous opportunities, right? Such opportunities could very well be the key to unlocking the treasures of the Star Palace. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan immediately thought of the starry figure within him. Was that the key to the treasures of the Star Palace? Although he still harbored doubts, Yi Xingyun had thus far spoken nothing but truth. Your fortuitous opportunity can assist us in locating the treasures of the Star Palace, and in return, you will share in the rewards. Moreover, I can make you my follower and take you to the immortal domain, Yi Xingyun stated nonchalantly, already extending a gracious offer. Mo Fan's expression subtly shifted. As a prominent figure in the realm, he had no desire to become anyone's follower. However, he did not express this sentiment and instead replied, let me return to the Wujixing Palace first. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingyun shook his head and sneered. There is no need to return. What do you mean by that? Mo Fan furrowed his brow. With Jun Xiaoyao's disposition, the Wujixing Palace is likely to face annihilation. We should directly seek the treasures of the Star Palace. Yi Xingyun waved his hand dismissively. Mo Fan clenched his teeth in silence. Indeed, the situation unfolded as predicted by Yi Xingyun. After obliterating the Xin clan, Jun Xiaoyao led Dong Xian Laozu and the members of Xiantian sect directly to the headquarters of the Wujixing Palace. This palace is situated in a region known as Jishin Cliff. As a former sovereign of the Starry Continent, the Wujixing Palace possesses considerable depth and resources, including a defensive array capable of momentarily contending with the saint. The news of the Jun family's powerful figures descending to aid the Xiantian sect in vanquishing the Xin clan spread across the Starry Continent like wildfire. Consequently, the Wujixing Palace, sensing imminent danger, hastily activated their protective formation with all their might on high alert. They chose not to flee, for escape was not a viable option. Surrounding Jishin Cliff, numerous factions gathered to observe the unfolding events, as this battle would determine the future dominion of the Starry Continent. Should the Xiantian sect prevail, they would ascend as the new overlords. If they falter, the Wujixing Palace would maintain its stronghold. However, this time, few held faith in the Wujixing Palace's prospects, particularly with the Jun family's support bolstering the Xiantian sect. The forces of the immortal domain are invincible in the lower realms. Alas, it appears that the Wujixing Palace, which has stood for countless years, is destined for complete annihilation. A man in a white robe gently shook his head. He was the holy son of the celestial star, hailing from the meteorite pavilion, a formidable power specializing in starry divine arts. Yet, the Wujixing Palace, being the sovereign of the Starry Continent, would not be so easily extinguished, especially with the Jun family's assistance, as one would assume. Another robust man with fiery red hair, named Zhao Lai and from the Flame God sect, echoed the sentiment. Like the meteorite pavilion, his sect ranked just below the Wujixing Palace and Xiantian sect in strength. I have heard that the Jun family scion is extraordinarily powerful, capable of instilling terror in the Wujixing Palace's ranks with a single sword strike. The recently renowned prodigy of the Wujixing Palace, Missouri Fan, lacked even the courage to confront him and fled instead, remarked a voluptuous woman clad in a crimson palace gown. Her enchanting phoenix eyes, creamy skin, and voluptuous figure, complemented by her elegantly styled dark hair adorned with a peony, exuded allure. Oh, could it be that Saintess Chu's heart has been stirred? The celestial star Holy Sun remarked with a faint smile. The woman, named Chu Hongyi, was the holy maiden of the Red Lotus sect and a celebrated beauty of the Starry Continent. Just hearing the various tales about the Jun family scion has piqued my curiosity immensely, Chu Hongyi unabashedly expressed, her demeanor charming and flirtatious. Humph. Those prodigies from the immortal domain might just be gilded in silver, but could easily stumble in the mire, Zhao Lai retorted with a hint of discomfort. Oh, the bitterness in your tone is palpable, the celestial star Holy Sun teased, shaking his head. Zhao Lai's affection for Chu Hongyi was no secret. I believe that the Jun family scion shall once again astound us today, Chu Hongyi declared. They have come here to witness the impending clash between the Xiantian sect and the Wujixing Palace, while also catching a glimpse of the fabled Jun family's divine heir. Humph. In your red attire, do not hold the Jun heir in overly high regard. You may find yourself disillusioned, Zhao Lai remarked with a hint of bitterness. Let us await the outcome with bated breath, Chu Hongyi replied with a charming smile. At that moment, from the distant horizon, a formidable wave of battle intent and murderous aura surged forth. The sheer force of it shook the heavens and the earth. It has arrived, after today's battle. The Starry Continent shall be left with but one sovereign.